Your first time flying a plane, you encounter a crisis and are about to face a crash. At this moment, not only has the flight control system failed, but the windshield has also been shattered, and even the communication system is malfunctioning. The plane has been trapped in this cumulonimbus cloud for several minutes. You continue to push the stick forward and lower your head, maintaining the plane's forward and downward flight posture, because you know that if you cannot break out of this cumulonimbus cloud in a short time, this place will become your grave. You and the co-pilot are staring intently ahead. The area directly in front of the plane is pitch black, with not a glimmer of light to be seen. You suddenly shout sharply, and the co-pilot quickly glances at the instrument panel, noting that the altitude has returned to over 700 meters. At 700 meters, your brow furrows as the terrain map of Wan City flashes quickly through your mind. Wan City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, but the highest peak is over 200 kilometers away, and the suburban mountains are only a few hundred meters high. This means that although visibility is nearly zero now, there is still room to descend. You suddenly push the stick forward, and the plane immediately dives at a 30-degree angle. At the same time, you shout loudly to the co-pilot beside you, "Flaps up 15 degrees, pull up the spoilers." The co-pilot looks at you in shock. "Captain, our altitude is only over 700 meters, and visibility is almost zero. Continuing to dive will crash into a mountain." You certainly know that continuing to dive now carries great risk, but you have no other choice. The turbulent airflow and hail the size of fists could tear the plane apart at any moment, not to mention the unpredictable thunderstorms. You grit your teeth and shout without looking back. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it's better to take a gamble. At this point, if we don't fight, are we just waiting to be swallowed by fate? Ignoring the co-pilot's advice, you continue to maintain the downward dive posture. The alarm in the cabin rang out one after another, and the numbers on the dashboard were jumping wildly. Meanwhile, in the control tower of Wancheng Military Airport, Duty Chief Zhao Bufan frowned and walked over quickly. What's going on? How can there still be flights attempting to land in this weather? Is the pilot trying to throw away his life? In the control hall, everyone's gaze was focused on controllers Wu Zhigo and Lin Muyo. Just now, they reported that a plane had been struck by lightning and was preparing to make an emergency landing at the airport. At this moment, the weather outside had entered a violent mode, with torrential rain pouring down, lightning splitting the sky, and strong winds howling, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. Hearing the leader's question, Wu Zhigao first looked worriedly out the window, then hurriedly replied, "It's the Shanhang SC-8881 flight. I just contacted the crew a minute ago, and they said the plane was struck by lightning. The lightning protection device and flight control system failed, and they couldn't circle and wait, so they had to make an emergency landing." After hearing Wu Zhigao's explanation, Zhao Bufan's expression changed drastically. With lightning strikes and flight control system failures, it was no wonder the pilots were risking their lives to make an emergency landing. Since the plane now had no choice but to make an emergency landing, the control tower could only do its utmost to cooperate. Zhao Bufan pondered for a few seconds and immediately issued the order, "Activate the emergency plan immediately. All departments, including fire, public security, medical, and engineering rescue, must mobilize and bring the rescue vehicles to the runway area to await orders. Report the accident to the dispatch center, the Central China Bureau, the local government, and Shandong Airlines Group immediately, and continue to call SC-8881. I need to grasp the specific situation of the aircraft right away." With this command, the entire control hall instantly entered a state of high tension. The airport was fully closed, all flights were suspended, and the emergency resources of the entire city were mobilized, all to welcome the aircraft struggling in the storm. Outside the window, lightning struck again, illuminating everyone's faces. SC-8881, tower calling, please respond if you receive. Wu Zhigao repeated the call over and over, but the only response was the harsh sound of electromagnetic noise. Wu Zhigao helplessly looked at Zhao Bufan, "Director, I don't know if it's due to the weather or if the 8881 communication system has also malfunctioned. I have called multiple times with no response." Zhao Bufan's brows furrowed into a chuan shape, and before he could speak, Lin Muyo suddenly pointed at the radar screen and exclaimed, "Director, 8881 is gone." Zhao Bufan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly scanned the radar screen. Sure enough, the large radar screen showed that the marker for Shandong Airlines SC-8881 had vanished without a trace. Oh no! Could it be that Flight 8881 has already? Zhao Bufan couldn't bear to think further. His body swayed slightly, and he barely steadied himself by gripping the back of the chair with both hands. After forcing himself to calm down, he said in a deep voice, "The disappearance of the plane from the radar doesn't necessarily mean it has crashed. Extreme weather could cause the reflection waves to fail to transmit in time." He forced himself to remain calm, but his voice was somewhat tense. This sounded more like a comfort to Lin Muyo than a reassurance to himself. However, extreme weather does have a certain probability of causing the plane to become invisible on radar. but this probability is extremely low, so the greater likelihood is that the plane has already crashed. What are you standing there for? Zhao Bufan glared at the dazed Wu Zhigo, his voice filled with suppressed anger. If we can't contact 8881, use the public channel to call for help from other passing flights and have them assist in calling 8881 as well. Immediately contact the local authorities in Wancheng and request them to search the airspace within 30 kilometers of the airport. A nearby controller quickly took the order and then hurriedly began dialing the phone. After issuing a series of commands, Zhao Bufan's gaze returned to the radar screen, but the Shanhang SC-8881 was still nowhere to be seen. As time passed second by second, his mood gradually sank to the bottom. He let out a long sigh and then asked in a mournful voice, "Who is the crew of Flight 8881? He wanted to know if there were any old acquaintances on the list of victims. Wu Zhigo had just finished a conversation with other flights when he heard Zhao Bufan's question and immediately replied, "It's Lu Qingzhou." Zhao Bufan was taken aback upon hearing this. "Lu Yama? It's actually him. Can't even he handle it? Didn't they say that kid is very capable?" Meanwhile, in a high-rise apartment 10 kilometers away from Jianying Airport, a beautiful female anchor is standing on the balcony, holding a selfie stick and talking to herself. "Babies, I told you there would be a heavy rainstorm tonight, and you still don't believe me. I'm switching the camera now so you can feel the power of this heavy rainstorm with me." As the camera switches, the heavy rain outside immediately appears in the live broadcast. "Look how heavy the rain is." The girl seems to think that just showing it through the window isn't convincing enough, so she opens the window and stretches the selfie stick out. Although some viewers in the live broadcast room remind her that this is very dangerous, the girl seems unconcerned and keeps emphasizing that her phone is waterproof. This little rain is nothing. However, the danger that the viewers are warning about is not the rain, but the thunderstorm. If a lightning strike happens nearby, the phone and selfie stick would be the best conductors. Other viewers from different live broadcast rooms learned that an anchor was actually live streaming such a dangerous scene, and they flocked over, causing the number of viewers in the room to rise from hundreds to over 1,000. With comments flooding in like a tide, "The anchor is really bold. Be careful not to get struck by lightning. This rain is too scary. Anchor, don't be reckless. Stop it now. This weather is too dangerous." However, the girl has already been overwhelmed by the surge in viewership and, instead of stopping her dangerous behavior, she completely extends the selfie stick out. The camera pulls back, and a dark mass of cumulonimbus cloud suddenly appears in the frame, with lightning tearing through the clouds like a golden dragon. Chilling to the bone. "I think I saw a plane in the clouds." A comment suddenly popped up. "Are you seeing things? Who would dare to fly in this weather? It's like asking for death. That's not how you do it." "I think I saw it too. Didn't a lightning strike just happen? I seem to have seen a plane in the clouds as well." Seeing this, the girl excitedly raised her selfie stick, aimed the camera at the cloud mass, and joked, "Ha ha, I saw it too. But in this weather, where would a plane come from? It must be a UFO." Her tone was teasing, but the viewers in the live stream held their breath, their eyes fixed on that cloud mass. Crack! Another lightning bolt struck down, briefly illuminating the clouds. The live stream instantly exploded with excitement, because just after this lightning struck, most viewers indeed saw a triangular aircraft faintly in that cloud. In the clouds, you suddenly yanked the joystick to the right and stomped on the rudder. The Airbus A320 rapidly turned right in a dive, its fuselage almost brushing against the lightning. The co-pilot was dumbfounded, his eardrums buzzing from the thunder. Before he could regain his composure, you had already pulled the nose up while turning left, returning to the previous flight path. "Captain, that was close." The co-pilot's voice trembled, but before he could finish, you interrupted him with a low growl. "Shut up." Your gaze was fixed straight ahead as an invisible turbulence rushed towards you, causing the plane to jolt violently, and the numbers on the instrument panel jumped wildly. In the live stream, the girl was still excitedly shouting, "Babies, look quickly, the UFO has appeared again." However, the next second, her voice abruptly stopped. In the shot, a passenger plane breaks through the clouds, almost brushing against lightning as it descends, the fuselage shaking violently, as if it could crash at any moment. "Holy crap, it really is a plane. Streamer, call the police. Is this pilot crazy?" The bullet comments flooded the screen, and the live broadcast room was in an uproar. The plane jolted in the violent turbulence, like a small boat tossed up and down by giant waves. However, your hands firmly gripped the control stick and throttle, your gaze as calm as ice. The Airbus A320 seems to have become an extension of your body, every movement precise and decisive. Just then, a piercing alarm sounded in the cockpit, a sound like the call of hell. Suffocating. This is the nightmare of all pilots. This sound means the aircraft is too low, about to make intimate contact with the ground, and the pilot must pull up the nose in a very short time, or else certain death will follow. But the problem is that aircraft usually fly at very high speeds, and due to inertia, it is almost impossible to change the dive trajectory in an instant. So once the alarm sounds, The most likely outcome for this aircraft is a crash, with only a few lucky ones escaping, almost without exception. The co-pilot froze instantly upon hearing the alarm, his face pale as he slumped in the pilot's seat. It's over. This time it's really over. You were also startled by the sudden alarm. Quickly glancing at the altitude, the plane was still over 500 meters high. How could the alarm be triggered suddenly? In a flash, you suddenly remembered that Wancheng is not a flatland city, but rather a basin terrain, surrounded by peaks and hills. You are incredibly unlucky. The point of descent is just near a mountain peak. Thinking of this, your eyes narrowed. Your hands moved quickly, suddenly pulling the control stick up while tilting the body to the left, almost using all your strength to push the throttle valve to the limit. The engine let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire cockpit. The nose was forcibly pulled up, like an enraged beast roaring towards the sky, while the body tilted to the left, narrowly avoiding the mountain peak at the critical moment. With this series of maneuvers completed, the life-threatening alarm finally stopped. Your heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back in your chest, and a layer of fine sweat beads had formed on your forehead. This crisis lasted for more than 10 minutes today, but the most dangerous moment was just those few seconds ago. Just when you were relieved to have escaped a disaster, you were shocked to find that the plane had already burst out of that dark storm cloud. This Airbus A320 finally saw the light of day again. Crack! Another thunderclap struck down, and the blinding lightning illuminated the cockpit. The tremendous roar of thunder jolting the co-pilot awake from despair. He stared blankly at the dense rain and fog outside the windshield, the distant city lights flickering in and out, and hope ignited in his eyes as he trembled and said, "We made it out." "Yes, we made it out," you replied, taking a deep breath, your tone calm yet firm, your hands still tightly gripping the control stick and throttle. The co-pilot was suddenly overwhelmed with joy and tears. No one knew what he had gone through in the past 10 minutes. "Don't cry. Contact the tower immediately and ask them to provide us with guidance," you calmly instructed the co-pilot. Although the plane had burst through the cloud, the danger was not completely averted. There was still one last hurdle to overcome, and you didn't want to fail at the last moment. The co-pilot wiped the tears from his cheeks and nodded firmly at Lu Qingzhou. In the co-pilot's eyes, Lu Qingzhou now resembled a deity descending from the heavens. Facing such a life and death predicament, he was truly able to pilot the plane to safety. It should be noted that this Airbus A320 is now battered and trapped in severe weather, with the autopilot and autothrottle disengaged, relying entirely on manual operation. Moreover, due to the weather conditions, the communication system cannot maintain normal contact with the ground, and the aircraft has no flight guidance, completely in a 3 disengagements flight. 3 disengagements flight refers to the simultaneous disconnection of autopilot, autothrottle, and flight guidance, with the aircraft being manually operated. This flying method particularly tests the skills and experience of the pilot, unless they are seasoned captains with over 10,000 flight hours. Who would dare to take on such a challenge? However, today, the co-pilot was quite amazed. As a young captain in his 20s, with only over 1,000 flight hours, skillfully completed the 3 disengagements flight. In the past 10 minutes, the captain controlled the aircraft solely with a yoke and 2 rudders, relying entirely on his own experience and skills to fly in such extreme weather, and he successfully broke through. At this moment, the co-pilot looked at the captain with eyes full of admiration and respect for the strong. 8881. Tower calling, can you hear me? 8881. Please respond if you receive this. In the tower, Wu Zhigao held the communicator in his hand, continuously calling for flight SC-8881. It has been nearly 10 minutes since 8881 lost contact on the radar, and Wu Zhigao has been calling for almost 10 minutes, but the only response he received was the noise of electromagnetic waves. The Zhangying Tower even asked passing flights and those circling to land to call 8881, but not a single flight received a reply. Could it be that flight 8881 really crashed? With this thought, Wu Zhigao's heart sank to the bottom. Duty Officer Zhao Bufan also had a serious expression. It has been nearly 10 minutes since Flight 8881 lost contact, and 10 minutes is enough for many things to happen. Although there has been no feedback from the nearby communities and street offices around Jianying Airport, meaning Zhao Bufan has not yet received direct evidence of Flight 8881's crash, he has already concluded in his heart that the plane is in grave danger. After all, Yanqing is experiencing extreme weather that hasn't been seen in decades. Driving in such weather is difficult, let alone landing a plane. Moreover, this is a plane with a lightning protection device and flight control system malfunctioning, and the communication system is also down. It's simply like being deaf and blind. Unless a miracle occurs, there is no chance for Flight 8881 to survive. Zhao Bufan let out a long sigh. The thought of over 100 vibrant lives on the plane made his heart ache as if it were being squeezed. Director! At that moment, Lin Muyo, who had been searching for the trace of Flight SC-8881 on the radar, suddenly shouted. Zhao Bufan was startled and quickly looked at Lin Muyo. he saw Lin Muyo stretching out her arm, her finger trembling as she pointed at the radar screen. Stammering, "It has appeared again." Zhao Bufan hurriedly asked, "What has appeared?" As he spoke, he rushed over to Lin Muyo in a few quick steps. Lin Muyo, feeling nervous, couldn't explain clearly. 888, 8881 has appeared. In fact, Zhao Bufan didn't need her to remind him, he had already focused his gaze on the radar screen. Sure enough, the Shanhang Flight 8881, which had disappeared from the radar screen for nearly 10 minutes, miraculously reappeared. Moreover, according to the radar display, Flight 8881 is now less than 20 kilometers from Jianying Airport. Awesome! Zhao Bufan exclaimed excitedly, slamming his fist on the table, just about to turn around and let Wu Zhigao continue calling Flight 8881. At that moment, the communication system, which had only been filled with electromagnetic noise, suddenly emitted a voice. 8881 received. Jianying Tower, I am about to execute the landing procedure. Please provide guidance service for my aircraft. Before Wu Zhigao could respond, Zhao Bufan had already snatched the communicator and said in a deep voice, "This is Jianying Tower Zhao Bufan, 8881. What is your current situation? The situation is not good. Visibility is obstructed. Flight control system failure. The aircraft can only fly in 3 disengagements mode for the time being, so the captain is relying on a stick and 2 rudders to control the aircraft, and needs tower guidance." The other party replied. Upon hearing this reply, everyone, including Zhao Bufan, gasped in shock. As professionals in the civil aviation industry, they are well aware of the difficulty of 3 escapes flying and controlling an aircraft with just 1 stick and 2 rudders, especially in such extreme and harsh weather. This is not just a life and death situation, it is clearly a situation where survival is nearly impossible. Yet, the crew of Flight 8881 managed to navigate through this seemingly fatal predicament. Who exactly is the captain of Flight 8881, that he could turn a deadlock into a viable situation? Is it Liu Yanwang? It's him, then it's fine. 8881. Jianying Airport is currently experiencing extreme weather, with ground winds at 7 to 8 levels, a pressure of 1055, visibility less than 50 meters, and rainfall exceeding 100 millimeters within an hour. However, there is no water accumulation on the runway for now. I will guide you now. You are currently at an altitude of 400 meters, and there is no time to fly around. First, turn right and descend with the tailwind towards the runway. Zhao Bufan immediately replied. In the cockpit, the co-pilot Chen Bin quickly repeated the tower instructions, then turned his head nervously to look at Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in the captain's seat. The role of the co-pilot is to assist the captain in flying the plane. After all, the captain cannot control this mechanical monster weighing dozens of tons alone. The airplane needs to maintain communication with the ground at all times and follow ground commands, but the captain cannot be distracted while flying the plane, so the task of communicating with the ground falls to the co-pilot. In addition to assisting the captain in flying the plane, the co-pilot also plays a role in conveying and communicating information. This is why the co-pilot repeats the ground instructions when communicating with the ground. First, to inform the ground that he understands the instructions, and second, to convey the instructions to the captain. After listening to the transmission from co-pilot Chen Bin, Lu Qingzhou still had a stony face. He held the lever in one hand while the other slowly pushed the throttle valve gear lever to reduce the fuel fee to the airplane. Then while wrenching the lever to the right, his right foot was already on the right rudder. Adjust flaps down 15 degrees. Release the landing gear. When she saw the airport tower in the distance, hidden in the heavy rain looming in the distance, Lu Qingzhou finally opened her mouth. Understood. Chen Bin was no longer as nervous as before. Crap. The big storms have been weathered. Now it's all about the final step. What's the point of being nervous? Contact the tower and ask them to take the binoculars right away to help us confirm that the landing gear is down yet. Lu Qingzhou added. This was not Lu Qingzhou drawing a snake, because the airplane was struck by lightning. It is uncertain at this time whether any other malfunctions occurred in addition to the flight control system and lightning strike protection. What if the airplane's landing gear fails too? The plane just took a chance and landed. What's the difference between crashing without landing gear? So it's not painting a picture, it's being prudent. Chapter 8, nothing else, but the skill of the hand. Capital time, 2:55 p.m. Wanchang is still suffering from the raging storm. Bean-sized raindrops crackled against the plane's windshield. Even if the windshield wipers have been working very hard, 1 minute they're scraping the rain away, and the next there's a big layer of rain spray clinging to the windshield. Both of Lu Qingzhou's eyes were bulging. He's used up every ounce of his floodgates, but since it was attacked by heavy rain, it could barely see 200 to 300 meters away. Visibility is only 200 or 300 meters? Not to mention for an airplane going close to 300 miles per hour. It's dangerous even for cars traveling at highway speeds. But the real thing is, the weather has been affected by heavy rains and other extreme weather, so visibility is now less than 50 meters near Jianying Airport. Lu Qingzhou could barely see the scene 200 to 300 meters away. Already his eyesight was far beyond that of an ordinary man, but it's still the same thing. For an airplane going close to 300 kilometers per hour, visibility of only 200 or 300 meters is really dangerous. Far away, the towering towers of Jianying Airport are hidden in the rain. The tower at every airport is the tallest building. The tower is like a lighthouse on a vast ocean. See the tower. It's like seeing the airport. So when the tower loomed out of the rain, Lu Qingzhou knew, one is close to the Ginger Camp Airport. He didn't choose to land first, though. The reason is simple. That is, he's now unsure of the exact location of the runway at the Ginger Camp Airport. If we were to land blindly, there is a high probability that the airplane will not be aligned with the runway, thus causing it to run off the runway and cause an accident. Half of the people who walk 100 miles or 90. He didn't want to lose his little life at the last minute because of a momentary oversight. So Lu Qingzhou piloted the airplane, still maintaining a level flight attitude. The plane is now less than 200 meters high. Rumble rumble. The roar of the airplane's engines had broken through the barrier of rain and reached Jianying Airport. Pylons. Wu Zhigo hangs up the call with 8881. Immediately, he looked up at Zhao Bufan. Director, 8881 wants us to help take a look to see if their landing gear is down. Zhao Bufan immediately pointed to an observer and immediately ordered, take the binoculars and go to the balcony. Yes, this observer rushed to his feet. By the time he reached the balcony with his binoculars, only when he opened the glass door that blocked the inside and outside, a sudden shower of rain blew in, wrapped in a gale. Instantly this observer was drenched to the skin, but this observer just wiped the rainwater from his face and closed the glass door with his backhand, directly exposing his entire person to the torrential rain. Compared to over 100 lives, what's the point of getting wet? Rumble rumble. Northwest. The sound of a looming airplane engine suddenly sounded in the sky. The observers did not dare to slow down, rushed to the northwest sky with binoculars, but because the rain was so heavy, he still couldn't see clearly even though he was holding a telescope. But the observer wasn't in too much of a hurry, but remained fully focused toward the sky. Almost a second or two later, the roar of the airplane's engines was becoming clearer. Click! A bolt of lightning rushed through the sky. With the momentary brightness brought about by the lightning, the observers were surprised to actually see a silver-gray civilian airliner appear in the sky to the northwest. Only the line of sight is obstructed, so he didn't get a good look at the airplane to see if the landing gear was down or not. The observer held the binoculars high in both hands. The line of sight also kept moving with the airplane. Close. The plane is closer to the airport. As the plane was about to fly over the airport, the observer finally got a good look. The front and rear landing gear of this airplane has been successfully released without any malfunction. This time, the observers have been drenched, but he still couldn't care less about himself. Instead, he hurriedly turned around and went into the command center, toward Zhao Bufan, who was not far away. He exclaimed, Director, there's no problem with 8881's landing gear. Not far. Zhao Bufan's hanging heart finally returned to his stomach. Immediately, tell 8881 that their landing gear is fine. Yes. Cockpit. Chen Bin ended his call with the tower. Turning his head to Lu Qingzhou, he said, Captain, the landing gear is fine. That's good. Lu Qingzhou also let out a long sigh of relief, then turned sideways and looked down. By this time the plane was over Jianying Airport. Through the rain, Lu Qingzhou vaguely saw that a straight runway had already appeared in her line of sight. The runway lights are up on both sides of this runway, though the bright light of the runway light seemed very faint in the downpour. But still, it's the best guiding light at the moment. Lu Qingzhou looked at it for 4 or 5 seconds. Engrave the exact location of this runway in your mind. Only then did he gently pull backward and upward on the operating levers, pulling the nose of the airplane up, climbing, continuing to climb. Soon, the plane's altitude returned to about 300 meters, and as the plane climbed in altitude, it gradually moved away from the Jianying Airport runway. Immediately after, he wrenched the operating lever to the right and reached out and stepped on the right rudder. This Airbus A320 immediately turned to the right. Contact the tower. 8881 has completed its turn to the right and will land at Jianying Airport immediately. Lu Qingzhou added. Co-pilot Chen Bin immediately picked up the intercom and called the tower. 10 seconds or so later, Chen Bin immediately repeated the tower instructions. Current airport barometric pressure 1055, wind speed about 7, landing runway 02 left. Lu Qingzhou did not reply. Instead, he held the stick and kept adjusting the airplane's flight attitude. By the time the airplane had completed its turn to the right, the nose was almost one direction from the airport runway. Lu Qingzhou did not intend to fly 3 sides or 5 sides, but was prepared to land directly like a fighter jet. Civilian airplanes don't necessarily have to fly trilaterally or quintilaterally either. It's not impossible to land straight away. It's just that a direct landing is very much a test of the captain's skill. After all, civilian airplanes are usually big and too heavy. If you really learn to land a fighter jet straight down, it's likely to result in the plane going too fast and landing headfirst on the runway. This wouldn't be a landing, it would be a crash. And there are too many uncontrollable factors in low-altitude airspace. Things like cloud blockages, turbulent air currents, and flocks of birds flying around, etc. It is also easy to cause safety accidents if you hastily choose to land directly. Therefore, if it is not an emergency situation, and the captain is rashly landing directly, it is a violation of the 8-should-be-1 against principle established by the General Administration. It's to be dealt with. But now Mountaineer Flight SC-8881 is apparently experiencing an emergency, so there's nothing wrong with a direct landing. Plus Lu Qingzhou had absolute confidence in her driving skills. No need to fly around to slow down and go down in altitude. As for why he's so confident? None other. Only the hands are ripe. Chapter 9, the plane landed successfully. Finally survived. About 30 seconds later, the Airbus A320 was less than 2 kilometers from the airport runway. The plane's altitude had also dropped to about 100 meters. Lu Qingzhou was fully concentrated, eyes straight ahead. It was as if the eye could break through the rain to see the airport runway in the distance. But the rain was just too much. Even though his eyesight is far beyond that of an ordinary person, surprisingly reaching a staggering 5.4. But no amount of good eyesight can overcome the difficulties imposed by nature. Measuring good and bad vision is usually done using a standard logarithmic vision chart. The best visual acuity value measured by this meter is 5.3. General. A visual acuity of 5.0, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 on a standardized logarithmic visual acuity chart is considered excellent and optimal. As for 5.4, it is beyond the measurement range of this vision chart and must be detected using a special instrument. All pilots need a good pair of eyes. During the recruiting physical, the minimum vision requirement is 5.1, and instead of the normal E form, the recruiting physical test example uses a C form that tests vision in 8 directions. So strict, suffice it to say that pilots require a high degree of visual acuity, but it's still the same thing. Pilots with good eyesight can't do what X-rays can do to penetrate the barrier of an obstacle and see behind it. So now the plane is a full 2 kilometers from the runway, in visibility of less than 50 meters. There was no way Lu Qingzhou could find the runway in the middle of the pouring rain, but that's okay, because the exact location of the runway had long been etched into his mind. The reason he didn't land left just now. Instead, they chose to fly over Ginger Camp Airport before turning right. For one thing, the airplane was downwind when it first flew over Jianying Airport, and landing downwind adds a certain amount of risk. Secondly, Lu Qingzhou had no way to determine the exact location of the runway, so the only way to do this is to fly over the airport first, determine the exact orientation of the runway, and then choose the upwind wind direction. This will minimize the risk factor. That is to say, although the airport runway is still not in sight right now, but Lu Qingzhou had already clearly known the exact location of the runway. He was now two-handed with the joystick, constantly adjusting the airplane's flight attitude. Just as the plane's altitude had dropped below 100 meters, the plane suddenly became violently lurching once more, and a wailing alarm sounded in the cockpit. Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear, it's wind shear. The sound that pilots dread to hear, besides pull up, is wind shear. So when the wind shear alarm sounded in the cockpit, the co-pilot, Chen Bin, was instantly tense and looked at Lu Qingzhou with a helpless face. Lu Qingzhou remained taut. The fact that the plane was experiencing wind shear would have been expected of him. Crap. Ground winds at the airport are now around 7. So much wind. People standing on the runway would probably be blown away. Don't look at the Airbus A320 weighing 70 to 80 tons, but realize that the plane is not on the ground right now, but floating in the sky. So it's not too normal to drop below 100 meters in altitude and get blown around by a force 7 gale? So Lu Qingzhou decisively reached out and gripped the throttle valve gear lever, then immediately pressed the TO/GA electric gate. Immediately pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom again. He's preparing to use the thrust of the airplane against a force 7 gale. That's not all. Lu Qingzhou didn't turn her head back, and shouted towards Chen Bin, retract the deceleration plate, flaps up 15 degrees. Chen Bin was alarmed, because Lu Qingzhou was refueling the gas again and putting away the speed bumps. That's going to speed up the plane, isn't it? The question is, the plane is landing now. Are we going to land or not? But there was no time now to question any of the captain's decisions. So even if the captain commanded to jump off the cliff himself, he had to jump without hesitation. Chen Bin only hesitated for a second or two before quickly completing Lu Qingzhou's instructions. Rumble rumble. This Airbus A320 airliner once again erupted with a deafening roar, and the speed of the airplane became much faster all of a sudden, with the speed quickly exceeding 300 km per hour from more than 200 mph. But Lu Qingzhou still maintained the flight attitude of pressing the nose downward. There is no option to resume flying. It's too fast. but with the added bonus of constant power. The force 7 winds no longer seemed to bother the airplane, and the plane, which had been caught in a violent lurch, slowly regained its stability. Finally, the airport runway came into view, but the next second Lu Qingzhou saw the airport runway. The airplane was already flying over the runway. No way. The airplane was going too fast. Visibility is too low again. At this point, the plane is less than 50 meters high. No, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. When the flight altitude was less than 10 meters, Lu Qingzhou immediately pulled the nose up to ensure that the rear landing gear of the plane landed first. But now the airplane is still going over 300 kilometers per hour. Captain, Chenbin finally couldn't help himself and blurted out towards Lu Qingzhou, "Our speed is still too fast, and the runway at Jianying Airport is only 800 meters. We'll be unable to brake if we keep landing at this speed. General, large airplanes land at about 130 to 160 knots/hour. 1 knot is almost equal to 185 kilometers per hour. 130 knots equals 240 kilometers per hour, and 160 knots equals 290 kilometers per hour. This Airbus A320 is now traveling at over 160 knots, almost around 165 knots. Already it was exceeding the top speed of the airplane landing. Plus, Jianying Airport is only a Class 4D airport, with a runway of a mere 800 meters. If the plane remained on the ground at such a high speed, it would indeed brake and would certainly run off the runway. But right after Chenbin said this, boo! It was as if a muffled sound rang out from a heavy object hitting the ground hard. The rear landing gear of the plane had already hit the airport runway hard. Lu Qingzhou's expression was grave, as if he didn't hear Chenbin's concerns. Even though the speed of the airplane now exceeded 300 kilometers per hour, he still chose to land. And the moment the rear landing gear of the airplane smashed on the runway, a huge rebound force immediately acted on the fuselage of the airplane. This behemoth weighing 70 to 80 tons was actually bounced straight up. The forces are mutual. But the next instant, the plane's rear landing gear touched the ground once more, and then the huge tires went to work. About a few seconds later, the front landing gear also smashed on the runway. Like a wild horse out of control, the airplane began to roar down the runway. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were quick, immediately activated the plane's brakes, then yelled out, "Pull up the spoiler." Chenbin was also sweating in a hurry, but still immediately fulfilled the captain's instructions. But the airplane is still too fast. Even with the brakes and spoilers, the airplane was still going over 200 kilometers per hour. If it remains at this speed, it won't be long before the plane runs off the runway. So Chenbin, sweating profusely, looked at Lu Qingzhou and blurted out, "It's still too fast. What should we do? The runway has standing water, which will give us a good braking effect." Lu Qingzhou didn't turn her head back and explained loudly, "Then hold the reverse putter in your right hand." Heavy pulls back, click click click. The airplane's thrust reversers immediately came into play. Then the airplane's ground speed unexpectedly slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned out that Lu Qingzhou had already known that airplanes were too fast and could easily run off the runway, causing accidents. But he still intends to do it. The reason for this is that it's pouring rain outside the airplane right now, and there's bound to be a certain amount of water on the runway. The usual words. All this standing water can cause a lot of confusion and hindrance to the landing of an airplane, but today it is the best cushion. Fruity. Under the three hindrances of the braking system, the engine's thrust reverser, and the standing water, the Airbus A320, which was already somewhat out of control, was actually slowly tamed. Chenbin didn't even dare to blink. Filled with nervousness, he looked at the airplane's ground speedometer. When he saw the needle in the ground speed meter slowly fall back down, his mouth opened slightly and he even forgot to breathe. It was probably almost another minute. The Airbus A320 ran wildly on the runway for nearly 500 meters before finally coming to a slow stop on the runway. The moment the plane came to a stop, Chenbin slumped in his seat all of a sudden, breathing heavily. He was already drenched in sweat. The whole thing looked like it had just come out of the water. And Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in the captain's seat, now there was a look of hijacking as well. Breathing heavily, both eyes were all bloodshot. So much so that he didn't even notice the system's congratulations to the host for completing the triggered mission. The reward has been issued successfully. Electronic synthesized voice resounded in his head. Come to life. Finally, it's coming to life. This feeling of euphoria after a robbery can never be understood by those who have not experienced it. You la, you la, you la. The plane had only been parked for a short time. The sirens of various rescue vehicles were heard faintly from both sides of the runway. This is the airport rescue team arriving. Have to say, Ginger Camp Airport is pretty quick to respond. It has only been a little over 10 minutes since Mountaineer SC-8881 took the initiative to contact Jianying Tower to inform the tower that it was going to brave the torrential rain to force a landing. But in just over 10 minutes, a group of rescue forces had been deployed at Jianying Airport waiting for help near the runway. Even the entire Wanchang rescue force has been mobilized, always on call. No way. Safety has always been no small matter at Eastern University. Whenever security is involved, that's all top priority. Not to mention, there are 8 crew members and over 100 passengers on Flight 8881. So many lives are at stake. It's normal for airports to react quickly, but Lu Qingzhou didn't have much energy to focus on that now. The past 10 minutes or so had pretty much drained him of all energy, so he is now just want to sit paralyzed in the captain's seat. Not a single movement. Exhale. Come to life. Finally alive. Chapter 10 Mountain Air is worthy of being the Eastern University's version of Aeroflot. The degree of pugnacity has been more than ever. The pylons. Jiangying Airport Tower. In the control hall, the voice of Chen Bin, co-pilot of Mountain Air Flight SC-8881, sounded once again. 8881 has landed safely. Chen Bin's voice was hoarse and breathless. It's the same as the voice of a man in sage time. But when he uttered the words 8881 has landed safely, everyone in the tower automatically filtered out the breathlessness in his tone. Instead, they all froze in place. In the large control hall, there was no more sound except that of the various instruments. A full few seconds passed. It was only then that Wu Zhigao, who was in charge of communications, trembled as he asked, 8881, please repeat it again. 8881, it has landed safely. Chen Bin's voice once again sounded over the communication channel. Next, the large control hall then turned into a sea of cheers. Pretty. Awesome. So awesome. 8881 awesome. It's so cool that we managed to land in this weather. Miracle. It's a miracle. Woohoo. For a moment there I thought 8881 had crashed. Wu Zhigao and Lin Muya were now so excited that they didn't know what to say either. The two of them were the first staff members to notice something strange about Mountain Air SC-8881. Also the staff that was involved in rescuing 8881 from the very beginning. So now 8881 landed without incident. Both of them, in addition to their excitement, had a sense of satisfaction that came with the honor of being there. It's safe. 8881 is safe. Wu Zhigao clutched the intercom with both hands in a death grip, his voice already choking a little. The corners of Lin Muyao's eyes, on the other hand, were already moist. Both eyes were wide and deadpan, staring at the radar screen. For his part, Zhao Bufan, the tower duty officer, looked as if he had been drained of all his strength. After hearing Chen Bin's reply, he sat down softly on a reclining chair, breathing heavily. Don't be fooled by how calm and collected he was just now. Actually, the last 10 minutes or so, as the watch leader of the tower at Ginger Camp Airport, he takes the most pressure. Clunk. This time, the door to the tower control hall was suddenly pushed open. Several middle-aged men holding umbrellas but already drenched walked in hurriedly. The one in the lead. It was Chen Zhizhong, chairman of Jiangying Airport Management Company. As a handler at Ginger Camp Airport, Chen received a report from the tower 10 minutes ago. He was also all taken aback when he learned that a flight had actually been struck by lightning, causing a failure of the flight control system and lightning strike prevention device, requiring an immediate forced landing at Jiangying Airport. So he immediately instructed Zhao Bufan to activate the emergency plan and then assisted in the forced landing of Flight 8881. Immediately after, Chen Zhizhong immediately gathered several leaders from the airport and drove to the tower in a hurry, though they weren't that far from the tower. But it's raining too much, so by the time a few people drove up, a full 10 minutes had passed. Cho, how's the situation? Before entering the control hall, Chen Zhizhong then asked in a deep voice. At the same time his eyes had gone to the radar screen. When he saw that on the radar screen, the triangular symbol representing Flight 8881 had disappeared. His heart trembled. Had he come a step too late after all? Zhao Bufan saw so many leaders hurrying over in the pouring rain, also taken aback. Rush to your feet. Hurriedly, he said. Mr. Chen, leaders, 8881 has landed safely. Chen Zhizhong looked like he had heard wrong. Subconsciously said, immediately contact the local government and ask them to participate in the search and rescue of Flight 8881. Wait, what did you say? He was only halfway through his sentence when he realized something was wrong. Then he looked at Zhao Bufan with a face full of shock. Zhao Bufan propped his hands on the desktop, excitement already written all over his face, and said loudly, 8881. It's landed safely. 8881. It's safe. What? Chen Zhizhong first froze, then looked at Zhao Bufan with a face full of shock. The faces of several other leaders were also brilliant. As a decades-long veteran of civil aviation, they know all too well how threatening weather can be to flights, especially with this extreme weather. A forced landing is no different than suicide. Not to mention, the airplane that forced a landing also suffered a flight control system failure. But now there really is such a plane landing safely. It had clearly turned their perceptions upside down. That's why Chen Zhizhong froze for several seconds, then immediately asked after him, Are you telling the truth? Really? 8881 is already safe. Zhao Bufan added. He seemed to be worried that the other party didn't believe him, so he emphasized again. The plane is now parked on the runway, and the 8881 co-pilot has contacted us, and the rescuers are on their way there. Mr. Chen. Leaders, 8881 is safe. Phew. Chen Zhizhong let out a long sigh of relief. Several others had similar expressions. It's good to be safe. It's good to be safe. When I was debriefed earlier, I was scared out of my mind. On the way here the driver was afraid to even drive fast, but to have an airplane land safely, I don't know if it was just too lucky or if the crew was just too good. SC-8881? A flight from Mountain Air? Gee, Mountain Air is worthy of being the toughest carrier in the Eastern University. It's amazing that this kind of weather can be conquered by them. Yeah, it's worthy of being the Big East's version of Aeroflot, tougher than Aeroflot ever was. Several people discussed it heartily. At the same time there was a slight sense of alienation in his heart. That is, he and others panicked and rushed to the tower for the purpose of sitting and directing the smooth forced landing of Flight 8881. It turned out to be a tight rush and later, the plane had actually landed safely. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip and a wasted worry? Alas yes. A vice president of the airport suddenly asked, Xiao Zhao, do you know which captain is flying Flight 8881? To be able to land the plane safely under such conditions, it must be an experienced old bird captain. I'm quite familiar with several pilots of Mountain Air. Maybe I even know the captain of 8881. Zhao Bufan hurriedly replied. It's Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou? The other party first froze, then a trace of realization appeared on his face. So it's Lu Yanwang. It's alright then. A few other people also had a sure enough look on their faces. So it's that kid. No wonder. If we had known the captain was him, we wouldn't have had to get so worked up. That's right. Look at me all drenched up. King Lu Yan really lives up to his name. Aside. The more Lin Muyao listened, the more confused she became. The three words Lu Yan Wang she had heard several times today. So who the hell is Lu Yan Wang? Why the leaders as soon as they heard it was him? I can't believe all of them are wearing the I knew it expression. Is this captain really that good to the point of reassuring everyone? But since he can do what everyone is assured of, why the nickname Lu Yan Wang again? Lin Muyao was puzzled. P.S. Signing a full spent 35 hours to audit through. Because of the fear of sensitive subject matter cannot sign. So the 2 days will not dare to update. And now has signed. So you can rest assured bold update. Kneeling to ask for your big brother on the support of the street. I will be guaranteed every day more than 4,000 words to update. If the data of the chase, bookshelf, hyped up and gifts and so on strong, I will be more explosive. Chapter 11, it's on the hot list. The rainstorm in Wancheng has been going on for more than half an hour. That's more than half an hour. The sky in Wancheng is like a leak. Heavy rains clattered down from the sky. In just half an hour, the rainfall exceeded 100 millimeters, almost half the amount of water in West Lake. So a lot of low-lying places in downtown Wancheng have already had standing water for a long time. Even in some underground parking lots or underpasses, the water has already exceeded more than half a meter. The White River, Meishi River, Wanliang River and other rivers that traverse the Wancheng city center are also surging with water at this time. With the increase of stagnant water, as well as the various rivers surging, so now Wancheng surprisingly has the tendency to evolve into the Venice of the East. But the biggest news in Wancheng right now isn't the extreme rainstorms that have hit the city for decades. Instead, UFO. Yes, it's the UFO. Just over 10 minutes ago, the host of CTV News Channel connects with a forward reporter to report on the extreme rainstorm weather conditions in Wancheng. And just as the reporter was braving the rain to report on the disaster to the viewers in front of the TV and on the air, the cameraman's camera happened to catch what appeared to be a triangular-shaped craft flying through the black clouds in the sky. What a coincidence! Just as the camera captures this triangular craft, just in time for a bolt of lightning to strike, with the brief light brought by the lightning, the unidentified craft was completely exposed to the camera, and was really seen by all the viewers who were watching the program, not just CCTV news channels. A local face anchor in Wancheng also caught this UFO on camera when he was live streaming the stormy weather in Wancheng with his webcam on. There were thousands of people on the air at the time. As the bolt of lightning struck down, several thousand of the aquanauts in the broadcast room watched as the triangular unidentified pilot appeared on camera and then disappeared. So just a few minutes. Hashtag the phrases hashtag Wancheng suffered extreme weather and hashtag Wancheng found an unidentified flying machine hashtag simultaneously made it to the hot search list on Weibo, Jitterbug, Headline, Shutterbug and other social media. Especially hashtag UFOs found in Wancheng hashtag. It was even a breath of fresh air that climbed straight to the top of the major social media hot search list, completely detonated the entire Chinese internet. Ginger Camp Airport. As the plane slowed to a stop on the runway cabin, neither the crew nor the passengers seemed to react. Almost everyone had their heads buried low. Some of them even made whimpering noises from their mouths and sobbed in whispers. The last 10 minutes or so have scared the hell out of them. The plane was flying fine. I don't know what happened, but it felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside the window, and then all the lights in the cabin went out. After a few seconds, the green emergency lights only came back on. Then, and the nightmare begins. The plane first became very bumpy, as if a pair of big invisible hands grabbed the plane and kept throwing it up and down. Sitting in an airplane is like riding a roller coaster. Not for a while. The plane then plunged headlong into a cloud so black you couldn't see it. Rain and hail crackled like bullets against the fuselage of the airplane. Every now and then there was lightning that just grazed the airplane. If there really is a hell in this world, then there should be a part of the netherworld in this black cloud. That time, even the most optimistic in the cabin had fallen into deep despair. It's already 1 foot in the grave. So the passenger cabin. The atmosphere was oppressive and desperate. Desperate screams and cries rang out. Even several stewardesses were scared and cried. But the plane had only been in the clouds for a short time when the crew informed everyone to prepare for impact. Before the crowd could react, the plane then suddenly turned around and dove downward. Then this Airbus A320 airliner swooped, turned, and pulled its nose up at times. Where is this an airplane ride? It's simply a roller coaster ride, and it's still the most thrilling, exciting roller coaster ever. It's so thrilling that you don't even have time to let your breath escape. Just when the crowd in the cabin thought it was all over, the plane landed safely. From great sorrow to great joy in just under a minute or two. Emotions changed too quickly. So now that the plane had come to a complete stop, the crowd in the cabin still hadn't reacted. All of them were dumbfounded. Just stick your neck out like a dumb goose and look around stupidly. You la, you la, you la. This time, the sirens of the rescue vehicles came from far and wide into the passenger compartment. The stewardess finally reacted at this point. While undoing the seatbelt that was buckled around his body, he said with a sobbing voice, all, what are you waiting for? The plane has landed safely. We are finally safe. Quick, open the emergency hatch and organize the passengers to get off the plane in a hurry. Her comment was like a detonator, instantly setting the cabin on fire. We're saved? The plane stopped? That just scared the hell out of me. It's about to give me a heart attack. Stewardess, someone fainted here. Do any of you have any emergency heart pills? Someone's having a heart attack. One time, the cabin was in a frenzy. Several passengers who could not bear it too well had suffered great sorrow and great joy in a short period of time, and their emotions fluctuated too much, so they were directly given a shock and fainted when they reacted. The stewardess and other flight attendants saw this. It was also terrified. What a thing to do. The airplanes were in the sky one by one, though they were ghostly and were so scared they couldn't even breathe. But at least it didn't pass out from the shock. Now the plane landed safely. Someone actually gave a scare. They don't dare to slack off. The two flight attendants hurried to the door of the airplane's emergency hatch and pulled it open with force at the same time. Pust! The emergency hatch's aerostat ladder inflated successfully in an instant and swooped from the airplane's cabin to the runway. But the bean-sized rain was also swept into the cabin by the gusty winds. But it's important to pick up a little life at this point, so no one cares even if they get wet from the rain. And at that point, rescue vehicles finally arrived. Several ambulances and fire trucks were parked just below the emergency hatch. Wait until rescuers and firefighters get on the plane with stretchers. The several flight attendants sat down limply in their seats as if their strength had been drained from their bodies. Chapter 12, the youngest civilian pilot in Blue Star's history. Phew. Cockpit. Chenbin sat in the passenger seat, breathing heavily. Several minutes had passed since the plane had come to a steady stop on the runway, but he still hasn't slowed down. Chenbin took another long breath. Only then did he slowly turn his head and look at Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in the captain's seat, and said with admiration and sighs, Captain Qingzhou, this day, thanks to you, I haven't been partnered with you before, so I've been hearing all the rumors about you before as fun. I finally got to see it today. I'm pulling ass with this one, too, with a small knife and open eyes. Hey, you say how you're so good. You seem to be just under 25 this year, and it seems like it's only been 2 or 3 years since you joined Mountain Air. Lu Qingzhou turned her head. Looking at Chen Bin, he squeezed out a bitter smile and said, there are still a few months to go before he reaches the age of 25, and as for the length of service, it's more than 5 years, but the flight hours are only 1,500. Chen Bin gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. He said, I'm a good 3 or 4 years older than you, and have over 2,000 more flight hours than you, but I'm still a co-pilot. It's true that the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and pigs. No one is born to fly airplanes and be a pilot. So every pilot is trained and progressed from the ground up. Senior year. If you have a dream of being a pilot, Then you can go ahead and take the medical examination for recruitment organized by the regions. The medical examination for recruitment is very strict. In case of Army recruitment, it is only for freshers. The University of Civil Aviation recruits. On the other hand, both freshmen and repeaters. Pilots need a good body and mental qualities, so the recruitment medical examination is very strict. But the physical examination for Army recruitment is far more stringent than that for civil aviation universities. Past the recruiting physical, scores, especially in foreign languages, are at the university's admission level. Well, congratulations, you've been accepted to Air University. But training a qualified pilot isn't cheap. More than 30 years ago, it was also in 1986 that our Air Force authorities had conducted an audit of the cost of training pilots. The result of the audit was that to train a qualified J-8 pilot who could undertake combat duty alone would require at least 2,800,000 soft currency. As for the Boom 6 strategic bomber pilots, it's a staggering 4.6 million. It was 1986, more than 30 years ago. According to the prices at that time, the conversion into gold was 57 kilograms and 93 kilograms, respectively. That's why there's been this idea in Western military circles that the cost of training a competent Jag Panther pilot is exactly equal to the amount of gold that pilot weighs. Of course, civilian pilots are naturally less expensive to train than the military. The cost of cultivation isn't cheap though. It's almost got to be around 4 million soft dollars, 2018 figures. However, this figure is not fixed and the exact cost will vary depending on the location, quality of teaching, equipment and facilities of that particular CAA. But even so, such a high cost of training is also not affordable to ordinary families. Are the pilots a bunch of rich kids? Of course not. Piloting is very much a test of physical fitness and talent. It's not something that can be cultivated by burning money. Therefore, in our country, the mode of training civilian pilots basically adopts the mode of signing a contract between the students and the airline company or the university, and then the airline company or the university pays for it. What does that mean? That is, a student who passes the medical examination and also scores over the line, then an airline or a flying university will sign a contract with him or her, with the former providing the cost of his or her training, and the student will have to serve a certain number of years at that airline after graduating from the university before he or she can jump ship. But when a cadet graduates and joins the airline, he or she is not immediately able to fly the airplane, but needs to go through a period of training on the modified aircraft. After completing the training and obtaining a commercial license, there are several types of flight licenses, including private, sport, commercial, and ATPL, airline transportation license. You can get on the plane and become a qualified co-pilot. Co-pilots are further categorized as observers, full right seat, nth to first category co-pilots, left seat co-pilots, and so on. The observer has the lowest rating and the left seat passenger has the highest rating. Being promoted to left seat co-pilot is one step away from becoming a civilian captain. But according to the relevant agencies, it takes at least 5 years for a co-pilot to be successfully promoted to captain. That's if everything goes well and the airline is willing to spend the money. After the left seat co-pilot wants to brush up on his flight hours, he can take the captain's promotion test organized by the General Administration. Once you pass the test, you can become a qualified civil aviation captain. Captains, from lowest to highest, are further categorized as J single pilot, a lead pilot, and T instructor. A single plane captain just needs to pass the test and then have a commercial license, but the lead captain is required to get an ATPL license, airline transportation license, to do so. The instructor's words are ranked even higher again. Instructors are further categorized into A and B instructors. Class A instructors mainly lead students who have completed the simulator test and have a certain flight foundation to complete the real aircraft flight instruction. Class B instructors, on the other hand, teach students from the ground up. So Class B instructors also include training in simulator instruction. Right now Lu Qingzhou is still just a J single airplane captain. The single plane length can only fly short and medium-haul domestic routes, not qualified to fly international/intercontinental, or complex routes such as high altitude. However, when one thinks about the fact that Lu Qingzhou is only 24 years old this year, just 5 years into the job, he has grown from a small co-pilot to a single airplane captain. The speed of its growth is not to say that it is unprecedented, but it is definitely unprecedented. That is to say, Lu Qingzhou directly broke the record for the youngest captain in the history of civil aviation at Eastern University. But someone else's promotion from co-pilot to captain is required to brush up on flight hours. Each carrier has different rules about the length of flights again, but it takes a minimum of 3,500 hours. Then why was Lu Qingzhou qualified to participate in the captain promotion examination organized by the Civil Aviation Administration with only a mere 1,000 odd hours? The reason for this is that less than a year after he graduated, he was promoted from observer to first co-pilot because of his outstanding performance. Then during a flight mission, The captain became suddenly ill and was not only unable to continue flying the airplane, but his life was in danger. As the co-pilot, Lu Qingzhou stepped forward in this emergency, take full control of the airplane in place of the captain. Then one man piloted the plane to a successful forced landing. Not only did he save the rest of the plane, but even the captain saved his life because he got to the hospital in time. That's exactly why. It was only then that he was allowed to take the captain's promotion test early. I didn't expect this test, and really let him pass the test. Then it became the youngest civilian captain at Eastern University, and in all of Blue Star. It also became a generational legend. P.S. The next 2 chapters are a bit boring. The reason why the author spent hundreds of words to introduce the rank of pilots, in fact, is afraid that everyone looks confused. Captain text is actually the same as the cultivation of immortality text. There is also a classification. If I do not write the rating system clearly in advance, I guess everyone will be more confused when you read the following. So please forgive me. I'm begging for more work and gifts. Chapter 13. How hardcore is Mountain Air? Lu Qingzhou wasn't from this world. 8 years ago, because of an accident, he traveled to this parallel world called Blue Star. Blue Star and Earth are almost 90% or more similar. Even a lot of classic literature, movie and television works, celebrity stars and whatnot on Earth. Blue Star has it all. Only Blue Star is more chaotic than Earth. A lot of areas abroad have hit the ground running. So the world is like a large powder keg that explodes at the slightest point. But the University of the East is comparable to the University of the East in another parallel time. There was a lot of fuss and fighting abroad. Domestically, the years have been quiet, and no war has broken out for 30 or 40 years. Even skirmishes are settled with cold weapons. That's why Lu Qingzhou quickly adapted after crossing over to this world. And he was even more delighted when he realized that not only had he become several years younger, but he was even a freshman at the Civil Aviation University of Eastern University. In a previous life, Lu Qingzhou had always had a dream of flying. It is only because of the family's condition since childhood and its poor physical condition. That's why I was brushed off when I took the physical for recruitment my senior year of high school. Dreams turn into regrets. Until he was in his 30s. Small career success. Barely considered wealth freedom. It is only then that you have the time and energy to revive your childhood dreams. So at that time, Lu Qingzhou spent more than $300,000 to study and obtain a flight license at his own expense. You can only fly sport light airplanes, but it's a dream come true. Only on one flight. The plane malfunctioned. It eventually crashed in a depression. And by the time he woke up, he was in this parallel world called Blue Star. However, because of her memories and driving experience from her previous life, Lu Qingzhou's learning progress in college in this life was a godsend. I passed the simulator test my freshman year. Successful sophomore jump. Hands-on practice is available on the machine. Then my junior year I brushed up on my credit hours. Got my private and sport licenses back-to-back. Flight licenses are divided into private, sport, commercial, and airline, and graduated from Civil Aeronautics University a year early. It was because Lu Qingzhou had signed an agreement with Mountain Air when she was admitted to the University of Civil Aviation, funded by Mountain Air for Lu Qingzhou's college education. So Lu Qingzhou graduated from the Civil Aviation University and naturally became an employee of Mountain Air. He thought that he was going to start as an observer, take one step at a time, and succeed in becoming a captain. But I didn't expect it. The bigger surprise came the day he was inducted. First day on the job, Lu Qingzhou had activated the system that was more than 3 years late, Divine Pilot System, with a system to add to it. Lu Qingzhou's experience at Mountain Air was like an opening. Because of his excellent performance during his service, he helped several captains to successfully handle a number of air incidents. It even went so far as to take over the airplane when one of the captains had a sudden and life-threatening illness and landed the plane safely on his own. That's why Mountain Air didn't follow the rules and require him to brush up on his 3,500 flight hours before he was allowed to take the captain's promotion test organized by the CAAC. Instead, when he had been in the job for only 3 years and had less than 1,000 hours of flying time, he was given a $100,000 entry fee to take the captain's promotion examination test in advance. Originally, Mountain Air executives are just treating this captain promotion test as a bonus. It was equivalent to letting Lu Qingzhou treat this assessment as a mock exam to accumulate experience. I didn't expect Lu Qingzhou to advance just by taking one examination, become the youngest civilian captain in the history of Eastern University, and indeed Blue Star. In just 3 years, he has traveled the path that other pilots have traveled for 7, 8, or even more than a decade. This feat is not said to be unprecedented, but it is certainly unprecedented. After successfully advancing to become a captain, Lu receives training in the modification of several types of airplanes, become a civilian captain who can fly a variety of jet medium-range mainline airliners, and because he has been serving as a captain for more than 2 years, because of its successful disposal of a number of major special air accidents, and acting in a very pugnacious style, boarding up even the company's gold card customers are not in the eyes. That's why he is also affectionately called Lu Yanwan by people in the industry. If it was in another airline, pilots like Lu Qingzhou, who came with a bad luck constitution and acted in a pugnacious style, had already been swept away. Where's the possibility of advancing to captain? But Mountain Air is not like other carriers. Mountain Air is claimed to be the Big East's version of Aeroflot, and the reason for that is its pugnacious corporate culture. How hardcore is Mountain Air? If you're interested, you can move your fingers and look it up online. There are a lot of terriers on the internet about Mountain Air. For example, Mountain Airline pilot, Tower. Should we take off? Tower, no. It's raining. No takeoff. Mountain pilot, okay, don't hesitate to take off straight away. Passenger, if the captain dares to fly, there must be no problem. Captain, passengers must not be afraid to die. All, fly. I had a friend who usually flew other carriers on business trips until one time he chose to arrive home an hour early on Mountain Air, and now he's been divorced for 2 years, crying. There is only one reason for Mountain Air's delay. The landing airport won't accept it. Takeoff, Chua. Flight, so. Landing, Duong. Passenger, you. Captain, Yi, yay. Get off at the end of the day. These web stocks are not necessarily fidelity, but the fact that Mountain Air has so many online segments is a good indication that its pugnacity is not for nothing, and Yamaha's pugnacious demeanor is etched in his bones. And Lu Qingzhou were also considered to be in tune with the three views. Brother Chen. The passenger cabin seems to have started evacuating the passengers. Why don't you go to the passenger cabin and see if there is anything you need help with? Lu Qingzhou rested for a while and turned her head to her co-pilot Chen Bin. I'm tired enough to even be a little off my feet right now, so let me sneak in some laziness and recover. Chen Bin hurriedly stood up. To Lu Qingzhou, she said, you rest your head, I'll go to the guest cabin. Having said that, turn around quickly. Pulling open the cockpit door, he headed for the passenger cabin. When he's gone, it was only then that Lu Qingzhou stretched out with a cozy face, then silently say in your mind, System, open the personal attribute bar. Next, a light screen similar to a game interface then appeared in his mind, and in this light screen, all are his personal attributes. P.S. These 2 chapters are light to explain the background of the story and attributes, so it looks a little water, but these 2 chapters on the plot to promote a great role, do not explain clearly if the back of the people will look cloudy. If you like this book, please add to the bookshelf on your knees to chase and urge more. Thank you all great. Chapter 14 The wonderful use of the divine pilot system. Name Lu Qingzhou. Rating, single pilot, classification, observer. Full right seat, left seat co-pilot, single pilot, lead pilot, instructor. Flight time, 1,566 hours. Takeoffs and landings, 763. Points, 650. Experience value, 15, 000, 85. 000 experience points short of promotion. Items no. Mission breaking through the cumulonimbus cluster, completed. The mission reward has been issued successfully. Whether to collect it immediately, yes/no. Pilot type, propeller aircraft series, regional airliners, small airliners with less than 100 seats. Airbus A320 series, Boeing 737 series. Type unlocked, twin-engine long-range wide-body airliner, twin-aisle wide-body aircraft with more than 150 passengers, not piloted yet. Unlocked types, super-large long-range wide-body airliners, fighter jets, amphibious aircraft, helicopters, and more. P.S. Unlocked aircraft. You can upgrade the E-Pilot level to obtain the piloting conditions. You can also purchase the Flight Experience Pack to have the piloting conditions. P.S. Congratulations to the host for completing the triggered mission, bravely breaking into the cumulonimbus cluster. The mission reward has been issued successfully. Please check and receive by the host. Lu Qingzhou swept the personal attribute bar, then will fixed his eyes on the taskbar. Choose to receive your reward immediately. He only heard another ding. Mission reward claimed successfully. Please check with the host electronic synthesized sound. And then his personal attribute bar immediately changed. Experience value increased from 15,000 to 18,000. Points went from 650 to 700. The item bar has also changed from temporarily unavailable to Boeing 787 medium and long-range twin-aisle widebody airliner pilot's manual. When he saw that his mission reward was 3,000 points, 50 points, and the Boeing 787 pilot's manual, a look of satisfaction appeared on Lu Qingzhou's face, especially the points. It's too important for him. Why? Because points are equivalent to the currency that the system sends him. he could use the points and the system to exchange them for anything and everything he wanted. Things like unlocking airplanes, buying pilot manuals, etc. The system has a mall. The mall is packed with items. Only the prices in the mall were too high. Lu Qingzhou had only bought items in the mall 2 or 3 times in the past few years. As for the driver's manual, it is similar to the existence of an opener. This was because if Lu Qingzhou obtained the pilot's manual for a certain type of airplane, after clicking on it to use it, he would be able to simulate piloting that type of airplane in the system's virtual space. Don't think for a moment that pilots are like car drivers. You can drive all small cars if you get a C license and all large vehicles if you get an A license. In fact, even if a pilot gets a flight license, the types of aircraft he can fly are strictly controlled. Take, for example, civilian airliner pilots. Even if you get a commercial license to fly a normal medium-range mainline narrowbody, you can only fly a certain type of aircraft that you have been trained on. Take Lu Qingzhou for example. After graduating from the University of Aviation, he was sent by Mountain Air to a specialized flight school to receive training in modification. Along with his commercial license, he was also successfully qualified to fly Boeing 737 passenger planes. That is to say, Lu Qingzhou can fly the Boeing 737 series airplane, but can he fly another mainline narrowbody if he wants to, like the Airbus A320? Of course not. This is because Airbus and Boeing have differences in all aspects of operating systems, piloting procedures, etc. So he is not qualified, or capable of flying the Airbus A320 without having been trained in the modifications to get the qualifications to fly the Airbus A320 airliner. But with the system it's different, because the function of the system is not just as simple as triggering a mission, completing it, and handing out rewards for it. The system also has a virtual space. In virtual space, as long as the host has enough points, he or she can redeem all the flying machines he or she wants. After successful redemption and unlocking, the host will be able to fly the craft in virtual space. But flying an airplane is a tedious procedure. It's hard for the average person to get started without years and years of accumulation. So again, the system has a driver's handbook to boot. By clicking to use the pilot's manual, all the operating procedures for this aircraft are automatically generated in the host's mind. At the same time, the virtual space is very real. Could be a lot more realistic than flying a simulator in the real world. By clicking into the virtual space, the host can fly the airplane in a hyper-realistic state in the virtual space. Only the flow of time in virtual space is the same as in the real world. So although it had been several years since activating the system, Lu Qingzhou's flight hours in virtual space were only a mere 1 or 2,000 hours. But it's with the added benefit of the system. That was why Lu Qingzhou had obtained a commercial license in a very short time, and at the same time obtained the flight qualification for the Boeing 737 series of airliners. And then not too many years later, he passed another captain's promotion test with flying colors. And in recent years, because of Boeing's frequent scandalous outbreaks, and the accident rate remains high, until last year, all passenger and cargo airplanes under the Mountain Air banner were Boeing's. But to be on the safe side, last year Mountain Air spent a lot of money to buy and lease a few Airbus A320s. As the youngest captain at Mountain Air, Lu Qingzhou was then sent by the company to carry out training on the modification of the Airbus A320 series of airliners. 1 short month. He then went on to become certified to fly the Airbus A320 airliner. So now he's kind of double certified. Fly Boeing if you want to. Fly an Airbus if you want to. Receive the rewards for your mission. Lu Qingzhou's mind moved and then turned off the system. When he opened his eyes, he heard the cockpit door ding-ding. Looking back, the co-pilot, Chen Bin, who had already been drenched like a drowned chicken, pushed open the door and walked in. Lu Qingzhou asked curiously, "How did you get drenched?" "A passenger fainted. I'm helping to carry him off the plane," Chen Bin casually explained. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly. "Passenger fainted? What's going on?" "The plane suffered a series of mishaps, but no one should have been hurt, right? How did you faint? Is it serious?" he hurriedly pursued. Chen Bin replied with a relaxed smile. "No big deal. Just scared." "Scared?" Lu Qingzhou was taken aback, then asked with some incredulity. "You mean, scared out of your wits?" "Ah nah." Chen Bin pulled a few pieces of paper and wiped the rainwater from his face. Then he added, "Now that the rain is much lighter, and the passengers have all been evacuated, the airport will immediately send tractor trailers over to tow us off the runway. What should we do next?" Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment before saying, "You and the airport ground crew check the condition of the airplane. I have to make a trip to the branch to report this air accident." Good. Chapter 15. People are divided into 3 classes, and so are airports. At 4 or 5 p.m., the extraordinarily heavy rain finally stopped. But since the rain was so heavy today, even though it has stopped raining now, there is standing water everywhere in this city. It's the same as someone dumping half of West Lake into downtown Wancheng in just an hour or two. so the city of Wancheng is now almost an ocean. The flood relief efforts began as early as the rain became lighter. Luckily, Wancheng has several rivers running through it. In turn, these rivers are by far the best channels for flood drainage. Moreover, the territory of Wancheng is full of mountains and rivers and hills, so floodwaters tend to follow the topography to the low-lying areas and then flow down through the various rivers, filling the Yangtze River. That is to say, this extraordinarily heavy rain caused some damage to Wancheng though, but it's still manageable. Ginger Camp Airport remains temporarily closed, although the rain has stopped now. However, a lot of standing water is still stagnant in the airport, especially the runway. Not only do we have to clear the water, but we also have to check that the runway lights and other equipment haven't malfunctioned as a result of this heavy rain. All flights circling the airport waiting to land had to return or land at other airports. Flights waiting to take off also had to be held down and wait for instructions to resume flights. Fortunately, Jianying Airport is not big, just a 4D airport, with flights to more than 20 cities in China, and less than 100 flights in and out of Hong Kong every day. Not considered particularly busy. Otherwise the temporary closure for a day would be a big loss. People are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The same is true of airports. Let's take civilian airports as a chestnut. According to the relevant regulations of ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, the classification of civil airports is mainly based on the class index of the flight area, and these metrics include the dimensions of the airport's runway, the maximum wingspan of takeoff and landing aircraft, and the distance to the outside of the outer wheels of the main landing gear, among others. A Class 4F airport, for example, is one in which the length of the usable runway, main runway, is greater than or equal to 600 meters under standard conditions. The maximum wingspan of the usable aircraft is in the range of 65 meters to 80, and the outer wheel outboard spacing of the main landing gear is in the range of 14 meters to 16 meters. That is to say, all models of Blue Star aircraft are currently capable of landing at Class 4F airports. Class 4F airports are also the highest rated airports available. As of 2021, we have a total of 20 Class 4F airports. 4E airports are airports where, under standard conditions, the usable runway length is greater than or equal to 3,000 meters and less than 3,600 meters. The maximum wingspan of usable aircraft is in the range of 53 meters to 65 meters, and the pitch of the outer wheels of the main landing gear is between 9 meters and 14 meters. Class 4D airports are airports with a usable runway length greater than or equal to 2,400 meters and less than 3,000 meters, a usable aircraft maximum wingspan of 36 meters to 52 meters, and a main landing gear outer wheel pitch of 9 meters to 14 meters under standard conditions. Wancheng Jianying Airport is a Class 4D airport. Class 4C airports are airports where, under standard conditions, the usable runway length is greater than or equal to 1,800 m and less than 2,400 m. The maximum wingspan of usable aircraft is between 24 m and 36 m, and the pitch of the outer wheels of the main landing gear is between 6 and 9 meters. Class 3C airports are defined as airports with usable runway lengths greater than or equal to 1,200 meters and less than 1,800 meters under standard conditions. Usable aircraft with maximum wingspans ranging from 24 meters to 36 meters, and main landing gear with outer wheel outboard spacing of 6 meters to 9 meters. Class 3C airports are the smallest airports in the class and can only handle small regional propeller or jet aircraft. In addition to dividing it with flight zone criteria, airports can also be categorized according to the scope of route operations and the status and nature of the city in which they are located. For example, if we categorize airports by the scope of route business, airports can be divided into international airports, domestic airports, hub airports, trunk airports, regional airports and so on. If categorized according to the status and nature of the city where the airport is located, airports can be divided into Class 1, Class 2, Class 3 and Class 4 airports. But the current global standard of division, the division is still based primarily on flight zone standards. China Airlines Flight SC8881 was from Tianfu International Airport in Rongcheng, Sichuan Province to Yaowu International Airport in Quancheng, the capital of Ludong Province. By the way, it is not necessary to land at Wancheng Jianying Airport. However, Flight 8881 is not a non-stop flight, but a stopover flight that requires a brief stopover at Jianying Airport, and it was when the plane was going down in altitude, ready to land at Jianying Airport, that it suddenly received a thunderbolt, leading to a series of subsequent accidents. Thinking about the heavy crisis in the sky just now, Lu Qingzhou still felt a twinge of fear even now. No way. The visibility is terrible. And again, heavy rains, lightning and gusty winds struck. The plane malfunctioned again. After stacking so many layers of buffs, she was able to survive certainly because Lu Qingzhou possessed a strong mental quality and exquisite skills, but there was also a certain amount of luck involved. Don't think that Lu Qingzhou is a hangman and can do whatever he wants just because he has the power of the system. Quite the opposite. He's lived a careful life these past few years. This was because the system's biggest function at the moment was to provide virtual space where he could increase his strength through constant practice. Normally the system doesn't show up at all. Even if he is facing a life and death crisis, the system also all but said nothing. That is to say, today, when he piloted his airplane out of a cumulonimbus cloud mass and immediately crashed into a mountain, he didn't dispose of it in time, resulting in the airplane actually crashing into the mountain, and the system wouldn't have come to his aid but rather allowed him to die in the process. But Lu Qingzhou didn't complain. After all, the reason he was able to get so much growth so fast, the system is a credit to the system. So what's the point of having a bike? Captain, you're back? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Qingzhou had just walked into the lobby of a 4-star hotel next to Jianying Airport when Chen Bin and a few flight attendants immediately greeted him. The plane landed safely just now. Lu Qingzhou then hurriedly left the airport, came to the airport near the Mountain Airline in Jianying Airport branch, reported the air accident encountered today. In fact, Mountain Air's headquarters already knew that Flight 8881 had suffered an accident. All the leaders are just about to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to wrap up the subsequent matters. Flight 8881 surprisingly landed safely. Get this message. The anxious group executives finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back. Lu Qingzhou took the towel handed over by one of the flight attendants and wiped her wet hair while saying, according to General Manager Lays and their instructions, we may have to stay in Wancheng for a day or two. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow if the weather improves. Only then will a plane be sent over from headquarters to pick us up. So it's been a long day for all of you. So let's all go back and get some rest. Oh yeah, Mr. Lay also asked me to tell you that today's air accident everyone's performance is very good. Wait until the cause of the accident is investigated clearly. Should be assessed as excellent. Should be rewarded heavily. In short, will not let a meritorious ministers aggrieved. Hearing him say that, the few people in the room instantly showed joy. We all almost lost our lives today, but even so, everyone still does their own job and tries to do their part. It was only then that a major accident did not occur. So if the company doesn't reward them accordingly, it's going to send a chill down the spine of the person who has done the work. In time, who else wants to hustle and contribute to the company now? So, what about the passengers? At this time, a googly-eyed flight attendant timidly asked. Lu Qingzhou glanced at her. He then explained, the staff of Jianying Airport and the branch office will help to settle the plane. And our plane that was struck by lightning has been temporarily handed over to the ground crew of Jianying Airport to help with repairs. So we have been worried for so long. How can we still have the energy to help take care of the passengers now? So all go back and rest for a while. If you're hungry you can just eat at the hotel and deal with it. Later on if downtown Wancheng is back to normal, I'll buy the guys dinner. Hear him say that. A few people in the room burst out laughing and smiling. Only the stewardess looked up at him and said sweetly, thank you, Captain. Several other stewardesses also bristled in unison. Thank you, Captain. The sound is crisp and pleasant. It's like a flock of larks singing. P.S. Again, I'm guilty of liking sci-fi. Next time I'll be less sci-fi and more plot. And I'm begging on my knees for all the great people who like this book to rush it and add it to their bookshelves. Chapter 16, The Stewardesses of Milk Airline are really wow. In fact, Lu Qingzhou was somewhat exaggerating. While he is the most talented captain at Mountain Air right now, he is just that, a captain. As of 2024, there must be almost 30,000 captains with airline transport licenses nationwide. Lu Qingzhou is only one in 30,000. As an airline ranked in the top 10 in the country, the number of captains under Shanxi Airlines is up to thousands. As of 2024, Shanxi Airlines operates more than 380 domestic, international and regional routes, with more than 700 weekly flights to more than 80 large and medium-sized cities across the country, as well as international flights to South Korea, Japan, Thailand, India and Cambodia, and regional routes to the Great Ryukyus and Tsingtao Islands. The airline also operates international flights to Korea, Japan, Thailand, India, Cambodia and regional flights to the Ryukyu Islands and Tsingtao. Lu Qingzhou is still only one in 1,000, so even though he was highly decorated and was currently the youngest, most talented, and most promising captain at Mountain Air, he still wasn't so important that he needed to send a plane to pick him up. Even he wasn't important enough for that, let alone anyone else. So who exactly was the plane sent by Mountain Air to pick up? Of course it was the passengers who took flight SC-8881 and were stranded in Wancheng. There is still some truth to the saying that the customer is God. Especially for large service and transportation companies, it's important to be customer focused. Otherwise, a small scandal can be the trigger for a company's stock price to plummet, causing massive financial losses. So in order to pick up the passengers stranded in Wancheng as soon as possible, Mountain Air decided to temporarily deploy an airplane to rush to Jianying Airport to pick up all the passengers after the airport was ready for flights. By the way, he also picked up Lu Qingzhou and the others along with him. Summer floods come and go quickly. Less than a day, the city of Wancheng, which was still a sea of water, has already drained most of the water and returned to normal. The terrain at Ginger Camp Airport was already relatively high, plus the drainage features are more developed than the rest of the city, so don't wait until the next day. By that evening all the water had drained away and normal operation was resumed. The airport resumed normal operations. All the stranded flights were like birds out of a trap. They couldn't wait. They took off and lifted off to leave. One time, the waiting hall, which was originally very lively and busy, has also become empty. 12 o'clock in the evening, Lu Qingzhou, who was dressed in civilian clothes, dragged a small flight case and hurriedly walked into the waiting hall with his co-pilot, Chen Bin. They just walked in. Just saw a middle-aged man in his 40s waiting at the door. The two men rushed to meet them. Only when she walked up to this person did Lu Qingzhou ask, "Manager Chen, what's going on? Why did you call the two of us up in the middle of the night and tell us to hurry back to headquarters?" 20 minutes or so ago, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin received a call. Tell them to get up and get dressed and take the nearest flight back to the Springs. The man standing in front of the two was none other than the branch manager of Mountain Air at Jianying Airport. Hearing Lu Qingzhou ask this, the other party also laughed bitterly. "I'm also confused. An hour ago your flight department Lay's secretary called me and asked me to find a way to get you 222 tickets to return to Quanchang recently. But why such a hurry to let you return to Quanchang? I really don't know." He is the manager of a small to medium-sized city branch. Belonging is on the fringe of the group. So how could he possibly know these things? Lu Qingzhou asking him was completely asking the blind. Chen Bin turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou and said with a big grin, "Why don't you give Mr. Lay a call and ask?" The two of them had an average relationship before, but because they had shared the same life and death today, they were also considered to have a lifelong friendship. That was why Chen Bin was now quite casual in front of Lu Qingzhou, and for reasons that are well known. Lu Qingzhou was now the future star of Mountain Air, very much appreciated by the top management of the group, especially the boss of the flight department, Lei Tingyun. That's why Chen Bin asked Lu Qingzhou to give the flight department boss a call to ask. Lu Qingzhou helplessly said, "When I asked, I said that we should return to Quanchang as soon as possible, and then go to his office early tomorrow morning to meet him. Since the boss is selling secrets, then we won't guess blindly." Chen Bin shrugged his shoulders indifferently, then raised his eyes to look at the middle-aged man and said, "Manager Chen, which airline company's flight are we taking, and what time does it take off?" Oh, Manager Chen then hurriedly took out the air ticket, handing it to the two men. He said, "Milk Voyagers. It's not a direct flight to Springs, though, because it's too late now, and none of the flights stranded at the Jianying Airport fly to Springs except for ours. One of the Milk Air flights will fly to Mordor in another 20 minutes, and then there's a flight from our house from Mordor's Pudong Airport to Spring City at 6 a.m. So you'll be on that flight back just in time." Chen Bin heard it at once. It was as if he had died. Disgruntled. "So, we'll have to spend the night at Pudong Airport? Malagobi, wait until the Pudong Airport is estimated to be already 2 or 3 o'clock. Want to sleep well cannot." Lu Qingzhou took the airfare. He handed one to him before saying, "Don't complain blindly a few times. It's already not easy enough for the other manager Chen to get us 2 tickets to fly to Mordor. It's the truth. Now dogs don't come to Ginger Camp Airport. So to get out of this airport, you have to take a flight that was previously stranded here. But many of the stranded flights have now taken off and left, and there is no temporary ticketing for stranded flights at all." Manager Chen guessed that he had also used a lot of contacts to get 2 air tickets. Now, if Chen Bin still complains about people not doing things right, won't he be chilling people's hearts? Chen Bin also realized this. Hurrying to the other party, he said, "Old Chen, I didn't blame you, haha, don't take this to heart." Manager Chen waved his hand and smiled. "We are all co-workers, what's the point of saying these polite things? The plane will be leaving soon. Hurry up." The 3 men then hurried into the terminal. Manager Chen kept sending the 2 of them to the employee security check channel before he turned to leave. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin, on the other hand, dragged their flight cases all the way through the security check and stepped onto the corridor bridge. By the time they got to the boarding gate, just then, they saw 2 sweet and cute-looking flight attendants wearing pink flight attendant uniforms with professional smiles, saying towards the 2 people, "Welcome aboard." These 2 stewardesses were not only beautiful, but also had wild bodies, especially those long legs, which added a lot of color to the face value. Especially their stewardess uniforms were not only pink and tender in color, but also paired with a strip of black silk. It's just so seductive and addictive. Spare Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin to see a lot of knowledge, almost every day, and a large group of beautiful women as colleagues to deal with. But at the sight of the 2 stewardesses, both of them also had a feeling of lightening up. Chapter 17, Only Wrong Names? Not wrong nicknames. People have nicknames. Airlines have them too. The internet says there's only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The stunt is also aptly placed on the airline. For example, The flight that Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin took belonged to Milk Air. Not that this airline is shortened to Milk Air. Instead, the nickname is Milk Voyage, and the real name of this airline is Lucky Air. So why is Lucky Air also known as Milk Air by those in and out of the industry? The main reason is that Lucky Air is a subsidiary of the Junyao Group, whose main business is selling milk, and the famous Junyao milk is the fist product of this group. The secondary reason is that the main color of the Lucky Air flight attendants' uniform is pink. Pink and tender, coupled with tall, sweet-looking flight attendants. It simply makes you want to think about it. That's why Lucky Air is jokingly called Milk Air. Most domestic carriers have nicknames, except for Lucky Air. China Airlines, for example, is nicknamed Erasure Airlines because the two-character code is CA. Not that people like to rub it in. Air China is one of the leading domestic airlines and is pretty strict on discipline. China Southern Airlines is nicknamed Vegetable Airlines because its logo resembles a Chinese cabbage. But the logo of China Southern Airlines is actually a kapok flower, as it is headquartered in Yangchang, the capital of Guangdong province, whose city flower is the kapok flower. Mountain Air has two nicknames. One is Silly Dumb Air, which is a play on the letters SDA on the fuselage of Mountain Air's planes. The other is Eastern University Aeroflot, which is a departure from the Springs Robin Wu. Because Mountain Air acted in the same pugnacious style as the Great Aeroflot, it was nicknamed the Great Eastern Aeroflot. HNA also has two nicknames, Crab Voyage and Snub Voyage. Because the HNA logo resembles a crab, it is called Crab Airline. And because the airline applied for a number of routes but ultimately failed to do so, and many of its behaviors are very unprofessional, so it is also known as Flip Flop Airline. Two nicknames for Sichuan Airlines are Sichuan Farmers International and Pig Airways, because Sichuan Airlines airplane meals are better compared to other carriers and have all the right flavors. That's why it got the nickname Pig Airline. And because Sichuan Airlines likes to open some non-mainstream, very cold international routes, so also has the nickname Sichuan Agriculture International. Beyond that, Western Airlines is nicknamed Chichu Air. Star Island Airways is nicknamed Blackheart Airlines. The nickname of the Japanese airline is Anti-Air. British Airways is nicknamed Speedbird. Aeroflot's nickname is Combat Air. Qantas nicknamed Kangaroo Airlines, TSK. The two men had just entered the passenger door. Chen Bin then sked in Lu Qingzhou's ear and said, "It's also the other person's milk voyage that's cool now. The stewardesses have a good face and can fight, and the uniforms look pleasing to the eye," and talking in a gentle voice. "Damn, in a couple years when my contract with the company is up, I'll definitely jump ship and come to Milk Air." Lu Qingzhou sniffed. At that moment, he laughed and scolded. "Look at you. You actually jumped ship for the sake of being able to appreciate a beautiful woman? What's wrong with that?" Chen Bin perked up. Everyone has a love of beauty. The old ancestors have all said that food and color are also sexual in nature. I'm just following my heart's truest thoughts. Do you love Milk Air flight attendants? Or do you love Milk Air flight attendants' uniforms? If it's the latter, you can just buy a set online for your future object to wear and let her cosplay for you every day, so that you guys can still add some little fun to your life. Lu Qingzhou said with a smile. Chen Bin shrugged and said, "What's the point of cosplay? Play for real." Lu Qingzhou instantly rolled her eyes at him. The two men followed the passage and slowly made their way from the front cabin to the first-class cabin. But these two aren't on first-class tickets. It's not that Mountain Air is saving that much money. Rather, because the two people left in a hurry. Manager Chen also spent a lot of time and effort to get 2 milk flight tickets. A plane ticket would be nice. Still want first class? Or why don't you just ask the captain to give you your seat? But the difference between first and economy class on short domestic flights isn't really that big. It's just a wider and longer location, better service, and a more refined airplane meal. There was also only a curtain separating first class from economy, and it's just over 2 hours. It's the same in first class as it is in economy. The two moved slowly forward, following the flow of people. Not for a while. They then made their way to economy class and found their seats. Lu Qingzhou's position was on the outside, next to the aisle. Chen Bin is positioned diagonally behind it. Find the location and put the flight case on the luggage rack. Lu Qingzhou just sat back on the seat, turned his head to Chen Bin said, "Seize the time to sleep. A moment to arrive if you're too lazy to go to the hotel. We'll just deal with the Pudong airport for a while." Chen Bin was already yawning. A okay gesture was made to Lu Qingzhou, also put on his Bluetooth headphones and drifted off to sleep. Rumble rumble. Ear. The roar of the airplane engines was unrelenting. At this time, the plane had already taken off more than half an hour ago and was flying in airspace of more than 8,000 meters. The plane was flying smoothly, plus it was now past 1 in the morning. So a lot of people on the plane were huffing and puffing and had already gone to sleep. Grunts mingled with the roar of the engine. It's like playing a lullaby. Lu Qingzhou rested her chin with one hand. Listening to the familiar roar of the engine in my ears, I unconsciously drifted into dreamland. The cabin aisle. Every now and then a stewardess hurried by. This is because someone has rung the call bell and needs service. so even though it's now past 1 in the morning, they still haven't been able to get a good night's rest and steal a few days. I don't know how long it's been. The plane, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly became lurching. The plane kept shaking. It even goes up and down. It's like being on a roller coaster. No, not a roller coaster. Instead, it's a tractor traveling over rough roads. The crowd in the cabin was awakened. Lu Qingzhou also opened her eyes in a flash. Then both hands subconsciously grasped forward, as if trying to hold the operating levers in their hands in the cockpit. But when he reacted, he realized that what he had grabbed was not a joystick, but a soft mass. Chapter 18, Being Sent a Good Guy Card. I'm sorry, sir. No, I didn't scare you, did I? This time, a gentle and soft voice sounded in Lu Qingzhou's ears. There was even a hint of shyness in his voice. Lu Qingzhou came back to his senses, slightly raised his head. He saw a stewardess slightly bent over, her eyes unblinking. She had a blanket in her hand. Looking at her movements, she should be preparing to cover Lu Qingzhou's body. And what Lu Qingzhou was holding in her hand was the soft rays of this melon-faced, wide-eyed flight attendant. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly let go of her hand, hurrying to apologize. No, sorry I just overreacted a bit. The stewardess saw him let go. First, he put the blanket over his body. Then he smiled sweetly and said, "It's okay, you didn't mean it. I saw that you were wearing some thin clothes, and the air conditioning on the plane was on low, so I took the liberty of bringing you a blanket." The flight attendant added. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, you're welcome." The stewardess was about to straighten her body out when she saw that a thin layer of sweat had already surfaced on Lu Qingzhou's forehead, so with some concern, he asked, "Are you having a nightmare?" "Sort of." Lu Qingzhou squeezed out a smile. "It's good that you're fine. It's normal for airplanes to encounter bumps. I'll pour you a glass of water when it's smooth in a while, so bear with me a little." The flight attendant's voice was gentle, whispering comfort. Lu Qingzhou nodded, but the plane was getting more and more bumpy. It's even getting close to heavy bumps. The plane bumped so badly that it was hard to stand, let alone walk normally. And as the plane bumps got worse, in the passenger cabin, many passengers were shaken awake. They had only just woken up to find the plane lurching like a roller coaster. One kept looking around while anxiously asking what was going on. "Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has encountered air currents and is experiencing bumps. For your safety, please reconfirm that your seatbelt is fastened. The bathroom will be suspended." As the bumps continued, the flight's crew chief also hurriedly pulled up the radio in an attempt to calm the anxious passengers. The other stewardesses also looked for empty seats to sit down, but this flight attendant standing next to Lu Qingzhou was a bit awkward, because there are no empty seats around her. As the airplane bumps intensified, she was already getting more and more unsteady as she stood, her body falling to the east and west as if she had suffered a typhoon day. Eyes on her as she stumbled and was about to fall. Lu Qingzhou was quick on her feet and grabbed her arm. Then with both hands, she wrapped it around her. Then Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "Quickly sit down and sit on my lap." This flight attendant froze at first. Then without any hesitation, one buttock sat on Lu Qingzhou's lap. Beauty in the bosom. Lu Qingzhou naturally did not have any charming thoughts in her heart. Instead, both hands acted as human seatbelts and hooked around the flight attendant's thin waist. Not only did they act as human cushions for each other, but they were also equipped with a seatbelt. Service in place. It wasn't that Lu Qingzhou wanted to take advantage of people on purpose. The urgency of the matter. He's saving the day. Seeing justice. The lurch lasted 2 or 3 minutes. It was not until the plane flew out of the area of strong turbulence that it slowly regained its stability. Lu Qingzhou saw that the airplane had stabilized, and only then did she let go of her hands. The stewardess hurriedly got up from him as well. He was busy saying thank you, thanks to you just now. It's not in the way. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. It's just a matter of raising my hand. It may be a handful for you, but it did help me a lot. The stewardess looked serious. So this is a thank you I still have to say. Having said that, it was only then that she spread a smile and continued. You do want water, don't you? Ice or warm? Room temperature is fine, please, Lu Qingzhou said. Then wait a little while, I'll get you some water. Soon. It's fine, whenever you're busy. Yes, you are a good man. A brief chat. The stewardess then left in a hurry. The plane had just been heavily bumped, and although she had been lucky not to fall, her uniform was a bit disheveled, so she had to hurry to the work area to straighten it out. Only after the stewardess left, Chen Bin, who was diagonally behind Lu Qingzhou, winked at him across the corridor and said with a bad smile, "TSK, handsome guys are different, ha. You can get eye to eye with a girl wherever you go." Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes at him and said in a bad mood, "Didn't you hear that people are already sending me good guy cards? This good guy card of yours is not like anyone else's." Chen Bin teased. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at him, seeing his face covered in sweat. "Just throw a pack of tissues over." "Not in a good mood. Hurry up and wipe the sweat off your face. It's like you just came out of the water." It's just a little bumpy. See how nervous you are. Get out and don't say you're a mountain air pilot too. I can't afford to lose that. Chenbin took the tissue and wiped it on his face. Sure enough, sweat all over his face. He put the paper towel into the paper bag for the trash and put it away before forcing himself to explain. I'm not scared, but I just had a nightmare. You are not aware of how horrible the dream I just had was. Much more horrible than what happened to us during the day, he said as he did so, while gesturing with my hands. I dreamed that I was flying an airplane on a mission and was quite happy because I actually became a captain. But as it flew, the engine actually blew up, and then the nose of the plane slammed down and started a downward dive pattern. It took everything I had to pull the nose up, but a mountain actually appeared directly in front of me. Then the plane crashed uncontrollably toward this mountain. The point is I can't do anything but watch myself just crash into the mountain and die. Just tell me if it's scary. Chenbin's face showed a trace of aftershock, his mouth frothing as he depicted the nightmare he had just had. Lu Qingzhou of course knew that this was the aftermath of his daytime encounter. After all, the daytime encounter was comparable to an airborne accident of extraordinarily high magnitude. It's the equivalent of a ghostly wave. The little life was almost not saved, and everyone has after effects. Trying to eliminate these after effects is the need for timely psychological intervention. But now that you've chosen a career as a pilot, you have to be mentally prepared for that. So Lu Qingzhou didn't comfort him. Instead, he listened quietly as he finished his nightmare content. He just finished talking about nightmares. The wide-eyed stewardess from earlier had gone and returned. She had a small and cute water cup in her hand and hurriedly walked to Lu Qingzhou's heel. Put the water cup on the small table board in front of Lu Qingzhou before explaining. Only warm water is provided on the airplane. I saw that you were not in a good state just now, so I took it upon myself to bring you my water cup. The temperature of the water in the cup is a bit higher than warm water. You may feel more comfortable if you drink it, she said as she pressed a small note under her glass of water. Continuing, you don't have to hurry to give me back the water glass, just call me when you get off the plane and I'll get it. She finished. First, he winked at Lu Qingzhou, then stand up, turn away in a hurry. The look is very playful and cute. Chapter 19, that little handsome guy is the famous King Lu Yan. Lu Qingzhou was indeed a little thirsty, so did not polite. After unscrewing the lid of the cup, like the martial arts novels in the posture of the great warriors drinking, will be lifted above the head of the water cup, gurgling into the mouth of a large mouthful of water. It wasn't that Lu Qingzhou wanted to emulate the grandeur of the great warriors. Rather, this water glass is the person's own water glass. Kindly lend yourself a drink. It would be rude to touch the rim of the cup with your mouth again yourself. Aha! The temperature of the water in the glass was in the mid-40s. Drinks just fine. And there's a light lemon flavor. Sour. Not only does it quench your thirst, but it also has some refreshing effects. Lu Qingzhou did not pour all of this half bottle of water into her stomach. Instead, after taking a big sip, he wiped the rim of the glass with a paper towel before tightening the lid. Nanzhou? Lu Qingzhou found two words written on the cup with a marker. The handwriting is tiny and ugly. Still, it was vaguely possible to recognize the content of the two words. Is this her name? There is still the surname Nan in the 100 surnames? Lu Qingzhou held the water cup. A hint of curiosity surfaced on her face. Back, Chen Bin whispered. Hey, give me a sip too, just when I'm thirsty. Lu Qingzhou didn't even return her head. Straight away, he extended his right hand and gave him the middle finger. Chen Bin saw the situation, immediately laughed and scolded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did not see out your kid is also quite protective of food. Well, I just want to drink water. No want to take advantage of the idea of accosting and that little niece. You can rest assured. But Lu Qingzhou still ignored him. Instead, he cradled the glass of water right in his arms. The head tilted inward. Started napping again. Chen Bin had no choice but to respond with a helpless middle finger. Brat. Stingy. The rest of the journey went smoothly, with no more air currents, bumps, or other messy mishaps. The plane flew smoothly, so the passenger cabin, gradually it became quiet again. Aside from the rumble of the airplane engines, the only sounds were snoring and even sleep-talking. Lu Qingzhou pulled the blanket that covered her body, also fell into a deep sleep. There is a paradox on the internet that says airplanes are the safest form of transportation. Actually, no. If the mortality rate is calculated on the basis of distance traveled, the mortality rate by air is very low indeed. E.g., for every billion kilometers traveled, the mortality rate by air is only 0.05129. This is because airplanes are long-distance transportation. A flight can easily be thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. So by distance traveled, airplanes do have the lowest death rate. But if the mortality rate is calculated by length of trip, the safest mode of transportation becomes buses, followed by rail transportation, with airplanes coming in at ground level. If we were to calculate the fatality rate based on the number of trips taken, airplanes would rank even lower as a mode of transportation, ranking only 7th. and only somewhat safer than motorcycles and bicycles. So whether or not airplanes are the safest form of transportation depends on what standard statistics are used. But even the most unsafe form of transportation can't have an accident every now and then. And an accident on an airplane, especially a civilian airliner, is mega news that shocks the world. So while airplanes are not considered the safest form of transportation, they are one of the safest ways to travel. And many people would mistakenly believe that most of the culprits in airplane crashes are bad weather. Actually, no. Air crashes occur for a variety of reasons. Bad weather is just one of them, and it's not a high percentage. The culprit in most air crashes is actually the human factor. Things like mechanical failure, quality of the airplane, hijacking, psychological factors of the pilots, etc. So don't look for passengers in the cabin to be frightened and disoriented after a severe weather event. But it doesn't matter if it's the crew or the crew. It's all pretty bland. Actually, you can't be too calm. It happens every other day. Long ago, I became accustomed to it. The same goes for this flight early this morning. After a heavy bump caused by turbulent air currents, the rest of the journey went smoothly. It's a little after 2:40 in the morning. The plane arrived smoothly at the Pudong airport in the Magic City. Are you awake? We're here. Lu Qingzhou stood up. First, he kicked the still sleeping Chen Bin with his foot before carrying the flight case down from the luggage rack. Chen Bin opened his sleepy eyes. Yawning, he said, "So soon? It's still fast. It's almost 3 in the morning." Lu Qingzhou said back. By now the other passengers had awakened from their sleep. The cabin, which had been quiet, became much noisier as the cabin door was opened. Many passengers were then in a great hurry to carry their luggage and stand on the passageway. Lu Qingzhou saw this, slowly resumed her seat. He wasn't in a hurry to change planes, so he simply got to the end of the line and waited for everyone to get off the plane. But the two of them didn't have to wait long. Not for a while. The cabin, which had been very noisy, became quiet again. Lu Qingzhou saw that the people had almost left before he stood up and said to Chen Bin, "Let's go too." Aha! Chen Bin nodded. The two men dragged their flight cases down the passageway and slowly made their way to the cabin hatch. The hatch. To the left and right stood two flight attendants in pink uniforms. They saw Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin walking over. A professional smile was immediately squeezed out on his face. "Welcome to continue to fly with Lucky Air next time. Have a nice trip." Lu Qingzhou first nodded at the two people and said thank you. Only then did he take the water glass out and said, "Can I trouble you to give this water glass to your co-worker for me? And then say thank you to her for me, please." The stewardess standing to the right of the hatch glanced at the glass of water. Immediately, with a playful look on his face, he said, "Why don't you give it to her yourself?" Having said that, then he nudged towards Lu Qingzhou's back. Lu Qingzhou turned back with some doubt, just in time to see that the stewardess from earlier was busy near the hatch. He hurried over with his glass of water, handing the other man his glass of water. He said, "Your glass of water, please." The googlet-eyed stewardess hurriedly wiped her hands with a towel and said while receiving the water cup, "You don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do." "Your name is Nan Xiao?" Lu Qingzhou asked curiously again. "There is the surname Nan in the 100 surnames?" "Yes," the girl replied. "It's true that there are fewer people with the surname Nan, but there is indeed a Nan surname in the 100 surnames." "Oh," Lu Qingzhou nodded. "Then it's indeed my ignorance. It's also true that people's nightingale is not surnamed Nan." Lu Qingzhou joked. This stewardess called Nan Xiao sighed at once and said helplessly, "Nightingale is a foreigner. His last name is not Nan." "Ha ha, I'm kidding." Lu Qingzhou laughed. "There is a world's largest ray telescope in my hometown, and the late chief engineer of this telescope was surnamed Nan. Chief Engineer Nan Rin Southeast." Nan Xiao blurted out. "Where's the big name of our Nan family?" "Smart." Lu Qingzhou gave a thumbs up. "What about you?" "I don't know your name yet," Nanzhou asked again. Lu Qingzhou replied. "A light boat has crossed 1,000 mountains." "Good name. Thanks." Lu Qingzhou waved her hand towards the other party and said, "I have to go, so I won't delay you to get busy. I'll use my cell phone to add you on WeChat in a while, and next time I'll go back to Mordor to treat you to dinner, to express my gratitude to you for gifting me the water." "Good." Nan Xiao was full of joy. "When the time comes, you have to tell me in advance. I'm starving for 3 days without eating, just waiting to eat your feast." "Big meal?" Lu Qingzhou purposely did not have a good mood. "There is no big meal. The roadside stalls work." "Ha ha, you're so humorous." Nan Xiao was amused. The two men pulled a few more punches. Not far, Chen Bin was already waiting a bit impatiently. It was only then that Lu Qingzhou dragged her flight case and got off the airplane, waiting for Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin to walk away. The other two flight attendants immediately came over. Full of gossip, she looked at Nan Xiao and said, Xiao, who is that man? So handsome. You want to eat alone if you don't introduce us to a handsome guy, don't you?" Nan Xiao rolled her eyes at the two men, and said in a good-natured manner, "Who else could be on the airplane?" "The passengers." Besides, I was just talking to someone while I was on the plane, so how does that bring up eating alone? A flight attendant immediately said, passengers? Those two are not ordinary passengers. Nan Chao immediately wondered. They're traveling in economy class. How come they're not regular passengers? Another stewardess also said, yes, if the platinum card, why would they go to squeeze the economy class? First class is not comfortable to sit? I didn't say they were platinum cards either. This stewardess blankly glanced at the two men before explaining. Didn't you notice that their suitcases looked familiar? Yes? Nope, didn't realize it. The stewardess continued to explain. The suitcases of the two of them aren't the same as the flight cases we often use, so those two should be our peers. Che, no way. The other flight attendant immediately interrupted. Why don't your peers fly on their own airline? You can also save one airfare. What if it's one of our colleagues from Mascot Airlines? That's even more unlikely. If they were colleagues in this company, they would have said so already. That's right too ha. The two men whispered, seeing Nanjiao glowering from the sidelines. He was curious and asked, Chow, what are you staring at? I didn't. Nan Xiao reacted then. By the way, did that little handsome guy say what his name was? A flight attendant asked. Lu Qingzhou. Nan Xiao immediately replied. The name is just as good as the person. Lu Qingzhou? This flight attendant frowned slightly and murmured. This name is so familiar yo. After a few seconds, she suddenly stared with eyes full of incredulity and said, Holy, Lu Yanwang? That little handsome guy is actually the famous Lu Yanwang in the industry? P.S. Yesterday something broke the shift. Sorry, today 10,000 words to make up for yesterday's break. Chapter 20, It's on the hot spot again. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin dragged their flight cases down the corridor bridge and off the plane. By the time they got to the terminal, it was about 3 in the morning. It was now just 3 hours away from taking the Mountain Air flight from Pudong Airport back to Kwancheng Yaowei Airport, so the two didn't go to the nearby Pudong Airport, the designated hotel of Mountain Air, to get a room and sleep. Instead, he flashed his work card. Find the staff on duty at Pudong Airport. Ask the person to take him or her to rest in Mountain Air's VIP lounge at Pudong Airport. Yes, each airline has agreed hotels in the vicinity of all airports where it operates routes. What does that mean? It's that some of these hotel rooms are contracted by the airlines, used as rest and accommodation for staff arriving on flights. As for the VIP lounge, on the other hand, each airline is located in the airport terminal hall, dedicated to serving VIP users. So Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin were actually not qualified to rest in the VIP waiting room. They're just Mountain Air employees, not a VIP customer. If they want to rest, they can only go to the hotel near Pudong Airport, which has an agreement with Mountain Air. But where are all the VIP customers on a big night? And they were in such a hurry to come to Mordor from Wancheng, and then 2 or 3 hours later they had to rush from Mordor to Kwancheng, out of a business trip. So sleeping in the VIP waiting room is not a big problem. 6 o'clock in the morning, a Mountain Air hostess entered the VIP waiting room. Wake up the two. The two of them casually washed up. Then he followed the flight attendant and hurriedly left the waiting room, went through the employee channel to pass the security check and boarded the plane. Get on the plane. They joked and laughed some more with the flight's crew and flight attendants. Then I found 2 seats in first class with unsold tickets and fell asleep. By the time the two opened their eyes again, the airplane had already arrived at the Kwancheng Remote Wall Airport. The city of Chuanzhou is the capital of Qilu Province and one of the political and economic centers of the province. Because the city's urban area is distributed with the prestigious Baodan Spring, Black Tiger Spring, 5 Dragon Pool, Pearl Spring, 4 major springs, 733 natural springs, enjoying the reputation of 72 springs. So as the name suggests, springs, it must be almost 40 kilometers from the Remote Wall Airport to the Mountain Air headquarters. However, because the Remote Wall Airport is the home base of Mountain Air, a number of flights under the Mountain Air banner take off and land at the airport every day. So it's not too easy to find a commuter bus that specializes in taking Mountain Air employees to and from Mountain Air's headquarters and Remote Wall Airport. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin had only gotten off the plane and arrived at the airport parking lot when they saw a bus owned by Mountain Air parked in the parking lot. The two men hurried over. When I got into the car I realized that there were already several people sitting in the car. For being a co-worker in a company, so Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin naturally recognized these people. Hey, Captain Lightship, Little Orange, why are you two here? I see from the scheduling table that you weren't on yesterday afternoon's flight. Someone greeted. Chen Bin rubbed his somewhat tired eyes before saying, Don't say it, bad luck. What? The other man was full of curiosity. The others also looked towards the two of them with curious faces. Yesterday we were struck by lightning when we were in Wancheng, and our lives were almost accounted for there. It was not easy to make a successful forced landing, but the leader called us back with a single phone call last night. Chen Bin complained. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, had already found a seat, then stretched out comfortably. though his face was all tired colors. But it seems that yesterday's encounter didn't affect him much. But Chen Bin's words surprised everyone in the car. Immediately someone followed up with, "What's going on? You almost gave up your life? It's not as serious as you say. Come on, come on, come on, what's going on?" With Captain Lightboat around, "You can't account for your little life." Hearing the urging of a coworker, Chen Bin didn't hide anything. "Rather," he said with a splattered mouth, "set out to scare you to death. Yesterday we are not from Rongqing Fly Spring City, but need to stop Wancheng well." When the plane under the height of more than 1,000 meters suddenly received the Wancheng approach to Wancheng said that Wancheng locals suffered a particularly heavy rainfall. All flights either return to the flights or forced to land in other airports. We just thought it would be too much of a hassle to either return or force land at another airport. And since the summer rain comes and goes so quickly anyway, we were just going to hover and wait for it to stop. The ing result was that I was about to go up to altitude to hover. Coincidentally just flew under a cumulonimbus cloud, and then was struck by a lightning, resulting in the failure of the lightning protection device and the flight control system. There is no choice but to force landing. Not to mention, Chen Bin really has some talent as a storyteller. Yesterday's encounter would have been thrilling enough, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it was 9 deaths. It was even closer in Chen Bin's mouth, even if these people in the car have seen it all before, but it was also scared and sked in admiration. When he's finished speaking, some talents sucked in cool air and said, "Hiss, so thrilling, ha, you guys are lucky that there were no casualties from this mega air accident. Captain Lightship, how do you know that after breaking out of the cloud mass you must turn immediately or you will have to crash into a mountain?" A colleague looked at Lu Qingzhou and asked curiously. Lu Qingzhou pointed to her eyes and scolded with a laugh. "I'm not blind." It caused the others to burst out laughing. "Say you kid unlucky it. The first time encountered this kind of mega air condition not only unharmed, but also can be evaluated first, can get a large sum of bonus? Say you kid lucky it. The first time and Lu Yanwan performed the task encountered this kind of life-threatening mega air condition." A 40-something-year-old captain patted Chen Bin's shoulder and said with a smile. Another person also said, "But I suggest you avoid Lu Yanwan a little bit in the future. This kid is a big bad luck. It's not good to partner with him." Lu Qingzhou's face was full of black lines. "Tarnishing my reputation again, isn't it? Don't think that I won't dare to sue you for slander if you two are old-timers. Your boy's great name has long been known in the industry. Do you need us to slander it? That's right. Who doesn't know that Mountain Air has a moldy B-body Lu Yanwang?" The two men laughed out loud. Chen Bin also chimed in. "Thanks to the two old captains for their sage advice. I'll stay away from this kid in the future as well." Before the words were finished, Lu Qingzhou had already kicked over. "By the way, Old Thunder called you guys back in such a hurry. What's the matter?" the 40-something-year-old captain asked curiously. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said, "I don't know, but it should be something urgent. Otherwise it wouldn't have called us back in the middle of the night. It might have something to do with this year's Golden Eagle flight team selection. Your performance over the past 2 years has been really outstanding. It's simply unconscionable if you don't get selected again this year." Another captain also said. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly, saying, "I don't think so. Although the selection for the Golden Eagle flight team is just a few days away. But even if it's urgent, it's not possible to call me back in the middle of the night, right? Ugh, whatever. We'll see when we get there in a bit." Just then, a young flight attendant sitting behind Lu Qingzhou suddenly interjected in a low voice. "Captain Qingzhou, you made a forced landing at Jiangying Airport in Wancheng yesterday, right?" Lu Qingzhou nodded and twisted her head to ask. "Yes, what's wrong? Congratulations, you're on the hot seat again." The girl flashed her cell phone screen up and smiled brightly. Chapter 21. It's a time when traffic is king. Lu Qingzhou took the cell phone. A casual glance, discovering the top 10 hot searches on Weibo in the cell phone screen. The keywords were all words like UFO, Wancheng, aliens and so on, and the headline is as shocking as it gets. In fact, both the DGCA and Jiangying Airport made separate announcements last night. Explained that the unidentified craft incident that occurred in Wancheng airspace yesterday afternoon had nothing to do with the so-called UFO. But rumor mongering is a mouthful, and dispelling rumors is a runaway success. People only believe what they want to believe. From time immemorial, the general public has inherently possessed a strong curiosity about all kinds of mysterious events. Ancient times, because science and technology are backward, there is no way to explain many natural phenomena with science. Add to that the willful guidance of the rulers. So many natural phenomena have been cloaked as gods and ghosts or even demons. That's why there was a strong belief in demons and religious beliefs in ancient times. Wait until the modern era. As science and technology continue to make progress, many natural phenomena can also be explained by science. And with the synchronization of compulsory education and literacy campaigns, the common man was taught a certain amount of science. This has led to legends of gods and ghosts not being as popular as they once were among the general population. But another new type of superstition stood out and quickly became the new favorite of the general public. That would be UFO, or aliens. The 21st century is both the age of the internet and the age of traffic. It's because ordinary people love mysteries of all kinds. So the media or capital concocts all sorts of mysteries for the sake of traffic. Take for example the famous Bermuda Triangle. It was supposed to be just a scam, but even today, there are still quite a few people who are certain that that area is the so-called folded space. It doesn't really matter if it's traveling, folding space, or UFO. These terms sound rather lofty, and it's still tied to science, but it's actually a superstition. But because these terms attract eyeballs, sensation and widespread attention, so there will be a lot of media outlets that know that it has nothing to do with UFO but will still utilize and create it as a gimmick to attract attention to gain traffic. So Lu Qingzhou merely glanced at it. There wouldn't be much interest. UFO? That's too much of a stretch. Chen Bin, who was sitting with Lu Qingzhou, also saw the content in the cell phone screen. He smacked his lips and said, "So, I'm an alien too?" Someone joked. "Exposed, right? In a moment, I'll go and notify the men in black and arrest your brat." Chen Bin rolled his eyes. Only then did he say, "Ha, I remember, didn't the Directorate General make an announcement last night to make this clear? Why is the hot search full of UFO? Crap, how gimmicky is UFO? Also just as a few people were chatting, the bus had already pulled out of the parking lot and onto the airport highway. The bus didn't stay on the airport highway for long, though, not for a while. The bus then got off the highway, into the city. Only it's 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, just in time for the morning rush hour. So the bus was stuck in the city for nearly half an hour more before arriving at the Mountain Air headquarters building on East 2nd Ring Road in Lisha district. Get out of the car." Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin carried their flight cases and hurriedly took the elevator from the parking lot to the flight department office area on the 7th floor. The flight department is one of the most central business units at Mountain Air, and one of the best paid. This is because the department's main duty is to be responsible for the management and training of pilots. That is to say, most of the employees in the flight department are actually pilots. Pilots in turn are the most valuable asset of every airline. So can the flight department not be important? The two men walked through the general staff work area and made their way familiarly to the door of a suite of offices in the innermost part of the corridor. Knock on the door and enter. It took two people to get into the outer office. A man in his 30s, wearing a white shirt and suit pants, had then stood up from behind his desk. Seeing the two people who pushed the door in, he immediately laughed. "How come it's almost 10 o'clock? How come you two are just arriving? Just now, Mr. Lei is still asking where you've arrived." The other party was the secretary of Lei Tingyun, vice chairman and general manager of the flight department of Mountain Air, and Lu Qingzhou are also old acquaintances. So Lu Qingzhou immediately said, "The two of us don't have wings. It's good enough to be able to rush back at this point. What more do we need a bicycle for?" Chen Bin would not dare to be as relaxed as Lu Qingzhou. Don't look at the man as just a secretary with a low administrative rank, but people's words can sometimes be more effective than those of many middle-ranking or even high-ranking leaders. So Chen Bin hurriedly explained, "Yesterday night we received the notice. Immediately took the auspicious flight plane, rushed to Mordor. 6 o'clock in the morning, and from Mordor rushed back to Kwanshan. Just now from the airport back, just encountered the morning rush hour. So again blocked more than half an hour." The other party hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. I'm just joking with you guys. General Manager Lei and I thought that you guys would have to be at least 11 or 12 at noon to rush back from Wansheng, but I didn't expect to actually come back so early." Lu Qingzhou asked curiously, "Calling us back in such a hurry, what's going on?" The secretary pointed to the inner office. Laughing, he said, "I don't know the specific details yet. You guys better go ask General Manager Lei." Said, he knocked on the door of the inner office. It was only when he heard a slightly authoritative voice from inside, "Come in," that he gently pushed open the office door. He didn't go in, though. Instead, he sidestepped. Lu Qingzhou was unshakable, placing the flight case in the outer room. He went into the inner office. Chen Bin also hurriedly followed him in. Mileage. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a country face. This middle-aged man was naturally the flight department boss, Thundercloud. Thundercloud saw the two men walk in, pointing to the couch not far away. He said, "You two sit down for 2 minutes until I finish reading this document." Lu Qingzhou walked to the parlor area with a big grin and sat down on her butt, then stretched a lazy waist and said, "Shu Tan, still the leaders will enjoy a leather sofa. Sitting is comfortable." Chen Bin was much more restrained. "Carefully sit on the couch. The whole thing sits upright as well," which would be like Lu Qingzhou, with a lazy look. Not far. Lei Tingyun's full attention remained on the document in his hand. Obviously, he had long been accustomed to these small actions of Lu Qingzhou. Not for a while. The secretary in the outer room walked in with 2 cups of tea, tiptoed around and placed the tea on the coffee table in front of the two men, then backed out again. Lu Qingzhou picked up the tea, gently blew away the tea froth and leaves floating on the surface, then took a beautiful sip. P.S. These chapters are a bit bland, but it is in the main line of ambush, so you do not dislike the small lowly gentleman writing slow and bland. Ha. Oh. There is no one to send gifts. There is no motivation to update. Chapter 22, Shooting a Variety Show with Mango? I said, why are you barfing when you're drinking tea? Lei Tingyun walked over with a teapot and looked at Lu Qingzhou without any goodwill. Lu Qingzhou didn't have much of a reaction, but it was Chen Bin who was startled. The mouthful of tea that had been in his mouth instantly burned his tongue and spewed back into the teacup. Chen Bin saw that he had lost his temper in front of the big leader. His face became very frightened all of a sudden. Yeah, sorry Ray. Mr. Ray, he said with a big tongue. Lu Qingzhou couldn't watch, pulling a tissue and handing it over. He said, wipe your mouth first. You didn't even see you get scared like this in yesterday's big storm. Thundercloud took a moment to listen, immediately glared at Lu Qingzhou, fainting. So, from what you're saying I'm scarier than yesterday's big storm? Lu Qingzhou immediately smiled sarcastically and said, how can I? I'm changing the way I praise your old man's majesty. Asterisk. Off. I don't know you yet? Thundercloud glared at him, then only to Chen Bin said, Xiao Chen, you do not need to be too nervous. Yesterday your performance is very good, and you are also considered to be a veteran employee of Mountain Air. Keep up the good work, and strive for this year to pass the captain promotion examination, so that our Mountain Air has another member of the generals. Chen Bin said with fear and trepidation. Thank you, Mr. Lei, I will definitely work hard. Thundercloud complimented him a few more times. Only then did he turn his head to look at Lu Qingzhou and said, the main reason for calling you two back in such a hurry is that the company has been short of manpower for the past 2 days. So for a while the crew couldn't spare any time to pilot the plane back to Wancheng to pick up the stranded travelers, which is why he called you back to let you work hard again. Lu Qingzhou nodded. That was just as he suspected. Good. Also, in addition to this, there are a couple small things I need to give you in person. You guys, Thundercloud added. Lu Qingzhou looked at him with some surprise. Chen Bin also cast a curious glance. What's the point of saying something so trivial to your face? Oh, coax the hell out of it. Nope, coaxing a ghost wouldn't be so perfunctory. So Lu Qingzhou was already certain in her heart. Lei Thundercloud's mouth said it was a small matter, but it was definitely a big matter. And it was still a big matter that made it difficult to deal with. So Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said, you old man, don't be so secretive, just say it. Seeing this, Thundercloud didn't hide it anymore. Instead, he said, the first thing is good. Congratulations, you've been successfully selected for the company's Golden Eagle flight team. Lu Qingzhou opened her mouth and froze in place, while Chen Bin, who was next to him, immediately cast an envious look. The Golden Eagle flight team is a flight team of elite pilots within the Mountain Air Group. This flight team is mainly responsible for the company's key special flights, special routes, new routes and other urgent and dangerous flight tasks. Therefore, the Golden Eagle flight team can be said to be the core team that the Mountain Air Group focuses on cultivating. Those who can be selected for the Golden Eagle flight team are all experienced and skilled elite pilots. Therefore, not only is the future of the Golden Eagle flight team bright, but the welfare benefits are far more than those of ordinary pilots. However, Lu Qingzhou was not as happy as she had imagined, because with his strength, it was only a matter of time before he was inducted into the Golden Eagles flight team. And what's the big deal about being selected for the Golden Eagles? Only Lu Qingzhou had to rush back from Wancheng in the middle of the night? So the reason why Lei Tingyun was announcing this matter to himself now in person should be to pave the way for the next matter. And this next thing, that's the real big deal. It was also something that Thundercloud focused on today. So Lu Qingzhou said bluntly, Old Lei, you don't want to hide. You called me back for what exactly? Let's get right to the point and say it directly. Thundercloud froze at first. Then he glared at Lu Qingzhou and said in a bad mood, how to talk to me? No big deal. But he immediately added, there is indeed one more thing. Have you heard of Golden Eagle TV? Lu Qingzhou froze and subconsciously replied, Mango Channel? I've heard of it. Why? Golden Eagle TV has recently been planning to film a variety show related to flight, and the group's publicity department was contacted 2 days ago. The publicity department felt that this was a good opportunity to publicize Mountain Air, so it was reported to the board of directors. The board of directors met yesterday to study the program and also felt that the variety show was not bad, so they made a preliminary decision to agree to the intention of cooperation with Mango Channel. Lu Qingzhou frowned, asked, what does this have to do with me? Of course it's relevant, Lei Tingyun said smilingly, because the board of directors has decided to study and intend to send you as a representative of Mountain Air to participate in the filming of this variety show. Lu Qingzhou heard it. His head shook like a rattle. No, I don't agree. I'm not going to be a star. and I'm even less interested in the so-called Netflix. So what kind of variety show am I going to do? And the so-called variety shows talk a good game, but they're really just giving people a monkey's ass. Those variety shows are retarded as hell, doing ludicrous tasks like a bunch of idiots. I'm not doing it. Lu Qingzhou was heartily rejecting variety shows. As a big straight guy, he's also never watched a variety show in its entirety, especially like what Running Man Na, Extreme Challenge Na, Where Dad Go Na, really ugly as hell. It would have been mentally repulsive. Now he actually has to volunteer to join in and be the clown of the show. He's not doing it. Seeing this, Lei Tingyun immediately said, "This variety show is different from the others. It's not what you think." But Lu Qingzhou still shook her head. "There are so many people in our company. Why should I go? I won't do it." Lei Tingyun was bitter and said, "How about I give you a rough idea of what this variety show is about before you decide? This variety show is actually a record of the crew's complete process from before takeoff, during the flight to after landing, and it's not just our family, other airlines will also participate. It's not like you don't know that the civil aviation industry has suffered from the impact of high-speed rail in the past few years, and it's already an industry winter. So this time, Mango Channel took the initiative to contact various airlines to produce this variety show, and actually many airlines are very interested. You don't have to do anything during the pre-production period. Just let the program film your daily routine as material. Later in the season you may be allowed to train some of the traffic stars for a short flight. So really the content is quite simple. It's not just filming what you normally do and putting it on TV for the viewers to watch. What's the big deal?" Chapter 23, Mountain Air's Desk Pillars. It can make Tiger Lei so bitter. Lu Qingzhou knew. The matter is a done deal. Can't change it. However, he still decided to make one last effort and looked at Lei Tingyun and said seriously, "Mr. Lei, you are also an old civil aviation person. You know that the most important thing in our line of work is safety. Absolute safety. Especially the cockpit. Not to mention outsiders. Even the flight attendants can't come and go as they please. But filming this bull asterisk variety show this time around, surely we need to put someone in the cockpit. Do you really think it's appropriate to put an outsider in the cockpit?" Thundercloud let out a long sigh, then looked at Lu Qingzhou and said helplessly, "Ugh, I know it doesn't fit either, but I'm telling you, times have changed. It's almost 2025 now, when traffic is king. You see, now that the domestic high-speed rail is in all directions, most people would rather travel by high-speed rail, which is fast and convenient. How many people would choose to fly? So now the whole industry is suffering from a cold winter. If we don't make changes, all of us won't have enough to eat now. I don't really care. I'll be retired in a few years anyway, but you're still young T. You're only 24 years old. Lu Qingzhou Oil and Salt. The domestic high-speed rail infrastructure is developed, but I can go abroad T." Thundercloud was filled with black lines. "You kid, what's wrong with you? You think foreign countries are so nice? Every day, a chicken eating contest is staged." Chen Bin whispered forcefully. Thundercloud saw it. Immediately, he said, "That's right, you think foreign countries are paradise?" Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, "You don't want to put a label on it. I'm not a colonial. I don't yearn for foreign countries. I'm just saying that foreign countries still rely on the aviation industry, and I'll be able to make a living by going abroad. Then can you come back anytime you go abroad? Can you eat delicious meals? Can you see your parents and friends anytime?" Lei Tingyun asked rhetorically. This time it was Lu Qingzhou who was asked. "So what's the point of going abroad? Isn't it good to stay and work together to save the domestic civil aviation industry which is on the verge of winter?" Lei Tingyun added. Lu Qingzhou said helplessly, "Getting a variety show will save it? This is just one of the methods. After all, don't all youngsters nowadays like to watch variety shows and brush short videos?" Lei Tingyun said, "When the time comes, once the live broadcast is on and the variety show is released, won't the traffic come? With traffic, don't you have a steady stream of customers?" Lu Qingzhou saw this. All that could be done was to let out a long sigh, then said, "One last question. Ask, with so many captains under the company umbrella, why me?" "Nonsense. You're the youngest and most handsome. Who else? You're the pillar of our mountain airline." Lei Tingyun did not have the good sense to say, "Other captains are old, ugly and dark-skinned, but you're young and handsome, a proper variety show curiosity. So after a unanimous decision by the board of directors, you'll be sent to participate in this variety show on behalf of Mountain Air." Lu Chuanzhou? You make such a good point. I was actually speechless. He gave Lei Tingyun a thumbs up and sked in admiration. "It's still your old man who has the vision. Since the company has placed such a heavy burden on my shoulders, I'll take it." "Aha!" Thundercloud looked like a child. Reaching out, he patted Lu Qingzhou's shoulder, before saying, "According to the filming schedule, the first installment of the program is to be filmed the day after tomorrow. That means the show is coming in the day after tomorrow, so you two don't rest today. rest for a few hours, go to the airport right after a nap, fly the plane back to Wancheng in a hurry, pick up the travelers who are stranded there, have a good day's rest tomorrow, and start shooting the day after tomorrow. Lu Qingzhou was a bit strange. We're both so tired. Why do we still need to go to Wancheng? Can't we dispatch another crew? Lei Tingyun shook his head. No, the company is short of manpower lately, and it's already almost too busy. The company has dry ha recently. Why is it so short of people? The group has not bought a few domestic aircraft C919 well, and then Lu Captain they recently went to the Magic City, except the domestic aircraft driving modification training. So recently there is a shortage of people. Your kid is also really, let you do more work, how so much nonsense? Ha, out of Thundercloud's office. It took a moment for Chen Bin's state to relax. Quietly towards Lu Qingzhou gave a thumbs up and said, previously, I have always heard that your kid has a lot of guts, even in front of the Lei Tiger can do calm and collected. Today also really give me a small knife to pull the ass. Open the eyes, hey. Where is your kid calm and collected? It's obvious that Lei Tiger is pampering and cajoling you. TSK, genius captains are really treated differently. If it were me, a direct phone call to me would have decided this matter. No, even Tiger Lei doesn't need to call me. Just let the secretary or manager or whatever below inform me. But to you not only have to Lei Tiger personally, but also to call you to the office coaxed and spoiled. Don't know. Still think you kid and he has some kind of unspoken relationship it. Lu Qingzhou raised her foot and kicked. Get lost. You're the one who has an unspoken relationship with him. I flash. Chen Bin had a cheap smile on his face. The two made small talk as they made their way to the pilot's lounge. Find 2 empty dorm rooms. Each went in and lay down to sleep. Although I did get some sleep last night both on the plane and at Pudong Airport, it was a very light, poor quality sleep. So they'll have to sleep for another hour or two. It's the only way to get your essence back. A little after noon, Lu Qingzhou had already woken up from his nap. He washed up first and went back to the cafeteria for a few random bites. Only then did he make his way to the pilot's medical exam room to get ready for his pre-takeoff physical. As the old saying goes, you don't drink and drive. You don't drink and drive. You can't even drink while driving, let alone flying an airplane. Every pilot undergoes a rigorous physical examination before flying an airplane. Things like checking blood alcohol levels, the pilot's current physical condition, etc. Civilian pilots have to be relatively loosely regulated. If it's the Air Force, military aircraft pilots even have specialized military doctors who meticulously examine the pilot's physical condition between takeoffs. Then the military doctor checked the pilot's physical condition without any abnormality, and then signed the inspection report to confirm that the pilot could board the plane. Civil aviation is not that strict. Just go through the instruments that check your body. Lu Qingzhou entered the physical examination room and came to an instrument. Check your fingerprints first to identify yourself. Only then did the various physical examinations begin. The instrument check lasted a full 4 or 5 minutes. First, they checked to see if he's been drinking. Then they checked blood pressure, heart rate, etc. The medical report was printed out only after all the examinations were completed. Lu Qingzhou signed her big name on the medical report and then handed it over to the staff in a smooth manner. Just about to go, Chen Bin walked in with a pair of panda eyes. Lu Qingzhou asked, just woke up? Yeah, Chen Bin yawned. Then hurry up with the medical checkup and then deal with a few bites in the cafeteria. We don't have much time. Also deal with what? After the physical examination I go to the cafeteria to take a few buns, steamed buns, what in the car to eat some. Pat it on the line. It's okay. Just wait for me. I'll be quick. I know you're fast. You don't have to make a point of emphasizing it. Asterisk off. You're the one who's fast. Dude is known for his stamina. Ha, really? Is it necessary to blow awesome on something like that? Ha, you lol again, believe it or not I'll whip you. Ha. Chapter 24, 2 days later, 1:20 p.m. An Airbus A320 slowly took off and lifted off from the remote wall airport. About 2 hours or so later, the plane has arrived at Wancheng Zhengying Airport without incident. Ginger Camp Airport. Many travelers have been eagerly waiting for it for a long time, waiting impatiently. When they heard the announcement of passengers on Shaanxi Airlines flight SC8881 can board the plane in the waiting hall, they all stood up in unison and surged towards the boarding gate. And on this Airbus A320, the same flight attendants from yesterday also came to the cabin early and made all the preparations for the class. It was probably another 20 minutes or so. All passengers have finished boarding. Lu Qingzhou received the report that the passengers had finished boarding and also got up and walked out of the cockpit. However, when he saw that the passenger seats in the cabin were sparsely seated, he asked the stewardess with some doubts, Sister Zhang, why are there so many passengers missing? Yesterday it was almost full, but today it looks like it should only be 2/3 full. The stewardess was probably in her 30s, pretty well maintained though, tall. The looks are typical of northern women. a little more valiant than the soft southern girls. She smiled and replied, "Didn't a few passengers get scared enough yesterday, and are still lying in the hospital? Then some of the passengers were in a hurry to get back to the Springs, so the company helped coordinate flights on other carriers and left early. There were also some passengers who were too scared to fly, so the company helped them buy high-speed rail tickets. It's good to be 2/3 of the way there when you do that math." Lu Qingzhou nodded. "Indeed, just yesterday I suffered a 9-death experience. I don't know how much mental building I had to do before I dared to get on a plane again today. It was only yesterday that Mountain Air hired a number of psychologists from Wancheng, as well as neighboring cities, to briefly psychologize the passengers, and only then did most of the passengers return to normal for the time being. Otherwise, probably not even a tenth of the passengers at this point. That's fine. Close the hatch. Let's leave early and arrive home early. You guys are tired these 2 days." Lu Qingzhou said. "Good." The stewardess agreed, but Lu Qingzhou was about to turn around and leave. The crew chief added, "Captain Lightship, anything else?" Lu Qingzhou turned back. The stewardess pointed to the first-class seat, a pretty young girl, and spoke, "There's something else I need to tell you." Lu Qingzhou glanced at this girl with a ponytail, melon face, fair skin, and a serene expression, and hurriedly waved her hand and said, No need to introduce me to someone." The girl also seemed to perceive that the conversation between the two concerned herself, so also raised her head slightly, blinking her big eyes. She looked at Lu Qingzhou with a curious face. The stewardess winked back, somewhat confused. After a second or two, it took her a moment to respond. "Put." The stewardess lost her voice and laughed. "What were you thinking? I'm not that idle trying to hook you up." Lu Qingzhou was made a big red face and hurriedly scratched the back of her head to ease the embarrassment. "Ha, it's my pot. It's my misunderstanding. Do you still need someone to introduce you to someone?" The stewardess looked at Lu Qingzhou with her head held high. Her eyes were almost dilated. "Who doesn't know that you are the young talent of our mountain airline? Handsome and promising. I don't know how many young girls are attracted to you, and I don't know how many people are thinking about you." Lu Qingzhou hurriedly waved her hand and said, Get to the point. The main thing is that pretty girl doll called Lin Muyo, who was originally a tower controller at Jiangyin Airport. However, she has already resigned and has successfully gotten an offer from the remote Wall Airport, and since it's not always possible to buy a ticket for Wancheng to fly to Quancheng, the leader of the Jiangyin Airport found Manager Chen today to see if we could give her a ride on the way. Manager Chen then handed the man over to me. "You're not the captain, so I thought I'd give you a report." Lu Qingzhou was filled with questions. "Just this?" The stewardess immediately replied. "That's it. Anyway, there are so many empty seats, it's no big deal to bring her along on the way." Lu Qingzhou glanced at the girl again before saying, "There's nothing else, right?" "Nope." "Okay, close the hatch and go home." "Good." 2 days later, it's 7:30 in the morning. The historic old city of Springs has slowly awakened from its slumber. There is a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians in the streets and alleys. A new day has begun. The entrance to the Mountain Air headquarters building. A 22 or 23-year-old girl stands in front of the camera, waving his hand towards the camera. He said, "Viewers in front of the TV, babies in the live broadcast room, good morning everyone. Today is the first day of flying with you. Do the babies know where Bing Bing is right now?" "Right. Bing Bing is now in front of the Qilu Air headquarters building, because starting today, Bing Bing will be leading a film crew to follow how the Mountain Air crew flies the planes, serves the passengers, and carries out the flight missions. As we all know, the corporate culture of Mountain Air is nothing but pugnacious. The internet is also super full of terriers about Mountain Air. Ice hasn't flown Mountain Air before. Today I can finally get my wish and enjoy the tough corporate culture of Mountain Air. Babies can now follow Ice's camera to the Mountain Air headquarters to see how the beautiful flight attendant sisters and the experienced captains carry out their day's work. Let us go. P.S. From this chapter onwards, it is considered that the main text has officially begun. The reason why I want to use the synthesis plus captain article writing method, on the one hand, can be through the third party's point of view, so that readers greatly more intuitive feel the process of piloting an aircraft. On the other hand is to avoid a lot of audit. Although I write a captain's essay, but sometimes it also involves some military areas. Involving the military is easy to be blocked. However, you can rest assured that this book is the authentic captain of the text. Variety will not describe too much, so you can rest assured. Chapter 25 Flight attendants are recognized as being of high value, and Mountain Air hostesses are no exception. Fly With You is a brand new variety show created by Mango TV together with the top 10 airlines in the Eastern University. That's why the variety show will also be broadcast in a format not too dissimilar to the traditional model, live streaming plus recording. What does that mean? It's that the program will have both live and recorded broadcast modes. For example, the program will broadcast the cruise preparations live, so that viewers can more intuitively understand what the crew did before the plane took off, as well as what the staff need to deal with the aftermath of the plane's arrival at its destination. As for videotaping, the reason is that after takeoff, electronic equipment, etc. Firstly, there is no signal, and secondly, the signal tends to cause interference to the airplane, so only video can be taken during the flight, not live. The filmed video will be edited together with the live broadcast before being shown online and on TV. The plane hasn't taken off yet, so naturally, the live streaming method was used. Mango Live. There are already 10 live streaming windows already live. The Fly With You variety show was filmed with a total of 10 airlines, so Mango Channel sent a total of 10 filming crews to do the filming, and in charge of Mountain Air. It was the beautiful reporter Chen Bingbing who had only been admitted to Mango TV last year and had become an outside reporter for Mango TV. Chen Bingbing has a good image, clear articulation, and a cheerful and lively personality, very capable of regulating and mobilizing the atmosphere, so indeed a qualified presenter. Only she joined Mango TV last year. It's one of those things that is a little munchkin of a munchkin. It didn't get much in the way of resources or exposure, so not many people follow her. But as soon as she started broadcasting at 7:30 this morning, the number of water friends who flooded into her live room quickly exceeded 100. It's 7:30 in the morning, and again, the anchor is a little transparent. To have hundreds of water friends had greatly exceeded Chen Bingbing's expectations, but Chen Bingbing also knew these water friends weren't coming for her, but for Shan Hang, who had a reputation for being pugnacious. Is this the headquarters of Mountain Air? It's really grand. Did you guys hear about the Wanching UFO incident 2 days ago? It was rumored that it was actually an oolong incident. It was originally an oops. A flight from Mountain Air forced a landing, was photographed and then misunderstood as a UFO? I don't believe it. 3 days ago, the rainstorm in Wanchang was said to be the worst in decades, so it's impossible for Mountain Air to force a landing in that kind of weather, isn't it? Oh, say it's impossible because you know so little about Mountain Air. I don't believe it either. No matter how powerful Yamaha is, he can't be that powerful. Hasn't the official announcement been made? What's there to disbelieve about it? You can't trust the official announcement. Don't you guys know what cover your ears and steal your bells means? There's one thing to be said for anyone who's flown on Mountain Air. Who knows that Mountain Air is really tough? I'm going to Xiamen Airlines or Nippon Airlines to see the pretty girls. The uniforms of the Milky Way are really seductive. It's wow. It's wow. It's wow. It's wow. It's wow. It's pink. I don't know the quality of Mountain Air hostesses. Mountain Air hostesses are almost all Shandong big girl, big boned, tall, and Milk Airline Wanyu are two different styles. Chen Bingbing looked at the live broadcast pop-ups. Almost 90% or more were discussing Mountain Air's pugnacious corporate culture, as well as the face value of the flight attendants. Chen Bingbing instantly felt a sourness in her heart. You only see stewardesses. Am I not beautiful? I think the face value of the host of this live broadcast is also quite capable of beating a pair of big eyes flickering. Looks particularly lovely. It's wow. What's her name? Why haven't I heard of her before? Chen Bingbing, who joined Mango last year. Seeing that someone had finally mentioned herself, a hint of a smile finally surfaced on Chen Bingbing's face. 7:35 in the morning. The first floor of the Mountain Air headquarters building has become lively. Quite a few flight attendants dragging flight cases and wearing Mountain Air crew uniforms came in and out. Flight attendants are notoriously high maintenance. Mountain Air is no exception. So the presence of so many stewardesses on the first floor gave the illusion of having mistakenly entered the world of flower fairies. The flight attendants of Mountain Air are mainly northern nymphets. There's still a pretty big difference between women in the Great Eastern North and women in the South, both in terms of beauty and personality. Northern beauties are generally tall and have round faces. There is a sense of beadwork and national peace. The personality is also more brash and big-headed. That's why it's sometimes easier to be in a relationship with a northern belle as a brother. Southern beauties are more petite and cute, and soft and sticky. It is easy to make a kind of protective desire. The personality is also more ladylike and quiet, especially the way of speaking. It can be sweetened to the bone. What? Didn't they say that the Southwest is full of Tyrannosaurus rexes, and that they're so ferocious that they explode? When has a Southwestern girl ever been ladylike and quiet? Excuse me, the Southwest is in a league of its own. Never got involved in the North-South War. So the Southwestern girl dolls are compatible with the virtues of both northern and southern beauties. Leans south in terms of looks, petite and cute. Personality-wise it favors the north. Fiery temper. A little goes a long way. That's why it's known by the elegant name of Mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. But although most of the flight attendants of Mountain Air are from the north, the temptation goes straight up several notches after wearing the flight attendant uniform. Mountain Air's flight attendant uniforms use the design concept of Fei Dai Shanghai, geese shadow long sky, so the whole set of uniforms looks very plain and elegant, not at all as gaudy as Milk Air. And there are quite a few hanbok elements. 2. The design shows well the traditional intellectual beauty of Qilu land. That's why Qin Bingbing went into the first floor of Mountain Air, straight from the booth. The pop-ups immediately flooded the screen. Wow! The quality of Mountain Air's hostesses is quite impressive. Tall, round face, beautiful to my heart. The stewardess system is also good-looking. Whoever said the quality of Mountain Air hostesses was mediocre? Get out! Loves and loves, I want to be a stewardess. 2. I want to wear a pretty stewardess uniform. Headquarters, second floor. In a small conference room next to the medical exam room, Lu Qingzhou casually threw the captain's large-brimmed hat on the conference table. Then his eyes swept over the faces of several other people in the conference room. There were now 7 or 8 people sitting in the conference room. These few people also all met Lu Qingzhou's gaze. Ugh! Lu Qingzhou first sighed. Only then did he speak. Since you're all sitting here, I'm sure you've already been notified by the company. Yes. From today to the next full month, all of us in the room will be cooperating in the filming and broadcasting of a variety show. I'm not happy with the company's arrangement, though, but since the company has arranged it, any more discontent can only be obeyed. So I hope that in the next month, all of us will work together and try to cooperate with the show's crew to complete the live broadcast of the show's filming. It's also important to make a name for our mountain airline so that more viewers will remember it, learn about it, and thus fall in love with it. In the small conference room, several other people listened to Lu Qingzhou's mobilization. All of them had a serious look on their faces as well, only to see a flight attendant in her 30s, wearing a flight attendant's uniform looking at Lu Qingzhou, her voice pleasant. Yes, Captain Qingzhou, in the next month, we will definitely obey Captain Qingzhou's command and cooperate in completing the program's filming tasks. The other few flight attendants as well as the safety officers also said in unison. Yes, Captain Lightship. Chen Bin, the co-pilot sitting next to Lu Qingzhou, stretched his back and smiled towards Lu Qingzhou. Resolutely obey the captain's command and orders. Lu Qingzhou glanced at him. He said in a bad mood, don't be poor. Go and see if the program's crew has come yet. There are only 3 hours left before the flight takes off. If she doesn't come, we won't wait for her. Good. Chen Bin hurriedly stood up. When he got to the door of the conference room, he pulled it open. Just in time, I saw a pretty, beautiful host, with a few program staff, had already arrived at the door of the conference room. Chapter 26, Preparations for Takeoff, officially begun. Chen Bin was somewhat caught off guard, standing frozen in place, then go wide-eyed with each other. The atmosphere became awkward all of a sudden. On changing faces, flight attendants are professionals. After all, you need to work and serve with a professional smile every day. Even if the guests you meet are difficult, even if you've suffered a great deal, your eyes are already full of little pearls, all with a smile, too. So when he saw Chen Bingbing appear at the door of the conference room with the program team, while the co-pilot Chen Bin froze in place, the stewardess rushed to her feet, toward Chen Bingbing smilingly said, "You must be Bingbing reporter. I have brushed to you before on the jitterbug. You can be much more photogenic in person than in the TV, well-behaved and lovely, and the voice is also very good to listen to it." With the stewardess to ease the embarrassment, Chen Bingbing also reacted immediately. Turning towards the stewardess, he politely said, "You flattered me so much that I'm embarrassed." Ha! The stewardess let out a laugh before saying, "Not a compliment. Speaking the truth then." Having said that, she stood up very intimately and walked over to take Chen Bingbing's arm, led Chen Bingbing into the small conference room. Then pointing to Lu Qingzhou who was sitting in the first place, he said, "Bingbing probably doesn't know us very well yet, right? That one is the captain of this flight, and the youngest captain of our mountain airline, Lu Qingzhou." Chen Bingbing raised her eyes to Lu Qingzhou. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Yes, she'd seen the full personal details of the crew in question before. It was also known that it would be a very young and handsome captain who would be filming the program with him this time. But wait until she actually sees it in person. She was just surprised to find out that the other party was actually so handsome. But it's much more handsome than the profile picture of the individual. "Hello Bingbing, I'm Lu Qingzhou." Lu Qingzhou stood up and took the initiative to extend his right hand towards this wide-eyed beauty. It was only then that Chen Bingbing realized afterward and reached out to shake Lu Qingzhou's hand, shaking her head and saying, "Hello Captain Qingzhou. I didn't realize that Captain Lightship was really so young. When I was getting your information, I thought I had misread it." Ha! Lu Qingzhou laughed dryly twice before saying, "I go to school earlier. This shouldn't have anything to do with whether it's early for school or not." Chen Bingbing had returned to normal by this time and looked at Lu Qingzhou up and down. "TSK, I really didn't expect you to be so young." Lightboat Captain is the youngest civil aviation captain in the entire Xia Civil Aviation Circle. Not only is he young and talented, but he is also experienced and skillful, and he has already been selected for our division's Golden Eagle flight team, the stewardess said smilingly from the side. Lu Qingzhou laughed and shook her head before saying, "Sister Zhang, your compliments have made me a little embarrassed." let's skip the pleasantries. Time is short, so introduce yourself and then get busy. He said this to the others. Chen Bingbing then realized that she seemed to have left the others out in the cold. So hurry up and turn your attention to the others. Chen Bin had already come next to Lu Qingzhou, and when he saw the beautiful host looking at him, he smiled and said, "Hello Bingbing, I am the co-pilot of this flight. My name is Chen Bin." Then the stewardess immediately picked up. "Hello Bingbing, I'm the stewardess for this flight. My name is Zhang Xiaoyun. Bingbing, I'm the second seat steward for this flight. My name is Nie Xiaoyu. Hello Bingbing, I'm stewardess number 3 on this flight. My name is Huang Shanshan. I'm flight attendant number 4 on this flight. My name is Fang Yihan. I'm flight attendant number 5 on this flight. My name is Jiang Xiaoyu. I'm the security officer for this flight. My name is Ocean Shaw." The photographer's camera swept over the faces of the crowd one by one as Chen Bingbing's gaze. These guys, except that Chen Bin is rather ordinary looking and has dark skin. The others are all handsome men and women. In particular, several flight attendants, as well as the captain Lu Qingzhou had the highest face value. Live stream. By this time the pop-ups were nearly flooding the screen. Especially when he saw Lu Qingzhou, the pop-ups were even swiped. "So young to be a captain already? You're not related, are you? I wouldn't dare fly if I knew my captain was a young man with no hair on his head. Mountain air is outrageous, isn't it? How does this captain look like an experienced captain except for his good looks? Has he turned 25 this year yet? And you dare to let him fly an airplane at such a young age? This is irresponsible for the lives of all passengers. This is a matter of hundreds of people's lives, not a talent show. Mango Channel is really looking for some white boy to do a variety show again." Abandoned. The face value of the mountain air hostesses is also quite good. All of them are tall and sweet looking. They can participate in the beauty pageant. I'm sure I'll pick the prettiest one for the variety show. You guys think this captain is too young? But you wouldn't say that if you really knew his awesome past. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shanhang actually let Lu Yanwan to shoot this variety show? We're in for a treat. How can you not have heard of King Yan of Lu's name? How dare you question others? One time, the entire broadcast room had gotten into a tizzy. The bickering on the air didn't affect the few people in the conference room, though. So Lu Qingzhou saw that the crowd had already introduced themselves. Only then did he wave his hand and say, "Time waits for no one. So let's get started." Having said that, picking up a tablet, he sat down with a serious face. Chen Bin also immediately sat next to him with the same serious expression. As for the crew, instead, the crew chief led them to a corner of the conference room, where they also began their pre-takeoff preparations. Chen Bingbing saw this scene. Just know that the positive film that needs to be shot by her has officially kicked off. Chapter 27 Preparation for takeoff is tedious. Chen Bingbing saw that the unit actually split into two groups to begin pre-takeoff preparations. A big question mark instantly appeared on the white, clean head. A puzzled face looked at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou saw this. There was only a reluctant explanation. Normally, the crew is made up of two groups. The flight group and the crew. We're both on the flight crew. The flight attendants and safety officers are then the crew. Only then did Chen Bingbing come to a realization. Then he continued to ask curiously, "Captain Lightship, I remember when I used to watch movies, the flight crew seemed to have more than just 2 pilots. There were also navigators, communicators and whatnot, and the crew had more than just stewardesses and safety officers, as well as air marshals. How come all these positions have been simplified away now?" Lu Qingzhou nodded and said, "The flight crew already simplified the positions as early as 10 or so years ago. In the past, then, the flight crew mainly consisted of a captain, co-pilot, navigator, flight mechanic, flight communicator, and so on. A flight crew has to have several members. However, as the aircraft's flight control system continues to be upgraded and modified, so the aircraft's piloting steps have been simplified, and the difficulty of operation is not as difficult as it used to be, so if the cockpit were to be filled with so many more people, it would not only be crowded but also serve little purpose. A short to medium haul flight is also now just 2 pilots, captain and co-pilot. Flight crews are only added if it's a complex route or a long haul, cross-country or even intercontinental route, but it's usually additional pilots. For example, the high plateau routes are a dual captain system, 2 captains. This is because complex routes are labor-intensive, so it is necessary to have 1 or 2 more pilots so as to ease the captain's fatigue and take the burden off the captain. As for the air marshals and the crew, they were also eliminated a few years ago. This is because the duties of an air marshal can be completely fulfilled with a safety officer. After listening to Lu Qingzhou's introduction, Chen Bin was instantly enlightened. She's just like a good little student. It's rare to see anything. This time, pre-takeoff preparations have begun on the crew side. Chen Bingbing hurriedly left a photographer in charge of photographing Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin. He himself rushed over with another group of cameramen to shoot the live broadcast. Just one corner of the conference room, the crew chief, Zhang Xiaoyun had already put away her pleasant expression from earlier and replaced it with a serious face. She was seen standing across from 4 young flight attendants. The expression was stern and loose. Now we begin our specialized image check. A couple of the flight attendants across from her also put away their playful smiles. Hurry up in groups of 2 and start organizing each other's dress and image. The safety officer on the sidelines had nothing to do. Seeing that the inspection was almost done, Zhang Xiaoyun added, check the fingers. These stewardesses immediately stretched out their hands obediently and spread them out in front of her. Zhang Xiaoyun also put her own hands out. Don't look at the domestic airlines recruiting flight attendants are required to image temperament, but in fact, the flight attendants of the external image management is very strict. No tattoos, no heavy makeup. For example, you can't even have long nails, wear nail polish, wear conspicuous jewelry, and so on. So Zhang Xiaoyun was just routinely checking her men for nail polish and long nails. After checking your nails, it took her a moment to withdraw her left hand before revealing the hand on her right. It's not showing off her watch. Instead, it's aligned to time. Right time, Zhang Xiaoyun said. A couple of the other flight attendants immediately put their right wrists out as well. The time on the watches on several people's wrists were almost the same. And only then did Zhang Xiaoyun's serious expression relax a little. Alright, all sit down. Wait for a few people to sit down. It was only then that she picked up her tablet and tapped out the flight information that had been dispatched from the dispatch center for the day. While looking at the tablet screen, he named, our voyage today is to fly from Springs to Yangcheng. What are the characteristics of this route? Xiao Yu. You answer. Sitting directly opposite Zhang Xiaoyun, a girl with short floppy hair, goose egg face, and high nose bridge pondered for a moment before replying. We are flying a low-altitude route today because we are almost flying along the coastline, and it's a hot summer day, with a lot of typhoons in the summer, so make sure to pay attention to the weather's impact on the flight. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately nodded. That's a pretty satisfying answer. If the cabin experiences a pressure release, what needs to be our first move? Shannon, you tell us. Huang Shanshan, who was sitting next to Nie Xiaoyu, immediately spoke up. Pull down the oxygen mask and inhale oxygen while immobilizing yourself. Huang Shanshan's looks were slightly more ordinary, but she had crystal eyes, bright and clear and brilliant. It was as if there were endless stories in his eyes. Just now Xiaoyu said this route should pay the most attention to the typhoon weather. Typhoon days are most likely to encounter turbulence air current, resulting in the plane bumps. If the plane bumps, passengers' emotional instability, how to do? Ihan, what do you say? Diagonally across from Zhang Xiaoyun, a quiet-looking girl immediately returned. Calm the passengers immediately, we can't let fear spread. Okay, then you answer the last question, little fish. Zhang Xiaoyun looked towards the girl sitting on the far side with a wow figure. Although Zhang Xiaoyu's name carries a small, it's not a small body, especially with a bulging chest. It makes you think at first glance. She saw that the stewardess had named herself and rushed to look at the other woman as well. What if our service doesn't satisfy the passengers and they complain? Zhang Xiaoyu froze, then directly blurted out, what to do? What else can we do? Deductions of wages. Sound of escaping laughter. A few of the others didn't hold back for a moment, and were outright amused by her honesty. But there was nothing wrong with what she said. Complaints can only result in an honest wage deduction. What else can we do? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyun also shook his head somewhat helplessly. Don't look at Zhang Xiaoyu's body, wow. But her age is the smallest among several people, and she is also the latest to join the company. Usually the character is more lively and quirky, so there were no complaints from passengers. Zhang Xiaoyun had to say, your answer should we must keep in mind the principle of passenger first. Service first in our usual service, and strive to serve all passengers well, so that all passengers are satisfied with our service. In case we are really complained by the passengers, we should also reflect on ourselves first, and then obtain the understanding of the passengers. Zhang Xiaoyu somewhat playfully spat out her tongue, then she pouted at Zhang Xiaoyun. I know, Sister Xiaoyun. Zhang Xiaoyun looked at her with some favor, tapped her forehead with her finger, and said in a good-natured manner, how many times have you carried complaints this month? If you don't take it more seriously, which bit of your paycheck won't be enough for an insufficient deduction? Hearing Zhang Xiaoyun mention wages, Zhang Xiaoyu's face instantly fell, full of grief. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaoyun looking at her with a serious face, she hurriedly raised her hand and assured, don't worry, Sister Xiaoyun, this time around, I will definitely serve every passenger with the utmost passion. Zhang Xiaoyun blankly glanced at her without a good mood before saying, I'm tired of hearing this phrase. Not far. Chen Bingbing looked at this scene with a face full of curiosity. It was the most novel area she had never seen before, and Chen Bingbing had always thought that the job description of a flight attendant was to get on an airplane, serve tea and water to passengers, and perform services for passengers. I didn't realize this hadn't taken off yet. I can't believe there's just so much work to be done. LOL. It's not easy in any line of work. The other side. Lu Qingzhou and co-pilot Chen Bin. It's also tightening up the homework on the flight. Unlike the crew checking images and sampling knowledge points, flight crews are required to do their homework before a flight takes off. Flight plans are made according to the weather conditions at the departure airport, during the flight, at the landing airport, etc., as well as the busyness of the route, the number of high-altitude control zones it will pass through, and so on. This is because the weather service sends weather conditions along the route in advance. Dispatch also sends out notifications based on how busy the departure and landing airports are. For example, if extreme weather is encountered during a flight, the airplane may need to climb or drop in altitude, or even fly around to avoid it. Another example is that airport scheduling is busy during takeoff, so it causes the plane to be late. The airplane may then accelerate to its destination while in flight. In a nutshell, it's about making a plan based on the relevant information provided by each department and then reporting it to ATC. Though the planes don't always fly as planned, plans can't catch up with change, but if no unforeseen circumstances are encountered, crews are required to fly according to the reported flight plan. That's why the plan you make before takeoff is important. This requires the captain and co-pilot to spend a certain amount of time and effort to create a plan, which is reported to air traffic control for approval before the flight can take off successfully. In a nutshell, flight takeoffs are not just a matter of the captain and co-pilot getting on the plane and taking off as they please, as the average person might think. Rather, it requires a series of complex procedures and preparations. Chapter 28 Approval of Flight Plans. Tap the tablet screen. Submit a flight plan. While waiting for approval from ATC, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin had a pre-takeoff preparation meeting. The weather forecast says that on our way to fly to Yangqing today, we may encounter short-term thunderstorms in Zhejiang province, so we have to be on our toes when the time comes. So don't get struck by lightning again. Lu Qingzhou looked at the screen, the emergency notice from the weather department, and frowned. Chen Bin also hurriedly looked at the flat screen. Nodding, he said, "Okay, I've marked it." Not far, Chen Bingbing heard the words "struck by lightning again." It was a moment of interest. Hurriedly turned around and walked over, sitting next to Lu Qingzhou and looking at the tablet computer in his hand with interest, just like a curious kitten. Live stream. The water friends naturally heard Lu Qingzhou's words really well, so immediately, some people associated it with the UFO incident in Wancheng a few days ago. Knock on the blackboard. Again struck by lightning, again circled to be examined. A few days ago a plane in Wancheng was also struck by lightning. It couldn't have been piloted by this handsome captain, could it? An airplane was struck by lightning in Wancheng? How come I don't know about it as a local? The other day, Wancheng dominated the hot search list for a long time, and the locals didn't know about it? Wancheng on the hot search is not UFO, and the plane was struck by lightning has half a penny to do with it? UFO bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Civil Aviation Administration has made an announcement. I remember Wancheng was hit by a heavy rainstorm that day. If the plane was struck by lightning, would it have crashed? I heard it wasn't a UFO, but an airplane that was struck by lightning and malfunctioned, forcing it to land at Wancheng Jianying Airport. It was raining so hard in Wancheng that day, not to mention airplanes, not even a bird could land. If it was really this handsome captain in Wancheng that day, then he's really something. I've told you to go and catch up on the career of King Lu Yen. I just checked. Captain Lu seems to be the youngest captain in the history of civil aviation of the University of the East. Really? Is this handsome captain really that good? Alas, I am really more angry than others. People are already captains in their 20s. I'm still at home in my 20s. I'm still chewing on my old age. So the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and pigs. Take a look at the amount of time the cabin oxygen is used. Lu Qingzhou always nailed his eyes on the flat screen, even though Chen Bingbing was already very close to him. This little pretty reporter seemed as if she was transparent in his eyes. Chen Bin, on the other hand, looked up at this beautiful reporter whose name resembled his own. After settling down, this was answered. 50 minutes. What about the folding point? Lu Qingzhou asked again. Pargu. Chen Bin blurted out. He was a co-pilot, but still very skillful in his business. Check the pressure release program. There are no anomalies in the pressure release program. 10 minutes or so later, Lu Qingzhou saw that the flight plan had been approved and passed. It was only then that he took his eyes off the screen. Looking up at Chen Bin, he said, "The flight plan for this flight has been approved and passed. Let's go. Let's go for a medical checkup first. Then we have to go to the airport." Chen Bin sniffed, rushed to his feet as well. However, he saw Chen Bingbing looking at herself and Lu Qingzhou in a confused manner. Then he laughed. "Have you ever heard? There are millions of roads. Safety is number one. And 2 lines of tears for your loved ones if you don't standardize your driving?" Chen Bingbing shrugged her shoulders and replied with a smile. The propaganda language of the capital's 3rd District Transportation Committee. Well, such a magical line, I want to forget it is difficult. Ha ha, right on. A couple of people were walking out the door while gossiping. That's why it's so important to regulate even driving a car, let alone flying an airplane. Every pilot has to undergo a medical examination before taking off in an airplane, and only if he passes the medical examination can he board a plane for a flight mission. Lu Qingzhou picked up. If it were usual, we would have a medical checkup, eat, and then have a pre-takeoff preparation meeting, and go to the airport right after the flight plan is approved, and the rendezvous are each on their own. The flight crew and the crew are separate. But that's why we're meeting in the conference room early today to coincide with the filming of the program. Chen Bingbing suddenly realized. Oh, like this. And is the crew mix all fixed? What about the routes? Are they fixed as well? Chen Bingbing asked again. In her understanding, flights are really just like long-haul buses. Driver and conductor fixed pairing. Transportation routes are also fixed. No. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. Neither the crew members nor the routes are fixed, but rather the signing center of the airline company assigns the signatures in advance. Take Captain Chen Binchen and I for example. Although the two of us have been co-workers for several years, we've actually only worked together once. Flight crew captains and co-pilots are almost always paired together on an ad hoc basis, temporarily assigned by the signing center. It's the same with flight crews and crews. Today I might be partnered with crew A, tomorrow I might be partnered with crew B, but the crew is basically fixed within the crew. That is, the crew members are basically fixed, as a whole, but it's only basically fixed, and the various members of the crew, while partnered for relatively longer periods of time, are often broken up or reunited, etc. As for the routes I fly every day, they are not fixed. Today I may fly from Quancheng to Yangchang, and tomorrow I may fly from Yangchang to Rongchang. Not even the airplanes are fixed. Chen Bingbing covered her mouth with her small hand. Surprisingly, I thought it was a fixed pairing. The water friends in the live room were also wailing. They can't afford to let go of those pretty and charming stewardesses in the crew. So after executing this flight today, there's a possibility that we'll go our separate ways tomorrow? Chen Bingbing's big watery eyes stared at Lu Qingzhou without blinking. Lu Qingzhou said somewhat helplessly, we are somewhat special. Oh, Chen Bingbing's taut face loosened slightly. Is there a chance for a peek? We were selected by the company to cooperate with the program team in filming the program. So for the next month, the probability is that we will be paired together all the time. Lu Qingzhou said. Finally hear the answer you want to hear. Chen Bingbing's face instantly revealed a small flutter. Really? Of course, if something else urgent comes up, the signing center might find another colleague to temporarily cover the shift. Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded her head and said, Understand, understand, understand. The rambling is over. Lu Qingzhou took Chen Bingbing into the medical examination room next door. This time, Chen Bin has begun his physical examination. When he was done with the physical exam, the instrument printed out the health report. It was only then that Lu Qingzhou sat over and began the physical examination. A few minutes later, Lu Qingzhou also finished her physical examination. By the time he handed the medical report to the staff, only then did he bring Chen Bingbing to the first floor cafeteria again. It's a little after 8:10 in the morning. It's breakfast time. So by the time their group arrived at the cafeteria on the first floor, the cafeteria was already overcrowded. Chapter 29, less than an hour and a half until the flight takes off. The food at the Mountain Air headquarters cafeteria was scrumptious, and the dishes are well thought out. The meat and vegetables are well balanced. As long as the internal staff of Mountain Air, regardless of the position, regardless of which department they work in, they are all treated equally in the cafeteria. So that should be considered one of the hidden perks of big business. 3 meals a day can then be taken care of in the unit. The food was pretty good. Doesn't that save on living expenses? Little Lucy, I heard you were struck by lightning 2 days ago? Told you kid to be more careful with your life in general, but you didn't listen. Now it's so good that even God can't look at it anymore. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? I'm sure it's great. Can't you see there are reporters here? If a beautiful reporter wants to interview Xiao Luzi, she might as well come and interview me. He knows all about his rich relationship history. It took a few of them to get into the cafeteria. Immediately, there were quite a few people who looked at Lu Qingzhou and snickered. Lu Qingzhou was filled with black lines. Waving his hand at these people, he said, Get lost, making up yellow rumors about me again aren't you? Be careful, I'll send you a lawyer's letter tomorrow. Immediately, someone else picked up on it and said, What gives you the right to send me a lawyer's letter? Just because you can sing, dance, and rap, or because you've been practicing for 2.5 years? Lu Qingzhou laughed coldly. Little blackie, showing your chicken feet. The other rolled his eyes and took a bite out of a chicken leg. Provocative. What? Please bring your chicken legs when you go to court. Chen Bingbing stood on the side and watched with interest as Lu Qingzhou fought with these people. She realized that this serious-looking young handsome guy who was serious when he was working was actually very well liked, because from the way they came to the cafeteria, There were quite a few people who greeted and even joked with him. And Lu Qingzhou wasn't angry. It's a far cry from when I was working just now. This is the dinner plate. Then go over there and see what you like to eat, a little bit of what you hit. The unit cafeteria generally has no rules. Anyway, just eat as much as you can and hit as much as you can. Don't waste it on the line. Lu Qingzhou finished greeting a few more people before handing a dinner plate to Chen Bingbing, then signaling the photographer in the back to take the dinner plate himself. General, the unit cafeterias are all buffet style. Fight as much as you can eat on your own. Unlimited. But it can't be wasted. Chen Bingbing took the food tray and followed Lu Qingzhou, queuing up to the pickup area. Lu Qingzhou said while playing the dishes into the dinner plate, "Our unit cafeteria actually tastes okay, and Qilu province is also known as the province of food. Lu cuisine is the only northern cuisine among the 8 major cuisines." Chen Bingbing immediately picked up the mouth. I know. Bright Sword and Xu Yunfei said Shaanxi cuisine does not enter the stream, cannot be on the stage. The number of northern cuisine is also Lu cuisine. Lu Qingzhou turned back, smiling at her. He said, "You know about such an old TV show?" Chen Bingbing raised her white chin and said smugly, "That's for sure, although I haven't watched Bright Sword in its entirety. I haven't swiped through the short videos in the past few years for nothing." Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up. Smart, but I'm from southwest Qinzhou, so I'm actually not too used to the savory flavors of Lu cuisine, and I prefer shivering noodles for breakfast rather than dazzling big white steamed buns. Before the words were finished, Lu Qingzhou had already inserted 2 large white steamed buns into her chopsticks. It's not that he can't do what he says. Rather, the Mountain Air Cafeteria's breakfast offerings are pressed for rice noodles. The food was quite varied, but the staples are just steamed buns, dumplings, noodles and a few flavors of congee. I've been to Qianzhou. Your taste there is on the sour side and spicy, and the chili isn't as spicy as Hunan province. Instead it's very fragrant, and the hot pots are super tasty. I like the floor hot pots and the bean and rice hot pots the most, especially the bean and rice hot pots. The rice is simply absolutely perfect, Chen Bingbing said. She also followed Lu Qingzhou and stuck a big steamed bun with her chopsticks. The next time you go to Qianzhou to play, if I'm there too, I'll take you to eat sour soup hot pot. Sour soup beef and sour soup fish are both great, Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing shook her head. I've eaten the sour soup hot pot. Why don't you take me to eat something else? Eat something else? Lu Qingzhou was a bit curious. What do you want to eat? Kaoyak hot pot chanting, Chen Bingbing said. What? Lu Qingzhou first froze, then jerked her head to look at her. I didn't expect you, a white, clean little girl, to have such heavy tastes. You dare to be brave enough to try even the beef yakitori hot pot. You can't even look at that thing, let alone eat it. How dare you try? Aha! Sure enough, the women are not a bad influence. The ancients were true to their word. 20 minutes later, there are still 2.5 hours to go before the departure of Flight SC-1173 from Quancheng Yaowei Airport to Yancheng Baiyun Airport. All members of the flight's crew had now finished their breakfast and arrived at the building's negative parking lot. The doors of a bus commuter van were open, waiting for the crowd to board. Since the headquarters of Mountain Air is almost 30 to 40 kilometers away from the remote Wall Airport, there are a number of buses going to and from the headquarters and the airport every day in order to facilitate the travel of the employees. Waiting for the group to collectively get into the car, the bus driver didn't care if the bus was full or not. Instead, just start the car, yanking away. By the time the bus arrived at the remote walled airport some 30 kilometers away, there were already only 2 hours left before the flight took off. Never mind that it's a full 2 hours before the plane takes off, but that's not a lot of time for the crew. So after the group got out of the car, each hauling a flight case, hurriedly, he headed for the airport's employee walkway. Crew members are also subject to security screening, and the security check is so strict that it's no different from that of an ordinary traveler. So just going through security would have wasted almost half an hour. At this point, the Airbus A320 flying from Springs to Yancheng has been towed off the tarmac and parked in a near-bit parking space. Instead of taking a commuter bus to the plane, whether it's a crew or a passenger, the plane is parked in the near bay and boarded directly through the corridor bridge. So get past security. Lu Qingzhou then hurriedly stepped onto the corridor bridge with the crowd. On the other side of the corridor bridge is the airplane hatch. Crossing the veranda bridge, the group then entered the hatch and stepped onto the plane. Lu Qingzhou's face also became somewhat serious. Turning his head, he said to the crowd, "It's now less than an hour and a half until the plane takes off, so there's not much time left for us. So everyone move a little faster and try to complete all the preparations before takeoff in half an hour." "Yes, Captain," Crew Chief Zhang Xiaoyun immediately answered. Several other flight attendants also immediately said sweetly, "Yes, Captain." "Then get busy." Lu Qingzhou waved her hand. Carrying the flight case, he turned and went into the cockpit. Chapter 30 Piloting an airplane is a tedious procedure. On the corridor bridge, Chen Bingbing turned her head and said to the two program staff, "Xiao Xin, Brother Wang, you two will stay at the remote wall airport and then go to the tower to film SC-1173 taking off, while Brother Yuan and I will follow the flight to Yangcheng. The two staff members hurriedly nodded and promised to come down. The four men of the program parted ways at once. When Bingbing Chen and another program staff member got on the plane, the two of them split in two. Chen Bingbing followed Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin into the cockpit. The staff member called Zhang Yuan then took the camera and went to the cabin with the flight attendants. The cockpit would have been narrower. With 3 people coming in, it becomes slightly more crowded. The plane was already in a starting position long before the airport ground crew towed this Airbus A320 from the hangar to the tarmac, so it doesn't take the captain and co-pilot to fire it up and start it. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin put the flight case away first. Just hurry up and take your respective seats. Chen Bingbing held the filming equipment in her hand and stood behind the 2 men. It took a few people to get into the cockpit. Another man followed in right behind him. It's the airport ground crew. He first glanced at Chen Bingbing, who was holding the filming equipment with some surprise before handing a folder to Lu Qingzhou. Captain Qingzhou, the airplane is fine. Please sign. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly took it. A quick glance over the document, before signing his big name in the bottom right corner. Wait until this airport groundskeeper is out of the cockpit. Only then did the duo take the takeoff control sheet and start checking the various instruments and systems of the airplane before takeoff. Because flying an airplane is so complicated, there are several operating manuals alone, and each one is hundreds of pages thick. There is a takeoff operation manual before takeoff, a troubleshooting checklist for all kinds of malfunctions, extreme weather, etc. during the flight, and a landing manual when landing, etc. Weather radar off, landing gear handle down, both wipers remain off. Chen Bin held the operation manual in his hand and said with a serious face, Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in the captain's seat, was like a loyal soldier, and for every command Chen Bin said, he would do the corresponding action. Battery automatic, external power control electric gate on, APU fire button test, check. Lu Qingzhou didn't look up, but reached out and pressed the APU fire extinguishing button on the top of her head. His fingers were as if they had been fitted with a GPS navigation system, and he found the APU fire extinguishing button with great precision among the densely packed buttons on the top of his head. APU fire suppression button check passes. No anomalies. Chen Bin immediately said again. Flashlight check, escape rope check, rain repellent check, jump switch panel check. Lu Qingzhou finished checking in turn. No anomalies. It's all in a closed state. Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bin closed the operation manual and took a long breath. Execution complete. Seeing this, Chen Bingbing immediately smiled and said, I didn't see it. Captain Chen Bin's lips are quite smooth. Chen Bin laughed. I'll take that as a compliment. What do you mean, just as if I'm complimenting you? It was originally a compliment. Chen Bingbing joked. If you don't work as a pilot in the future, I'll introduce you to De Yunxi. I have acquaintances there. Chen Bin immediately said. Don't later just today. Anyway, this crap job I long did not want to do. Alright, I'll call you when I get to Yangcheng in a while. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Qingzhou had already stood up from the captain's seat. Toward Chen Bingbing, she said, I'm going to go around the plane now to check. Captain Chen Bin stay in the cockpit to do other preparations. Are you going to go around the plane with me to check or stay in the cockpit? Chen Bingbing immediately blurted out. I'll go with you. That's fine. Lu Qingzhou turned her head to Chen Bin and said, Brother Chen, I'll leave the other jobs in the cockpit to you for now. Chen Bin made an okay gesture towards him. One after the other, the 2 men exited the cockpit and then descended down the passenger cabin to the bottom of the plane, and as the 2 were passing through the cabin stewardesses were already busy. They started by opening the covers on the luggage racks in turn, then it was back to work with the housekeeping crew to clean the cabin. The security guards even took metal detectors to detect if there were any foreign objects hidden in the carpet on the floor. The cabin was checked and cleaned over. I saw Zhang Xiaoyun, the crew chief, standing at the cabin door, holding a radio handset and giving instructions to all the numbers. Crew members of all numbers, now start checking the emergency equipment. 1 minute later, the other flight attendant's voice came right over the receiver. Emergency equipment check on position 2 is complete. Everything is fine. Position 3 emergency equipment check complete. No abnormalities. Emergency equipment check at position 4 complete. No abnormalities. Emergency equipment check at position 5 complete. No abnormalities. After all the numbered emergency equipment had been checked, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately said again, now check the emergency evacuation signals and lights, only to see her reach out and push the button. The entire cabin power was cut off at once. The entire cabin immediately went dark. Immediately after, the 2 rows of emergency lights under the luggage racks on either side came on immediately. Each numbered flight attendant stood at her post. See no abnormalities in the emergency lights. Immediately, he reported, Crew Chief, emergency evacuation signals and lights are normal in position 2. No anomalies on 3. No anomalies on 4. No anomalies in the aft cabin. Roger, thanks. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyun turned the phone back on, and the lights in the cabin lit up once more. This time, the earpiece in her hand rang with Samantha Wong's voice, reporting to the crew chief. There are no more outsiders in the aft cabin. Requesting closure of the L2 hatch. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately said, "You can close the door. Get instructions from the stewardess." Huang Shanshan and Nie Xiaoyu stood at the L2 hatch door. Nie Xiaoyu held the operation manual in her hand and said in a pleasant voice, "Retract the safety warning tape." Immediately, Shannon Wang reached out and retracted the warning tape on the hatch. "Retract the safety tape," Nie Xiaoyu immediately said. "Press the gust lock." Huang Shanshan immediately pressed the gust lock, and then with a strong pull, she pulled the aft cabin hatch over. Only a click was heard. The hatch was then tightly closed and slammed shut. P.S. Today's second, originally intended to burst more these days, but because there are a variety of trivial matters to delay. Sorry everyone. A moment if there is time to write a more. If not, tomorrow burst more. Kneeling support kneeling support. Until now there is no one to send gifts and comments. If you think the author where the writing is not good, you can point out in the comments section. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 31, the winding machine inspection is over. Let's start picking up passengers. A go-around check is an essential procedure before a crew can fly a mission. Parking space. Lu Qingzhou patted the fuselage of the 60 to 70 ton mechanical monster that was parked beside him, and said seriously, because going around the plane to check is both a deficiency in the aircraft service and a responsibility for the lives of the crew and passengers. Chen Bingbing raised the selfie stick with one hand and included both herself and Lu Qingzhou in the lens of the small filming device. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, acted like a qualified salesperson. With a serious face, he introduced all the procedures of the roundabout inspection. Normally, we have to check the left front of the fuselage first, which is directly below the cabin door, and after checking the left front of the fuselage, we will start to check the nose of the aircraft. As the name implies, the crew will check the aircraft shell for any abnormalities with their naked eyes while circling the aircraft before takeoff. If you notice any abnormality in the airframe, terminate the flight immediately and report it to the airline. A go-around check will usually start at the left front of the fuselage, as the pilot gets off the airplane and onto the tarmac right at the left front of the fuselage. Starting at the left front, it goes around to the nose, the front landing gear area, the right front fuselage, the right wing root, the air conditioning compartment and lower fuselage, the right engine, the right wing trailing and leading edges, the right main landing gear, the right rear of the fuselage, the tail of the airplane, the left rear of the fuselage, the left main landing gear, the left wing trailing and leading edges, the left engine, and the left front fuselage. Our inspection points for checking the left front of the fuselage are to see if the probes, static pressure holes, discharge ports, left airspeed tube are blocked, and if the left hatch as well as the maintenance cover are intact and locked. Lu Qingzhou took the flashlight and said as he scrutinized the fuselage. Chen Bingbing was like a studious elementary school student, listening attentively. After checking the left front of the fuselage, the two men paced to the nose position again. The nose is mainly checked for radome, release lines, and forward hatch intact and locked. The front and rear landing gears are the focus of the winding inspection because the front and rear landing gears are just like the feet of the airplane. Without them, there is no way for the airplane to land successfully. After checking the nose of the airplane, Lu Qingzhou turned her attention to the front landing gear again. Every time he walked to an inspection area, Lu Qingzhou would explain and inspect it very carefully. There may be those who think he's selling out, showing off in front of a beautiful reporter and a live streamer, but only those who knew him well knew how serious and even demanding he was at work. Live stream. It was now past 8 in the morning though, rush hour, but the number of waterbenders pouring into the live stream had already surpassed 300. There were quite a few waterbenders in and out though, but the total number of people online is constantly increasing. Captain Lightship is teaching us how to fly the airplane, isn't he? The knowledge is boring, but what's wrong with me sounding so serious? Yes, wow, if I was this serious when I was in school, would I have to work this crappy shift at this crappy company? Upstairs, you wouldn't want your boss to know about this comment, would you? This pervert from Ghost Country, please take it easy. I didn't realize there were so many procedures for flying an airplane. I thought it was like driving a car. You just fly when you get to the point. Ha ha, learned a bunch of useless new knowledge. I just came back from another airline's live broadcast. Other airlines are either filming the flight attendants' face value, or the crew and the host said cold jokes to regulate the atmosphere. But only the mountain airline is unique, actually teaching water friends how to fly the plane. But I'm actually enjoying it. Originally this variety show is to teach people to fly airplanes. If you really want to see beautiful women, go to Shake, the station dance area to see the anchor rubbing how good. Serious men are really the most handsome. Powdered pink. 20 minutes later, A hint of helplessness had appeared on Chen Bingbing's face. She couldn't have imagined that a winding check would take more than 20 minutes. Although men who are serious about their work are the most handsome. But that's too tedious. Now that the left engine inspection is finished, we finish checking the left front fuselage. Then the winding inspection is considered finished. Lu Qingzhou swallowed and said with a somewhat hoarse voice. Chen Bingbing's face immediately revealed a small flutter. It's over. It's finally over. The left front fuselage is inspected similarly to the right front fuselage, also to see that these devices and exhaust ports are not blocked. Lu Qingzhou had only finished speaking when a ground crew member hurried over with a folder. Captain Qingzhou, the refueling of this Airbus A320 airliner has been filled up. This is the list. Take a look. Lu Qingzhou took the folder and scanned it, then went back under the airplane's fuel tank and looked up at the gauge. Check carefully later. Only then did he sign his name on the folder. By the time the two men had re-entered the plane, other preparations for the passenger and cockpit cabins had been made. All members of the crew had come to converge at the forward cabin door. One by one, Lu Qingzhou's gaze swept past everyone's faces. Then with a serious face, he said, "This flight we are executing today is from Quancheng Yaowei Airport to Baiyun Airport in Yangcheng, because this route is mainly along the coastline, and it's summer now, a high typhoon area, so we may encounter extreme weather or turbulence during the flight. The old rule is that if the airplane experiences extreme weather, the crew must do a good job of calming the passengers' emotions. Meanwhile, if the plane goes into a lurch, as usual, no bells for light, 1 for medium, and 3 for heavy. Do you all hear me?" Crew Chief Zhang Xiaoyun immediately replied seriously. "Yes, Captain." Several other flight attendants and safety officers chimed in. "Yes, Captain." Lu Qingzhou's tightly tensed face finally eased up a lot. Smiling lightly, he looked at the crowd. Then pick up. He suddenly slapped his own mouth and hurriedly looked for a remedy. "Look at this broken mouth of mine." A few others covered their mouths in light laughter. Because of the little cutie, all could see that Lu Qingzhou was just making a harmless little joke to regulate the atmosphere. Then notify the airport and board the passengers. As Lu Qingzhou's last order was given, the crowd agreed. Then it dispersed in a flurry. Capital time, 8:50 a.m. The waiting hall of the Remote Wall International Airport has long been crowded and particularly busy. Attention passengers traveling to Yangcheng. Your flight SC-1173 of Qilu Airlines has now begun boarding. Please bring your carry-on items, show your boarding pass, and proceed to boarding gate B32 for boarding. I wish the passengers a pleasant journey. Thank you. Passengers bound for Guangzhou, please note that your Shandong Airlines flight SC-1173 is now boarding. Please take your carry items and show your boarding passes at boarding gate B32. Please take your carry-on items and show your boarding passes at boarding gate B32. Have a pleasant journey. Thank you. As airport announcements blared throughout the terminal, all the passengers on flight SC-1173 got up and flocked towards gate B32. The airplane hatch. 2 flight attendants stood on either side, left and right, a professional smile on his face, waiting for the first passengers to arrive. Chapter 32. When the cabin door was completely closed, Captain Lu Qingzhou would be the sole master of the airplane. As the first passengers, along with the corridor bridge, arrived at the cabin hatch without incident, Nia Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaoyu, who were standing at the hatch entrance on the left and right pods, immediately had smiles on their faces. "Good morning, welcome aboard." The other flight attendants each stood in their numbered positions. As passengers poured into the plane, the otherwise empty cabin immediately became crowded. Chen Bingbing and another photographer stood at the nose and tail of the plane to capture footage of passengers boarding the plane. Almost 20 minutes or so later, an airport worker with a passenger list followed along on the plane. She was seen walking up to the crew chief, Zhang Xiaoyun. While handing over the list, he said, "Cabin master, the passengers of flight SC-1173 are all on board, a total of 109 people. This is the passenger list, please confirm it." Zhang Xiaoyun immediately took over the list. It was carefully checked. Then he signed his name in the lower right corner of the travelers list, before handing it back to the other party. "Good work, it should." Only after the staff member got off the plane did Chen Bingbing, who was standing by the side, smack her lips and say, "Sister Xiaoyun, it feels like you guys aren't easy either." Zhang Xiaoyun guffawed. "How so?" "It's that ever since we arrived at the airport and boarded the plane, it felt like you guys kept signing. Just the documents I've seen signed by you and Captain Lightboat add up to several. The food preparation also needs to be signed. The passenger list also needs to be signed. The refueling also needs to be signed. The aircraft maintenance and repair also needs to be signed." Zhang Xiaoyun understood Chen Bingbing's subtext, because any adult knows that signing one's name to a document is tantamount to taking responsibility for that document. Lu Qingzhou and Zhang Xiaoyun signed so many documents. It means they are responsible for so many documents. But if anything goes wrong, especially if there are any security incidents, they're both the first ones responsible. I can't help it. After all, I've been in this line of work. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed, but I'm not the same as Captain Lightning Boat. He's concerned with the safety of all of our lives, so the documents he signed are much more important than mine. What's it called? With great ability comes great responsibility. Just as the two were chatting, the other numbered stewardesses and security officers had already started to get busy in the cabin. The entire cabin had been in disarray up until now. Either someone was sitting in the wrong seat or someone had a small carry-on suitcase that wasn't in the overhead rack. All these trivialities need to be mediated and handled by the flight attendants one by one. They waited until all the travelers had been seated, and then they closed and covered the luggage racks one by one. No. Flight attendant Nie Xiaoyu then picked up the intercom and started the pre-takeoff broadcast. Dear travelers and friends, you are welcome to take Qilu Airlines Flight SC-1173 from Quancheng to Yancheng. The cabin door is about to be closed. Please reconfirm your ticket or boarding pass. In order to ensure the flight safety, please turn off the power of the cell phone and other electronic devices or set to flight mode. Now the plane cache upgrade service program has been opened. If you need to handle, please contact cabin crew. Later we will play the safety instructions video for you. Please pay attention to watch. Thank you again for flying Qilu Airlines. Thank you. Dear passengers, welcome to Shandong Airlines Flight SC-1173 from Jinan to Guangzhou. The cabin door is about to. Please confirm your ticket or boarding pass again. For flight safety, please turn off your mobile phone or switch it to flight mode. Our plane now offers cache services. If you need to process it, please contact the cabin crew. We will soon play the safety video for you. Please watch carefully. Thank you again taking Shandong Airlines. Thank you, Xiaoyun-san. Chen Bingbing twisted her head to look at Nie Xiaoyu who was broadcasting, and then asked curiously, before, when you guys introduced yourselves, you all said that you were a few bits and pieces. What does that mean? Zhang Xiaoyun saw that there were still a few minutes before the hatch was closed. So it's explained. A few seat flight attendants is really a division of responsibilities and zones. Let's say I'm the crew chief and have an overview. So I'm the number 1 position. Seat 2 is the aft cabin steward in charge of the aft cabin. Seat 3 is a 2 class, first in business, cabin crew. Positions 4 and 5 this is the regular crew. The main reason why the division is so detailed is that the division of labor is clearer, and the duties are clearer, so that it is convenient for the flight attendants to better complete the work of air service and safety and security. However, the number of different airline companies, and even different types of aircraft are different. In short, it is a few flight attendants to do a few work. These jobs include, but are not limited to, serving this area, managing emergency doors and windows, handling fires, mediating passenger disputes, etc. Chen Bingbing came to a realization, then asked with a wry face, so are the wages and benefits of each numbered flight attendant different? Zhang Xiaoyun glanced at Chen Bingbing with a smile in her eyes, obviously reading her little mind. However, Zhang Xiaoyun didn't mind, but replied generously, of course, in general, the lower the number digit, the higher the salary. Chen Bingbing nodded, but she did not continue to ask what the exact salary of a flight attendant was. A little joke that doesn't hurt is fine, but the sense of boundaries that should be there has to be there. This time, Nie Xiaoyu had already finished broadcasting and walked over. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyun joined her at the cabin hatch, just 2 people working with each other. One held the hatch operator's manual while the other reached out and pulled on the hatch jamb. Grab the door frame. Nie Xiaoyu looked serious. Zhang Xiaoyun also replied earnestly, confirm catch, press the gust lock, confirm press, grasp the hatch assist handle and move the hatch inward to the door frame. With a little force, Zhang Xiaoyun slowly pulled the hatch, which was made of metal, over. It wasn't until she heard the click of the lock that she replied, done. Depress the hatch operating handle. Nie Xiaoyu added. Zhang Xiaoyun carried out as instructed. With the successful closure of the cabin door, the plane was completely cut off from the outside world, and the command of this airplane was handed over from the airport to the captain, Lu Qingzhou. That is to say, during the time from when the cabin door closed to when it opened again, Lu Qingzhou would be the sole master of this airplane, as well as everyone on it. Chapter 33, Initiate Second Shot, Request to Roll Out and Drive. Hatch closed. Bingbing Chen has finished all the filming in the passenger cabin. She was seen with her filming equipment in her hand, turning and hurrying to the cockpit hatch door. But when she saw that the cockpit hatch was slammed shut, she was stumped. Zhang Xiaoyun saw this. Hurry up and walk over. While ringing the doorbell, he said, in order to prevent the occurrence of violent crimes, so the cockpit door of the airplane has a very high level of secrecy. If the airplane is in the state of starting, it can only be opened from the inside to the outside. That is to say, it can only be opened by the people on the inside, and the people on the outside can't even blow it up even if it is estimated to be blown up with explosives. Then she pointed to the camera above the hatch, continuing, if someone outside wants to get in, ring the doorbell first, then look at the camera with your head held high. and only open the door once the person inside has a good look at the person's proper face on the outside. Otherwise, if we open the door rashly, the people inside will be held accountable. Chen Bingbing smacked her lips. So strict. Safety is no small matter. Click. Just then, the cockpit hatch has been opened. Chen Bin stuck his head out and looked at the two with some confusion. Zhang Xiaoyun stepped aside and said to Chen Bingbing, "Go in." Chen Bingbing hurriedly sidestepped into the cockpit, but after entering, she didn't forget to say to Zhang Xiaoyun, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyun." Click. The cockpit hatch was reclosed. Chen Bin somewhat suspiciously surveyed Chen Bingbing and asked, "I thought you would stay in the passenger cabin. I didn't realize that the General Directorate had really put in the blood this time, actually letting you guys directly into the cockpit to shoot it." Chen Bingbing was filled with curiosity. Is the cockpit a forbidden place? It's not a forbidden place if it's usual, but if the plane takes off, the cockpit is more or less sensitive. Chen Bin said. A big question mark popped up on Chen Bingbing's brain. Sensitive? What can be sensitive? Is there even a state secret involved? Lu Qingzhou turned her head and said to Chen Bin first, speaking so vaguely, "Why not?" Only then did he look at Chen Bingbing and said, "If before, the cockpit is indeed a forbidden place, not to mention coming in to film, even coming in an outsider is not allowed. The reason for this is that it involves the flight safety of the aircraft, but someone has gotten up to mischief, and is more worried about the miscreants knowing the structure in the cockpit and then targeting to formulate some illegal and criminal behaviors. But nowadays, whether it's Jitterbug, B-Site, or other long and short video platforms, it's no secret that there are more tutorials on the cockpit of an airliner, or even the piloting of an airliner, for a long time now. How else could the General Administration have cooperated with Mango Channel for this variety show?" said. Lu Qingzhou pointed to a position behind herself and continued, "This month may have to trouble you to condescend. The space in the cockpit is originally quite narrow. This position is the observer or right seat co-pilot's position. It may not be too comfortable to sit up and serve, but you'll just have to make do with what you've got." Chen Bingbing smiled sweetly at him. "I'm here to work, not to enjoy the benefits. There is a position for me to sit. I'm very satisfied." Well, what Having said that, one ass in the air. But after she sat down, she realized what Lu Qingzhou meant by not too comfortable. Not very comfortable indeed. Not only is the space cramped, but it's also hard. It's especially hard on the butt. Don't even talk about comparing first class and business class seats, not even economy class. It's quite uncomfortable. Chen Bingbing shook her body, trying to find the most comfortable position, then continued, "It's quite hard for you guys to sit in this kind of environment for a few hours every day." Chen Bin picked up. "Yes, others think our work is glamorous, but all kinds of suffering only we know." Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at him and faintly said, "Stop complaining, contact the tower and apply for a rollout drive." Having said that, behind him, he pulled back the seatbelt and buckled it in. Seeing this, Chen Bingbing also hurriedly buckled her seatbelt. Chen Bin, on the other hand, took the intercom and said in a serious tone, "Remote wall ground, Mountain Air 1173, stop 211, applying to roll out in drive." A few seconds later, immediately a clear and pleasant voice rang out over the comm channel. "Mountain Air 1173, remote wall ground, ready to roll out in drive, correcting sea pressure 1008. The voice was well worded, but it actually sounded a little whiny to my ears, and it's high in sugar. Sweet. Even Chen Bingbing, who was sitting in the back row of Lu Qingzhou, perked up her ears and stared with curiosity at the caller in Chen Bin's hand. Live stream. The pop-ups, which had become somewhat sparse, immediately came pouring in. How come the voice of remote wall airport control is so sweet? Yes, 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 yes. I haven't seen her in person, but I know she's beautiful just by her voice. Say, is there a sweet girl in the Qilu Peninsula too? Nonsense. Our mountain girls are both sweet and salty. Come on. Even Zhaoanjuan's face can't handle your mountain province dialect. Where did you get a sweet girl from mountain province? Pfft, I'm Zhaoanjuan. Every time I hear that I want to laugh. It's not like only people from the mountain province can work at the remote wall airport. In case it's somewhere else, brothers, give you 10 seconds. I want all the information of this sweet girl control. Chen Bin hurriedly repeated. You can roll out and drive. Correcting sea pressure 1008. Mountain Air 1173. Only then did she wink at Lu Qingzhou and said with a smile, "Do you know who this person's beautiful and sweet-voiced control was just now?" Lu Qingzhou didn't have time to listen to gossip right now. Instead, while reaching out to correct the sea pressure on the airplane's instrument panel, he casually chimed in. "Who is it?" Chen Bin pretended to be mysterious. "You know, I know a lot of people. How do I know who you're talking about?" Lu Qingzhou didn't have the heart to say. This time, Airport ground control has taken away the ground locks that bind the tires of the plane's landing gear. The plane then slowly pulled away from the parking space, towed by a tractor trailer. Chen Bin busily said, "That's the one who came back from Wancheng with us 2 days ago. Have you forgotten?" The airplane, towed by the tractor, had come into an open field. Lu Qingzhou saw the bye-bye officer on the right side of the airplane make a bye-bye gesture toward himself. Then suddenly his face turned serious and said, "Don't talk about all this idle gossip. Start the second engine." Chen Bin immediately sat upright. Lu Qingzhou turned his head and looked at Chen Bingbing with the same serious expression. "Bingbing, the plane is about to take off. You have to turn this off, and if you want to film the plane's takeoff procedure, you also have to pinch off the signal source and select flight mode." Seeing this, Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded. "Ah, good." Having said that, only then did she turn the camera on herself. A trace of apology appeared on his face. "Babies, this morning's live broadcast can only come to an end, but Fly With You has been scheduled. As long as you lock the Mango TV every Saturday night at 9 o'clock, or log on to the Mango app, you'll be able to watch the wonderful program Pulling live stream, though the numbers are small, but it's looking good right now." So when they heard that Bingbing Chen was going off the air, they immediately wailed, "Don't, I'm watching you. Bingbing begs you to stay on air for a while, okay? I'd like to hear the voice of that beautiful, sweetly controlled person. It's just wow, it's just wow." Captain Lightship hasn't even revealed the identity of the other party yet. Getting up, going to work, and hoping to still see Ice live during my lunch break. Captain Lightship is so serious about his work. I like men who are serious about their work. Before I thought that the light boat captain is a relationship. I did not expect to work so serious. Bingbing Chen can't see the pop-ups. Even if she saw it, she wouldn't be swayed by the pop-ups. So after saying when the show would air, she reached out decisively and turned off the live feed. At the same time, the signal source of the live broadcast device was cut off and switched to flight mode. Turn on the shooting function. Seriously, shoot up. Rumble rumble. With a roar of the engine, the body of this Airbus A320 passenger jet shuddered slightly. Chen Bin gave Lu Qingzhou a thumbs up. This was not to praise Lu Qingzhou, but to indicate that he had successfully activated the second round. Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly. Chen Bin immediately said, "Remote wall ground, Mountain Air 1173, open up and apply for a slide out." Immediately the tower responded. Mountain Air 1173 taxiing off the runway to wait. It was still the same soft, sticky voice from earlier. Silence immediately repeated. Taxiing to wait off the runway. Mountain Air 1173. Lu Qingzhou's right hand was already holding the lever. He was seen gently pulling on the brakes with his left hand, then lightly pushing the throttle valve gear lever. This Airbus A320 airliner slowly glided up on the open ground. Not for a while. The plane had then come to the end of a straight runway. In front of them, though, there were several other airplanes lined up for takeoff. Remote Wall Airport has just one runway at the moment. However, back in 2022, the airport was approved to start the second phase of the renovation project. Once the remodeling is completed, the Remote Wall Airport will have 3 to 4 runways and 3 terminals. So now the Remote Wall Airport is like a large construction site. P.S. It is estimated that there are small partners feel that the author of the writing is very cumbersome, but my vision is the first flight to explain all the steps clearly, and then the next encounter with a similar plot can be a one-off, because piloting an airplane is not driving a car. The steps are very cumbersome. If you do not explain it clearly, we will look confused, which is also the reason why the author writes very slowly. This kind of niche career text is really bad to write. Yikes. Chapter 34, Reaching V1 Takeoff Speed. Smooth takeoff and liftoff. This 1.5. It was nearly 20 minutes again. Lu Qingzhou rested her hands on the back of her head, somewhat bored as she looked at the airplanes lined up in front of her. Actually, flying an airplane is about the same mentality as driving a car. That's preferring to take the long way around rather than get stuck in a traffic queue, because doing nothing really grinds the mind too much. 20 minutes later, Lu Qingzhou watched as the airplane in front of her remained motionless, showing no signs of wanting to take off. Finally some press. Squeezing the radio headset, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Tower, Mountain Air 1173 calling." Far away, the top floor of a towering building. The 2 cameramen from the program Fly With You had already set up their cameras long ago, filming the empty straight runway. This towering building is the Remote Wall Airport Tower. Inside the command hall on the top floor, Lin Muyo was wearing headphones and her hands kept tapping on the keyboard. Today was her first day of work after joining the Remote Wall Airport. It was a new environment, but since she was engaged in the same work, she had only been on the job for a short while and was already familiar with the workflow. Tower, Mountain Air 1173 calling. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. Lin Muyo was stunned. A handsome young face immediately came to mind. Ha, it's him? Surprisingly, it's him. Lin Muyo was instantly like a deer in headlights. Her heart's beating rate instantly increased a few points faster. She hurriedly steadied herself. Before speaking, tower copy. 1173 go ahead. Why is the flight in front of us still no sign of taking off after so long? The flight has been delayed for almost 20 minutes. In the headphones, the other man murmured. Lin Muyo has found all the information about the mountain air flight SC-1173, only to see that the words Lu Qingzhou were clearly written on the captain's column. Sure enough, it's him. Lin Muyao's face showed a small flutter. The voice is sweeter, patiently explaining, because of the Air Force's temporary scheduling, all the flights at the remote wall airport are being held down right now. Captain Lightship, please be a little more patient. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou learned that it was the Air Force's temporary control, and only sighed. Fine. Ha, and so on. How did she know it was me? Temporary control by the Air Force? Behind her, Chen Bingbing poked her head out and asked curiously, is the remote wall airport a dual-use airport, Mark? No. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. But because Qilu province is a major northern town and one of the military strongholds, there are several military airports and military harbors in the province. So if the Air Force has a temporary mission, flights within the Qilu province will be affected. At the University of the East, all airspace is under the jurisdiction of the Air Force. That's why there are two big Buddhas on top of civil airports and various airline companies everywhere. The first honor is the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, which is responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs. The other is the Air Force, which is responsible for airspace, air routes and other major matters. Overall, the Air Force is larger than the General Directorate. This shallow common sense Chen Bingbing still knew, so she didn't ask such a silly question as why is the civilian airport under the Air Force, but said helplessly, then we've been delayed by almost 20 minutes now. Will our arrival time in Yancheng be pushed back as well? That's not going to happen. Lu Qingzhou was old-fashioned. Just fly fast for a while. Chen Bingbing was startled and looked at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of questions. Chen Bin, on the other hand, smiled and added, Bingbing hasn't flown on our mountain air flights before? Chen Bingbing shook her head. I don't think I've ever sat in it. Why? Not much. You'll know in a moment. Chen Bin sold a lie. Cabin. Seeing that the plane is delayed, many of the passengers in the cabin were getting a little restless as well. Ding knock. Ding knock. Ding knock. It's only been just over 10 minutes and the service bell has already been rung several times. Every time the service bell is rung, the stewardess in charge of this area, though helpless, still came over patiently, with a smile in her eyes, and asked the passengers what services they needed. Ding knock. This time, the sound of the service bell rang again in the cabin. The number 5 flight attendant, Jiang Xiaoyu, was filled with helplessness, so she had no choice but to unlock her safety belt and go over. When she reached the passenger who had rung the service bell, she bent down with a smile and asked, How do you do, sir? May I ask what you are in need of? The other party was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When she saw her approaching, she immediately asked loudly, Why hasn't the plane taken off yet? It's been delayed for so long. The people around us helped. That's right. It's been parked here for a minute or 20. I've got business in Sheepshead today. I have to be at my client's company at 1 p.m. Can you afford it if my order goes yellow? Seeing the group of several passengers around him, he loudly rebuked them. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was aggrieved in his heart, but still with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, sir. We haven't received any other notification for the time being. Can you please be patient? Patience my ass. This middle-aged man said angrily. I have said that I have important things to do back in Yangcheng. If I suffer losses because of the flight delay, I will definitely file a complaint against you guys. Okay? Annoying. Didn't I say that you mountain airlines are famous for being fast? Why don't you even move a bit now? It's just an overstatement. It's just blown up on the internet. The others also said. Jiang Xiaoyu had to try his best to appease. Sorry, sir. Maybe the flight was temporarily controlled and that's what caused the delay. I apologize for that, but the plane should be taking off soon. Please be patient. Okay? The middle-aged man saw this and had to stop. After all, he also knew how the stewardesses would know when the plane would take off. He's just looking for a catharsis. Everyone else pretty much had a similar look on their faces. Still, there are quite a few old gods. So just as these people were making things difficult for the flight attendants, someone interjected. Don't worry about it. Don't look like the plane's takeoff is being delayed by 1 to 20 minutes right now. But as long as the weather's good, we'll be sure to land on time at the Baiyun airport in a little while. The last time I flew to Rongcheng, my takeoff was delayed by a full 30 minutes, but I landed at Rongcheng Tianfu Airport a few minutes earlier than scheduled. I ask you to trust the professionalism of our mountain airline. The show's cameraman, Jen, had been holding the camera and had captured this scene in the passenger cabin as well. What intrigued him, though, was this. The ones who are generally impatient and lack patience are foreign accented passengers. The old god, on the other hand, has a local accent. Are the people of the mountain province going to be more patient than the rest of the world? Are they used to the mountain's sailing style of affairs? Another 10 minutes passed. At this point in time from the scheduled takeoff time of Shaanxi Airlines flight SC-1173 has passed a full 25 minutes. That is to say, the flight has been delayed for 25 minutes. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou finally saw the airplane in front of him start to move slowly. After about 5 minutes, the Boeing 737 at the front of the line whistled off the runway, then slowly climbed in altitude and disappeared from sight. Lu Qingzhou had planned to queue up honestly, but just then, a nice controller's voice suddenly sounded on the comm channel. Mountain Air 1173, you are cleared for runway 05 left. Yo, it's not. I've got 3 more airplanes lined up in front of me. Why is it suddenly my turn? However, since there was such a good thing as being ordered to jump the queue, Lu Qingzhou naturally wouldn't reject people's good intentions, much less be a moral gentleman. Yes, at the airport, Tower Max. The word of the tower controller is tantamount to holy writ, so in the indignant eyes of several other flight crews, Lu Qingzhou replied while, into runway 05 left, Mountain Air 1173. When Lu Qingzhou piloted the airplane slowly to the end of the runway and slid into the runway, he immediately added, Mountain Air 1173, has slid into runway 05 left, Mountain Air 1173, runway 05 left, ground wind 03 meters, ready for takeoff, tower. Lin Muyo immediately replied, co-pilot's seat. Chen Bin looked at Lu Qingzhou with some surprise. Not buddy. Isn't it the co-pilot's job description to communicate with the tower? That's my word. What are you doing with my words? But Lu Qingzhou apparently did not notice that she had overstepped her bounds. When he heard Lin Muyo give the ready for takeoff command, he immediately took a deep breath. He was seen lightly pushing the throttle valve gear lever with his left hand and began to accelerate. Chen Bingbing, who was sitting behind him, was looking directly ahead with a taut little face full of concentration. Rumble rumble. There was a deafening roar from the airplane engines. The co-pilot, Chen Bin, had his eyes glued to the dashboard. When he saw the ground speed gauge needle rapidly spike, he shouted out, thrust stabilized. Lu Qingzhou had a serious expression and immediately returned. Toga SRS runway, technical term, takeoff/recovery thrust, confirmed. Chen Bin immediately replied. With the word confirmed spoken, Lu Qingzhou suddenly pushed the lever violently and released the brakes. Then a strong pushback instantly acted on everyone on the plane, and the view out the windshield began to regress. This Airbus A320 has started taxiing up the runway, and it's getting faster and faster and faster. It's like a wild horse out of control. 50 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 250 kilometers per hour. In just over a minute, this airplane had sped up to V1 decisive takeoff speed, and at this point, the plane skidded just a few hundred meters down the runway. Chen Bin's 2 eyes were still glued to the ground speedometer. When he saw that the airplane had exceeded the V1 decision speed, he immediately blurted out, very. Lu Qingzhou immediately gently pulled backward and upward on the operating lever. The nose of this airplane immediately cocked gently. Lift the wheel, Chen Bin said in a deep voice. Next, the front landing gear of the aircraft left the runway surface without incident. Then the airplane maintained its nose-up flying attitude, and like an arrow shot into the air, it whistled toward the blue sky. Chapter 35, A Sea of Gold. The so-called V1 decision speed is also called takeoff decision speed. This is a speed to which the ground speed of an airplane is expressed during taxi takeoff. During takeoff and landing, an airplane is in 2 of the most dangerous phases of the entire flight. If an airplane encounters an unforeseen situation during takeoff and something has to be done, the only reference data is whether or not the airplane's ground speed has reached V1 speed. If the airplane's taxi speed does not reach the decision speed, then the pilot can interrupt the takeoff. But if the speed of the airplane has reached or even exceeded the decisive speed, then even if there is a mountain of fire in front of him, the pilot has to execute the takeoff procedure with a hard head. This is because V1 decision speeds usually exceed 300 kilometers per hour. And if an airplane were to interrupt its takeoff after reaching this speed, it would also run off the runway uncontrollably because of the huge inertia. So it is always much safer to continue the takeoff procedure than to interrupt it. However, if the decision speed is not reached, then the pilot is allowed to interrupt the takeoff as appropriate. In addition to V1 decision speed, there is also V2 speed. The V2 speed is the safe takeoff speed of the airplane. As soon as the airplane lifts the front wheels, the speed should accelerate to V2 and continue to accelerate to standard climb speed. That is to say, when the airplane reaches V2 speed, the airplane is off the runway and can retract its landing gear. Sure enough, just as the front landing gear of the airplane left the ground, Lu Qingzhou still maintained full fuel, and the speed of the airplane had already exceeded V2 speed. There was a deafening roar from this Airbus A320. Both engines provide constant and ample power at the same time. pushing the 70 to 80-ton behemoth up on its back and flying at full capacity. Just as the rear landing gear leaves the ground, the plane reached an altitude of about 50 meters when it did. Chen Bin immediately said, "Positively rising rate." Lu Qingzhou still maintained the stance of pulling the operating lever backward and upward, and said in a deep voice, "Close the wheel." Chen Bin immediately reached out and pressed the landing gear button to recover the landing gear. But at this point the airplane was still tilted head up, because the plane plummeted off the ground and climbed on its back. Everyone on board also kept their feet off the ground and their heads facing upwards. And it doesn't matter if it's the first time you've ever been on an airplane. Everyone felt as if a huge force was pressing on their chests. This is caused by the amount of overload brought about when the airplane takes off and climbs in altitude. It only takes a few moments of acclimatization, though, and this discomfort soon disappears. Climbing, continuing to climb. Not for a while. The airliner had then climbed to 500 meters of airspace. Lu Qingzhou gently pushed the stick and temporarily changed to a level flight stance. In the passenger cabin, all the passengers were suddenly relieved. Chen Bin then contacted the tower. Remote wall ground, Mountain Air 1173, off the ground, 05 left. Soon, Lin Muyao's voice then came from the communication channel. Mountain Air 1173, up altitude 1000 meters hold. Adjust barometric pressure 3900, over. Up altitude 1000 meters hold. Adjust barometric pressure 3900, Mountain Air 1173, Chen Bin repeated. He was like a wooden emotional repeater. Every time the tower's instructions he would repeat them. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, held the operating lever, then reached out his foot and stepped on the rudder. This Airbus A320 is hovering while going up in altitude. Airliners are not the same as fighter jets. Can't do the climb from 0 altitude to 10,000 meters in one breath. It's the need to keep circling over the airport, climbing altitude while going in circles. Same with the landing. Going in circles while going down altitude. This is known as flying 3 sides and flying 5 sides. Almost a blink of an eye. Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 had already climbed to 1,000 meters, and the plane left the airport airspace and began flying from west to east. This time, once again, controller Lin Muyao's voice rang out on the comm channel. Mountain Air 1173, adjust channel 125. 33, contact Quancheng for approach. Adjust channel 125. 33, contact Springs approach. Mountain Air 1173, repeated Chen Bin once more. But just as he was about to reach for the FM, Lin Muyao's voice rang out once again. Shanhang 1173, goodbye, come back early. A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Bin's face immediately. It's still a very polite and beautiful control. Thanks, bye. After Chen Bin finished, he then tuned in to call Springs to approach. Civil aviation passenger/cargo airplanes flying in the sky are not as free as birds, but will be subject to various commands and management from the ground. For example, during takeoff and landing, an airplane receives commands from the towers of the airports where it takes off and where it lands. In turn, at altitudes of a few hundred meters to 6,000 meters, it will be directed by the approach controllers at the takeoff and landing sites. As for altitudes above 6,000 meters, they will be under the command of the high altitude controller. 1. The tower, control aircraft, ground vehicle taxiing, command aircraft takeoff, landing. 2. Approach arranging the landing sequence for low and medium altitude aircraft. 3. Sector control command and monitor wide area, high altitude aircraft. At the University of the East, all civil airports have approach control centers in their cities, responsible for managing all flights originating and terminating in the city. But high altitude airspace, that's only 8 designated high altitude control zones in the country. They are Capital City, Magic City, Yangchang, Rongqing, Chang'an, Fengtian, Dihua, and the end of the world. And by 2025, Jiangcheng, the capital of Yi Province, will also be upgraded to become the 9th largest high-altitude control area. So even airplanes can't do it freely. After all, our skies are not as empty as one might think, but rather are filled with flights shuttling in and out from all over the world on a daily basis. If there was no control from the ground, it can easily cause air traffic accidents. Air traffic accidents aren't as easy as they are on the ground. If 2 airplanes did crash together, not a single person on either plane would survive. It's after 9 in the morning. The sun has long since risen above sea level, and Flight 1173 took off from Remote Wall Airport just facing the direction of the ocean. So the sun came over the horizon, and the blinding sunlight instantly stung the eyes of several people in the cockpit. Chen Bingbing hurriedly covered the sunlight with her hand, and just then, a pair of sunglasses was suddenly on her lap. Chen Bingbing was first stunned, then a trace of warmth surfaced in her heart, because she knew that this was Lu Qingzhou still thinking about herself in her busy schedule. As for why she was so sure that the sunglasses were from Lu Qingzhou? Crap! Chen Bin was so far away from her. If Chen Bin had thrown it at her and it hit her thigh, would she not have noticed? So, frog with a heart of gold, touching your belly all the time. The sunglasses were given by Lu Qingzhou. Only Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in front of her, could manage to silently hand over the sunglasses. And Lu Qingzhou didn't expect that a very casual move of his could actually make the other parties in her drama so rich. All one can say is don't guess what's in a girl's mind. But even if he knew that, he wouldn't care too much, because his main concern right now wasn't guessing what was on the girl's mind, it was flying the plane. And at this point, Chen Bin has contacted Spring's approach. The aircraft took command of the Spring's approach and climbed in altitude as it flew away from the airport. By the time the plane had left Spring's airspace, the altitude had reached 6,000 meters. All airspace above 6,000 meters is under the jurisdiction of the High Altitude Control Area, HACA. The airspace of Qilu Province is under the Magic City. So immediately after the plane entered the 6,000 meter airspace, the voice of the Spring's approach controller rang out on the comm channel. Mountain Air 1173, FM 145, 23 contact Mordor Sector Toon goodbye. Contacting Mordor Sector Toon, FM 145, 23, received by Mountain Air 1173, goodbye. Chen Bin was already tuning in as he replied. As an old bird pilot, he'd been a co-pilot for 7 or 8 years, so he'd long been familiar with these maneuvers. 145, 23 tuned. Lu Qingzhou immediately replied, confirmed. Mordor hello, Mountain Air 1173, altitude 6100, transponder 1154. Chen Bin called the Mordor area code. Soon, the Mordor sector tone then replied, Mountain Air 1173, I've got you on radar. Upper altitude 9700 holding. Upper altitude 9700 hold. Mountain Air 1173. These procedures sound cumbersome, but all procedures must be strictly and meticulously followed. After all, it's the little lives of everyone on the plane at stake. If you slack off a little and cause a flight accident, you won't have time to cry. Cabin. Ding knock. As the airplane's flight attitude gradually became smoother, the boulder weighing on the chests of the crowd had finally disappeared without a trace. The stewardesses hurriedly undid the seatbelts that bound them to their bodies and began to get busy. Many of the passengers also rushed to their feet and headed for the restrooms at both ends of the plane. This is because the restrooms are closed while the plane is delayed on the ground. The morning is another peak time for bathroom breaks, so not for a while. There was already a long line in front of both restrooms. As for the flight attendants, in turn, small snacks and drinking water will be placed on the trolley, ready to start distributing snacks and drinks, because it was after 9 a.m. when the plane took off, so there was no breakfast prepared for this flight. But Mountaineer's airplane meals are just SOSO. There is nothing to say about whether or not to send it. One time, the quiet cabin became lively, and outside the airplane window, the sun had spilled over the sea of clouds below, dyeing the sea of clouds below in gold. It was like a sea of gold. Chapter 36 Pilots as a high-income group. It's a nice day, especially after the plane had risen to an altitude of 6,000 or 7,000 meters. Because of the thin air at high altitudes, airplanes flying in this airspace are rarely affected by weather. That's why the flight attendants and passengers in the cabin were free to move around even though the plane was still ascending in altitude. And airplanes, especially large ones, don't climb altitude straight up and down like an elevator. They curve up, so even going up in altitude, the whole process is relatively smooth. But while everyone else can relax, the captain and co-pilot in the cockpit can't. This was due to the fact that the airliner had temporarily failed to climb to its intended altitude and intended route as prescribed by the HACCP. So at this stage the airplane remains in manual pilot mode, requiring the captain and co-pilot to fly the airplane manually. Only after the airplane reaches the predetermined altitude and enters the predetermined flight path can you switch the driving mode to manual. At the Blue Star, piloting is a very enviable and in the eyes of outsiders high profession. In any country pilots are also properly elite. Pilots in the armed forces of various countries, needless to say, have a high social status and a bright future ahead of them. Civilian pilots are relatively worse, but not by much. And when it comes to income alone, civilian pilots make far more than pilots in the military who fly military airplanes. Let's take Mountaineer as an example. A single captain with a route license at Mountaineer can easily make millions a year. If it were a lead pilot or instructor, the annual salary would be even higher. The passenger side words. The annual salary would have to be relatively much less. For example, the bottom of the co-pilot's pecking order, the follower observer, only makes about $100,000 a year. However, an experienced left co-pilot like Chen Bin, who is just one step away from being a single plane captain, is able to earn an annual salary of $300,000 to $400,000. Mountaineer's salary level in the domestic major airlines is only in the middle. slightly higher than the centralized system of the three major airlines, Air China, China Eastern Airlines, China Southern Airlines, and Shenzhen Airlines, Xiamen Airlines. And other big difference, slightly lower than Sichuan Airlines, Hainan Airlines, but the annual salary income of pilots of Spring Airlines and Lucky Air, which are controlled by private enterprises, can be higher than that of the above state-owned enterprises. It's almost an extra $100,000 or so a year. Perhaps many will wonder, so much for GG Airways. What makes Spring Airlines tick? This low-cost airline that hates to sell standing or even hanging tickets on airplanes is low as hell. What makes a pilot's annual salary so high? This is actually a different market position for the carrier. Although Spring Airlines is a low-cost airline in the consumer market, it is precisely because of the relatively cheap fares that it has a higher market share and takes relatively more passengers. Wouldn't more passengers lead to more flights? And pilots' paychecks are base pay plus performance plus various benefits. The big one is performance. Going to a sweatshop to drive screws are paid by the piece, as are flying airplanes. Only the piecework of flying an airplane is the number of hours flown. That is to say, for 1 hour of flying, you get 1 hour of performance pay. So that's how the high income of Spring Airlines pilots came about. In addition to passenger airlines, there are specialized cargo carriers in the country, and cargo airline pilots are making a fortune, but they are completely crushing passenger airline pilots. For example, cargo carriers such as Post, Shunfeng, Jingdong and so on, their captains can easily get more than $2 million a year, and their co-pilots can get $400,000 to $500,000. It does crush passenger carriers, millions of dollars a year. It's a proper high income in any country. This was also the reason why many people were envious and jealous when they saw the 4 bars on Lu Qingzhou's uniform shoulder badge. Only the captain's uniform has a 4-bar shoulder patch. Those who can wear the 4-bar uniform are all high-income earners earning more than $1 million a year. And Lu Qingzhou looked young, just in her 20s. Just make $1 million a year already. How can you not be envious and jealous? So if Lu Qingzhou said his profession is actually quite boring and tedious, he would probably be angrily sprayed with Versailles. But it's true. Especially after arriving at a predetermined altitude and switching the driving mode to autopilot. It really gets boring and tedious, because airplanes are getting smarter now. In most cases, an autopilot system is capable of completely replacing the pilot and controlling the airplane all the way from takeoff to landing unimpeded. If the blind landing system was more sophisticated, I guess you wouldn't even need the pilot to drive it himself to land. The biggest role of a pilot is to supervise and intervene in a timely manner when the airplane encounters an unforeseen situation. And in flight, there is almost no network signal above 10,000 meters, and the cockpit is full of cameras. Pilots are not allowed to do anything other than have a few casual conversations with their partners. What? Playing with your cell phone? Play if you don't want to be docked payroll performance. Sleeping? Sleep if you want to not get swept off your feet. So every time he performed a flight mission, Lu Qingzhou's 2 favorite phases were takeoff and landing. The reason is simple. Something to pass the time. Climbing. Continuing to climb. In a few short minutes, the Airbus A320 had then climbed from 6,000 or 7,000 meters to over 9,000 meters. Just a few hundred more meters of ascent. The plane will be able to reach its intended altitude. The co-pilot, Chen Bin, had also put on his sunglasses and glanced at the dashboard every now and then. Aha! No anomalies. As for Qin Bingbing, now it was staring unblinkingly at Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in front of him. Lu Qingzhou held the operating lever in his left hand, and his right hand sometimes lightly pushed the throttle valve gear lever, and sometimes adjusted the flap angle. It's like he has 2 brains. It is possible to have your right and left hands doing different jobs at the same time, and it's organized and very skillful. This alone shows that he is young but experienced and skilled behind the wheel. An excellent civil aviation captain indeed. When she thought that she would be partnering with such an excellent captain for the next month to film the program, a long-lost sense of security enveloped Chen Bingbing. But if she had bothered to understand the origin of the nickname Lu Yan Wang a little bit, she might now have not only a sense of security, but a sense of crisis and fear. But whatever. Now this Airbus A320 is steady as an old dog. Chen Bingbing is not a pilot, but because of her job, she will often fly to different parts of the country by airplane. It's not often you see one that flies so smoothly during the takeoff phase. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou's side face and her heart was suddenly filled with thoughts. There's face value, high income, and a warm man, who is considerate of other people's feelings and even knows to give himself sunglasses ahead of time to prevent him from getting his eyes stung. The future is bright. Steady personality. Wow. Captain Lightship is surprisingly good. Wow. Chen Bingbing was just like a demented girl, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Lu Qingzhou. Watch and see. Surprisingly, I froze a bit. Chapter 37, Cruising Speed 930 miles per hour. Pust. Right before the plane tilted its head up, climbing altitude at the time, the nose of the plane suddenly hit a white, cotton-like cloud. but instead of letting the airplane pass through its body like the other clouds, this marshmallow-like cloud was directly smashed into several pieces, and then wrapped up in the gases produced by the airplane's high speed and flew off in all directions. The scene. Looking at Chen Bingbing, her eyes glazed over, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's beautiful. Aren't we almost 10,000 meters now? There are clouds at such a high altitude?" There is. Lu Qingzhou, who was piloting the airplane, didn't turn around, but directly answered, "But not too much, because we are now at the top of the troposphere, and we are almost at the stratosphere. The stratospheric air is thin, and occasionally a few lighter clouds float up, but most of them are active at 1 or 2 kilometers of airspace. Oh, Blue Star, like Earth, is protected by an atmosphere. The atmosphere is subdivided into the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, warm layer and dispersal layer. So the atmosphere is almost 1,000 kilometers thick. The atmosphere is, on the one hand, a protective layer for the planet Blue Star, protecting it from ultraviolet rays, extraterrestrial asteroids, etc. And, on the other hand, it binds the air firmly to the surface of Blue Star, playing a crucial role in the birth of life on Blue Star. But again, the atmosphere confines Blue Star into a large prison, and the invented gravity gives Blue Star creatures no way to escape Blue Star. Until the end of the 20th century, for the first time, mankind went into space and escaped the bonds of the atmosphere. But even so, most human vehicles still operate within the atmosphere. Don't look for airplanes to fly high enough. Airliners can go up to more than 10,000 meters, and fighter jets can even go up to about 20,000 meters. But the bottom layer of the atmosphere alone, the troposphere, is 12,000 meters thick. That is to say, most human vehicles don't just operate within the atmosphere, but in the troposphere at the very bottom of the atmosphere. The troposphere is divided into lower, middle and upper layers. The lower troposphere has the most frequent meteorological activity in this region because of the high content of moisture, dust particles, and high humidity. Things like low clouds, fog, mist, and so on are produced in this region. The middle troposphere, on the other hand, is more likely to produce clouds and rainfall. As for the upper troposphere, it has less impact on the ground. However, at low and middle latitudes, or in the tropics, the upper troposphere is occasionally characterized by bands of strong winds with wind speeds equal to or greater than 28 meters per second, known as rapids. It is also called clear sky turbulence because this rapid flow of gases is invisible and unsignaled, and the upper troposphere is almost always a clear day. Turbulence in clear skies is caused by the irregular flow of the atmosphere and is an extreme hazardous weather condition that threatens aviation safety. Because it is not accompanied by obvious weather phenomena, it is difficult to detect by airborne radar, so it is a great threat to flight safety. If an airplane encounters turbulence in clear skies, it can cause the plane to lurch sharply. In severe cases, the airplane may even go out of control briefly. So if an airplane is flying at low to mid latitudes or in the tropics, it usually tries to climb as high as possible. It will even travel across the entire troposphere and reach the stratosphere. Because the stratosphere then has very few weather extremes, it's perfect for flying. You can reach your destination very smoothly. But right now, Mountaineer Flight SC-1173 hasn't even left the airspace of Qilu province, and is still some distance away from the middle and lower latitudes. So the height stays 9,700 pretty good, almost a blink of an eye. Flight SC-1173 then arrived at the predetermined altitude set by the Mordor District Regulation 9,700 meters now. Lu Qingzhou gently pressed the operating lever forward, changed the aircraft flight attitude from climb to level flight attitude, then reached over and switched the manual driving mode to autopilot. To this point, the airplane is then completely controlled by the autopilot system. Phew! Lu Qingzhou exhaled a long breath, then stretched and said, "Finally, I can rest for a while." But Chen Bin saw him set the airplane's cruising speed to 930 miles per hour. Still a little worried, said, "Captain, isn't the cruising speed a little fast? 930 miles per hour, but it's a full 100 miles per hour faster than the usual cruising speed. 930 miles per hour is still within control. After all, we were delayed for close to half an hour at the airport. If we didn't fly faster, there would be no way to arrive in Yangchang at the scheduled time." Lu Qingzhou replied lightly. Chen Bin saw this. Rather, he didn't say anything else. "General, civilian airliners are cruising at 800 to 900 plus km/h. For example, the cruise speed of the Airbus A320 airliner is usually set at 830 km per hour, while the Boeing family of airplanes has a cruise speed of 900 km per hour. But cruising speed is not set in stone. Rather, it is set by the captain when switching to autopilot mode based on current aircraft conditions. Most airline captains generally adhere strictly to the airplane manufacturer's recommended cruising speed. Lu Qingzhou usually complied, but this stuff is really just like suggested retail price. Lu Qingzhou didn't accept the suggestion. Would Airbus still come after and bite Lu Qingzhou? It takes almost 3 hours to get from Quancheng to Yangchang. If you feel bored in the cockpit, go out for a walk and stroll around. Lu Qingzhou turned back and looked at Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I think the cockpit is just fine. You don't have to. I do. Chen Bin, who was beside him, smiled and stood up, stretching his waist while saying to Lu Qingzhou, I'll go to the restroom. Stroll around by the way, and I'll be back in almost a few minutes. Lu Qingzhou waved her hand and said, Go. When he's gone, only then did Chen Bingbing curiously ask, You guys can still get out of the cockpit? We're not in jail. How come we can't even get out of the cockpit? Lu Qingzhou joked. I thought you guys had to stay in the cockpit the whole time the plane was taking off. That's not necessary. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, People have 3 urgencies. What if they can't hold it in? Except that the cockpit has to be manned at all times and you have to come back as soon as possible even if you go to the toilet. After all, airplanes don't fly peacefully all the time. And you can intervene in an emergency if something happens. Bingbing Chen laughed. You guys sure don't say that word. Which word? Lu Qingzhou was filled with curiosity. A round of smooth chant, Chen Bingbing said. For example, the word you just used was peaceful, but obviously using a round of smooth is more appropriate. Lu Qingzhou froze. Then he looked at Chen Bingbing with some surprise. You sure know how to get to the point. Although I'm an atheist, but there are some things that should be taboo. Lu Qingzhou said. It's not that anything will necessarily happen if I really say that word, but an entire group of people are taboo about these things, and if I don't go with the flow, it's not a novelty, it's behavior. Chen Bingbing gave him a thumbs up and said, That's right, people are social animals after all. We can't live alone apart from the group. Right. By the way, boat captain, I'm not doing some preparatory information for this program in the past 2 days, so I watched a lot of videos about piloting airplanes, and I thought that it must be a cool thing to be able to fly airplanes. So how in the world should I drive this airplane? And then to fly airplanes, isn't it necessary to have a license just like driving a car? Chen Bingbing asked again. Chapter 38. What kinds of flying licenses are there? In fact, not only Bingbing Chen, I believe many people will be interested in this issue. After all, almost every human being, ancient or modern, has a dream of flying, especially as a child. Always fantasize about growing a pair of wings and learning to fly freely in the sky like a bird, and for that very reason, that's why mankind invented hot air balloons, blimps, airplanes, various spacecraft, and so on, trying to realize the dream of flying with the help of external forces. Airplanes are the safest, fastest, easiest and most convenient flying machines ever invented by mankind. That's why a lot of people put their dream of flying on airplanes. Imagine that, soaring through the sky in an airplane, overlooking the vastness of the earth and looking up at the blue sky. That feeling, it's what makes you truly free. But airplanes aren't something you can just fly. As with driving a car, in order to fly a plane, you first have to get a pilot's license to do so. A flight license is like a driver's license to drive a car. Having a pilot's license qualifies you to fly an airplane. Otherwise, piloting an airplane without a license can be a much more serious charge than driving without a license. At home, there are 6 broad types of flight licenses for airplanes. They are student pilot's license, private pilot's license, PPL, sport pilot's license, SPL, commercial pilot's license, CPL, airline transport pilot's license, ATPL, and multi-person crew pilot's license, MPL. A student license is, as the name suggests, a license owned by a student. It is not necessary to take a test for a student license, as long as you are admitted to the flight technology program of the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics and become a flight cadet. The relevant authorities will issue the appropriate license, so that the student will be qualified to learn and fly the aircraft in the flight school as well. If a student attends a civil aviation university, it is the DGCA that issues the student's license. However, if one attends a military school, it is the military that issues student licenses. So a student license is pretty much like a student ID. Multi-person crew pilot licenses, MPLs, are relatively rare and specific. This is because this type of license is used by flight schools or airlines to train students from zero to co-pilot. That is to say, students who take the multiple crew pilot license do not have to advance one step at a time from private, instrument, sport, or commercial license. Instead, the above paths to advancement are integrated into one step. So the license is really a way for flight schools or airlines to save money, shorten training time, and train pilots more efficiently and quickly. However, because the license has certain drawbacks and a lower ceiling, coupled with the fact that the current domestic flight school training model has become increasingly mature and the number of pilots is becoming increasingly saturated, similar training methods have been gradually eliminated. So now there are only 4 commonly used in the country: private, sport, commercial and airline licenses, respectively. A private license, as the name implies, is to be used only for private flight or recreation, and a pilot with a private license cannot engage in commercial practices for the purpose of receiving compensation. An example: a private license is really just like a C license for a car. You can only fly your own or hire a small private jet, or you can get your family and friends to travel with you, but you can't receive payment. That is to say, even if you get a private license, you are not eligible to apply for a pilot job with an airline, much less to engage in any flying activity for compensation, but only for your own amusement. Because there is no business involved in private licensing, it is relatively easy to get a private license. Take 35 hours of theory training classes and then 40 hours of practical classes to take your private license exam. An instructor must be present during the practical sessions. It's like having to sit with an instructor on the passenger side of your driver's license. Once you get your private license, you can fly some light and sport airplanes. What if someone who has learned to get a private license isn't over the moon? What if you want to fly at night or fly an airplane into a marshmallow-like cloud? That's going to require a sports license. Motion photos are also known as meter making. It is one of the most popular types of flight licenses available. The reason why the sport license is called an instrument license is because getting the license relies heavily on the aircraft instrument panel to determine the condition of the aircraft and to control the flight. For example, look at the horizon to determine an airplane's flight attitude. Look at the pilotage instruments to determine the aircraft's course. So with an instrument license you can fly in poor visibility or at night, because even if the pilot can't see out of the airplane and is able to control it from the dashboard, and pilots learn to communicate with ground controllers at this time, who guide the airplane via radar. All civil passenger/cargo pilots, military pilots control their aircraft according to the instrument panel. This shows the importance of meter licenses. To get an instrument license, it's a prerequisite for a pilot to have a private license, then 25 hours of flight training, and dozens of hours of simulator training, and then you can apply for it. However, during the exam, the instructor will have the candidate wear a teasing eye patch called hood in order to only enlighten the candidate about the cabin instruments. This way the candidate can only see the instrument panel even in broad daylight and not the view outside the airplane. Quite an interesting way to take a test. With a sport license, pilots can engage in flight activities such as flight instructor, agricultural and forestry operations, medical emergencies, disaster relief, and weather exploration. That is to say, pilots with a sport license are allowed to pursue careers related to flying. And if you upgrade your endorsement to become a sport instructor, you can even teach instructors how to fly airplanes, take tourists on flight experiences, and more. If a flight student wants to get into an airline and become a pilot right out of college, they have to get their private and sport licenses in college. Otherwise, the airlines won't even want you. But it's not like you can get on a plane and fly missions just because you're in an aerospace company. Instead, you have to undergo a period of training and get the appropriate license before you can do so. This license is a commercial license. Once a pilot has obtained a commercial license, he or she may serve as a captain on a small passenger or cargo aircraft that is operated for compensation or as a co-pilot on a large mainline aircraft. That is to say, a commercial license is to be able to work in commercial flight transportation. Having a commercial license qualifies you to enter the airlines as a professional pilot. But a commercial license isn't that easy to get. A minimum of 230 hours of specialized training at a dedicated flight school is required. It's also commonly known as brushing up on your hours. It takes almost 14 months or so to complete 230+ hours of flight training hours. After brushing up your hours and qualifying for a commercial license, you still have to go to a training base run by the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, and take a test under the supervision of an invigilator sent by the DGCA. If you pass the test, you'll get your commercial license. But that's not all. After a pilot receives his or her commercial license, he or she is required to train in various modifications, such as 20 hours of modified flights in a jet small business jet, before officially graduating, because it costs too much to get a business license. So it's usually the airlines that pay for it and the pilots. But pilots have to sign a sellout contract with the airline, such as not being able to jump ship for a certain number of years, etc. A hint of pilots jumping ship in violation of their contract is going to be claimed for high liquidated damages. Getting a commercial license is just the beginning for a professional pilot. To become a captain, you have to go on to take the test. For example, Chen Bin only has a commercial license right now, so even if he is more experienced, he can only serve as a co-pilot. And although Lu Qingzhou was not very old, she was already a passenger plane captain at a young age because she had already obtained a route transport pilot's license. An airline license is actually a type of commercial license. It's just that pilots who get their route licenses and then pass the DGCA's captain's promotion examination are able to serve as captains. General, pilots who want to get a flight line license not only need to have higher theoretical knowledge, but also need to have at least 1,000 hours of flight time. But this is not a mandatory requirement of the DGCA. Rather, it is an internal rule of each airline. The reason is that whether it is for a commercial license or an airline license, pilots need to go to a specialized flight school to receive training and then pay a hefty examination fee before they are eligible to apply for the test. If you don't have a lot of experience, you're not a great driver. It's not a waste of money to rush out and get a route license. So why was Lu Qingzhou qualified to take the route license at such a young age? This is because when he was a co-pilot, he had saved a very tragic air crash and hundreds of lives at the same time by his own efforts. Mountaineer in recognition of his accomplishments. That's why he was purposely sent to a foreign flight school for training. And Lu Qingzhou also lived up to the expectations. In just a few months passed the route license examination, and also successfully passed the General Administration's captain promotion examination, becoming a qualified airliner captain. So a route license is equivalent to an A license for a car and can be used to engage in public transportation aviation, which means becoming a captain of a large passenger aircraft cockpit. After listening to Lu Qingzhou's science, Chen Bingbing had widened her eyes and smacked her lips. This, so complicated? Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, pilots, no matter which country they are in, actually belong to highly sophisticated technical talents, and flying an airplane isn't as simple as imagined, so it's normal for it to be a bit more complicated. Then if I just want to take the private license test, do I have the qualifications? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou said, it's very simple to get a private license. With a high school diploma, you can get one if you're 17 years old or older. There are quite a lot of people who take the private license test in China now. Many people who have money and feel that they can't afford to live on land will choose to take the private license test, and then buy a small private jet. You don't say. Sometimes flying a small private airplane is quite fun. That must be very expensive. Chen Bingbing rested her hands on her cheeks, her face yearning and torn. It's indeed quite expensive. Almost around $200,000. Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing was filled with disappointment. So expensive. Looks like I have no hope in a short time. Do you also want to take a private license? Lu Qingzhou asked curiously. Chen Bingbing shook her head vigorously. More skill is not more important. And flying an airplane is so much fun. I also want to try. The flight clubs under the Mountain Air Group also have related teaching and training businesses, so when the time comes, you can just enroll in Mountain Air, and I'll have the clubs give you a discount. If I have time, I'll be your instructor. I won't charge you for lessons. You shouldn't have to spend much. A few tens of thousands of dollars will be about right. Lu Qingzhou said seriously. Chen Bingbing instantly had a twinkle in her eye. Really? A few tens of thousands of dollars will solve it? The club enrollment fee is around 100,000 yuan. The internal employee discount price is 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. And then the coach's lesson fee is almost around 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. And the 20,000 or 20,000 yuan test enrollment fee can't be saved, so it adds up to 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Lu Qingzhou did some serious math. Then looking at Chen Bingbing, he said, so 70 to 80,000 should be enough. I have $70,000 to $80,000. Chen Bingbing patted her chest very boldly. Then we'll make a deal. I'll treat you to a big meal when you pass the exam. It has to be. Lu Qingzhou made an okay gesture. It's usually idle anyway. Being nice for once is no big deal. Chapter 39, right in front of the airplane, a towering mountain appeared. Ding knock. The cockpit hatch doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Bingbing hurriedly stood up, but by the time she gripped the hatch handle and tried to pull it open, it wouldn't budge. One time. Chen Bingbing was surprisingly a bit at a loss for words. It's better if I do it. Lu Qingzhou smiled and stood up. This thing is pretty hard to drive. Chen Bingbing hurriedly got out of the way. Then he stretched his neck with a curious look on his face to see how Lu Qingzhou opened the door. Only Lu Qingzhou held the door handle and lifted it upward with force before pressing down. Cut it out. A crisp mechanical door lock sounded. The hatch, which had been motionless, was opened. Chen Bingbing smacked her lips. It's just opening a door, but it's actually so complicated too? It wasn't even this complicated before the millennium, and airport security wasn't like it is now. Lu Qingzhou pulled the door open while saying, it wasn't until after a few excellent pilots came out of the Middle East, whether it was airplane manufacturers like Boeing and Airbus, or national airlines, civil aviation bureaus, and so on, they all regarded safety and security as a top priority. You mean 911? Chen Bingbing blinked. Lu Qingzhou smiled faintly and did not answer. What are you two talking about? Chen Bin pushed his way in. Chen Bingbing hurriedly changed the topic and said, chatting about how much it costs to take a private license at the Mountain Airline Flying Club. I also want to take a flight license. She could still have the filming equipment on in her hand. Topics like 9/11 are obviously not well suited for on-camera discussion. Chen Bin heard it at once. Immediately towards Lu Qingzhou nudged his mouth and said with a smile, examining for a private license to look for Captain Qingzhou. don't look at his age, but his status in our company is not low, so if you look for him to help you, not only will the registration fee be discounted for you, but also free of charge for you to be a trainer. You don't know, do you, that General Manager Lei, the old head of the flight department of our mountain airline, treats other people very harshly, that's why he is nicknamed Lei Tiger, but treats him well. Chen Bingbing immediately replied joyfully, just now Captain Lightboat has promised me that he won't charge me for coaching, and he also let the club give me a discount. How many discounts? Chen Bing curiously said. 7 or 800,000 total, I think. Holy, this is a broken bone. Chen Bin smacked his lips. It's true that beautiful women can enjoy special treatment wherever they go. Don't beep. Lu Qingzhou laughed and scolded. Hurry up and roll back and sit down. We might be passing through the typhoon area soon. Chen Bin really didn't dare to slack off. Hurry back to your seat. While buckling his seatbelt, he glared at the weather radar screen on the dashboard. Chen Bingbing also sat down in a hurry. After buckling your seatbelt, only a little nervously did she ask, are we going through the typhoon zone? Lu Qingzhou saw her two small hands tightly tugging on the seatbelt, and nervousness was also written on her face. Knew she'd misunderstood, so he hastily explained, the typhoon is actually still far away from us. Right now the sixth typhoon of this year, Kanu, is still east of the Ryukyu Peninsula right now, almost thousands of kilometers away from us. Normally, even super typhoons can only affect within 1,000 kilometers. Kanu is still only a strong typhoon, so it's reasonable that it can't affect us. But since we're flying from high latitudes to low latitudes, and since the airplane is now in the low to mid latitude region, the upper troposphere produces occasional rapids in the low to mid latitudes and the tropics, especially on typhoon days. Typhoons make air currents more violent and disorganized, so the probability of encountering clear sky turbulence is relatively higher. But it doesn't matter even if we meet. If we can't afford it, we can't hide from it. Just don't fight nature anyway. Hear him say that. Only then did Chen Bingbing put her heart down a little. After pacifying Chen Bingbing, Lu Qingzhou then turned around and sat up straight. He glanced at the weather radar screen first and noticed that the air currents in the airspace a few dozen kilometers away did seem to be a bit more active. So he held the joystick with his right hand and switched the driving mode with his left hand. Then said, contact the Mordor sector transfer and apply for a lower altitude to avoid that airspace. Chen Bin naturally noticed it as well, so he immediately squeezed his earpiece and spoke. Mordor sector transfer. Mountain Air 1173 calling. A few seconds later, the Mordor area controller immediately replied, Mountain Air 1173, go ahead. We may be passing an area of rapids soon. Apply for lower altitude to avoid it. Mountain Air 1173, lower altitude 9000, lower altitude 9000, 1173 copy. Chen Bin finished repeating the zone controller's instructions, then added, 9000 corresponds to 323. By this time the airplane is in manual mode. Only Lu Qingzhou gently lowered her head toward the downward pressure lever, then slowly fed the airplane engine with oil. Confirmed, he murmured. Chen Bin immediately reached out and tuned it. 323 tuned it. Pull out. As Lu Qingzhou finished the sentence, the Airbus A320 had then turned its head downward and slowly headed toward the airspace below. The descent to altitude was very smooth though, makes it almost imperceptible. If Chen Bingbing wasn't sitting right there in the cockpit, it's likely that she wouldn't have realized that the plane was going down in altitude at all. A few minutes later, the plane's altitude has come to 9,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou switched the driving mode to autopilot, then the serious face loosened up a little. Cabin, most of the passengers are still asleep now. It's after 10 in the morning. It's almost an hour or so until our destination. Flying is not as convenient as taking a car or high-speed train. This is because airports are usually located far away from the city and you need to arrive at the airport an hour or two early to check in and so on. That is to say, it was supposed to be a flight past 9 in the morning. Have to be at the airport by 7. So the passengers on the plane today got up early in the morning, and now the sun is shining through the windows, making people unconsciously drowsy. Not to mention the passengers. Even the flight attendants were feeling sleepy. Only it's their working hours. If anyone dares to be lazy and sleep at this time, not only will they be docked their salary, but they will also be counseled and talked to. Rumble rumble. The airplane's engines roared. Full output propelling the plane from north to south at 930 miles per hour. Almost a blink of an eye. The airplane then left Qilu province, flew over the famous bulk province of Jiangnan, and entered the airspace of Zhejiang province. Chen Bingbing also felt a little sleepy. Aha! She stretched, just about to get up and make a trip to the bathroom. But just then, Chen Bingbing suddenly saw that directly in front of the airplane, a lofty, peakless mountain had appeared. This high mountain was dark, like a roadblock, straddling the plane right in front of it. Upon seeing this lofty mountain, Chen Bingbing instantly stared in disbelief. Cold all over. Even the urge to pee gave way to a more violent fear, only to see her raise her right hand, pointing right in front of her and stuttering, This is a mountain? Heavens, how can there be a mountain in the sky? We're going to crash into it? The words were just finished. The airplane, which had been flying smoothly, was immediately thrown into a lurch. P.S. How about a daytime update tomorrow? 1 to 2 chapters later, and the next update fixed at 12 a.m.? Chapter 40, the plane takes a heavy bump. The plane wasn't too bumpy. If you go by rank, it's mildly bumpy at best. Whether you're on an airplane or a boat, or even a car, don't be too normal to experience slight bumps. But Chen Bingbing was now so frightened that her face was pale, and she had even stuttered a bit in her speech. It wasn't so much the bumps that gave her the jitters. Rather, it's just as she said, right in front of the airplane. Surprisingly, a blackened, towering mountain peak appeared. What? Now isn't this Airbus A320 flying at 9,000 meters? Where did the mountains come from? Isn't Mt. Everest, the highest peak on the blue planet, only 848 meters? Could it be that Chen Bingbing is blind? Or is she hallucinating because she's overstimulated? Neither. Instead, right in front of the airplane, a cumulonimbus cloud appeared that was as black as ink and as lofty as a mountain. Yes, don't think that cumulonimbus clouds are only found in the lower and middle troposphere. In the lower and middle latitudes and in the tropics, because of the high level of meteorological activity, there are occasionally dramatic weather conditions in the upper troposphere. So what Chen Bingbing saw was not a towering black mountain, but a cloud of cumulonimbus. Lu Qingzhou and Shen Bin naturally saw this high mountain. Only two people were seen with serious expressions and a somewhat stony look on their faces, but they didn't have the slightest panic in their eyes. That is to say, although a blocking tiger appeared directly in front of the airplane, as a pilot who has been flying around in the sky for a long time, traveling to and from different parts of the country, it is not uncommon to encounter a super large cumulonimbus cloud in the upper troposphere that is so high that it cannot see the top of the sky and is unusually irritable, which can easily cause turbulence in the airflow of the surrounding airspace. East University is too big. It is a superpower with a territory of 9.6 million square kilometers and a territorial sea of 3 million square kilometers. Its territory stretches from the tropics to the frigid zone, and the terrain is very complex. There are plains, basins, mountains and plateaus, all terrain features except fjord features. So as a pilot in a country with such a vast territory and airspace, it's not unusual to encounter all kinds of extreme weather on a regular basis. But it did not mean that by frequently encountering extreme weather, Lu Qingzhou and Shen Bin would be able to turn a blind eye to this massive cumulonimbus clouds in the distance. Quite the opposite. The look on their faces said it all. That's a tough cloud to deal with. Fruity. The plane had not even approached the outer reaches of this towering and looming cumulonimbus cloud when it was thrown into a mild lurch. It's like having one force 4 or 5 wind after another slapping against the fuselage of an airplane. That bit of wind. There is no threat to the flying organization, but just over 10 seconds later, the plane's bumpiness had risen from mild to moderate, and the bumps just keep on coming, almost a blink of an eye. The surrounding airspace became unusually cranky. One air current after another slapped hard on the fuselage of the airplane, as if an invisible hand had grabbed the airplane and thrown it around, causing it to rise and fall up and down constantly. Execute the bump checklist, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Shen Bin had the same serious expression and held the operation manual in his hands. Bump speed 290. Lu Qingzhou immediately reached up to adjust the flap arc. Confirmed. But the two-man operation doesn't seem to be doing any good. Do. And that's when it happened. A mournful alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit. It's the autopilot disconnect siren. Chen Bin immediately alerted. The autopilot is disconnected. Lu Qingzhou reached out to turn off the alarm and said with a bland expression, ****** vertical. You manipulate. Chen Bin repeated. Contact Mordor. 1173 has encountered a cumulonimbus cloud mass over Zhejiang province. Large in size. Altitude unknown. Apply for upper altitude to bypass. Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bin immediately pinched his headset and began to call the Mordor area code. Hello Mordor, this is Mountain Air 1173. Chen Bingbing sat behind Lu Qingzhou. The face had gone a little white. Both of her eyes were wide and her expression was slightly horrified as she looked directly ahead. However, although she was frightened, her mouth was closed to death, deeply afraid that she couldn't help but make a sound that would disturb Lu Qingzhou and Shen Bin. Lu Qingzhou had naturally noticed her abnormality. The face that had been taut went slack. Laughing, he said, "There's no need to be so nervous. This cloud looks scary, but we'll just go around it. By the way, I have a little truism here that outsiders don't know much about, but we civil aviators do know about, and I'd like to share it with you. Would you like to hear it?" The terrified Chen Bingbing did calm down a little and hurriedly asked, What little common sense? That is that extreme weather does not actually cause as many air crashes as one might think. Far fewer than mechanical failures, human error, or even bird strikes. So when it comes to extreme weather, you're scared at best, but usually not enough to lose your life. Chen Bingbing stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulously. She looked at Lu Qingzhou. Really fake? But Lu Qingzhou had no time to appease him at this time. This is because the Mordor sector tone has replied, agreeing to go up in altitude on 1173, to bypass this massive cumulonimbus cloud. Massachusetts cabin. As the plane continued to fall into moderate and even heavy bumps after, passengers who had been drowsy were awakened from their sleep. Almost everyone's face had horror written all over it, then kept looking around, trying to figure out what was going on. The stewardesses who were preparing to distribute mineral water and beverages all hurriedly fixed the trolleys and hurried back to their seats. The crew chief, Zhang Xiaoyun, immediately broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, because the plane has encountered air currents and bumps, for your safety, please reconfirm that your seatbelt is fastened and that the bathroom is suspended." Nia Xiaoyu, on the other hand, immediately reached for the bell. According to customary practice, airplanes that hit bumps, mildly no bell, moderately 1, heavily 3. The plane was now bumpy to the point of being heavy. 3 bells are required according to regulations, but the passengers in the cabin were not pacified by a single broadcast from Zhang Xiaoyun, because now the plane is lurching around as much as a walk-behind tractor traveling on a rough road, and the airplane also jolted upward a bit at times, and then jerked down in altitude. Where is this a walk-behind tractor traveling over rough roads? It's clearly a roller coaster. What's wrong? Why is it so upside down? Is it hitting a draft mark? Nothing's going to happen, is it? There was a plane from Mountain Air that almost crashed in Wancheng just the other day. Ah, really? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken a plane. A high-speed train maybe a few hours later, but it's safer. What are we going to do if something does happen to the plane? P.S. From tomorrow onwards, we will update at 0:00 a.m. With a guaranteed 4,000 words, but if there are at least 10 people sending gifts every day, then the author will increase the number of words. Chapter 41. An iceberg suspended in mid-air. Cabin. As the plane lurched more and more violently, the passengers became more and more nervous and even fearful. Zhang Xiaoyu sat at the hatch. Hurriedly, he blurted out reassuringly, "Don't worry everyone, please fasten your seatbelts." The other flight attendants kept calming the passengers around them. "There's no need for anyone to be nervous. It's okay, please, you must believe us. It's just one encounter with a small draft, and it'll be back soon." With them pacified, many of the passengers did stabilize a little. But there are still a lot of people who are scared and terrified. It is strange not to be scared, especially when some passengers are encountering this situation for the first time on an airplane. Why is it still so upside down? What the hell is going on? Is anyone going to tell us? Never again on Mountain Air next time. Mountain Air always plays this kind of game, never putting the lives of travelers first in order to maintain the so-called tough persona. I've been told that the rear cabin seat is the most upside down, and you preferred the rear seat. People have scientific studies that show that the survival rate in the back cabin is the highest if you are involved in a plane crash. What? Are we in a plane crash? See the terrified passengers. Jiang Xiaoyu, Nia Xiaoyu and the girls looked at each other, a bitter smile surfacing on their faces. It's only a heavy bump in the road and it's got you all freaked out. If there was a real plane crash, wouldn't you all just die of fright before the plane even crashed? But mentally spit on it. It's time to appease. After all, it's part of their job description. And think differently. They fly around in the sky every day, so naturally they are not surprised by these situations. But many passengers do not fly often or even for the first time, so it makes sense to feel scared. Cockpit. Mountain Air 1173, upper altitude 10,500 hold. The voice of the Mordor sector transfer controller rang out over the comm channel. Chen Bin immediately repeated, upper altitude 10,500 hold. Mountain Air 1173. Lu Qingzhou immediately sat up straight, holding the stick in his right hand. He slowly fed the airplane with his left hand. Chen Bin then reached out to adjust the flaps and said, 10,500 corresponds to 323. Lu Qingzhou said, confirmed. 323 tuned. Pull out. As Lu Qingzhou finished speaking, he was seen pulling backward and upward on the operating stick, pulling the nose of the airplane up in flight. At the same time, the left hand has pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom, increasing the thrust. Rumble rumble. There was a deafening roar from the airplane engines. Lu Qingzhou immediately footed the rudder while pulling up on the operating lever. The Airbus A320 was seen tilting slightly to the right as it climbed in altitude with its head held high, and right in front of the airplane. This cumulonimbus cloud mass, looming like a mountain, had gotten closer. The closer he got, the more he could feel the terror of this cloud. Chen Bingbing had both hands tugging on the seatbelt with a death grip while her eyes kept staring straight ahead. She even vaguely saw a streak of lightning flash through the cloud. It's like there's a 5-clawed golden dragon hiding in the clouds. And this behemoth weighing dozens of tons was as small as an ant in front of this cloud. But just when Chen Bingbing had already raised her little heart to her throat, this Airbus A320 unexpectedly climbed while drawing a beautiful arc in front of the cloud mass. Thrust climb, open climb. Lu Qingzhou controlled the airplane to climb an altitude while giving the command. Red standby 323. Chen Bin, on the other hand, kept his eyes on the dashboard. Confirmed. For a big airplane like the Airbus A320, the instrument panel is the most accurate. Immediately after he saw that the dashboard was clear, he added, check, no anomalies. The two have only been paired together once before though, but they've also lived and died together. They're kind of life and death friends. Plus both men are skillful in both technique and experience. So in fits and starts, not to mention encountering a tiny mass of cumulonimbus clouds, even if you encounter a big air accident, you can handle it easily. So as the two men cooperated with each other and maneuvered the plane to turn and climb altitude at the same time, slowly moving away from this mass of cumulonimbus clouds, the plane, which had been very bumpy, gradually regained its smoothness, climbing, continuing to climb. A few more minutes passed. The plane has finally climbed above 10,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the dashboard. The speed of the bumps has now returned to normal levels. Only then did he switch his driving mode from manual to automatic. See that the airplane is back on an even keel. Chen Bin exhaled a long, cloudy breath. Turning his head to look at the blushing Chen Bingbing, he smiled and said, how is it? Being scared, right? Still, okay. Chen Bingbing swallowed her saliva. With a palpitating look, Chen Bin was amused by her look and joked, if even today's small scene scared you, then you'll have your work cut out for you for the rest of the month. Chen Bingbing was startled and hurriedly asked, what does that say? Could it be that you guys often encounter this kind of situation? I also often fly on airplanes, but why am I good at encountering it? First, Chen Bin patiently explained, you used to be in the passenger cabin, not the cockpit, so you had no idea what was really happening. But today, you saw the horror of this cloud very visually, so it deepened the fear within you. Second, Chen Bin glanced at Lu Qingzhou and smiled. That's because you've never met Captain Qingzhou before. Have you heard of Lu Yanwan? Chen Bingbing shook her head somewhat blankly. The lightboat captain's nickname is Lu Yanwang. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames, and the fact that the lightboat captain's nickname is Lu Yanwang already speaks volumes. Chen Bin said. Chen Bingbing was so frightened that her small hand covered her mouth, looking incredulously at Lu Qingzhou in the captain's seat, and hurriedly asked, why? Because Captain Lightboat comes with a moldy bee physique. He suffered several extraordinarily airborne accidents over the past few years, such as the other day when he and I were struck by lightning in Wancheng. As far as Class 1 airspace and Class 2 airspace, there's just a lot of it. That's why he got the nickname Lu Yanwang. But don't look at the captain of the lightboat comes with a moldy bee body, but people's skills and experience. Not only can every time to make it out of danger, and never caused a passenger injury, not to mention death. So you don't have to worry too much. It's just a scare. You can't lose your little life. Chen Bingbing was bluffed, looked at Chen Bin. Again, he turned his gaze to Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou saw this. Helplessly, he said, don't listen to him. If I were really so unlucky, Mountain Air would have swept me out of the door long ago. Which airline company dares to use pilots who bring their own unlucky physique? I've just been in the industry for a longer period of time, so I've encountered it one or two more times. As for my nickname, it was supposed to be that they were just exaggerating. There's also the fact that I treat all passengers equally and often offend some VIP customers. So many of my coworkers aren't too willing to partner with me for fear of being complained about by platinum card customers, which gave me the nickname Lu Yanwang. That's right. Chen Bingbing finally completely put her heart down. Covering her breasts with her small hands, she said, then I'm relieved. Just as a few people were chatting away, the airplane has successfully flown over this cumulonimbus cloud mass. Chen Bingbing stretched her neck and looked down through the window of the plane. When she saw the cloud below, she was curious and asked, how come this cloud looks black at the bottom and turns white at the top? Because it's an iceberg. Lu Qingzhou smiled. An iceberg floating in the air. P.S. It's rumored that the first flight of the Generation 6 has been successful. Wah. Chapter 42. The airplane enters Guangdong province and surprisingly arrives an hour early. Iceberg? A big question mark popped up on Chen Bingbing's brain. How could there be an iceberg floating in the sky? Captain Lightship is lying again. It's true that a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Chen Bingbing beamed her little mouth. Really didn't lie. Lu Qingzhou also stuck her head next to the airplane window and pointed at the cumulonimbus cloud below and explained. Cumulonimbus clouds are usually thick at the bottom and thin at the top. Then the top and the inside of the cloud freezes into ice. That is, The tops and interiors of cumulonimbus clouds are actually solid solidified by water molecules, dust, etc., which is commonly known as ice. So it's not wrong to say that the cumulonimbus is a floating iceberg. Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. To cite one, that's why when we have extreme weather in the summer, sometimes it hails. Right. Cumulonimbus clouds are usually formed by the extrusion and coalescence of several clouds, so the clouds are thick and dense, and the clouds were massive and towering, like lofty mountains. At the top and inside, it solidifies and freezes into ice because of the cold temperatures and the intensity of the squeeze. Generally, cumulonimbus clouds have fuzzy outlines, a fibrous structure, and are very dark at the base and middle. Usually when this kind of weather occurs, it is prone to heavy rain and hailstorms. There are 1,000 views in the sky. At first, it can feel like a vast sea of clouds, and when you look down from a high altitude, you get a sense of the vastness of the mountains. But that's what happens when you read too much. Chen Bingbing leaned out of the airplane window and watched for a while longer, finally feeling a little tired of it, so resumed his seat. Ding knock. Just then, the cockpit hatch doorbell suddenly rang. She was about to stand up and open the door when Chen Bin hurriedly said, "You'd better sit down. That thing is quite difficult to open. It's better for me to open it." "Oh, okay, Day." Bingbing Chen said. She had just driven one. It is indeed difficult to drive. Click. The sound of a crisp door lock rang out, and Chen Bin had only pulled open the hatch when he saw Nie Xiaoyu poking her head in. She first handed Chen Bin 2 bottles of mineral water. Then he said to Chen Bingbing, "Bingbing, what would you like to drink?" "Drinks, coffee, and hot water are all available. Oh, and there are also small breads and other small snacks." Chen Bingbing was worried that she had nothing to do. "Hurry up and say, I'd like a cup of coffee and then a couple packets of snacks. Give me whatever you have. I'm not picky." "Okay." Nie Xiaoyu made an okay gesture towards her, but it was only when Nie Xiaoyu shrunk her head back that Chen Bingbing realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. "That's right, going to the bathroom. You wait for me, I'm going to the bathroom." Having said that, putting the filming equipment aside casually, he followed Nie Xiaoyu out of the cockpit in a flurry of wind. Chen Bin sat back in the passenger seat, looking at Lu Qingzhou. She laughed. This beautiful reporter from Mango Channel has a pretty good personality, can take a joke, and is not pretentious. Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes at him. "It's not polite to crick at others behind their backs, haha." "I'm praising her," Chen Bin hurriedly said. "You have to praise it to your face. What's the point of praising it behind your back? Gotta go. Then I'll brag about it in person later." Not for a while. The doorbell rang once more. Chen Bin got up and opened the door, and saw Chen Bingbing enter the cockpit with a cup of coffee and a few packets of small snacks in her hands. Before her but could sit back down. She hurriedly handed small snacks to Chen Bin and Lu Qingzhou. Chen Bin took a small bread and tore it open. Taking a bite, he said, "It's pretty hard to eat, but it's good for passing the time." Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, waved her hand and said, "Thank you, I don't eat." Then he looked at Chen Bin and said, "You also eat less." Bingbing's camera is filming. Just one packet. Just one packet. Chen Bin laughed playfully. The way the two of them got along made Bingbing Chen feel funny. It was obvious that Chen Bin was older, but it felt like he was like a younger brother who liked to get into trouble. Although Lu Qingzhou is small in age, but he is stable and has a leadership style. Aha! It shouldn't have anything to do with age. Purely personalities, I guess. You pilots really can't just eat anything, can you? Chen Bingbing also tore open a small packet of snacks and wondered as she ate. Chen Bin nodded. Right. Is it because you're worried about being poisoned? That's not true. And because of what? Because it's easy to get diarrhea from messy eating, which is fine in normal times, but if you get diarrhea on an airplane then you're in trouble. Why? For example, just now we did not encounter a cumulonimbus cloud. That thing as long as the summer flights in the low latitudes and tropical areas. Every now and then we'll encounter 1 or 2 times, which if I have diarrhea is not bad. The light boat captain hands and feet a bit, but also still can fly the aircraft safely through this cloud. But what if the captain of the light boat has diarrhea? I don't have his ability to control an airplane by myself. Chen Bin explained. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a piece of paper and continued. In our company, a co-pilot who hasn't brushed up on 3,000 or 4,000 flight hours is not eligible to take the route license, nor is he eligible to sit for the CAAC's captain promotion examination. But do you know why he's the exception to the rule? Chen Bingbing shook her head. Yeah. Oh, Captain Lightship is so young. Why is it already a captain? Just because on a flight, the captain had a sudden illness, and then he alone flew a plane back safely, saving the little lives of everyone on the plane. Chen Bin's face is full of worship, so he is special. Only 23 years old. Flight hours do not exceed 1,000 hours, was allowed to go to the test route license. I did not expect people to test on the test. You call that infuriating? Chen Bingbing covered her mouth and laughed. Are you envious? Or jealous? Jealous. Chenbin gritted his teeth. The same person. What makes him so good? So every day. I'm so jealous that I can't even sleep well. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Boy, can you stop being so good? You're going to make us look low. Giggle. Captain Chenbin, you're too amusing. Chen Bingbing was amused. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, gave him a blank look, a speechless to you look. He didn't stop the two from rambling, though. It would have been boring enough. People are just chatting and passing the time. It's not like we're breaking the laws of heaven. Soon, the airplane had then left Zhejiang province, flew over Min province, and entered the airspace of Guangdong province. Lu Qingzhou then interrupted the two. To Chen Bin, he said, "Stop chatting, we're almost there." Chen Bin twisted his head and glanced at the navigator before he hurriedly sat back in the passenger seat. Chen Bingbing, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised. This, so fast? She just felt like it hadn't been that long. How come it's almost here? Chen Bingbing pulled out her cell phone and took a look. It's not even 11 o'clock in the morning. That is to say, it's only been 2 hours since the plane took off, and it's almost 3 hours to fly from Springs to Sheepshead. A full hour faster. How is that possible? Seeing Chen Bingbing's look of surprise, Chen Bin couldn't help but laugh. Didn't I remind you before that we will definitely arrive at Baiyun Airport on time and on schedule? You didn't believe me just now, but now you do. Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded her head. Believe it, believe it. I always thought that all the online terriers about Mountain Air were all segments made up by netizens, and only today did I realize that art comes from life. Right, Chen Bin said. That's why people can't imagine things outside of their cognitive range, and if they haven't experienced something similar, they can't even make up a paragraph if they want to. P.S. I'll update the full 100,000 words during the day tomorrow, and then from the day after that I'll find a way to fix the updates in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 43 Arrival at Baiyun Airport. The weather in GD is alright today. It was a big sunny day. A few minutes past 11 in the morning. Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 had then entered the airspace of Guangdong Province and was less than 300 kilometers from its destination of Yancheng. For an airplane that reaches 930 kilometers per hour and goes into rampage mode, a mere 300 kilometers really isn't that far. It's only 20 minutes or so. So by this time, the plane was already in landing procedure. Yancheng District Control. Mountain Air 1173 calling. Chen Bin pinched his radio headset and contacted the Yangcheng High Altitude Control Area. From Springs to Yangcheng, you'll pass through two airspace control zones, Magic City and Sheep City. As early as when Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 entered Min Province, Chen Bin had already switched the communication channel and contacted the Yangcheng District Transfer. Mountain Air 1173, lower altitude 8000 hold. A few seconds later, the Sheepskin City District Tune-Up Controller has then issued a new command. Chen Bin, who was a wooden repeater with no feelings, immediately repeated the instruction. Lower altitude 8000 hold. Mountain Air 1173. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, was like a puppet on strings in his hands. Slow down as you go. Gently press the lever forward and down while doing so. The plane's nose pressed down slightly, then very silky smooth. It began to dive downward. The whole process was very smooth. There is absolutely no discomfort that makes one feel the sudden drop of 2,000 meters. A few minutes later, the plane's already down to 8,000 meters. And at this point, the plane was less than 250 kilometers from Sheepshead. Sheeptown District Tune once again, under height 7,000 keep, 11:15 in the morning. At this point the plane was less than 150 kilometers from Sheepshead. The altitude has also gone down to about 5,000 meters. Mountain Air 1173, please tune to 145.33 and contact Goat City approach. Once again, the voice of the Goat City controller rang out over the comm channel. Chen Bin immediately repeated, FM 145.33, contact Yangcheng approach. Mountain Air 1173, goodbye. Mountain Air 1173, bye. Hanging up the communication link with the Sheep City District Tune, Chen Bin had already finished tuning the frequency. Then contact was made with Sheepshead approach without incident. Flights are generally not directed by the ATC area when landing, but by approach control and the airport tower. Once the aircraft has descended to a certain altitude, command is transferred from high altitude control to approach control. Approach control is primarily responsible for directing aircraft onto the airport's landing routes, including directing aircraft through a series of pre-landing procedures such as trilateral, quadrilateral, and quinquilateral. When the airplane is close to the runway, then the command is handed over to the airport tower. The airport tower is responsible for directing the final stages of an airplane's landing, including which runway the plane lands on, the takeoff and landing sequence, which parking space it will taxi to after landing, and so on. What then are the 3 sides, the 4 sides, and the 5 sides? In fact, 3 sides, 4 sides and 5 sides are all very important flight phase concepts for flights during landing. Airplanes aren't free to fly in the sky however they want. Instead, they need to take command from the ground. Aircraft also need to follow strict procedures when landing. After all, most airports have just one runway, and more than that, just 3 or 5. However, the number of flights in and out of Hong Kong every day is as low as hundreds or as high as thousands. Take for example the Yongchang Baiyun International Airport. The first half of 2024 realized 248,400 flight movements, as many as 364 sorties a day on average. Baiyun Airport only has 3 runways in total. If every airplane took off and landed randomly without following the rules, they would probably be staging touch-and-go collisions every day. So the ATC, approach and tower are like highway traffic police, downtown traffic police, and neighborhood parking lot security. When the plane gets off the highway, it is naturally subject to the direction of the downtown traffic police, and the neighborhood parking lot is busy. What about having to wait in line to get in and out of the parking lot? It's not like airplanes can be parked on the side of the road like cars can. Then you can only fly trilateral, quadrilateral, quintrilateral. It's time to hover down to altitude while waiting for the airport window to come in and land. So trilateral, quadrilateral, quinquilateral is really the process of an airplane circling down to altitude in the sky, waiting to land. The 3 sides are the first side of the airplane's takeoff and landing routes, the routes for takeoff and landing, and one side of the airplane's turn after completing a takeoff or while executing a landing, parallel to the runway and in the same direction of flight as the landing route. That is to say, trilateral is when an airplane flies with its back to the runway. The airplane is in the 3-side phase and needs to adjust its altitude and speed in preparation for entering a 5-side landing. For example, the pilot will gradually drop altitude, put on flaps, adjust speed, etc. during the trilateral phase based on tower instructions and the actual conditions of the airplane. Quadrilateral is then the process of trilateral into quinquilateral. As for the 5th side, that's the last side of the airplane's takeoff and landing route, the side where the airplane aligns with the runway and lands. Once the airplane had turned from the 4-side into the 5-side, the nose of the plane was already aligned with the runway, flying toward it before descending down the chute and landing. So the 5 sides are the most important stages when landing. During this phase, the pilot will precisely control the aircraft's altitude, speed, descent rate and heading with reference to a variety of information from the instrument landing system, ILS blind landing, runway lights, and visual runway lights, to ensure that the aircraft is able to land smoothly and accurately on the runway. For example, the pilot will pay close attention to the radio altimeter and blind landing ILS instrument displays, while observing the runway entrance and centerline to adjust the aircraft's flight attitude so that the main landing gear lands on the runway in the proper position. Landing an airplane is complicated to say the least. It's more complicated in practice, but whether it was Liu Qingzhou or Chen Bin, they had long been familiar with this set of procedures, especially Liu Qingzhou. Don't look at his young age and his flight hours are just a little over 1,000, but don't forget, he's a hung man with a system. With the system as a golden finger. His driving skills were second to none, not to mention in the country, even if he looked at the entire Blue Star. As for Chen Bin, equally experienced. Although he was scared out of his wits when he was in Wancheng with Liu Qingzhou a few days ago, but he's got 7 or 8 years of experience in the field, and he's just one step away from being a captain. So what is a complicated landing procedure to outsiders? The duo handles with ease. Under the command of Goat Approach, Mountaineer Flight SC-1173 had soon descended to an altitude of 3,000 meters. At the same time, the cabin has begun to play the pre-landing announcements for the flight. Ladies and gentlemen, our plane is expected to arrive at Yongchang Baiyun International Airport in 15 minutes. The ground temperature in Yongchang is at 35 degrees Celsius and around 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Please be prepared for heat stroke. And if you have any discomfort, please contact the airport staff immediately. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our flight is expected to arrive at Guangzhou Baiyun International Airport in 15 minutes. The ground temperature in the city is around 35 degrees Celsius, or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Please make sure to take precautions against heat stroke. Please make sure to take precautions against heat stroke. If you feel any discomfort, contact the airport staff immediately. All the passengers were a bit confused. What? You're almost at Yongchang Baiyun Airport? Weren't we delayed by almost half an hour at the springs? Many travelers have been looking out the windows of their planes. Sure enough, just far below, a bustling city had appeared in sight. This city has tall buildings. If it's not Yongchang, the capital of Guangdong province, where is it? 11:25 a.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 has entered the outskirts of Yongchang, and is already only a few dozen kilometers away from Baiyun Airport. By this time the plane had flown all 3 sides. Once the airplane had completed a turn into a quad under the command of the Goat Approach, the voice of the Goat Approach controller once again sounded over the comm channel. Mountain Air 1173, confirm course. Chenbin immediately said in a deep voice. Course confirmed. Mountain Air 1173, Mountain Air 1173, continue approach, contact Baiyun Tower 118, 53, goodbye. Continue approach, contact Baiyun Tower 118, 53, goodbye. Mountain Air 1173. After Chenbin hung up his contact with Yangcheng approach, Lu Qingzhou had already piloted the airplane through the 4 sides and entered the 5-side procedure. As early as the plane's lower altitude, the plane's pilot mode had switched from automatic to manual, so now the plane is all under his control. He was seen going down in altitude while reducing the fuel feed to the airplane. The plane's speed also plummeted from 930 miles per hour before to 400 or so kilometers per hour now, but it's still too fast. This is because the safest speed for an Airbus A320 should be around 300 km per hour when entering a 5-side aligned runway, but the plane is now almost 20 km from the airport, belonging to the 5 sides of the field, so flight speeds of around 400 km per hour remain manageable. Usually, the greater the load of the airplane, the greater the landing speed required, and the speed before landing will be correspondingly higher. Also, airports at higher altitudes have less dense air, so airplanes need to go faster to maintain lift and have increased speed before landing. However, if the airplane is landing against the wind, the relative velocity will be lower and so will the speed. Downwind is the opposite. Baiyun Airport is a low-altitude airport, and this Airbus A320 is only a few dozen tons or so fully loaded. That means that although the speed is still within manageable limits, it will have to continue to be slowed down just to be on the safe side. So after Lu Qingzhou glanced at the airspeed meter, immediately lowered the airplane flaps while pulling up the airplane spoiler. The speed of this Airbus A320 airliner slowed down to a meaty crawl. And just then, Baiyun International Airport had appeared directly in front of the plane. P.S. Full 100,000 words. This book cannot make money. Depends on the debut. Hopefully the debut of the results can be. Chapter 44, Establishment of Blind Landing System, Aircraft about to land. Baiyun Tower. Mountain Air 1173, landing on runway 20R. Cockpit. Chenbin has established communication with Baiyun Tower. Mountain Air 1173. Continue blind approach to runway 20R, correcting seat pressure 1011. An unfamiliar voice sounded over the comm channel. This is the voice of the tower controller at Baiyun Airport. Chenbin immediately repeated. Continue blind approach to 20R, corrected seat pressure 1011. Mountain Air 1173. His words had only just finished. Lu Qingzhou had then activated the blind landing system. The so-called blind landing system is actually an instrument landing system, ILS. Many people assume that a blind landing system is much the same as an autopilot system, and that after establishing a blind landing the airplane can land on its own without the pilot having to steer it. Actually, no. The blind landing system is simply a data reference system that provides the pilot with parameters and coordinates to reference. And blind landing systems aren't just installed on airplanes, but airports have to have the appropriate blind landing system equipment to use them. The working principle is that the airport's heading beacon station sends different frequency radio signals to the aircraft's downward beacon station. After the aircraft receives these signals, through the flight control system comparing the signal strength and other parameters, it can determine the aircraft's heading path and downward path position, and then display the corresponding deviation information on the instrument. The pilot then uses the above information to steer the airplane along the correct heading and slip paths, eventually landed safely. The main role of the blind landing system is in weather with poor visibility. If the visibility is good and there are no clouds, the pilot can determine the exact location of the runway based on visualization and does not need the parameters and coordinates provided by the blind landing system. But no airport has good visibility every day, so the blind drop system comes into play. Blind landing systems are also rated. Currently, they are mainly categorized into Class 1 blind drop, Class 2 blind drop and Class 3 blind drop. Category I blind landing, decision height is not less than 60 meters, visibility is not less than 800 meters or runway sight range is not less than 550 meters. Category 2 blind descent, decision height less than 60 meters but not less than 30 meters, runway visual range less than 550 meters but not less than 300 meters. Class 3 blind drops are further subdivided into 3 categories. Category A has a decision height of less than 30 meters or no decision height and a runway with a visual range of less than 300 meters but not less than 175 meters. Category B has a decision height of less than 15 meters or no decision height and a runway with a visual range of less than 175 meters but not less than 50 meters. Class C has no decision height and no runway sight range restrictions. Blind landing system classifications have little to do with airport class. Rather, it has to do with the geography in which the site is located, weather reasons, and so on. For example, If an airport is located in a humid and rainy climate where foggy weather often occurs, even if this airport is only a Class 3C airport, the blind landing system rating of this airport must be at least Class 3. Bayonne International Airport is a Class 4F airport. However, since Sheepshead is lower than the Pearl River Delta region and the terrain is flatter, foggy weather is rare. That's why the airport's blind landing system rating is only Category 2. Only the longest runway meets Category 3. It's not that Bayonne Airport can't afford not to install the best blind landing system. Rather, it's unnecessary. Blind landing system established. Soon, the appropriate parameters and coordinates are already provided on the airplane instrument panel. Lu Qingzhou held the operating stick in her right hand and kept adjusting the airplane's flight attitude while going down in altitude. Chen Bin was not idle either. Immediately after hanging up communication with the tower, the sea pressure was corrected and then the flap degrees were adjusted. The plane's speed is now down to 350 km per hour. It's going to have to keep dropping speeds to make it work. Soon, the plane's altitude had then dropped below 1,000 meters, and it's only a few kilometers away from Bayonne Airport. Looking down from the sky, the airport's 3 runways are lined up from west to east like an equidistant series. Bayonne Airport has a total of 3 runways. They are West Runway, Runway 1, Center Runway, Runway 2, and East Runway, Runway 3. The West Runway, January 19th, is 600 meters long and 45 meters wide, with a flight area index of 4E. Some domestic flights choose to land on the west runway when the wind direction and other conditions are suitable. The middle runway, number 02L/20R, is 800 meters long and 60 meters wide, with a flight area index of 4F. Because the facilities and conditions are relatively good and can meet the landing needs of many types of aircraft, most domestic flights choose to land on the middle runway. The east runway, 02 or /20L, is 800 meters long and 60 meters wide, with a flight area index of 4F. Although the facilities and conditions are similar to those of the central runway, although it mainly lands international flights. Further west, there is also a runway under construction. The runway will not be officially operational until 2025. However, today because of the weather and good winds, according to the dispatch of Yangcheng Approach, Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 landed on the center runway. Another minute passed. The tower controller's voice once again sounded in the cockpit. Mountain Air 1173, ground wind 206 meters per second. Runway 20 are clear for landing. Chen Bin immediately repeated. Ground wind 206 meters per second. Runway 20 are is clear for landing. Mountain Air 1173. Having said that, Chen Bin twisted his head to look at Lu Qingzhou. The landing instructions are there. Confirmed. Lu Qingzhou replied. His words had only just finished. Inside the cockpit, suddenly the English language warning sounded. Too low gear. Airbus aircraft have this tone during the landing phase at altitudes below 500 feet, 153 meters, to remind pilots that they can lower the landing gear, pull up the spoilers, etc. Release the landing gear, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Chen Bin immediately reached down and pressed the landing gear release button. When he saw the gauges indicate a successful landing gear release, he immediately said, landing gear in place, confirmed. Both looked busy, but the whole process was well organized without the slightest hint of hand-wringing. Cabin. When the plane's altitude is already below 200 meters, when the airport is only a stone's throw away, the announcement came on once more. Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft is about to land. Please make sure again that your seatbelts are buckled and fastened, and that cell phones and other electronic devices continue to remain powered off or in flight mode until the aircraft comes to a complete stop. Thank you. Please make sure your seatbelts are fastened and tightened again, and keep your mobile and other electronic devices powered off or in flight mode until the plane has come to a complete stop. Please make sure your seatbelts are fastened and tightened again, and keep your mobile and other electronic devices powered off or in flight mode until the plane has come to a complete stop. P.S. Because this is the first flight, so the takeoff and landing process author June are written in more detail. This is not water, but worried about the writing of the rough will let you see some cloudy. But in the future, similar plots will be one stroke. The focus will be placed on the other conflict plot. Also, from today onwards, the update time will be fixed at 0:01 and 2 o'clock every day, and the guaranteed update will be 2 more 4,000 words per day. Chapter 45 11:35 a.m. The plane arrived at Bayonne Airport. Minimum. Decision height. Inside the cockpit, the system beep sounded once more. By this time the airplane was approaching decisive altitude. Decision altitude and decision speed both serve a similar purpose, which is to prompt the pilot to see if the airplane is abnormal, if before deciding on speed. If there's anything unusual about the airplane, the pilot may terminate the takeoff. At the same time, The pilot may also terminate the landing and resume the flight if something unusual is detected in the airplane before it approaches the decision altitude. That is to say, as the airplane descends to a decisive altitude, the pilot will need to make the decision to land or resume flight. But again, there is a subtle difference between the height of the decision and the speed of the decision. That is, if the airplane is going faster than the decision speed, then the pilot has to choose to take off even if there is a mountain of fire ahead. However, if the airplane descends below the decision altitude, it can still choose to resume flight and terminate the landing if it encounters an extreme situation. But this is not common. After all, it's too dangerous to go down below decision altitude and then resume flying. What if the plane doesn't fly? So only resume flying below the decision altitude unless it is an extreme situation such as a landing that could lead to a crash and the pilot cannot avoid it by maneuvering the aircraft. There was nothing unusual about this Airbus A320 today, and Lu Qingzhou is not sick in the head. Certainly not an option to resume flying. He maintained a down-thrust attitude at all times, while the nose was aligned with the centerline of the airport runway in the distance, approaching the airport as he went down in altitude. Soon, the airplane had then reached decisive altitude. By now the airport runway was close at hand. It's a critical time for the plane to land, so the tower controller would not choose to contact the pilot at this time unless he or she had detected something unusual, so as not to distract the pilot. 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, cockpit. The system has been constantly alerting the airplane to its current altitude. Lu Qingzhou adjusted the airplane's flight attitude while continuously reducing the fuel supply. He glanced at the airspeed meter. 320 kilometers per hour. It's still slightly fast. Put the flaps all the way down. It's still a bit fast. He spoke up. Chen Bin immediately replied, good. There are 3 ways to slow down an airplane if you want to fly through the air. Adjust the flaps, pull up the reduction plate and reduce the oil intake. Lowering the landing gear can also have a decelerating effect if you are in the process of landing. The reason is that lowering the flaps increases the wing area and curvature, thus increasing the lift soldier to raise the drag and achieve the effect of slowing down the airplane. But just as Chen Bin lowered the flaps all the way down, woof, woof, woof woof woof, a murmur similar to a dog barking suddenly went up in the cockpit. It's not just the cockpit, even the passenger compartment was audible. This sudden murmur startled a number of people at once. Even Chen Bingbing was looking around in some shock. However, when she saw that Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin still had a bland expression, her hanging heart finally relaxed a little. This murmur didn't last long. It only rang for a few seconds and then disappeared. But the system's altitude beep still sounded every 10 seconds or so. 100 feet, 30 feet. At this point, Baiyun Airport's center runway is close at hand, and the 20-year sign at the end of the runway is very clear and crisp. When the plane's altitude was already less than 10 meters, the plane is already over the runway. Lu Qingzhou immediately gently pulled the operating lever backward and upward, first flattening the fuselage before pulling the nose up slightly. The Airbus A320 was seen slightly cocking its nose, while the rear landing gear was already touching the runway immediately. Once the airplane enters the leveling phase, the pilots are giving the nose a slight lift. This is to allow the airplane to transition from a descending state to a level drift state, touching the runway at the proper attitude and rate of descent. Sure enough, just after Lu Qingzhou pulled up the nose and the plane continued to fly along the runway for about a few dozen meters, only a dull sound of bang was heard. The rear landing gear of the airplane hit the runway hard. Shasta. A huge rebound force was applied to the fuselage of the airplane, trying to bounce the plane. But this was a behemoth weighing dozens of tons, and Lu Qingzhou's maneuvering had already removed most of the rebound force when she landed on the rear landing gear, so the rebound force acting on the fuselage is minimal. It made the crowd on the plane barely notice that the rear wheels of the plane had landed smoothly. When the rear landing gear successfully touched down, the airplane's speed was further reduced. Lu Qingzhou loosened the operating lever. Boo! Another dull sound rang out. The airplane also landed successfully on its front landing gear, and like a wild horse out of control, this Airbus A320 began to run wild on the runway. At this point the airplane's ground speed was still reaching over 200 miles per hour. Lu Qingzhou immediately reached out and gripped the brake lever. Pushing hard upwards, the wheel brakes immediately forced the airplane to slow down further, and after he activated the brakes, it's time to put your hand on the gear lever of the counter-thrust device again. Only Lu Qingzhou held the operating stick with one hand, keeping the direction of the airplane's nose unchanged. With the other hand, he pushed hard on the reverse putter. Under the dual action of the brakes and the counter-thrust mechanism, the behemoth, which weighed dozens of tons, finally slowed down. As the plane glided reluctantly forward another 100 meters or so, then it's like all the fire has been drained out of you and you finally stopped on the runway. This time, the tower controller's voice once again sounded over the comm channel. Mountain Air 1173, disengage along A10. Chen Bin immediately repeated the reiteration. Disengage along A10. Mountain Air 1173. Lu Qingzhou gently stepped on the rudder with his right foot while wrenching the operating lever to the right. The airplane immediately turned to the right and entered the taxiway. Mountain Air 1173, turn right to join A. Contact White Cloud Ground 121. 6. Goodbye. The tower gave the final command. The White Cloud Ground here is the airport dispatch center, responsible for landing airport stops. Chen Bin immediately repeated. Turn right to join A. Contact Baiyun Ground 121. 6. Goodbye. Mountain Air 1173. Then Lu Qingzhou followed the taxiway. Then, according to the instructions from the dispatch center, slowly taxi the plane to the near plane position. Wait until the plane comes to a complete stop. A porch bridge also reached toward the hatchway. Cabin. When the passengers saw that the time was now only 11:35, a look of amazement appeared on the faces of almost most of the passengers. P.S. The people of Sichuanshu turned on the news on December 26 and saw the success of Chengfei's first flight of a 6th-generation aircraft, and they were so refreshed and high-flying that they were pointing their fingers on the internet and walking completely sideways. But turn on the news again on December 27th. The sky is falling. Painful loss of carrier naming rights. This is Fire and Ice. Chapter 46. For the sake of family harmony, try not to choose Qilu Airlines when going home. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane just stopped. The hatch hasn't been opened yet. Nie Xiaoyu has picked up the intercom and started the last broadcast of this flight. The plane has arrived at Yongchang Baiyun International Airport. Baiyun Airport is currently at a surface temperature of 35 degrees Celsius. Due to the high temperature, please pay attention to sunscreen and heat stroke. Before disembarking the plane, please check and confirm again that all the carry-on items are well brought. Thank you for taking Qilu Airlines. See you again next time for a journey. There was a pause. She broadcasted again in English. But at this point, where are the passengers listening to her announcements? By now almost all the passengers had risen from their seats, then looked out of the airplane window with a face full of surprise. 11:35. We're not leaving half an hour later. Usually it takes almost 3 hours to fly from Springs to Yangchang. How come we got there in 2.5 hours this time? Yeah, I haven't even responded yet. I thought that the delay of more than half an hour at the remote wall airport would delay things, but I didn't realize that it actually arrived at Baiyun Airport on time and on schedule. I used to think that mountain air pugilism was a paragraph, but I didn't realize it was true. Isn't the captain afraid of a speeding fine for flying so fast? Does mountain air usually fly this fast too? Or did the captain of this flight do it on purpose today? Yes. That's what the captain got, day 4, on purpose. I say you people are really hard to beat, hard to serve. Not when they are delayed, not when they are on time. That's not true. Jill is hard to serve. So for the sake of family harmony, go out and come home and try not to take mountain air. My buddy flew mountain air back to Springs last year as well, and ended up coming home an hour early, and now he's been divorced for almost a year. Ha? You mean arriving half an hour early isn't the limit for mountain air? The limit for mountain air is not the exact time, but how long it was delayed before takeoff. Qilu land anything is high, so the speed of the mountain airline is higher is also normal. My side of the green onions can grow to more than a meter it. The passengers in the cabin were talking. All but a handful of frequent mountain air travelers have seen it all before. The other travelers were filled with amazement. That's too soon. A 3-hour flight. Surprisingly 2.5 hours. What? No traffic cops in the sky? Fly as much as you want. The point is, flying so fast. It was very smooth except for a few minutes on the way when it hit a heavy bump. And that heavy bump was also due to the airflow the plane encountered, and had nothing to do with how fast or slow the plane was going. Inside the cabin, it's as lively as a food market at the moment. Almost all the passengers had already stood up. While talking loudly with the people around him, he took his carry-on suitcase off the luggage rack. There were even a number of passengers who joked about the captain, saying that if the captain flew so fast, was he the legendary fast shooter? Hearing the passengers chortle, a few of the stewardesses also smiled knowingly. Captain Lightboat has been with Mountain Air for several years now, and since the day he joined, he has attracted a lot of attention from his big sisters and young ladies. But after all these years, it's surprisingly rare for him to have a fling blown up. Is it? Is it really pewter? No way. If it's really a pewter head, then it's a waste of that good-looking skin. But they didn't have time to listen to the passengers flirting and gossiping right now. The plane landed. Got to get busy again. Only to see No. 3 Huang Shanshan and No. 4 Fang Yihan hurriedly arrive at the passenger cabin hatch. 2 people working with each other. The hatch was soon opened, and at this point, the airport corridor bridge had been extended over to align with the airplane hatch. Huang Shanshan and Fang Yihan stood at the hatch entrance, one on the left and one on the right. This time, the first disembarking passenger is already at the cabin door. Professional smiles were instantly plastered on the faces of both men. Watch your step. Oh, welcome to another flight on Qilu Air. The other stewardesses stood up straight. With a smile on his face, He looked at the line of passengers disembarking from the plane. Compared to the cabin stewardesses who are forced to serve with a smile, the cockpit is a bit more relaxed and casual. As the plane steadied itself in the parking space, Chen Bin then stretched. Smilingly, he said, "Phew, finally arrived. I mean, dude, let's fly slower next time. Look at how fast you're flying. If you arrive at your destination half an hour early, we'll earn half an hour less in performance fees." Lu Qingzhou had already undone the seatbelt on her body by this time as well. Twisting his head to look at him, he said, "Why don't you retake off and circle over the airport again before coming back down?" Chen Bingbing was full of curiosity. "Ha, if we arrive half an hour early, you'll get a performance deduction?" She already knew that today, whether it's a flight attendant or a pilot, the big part of the paycheck is the hourly rate. What is an hourly rate? It's the time spent in the sky while on flight duty. You really believed it? He was joking. Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing, who was full of naivety, and helplessly explained, "The pilot's hourly rate is indeed calculated according to the actual flight time, and every airline company calculates the hourly rate with slight differences, but it's not that the hourly rate will be deducted if you arrive early, and that the hourly rate will increase if the flight is delayed. Otherwise, mountain air flights often arrive at their destination airports ahead of schedule, and mountain air pilots wouldn't be losing money? Or if another airline pilot deliberately dawdles and doesn't take off, or flies at minimum cruising speed in the sky as well, the airline mustn't lose money if they can make an extra hour's hourly rate for one trip? The capitalists are very shrewd, which will do a losing business. Oh." Only then did Chen Bingbing nod in agreement. "That's also right. Oh, a few of them are cow horses, so it resonates well on this topic." Chen Bingbing pointed at her filming equipment and said, "Ha ha, it's a good thing that I didn't turn on the live broadcast, or else if you spit like this, you'll go back and be designated to be put in small shoes." Lu Qingzhou patted her head, laughing too. "That's why I have to get rid of the stinking love of trolling. Being an oxen and horses, you have to have the self-consciousness of an oxen and horses, not only to love your job, but also to have the spirit of dedication." Chen Bin picked up. "I'm a brick. Wherever there's a need to move to, dude's awareness is no lower than yours." Wait until Bingbing Chen turned on the live broadcasting equipment. Chen Bin asked curiously again, "You opened the live broadcast from the morning. How many total views do we have today?" Chen Bingbing looked at the water friends that were pouring into the live broadcast room one after another. Answered, "The numbers are okay. There were still 200 to 300 people in the live room when we got off the air at the remote wall airport after 9 in the morning." "That much?" Chen Bin smacked his lips. Even Lu Qingzhou was surprised. It's a workday. 8 or 9 in the morning is the morning rush hour, but there were actually 200 to 300 people watching the live stream. These people have nothing to do all day, do they? Chen Bingbing's face showed a trace of small smugness, gently raised his chin, dejected. "That's us, and the Mango station is still a little famous. So the opening of the broadcast has fans to support the scene is normal. Didn't they say that there are 9 other aeronautical engineering companies also participating in this program? Let's go to the other live broadcasts and see what people's results are like," Chen Bin said. "Okay, ta." Chen Bingbing nodded her head in response, then pulled out her cell phone. Chen Bin hurriedly came over. Even Lu Qingzhou threw over a curious glance, but by the time they saw the data from the other broadcasts, their faces didn't look too good, especially Bingbing Chen. Delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her face burned a little. Hold it for a while. It took her a moment to hold her tongue. Stinky, how could they? P.S. Finally a debut. Phew. Chapter 47, or Milk Airline Bold Ah. Actually let the stewardess in the live broadcast dancing hot dance. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin looked at each other. A hint of strangeness surfaced on all their faces. Then Lu Qingzhou smiled and comforted. Don't be angry. Being angry hurts your body. Chen Bin, on the other hand, deliberately said, Bing, are you mistaken? Are you sure this is the live broadcasting room of the Fly With You variety show? And not a bee station, tiger's nest, or jitterbug racers rubbing? Ahem, dance area? Chen Bingbing knew he was doing it on purpose, so just rolled his eyes at him. Indicates that he is lazy. Original. The Fly With You variety show was filmed in collaboration with 10 airlines. This morning at 7 or 8 o'clock, all 10 airlines have started live streaming one after another. However, there are several flight companies whose live streams are now temporarily closed. It should be the same as Mountain Air. The flights in conjunction with the filming had already taken off and lifted off, so they had to shut down the live feed for a while. But there are still 3 carriers that are live right now, and the heat isn't bad yet. The number of people in each carrier's live room was in the neighborhood of several thousand. Just now Chen Bingbing was still complacent about her 200 or 300 hotness, but only after clicking on the live broadcast of other flight companies, she was suddenly struck by lightning, only to establish a little psychological advantage instantly disappeared. It's too bullying. It's too much. How could you guys do this? This is not bullying the honest people. if these airlines are retaining netizens by virtue of their superior expertise, or interesting, otherworldly ways of broadcasting live, then Chen Bingbing felt that she hadn't lost unjustly. However, these three carriers are surprisingly hot dancing, surprisingly selling beauty, surprisingly walking the runway. Please, the theme of this variety show is blue skies and flying. You're not selling out? TSK, it's still milk air that's bold actually really dares to let the flight attendants wear pink and tender uniforms to dance hot in the live broadcast room. Chan Bin sked in admiration. Lu Qingzhou also came over, commented, HNA is not bad, actually let the staff walk the runway, which is not a stewardess air young, clearly is a model. Xiamen Airlines has neither hot dancing nor catwalking, why is it the hottest? Chan Bin wondered. Lu Qingzhou pointed to the screen and said, didn't you see that the Xiamen Airlines live broadcast room is full of handsome men and women? I've always heard that Xiamen Airlines has a lot of handsome men and women, and today I've finally gotten to see them. Yeah, oh, not only are there hot guys and girls, but there's black silk too. Black silk, where is it? But I still prefer Milk Airline. The stewardess uniforms are pink and tender, and the looks are sweet and lovely. By the way, don't you think this person is a bit familiar, Mark? Chen Bin pointed at a person and said. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly. Look familiar? No, do we know each other? A few days ago, the two of us are not from launching back to the devil's capital, sitting on the flight of the People's Milk Airline. At that time on the plane, there is a stewardess who fell in love with you at first sight, but also took the initiative to give you contact information. Have you forgotten? Chen Bin was surprised. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the good sense to say, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by falling in love at first sight? It's just peers leaving a contact with each other. Ha! Chen Bin didn't point him out, but said, oh, I forgot that your kid is faceblind, but you're so sick with face blindness that you can forget such a pretty girl. Lu Qingzhou blackened her face. Scram, you're the one who's sick. Aside, Chen Bingbing saw that the two actually commented on it, even more angry and furious. Reach. Straight away, the three live streams were shut down. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin were watching with great interest. Seeing her turn off the live feed, the two immediately protested. What for? That's right, it's looking good, Chen Bingbing said with a stern face. We are in competition with them. If we can't beat them in the ratings, we might have to go off the air next week. You two have big hearts. You're actually critiquing it. Yes, the variety show Fly With You is actually still an elimination show. 10 airlines are on the air together, then based on ratings, and live heat, etc. As a judging criteria, the carriers with poorer data and heat are eliminated, and the carriers with better heat and data are retained. Sounds outrageous, but this is a time when traffic is king. Lu Qingzhou was indifferent. He just didn't have a good feeling about the show anyway. Even thought the show was just blind nonsense. A week of fooling around with it would have been pushing his limits. If it does advance, what's the point of fooling around for a month? However, he didn't have any problem with Chen Bingbing as a person. So seeing that Chen Bingbing was a bit anxious, Lu Qingzhou could only sit back in her seat and helplessly said, then what should we do? We can't learn them to be so shameless and let Sister Zhang and the others also do hot dances and walk the runway to gain attention. Chen Bin laughed. Sister Zhang, their eyeballs should be unlikely, but you kid can tee. You are handsome, good temperament, and at a young age you are already a captain. If you show a hot dance, you will definitely attract a lot of little girls like. Scram! Lu Qingzhou glared at him. Chen Bingbing helplessly said, alas, I certainly don't mean that, and I can't do what they do without. Just a little anxious. It doesn't matter. Lu Qingzhou reached out and patted her shoulder. Sacrificing beauty is a track we can't win, so let's change the track. Chen Bingbing hurriedly asked, what track? My best track. What are you best at? Fly an airplane. Of course, can't have you flying an airplane performing flying stunts. I would beg to differ, but I would dare to fly. I guess no one would dare to ride. Well, I mean, we could change the style to sci-fi. Cope? Yes, science on how to fly an airplane, science on what to do in the event of an air accident, and even science on some of the cooler trivia and so on. Chen Bingbing was a bit hesitant. Will this work? Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said, anyway, this is the only method I have. If I can't, then I'll have to sacrifice my color and do a hot dance too. Chen Bingbing was instantly amused. Looking at Lu Qingzhou's handsome face, as well as his slender figure, he smiled and said, if you can really sacrifice your color, I guarantee that the heat in our live broadcast room will be the highest. But the law you mentioned does have some feasibility. Since we can't fight it out in the mainstream track, let's open up a new one. We can also popularize how to take an airplane. Chen Bin also interjected, don't think that taking an airplane is a very rare and common thing, but according to the latest statistics from the Civil Aviation Administration, as of now, out of the 1.4 billion people in our country, there are only 340 million people who have taken an airplane. And some people who have flown before and then haven't done so in a few years, will also forget the process when they take the airplane again. Lu Qingzhou also added. So it's really necessary to popularize the process of taking an airplane to them in the live broadcast, and also film the daily work of flight attendants, pilots as well. Chen Bingbing chimed in. A lot of people think you guys are glamorous and have high professions, but you guys work hard too. Documenting what you do on a daily basis and letting more people know that behind every glamorous profession there are unknown heartaches and grievances might reduce the frequency of someone being unreasonable on an airplane. Lu Qingzhou was a bit non-committal about Chen Bingbing's words. How can someone who was quick to be irrational stop being irrational just because someone else is heartbroken? She wouldn't be irrational if she had that ability to empathize. But Chen Bingbing's starting point is always good. So he didn't retort. Instead, he nodded slightly. Chapter 48, Sex Male, Hobbies Female, Normal Orientation. Bingbing Chen pointed the live broadcast device at herself, looking at the few hundred or so people in the live room, squeezing out a smile. He said, the babies should have heard it. Just now Captain Lightboat proposed that we open a science channel in this live broadcasting room, mainly to introduce and share all kinds of civil aviation trivia knowledge to the babies. So if the babies want to ask anything, just feel free to speak out. If only before. Less than 10 minutes after the start of the broadcast live room flooded in hundreds of people. She'd been happy for a long time, but I just took a hit. There's no harm without comparison. Even though the number of people in the live broadcast room was now growing, how could Chen Bingbing not be happy? But she had only finished her sentence. Immediately, there was a pop-up question. Can you really say what you want? You can ask anything, can't you? I'm a man of my word. Chen Bingbing pursed her lips and laughed. Since I said to speak freely, of course I can ask anything. But the next second, she just couldn't laugh anymore. Because the next question turned out to be asking her about her circumference. The next question asked about her relationship status and if she was single. After all, quite a few of those who could guard her live room and wait for her to start broadcasting were her face dogs, coveting her beauty. But there's also a small percentage that are really interested in flying and driving. That's why the Fly With You variety show kicked off live today. And that's why they were in the booth early in the morning. But of the 10 civil aviation that are on today, it's surprising that only a handful of 2 or 3 are popularizing trivia about flying and piloting airplanes. The others are either doing hot dances or otherwise attracting eyeballs and garnering traffic. Just let these people down big time. That's what kept Yamaha live and waited for Yamaha to go back on the air. Because when Mountain Air opened this morning, it was literally everything to show netizens all the preparations for a civilian airliner before takeoff. Captain Lightboat, when I was flying the Airbus A320 before, sometimes I would hear woof, woof, woof similar to a dog barking. Is this a malfunction of the airplane? Captain Lightship, why do a lot of airport runways have the letters R and L in their numbering? Lightboat Captain, I remember Mountain Air passenger aircraft are almost all Boeing 737 series, but in recent years seems to switch the door. Actually purchased a number of Airbus airliners. Is it in Boeing in the past few years deep scandals related to Na? But such people are, after all, a minority, so not many questions were asked. Chen Bingbing recorded them all one by one. This time, a few more pop-ups caught her attention. Chen Bingbing was first stunned, then a strange smile appeared on her face as well. He looked up at Lu Qingzhou. First, he asked, Captain Lightship, if we start the Q&A session now, won't it delay your time? Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, that's not going to happen, because we have to sail back to the Springs this afternoon. That means we'll just be at Baiyun Airport for 2 or 3 hours, and we'll pretty much stay on the plane. Except for the halfway point when we have to go to the airport cafeteria to get something to eat. And then we'll see the airport ground crew checking on the condition of the plane and how it's refueling. And so on. Oh, Chen Bingbing nodded. Another glance at the time. Realized it was now a full 20 minutes before 12 a.m. Aha! There's still at least 40 or 50 minutes before it's time to eat. Ahem. She only coughed lightly and spoke. I'll ask the question then? Lu Qingzhou nodded. First question. How old is Captain Lightship? Sound of escaping laughter. Lu Qingzhou, who was drinking water, directly sprayed out. What the hell kind of question is that? And, I'm a ing male. Is it appropriate for you to use fangirl? Seeing this, Chen Bingbing covered her mouth and laughed. This is not my question, oh. It's the netizens' question. I haven't changed a single word. Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes. Please, it's better to change it. 25. He returned faintly. So what's the relationship status of Captain Lightship now? Is he single or in a hot relationship? Lu Qingzhou frowned. What kind of stupid question is that? Not waiting for him to answer, Chen Bin then already snatched the answer. I know this question. Single. Captain Lightship has been single for quite a while. Then Lightboat Captain has talked about several relationships before. What are the requirements for the other half? Oh yeah, Lightboat Captain's orientation is normal, right? Chen Bingbing asked again with a serious face. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, Wait, What kind of question is this? Aren't we popularizing science? How did it turn into gossip? Chen Bingbing was full of innocence. Arraign me no melon look. It's not me who asked. It's the netizens. Look at the pop-ups if you don't believe me. Lu Qingzhou glanced at her. Obviously had seen through her little mind. Chen Bin, on the other hand, unmercifully debunked. Come on. These questions are just netizens wanting to know the answers. Don't you want to? Chen Bingbing immediately blushed in her old face. Obviously her little mind had been poked and prodded. Still, she answered honestly, saying, well, I guess. Ha ha ha. Chen Bin laughed out loud. I actually want to. Eating melon is human nature. No nationality is involved. It's not about race. It's not about gender. As long as the main character eating the melon is not himself. So everyone in the room was cool. Only the melon itself is less than thrilled. So Lu Qingzhou glared at the two people and said in a bad mood, if you want to eat melon you guys go to the entertainment channel next door. This live room of ours is specialized in science and technology. You guys are in the wrong room. These two burst out laughing. Anxious. He was in a hurry. But I can leave the other questions unanswered. There is one question that I think it's better to make clear. Lu Qingzhou added. The two men instantly looked at him with curious faces, only to see Lu Qingzhou say with a serious face, gender male, hobby female, normal orientation and normal aesthetics. Seeing his serious face, these two were amused again. Giggle. Captain Lightship, you are too cute. Chen Bingbing had already laughed her ass off. Chen Bin, on the other hand, laughed out loud. You kid are worried that others will misunderstand you as ha ha ha. Okay. Lu Qingzhou boarded her face and reminded. Don't laugh. If you laugh again there will be no one in the live room. It took these two to tighten up a bit. That's good. Chen Bingbing hurriedly looked at the live broadcast and spoke. Then let's start with the first question. A netizen asked a question about a previous flight on an Airbus airliner when he actually heard a dog barking similar to woof, woof, woof and was terrified at the time. So he wanted to know if it was a mechanical failure or something else. P.S. These 2 days the International Civil Aviation Circle is not peaceful. First of all, Azerbaijan's airliner is suspected to be ground anti-aircraft fire mistakenly, resulting in the crash of the aircraft. This morning's South Rod and a passenger plane crash. The next chapter of the author will focus on analyzing the two air accidents, although not much correlation with the plot of this article. But anyway, we read the novel is also a figure of fun, right? Another, if there are readers have any doubts, you can also put forward in the book review section. Although the author is not a professional, but a lot of issues can be half knowledgeable, so we can explore together to explore. Chapter 49. What's the deal? Airplanes even bark? Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Exhale. Finally back on topic. No more questions about what's there. So Lu Qingzhou fixed her mind before she opened her mouth to explain. It's actually not a mechanical failure or anything else, but the sound of the hydraulic power transfer unit, PTU, a power transfer unit, working when the hydraulic pressure of the airplane's left and right engines are unbalanced. This sound is usually heard when the airplane is taxiing on the ground after the engine has been started. Chen Bingbing blinked her eyes and retorted, but I just heard it too. Not during takeoff, but during landing. Lu Qingzhou explained. Right, well, takeoff need to taxi on the ground. Landing will also taxi on the ground well. But PTU dog barking most of the time is appeared in the aircraft takeoff phase, rarely appear in the landing phase, but are normal seen. Chen Bingbing suddenly realized. Understood. This PTU is pretty grumpy when it works. Not only is it pretty loud, but it also barks like a dog and saws wood to scare people. The next question. A water user asked a question. They are always confused when taking an airplane whether the plane they are flying on is an Airbus or a Boeing. How in the world do you tell the difference? Chen Bingbing asked again. This time, Lu Qingzhou then didn't snatch the answer. Instead, he glanced at Chen Bin, who was sitting next to him. Chen Bin understood. So the answer was, it's simple. Chen Bingbing immediately aimed the camera at him. The first is that when booking a flight, if it's a third-party system, such as Meituan, Trip or whatever, all the information about the flights at that time of year will appear, such as which airline and what type of aircraft is flying. If you book a ticket on the official website of each airline, the model will also appear. But it's also possible to differentiate if you've already gotten on a plane and want to know whether the type of aircraft you're flying is a Boeing or an Airbus. The strobe lights at the end of the wings, for example, flash 1 at a time for Boeing and 2 at a time for Airbus. But in fact, civil airplane manufacturers are not only Boeing and Airbus, but also our country's commercial aircraft series, and Russia's United Aerospace Manufacturing Group Corporation, or OAK for short, but I haven't flown commercial aircraft or United Airlines models until now, so I won't go blind with the science. And now the global civil airplane market share, Airbus and Boeing reached more than 95%, as long as you learn to distinguish between Airbus and Boeing models. Chen Bingbing saw that he had finished answering. immediately turned his gaze back to the screen and said, "Next question." A netizen asked when he saw a plane flying through the sky as a child. There would be cylindrical clouds behind his buttocks. "Is this a plane draining fuel?" Lu Qingzhou answered. "It's not. This is actually formed when water vapor in the hot exhaust gases from an airplane's engine condenses when it gets cold, which is why the phenomenon is also known as a contrail cloud or pulling smoke. Not all airplanes form contrail clouds though, but only jets flying at high altitudes. That's because the temperatures at high altitudes are cold enough, usually reaching into the minus teens or even 20s, and the atmosphere is more stable at high altitude, so there are no turbulent currents to mess with." Chen Bingbing pursued, "But we usually see contrail clouds in the summer, and aren't the temperatures higher in the summer? For high altitude, the difference between summer and winter temperatures is actually not that big. It's pretty cold anyway," Lu Qingzhou explained. "Didn't I learn in junior high school geography? When the altitude rises by 100 meters, the temperature decreases by 0.6 degrees Celsius, and the temperature at 10,000 meters is usually more than 20 degrees Celsius below zero. There are more clear days in the summer, so it makes it easier to see contrail clouds." Chen Bingbing came to a realization. The next question also has to do with the release of fuel from airplanes. Why do airplanes release fuel? Or what kind of situations do airplanes encounter to release fuel? Lu Qingzhou said. "Let's take an example. Let's say the Airbus A330. The maximum takeoff weight of this aircraft can reach 242 tons, but the maximum landing weight is only 187 tons, a difference of a full 55 tons. If the Airbus A330 takes off at full weight, and not long after takeoff it encounters some unusual circumstances, such as a passenger with a sudden illness, a mechanical failure that necessitates a return flight or the option to land at a nearby airport, etc., then the aircraft will consider reducing the total weight of the aircraft by defueling, if conditions allow, so that the actual landing weight of the aircraft is lower than the maximum landing weight of the model." Chen Bingbing saw that Lu Qingzhou finished answering in a serious manner, also looked at the camera with a playful face and said, "So have you guys learned to scrap?" The pop-ups were instantly harmonized. School's out of order. Another day full of energy and wasted learning. Suddenly I feel like I've grown a brain. Lightboat Captain Classroom opened. The child's grades are always bad, most likely learning waste. Wow. Chen Bingbing was suddenly a bit surprised. Then with a bad smile, he looked at Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin. "This next question is a bit sharp. Netizen asked, Mountain Airline before its models are all Boeing series, but why this year will suddenly buy several Airbus aircraft? And it is said that in the future will also increase the amount of Airbus and even C919 orders. The reason why the Mountain Airline to do so is not with Boeing these years of scandals related?" Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin looked at me. "Let me look at you." All of them couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. "Aha! The question is really poignant." So he hurriedly snorted and said, "This question can be a bit difficult for people. The two of us in the company are just two small caramels, so how can we possibly know about this kind of core issue concerning the company's procurement?" But Lu Qingzhou turned her words around and added, "But Boeing did receive a lot of criticism over the past few years, so it makes sense that people would have misgivings about the models under Boeing. But everyone relax, the domestic Boeing models are relatively old, and the standards of maintenance and upkeep are very strict, so there must be no problem in terms of quality. After all, there are problems have been grounded well." He said it in a subtle way, but anyone with eyes could hear it. He has actually answered the question very politely. That is that Boeing models from over a decade ago have no quality issues, and the ones that do have issues are made in the last few years, and all of the models purchased by Eastern University in recent years. Besides Airbus, it's the domestic C919. Boeing has really been all over the place for a few years now. It's not just the quality that's questionable, it's even the luck that's so bad, because almost all of the airplanes that Blue Star has crashed in the last few years have been the Boeing series, and in another parallel time, just as 2024 is coming to a close. It is surprising that the international civil aviation community has witnessed two air crashes in quick succession within a few days. One was a man-made disaster that led directly to the tragedy of dozens of people. The other, though suspected to be an accident, resulted in a surprising 179 deaths, with only 2 survivors. So once these two major accidents happened, it instantly ignited global opinion. Chapter 50, 2 hours before the return trip. The Baiyun airport has changed. There's not really much to say about these two air crashes. The first was a man-made disaster. The second suspected natural disaster plus man-made disaster. The day of December 25th, a civilian airliner from Afghanistan crashed on the territory of Central Asia. A blessing in misfortune. Due to the heroism and superb performance of the pilots of this airplane, the crash did not result in too many casualties. So why do you say that the plane crash was a man-made disaster? Not long after the accident, the investigating department released a preliminary investigation into the accident to the public, saying that the culprit for the crash was a hit bird. but as more details are revealed, this line of argument is patently untenable. That's because the tail section of the crashed plane is suspected to be severely damaged. According to videos and photos released, there were even multiple breaks involving the interior of the plane, and the extent of the breaks even involved the interior of the plane, and there were even passengers who were injured and bleeding. Flocks of birds are all flesh and blood. How is it possible that an impact of that magnitude could have pierced the shell of an airplane? And on that day an area of Omo was attacked again. So it's highly likely that this flight crash was a misadventure. Because this isn't the first time Big Hair has accidentally injured a civilian airliner. It has simply been a repeat offender in this regard. Evil deeds are full of them. On July 17, 2014, a passenger plane, Malaysia Airlines Flight MH17, flying from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, suddenly crashed as it approached the Russian border, killing all 298 people on board, although the Russians have vigorously denied having anything to do with the crash. However, according to the interim findings of the International Investigation Team released in May 2018, Malaysia Airlines Flight MH17 was shot down by the 53rd Air Defense Missile Brigade in Kursk, Russia. 41 years ago, 1983, a passenger plane belonging to Korean Air was also shot down by the Soviet Air Force while passing through the airspace of the former Soviet Union, killing all 269 people on board. So the old Maoist is a repeat offender in this regard and is full of evil deeds. So it makes sense that the old Maoist would be suspected in this Arab's airliner crash. As for the second plane crash, the probability is that it is a natural disaster plus man-made disaster. On the morning of December 29, a Boeing 737-800 belonging to Jeju Air took off from Thailand and had to make a forced landing after arriving at South Korea's Muan International Airport in a suspected bird strike. But it was during the forced landing that the plane ran off the runway, colliding with the fence at the end of the runway and quickly catching fire. The fire burned for close to 40 minutes before it was extinguished, so only 2 of the 175 passengers and 6 crew members on the plane survived, while all the other 179 were killed. There is video showing that the airliner did indeed hit a bird. Bird strikes are an act of God. It is more of an existence that is talked about by pilots of various civilian airliners. But why is it said that there is a man-made component present? Firstly, the Muan International Airport is a Class 4E international airport, but its runway is only a mere 800 meters. It was the lack of length of the airport's runway that caused the crashed plane to run off the runway, hit the wall and crash. Second, yes, the Muan International Airport has built a very solid wall at the end of the only runway. It's well known. The airport runway does need to be fenced off, but usually, barbed wire is used as the main building material, and I've never heard of any airport using reinforced concrete to build a wall to enclose the runway. Is this a perpetual fortification built as a defense against a northern general moving south? Without the fence, the crash would certainly not have been so tragic. Third, although the trigger for the crash was a bird strike, pilot error was also a major cause. The chances of the landing gear not opening properly because of a bird strike are slim to none. And the Boeing 737-800 is a twin-engine airplane. A bird strike disables one engine, and the other engine can barely function for a while. It's even less likely that a single impact would result in the simultaneous failure of both the landing gear and the engine. So the captain's best course of action at the time was to resume flight immediately and wait for the ground to be ready for rescue before attempting a forced landing. Because a forced landing is an airplane's last and most dangerous option. And even if the captain was correct in choosing to make a forced landing at that time, why didn't the airplane slow down with flaps and spoilers down after landing on its belly? The captain already knew to activate the thrust reverser to slow down, and he would forget to drop the flaps and spoilers? That's a super low-level blunder. So the probability is that the plane suffered a bird strike that caused one of the engines to fail, and the captain had a problem with his mindset. The captain forgot to lower the landing gear during the forced landing, which is why the bizarre phenomenon of the airplane landing on its belly but activating the reverse thrust system occurred. What makes a captain with such a bad mindset a captain? And even if the captain had a problem with his mindset, why didn't the co-pilot warn him? Because pilots are human beings, and there is a difference between strong and weak mental qualities. That's why major airlines pay close attention to the mental health of their pilots. And in Korea, there is the bad former tradition of the co-pilot not being able to advise the captain. So there is some validity to the above speculation. Fourthly, the model of the crashed airliner was a Boeing 737-800, not the MAX series that was grounded by various countries in the past few years. So it is reasonable to say that this model should not have any problems such as mechanical failures. But the crash rate of Boeing airplanes is just too high these days. Boeing, you're in every pornography crackdown, and you say you're innocent? Just a day after the South Korean airliner crash, a KLM Royal Dutch Airlines Boeing 737-800 returned due to a mechanical problem, and the plane went out of control and ran off the runway during landing. Fortunately, There are no permanent fortifications at the end of the runway at that airport, so the accident did not result in any injuries. The failure and crash rate of Boeing airplanes in the last decade or so has been far too high, and this is inextricably linked to Boeing's mismanagement as a company. Imagine that. Instead of developing and producing airplanes, an airplane manufacturer is going to play with finance, then outsource the software, scripts, systems, etc. to the Indian trio, and almost all the workers in the factory are old inkers who don't know English. The point is, these old inks are still flying leaves in the workshop. Would you dare to fly in an airplane developed and built by such a producer? Anyway, Lu Qingzhou didn't dare to sit, much less fly. Okay, when it comes to importing large airplanes, the quality control in China is very strict, and as soon as any model is found to be problematic, all airplanes of that model will be grounded immediately. Back in the day with the Boeing 737 MAX series, it was the University of the East that took the lead in grounding the airplane, and then countries followed. And the current domestic airlines haven't made a new acquisition of any of Boeing's airplanes in 10 years or so, with the capacity of the domestic large aircraft C919 increasing day by day. Sooner or later the C919 will replace the Boeing 737 series, and Lu Qingzhou's biggest wish right now is when she can fly the C919, the love plane of her dreams. Yes, women only affect the speed of drawing a sword. Lu Qingzhou's real dream girl, but also C919 12 noon. The crew has already recleaned the cabin. The flight crew also completed the Q&A and science sessions for the day, so the group got off the plane and headed for the airport cafeteria in diameter. When they finished lunch, returning to the airplane once more, it was found that the sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was now beginning to cloud over. Chen Bingbing looked at the sky with some concern and complained. Just now, it was obviously all still a sunny day. How come it's already cloudy after just a meal? Don't be too normal in the summer? Chen Bin joked. The weather in summer is like your girls' faces. It changes at the drop of a hat. What do you mean, Captain Chen? Sexist, huh? What did we women do to you? Aren't you men still bad personalities? His joke quickly caused a few of his female compatriots around him to take offense, so it was no surprise that he was mobbed. But we're all co-workers. Whether it was Chen Bin's flirting or the mobbing of a few girls, they were merely joking. Not a big deal. Only Lu Qingzhou raised her head with some concern, after glancing at the sky. Interrupting a few people, he said, "Stop it all. Brother Chen, you contact the Baiyun Airport Dispatch Office right away to see if our return flight time has been delayed. Sister Xiaoyun, you also contact the airport ground to see if the returning passengers have all come to the airport and checked in. I'll give the weather service a call and see if this afternoon rain falls and if it will affect our return trip." He gave his orders methodically. Chen Bin and Zhang Xiaoyun also looked grave and nodded heavily. The others don't stay idle. Do what you need to do. It's only 2 hours before the return trip. Hurry up and see what else needs to be prepared. Lu Qingzhou added. Yes, Captain Lightship, Zhang Xiaoyun said. The other flight attendants also immediately said, "Yes, Captain Lightship." P.S. The word count of this chapter is close to 3,000 words, and the 2 air accidents mentioned at the beginning are not watered down word count, but rather an opportunity to express the author's opinion. Also, I guess some of the greats look a little confused because they're being reviewed, but it'll have to do in order to pass the review. Chapter 51, Impending Storm with only a 20-minute window for takeoff. General. Short and medium domestic flights either go the same day and return the same day. Either go one day, return the next. Unless there is extreme weather at the stopover airport causing the flight to be delayed. Otherwise it rarely takes more than 2 or 3 days to return. And the flights that usually fly in the morning are almost always back the same day. Flights that fly in the afternoon or evening may then be postponed until the early morning or back the next day. Shanxi Airlines Flight SC-1173 took off from Quancheng Yaowei International Airport at 9 a.m. and arrived at Baiyun International Airport in Yangcheng near noon. So in the afternoon, this flight also had to take off from Baiyun Airport and return to Springs. So 1400 hours and a few minutes in the afternoon. Baiyun Airport has already started broadcasting the boarding announcement for Flight SC-1173. Attention passengers traveling to Springs. With the radio blaring, passengers on board Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 got up and flocked towards the boarding gate not far away. Boarding gate. Nie Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaoyu similarly stood on both sides of the hatch on the left and right, with a professional smile on his face. He looked over to the passengers already streaming this way on the corridor bridge. Cockpit. Chen Bin stretched his neck, somewhat apprehensively. He looked into the distant sky. The sky was already stuffed with black, dark clouds in the distance. The entire sky over the airport was shrouded in several dark clouds, the sun squeezing through the few cracks that remained, bringing the only light to the world. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. Before every rainstorm in the summer, any weather with oppressive black clouds can be depressing and suffocating. Sparse, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. The light rain sprinkled on the windshield of the airplane and soon condensed on the windshield into a small bead of water. Just like a small, dense pearl. What time are we going to fly? I don't think it will take long for the rain to come down. Chen Bin frowned. Lu Qingzhou immediately replied, it's already loading passengers now, and it's estimated that it will take off in another 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes? Chen Bin sat back in the co-pilot's seat and said helplessly, then I guess I won't be able to return today. Chen Bingbing sat in the second captain's seat, seeing the situation. There was also some apprehension. Can't we go back today? She was still planning to cut out the footage she'd captured on the plane overnight if she went back today. It can fly. Lu Qingzhou's answer, however, was very certain. Chen Bin saw this. Hurriedly, he said, Captain Lightship, don't be a jerk. We have to listen to the arrangements of the airport dispatch center. Lu Qingzhou gave him a deep look. Half jokingly, half seriously, he said, what? Scared out of your wits by that accident the other day? Chen Bin froze. Images of the horrific airborne accident from the other day came out of his mind uncontrollably. His scalp went numb. A hint of fear also appeared on his face. Yes, don't look at him like he's usually a nobody. But only he knew how many nights he had woken up with nightmares during this time. And the content of nightmares. It all has to do with that horrible air accident that day. Chen Bin looked deeply at Lu Qingzhou. He now wanted to break the boy's head open and study the construction of his brain. Otherwise, Chen Bin really couldn't figure it out. This kid is obviously so young. How can he be so good mentally? If he hadn't had a big heart that day that was strong to the core, I guess everyone on that plane would have had to play it out. The point is, his big heart did the trick that day, and it can still be explained by an adrenaline rush, and a strong desire to survive. But the next thing you know, he's still acting like a nobody, completely unaffected by that horrible accident. That makes it hard to figure out. Could it be that this kid isn't actually human, but a robot wearing human skin? Completely devoid of 7 emotions. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be scared? Chen Bin subconsciously raised his head to look at the dark cloudy sky, and surprisingly, he couldn't help but shiver again. Yes, he's been psychologically scared out of his mind. When Lu Qingzhou saw this look on his face, her heart was like a mirror. Seriously, you'd better go to the psychological counseling room when you get back, or you'll get into trouble if you're always in this paranoid state. Seeing the seriousness of his words, Chen Bingbing also hurriedly turned off the camera, then asked, what happened to him, Bingo? Lu Qingzhou first glanced at Chen Bin, then shaking his head toward Chen Bingbing, he said, it's nothing. Chen Bingbing wasn't stupid, but she also knew she shouldn't press the issue any further right now. Chen Bin, on the other hand, took a deep breath. Meeting Lu Qingzhou's gaze, he seriously said, I'll go when I get back, but as a matter of fact, I don't think today's weather is too good. Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes at him and said, it's not like we haven't flown in worse weather than this. Now there are just a few dark clouds and a light rain. If we have to stop flying even in this kind of weather, then simply don't fly. Look over there, doesn't someone else have an Air China flight taking off? Chen Bin twisted his head to look at the far runway. Sure enough, a flight belonging to Air China was already taxiing to the runway. Chen Bin took a deep breath. It was only then that I laughed to myself. Oh, maybe I really am overreacting. After about 20 minutes, all passengers have finished boarding and the doors have been completely closed. Baiyun Ground, Mountain Air SC 1173, stop 108, requesting rollout drive, Chen Bin said in a deep voice. Soon, the airport ground controller's voice then sounded over the comm channel. Mountain Air 1173, Baiyun Ground, ready to roll out and drive. Correcting sea pressure 1008. Chen Bin was about to reply. The controller immediately added, Mountain Air 1173, the tower has just received an urgent briefing from the meteorological department. In another 20 minutes or so Baiyun Airport will usher in a short-term thunderstorm, which may cause greater safety hazards for flights taking off and landing. Do you see a delay in takeoff? Or do you want to take off as originally scheduled? Chen Bin was slightly stunned, then turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Shenzhou returned in a deep voice. That means we still have about 20 minutes of takeoff window time? Yes, 20 minutes is enough time to take off as planned. Okay, Mountain Air 1173, you may roll out and drive. Correcting sea pressure 1008. Lu Qingzhou immediately replied, you can roll out and drive. Correcting sea pressure 1008. Mountain Air 1173. In the meantime, a Boeing 737-800 airplane belonging to China Southern Airlines also slowly slid out of the parking space and headed toward the departure waiting area not far away. P.S. Just to mention, Korean captains have a tradition of messing around. And it's also a former tradition in that country for the co-pilot to notice problems but not dare to bring them up because of the captain's authority. And the professionalism of Korean pilots is really questionable. Just Google how many accidents have happened in Korean civil aviation. On the other hand, Boeing's whistleblower has been suicided. Chapter 52, Mountain Air. You old six, sneaky overtaking even when skidding? Pylons. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a tripod-mounted camera was already pointing its lens at several runways in the distance. The tallest building at every airport is the tower. The tower is like a lighthouse on a vast ocean, specializing in showing airplanes the way. So if you look down from the tower command center's floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see almost the entire airport. A 20-something, wearing the Southern Airlines flight attendant uniform of the beautiful host stood in front of the camera, holding a cell phone, and then turned his back to the distant runway to introduce, babies, Southern Airlines CZ3531, Yancheng flight to Mordor flight is about to take off. Behind me, this Airbus A321 aircraft has slowly slid out of the parking space. The next week will be combined with the flight takeoff for the live broadcast babies. Some interesting trivia about civil aviation passenger/cargo flights. Next, JoJo will combine the flight's takeoff to popularize some interesting knowledge about civil aviation passenger/cargo flights for the babies in the live broadcast room. Babies can also speak freely, and if you have any questions you can also send them to the pop-ups, and Chocho will randomly select the pop-ups to answer them. This beautiful host named JoJo was actually not a professional host sent by Mango TV, but a flight attendant of Southern Airlines, because the variety show Fly With You is rather odd. A total of 10 airlines will be involved in the filming and recording at the beginning, but there will be a system of elimination. By the time the end of the month rolls around, I guess there will only be 2 or 3 airlines left. These 10 airlines involved in the program are trying to get maximum exposure and splashy traffic, so they're just doing all sorts of whole jobs on the air. This includes, but is not limited to, hot dancing, selling sex, runway walks, etc. Naturally, Southern Air is also unique. A flight attendant with the best temperament, generous and beautiful young woman was specially selected from its more than 6,000 flight attendants to be one of the hosts of the program. Don't say, that's a pretty good trick. It's only the first day of broadcasting, and the number of people in NAC's live room has already exceeded thousands. It's not as good as the old SAXS of Mascot Airlines, HNA and Summer Airlines, but it's a lot better than the others. And most of the people in the live broadcast room came for this beautiful host with a pretty face and elegant temperament. I just got out of another studio and came here to wash my eyes. The old man, this year more than 50 years old, can still see such a beautiful beauty to give me science and knowledge. Thanks to D. Thanks to ZF. Thanks to Mango TV. Thanks to Jitterbug Platform. Thanks to all the TV. Brother does not see in vain. Brother to you praise. Refuse female color. From Zhe. The 4 provinces of this mountain and river began. Cover your mouth. Refuse female sex. Start with Guizhou, Sichuan and Chongqing. Yunnan province can't do it. Witty. The flight attendants of China's Southern Airlines are all of such high quality. From now on I am the most loyal dog-licking, crossed-out, user of China's Southern Airlines. When I have money, I must give my son to marry such color, shy, thief pull beautiful, slim body, full of vitality, and temperament superb, attract wealth and prosperous husband of the woman as his stepmother. Like a similarly playful pop-up, Chocho was naturally oblivious. Chocho, can you tell us why China's Southern Airlines is called Cabbage Air? This time, a pop-up caught her attention. She smiled slightly, lifting his head. He explained, there's an explanation on the internet about why China's Southern Airlines is called Cabbage Airline, and that's that the logo of China's Southern Airlines is the city flower of Yancheng, the kapok, and because it resembles a cabbage, it's called Cabbage Airline. But in fact, the real reason is that China's Southern's airfare is relatively low and cost-effective, which is why it is lovingly referred to by the majority of passengers as Cabbage Air or Vegetable Air. But the pop-ups have quit. Low fares on China's Southern Airlines? I didn't hear you wrong. China's Southern service is really okay, but the fares are middle of the road and not too cheap. If China's Southern Airlines airfares are all cabbage prices, wouldn't the fares of cheap airlines like Spring Airlines and Zhou be fracture prices? Spring's fares are cheap, but there are a lot of hidden charges. Yeah, Springsteen's the worst. It is said that Spring was also going to introduce standing and hanging tickets. Then it was rejected by the general administration. Springer's shipping charges are nothing short of robbery. Do you dare to believe that as soon as you get on the plane there are flight attendants selling merchandise non-stop? And do you dare to believe that even a bottle of water is charged for? Speaking of Spring Airlines, it seemed to resonate with everyone at once. But there's one thing to be said for it. This airline is really groovy. Jojo. I saw the weather forecast that short-term thunderstorms may occur around Baiyun Airport today. Will flights be able to take off in this weather condition? I'm near Baiyun Airport, and it seems to be raining already. The sky in Baiyun district is now terribly overcast, and it is indeed going to rain heavily. A few days ago, Wancheng rainstorm, when the mountain airline has a flight is said to have been struck by lightning, but the pilot braved the rainstorm to force landing success, but also once mistaken for UFO it. Mountain air is famous for its toughness, not to mention rainstorms. they still take off and land when it's raining. I've been on mountain air once before, and it scared me so much I almost lost my bowels. Eastern University's version of Aeroflot. You guys think it's a joke? Mountain air is as tough as Aeroflot. Ha! Looks like Mountain Air has a flight landing at Bayonne Airport today. Removes the word as if before I came out of the Mountain Air livestream, which was already off and ready for takeoff. Chocho reads the pop-up. Automatically ignore pop-ups that mention Mountain Air. Only then did he turn to the camera and say, the weather at Bayonne Airport is really not very good right now, but our pilots at China Southern Airlines are all professionals, so they will assess whether the flights can take off and land or not, or what risks they will encounter if they take off and land and so on, based on the current weather conditions, so please believe in us, we're all professionals. But she had only just finished speaking, the delicate brow suddenly furrowed slightly, then looking up at the camera he continued, Choo-choo just got a message from dispatch center. It seems like the weather has suddenly changed and what was a 20 or so minute window for takeoff has now been shortened to about 10 minutes, because air transportation is vulnerable to weather. As we all know, the weather in the summer is again prone to change. After all, the wind and clouds change, the tide rises and falls, non-human intervention so in order to protect the interests of passengers and eliminate safety hazards, flight CZ3531 may be delayed. She hadn't finished her sentence. The pop-up section suddenly took off. A single question mark and astonished emoticon almost filled the entire broadcast room. Which flight is that Airbus A320 next to CZ3531? Where did this airplane come from? And why didn't I see it just now? It's not clear from the camera, but it's probably a Mountain Air airplane. Asterisk. It's really the old six of Mountain Air. Yamaha isn't going to sneak out again, is he? Didn't Chocho say that the takeoff window time has been shortened and that the China Southern Airlines plane might be delayed? And how did Mountain Air suddenly speed up? Did the Mountain Air captain mishear the tower's instructions? What does it say? Tower, no. It's raining. No takeoff. Mountain Air, don't hesitate. No takeoff? Chocho was confused by the pop-ups. Wasn't I broadcasting live from the departure of my own airline's flight? What's Yamaha got to do with it? She also craned her head toward the airport runway in the distance. Stunned. Right next to the Southjet airliner. A Mountain Air airliner had already begun to accelerate, overtaking the Southjet airliner. Jojo's face suddenly showed a big speechless expression. Mountain Air, you old six. Skidding also need to sneak overtaking? P.S. Today is the first day of the year 2025. New Year's Day. The author here to wish all the book club members a happy family. A new year. A new year. A new year. A big fortune. I also wish that this increasingly turbulent world will soon be at peace, and that human beings will no longer denigrate each other and kill each other. As for the author's own New Year's wish, it is to have a cute little baby in 2025. Happy New Year's Day and Happy New Year. Chapter 53, Tell the Tower I Won't Accept His Proposal. Mountain Air Flight SC-1173. The cabin is now broadcasting the safety instructions. The plane slowly slid out of its parking spot and headed toward the far end of the runway. Bayonne Airport currently has a total of 3 runways. Domestic flights mainly take off and land on the first runway, west runway, and the second runway, center runway. When SC-1173 landed at Bayonne Airport in the morning, it was landing on the second runway for afternoon takeoff. However, airport scheduling placed it on runway 1. The first runway is 600 meters long. It's more than enough to take off and land a narrow-body aircraft like the Airbus A320. Not far away on the center runway taxiway, a Boeing 737-800 had also slowly slid out of its parking space. From a distance, the two airplanes left their parking spaces almost simultaneously, one after the other. It's quite a juxtaposition, only the Mountain Air is slightly faster, so not for a while. Mountain Air 1173 would have been one slot ahead of this Boeing 737-800. Crashing sound. At this point, the rain became heavier. It's no longer as sparse as it was a moment ago, but it wasn't as wild and stormy as one might think, and at this point it was merely raining, no lightning or high winds, so now the rain is more like the calm before the storm. The rain is so heavy. Will the flight be delayed? I don't think so. Aren't our planes taxiing out of their parking spaces? Watching the video of Shanhang landing in Wancheng in the pouring rain the other day scared me out of my mind. Me too. The flight we're taking today is also on Mountain Air, so the captain won't be brutal. Can't say for sure. Brute force is the corporate culture of Mountain Air. Well, is it too late for me to get off the plane? Captain, break a leg. I'm getting off the plane. Come on, just a little rain and you're making a fuss about getting off the plane. Then you probably can't get on an airplane a good half of the 365 days of the year. That's it. Isn't there an airplane over there ready to take off? So what are you guys worried about? Where is it? The logo is a cabbage. A Southern Airline airplane. Wait, the South Airline plane has stopped too. Is it not possible to take off? I have things to do back at the Springs. You can't take risks when things are urgent. Safety first. Just as the cabin passengers were talking. Cockpit. Chenbin looked at Lu Qingzhou with a worried face and repeated the tower's instructions. Because of the weather changes, the takeoff window at Baiyun Airport has been shortened from 20 minutes to 10 minutes, and the rain is gradually getting heavier and visibility is decreasing, so it is recommended that takeoff be delayed. Received by Mountain Air 1173. Lu Qingzhou angled her head to look at the sky. The sky. A few cumulonimbus clouds have nearly filled this airspace, but there were still several gaps between these clouds. Only the gaps were getting smaller and smaller until they disappeared. These few gaps were the takeoff windows Lu Qingzhou needed. He did some mental calculations. Then in a hushed voice, tell the tower that I'm not taking his advice and that there's a full 10 minutes left in the takeoff window. And that's enough. Chenbin had an expression of I'm sure it's like that. It wasn't actually Lu Qingzhou who liked to be brutal. Rather, up to 10 minutes was indeed enough time for the Mountain Air pilots. It's well known. Mountain Air's corporate culture is pugnacious. This is because most of the captains at this airline are retired Air Force pilots. These true pilots have been flying fighters and transports for most of their lives. What kind of big storms haven't they encountered? So what's a thunderstorm? As for the passenger experience? Aha! Troops never prioritize anything but efficiency and safety. Who cares about the experience of all that cargo in the cabin? That's why military products give the impression of quality but no aesthetics whatsoever. Lu Qingzhou, on the contrary, had not served in the Air Force unit, but as the saying goes, near Zhu is red, near ink is black. Hanging out with a bunch of old soldiers, pure flirtation. No offense, day after day. His style of doing things would naturally be greatly affected. Not to mention, he was not a peaceful man at heart. Plus there's the external gold finger again. So don't talk about little thunderstorms. Don't talk about having a 10-minute window of time for takeoff. Even if it's foggy and windy right now, it's time to fly. It's not like going under the knife. What are you afraid of? Far away. Inside the tower command hall. The controller froze when he heard Chenbin's relayed not accepting the tower's suggestion. I'll rub it in. Nice guy. Still the first time I've seen a flight disobey the tower and not take the tower's advice. Whose ING ministry is this? How can you be so brave? Mountain Air? That's okay. Anyway, Mountain Air is notorious for its pugnacity. And there's a 10-minute window. With the personal experience and piloting skills of a Mountain Air captain, not much of a problem. So he said in a hushed voice, Mountain Air 1173. 01 left runway waiting point wait at runway 01 left waiting point. Mountain Air 1173. Chenbin immediately repeated the command. Alpha 1. Bravo. Bravo 1. The controller added. However, these two English words mean radio call terms, so there is no need to repeat them. Where Alpha denotes the identifier, which is used to distinguish between different flights and aircraft. Bravo, on the other hand, is a call sign used for navigation and identification of flights in the air. Bravo 1 would indicate that this was the first aircraft with the call sign Bravo. This is used for communication between air traffic control and pilots in general to ensure safe and smooth flights. Cabin. As the plane passed another airliner, it slowly slid towards the takeoff waiting point. Most of the travelers looked calm, but there were a number of passengers who had a hint of nervousness on their faces. Hello, can I trouble you to adjust the seat backrest? Our airplane will be taking off soon. Oh. Zhang Xiaoyu walked up to a passenger and reminded him in a low voice. The other party looked up at her and asked with some concern, Stewardess, the weather is so bad right now, does our flight have to take off in the rain too? Yeah, people are stopping for that SFO plane. Will there be any safety hazards? The people around them also said. Zhang Xiaoyu always had a smile on his face, patiently explaining, please don't worry, our pilots are all professionals. They will fully assess whether the current weather conditions will pose a threat to the safety of the flight, and in case the weather is really bad, the plane won't take off without regard to everyone's safety, and the tower will intervene in a timely manner, so you don't have to worry. Hear her say that. The passengers then let go a little. Yeah, the pilot is not on the plane. Even if he didn't care about other people's little lives, he would still care about his own, right? That's why people like yourself are so worried, is a bit of a worrywart. So this passenger hurriedly adjusted the seat backrest, then looked up at Zhang Xiaoyu and said, thank you, it's okay, if you need anything please ring the call bell. Zhang Xiaoyu finished, hurriedly returned to his seat as well. Fasten and buckle your seatbelt, waiting for the plane to take off. P.S. Novels from life, higher than life. The main role is to provide entertainment for everyone to relieve boredom. So for some of the plot not too serious Happy New Year's Day. Chapter 54 A sharp sword slanted into God's chest. SNA Live. The protagonist is now no longer the one already parked on the taxiway. The China Southern Airlines Boeing 737-800. Only the photographer cooperated by pulling the camera away, aimed at another Airbus A320 already taxiing to the waiting point. From the camera, This Airbus A320 airliner practically ghosted its way into the SNA broadcast. It didn't take long to get alongside the China Southern Airlines Boeing 737-800, and then quickly overtook it, before the crowd could react. This Airbus A320 alone has captured the attention of everyone in the broadcast room. It's like an old six that specializes in weird eye candy. Live stream. When the water friends found that this belongs to the Mountain Airline Airbus A320 airliner has been parked in the waiting point waiting to take off, which have reacted to the dash, damn, the weather is so bad now. This airplane from Mountain Air won't take off straight away, right? The Mountain Air airplane just broke into the broadcast can make me laugh like a little old sixer. Sneaky overtaking even when skidding. The old six of the Mountain Airline is hammered. Wow, how dare you fly in this weather? Mountain Air is really tough. I flew on Mountain Air once, and they flew out before the time was up. Overseas people often say that our airline is just like that black car. When all the people are together, they leave. Takeoff, shua, flight, whoosh, landing, duong, captain, yay, passengers, you. I'm really impressed with Mountain Air. It's fast and steady, and it landed before the meal was finished. Yamaha only leaves early, not late. So if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend on a business trip, it's best not to take Yamaha for the sake of family harmony. The last time I went to Qingdao, I was on Mountain Air, and the plane took off at the normal time and arrived early. The plane just kept circling in the air and we thought something was wrong. Then the captain explained that he was showing us the scenery of Qingdao, but in fact there was no parking space down there, and the tower wouldn't let him land. I'm going to die laughing in the pop-up section. Is Mountain Air really that comical? Chocho frowned as she kept swiping at the pop-ups. She wanted to say something so badly right now. Babies, this is a live feed from the SAA. But she knew, even if she did, she probably wouldn't get many takers. So she had to raise her eyes to the airport runway in the distance and look with a sad face at the Airbus A320 waiting to take off. The heart kept expecting this broken airplane to take off and roll away from me. You all have taken away my traffic know how to do. Cockpit. As the plane settled into the takeoff waiting area, waiting for further instructions from the tower, Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at the co-pilot Shenbin. Seriously? I asked. Are you good? Other times it's okay, but the weather right now is somewhat similar to the other day. Shenbin had already been psychologically scared out of his mind by that day's encounter. If he had been sick today during the takeoff phase, it would have had a greater impact on the plane's takeoff. After all, Lu Qingzhou really didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Couldn't do it alone and take off successfully in such a large airplane. Shenbin naturally knew the meaning of Lu Qingzhou's words, so he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Never ask a man is it okay because the answer will always be yes. What man would admit that he's not okay?" Having said that, he looked up into the already growing darkness of the sky, gritting his teeth. In his heart, he said, "I don't believe it. I've been in the Mountain Airline for so many years. What big storms have I never seen? How can I be deterred by just one storm? So let the storm come harder." And so on. What did I just wish for? Let the storm come harder? Am I out of my mind? How did you even make this wish? Don't mind me. I'm out of my mind. It's a nice day now, but I can't let the storm get any worse. God seemed to hear his heart. The clouds, which had been gloomy and dense, slowly came out with an extra slit. The sunlight squeezed through this gap and spilled out onto the earth. It instantly colored an area of golden yellow. Shenbin was overjoyed. Hurry up and give God a solid kowtow in your head. And Lu Qingzhou's face looked much better. It wasn't that he was happy because of the sudden change in the weather, but he was happy to see that Shenbin finally wasn't as scared as he was a moment ago, and had finally returned to normal slightly. Contact the tower and request a takeoff, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. At the same time put your hand on the throttle valve gear lever. Be prepared to fuel the airplane at any time. Shenbin immediately collected his mind and spoke. Baiyun Tower. Mountain Air 1173. 01 left runway waiting point waiting. Mountain Air 1173, runway 01 left, ground wind 510 meters, corrected sea pressure 1080, ready for takeoff. The tower controller replied immediately. Shenbin immediately repeated, runway 01 left, ground wind 510 meters, corrected sea pressure 1080, ready for takeoff. The tower controller's word is holy writ. Got the holy writ. Lu Qingzhou no longer hesitated. Instead, one hand grips the stick so that the nose of the plane is always aligned with the center line of the airport runway, and the other hand had pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom and pressed both buttons at the same time. Release the brake and let go of the fender. The Airbus A320 was like an arrow off the string, whooshing out of the waiting point and onto the runway. Rumble rumble. There was a deafening roar from the airplane's engines. Inside the cabin, everyone is now buckled up as well. Then look out the window of the plane at the object that keeps flying backwards. Shenbin stared intently at the dashboard. Thrust stabilized, he exclaimed. Lu responded immediately, Toga SRS runway. This wasn't Lu Qingzhou showing off her English. It was the standard speech of an Airbus airliner during takeoff, where TOGA is manual max thrust, SRS speed reference system, runway, and runway auto throttle on, confirmed. As Chen Bin said these words, the airplane's ground speed meter surged upward as if it had taken an aphrodisiac, almost a blink of an eye. The ground speedometer then already showed that the airplane's speed went from 0 to 100 km per hour, and the speed is still increasing rapidly. This ability to accelerate 100 meters has killed all the sports cars in the world. Even the F1 cars can't compare. But the plane is still accelerating. Speed 100, shouted Chen Bin again. Lu Qingzhou's expression was serious as she replied in a deep voice. Confirmed. Soon. The airplane was then going over 140 knots, roughly 260 kilometers per hour, reaching V1 decisive speed. Chen Bin immediately said, V1, lift the wheel. As his words were spoken, the nose of the airplane had then been pulled up by Lu Qingzhou, but unlike the usual low elevation takeoff, this Airbus A320 airliner's climb angle this time was, surprisingly, much greater than usual. The nose of the airplane was high in the air. It was as if a sharp sword had been thrust diagonally into the midst of God's chest. Chapter 55, taking off at a wide angle? Isn't the captain afraid of complaints? Inside the cabin, when the airplane's front and rear landing gear had left the ground and climbed in altitude at a large elevation angle, almost no one noticed anything unusual. It only felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his chest, and he was a bit out of breath, and his own body tipped backward, and his feet had left the ground. However, because of gravity, the vast majority of people have some physiological reaction, to a greater or lesser extent, when an airplane takes off. For example, slight difficulty in breathing, deafness in both ears, etc. So the passengers also assumed that today was like any other day, just a physical reaction caused by the airplane taking off. After all, the airplane's takeoff was so smooth, although it felt like it was a little faster than usual to taxi around the track. But there was nothing unusual about the airplane from the time it broke out of the waiting point until now. Exhale suction. Exhale suction. The cabin resounded with the sound of loud guests coming and going, but those sounds were pretty much drowned out in the rumbling and roaring sounds. Only Zhang Xiaoyun and the others realized that something wasn't quite right. After all, their place of work is on the various airplanes, so everyone has logged several thousand flight hours, been on hundreds of airplanes. Long ago, I became immune to the physiological reactions caused by the takeoff phase, but today when the plane took off they felt a long overdue discomfort. Not only did they have trouble breathing, but there was a constant rumbling in their ears. What's going on here? Nia Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to Zhang Xiaoyun, twisted her head a bit uneasily to look out of the airplane window. Except for the black, dark clouds, there's nothing out of the ordinary. By the time she shifted her gaze to the stewardess, though, she realized that the stewardess's feet were already off the ground. This time, Nia Xiaoyu finally realized what was wrong. It's amazing that the plane took off with a big elevation. Nia Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed drastically. As a cabin crew member of Mountain Air, she was aware that the captains of Mountain Air acted in a tough style. More than that, he knew that today's captain, Lu Qingzhou, had been known as Lu Yanwang, but she never expected it. It's surprising that Lu Yanwang would be such a tiger. I can't believe they had the nerve to take off in this manner. Isn't he afraid of a plane crash? Cockpit. Chen Bin still had his eyes glued to the dashboard. As a veteran pilot with thousands of flight hours, the physiological reaction and discomfort of taking off at close to 60 degrees of elevation naturally did not affect him, and he had now given his full attention to the airplane's instrument panel. Not only had the discomfort been ignored, but even the mental shadow of the previous fear had disappeared without a trace. Positively rising rate, he reminded loudly. Lu Qingzhou's face was as normal as ever and immediately returned. Collect the wheel. Retract the wheel. Chen Bin repeated, immediately depressing the landing gear button. The two work well together, but it's bitter for Bingbing Chen in the back. Chen Bingbing's small face had now turned deathly white, her eyes bulging as she looked right in front of her with a face full of shock. Her mouth opened slightly. The mountain held at her chest was already taking her breath away. There was also a rumbling in his ears. However, these physiological reactions were not a big deal. What really made Chen Bingbing feel fearful was that the dark clouds in the air were like a big mountain pressing towards the airplane. Even through the windshield, it was desperate enough. However, just as Chen Bingbing was about to suffocate, this Airbus A320 airliner was like a sharp sword, diving headfirst into the dark clouds with an unstoppable trend, almost a blink of an eye. The nose of the plane then broke out of the dark cloud barrier. Then the long-lost sunlight suddenly shot out from among the cracks in the clouds. Before Chen Bingbing could react, Lu Qingzhou in front of her had already pressed down on the operating stick and piloted the airplane towards this crack. Another roughly half a minute or so passed. The plane finally burst through the gap, bathed in sunlight. Lu Qingzhou obediently pulled the lever and changed his stance to a flat flight. The next instant, The invisible mountain that pressed on the chests of the crowd suddenly disappeared without a trace. A trace of relief appeared on Chen Bin's face. It wasn't so much the fact that the plane broke out of the cloud blockage that got in the way, but his own performance in similar scenarios was as solid as ever. So the pre-takeoff psyche is really just scaring yourself. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head, looking at Chen Bin, who looked as if he was relieved. The two of them immediately looked at each other and smiled. Chen Bin pinched his radio headset and spoke. Baiyun Tower. 01 left off the ground now. Mountain Air 1173. Soon. The tower controller's voice rang out right over the comms channel. Mountain Air 1173. FM 124. 55. Contact Goat approach. Have a safe flight. FM 124. 55. Contact Goat approach. Mountain Air 1173. Thank you. Goodbye. Cabin. The faces of almost all the passengers looked a little hard. Some of them even blanched and took small gasping breaths. But the whole plane takeoff was so smooth that there was no discomfort other than being slightly out of breath. Unlike sometimes on other flights where the plane goes up and down during takeoff, it's like riding a roller coaster. So none of the passengers realized something was wrong. Much less did I expect the captain to be so bold as to take off with a large elevation at an angle close to 60 degrees. The people on the plane didn't notice. However, the live broadcast of the NAC broadcast room that was broadcasting live had completely boiled over by this time. Especially when seeing this Airbus A320 take off at a large angle of elevation, and then almost in the blink of an eye rushed into the gap in the clouds and completely disappeared. The pop-ups were like a tidal wave, instantly flooding the entire live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it my eyes? The Mountain Air captain flew a fighter jet before, right? Dry land pulling onions? There's a civil aviation captain who dares to play pulling onions from the ground. Mountain Air captain, hold on to your seats. Everyone, I'm gonna get up and pedal. I Lu a good boy. That plane on the people are not now have been scared to death? Don't stop me. I'll buy a ticket on Mountain Air tomorrow. Don't ask me where I'm going. I just want to feel what it's like to take off on a roller coaster. Civil aviation airliners take off and play with dry land. The captain is waiting for a complaint. This is brutal. This is the most brutal takeoff I've ever seen. I just calculated that the takeoff angle is only about 60 degrees. Far less than what you said. Look at you. Are you talking like a human being? Big airplanes at 60 degrees are scary. 2. One of the 3 wonders of transportation in the East. It's better to hear than to see. Today I finally saw how tough Yamaha is. Looking at the tidal wave of pop-ups in the live broadcast, Jojo was full of grievances. I'm the main character, okay? I'm the main character. What are you doing, Yamaha? Less than 10 minutes out and it took all my traffic. Joe took a deep breath. Suddenly there was a sense of frustration that the earth is not worth it. Chapter 56, Dry Land Takeoff. Exhale. Exhale, exhale. Chen Bingbing gasped for air, just like a stranded fish. Immediately after Chen Bin hung up his communication link with young Chung Jin, he turned his head and looked at her with some concern and asked, Bingbing, are you alright? Chen Bingbing waved her hand somewhat feebly. In the sunlight, her face was so white that it even took on a holy glow now. No, it's fine. Vomit. Chen Bingbing only finished. Suddenly he covered his chest again and dry heaved. Seeing this, Chen Bin hurriedly handed her a bottle of mineral water. Chen Bingbing unscrewed the mineral water bottle and gurgled several mouthfuls of water before she was able to slow down, wiping a handful of thin sweat emerging on his forehead. He said, it was really hard to kill me just now. I felt like I was suffocating. What's wrong? I've been on not a few airplanes before, but never one as hard as today. Chen Bin laughed. Ha ha, you'll take a few more mountain air flights in the future and you'll be immune. Ha, Chen Bingbing blinked, somewhat puzzled. The online netizens' banter about mountain air is actually not all made-up terriers. Chen Bin smiled and explained, there are many that still have a basis in reality. Just now, for example, it was clear that Southern Airlines had a Boeing 737-800 taxiing out of the tarmac at the same time as us, but en route this Boeing 737-800 stopped taking off because of a change in the weather. The tower also advised the lightboat captain at the time to stop the takeoff and wait for this rain to fall. As you can see, the captain of Lightship said he would not accept the tower's recommendation. But with the dark clouds over Baiyun Airport, there are just a few gaps in the clouds for the airplane to fly through, and to accurately find those gaps, the airplane has to take off at a greater angle than usual. Because the takeoff elevation is relatively greater than usual and the climb brings a greater overload than usual. Plus you're in the cockpit like the rest of us and can very visually see the dark clouds overhead pressing in like mountains. It's normal for you to have a physiological reaction. Chen Bingbing was stunned. She covered her mouth with her little hand first, then looked at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of disbelief. This handsome captain, who looked young and handsome and usually spoke and treated people gently, did not expect to have such a wild side. When you said that the takeoff elevation angle was relatively greater than usual, just how great is it? Chen Bingbing pursued again. Chen Bin laughed. Normal airliner takeoff elevation angle is mostly between 13 degrees to 25 degrees. In this angle range can ensure that the aircraft smoothly get lift smooth takeoff, but also can maximize the protection of flight attitude safety, the engine and other normal operation of the system and the comfort of passengers. But the takeoff elevation should have been over 60 degrees just now. And normally, if an airplane takes off at more than 50 or 60 degrees, there's a cool term for it, dry land. That is to say, we have just now actually fully felt the sense of impact and excitement brought about by dry land pulling. How was it? The flight wasn't wasted, was it? Chen Bingbing was already too frightened to speak. Yes, she had often brushed up on the internet before to see airplanes taking off dry land style, but it's usually fighters or more maneuverable aircraft. She hadn't really seen any civilian airliner that dared to play dry land during the takeoff phase. That's not just artsy-fartsy, it's irresponsible for the lives of everyone on the plane. Just listen to his nonsense. What, pulling onions out of dry land? Where is it so exaggerated? At this time, Lu Qingzhou, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said in a bad mood, "Ah." Chen Bingbing blinked, first looking at Chen Bin with some confusion before turning her head and staring intently at Lu Qingzhou's side face. "You mean, Brother Bin was just scaring me?" Otherwise, Lu Qingzhou still maintained the posture of pulling the lever upwards and backwards, then continued, "The takeoff elevation angle is indeed a bit larger, but it's not as thrilling as he said, and there's no such thing as dry land pulling for airliners, right? The maneuverability, engine thrust, and maximum takeoff capacity of airliners are not as good as that of fighters, so playing dry land pulling onions rashly is no different from looking for death. So just listen to it as fiction, don't really believe it." Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization, then turned her head to look at Chen Bin and said, "Why are you so bad? You just scared me enough." Chen Bin rolled his eyes and asked rhetorically, "Do you believe him or me?" "Believe him." Chen Bingbing did not think twice and blurted out, "Captain Lightboat would never lie to people. Unlike you, the old grease. I don't know how many girls have suffered from your poisonous hands in these years." "What the hell?" Chen Bin stared at Chen Bingbing with wide eyes and a face full of incredulity. "He doesn't cheat people? He doesn't trick people around? Oh heaven and earth, please leave us ordinary people a way to live. Why are all the women in the world face dogs? They believe whatever the handsome man says? Is there any justice left? Obviously I'm the most honest one. Now I'm actually labeled as an old fart." Lu Qingzhou saw him getting more and more exaggerated. He could only hasten to stop it. "Shut up. Why don't you hurry up and contact Yangcheng approach? We've climbed to 6,000 meters altitude, and we'll be flying out of Yangcheng airspace soon." Seeing that Lu Qingzhou mentioned business, Chen Bin didn't get any more weird. Instead, he hurriedly sat up straight, then cupped his radio earpiece and murmured, "Go to approach, Mountain Air 1173. More than 10 minutes later, the aircraft arrived at the established airspace without incident. Lu Qingzhou switched the driving mode from manual mode to automatic mode. Only then did he stretch. Turning his head to look at Chen Bingbing, he laughed. "Did it really scare you just now?" Chen Bingbing's face was slightly red, somewhat squirming. "Still, it's okay, it's just that the physiological reaction is a bit strong, so it's not very comfortable." "Okay, I'll pay attention next time," Lu Qingzhou said submissively. "If you were in the passenger cabin, it shouldn't have been so hard. I forgot that there was an extra person in the cockpit today, so I took off way too aggressively." Chen Bingbing saw that he was so concerned about himself. There was a sudden little extra tingle of joy in his heart, but it was only a few short seconds later that this came back to haunt her. "What do you mean? Forgot there was an extra person in the cockpit? Am I that low on the existential scale? So Bingo didn't lie to me? You really did play pulling onions from dry land just now?" Chen Bingbing tilted her head to look at Lu Qingzhou and asked seriously. Lu Qingzhou helplessly said, "I've said that I don't call that dry land pulling onions. It's just that the takeoff elevation angle is bigger." "Do you believe him or me?" Lu Qingzhou asked again. Chen Bingbing huffed and puffed. "Believe him? You're a big pig's hoof. I don't believe you." Lu Qingzhou was stunned. Even Chen Bin was surprised by Chen Bingbing's sudden change of face. "What again? Wasn't he fine just now? Why did you make a 180-degree turn in attitude just a little while later?" Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin exchanged glances. Both shook their heads helplessly. It's true that you can't guess what's in a girl's mind. You can't guess it. Chapter 57. Which number position is both a headache and a favorite of the flight attendants? Ding knock. The cockpit door chime rang. Chen Bin got up and opened the door, and saw the second seat stewardess, Nia Xiaoyu. First hand Chen Bin 2 bottles of mineral water, and then poked her little head in. Looking at Chen Bingbing, she asked, "Bingbing, we've replenished some new snacks this afternoon. Yo, should I leave a few more packs for you to taste?" Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, "Yes, what about you, Captain Lightboat? Today at noon we specially replenished the first-class guests with a batch of local cupcakes from Yangcheng. They taste pretty good. Do you want to try them as well?" Lu Qingzhou hadn't said anything yet. Chen Bin, who was holding 2 bottles of water in his hand, was the first to quit, stammering towards Nie Xiaoyu. Hey, am I transparent? Can't you see me? I'm obviously the closest to you out of the 3, but you've chosen to just ignore me. Nie Xiaoyu tilted her little head with a puzzled expression. Ha, why do I hear someone talking in my ear? It's just like having a mosquito buzzing around. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing couldn't help but laugh out loud at her amusement. Chen Bin, on the other hand, blackened his face, making a gesture to push out. Go, 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 you really only have handsome men in your eyes. It's not that I'm treating you like you're transparent, but the company rules state that the 2 of you can't eat the same thing on the airplane. Nie Xiaoyu patiently explained. If Captain Lightship doesn't eat it, then I'll just bring it to you again. Do not eat, do not eat. Chen Bin's head shook like a rattle. Late attentiveness is as cheap as grass. I don't eat food handed out in contempt. Love to eat or not. Nie Xiaoyu rolled her eyes before turning her gaze to Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, I'm not eating either. It won't take long for us to arrive anyway. Ta-da! Nie Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, but she was about to turn around and go out. Lu Qingzhou added, you give a word to Sister Xiaoyun and the girls. If there's nothing to do when you arrive this afternoon, don't go yet. Bing Bing and the others are considered to be temporarily joining us as a collective today, so I'll treat you all to a meal this evening. Captain Lightning Boat's treat. The heavens can't put it off. Nie Xiaoyu made an okay gesture and continued. I'll go ahead and agree for them. Wait for Nie Xiaoyu to get out of the cockpit. This is actually the division of aircrew areas and duties. Lu Qingzhou tried to explain in the simplest and most understandable way possible. For example, the number 1 position is the crew chief, who has overall control of the cabin. The second seat is then a 2-cabin crew. And by 2-cabin crew, I mean business class and first class, but usually medium-range narrow-body planes only have 1 cabin, either business class or first class. Seat 3 is the aft cabin steward, primarily responsible for managing the aft cabin area. Positions 4 and 5, on the other hand, are regular cabin crew, specializing in economy class. Chen Bingbing came to a realization. I didn't realize a small cabin. There are just so many doors in there. Then is there any number position that the flight attendant both likes and has a headache? Bingbing Chen asked again. Lu Qingzhou opened her mouth. It sort of hit his intellectual blind spot, so it could only turn its gaze for help to Chen Bin. This obviously with gossip nature of the problem you ask him useless. Have to ask me no how? Chen Bin laughed and said. This kid belongs to the 2 ears do not hear things outside the window. Only want to fly the plane of the nerd. Technical geeks. A little interest in life or not. To talk about gossip, just talk about gossip properly, without personal attacks. Haha. Lu Qingzhou was dissatisfied. For her part, Bingbing Chen said, I do think tech geeks are pretty good. You're thinking that handsome-looking tech geeks are pretty good. Try ugly-looking tech geeks with no mood. Chen Bin directly poked through her small mind. Chen Bingbing was greatly embarrassed. Forcibly changing the subject, he said, come on. Which numbered position gives the flight attendant both a favorite and a headache? That goes without saying. Of course it's the number 2 seat. Some airline companies' 2 cabin crew members are number 3. Without thinking, Chen Bin blurted out, it's this number 1 seat for Nie Xiaoyu. Why? Chen Bingbing pursued. Is it because the people served are all first class or business class customers, and then there might be a golden son-in-law or something inside these passengers? You asked quite bluntly. Chen Bin laughed, but you hit on part of the reason. I'll start with why the headache is there. It's because the service is for 2-class passengers, and it's a well-known fact that 2-class passengers have many and odd requests that you still have to try to fulfill. And the service process is so complicated that flight attendants will need to be careful how they deal with it. That's why the second seat stewardess does one of the most work on the entire airplane. Another reason is that the second flight attendant spends time with the crew chief at almost all times. Would you like to work with a leader at work? Chen Bingbing's head shook like a rattle drum. Of course I don't want to. If I'm being watched by the leader at all times, how can I happily touch the fish? That's right. Chen Bin continued. As for why you like it, you've already mentioned one reason. Because this part of the population is relatively rich, or the proportion of rich people is far greater than that of the economy class. So some flight attendants with a lively mind will take the initiative to contact such passengers. And then, Chen Bin gave a you-know-what look. Chen Bingbing came to a realization. So that's how it is. But not all flight attendants have this in mind. In fact, most of them are quite good. It's just that the looks of flight attendants are basically medium to high. And then there are some rare examples that have been uploaded to the internet, which has led to the overall image of the industry being tarnished. In fact, most of the stewardesses I know are very good. People are also peaceful. Husband and mother, not at all so demonized online. Chen Bin hurriedly said again. Of course, this last statement of his was actually a forced salvation. It's just a matter of stacking buffs, because no matter if it was him or Chen Bingbing, even Lu Qingzhou, who had never cared much about these things, knew The so-called individual examples are actually C cases. Just saying that even if it is a sea of cases, that doesn't negate and discredit the industry as a whole. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of flight attendants across the country. There are only a few hundred or 1,000 that really get down and dirty to fish for favors. Most of them are just packaged as stewardesses and then make themselves sell for a good price. No way, no way. There's no way anyone would really take something like Shinshin Nationwide Flyable as a real flight attendant. Is there? There's another reason Chen Bin finished stacking the buffs and added. That's the fact that the two cabin stewardesses also have a job description of serving the cockpit, which is to deliver food and drinks to the captain and co-pilot in the cockpit. This job on other flights can be a liability for the second flight attendant. It's already tiring enough to wait on those big boys in first class and business class, but then you have to come and wait on the captain and co-pilot in the cockpit. But sometimes it's not quite the same again. Like our flights, for example, instead of being a liability, they are a benefit. Chen Bin said while winking at Chen Bingbing. Guess why? Oh, Chen Bingbing immediately came to a realization. Immediately gave Chen Bin back a got it look. Because the cockpit has handsome men to feed the eyes, not welfare is still a liability. If I rented out this throne of mine, I'd probably have those little beauties out there grabbing it like crazy. Gee, I didn't realize I was still a business geek. Tomorrow I'll bid on my throne to the highest bidder. Chen Bin said, why don't you shoot out my throne as well? Anyway, with this kid's ability, it's the same with me or without me, and we can both earn an extra amount of extra money. Okay. Chen Bingbing solemnly nodded her head. Lu Qingzhou was filled with speechlessness. Indicates that he doesn't want to talk to these two douchebags. Chapter 58. I hit a bird. The return trip was smooth. No cumulonimbus clouds. No clear sky turbulence. No air racing. And no accidents in the passenger cabin. In a nutshell, the 3 hours on the return trip passed uneventfully. That's actually the norm. Globally, there are approximately 200,000 human flights per day. The estimate of flights experiencing bad weather and various accidents is only 1 in 10,000. Air accidents that result in death or injury are not even 1 in 200,000. As for the probability of air accidents involving civilian airliners, it is more than 1 in a million. The probability will be even lower, especially for air crashes that result in deaths and injuries. This is why some people say that airplanes are the safest form of public transportation. There is only a very low tolerance for airplane accidents, either dead or wounded. There's been a plane crash and it's basically a GG. Is it possible that you still want to complete self-rescue above 10,000 meters in the air? Innocence. Capital time. 4:45 p.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 has entered the airspace of Qilu Province and is less than 200 kilometers away from the remote Wall Airport. This is because flights have not been delayed before when departing from Baiyun Airport. That's why Lu Qingzhou didn't set the cruising speed as extreme as in the morning, but set the cruising speed to 870 kilometers per hour. Spare a thought. The plane also arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than scheduled, entering Qilu Province airspace. It's time for the plane to go down to altitude. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin also returned from their lethargic state to their busy state. Neither one is a rookie anymore though, so it's still busy but not chaotic. Cabin. The flight crew also began their landing announcements. Everything is organized. Almost in the blink of an eye, the plane's altitude dropped from 9,800 meters to 8,000 meters, then 7,000 meters, 6,000 meters. When the altitude was below 6,000 meters, Chen Bin immediately said goodbye to the Mordor district transfer and contacted Springs to approach. Then the captain, Lu Qingzhou, began a 5-side flight based on the command of the Springs approach. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Establishment of blind alleys and identification of landing airport runways. 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Say goodbye to Springs approach and contact the tower at the remote Wall Airport. Not for a while. The remote Wall Airport had already entered Lu Qingzhou's line of sight. The towering tower is like a lighthouse on a vast ocean, towering over the heights of the airport at a glance. Lu Qing held the operating stick with one hand and kept adjusting the airplane's flight attitude while going down in altitude. The other hand keeps holding the throttle valve gear lever to slow down the rate of fuel intake. The airplane's flaps were now down and the spoiler had been pulled up, so the airplane's airspeed slowed to a meaty crawl. The airport was now less than 10 kilometers away and the plane's airspeed was less than 400 kilometers per hour. You can release the landing gear, Lu ordered. Good. Chen Bin had also long since lost his usual hangdog, oily demeanor. He's still very serious when he's working, so after he pressed the landing gear release button, he even made a point of glancing at the instrument panel to make sure it was showing no malfunction before he returned. Drop the landing gear. Good. Lu Qingzhou promised. Remain in the downward pressing lever position. But just then, he suddenly saw an additional small black dot directly in front of the airplane's nose. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were quick. immediately pulled the operating lever backward and upward. Clunk! The sudden turn of events caught everyone on the plane off guard and took them by surprise. Boo! And it was at this time, inside the cockpit, a heavy, dull sound was heard. The startled Chen Bingbing was immediately startled again and hurriedly looked around, trying to find out where the source of the sound was. And Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin's faces now became very grave, especially Chen Bin. The eyes even revealed a hint of nervousness. Rub! Hit the bird! What's up with the airport bird repellent brigade? I can't believe they didn't even get rid of the flock of birds near the airport. What the hell? Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, was slightly relieved, because from the time he saw a bird hit him to the time he reacted, it was only a second or two, but it was that short second or two that nearly caused a major accident, because if he hadn't been quick on his feet and immediately pulled backward and upward on the operating stick to bring the nose up, the bird would have crashed straight into the windshield of the airplane. Don't think that the windshield of an airplane is tough enough for a flying bird to break through. The forces are mutual. Aircraft traveling at speeds approaching 400 km per hour can easily cause a major accident by hitting even a mortal bird. However, Lu Qingzhou subconsciously pulled up on the operating stick, letting the radome on the nose of the airplane go hard against the bird. Even if it breaks, the radome equals shell. None of them pose much of a threat to the flight safety of the airplane. Exhale. Luckily, my own reflexes were quick enough. Cabin. Passengers who had been drowsy were awakened by the unexpected accident. One by one, they looked around at each other, wondering what had just happened, that the plane would suddenly lurch. That just scared the hell out of me. I was sleeping soundly when all of a sudden it felt like I was being thrown up. Scared me out of my wits. What the hell? Is this an airplane or a tractor? Ha! All the way to the Springs? Just one night's sleep and we're at Remote Wall Airport? The mountain air captain sure flies fast. Flying fast can be okay, otherwise not fast is fine. Ha ha ha, you're making a personal attack, ha. Be careful, the captain doesn't hear you. I'm complimenting him. The cabin was a mess. People didn't take this to heart. They were even less aware that they had just seemingly had a brush with death. Let's not talk about them. Even the stewardesses didn't take the sudden bump they had just taken seriously. They also just thought the plane was almost on the ground, so they encountered a wind. The meteorological conditions in the near-Earth airspace are complex, and it is not unusual for an airplane to be blown off course by a gust of wind. Cockpit. A full 10 seconds passed. It was only then that Shinbin violently exhaled a large breath. Phew, what the? Did we hit a bird? Captain Bird Repellent Brigade to engage in what aircraft? So close to the airport actually still have a leak. If not for your quick reaction, that bird is expected to directly hit the windshield. I had to make a trip to the dispatch center after we landed to ask what the hell was going on at Remote Wall Airport. If we really hit the windshield, I don't know about anyone else. We'll both have to reimburse at least one of us. Lu Qingzhou remained expressionless. In a hushed voice, stop complaining and land first. If one of us is reimbursed, mustn't the others follow suit? This time, it took Chen Bingbing a moment to react. It turns out that the clear, dull sound you just heard turned out to be an airplane hitting a bird. Ha! Did the plane just hit a bird? Is it not true that he had just had a brush with death in just a second or two? Chapter 59, A Brush with Death, and a Smooth and Safe Landing. It's well known. Flying birds are one of the few most feared threats to flying machines, just behind human factors, mechanical failures, and inclement weather. Along with the above three factors, they are known as the four killers of aircraft. Don't think that birds of prey are just carbon-based organisms. How can it be a threat to an airplane? But the forces are mutual. The plane hit the bird at hundreds of kilometers per hour and suffered the same impact that the bird suffered, especially if the bird hits important parts of the plane, like the windshield, the engine, the rudder, etc., is sure to cause an airplane to malfunction and then cause an air accident. And the craft and the birds share a blue sky again. People's flocks of birds also have the freedom to fly in the sky. That's why the bird of prey is known as one of the four killers of aviation. But flocks of birds are generally active at low altitudes, and airplanes are mostly at altitudes of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of meters, except for the takeoff and landing phases. So actually both sides don't operate in the same airspace most of the time. But as high as an airplane flies, it still needs to take off from and land on the ground. The takeoff and landing phases are also the two phases where airplanes are most likely to hit birds. It's well known. The takeoff and landing processes of an airplane are two of the most dangerous and accident-prone phases of the entire flight. One of them, it's because it's easy to hit birds at this stage. That's why both civilian and military airports have a department dedicated to bird repelling. The department's main job is to utilize all means to evict bird flocks in the vicinity of the airport. Now that Mountain Air Flight SC-1173 has hit a bird in airspace less than 1,000 meters from the ground and less than 10 kilometers from the airport, it is clear that the bird repellent work at the Remote Wall Airport is not in place. But accountability is already an afterthought. Now Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin's top priority was how to land this plane suspected of hitting a bird safely on the ground. so after hitting the bird, Chen Bin immediately reported to the tower that the airplane was suspected of hitting the bird. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, held the operating stick and piloted the airplane to continue to complete the landing. Only this time he had an extra mind. Although nothing unusual has happened to the airplane so far, but fear not. In case the plane has a mechanical failure due to hitting a bird, he would then immediately continue to land or pull up the nose and resume flying depending on the situation. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. At this point, the remote wall airport is already just around the corner. A straight runway also appeared in Lu Qingzhou's sight. There is still nothing unusual about the airplane. There is no malfunction light on the dashboard either. However, Lu Qingzhou was still not paralyzed, and in her heart, she had already made two preparations. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, almost a blink of an eye. This Airbus A320 was already flying over the airport, just when the plane's altitude was below 50 meters. Lu Qingzhou gently pulled up the nose to ensure that the plane's rear landing gear landed first. A few seconds later, the airplane flew over the runway. By now the plane was less than 20 meters high. As the plane flew along the airport runway for about another 200 or 300 meters, clunk, the rear landing gear of the plane hit the runway hard. Next, the tires on the rear landing gear then began to run up, holding the plane in a wild forward direction. A few seconds later, the front landing gear also landed without incident. The Airbus A320 was like a wild horse out of control, running wildly toward the end of the runway. Lu Qingzhou immediately activated the braking system, and then pulled backward and upward on the counterthrust lever to activate the counterthrust device. Shasta. The airplane then slowed to a meaty crawl. As the plane roared down the runway for close to another 1,000 meters, it finally showed signs of weakness. Then it slid slowly for a few hundred meters more. As if releasing all its energy, it came to a soft stop on the runway. Lu Qingzhou didn't delay on the runway for more than a moment. Instead, they were guided by the ground at Remote Wall Airport and quickly slid off the runway and onto the taxiway. When he had only just exited the taxiway, a guide car immediately appeared directly in front of him, guiding him toward the far plane position in the distance. At this point, the two airport walkers were already standing one behind the other at the end of the far plane. When the Mountain Air SC-1173 followed the guide car to the far plane position, the two walkers immediately began to make movements without stopping, directing Lu Qingzhou to park the airplane steadily on the plane position. But wait until the plane stops. They were also taken aback when they saw the puddle of flesh on the nose radome and the dented, even cracked radome. You don't want to rush to the responsibility first. Now the tower also knows that we hit the bird. If it's the responsibility of the airport can't run away. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said when she saw that Chen Bin stood up and was about to go to the dispatch center to find trouble. Chen Bin froze. Then he twisted his head to look at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou continued. You stay in the cockpit first. I'll go down and see where it hit. Then you listen to my command. Start the engines, open the radome. Let's check it over first. Good. Chen Bin immediately nodded in agreement. Lu Qingzhou unbuckled her seatbelt. Standing up, he looked at Chen Bingbing. Bingbing, do you want to stay in the cockpit or go down with me to have a look? Go down with you, Chen Bingbing blurted out without thinking. She was also now eager to see who the culprit was that had just nearly sent her to Hades. Alright then, let's go. Lu Qingzhou had already pulled open the cockpit hatch before she finished speaking. Chen Bingbing hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and followed, waiting for the two to arrive at the stateroom. This time, the cabin passengers were already on their feet and lined up for disembarkation. Nie Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaoyu combined their efforts to open the forward cabin hatch, and a rotary ladder truck immediately headed this way. When Zhang Xiaoyun, the crew chief, saw Lu Qingzhou in a hurry, she asked with some curiosity, Captain Qingzhou, what's going on? Is there something urgent? Lu Qingzhou didn't return her head and directly returned. It's not an emergency. It's just that I just hit a bird when the plane landed. I'll go down and take a look. Ha! Zhang Xiaoyun was taken aback. Nie Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaoyu were also stunned and stared wide-eyed. Many of the surrounding passengers saw this and looked towards them with a surprised face. But Lu Qingzhou couldn't be bothered to explain. Taking Chen Bingbing with him, he hurriedly got off the airplane. By the time they both got off the plane and came to the nose position, when they saw the radome, which had been dented and even cracked, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chen Bingbing looked at the puddle of flesh and mud on the radome. A trace of nausea appeared on her face. Is this the bird that was crashed to death? How did it get hit like this? It actually turned into a puddle of flesh and mud. Even the bone residue is not left. The speed is close to 400 kilometers per hour. It's normal that there is no bone crumbs left. Lu Qingzhou is not surprised. You drive on the highway in the summer. The windshield does not often hit some small insects. Those small insects are hit immediately will also turn into a mess of meat sludge. Vom Chen Bingbing dry-heaved. Stop it. It's too disgusting. Chapter 60, the bird in question is found. happy to receive a full set of bird strike inspection package. Ugh, Lu Qingzhou sighed, filled with bemusement. He said, the bird in question has been found, so we'll be happy to mention the full bird strike inspection package. I was supposed to say that I'd arrive at the remote wall airport around 5 today, then work on a bar hour of follow-up, and then take you guys out for a big dinner when I got back to the office and drove around 6. But now that we're in this mess, dinner will probably have to be pushed back a bit. Chen Bingbing was indifferent. I ate a lot of small snacks on the airplane, and I'm still full now, so it's okay to eat later. Captain Lightship, isn't the repair and maintenance of the airplane done by the airport mechanics? Why do you have to get involved as well? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou explained, the repair and maintenance of airplanes is not the work of the airport, but each airline carries out its own maintenance. So if something does happen to the airplane, the first thing that happens is that the captain conducts a simple inspection and then reports it to the company. Oh, Chen Bingbing suddenly realized. The reason is this. Oh, so which part of the airplane do we start checking? She asked again. Lu Qingzhou pointed to the landing gear and said, landing gear. Having said that, Lu Qingzhou then took the flashlight and walked towards the front landing gear in the nose position. Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, first wait for me to open the live room to say, although the number of our live room is only a few hundred people, but the mosquito is also meat, she said as she reached for her selfie stick and turned on her live streaming device. When she was in Yangcheng at noon, Chen Bingbing was a bit desperate for promotion in a week's time. Crap, people have so much support from other carriers, and there are all kinds of whole jobs, especially the 3 of them, Mascot Airlines, Xiamen Airlines and Hainan Airlines. It's just disgraceful. I can't believe they used a pretty stewardess for eye candy. Southjet is about the same. From all the flight attendants in the company, the prettiest and most elegant flight attendant is chosen to be the host, says the host. It's not really about trying to rely on beautiful women to get attention. So Chen Bingbing has given up. The old patriarchs used to say, food and color are the same. Being horny is human nature. Men like beautiful women. Women like handsome men. That's why finding a group of handsome men and women is the simplest, most brutal, and at the same time the most effective way to get eyeballs and attract attention. Otherwise the coconut group would have chosen front and back beauties for their covers for decades, would have recruited a bunch of big hunks and big beauties to dance on the air for years and years. But what does Mountain Air have? Handsome men do, but it's not like this little hottie sells out, much less plays it cool in front of the camera. Beauty is there too. This crew that was flying to Yangcheng with his partner today were all tall and beautiful women, but people didn't sell out or scratch their heads in front of the camera either. Tough. Yo, but Chen Bingbing had already figured it out. Stick with it for a week if you can, at the very least. This week was also one of the happiest weeks since I graduated and went to work. So Chen Bingbing hummed a little song while opening the live broadcast, preparing for a live broadcast of the inspection package after an airplane hits a bird. But by the time she opened the live broadcast in 1 second, her entire body completely froze in place in the next, because the live broadcast room had only just opened. There were immediately countless water friends frantically pouring in. The number of people in the upper right corner of the live room swished from 0 to 100 plus, and then the number changed almost every second. It's also the blink of an eye. The number of people pouring into the live stream is already over 500. Comes with the territory. Instead, it was a big, dense wave of pop-ups. Chen Bingbing watched as the number of people in the upper right corner was frantically changing, and the pop-ups were stuffing the screen of the live broadcast room. Both eyes were suddenly bulging, and the mouth was wide open, so big that it could almost fit Lu Qingzhou's fist in. A full 10 seconds passed. It was only then that she exclaimed, "Oh my god, what's going on?" And at this point, the number of waterbenders flooding the livestream is already over 1,000, and the pop-ups are all over the place. After waiting for more than 3 hours, it's finally on. Do you know how I've spent the last 3 hours? Good afternoon. I've missed you. Where's that handsome little captain? I'm here to see a handsome guy. Bing bing, don't block me, okay? These pop-ups were from the waterboys who had been on the air since the morning. But these people are in the minority. The vast majority, on the other hand, were entering that live stream for the first time. Just come in. Just start asking crazy questions. Is this live room the live room of the airplane that performed the dryland pulling onions at Baiyun Airport at noon? Brothers, I'm not in the wrong place, am I? I just come from the Southjet broadcasting room. I used to think that the toughness of the Mountain Airline was just a network segment, but I didn't realize that today I've really grown to know it. Now I want to interview the people on this plane and ask them what it's really like to experience the dryland. My jaw dropped when I saw this airplane pulling onions out of the dryland in the live broadcast of the South China Airlines at that time. The man of honor is a man of courage. Awesome Mountain Air. Sitting squatting a brother from Chilu province. Is your Mountain Airline really that tough? Can you imagine the sky was thundering and dark, but the Mountain Air airplane was whooshing through the sky? Yes, I was on the plane, and I missed my mom so much. Previously on a mountain airline, the landing is like a jumper, directly down a large section of the Spring City Scream 3 or 4 times, but after landing we all feel so exciting and fun. I thought Mountain Air didn't allow dry land anymore because of the frequent complaints. Actually, flying like this is irresponsible for the lives of the passengers. If I were on a plane, I'd file a complaint against the captain of this plane. Mountain Air should stop using this as a way to get attention. How dare you use such an extreme way to attract attention to the mountain airline? Do you still want to be ashamed? Chen Bingbing stared wide-eyed, taking a cursory glance at the pop-ups on the live feed. Most of the pop-ups were expressing amazement, and some were even tempted to try the so-called dry land pulling once. There are a few people who feel that this is an attempt by Mountain Air to get attention, but Chen Bingbing could no longer care about these criticisms, because those critical voices only came out and were immediately drowned out by other pop-ups. It didn't cause the slightest splash, and the number of people in the live broadcast room also skyrocketed to as many as 4,000 or 5,000 in just a few dozen seconds. The number of people in the morning and at noon was only a mere 200 or 300. How is it that only 3 hours have passed? The number of people just skyrocketed dozens of times. Did it have something to do with the fact that they took off from Bayonne Airport in the afternoon with a large elevation angle? Didn't Captain Lightship say it wasn't a dry run but a big elevation takeoff? Why have the words dry land been swept under the rug? Could he have been lying to me then? And it's not like our group arranged for a live camera at the Bayonne Airport Tower. And where did these people see the plane take off from? Chen Bingbing was filled with questions, but none of that matters. Important. The number of people in the live room that I've been longing for has finally increased. Chapter 61 A Man's Mouth, A Deceitful Ghost. Chen Bingbing was still immersed in great joy. Lu Qingzhou had already walked to the front landing gear by this time. At this point, the airplane's landing gear bay is open. The pilot only had to arch his back slightly and shine his flashlight inside to get a good look at the parts inside. In fact, Lu Qingzhou also knew. The carcass of the bird in question was laid out on the underside of the nose radome. Now it's been smashed into a puddle, and he or she only saw one hit bird at the time, so there is almost no possibility of damage to other parts of the airplane. But safety is no small matter. Lu Qingzhou didn't dare to easily gamble on this 1 in a million possibility, not to mention 1 in 10,000, even 1 in 100,000. 1 in a million would not dare to bet on it. The reason is simple, because it's not about probability at all. Rather, it's a matter of yes or no. All is well if you don't get hit, but if you do, the whole machine is cremated. Would it be because the probability is 1 in a million that you would be allowed to fly a million times before getting hit? This is just like the incidence of AI. Climbed year after year in recent years. A lot of people hold a kind of fluke mentality, thinking that the chance of infection is only a few %. How can I be so unlucky? But it's only when you've actually been hit that you realize you regret it and cry about it. That's why safety is the most important thing when you're in the world. This time, Chen Bingbing also walked over joyfully with a selfie stick. When she saw Lu Qingzhou with a serious face, bowing her body and checking the front landing gear, she was startled and hurriedly asked, "Captain Qingzhou, the front landing gear is also hit?" Lu Qingzhou withdrew her gaze, shaking his head. "No?" Chen Bingbing took a long breath of relief, and then said to him, "You just scared me to death with your serious face. I thought that bird was so powerful that it not only broke the radome, but also damaged the landing gear. It's not like it's a robotic bird." Lu Qingzhou poked his head out of the landing gear bay at this time and continued, "Where's the destructive power? It's just that birds are usually flock animals and like to fly around in groups. So even though I only saw one offending bird just now, what if the offending bird was in a flock? Safety is no small matter. And whenever there is a bird strike, all the important parts of the airplane have to be checked." Chen Bingbing then realized, "Oh, so it's like this." The two made small talk as they made their way to the main landing gear bay. Lu Qingzhou still bowed his body and poked his head in, then used the flashlight to carefully check each and every part carefully. After there was nothing out of the ordinary, he drilled out. Then it was on to the left and right wings of the airplane, checking the flap gap for the remains of the bird of prey. But flap-seam wing gaps are not something you can see with the naked eye, so Lu Qingzhou was checking while holding the intercom and talking to Chen Bin in the cockpit. Under Lu Qingzhou's command, Chen Bin immediately pulled up the flaps and then immediately lowered them again. It went this way several times. Full open and close action is normal. Lu Qingzhou then stopped. This time, airport mechanics have opened a lift truck. Lu Qingzhou walked to the nose position and stood in the carriage of the lift car. As the lift car compartment slowly rose, he and one of the flight attendants were then already in front of the radome in the nose position. Chen Bin saw this, immediately opened the radome. As the radome slowly opened, the radar of this Airbus A320 airliner had appeared in front of Lu Qingzhou. Yes, civilian airplanes also have radar. Not the same as military radar for military aircraft though. The primary role of radar loaded on civil aircraft is navigation and obstacle avoidance, not detection of enemy aircraft to guide an attack, etc. For example, weather radar is used to prevent severe weather, such as thunderstorms, turbulence and wind shear, to name a few. Weather radar then has some probability of detecting it in advance and warning the pilot. The navigation radar, on the other hand, can display ground images, which not only provides navigation services for the aircraft, but also helps an aircraft to fly safely in low visibility conditions such as darkness, dense fog and heavy rain. Collision radar, also known as a collision avoidance system, CAS, provides advance warning of other airborne vehicles to avoid airborne crashes. Of course, the collision avoidance system is not a radar in the traditional sense, but rather a radio receiver that collects data from other aircraft transponders to provide advance warning and avoid airborne collisions. However, because the function is similar to radar, it is also categorized as one of the new types of radar. That is to say, instead of one radar under the airplane's nose radome, there are two. Hooray for that. The radome is busted though, but the radar is not malfunctioning. As for the radome, the main function is to protect the radar system from hail, bird strikes, etc., and to maintain the aerodynamic shape of the aircraft, so just replace it again when it gets wrecked. It's no big deal. After checking the radar, the lift then slowly descended. Chen Bingbing hurriedly came over and asked with a concerned face, "There's nothing wrong with the radar, right? It's not a big problem. It's just that the radome is dented. Just replace the radome again when the time comes," Lu Qingzhou said while walking over to the right engine. Chen Bingbing chased after him. Curious again, he asked, "I read on the internet that I thought radar had a lot of radiation, and that it would cause a lot of damage to one's body if one was rashly close to or in contact with it," she said as she did so. Even while subconsciously looking towards Lu Qingzhou's bottom, he added, "Especially the impact on male function is particularly great." Lu Qingzhou cried and laughed a little. "Who are you listening to? Online ah?" Chen Bingbing vibrated. Online there are Big V's special popularization, said that after being radar radiation, will affect the survival rate of that. You are also really, do not know to wear a set of protective clothing and then go to the examination. Lu Qingzhou couldn't make sense of it. What? Oops. Chen Bingbing stomped her foot. That's what that is. What? Lu Qingzhou smiled and shook her head. Can't understand what you're saying. That is, it is the sperm. Chen Bingbing had already been shamed into blushing, but still looked at Lu Qingzhou with her head held high, and said in a serious manner, "There are Big V's on the internet who popularize the idea that being radiated by radar has a great impact on the survival rate of male sperm." She was bashful though, but still very stubbornly. He said the words clearly and plainly. "Aha! This is the characteristic of Hunan girls. It has the fire of the Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus rex, but also the elegance of the Jiangnan girls." Lu Qingzhou finally understood, hurriedly smiled and explained, "In the future, let's to go online to see those so-called Big V popular science. Not many reliable. Most of the Big V knowledge reserves are not even as good as the ordinary people, but you always feel that they understand a lot of any field can talk about the head of the road. In fact, all of them are intentionally saying amazing things in order to attract eyeballs and gain traffic. Otherwise you don't find those people chatting and commenting on any field, and it's still whatever topic is hot online that they talk about. So just listen to it for fun. Never take it seriously." Chen Bingbing blinked, her face full of suspicion. "Ha? Like this?" Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "Would I still lie to you?" "Poof." Chen Bingbing pouted her lips and said, "You even lied to me before that you didn't have dry land. What's the result?" Lu Qingzhou blinked and pretended to lose her memory. "Is it? Did I say that?" "No." Chen Bingbing gave him a blank look, her face full of sorrow. "It's true that a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. The more handsome a man looks, the more he can deceive people. It's a shame you swore so much at the time that you had me fooled." Chapter 62. The cabin is also the captain's territory. Live stream. Many water friends saw Chen Bingbing, who was full of grief. There was a lot of wailing. "I've got Bingbing trapped. Tonic Bingbing, hurry up and stay away from this big scum. Today is only the first day Bingbing you have fallen. The next month that's not good enough?" A month later, the microblogging hot search hashtag Mango Beautiful host suspected of being abandoned by a scummy man hashtag. "I have always thought that only my appearance can be a scum. I did not expect Light boat Captain Thick Eyebrows and Big Eyes of the guy is also scum. Captain Lightboat, please confess. Your pulling onions out of the ground has already been captured by the live broadcast of China's Southern Airlines. Captain Lightship still thinks he can deny it if he doesn't admit it. Mountain Air Captain Dryland pulling onions has already been on today's hot search. Still want to deny it? Dream on. Violation of the 8 shoulds and 1 against. Some people will have their salary deducted and be criticized. If the captains of Mountain Air were to be criticized and have their wages deducted for doing so, it is likely that the captains of Mountain Air would be working for free every month. Live streaming pop-up banter. Chen Bingbing and Lu Qingzhou naturally couldn't see it. Especially Lu Qingzhou. Even if you see it, you won't take it too seriously. This time, Lu Qingzhou had already finished checking the left and right engines. Still haven't found anything out of the ordinary. There was also no flying bird debris found in the engine. It seems, this bird strike would have been a single bird operation, and the odds are that the bird at fault would have been just one, so it also only caused the radome to rupture. No damage to other components was caused, but this was just Lu Qingzhou's conclusion alone. It's not like it wasn't just hit by a bird. This Airbus A320 would have had to be towed to a hangar for another meticulous and detailed inspection. Only the full aircraft check was done and then the radome was replaced. It took this Airbus A320 to get back into service. It's still the same. Safety is no small matter. That's why all hidden dangers need to be nipped in the bud. After completing the full bird strike inspection package, Lu Qingzhou then withdrew her gaze. Turning her head, she looked at Chen Bingbing and asked, "Are you going to wait for us in the airport terminal first, or are you going back to the airplane with me?" Chen Bingbing was a bit strange. "You have other things you haven't finished? I thought we could leave after you finished your inspection." She thought Lu Qingzhou had nothing else to do after checking the airplane. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, "There are many things. Many people assume that after the airliner arrives at the destination airport, the pilot drops the plane off at the airport and is off duty." Chen Bingbing blinked, her face full of doubt. "No, isn't it? Of course not." Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said helplessly, "There's a lot going on. So often when a flight lands successfully at 4 or 5 o'clock, we usually have to work until 6 or 7 o'clock before we can possibly get off work. If something else messes up, like today's sudden bird strike while descending altitude, we can't say that the off-duty time is even later." It wasn't that Lu Qingzhou was exaggerating. Rather, it's the truth. Usually, once an airplane arrives at its destination airport, the captain doesn't just park it on the runway and call it a day. Instead, they have to keep communicating with ground control, maintain close contact, and then obtain taxi routes and stops at specific bays. Airports are just like parking lots. The most arrogant driver, captain, has to obey the security control. Moreover, when the airplane is taxiing, you should also pay attention to observe the various signs and signals of the landing airport to ensure that the airplane is taxiing safely. Once the aircraft is securely parked in the parking space, you also have to pull up the handbrake, turn off the engine and related systems, and then work with the ground crew to set the wheel chocks and secure the aircraft. That's not all. After shutting down the aircraft's engines, the captain also conducts a brief check of critical systems, including flight instruments, engine parameters, hydraulic systems, electrical systems, communication systems, etc., to ensure that the flight is in proper condition for all systems after landing. If any abnormality is found, it must be recorded and reported to the airline in a timely manner, and then fed back to the airline's dispatch center for maintenance. If there is no abnormality in the aircraft, the captain will also have to record in detail in the flight logbook the flight time, takeoff and landing times, and all the events that happened during the flight, including meteorological changes, equipment malfunctions, air traffic control directives and so on, so as to provide references and records for the subsequent flights. And both the captain and co-pilot are required to fill out a flight report that summarizes the overall conditions of the flight, such as flight performance, fuel consumption, crew collaboration, etc. After the captain and co-pilot have completed the flight report, a short meeting may be held as appropriate. The content of the short meeting is mainly to summarize and give feedback on the flight, discuss the problems encountered during the mission, as well as the performance of the work and the areas that need to be improved, and so on. The captain also communicates with the flight crew in a timely manner about cabin conditions. Next, it's the handover of airplane privileges. The captain will hand over the completed aircraft to the ground crew for repair, inspection and maintenance, and at the same time provide them with detailed feedback on any faults and abnormalities encountered during the flight, as well as provide flight records and related data for the crew to carry out subsequent repairs, inspections and maintenance work. The captain also communicates with the ground staff to give feedback on all the issues that existed on this flight, such as the boarding process, baggage loading and unloading, cabin cleanliness, etc. In a nutshell, the captain can't be the one to take charge after the plane has landed. Rather, there's a whole lot of trivia waiting for him to get busy, and the captain has to give feedback not only on the status of the airplane, but also on the cabin, because the captain is the supreme commander, the sole master of a flight. Both the flight crew and the crew were soldiers under his command, so the stateroom is his turf too. If he doesn't give feedback, who will? After listening to Lu Qingzhou's complaint, Chen Bingbing's mouth opened slightly and said with a face full of surprise, "Ah, really? I thought you guys were off work after the plane landed. I didn't realize there was so much more to it. It would have been nice if we were off duty when the plane landed." Lu Qingzhou said helplessly, "What I want to ask is it just you Mountain Air that manages so strictly, or are all airlines the same?" Chen Bingbing asked again. "It's pretty much the same domestically," Lu Qingzhou said. because a lot of the content is mandatory by the Civil Aviation Administration, so even though it varies from one airline to another, the difference isn't too big. But foreign countries are different. After all, each country has each country's national conditions. But you have to remember the saying that the stricter the management, the more attention it shows to safety hazards. And the more attention it shows to safety hazards, the lower the chances of something going wrong. So sometimes it's good to manage a little bit tougher, both for us pilots and for the average passenger. It doesn't matter if you're usually stricter, but don't make it all the same as stick and sand next door. You won't be able to cry if something goes wrong, Chen Bingbing asked with a curious look on her face. So, South Korea and India are more laxly managed? Ha! Lu Qingzhou laughed dryly for a few moments before saying, "You go and look it up on the internet. It's guaranteed to be an eye-opener for you." Chapter 63, when you're in Kwancheng, of course you have to have a meal of authentic Lu cuisine. Back in the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou was busy again. This hustle. Just another half hour or so passed. Chen Bingbing waited in the cockpit for a while longer. It was so boring to wait. Just stand up and head for the cabin. Move your muscles around while having fun in the cabin. The crew is just getting busy at this point. Once the flight arrives at its destination, the crew first makes sure that every passenger gets off the plane safe and sound, and then they have to scrutinize the cabin to see if any passengers have left behind their no-frills slopes. It is also important to hand over matters with the airport ground crew. For example, informing about special circumstances on board, whether any passengers have sudden illnesses or injuries, and so on. Once all passengers are safely out of the way, there is a brief cleaning and initial organizing of the cabin. Zhang Xiaoyun saw Chen Bingbing come out of the cockpit. Looking up at her, he smiled. Captain Lightboat and the others may still be busy for a while. Bingbing, do you want to get off the plane with us first and go to the lounge to wait for them all? Chen Bingbing was a bit hesitant, but the thought of Lu Qingzhou and Chen being too busy to care about themselves, so just nod and say, "Yeah, Sister Xiaoyun, did you guys just finish working too?" Chen Bingbing asked again. Zhang Xiaoyun replied, "Yes, I just cleaned up the passenger cabin, handed over some of the airplane's belongings to the airport ground crew, and then turned in the flight log. Although they're all small trivial things, it'll take almost half an hour to get busy. You guys are also really hard," Chen Bingbing said with a face full of emotion. "I used to think that your profession was glamorous and bright, but only today did I realize how difficult it is for you guys. We are actually the attendants on the airplane." Zhang Xiaoyun was full of self-deprecation, saying, "Where's the glitz and glamour? Yo, good looking, good figure, and all of them have an elegant temperament. What is this if not glamorous?" Chen Bingbing had a serious face, especially Sister Xiaoyun, sensible and elegant. "If I were a male, I would have estimated that I would have to fall under your pomegranate skirt." Zhang Xiaoyun covered her mouth and laughed. Bingbing deserves to be a host. I'm really ashamed to be inferior to this skillful tongue. I believe in what I'm saying. Really, I'm not lying to you. Alright, let's just get off the plane. This time, several other stewardesses and security officers, as well as the photographer, Jen, also approached. The group joked and laughed some more. That's how you get off the plane. Headed straight for the remote wall airport lounge. 20 minutes or so later, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin were finally busy. The two men hurried to the airport dispatch center and turned in a copy of the flight log. Only then did they converge on Chen Bingbing, Zhang Xiaoyun and the others. Take the Mountain Air commuter bus and return to Mountain Air headquarters. Back at the Mountain Air headquarters building, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin first went to the dispatch office to submit the information, and then went to the flight department to report on the bird strike accident that the flight encountered. Wait until after dispatch and flight department have completed their feedback. They've just finished for the day. When they changed into civilian clothes and arrived on the first floor of the building, Chen Bingbing, Zhang Xiaoyun, and the others had long been waiting here. Lu Qingzhou had a tired face though, but still smiled and asked, "All hungry? Then there's no delay. Hurry up and say what you want to eat, then we'll go straight to our destination." His words had only just finished. Chen Bin, Zhang Xiaoyun, Nia Xiaoyu, and the few of them all turned their gazes towards Chen Bingbing and the few of them, because the reason Lu Qingzhou invited guests tonight, mostly to pick up a few of them. Chen Bingbing hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Why are you all looking at us? We are guests as hosts. What you usually eat we eat. We are not picky. What guest is host yo? You guys came to Kwancheng with great difficulty. It's only right to treat you well." Chen Bin laughed. "Otherwise the national audience will say we Chilu people are not warm and hospitable." There's really no need. Chen Bingbing was still going to push back. This time, Lu Qingzhou took the initiative to speak. "Don't be blindly polite. Listen to me. Bingbing, you guys had a hard time coming to Kwancheng. The first meal of course have to eat Lu cuisine. Lu cuisine is at least one of the 8 major cuisines, and Kwancheng is the base camp of Lu cuisine. So a couple of us drove to the Quan Holy Food Court. There's a Lu cuisine restaurant there that's pretty good. Now it's summer again. Eat hot pot shabu shabu or something hot. Eat some authentic Lu cuisine is just right. What do you think? The others, of course, were fine with it. Lu Qingzhou saw this, with a big wave of his hand. He said, then it's decided. Set off and go to the Quanholy Food Street. It's almost July now. It's almost time for the hottest season. Summer is officially in full swing in the springs. What goes best with the height of summer is, of course, cold beer and the late-night snack stands that can be found everywhere. Though the springs people can't stay up all night, the streets and alleys of the springs are also filled with barbecue stalls on summer evenings. Everywhere you go you can smell the faint aroma of barbecue. Everywhere you go, you see kids eating out of their mouths and men half-drunk. This smoldering smell of years gone by. I guess the only place in the world where you can see it everywhere is Eastern University. 7 o'clock in the evening. The Quanholy Food Street has already been crowded with pedestrians for a long time. This food street is not far from the headquarters building of Shaanxi Airlines, and it is also one of the most well-known and best-tasting food streets in Quanzhou. However, the Lu Cuisine restaurant that Lu Qingzhou said was not inside the food court, but across the food court. So the group drove to the parking lot of the Quanholy Food Court. I crossed Lok Yuan Street again before reaching the entrance of this Lu Cuisine restaurant, because the Quanholy Food Street happens to be directly across the street from Qilu University, Baotou campus. The street is full of young college students who are overflowing with youthfulness. Summer is supposed to be a cooler time to dress, plus northerners are generally taller, so a pair of long, thin, white legs dangled in front of his face. One time, Lu Qingzhou was surprisingly a bit apoplectic, but he's known for his self-control. After only a few glances, he averted his eyes, then led the group inside. This Lu Cuisine restaurant is huge, and surprisingly, after passing through the gate, there is a garden-style courtyard, and at the end of the courtyard is an ancient building. That's why I came in. It just has a sense of giving the illusion of traveling to ancient times. Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation, right? At this time, a Cheongsam-clad, pretty-looking waitress greeted her, her face smiling as she said. Lu Qingzhou nodded and said, there is a reservation. And which private room is that? The waiter asked again. Between the mountains and the sea. Mr. Lu, is it please? This way please. After the waiter finished speaking, he owed his body before leading the crowd deeper into the courtyard. This time, it was only then that Lu Qingzhou realized that the opening of her cheongsam was actually open to her thighs. That's why the waitress managed to hook several looks with each step. P.S. Today these two chapters are transition chapters, so the plot is a little flat. But a novel cannot all be climax plot, although the climax is the base, but also easy to overindulge. But rest assured, the next plot will make you like it. Chapter 64, Flight Attendant Racing. Fast and steady. Bingo, can you stop staring at the waitress? It's really embarrassing. That's just it. Hurry up and wipe it off. Your mouth is dripping. You couldn't stop staring at those college kids when we were just outside. And you're still looking. Ugh. No wonder the internet says you men are only not horny if you're in a coffin. Before she even walked into the private room, Lu Qingzhou heard a chirping and flirting sound. He turned back. It was then that he saw that Nie Xiaoyu, Fang Yihan, Jiang Xiaoyu, and the rest of them had already started to siege Chen Bin. But Chen Bin is also an old fart. Naturally, he didn't blush at the flirting of a few people, and also justified. The old ancestors have said that food and color are also sex. A man is not good at sex can still be called a man? And it's not like I'm coloring it, it's appreciating it with a critical eye. Cut. Don't make excuses for your good sex. People like Boat Captain, Xiao Ocean, how they are not like you. Chen Bin's sophistry immediately ushered in a burst of criticism. Chen Bin still has a straight face. Revved up. You guys are biased against me, alright? How do you know they both didn't peek? Behind Chen Bin, half a step of Xiao Ocean hurriedly waved his hand to deny the three companies. Then brother, you don't talk nonsense. Which I have. I pressed the bar, did not look good. Chen Bin twisted his head around and asked with a smile. Really no? Xiao Ocean's head immediately shook like a rattle. Really no? It means you're not a man, but a sister. Chen Bin immediately said. I'll have to guard against you in the future. Deadbeat. Sound of escaping laughter. Ha ha ha. The others stared at first, then poofed out a laugh. Xiao Ocean hasn't graduated for long. In internet terrain, he's still a kid. So where's the match for these older drivers? So immediately he was flirted with and couldn't even speak. Bingo, you're blocking both ends of the spectrum. If I say I peep too, wouldn't I be a greasy old pervert like you? Lu Qingzhou laughed and said, but if I beat a dead horse and deny it, you're saying I'm not a man. Insidious. Insidious as hell. When Chen Bin saw Lu Qingzhou take the initiative to make conversation, he also let go of Xiao Ocean. Focus your firepower on Lu Qingzhou, pursuing the question. So tell me if you peeked or not. Lu Qingzhou immediately shook her head. No. Chen Bin was overjoyed, but he was about to say, then you're not a man. Lu Qingzhou had already snatched the first word. Dude is not peeking, but but is looking right at it. Is it a sin to look at a beautiful thing more than once? Everyone loves beauty. This young lady is youthful and vivacious, and the group of college students we just encountered are equally youthful and energetic, so I went to see them with an attitude of admiration. So what's the offense? Lu Qingzhou said while raising her finger to the waiter, then slightly pressed it downward as if she was displaying a beautiful thing. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? The waitress was also amused by him, covering her mouth and laughing lightly. The others rolled their eyes at him. I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen one as thick-skinned as you. I can't believe how refreshing and tall horny is. Vulgar. Chen Bin, on the other hand, scoffed. Is this a question of beauty or not? Look at this body. Look at this concave curve. That's enough, you two. Big sister Zhang Xiaoyun saw that they were making a bit of a scene, and hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Those who don't know still think that we're a gang of hooligans, and you've all made this little beauty of a person shy. Is too happy to find the north. Chen Bin laughed cheaply. Being able to be praised in person by me and Captain Lightboat, who are two big handsome men. How many people can have such a good treatment? Yes, Zhang Xiaoyun did not have the good sense to say. The two of you are our company's Pine Yuyan and Daniel Wu, two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. I recognize the first half of the sentence. Chen Bin hurriedly waved his hand. But forget about crouching dragon phoenix. This time, the waiter had already led them to the door of a luxurious private room. I only saw her slightly owe her body, then pushed open the door of the private room and said, "Several honored guests, the mountain and sea room has arrived. May I ask if you are ordering now or entertaining for a while first?" "Order first," Lu Qingzhou said. "Eat and think about entertainment before you say anything." "Okay." The waitress always wore a smile. "Then please sit down for a while. I'll go get the menus for you." "Not for a while." The waiter went and returned. After Lu Qingzhou took the menu, she casually handed it to Chen Bingbing and a few of her colleagues. "Bingbing, you guys first see what you want to eat?" Chen Bingbing was not polite. Taking the menu, he casually flipped through it, because the meal was supposed to be a pick-me-up for a few of them, so there's nothing polite about it. 9 turned large intestine, fried cashew flour, sweet and sour carp, scallion braised sea cucumber, oil braised double crisp, for happiness dumplings, Texas steak chicken, braised prawns, epine tofu, and altar pork. Chen Bingbing pointed to the menu and skillfully ordered 10 famous Lu dishes. Lu Qingzhou laughed and said, "You're really not polite, huh? Specializing in expensive orders." Chen Bingbing raised her chin and said smugly, "That's, on my way here, I've specially baidu'd the top 10 dishes of Lu cuisine, and the first time to let you break the expense, not ruthlessly slaughter you a sum of money. The next time may have to monkey years to go." Nia Xiaoyu laughed. "Aren't you afraid that Captain Lightboat didn't bring enough money? So what if he doesn't have the money to pay the bill at that time?" "It's okay." Chen Bingbing waved her hand and said with great bravado, "He looks so handsome. In case he really doesn't have enough money with him, let's bet him here. This boss must be very happy to recruit a male waiter who is so handsome." "Haha, also right." Nia Xiaoyu laughed. "If he really comes here to be a waiter, then I'll come here every day after work to spend money and ask him by name to serve me." "You come every day. What about me?" Fang Yihan also chimed in. Nia Xiaoyu was generous. "Then I'll come on 1, 3, 5, and you come on 2, 4, 6, and let him rest and replenish his body on Sunday. You two want to eat alone, don't you?" Jiang Xiaoyu quit. Huang Shanchan chimed in. "That's it. In fact, girls can be no less than guys when it comes to racing, especially the flight attendants. It's fast and steady on the dragster, and it uses the drain for cornering. The average old CG simply couldn't outrun them." Although Lu Qingzhou had long been used to being flirted with by them, her face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. "Mud and dirt too. What do you think I am? And let me rest and recuperate? Dude is a man who needs a break to replenish his body." Mark? Aside, Chen Bin curiously asked, "Jiu do ma de? I'll ask you in passing, is the service you're talking about a serious service?" Nia Xiaoyu said with a serious face, "I don't know about a few of them, but the service I want is old and immodest anyway. Beauty, then a few more big waist, and fried plate leeks, baked a big plate of oysters all served up, to that face as black as the bottom of the pot like a handsome man to make up for his body. He has a heavy task, and even on Sundays do not have time to rest." Chen Bin pointed at Lu Qingzhou and said with a face full of deplorations, "I say that you few are also too ruthless. Even the donkeys of the production team are not tossed like you, not to mention the fact that he's a human being, not livestock. You guys are vixens. I hit so hard, so exhaustive." His words had only just finished. Lu Qingzhou had already grabbed a pillow on the sofa and smashed it towards him. Chapter 65. How do you fly a simulator? Aside, Zhang Xiaoyun saw Chen Bingbing resting her chin on one hand and eating the melon with great interest, hurriedly whispered to her, Ice, you don't mind, haha." A few of them usually joke open habit, so sometimes not too much to stop the fire, but also are the king of the mouth cannon only. Really let them do something. they haven't got the guts to do it. Chen Bingbing came back to her senses. She knew that this was Zhang Xiaoyun defending Nie Xiaoyu and the girls. I'm afraid I've misunderstood, so she smiled before saying, Sister Xiaoyun, I know they're joking, but I'm also quite envious of the cordial, uncomplicated co-worker relationship. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed. 3 women make a play. How can it not be complicated with more women? It's just that our group is slightly better. While the two were chatting, the waiter was already pushing a cart and starting to serve the food. Plates of colorful and flavorful dishes were brought up. It immediately tickled everyone's cravings. Not for a while. The large round table in the private room was already filled with a large table full of dishes. Just after the food was served, the waiter opened 2 more bottles of red wine and poured them into a wine cooler to wake up. Wait until the sobriety is better. She poured another half glass of red wine on each of the highball glasses. However, when she arrived in front of Lu Qingzhou, she was about to pour Lu Qingzhou a drink. Lu Qingzhou stopped her and said, It's better to give me 2 bottles of cold beer. Drinking red wine on a hot day is not fun. Only then did he greet. Don't just stand there. You've been hungry all day. Let's get cracking, said, taking the lead. He picked up a cassoulet prawn and feasted on it. The others also moved their chopsticks. I did get hungry all day today. Plus the flavors of this luau restaurant are pretty authentic. So once the crowd started eating, they couldn't stop eating with their chopsticks. The same goes for Bingbing Chen. In the beginning, she was a bit ladylike, but seeing the other girls move with gusto, they gradually let go, eating the food while drinking the red wine. It's quite a rush to be a good man in the water. Ha! The water more Liangshan does not happen to be in Qilu province. I thought that all of you pilots can't drink, but I didn't realize that you all have a pretty good capacity for alcohol. Chen Bingbing took a sip of red wine, then turned her head to Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou also finished off a bottle of beer. Only then did he say, It's the army pilots who can't drink. Our civil aviation ones don't have so many rules and regulations, as long as there's no detectable alcohol content in the pre-takeoff physical. But if we have a signing party tomorrow, we usually can't drink tonight either. Shan Bin added. Chen Bingbing realized, then asked, That means we have nothing to do tomorrow? Chen Bin shook his head. It's just that he didn't sign a pie. It's not like he has nothing to do. Chen Bingbing's face was full of questions. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhou took over and explained. Normally, if we don't have a signed assignment, we usually have to go to the company to fly simulators and keep up the status, especially if they are going to participate in the captain's promotion examination soon. The daily training is even more important to catch up. Oh, Chen Bingbing nodded. Just like a player, even if there is no competition, you usually have to participate in training. Right, so if you don't have anything else to do tomorrow, you can also come with me to the office and I'll teach you to fly the simulator. Good. Chen Bingbing agreed in one breath, then asked, So is it just you Mountain Air that manages so strictly? Or are all the airline companies the same? Domestic are pretty much the same. After all, the Directorate General is tightly regulated. Foreign countries are not necessarily. Some countries are loosely regulated, such as South Korea. Most of the pilots in South Korea are put in the country and don't even have the qualifications to get on a plane. And stick pilots like to go to the U.S. to fly small airplanes to brush up on their flight hours and get promoted to captain when they return home. But their experience and skills are not really up to par. Still, so it's not for nothing that Korea's aviation accident rate is high. Chen Bingbing nodded and said, Korean airplanes are on the news every other day. There is also a very ugly senior culture in Korea, which means that the so-called seniors are right, and the juniors can only implement them unconditionally, and cannot give opinions much less refute them. Chen Bin added, just like on an airplane. For example, even if the co-pilot notices that there's a problem, he can't say anything. In life, the co-pilot also has to bow down to the captain and follow his orders. Lu Qingzhou nodded with a longing face and said seriously, I do think it's quite good, otherwise you'd always be yelling at me and not being big or small. Chen Bin black face, roll, you kid inverted the Big Dipper is not it. Careful, I will go to buy oranges for you later. Chen Bingbing was filled with helplessness. Are you guys bored? Day-to-day play with ethical terriers. Day after day, they want to be each other's dads. Tired? She didn't bother with these two. Chucked himself a big elbow. Concentrate on dealing with it. 9 o'clock in the evening. This dinner is finally over. Chen Bingbing looked at the leftovers on the large round table with some surprise. I didn't realize that those of you who own them can eat quite well. So many dishes. There wasn't much left of the rash. Few so bracing. Nie Xiaoyu touched her bulging little tummy in a very unladylike manner. But after this meal, I won't be eligible to eat tomorrow. So am I. If I flail wildly tomorrow, I'll be overweight. Start a hunger strike tomorrow. I'll be a puppy if I take a bite tomorrow. Several other flight attendants chimed in. Lu Qingzhou and Shen Bin then looked at each other. Somewhat helplessly, he shook his head. Here we go again. It's starting again. It should be a regular part of their repertoire to yell about losing weight every time they eat too much, right? Stop howling. Since we're full, shall we start the next item of entertainment? Chen Bin patted his butt and stood up. Chen Bingbing heard it. The ears perked up. What's the next entertainment item? Going to the bar to keep on sipping? Or going to the disco to dance and warm up? Or find a tea house cafe to sit in? Go to karaoke and howl a little? But just as she was filled with anticipation, she saw Chen Bin, Nia Xiaoyu, and the few of them sitting at the mahjong table very tacitly. See this scene. Chen Bingbing immediately dropped her jaw in shock. So the next item you're talking about is mahjong? This is too boring, isn't it? Bing Bing, do you want to go poke around a couple times? Zhang Xiaoyun asked with a smile. Chen Bingbing hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm not very good, alas. It's fine. I'll get it after watching a few games. Zhang Xiaoyun said, let's play a table with Captain Lightning Boat when we can. Let's forget about it. You guys are paid so much. What I earn in a month is probably gone in one shot. Chen Bingbing was still a bit hesitant. How can it be as exaggerated as you say? Zhang Xiaoyun said, we don't play much, and Captain Lightboat is notorious for being a vegetable and a fun-loving player, and he's highly paid, more than all of us in the room combined, so there's no psychological burden at all to win more of his money. Really? Chen Bingbing brightened up and hurriedly nodded her head. Okay, then I'll watch it for a while, and we'll start once we've learned it. Zhang Xiaoyun smiled and said, yeah, we'll wait for you. Sister Xiaoyun, you guys don't seem to have lost weight too intentionally, but how come each of you has such a good figure? Chen Bingbing looked at them for a while and suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaoyun was full of helplessness. If you're overweight, you're going to be grounded by the company, so in order to keep your job, you have to keep your figure first. Ah, Chen Bingbing was a bit surprised, then asked, then how do you guys usually control your weight? Gym exercise, jerking iron? Of course not. Zhang Xiaoyun shook her head and said, year-round high-pressure operations, and often the day and night are reversed. Sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning we still have to go out to prepare for flights, so our favorite thing to do after work is to get together for dinner and then go home to lie down. Who has the energy to go on morning and night runs and gym jacking and stuff anymore? Yo! Chen Bingbing was shocked and surprised, pursuing the question, but so many stewardesses on Shake Shack and Crypto are either riding night runs or working out at the gym. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes remained fixed on Nie Xiaoyu's poker game as she casually said, those are all professional. Professional? Chen Bingbing was a bit puzzled, but Zhang Xiaoyun didn't explain. Instead, he took a missy chicken from Nie Xiaoyu's pile of cards and played it. When Chen Bingbing saw this, she instantly came to a realization. It turns out to be a career for nationwide flyable. Yo! Chapter 66, I have a friend. There's a lot of stigmatization of flight attendants online right now. A lot of people take it for granted and label the profession in a certain way without knowing anything about it. Actually, there are good guys and bad guys in any profession. It's like any country. Any people have scum and good people. Flight attendants, especially domestic flight attendants, earn a little more than the average person because their looks and bodies are generally in the upper middle class. They also dress relatively fashionably and use relatively expensive cosmetics and jewelry. This gives the impression of being unattainable. Yes, it really is just unattainable. Don't think that flight attendants are in the service industry and are just waitresses themselves. But there are 3 classes of waiters. Flight attendants aren't the highest class of waitresses, but they aren't comparable to roadside eateries or hair salons, KTVs, etc. either. So when confronted with flight attendants, most ordinary women will feel inferior because of their looks, dress up, etc. And ordinary men will feel inferior because they can't afford to ask for it. Since it is sought and not given, then why a few sentences is always okay. The yellow rumor about the flight attendants just went viral, and many, national flyable, also like to package themselves as students, white-collar workers, girls and flight attendants in order to make themselves more expensive. Anyway, as long as you buy a few sets of cheap stewardess uniforms and stockings on Taobao or Pinyin, and take a few seductive videos to post online, the price will at least double. There are a lot of fake flight attendants online who are very good at packaging. For example, take a few set photos in the uniform of the flight attendants of various airlines, and then post some videos of morning/night running, jerking iron, cycling, traveling, or very elegantly drinking coffee in a cafe, reading a book in a library, or whatever. You just need to send a few private messages privately. Congratulations, you've opened up a whole new world. Brothers want to know if the other party is a stewardess. To teach you a very simple and convenient query. That is, to check each other's CCAR electronic pass page, because this is a real name system to log in. Cell phone authentication code, face recognition, cannot be faked, but it's still the same thing. One must not label any profession. There are good and bad people in any profession. The military is great. More than 80 to 90% of all military personnel have a sense of duty to protect their country when they put on the uniform. and they are the most loyal people to rely on in the event of an emergency. But that doesn't rule out the fact that there is some scum mixed in with the 2 million or so soldiers. We can't discredit our most beloved sons and daughters because of a very few scum. The same goes for flight attendants. Many flight attendants are very gold digging, and they have a clear purpose from their first day on the job, which is to catch a golden son-in-law on the airplane. After all, whether it's the captain or the 2-class, business and first class, passengers, the odds of being rich are still much higher than anywhere else. There are also a lot of flight attendants with messy private lives. Even some flight attendants have part-time jobs. But what does that tell us? That means the job of flight attendant is scummy and dirty? To be true, the state should simply outlaw this profession. So yeah, labeling is as bad as profiling. So you guys usually lose weight by starving yourselves? Chen Bingbing returned to her senses and asked again. Most of Zhang Xiaoyun's attention was on Nie Xiaoyu's poker game, and she casually replied, 1. I'm hungry, and 2. I'm taking weight reduction tablets. Diet tablets? Chen Bingbing was taken aback. It's just a quick body control capsule and some low-fat meal replacements like energy bars and protein bars and so on. But isn't it true that this diet is unhealthy? It's unhealthy, but what can we do? The airline company regulations require 10% overweight to be grounded to reduce weight, and some airline companies, such as Thingbi Hainan Airlines, may even be disqualified as flight attendants. This is too inhumane. Zhang Xiaoyun came back to his senses, giving her a pitiful expression. What can we do? You can't twist your arm. Since you're in someone else's bowl, you have to abide by their rules. She came to Chen Bingbing's ear and whispered, there's a saying on the internet that makes quite a bit of sense, and that is that life is like a forced X. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Chen Bingbing was immediately bashful. Raising his eyes, he glanced at Zhang Xiaoyun. Zhang Xiaoyun had already revealed a you-know-what expression. Chen Bingbing realized this. It turns out that Zhang Xiaoyun, who looks dignified and atmospheric, is actually also an old CGA. Then eating diet tablets and low-fat meal replacements are really effective? Chen Bingbing was just like a curious baby in pursuit again. The effect is good if you stick to it. Yo, and it also saves time and effort. And the damage to the body is not as great as imagined. Zhang Xiaoyun said. Coughed. Chen Bingbing first coughed, then stammered. Xiao, Sister Xiaoyun, I have a friend. Zhang Xiaoyun instantly understood in seconds. I that also hoarded to have a few bottles. The day after tomorrow I bring you a bottle or two. You let your friends first use a period of time. If the effect is good I will give you a link to your friends to buy their own. Because this body control capsule is specially bought from abroad. Not cheap. A bottle has to be several hundred. It. Sister is also a Moonlight family or else all can send you friends more than a few bottles. Chen Bingbing was overjoyed. Hurriedly wrapping her arms around Zhang Xiaoyun's arm, she said with a face full of intimacy, thank you, Sister Xiaoyun, you're the best. But the body control capsule is still a little expensive. You friends, if the income is okay then you can follow suit to try. It is the equivalent of spending money to buy time. We are forced to lose weight in this way, and is not suitable for mass consumption. If you have more time, I still recommend sticking to the exercise plus diet. Zhang Xiaoyun reminded again. Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded her head and said, I know, right Sister Xiaoyun. Chen Bingbing asked again, what standard is your weight control usually based on? The weight is usually measured according to your height. For example, if your height is 170 centimeters, after subtracting 110, it's a standard weight. Zhang Xiaoyun explained. Chen Bingbing smacked her lips. 170 height and a standard weight of just 60 kilograms. This is too harsh. So now you know our hardships. Zhang Xiaoyun was filled with helplessness. Chen Bingbing first nodded sympathetically. But think of the 5-figure salaries they earn every month. Immediately, he felt again that he was the one who should sympathize more. Hey, have you two had a good chat yet? This time, Lu Qingzhou was already sitting at another mahjong table, waving at the two men. He said, come thither after the chat. 1 short of 3. Chen Bingbing hadn't reacted yet. Zhang Xiaoyun then already nodded in tacit agreement with Huang Shanshan on the side. Since people are addicted to food and the young and wealthy scattergood offered to pour it on. If you can't take this splash of riches yourself, that's punishable by heaven. Yo! Chapter 67. Lu Yanwang is the most terrifying creature in the hearts of the little co-drivers. It's past 11 o'clock at night. The innings are finally over for the night. The new home Lu Qingzhou bought last year is in the Foshan Court neighborhood near the Quanholi Food Street. It's a second-hand house, but it's good to know that it's not too far from the Mountaineer headquarters, and it's not very expensive. Again, it's finely decorated, turnkey ready, spared him a lot of trouble. After dropping everyone else off, he drove back home, took a cool shower first. After washing up and lying in bed, it was only then that he murmured in his mind, open the system. Next, the electronic synthesized voice of the system had then sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the triggered mission, Bird Strike. The mission rewards have been issued successfully. Please check and receive by the host. Lu Qingzhou first went to the taskbar to collect the mission rewards. Then with a single movement of his mind, he entered the system's virtual space. In virtual space, a Boeing 787 wide-body airliner was already firmly parked on the airport tarmac. The last time Lu Qingzhou completed a system-triggered mission, the mission reward he received was the Boeing 787 medium and long-range twin-aisle wide-body airliner pilot manual. He clicked Use First, and then used the points to buy a Boeing 787 in the mall. So whenever he was free in the evenings during this time, he would come to the virtual space to fly the Boeing 787 to prepare himself for future international flights. It's just a shame that time flows the same in virtual space as it does in the real world. So he trained for an hour in the virtual space and an hour passed in the real world. This led to the fact that although Lu Qingzhou had started training on the Boeing 787, she had only flown for a few hours up to now. But a little goes a long way. He's young enough now anyway. There's plenty of time to practice. The system's quests are almost always trigger quests. That is, Lu Qingzhou had suffered a flight accident in the real world and successfully disposed of it before the system triggered the mission and issued the reward. And the quest rewards aren't as much or as awesome as I thought they would be. Not to mention the fact that he can easily crush any accident he encounters like he's on a roll. That is to say, the system made Lu Qingzhou powerful though, but still in the human category. And not like some hangers-on that scientists want to drag to the lab to slice and dice and study when they see them. But Lu Qingzhou was also satisfied. One can be so young and already be a civil aviation captain earning millions of dollars a year. What's with the bike? An hour of virtual space training is over. Lu Qingzhou's mind moved. Exit the virtual space. Not for a while. Having already labored all day, he had fallen into a deep sleep. This sleep didn't wake up until after 8 a.m. the next morning. 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Qingzhou had been refreshed and appeared in the Mountain Air headquarters building. Chen Bingbing stood at the front desk on the first floor. After seeing Lu Qingzhou, he immediately carried a duffel bag and trotted towards him. She was wearing a ponytail and a floral dress today. It's a complete contrast to yesterday's Urban Decay style. The floral pattern of the dress is very fresh and the cinched waist accentuates the figure. Pair it with a pair of sandals. Youthful and pretty cuteness value pulls full weight. Tired of seeing the flirty and sexy style of Lu Qingzhou, at the first sight of her there was also a sense of immediate and otherworldliness. Yo, today's outfit is very youthful. Lu Qingzhou retracted her gaze and smiled. Chen Bingbing raised her chin. Smugly, that's, what kind of beautiful women do you have at Mountain Air? How can I compete with them if I go the mature and sexy route? So I'll simply take a different route and return to my cute style. I'm too petite to be sexy if I wanted to be anyway. She looked down, and said with regret and frustration. Lu Qingzhou sniffed, glancing down at her bulging chest as well. Sisters, that's a bit presumptuous of you. Front and back, little on B, I want. And you're still young and have room to grow. If you're still not satisfied with B cups, I'll take you to Joan of Arc Island for papaya tonic someday. It's fine to be cute and windy, but we have to go to Quanji Hang Aerospace Experience to fly the simulator today. Will you risk getting naked if you dress like this? Lu Qingzhou reminded, because Chen Bingbing's floral dress is really a bit short, just up to the thighs. While there's nothing wrong with wearing this in the summer, sitting down is an easy way to get naked. Chen Bingbing was not concerned. Back, it's okay, I'm wearing safety pants underneath. I can't get naked, and it's just the two of us flying the simulator. So what am I afraid of? Lu Qingzhou pretended to be disappointed and said, What? You're wearing safety pants? Thanks to that, I'm still not looking at it for half a day. I'm telling you, wearing safety pants is both disrespectful of summer and distrustful of us men. Chen Bingbing said with a serious face. How do you know I don't trust you? Lu Qingzhou was stunned at first, then gave her a thumbs up. That's a good read. Almost all airlines, both domestic and foreign, have flying clubs. This is because flying clubs are also an important source of revenue for airlines. And what is the main business of the flying club? Teaching. Yes, it's really just the same nature as a driving school. Flight instruction services for those who have the money and the time to spare. Of course, flying clubs are more than just a teaching business. There are also rentals, tours, skydiving, visits and many more. Only the revenues from these businesses are gross. There's no money in teaching people to fly airplanes. After all, even trying to get a private license would cost 200,000 to 300,000 soft currency. Mountain Air also has a flying club. 1 indoor, 3 outdoor. The outdoor clubs are CFL, Dream Blue and Eagle. These 3 outdoor flying clubs are located on the outskirts of Chuanzhou City, not only covering a vast area, but also built with small private airports, mainly to provide students with practical flying lessons teaching. The indoor club is the Springs Aerospace Experience. Springs Flight is located right in downtown Springs. It's about 20 kilometers from the Mountain Air headquarters. The primary revenue for the spring's flight experience is ticket sales and flight simulation courses. Because there are simulation cabins of various types and sizes of airplanes in the Izumi Air Experience Center, you can have simulation cabin piloting experience and teaching. And if you're going to get a pilot's license, you'll first have to do simulator instruction as well, especially the simulator cabin driving experience and instruction. Well liked by a lot of people, spending a couple $100s on a ticket to get a taste of pilot is a big temptation for both big and little kids. So although the ticket price is quite expensive, Izumi no Hikari is almost always full if it's a holiday or a weekend. It's not a holiday or a weekend, and it's still past 9 in the morning. So when Lu Qingzhou brought Chen Bingbing to Quanji Hang, there were almost no more visitors or trainees in the huge venue except for the staff. Yo, why is King Lu Yen free to come to my place today? Weren't you sent by the company to film a variety show to Mark? But you've come at the right time. Recently Captain Lu and the others have been drawn to modify the C919 to go. The other captains have a lot of tasks all of a sudden, but these few small co-pilot simulator flight hours are not enough. Since you're here today, help me to bring them around. And also by the way, give me to reduce the pressure. When Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing only entered the Quanji Hang Experience Hall, he hadn't had time to take Chen Bingbing to pick out a simulator yet. A middle-aged man in a captain's uniform waved at him from just a short distance away. Lu Qingzhou hadn't even struck up a conversation yet. A couple of small co-drivers with 3 bars on their shoulder patches standing in front of this middle-aged man had turned pale. It was like seeing the most terrifying creature in the world. P.S. Briefly talk about the main and branch lines of this book. The main line is of course to fly an airplane, and then encountered a variety of air accidents. These air accidents are like one big boss after another, needing the protagonist to conquer one after another. These air accidents are not only bad weather, but also mechanical failures, human factors, and even evacuation and so on. As for the branch line will be interspersed with some daily routines, or simulators, sport aircraft teaching, as well as interaction with celebrities, TBD, not necessarily, and so on. Because the book's outline has been perfected to millions of words, if only the main line readers will soon get tired of reading. So there will be some daily life and other branches. The main line is actually the main trunk. The branch line is the branches. Without the main trunk of the tree cannot live, but without the branches and vines of the tree is also very ugly. We think right. Chapter 68 Lu Qingzhou, the good teacher. Shakespeare once said, for 1,000 readers there are 1,000 Hamlets. So of course there are 1,000 Lu Yanwangs in the hearts of 1,000 people. To the senior management of Mountain Air, he is a young man with a bit of a temper, but with great talent, and a little cultivation will have an unlimited future. To the other captains, the kid was gifted and studious, and the children were teachable, but sometimes he was quite a shaft, and not very lucky, and every now and then he got into a little trouble. To the experienced co-pilot and crew, the light boat captain is a big bad luck bee. You have to have quick-acting heart pills to partner with him, but for these inexperienced young co-pilots who had only graduated from flight school, the 3 words Lu Yanwang were a big devil that could stop a child from crying. Yes, ever since he had gotten his route license and passed the General Administration's captain promotion examination, officially becoming a civil aviation captain, his hefty reputation had spread in Quanji Airways. This is because captains at Mountain Air not only fly, but also teach. Civil aviation pilots are generally divided into 2 categories, captains and co-pilots. Captains are also single aircraft captains, lead captains and instructors. Co-pilots, in turn, are subdivided into observers, stage 1 co-pilots to nth co-pilots, full right seat, and left seat co-pilots, among others. The instructor is the highest level of the ecosystem of pilots, equivalent to the tip of the pyramid. The observers, on the other hand, were little rookies who had only just graduated from flight school and hadn't even gotten their commercial licenses. A little rookie like this is usually not qualified to get on a plane as a co-pilot. Even if you get an offer from an airline, you have to fly simulators for a while longer before you can get on a plane. But getting on a plane is not about being a co-pilot right away. It's about learning with the plane. Then go to a regional airliner or other small airplane as a co-pilot. Once you have your commercial license, you can serve as a small jet captain and passenger aircraft co-pilot. And until they get their commercial license, these little rookies are required to go to each airline's simulator training center, as well as outdoor training fields to train and brush up on their hours if they don't have flying assignments. Mountain Air's simulator training center is the Izumi Air Experience, and the outdoor training grounds are Mid-Fly, Dream Blue, and Hawthorne. By the way, all junior, co-pilot simulator instruction, training, and hands-on flight lessons require the instructor to be physically present. This is because only instructors are qualified to teach. But there was already a shortage of pilots in the country, especially a lack of experienced and skilled pilots. Instructor is already the tip of the pyramid in the pilot business. It can be considered the cream of the crop. That's why the number of instructors in the major shipping divisions is so small. Mountain Air is no exception. So for the teaching and training of the young rookies, one instructor is usually responsible for taking a batch and leading the teaching of this batch of young rookies, while the other captains are supporting the teaching. What does that mean? The equivalent of an instructor is a professor and the other captains are teaching assistants. Only the teaching assistants teach at irregular hours, for irregular lengths of time, and even for irregular students, because most captains have sign-offs every other day, and flying would have been exhausting. Where is the time to be a good teacher? But Lu Qingzhou was full of energy because of her young age. Again, got along well with all the captains at Mountain Air. So after he became a single plane captain, he was often captured by the old-timers in the company to help train the rookies whenever the company didn't sign up for a dispatch. Lu Qingzhou didn't have any opinion. It's idle anyway, and it's not like it's for nothing. That's a couple hundred hourly rate for an hour of lead flying. Lu Qingzhou was fine with it. Those little rookies have a lot of opinions. The reason is simple. This was because Lu Qingzhou's favorite thing was to set the simulation cabin driving difficulty to a higher or highest level. As soon as it comes up, it simulates flights taking off and landing on a typhoon day. Big brother, why don't you go to heaven? What kind of rookie could stand to be tossed around like that? If we could pass the higher difficulty or the highest difficulty, we would have gone to get a commercial license. Where would we come to fly simulators every day in Quanzhihang? That's why whenever he teaches a class, very few people make it through. There were even a number of people who were thrown straight up and puked on, live, for a long time. The hefty reputation of Land Yama then spread within Izumi no Voyage. Even the new rookies who were new to the city and hadn't taken any of his classes had heard of his great name and shunned him personally. However, a while ago, because Lu Qingzhou's flying duties suddenly became more frequent, he seldom came back to Quanzhihang. Just let the trainees take it easy for a while. But today this guy did not properly rest at home, but even came to Quanzhihang at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. That's not killing people, especially when he saw his instructor's face full of joy. It was as if he had seen a savior. These little co-drivers were suddenly as good as dead, because they know, this torture today, there's no way to hide from it. Uncle Wang, why are you alone today? Where are the others? Lu Qingzhou walked over and asked curiously. The middle-aged captain gave him a blank look, without good humor. So many of my disciples are not human marks? All right. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and changed her set of words. Why are you and your disciple the only ones here today? Where are the others? Old Zhang and Old Xie and the others are leading the team to China flight. Dream Blue went outside the flying room. Old Li has a signing assignment today, and Old Chen and a few of them went to modify the C919. The middle-aged captain introduced. Then he glanced at Chen Bingbing who was following Lu Qingzhou before looking at Lu Qingzhou with an ambiguous face and said, New girlfriend? Your kid has a good eye. Actually every girlfriend looks so pretty. Chen Bingbing's face brushed red, just like a reddish ripe apple. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, didn't have the good sense to say, which one of your eyes saw that I had brought my girlfriend to Quanji Voyage? The middle-aged captain chuckled. Left eye, right eye end. He suddenly lowered his voice and beeped in a small voice with a wicked grin on his face. Leather swallow. Disgusting. Lu Qingzhou was already speechless. The old man. It's 50 years old and still likes to play this old game. Chen Bingbing, the beautiful host of Mango TV, because Lei Tiger's head was kicked by a donkey for me to participate in a variety show. Bingbing is my partner, and she's going to broadcast my simulator training live in a while. Lu Qingzhou pointed at Chen Bingbing and introduced. Then he said to Chen Bingbing, Wang Yuesheng, senior captain of Mountain Air, Class B instructor. His business ability is nothing to write home about. However, he is old at heart, and only a few months ago he tied the knot with a beautiful woman who was many years younger than him, so just be on your guard. After all, the old king next door is not an empty rumor. Chen Bingbing froze. Then somewhat unexpectedly, he looked at this middle-aged uncle who looked somewhat naive and honest. Chapter 69 No comparison. No harm. Old Wang was immediately infuriated and his face was blacker than the bottom of a pot. Pointing at Lu Qingzhou, she scolded. Little brat, you're making up rumors about me again, aren't you? Your aunt is only about 10 years younger than me. Lu Qingzhou had a serious face. If I went to find a girlfriend who was 10 or so years younger than me, it would be enough to be shot. Roll. Old Wang's face was as black as a casserole. How old are you this year and how old is I? Can't I find a 40-something at 50? If you kid dares to look for a 14-year-old, if the country doesn't cock-beep you I'm going to cock-beep you. Chen Bingbing had a smile in her eyes and stood quietly watching Lu Qingzhou and this old Wang captain joke around without any inhibitions. She found that Lu Qingzhou was able to be calm even when she encountered these experienced old captains who had great status in the company, with a steadiness and composure that far exceeded that of her peers, and the young men standing across from them. Although the age was similar to Lu Qingzhou, but it should be silenced and stand straight. Even if Lu Qingzhou and old Captain Wang told the funniest jokes, their facial expressions didn't dare to change in any way. There's no harm without comparison. Therefore, Under the backdrop of these several small co-drivers, Lu Qingzhou's image in Chen Bingbing's heart has been elevated a lot more and has become very tall and magnificent. Even as she peeked at Lu Qingzhou, there was a small extra flutter in her heart. Crashing sound. Outside the Azumi voyage experience, a light rain suddenly fell from the sky. Nourish the earth. Chen Bingbing's ears suddenly rang with Mr. Zhao Zhengxiong's slightly magnetic and hormonal voice. The rainy season is coming. Everything is recovering, and it's the season for animals to reproduce. And the air of the mountains and forests is filled with the smell of hormones. A little more small talk with old Captain Wang. Only then did Lu Qingzhou take Chen Bingbing and continue to walk inside the experience hall, because these little co-drivers have to take a theory class. After they finish their theory class this morning and get on the machines for the real thing, it's going to be a real nightmare. Didn't walk for a while. Lu Qingzhou led Chen Bingbing to an elevator. Press the elevator. Then took the elevator to the second floor. The two continued inward along the second floor corridor for about a few dozen more meters. Then an empty, spacious hall appeared in front of the duo. This hall must cover an area almost half the size of a soccer field, and the vertical height from the ceiling to the floor was almost around 11 or 12 meters, the equivalent of 3 or 4 stories high. And on the floor of the hall was a strange device that bore a 7 to 8% resemblance to the nose of an airplane. The number of these strange devices must add up to almost 20 or so. It pretty much filled up the entire hall, without the need for Lu Qingzhou's introduction. Chen Bingbing already knew exactly what these strange devices were. What is it if not a flight simulator? These flight simulators are roughly 2 stories high and are connected to the ground with stout mechanical arms underneath. In turn, there are corridor bridges connecting to the corridors on the second floor at the simulator hatch. Lu Qingzhou pointed to these simulation pods and introduced, "See these oddly shaped devices? These devices are flight simulators, but we generally call them simulators in the industry." Chen Bingbing had already turned on the live broadcasting device by this time. However, she didn't have time to check the number of people and pop-ups in the live broadcast room, but hurriedly aimed the camera at Lu Qingzhou, who was talking eloquently. Flight simulators, as the name suggests, are machines that are used to simulate the flight of a vehicle, and broadly speaking, all flight devices that can simulate vehicles such as airplanes, missiles, satellites, and even spaceships can be called flight simulators. But the devices we saw were flight simulators in a narrow sense. That is, devices that are just used to simulate the flight of a vehicle and have a more complex and functional structure. Back in 1929, Edward Link of the United States invented the world's first mechanical simulator, which is why it was also called the Link machine. But as science and technology continue to develop and progress, simulators have become more and more advanced. The simulator we're using now is the Dreamflyer, Dreaming of Flying, simulator, which was developed by Canadian scientists in 2009 based on the characteristics and simulation technology of the Link machine. This simulator is what really makes it a modern simulator, ideal for different purposes, for different groups of aviation flying enthusiasts, and for beginners to experience piloting flights, learn to fly airplanes and improve their flying experience. And it's completely independent of weather, site, environment, license, ATC, etc., which allows the driver to have a sense of being there. What's more critical is that this simulator can also simulate all kinds of bad weather, mechanical failures, air accidents and so on, and hammer the driver's resilience by realistically simulating all kinds of accidents. So there's a lot of use for simulators now, both in the military and in the civilian world. The first thing a beginner wants to learn to fly an airplane is the simulator. This long-winded introduction made Chen Bingbing nod frequently. She waited for Lu Qingzhou to finish. Only then did he point to the simulators on the first floor and ask, although the shape of these simulators is much the same, it still feels like there are some subtle differences. Is it true that there are different simulators for different companies' airplanes? It's not just that different companies have different simulators for their airplanes, but even under the same company's umbrella, the simulators are different for different styles of airplanes. For example, the simulators for the Airbus A320 series are basically pretty much the same, but the A330 is a medium and long-range twin-aisle widebody, and the mode of operation is different from a short and medium-range mainline narrowbody like the A320, and the simulators are different. There's also the Boeing 737 and the Airbus A320, although both are short and medium-range mainline narrowbody aircraft. Although there are major differences between the two companies in terms of design, piloting modes and so on, and of course the simulators are not all the same. Chen Bingbing nodded frequently. Let's go. I'll take you to fly around for a while to get a feel for it, and then you can try to fly it yourself in a while, Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing instantly had 2 glowing eyes and hurriedly said, good ah. The 2 men followed the corridor and came to a white device. Lu Qingzhou first used the captain's authority to unlock and activate this simulator, and then set the piloting mode to minimalist mode. Only then did he lead Chen Bingbing through the corridor bridge to the door of the simulator cabin. Just see him enter the password. the hatch opens automatically. The two fishtailed. Chen Bingbing then realized that the inside of the simulator was actually no different from an airplane cockpit. It's a complete one-to-one restoration. After we enter the interior of the simulator, the corridor bridge that connects the simulator to the corridor will be automatically withdrawn before the simulator turns into full motion mode. Lu Qingzhou explained. That is, when we fly inside, the simulator will also rock up and down, left and right non-stop. And there is even a sense of pushback when accelerating, so the simulator is not only a one-to-one restoration of the internal design and the airplane cockpit, but even the experience is not very different. SS Country 1. Chen Bingbing marveled. Chapter 70, Captain Lightship. I'm ready. Floral corset dress. Is Bingbing planning to charm the captain of the light boat today? Ha! Why didn't you come to fly the simulator today instead of flying the airplane? Where is this place? It looks so high up and technological. Mountain Air's Quanji Hang Flight Experience Hall. Tickets do not 998, not 888, as long as 188 all simulators can fly to cool. I've been there once. The ticket price is a little expensive, but the service attitude is quite good. What are all the items on the 188 ticket? Mainly, tour and 30-minute simulator driving experience. What? A couple hundred for this? What kind of bicycle do you need when you can simulate flying an airplane for a couple of hundred and have a staff member teaching you by hand? Live stream. By this time several hundred people had come in one after another. The variety show Fly With You poured on the hype after it started yesterday. For example, the Milk Airline Dancing Hot Dance, HNA Uniform Walk, Shaman Airlines Handsome Men and Women, as well as the beautiful hosts of China Southern Airlines and so on. Originally, Mountain Air had a middling record from the morning start until noon, not at the bottom of the pack but being pushed around by several carriers. But I did not expect that yesterday noon Mountain airplanes in Bayonne Airport takeoff suddenly whole big job. Surprisingly, it took off and lifted off in an emergency before the storm hit, and the takeoff elevation is close to 60 degrees. Surprisingly, it was the legendary pulling onions from dry land. The point is, this difficult takeoff coincidentally happened to be broadcast live on China Southern Airlines. There could have been thousands of people in the SSC livestream at that time. What amounted to thousands of people watched the entire dry run of the Mountain Air. That's why the Mountain Air dryland pulling onions quickly became popular on the internet and hit the hot search list in just over an hour. And the flight is also said to have suffered a bird strike when it landed. It's just a shame it wasn't caught on camera at the time. Otherwise the heat is even hotter. But neither Mountain Air, nor the Fly With You crew, seemed to have any intention of trying to get traffic with dry land. And the bird strike wasn't even mentioned. So after a night of chilling, the vast majority of water users have just put this behind them and stopped paying attention. Modern society is supposed to be a fast-paced era. Most of them are 3-minute people. As long as the platform doesn't hype it up, what's hot one day will quickly cool off the next. However, by the time Chen Bingbing started broadcasting, there were still a lot of water friends squatting in the live room. That's why she just turned on her live streaming device and immediately hundreds of people flooded in. And the numbers are still growing. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing didn't care too much about the number of people and pop-ups in the live broadcast. The two men entered the interior of the simulation chamber one after the other. Chen Bingbing first put the live broadcast equipment in place to ensure that the camera could take in the simulation cabin as far as it could go before sitting in the co-pilot seat. Lu Qingzhou was already sitting in the driver's seat by now, pointing to the instrument panel full of instruments and screens. He said to Chen Bingbing, "From this point on, you have to subconsciously keep telling yourself that what we're flying now is a real Boeing 737-800 airliner, not a simulator. You'll be more immersed that way." Chen Bingbing nodded vigorously. Then obediently, he closed his eyes. A full 10 seconds or so passed. It took her a moment to open those peach eyes. Turning toward Lu Qingzhou with a serious face, she said, "Captain Qingzhou, I'm ready." "Good." Lu Qingzhou nodded and continued. "Right now the plane is completely shut down. If it was an airport, the flight attendants would enter the plane early and start it. The airplane engine state is also known as the cold cabin. This is because the process of starting an airplane is very different from that of a car, as a car can start its engine directly with electricity from a battery, but an airplane needs to start a small engine called an AUP first." "What's an APU?" asked Bingbing Chen curiously. "The auxiliary power system of an airliner. The full English name is auxiliary power unit," Lu Qingzhou explained. APU is a small gas turbine engine, usually installed at the tail end of the aircraft, is another power unit in addition to the main engine of the aircraft. The biggest role of the APU is to provide electrical power and compressed air to the airplane, although there are some airplanes that have APUs that provide additional thrust. What does that mean? It's that before an airplane can take off, the crew or flight attendants need to start the AUP before the APU provides the airplane with the power and air supply to start the main engines and other systems. Chi source? Chen Bingbing blinked, her face full of confusion. "It's the air," Lu Qingzhou patiently explained. because without air there is no way for the engine to fully burn the fuel. It can't provide a constant stream of sufficient power. Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. In addition to before takeoff, during the aircraft's takeoff, the APU can also ensure that all of the main engine's power is used for acceleration and climb, improving takeoff performance. Lu Qingzhou continued. During flight, if you encounter a main engine stop, the APU can be activated at a certain altitude to provide power for the main engine to restart. That's why APUs are so important. The first thing we need to do if we want to fly this plane is to get the APU successfully activated, Lu Qingzhou said as she did so. While pointing to a gear lever above his head, he said to Chen Bingbing, before starting the APU, you first have to connect the battery. Pressing down like I did and holding the gear lever in this position is turning on the battery. Lu Qingzhou finished. Reset the battery gear lever again. Chen Bingbing looked at the densely packed buttons and gear levers above her head. Although she wasn't a dense phobic, she felt numb at the sight of so many densely packed buttons and gear levers. Also curious, with all the buttons and gear levers on the captain's head, how do they manage to get it right at the push of a button? However, Chen Bingbing didn't ask the query out, but instead stretched out her slender white fingers. Following Lu Qingzhou's example, he pressed down hard. After the battery is energized, this plane will have the most basic power supply. Lu Qingzhou continued, but most of the screens in front of us haven't lit up yet. That's because the power from the battery is not enough to power all the systems on the airplane, so it's necessary to activate the APU. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhou pointed to a push bell under the throttle valve gear lever again and said, but before we start the APU, we also need to ring the bell to test the fire alarm, which we also call the class bell because it's very similar to the class bell. Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded her head and reached out to press the fire alarm button. Chapter 71, Learning to Fly an Airplane from Scratch. After measuring the fire, Lu Qingzhou also taught her to test the fire extinguisher bottle explosion cap and turn on the fuel booster pump. After testing the fire extinguisher bottle exploding cap and turning on the fuel booster pump, we can turn on the APU, Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing smacked his lips. There are so many steps just to start the APU? Or else? Lu Qingzhou smiled back. No wonder you guys get paid so much per year. It's not really something the average person can remember when it's this complicated. Practice makes perfect is all. Some things will form muscle memory if you do them more often. It's hard to forget, Lu Qingzhou said as she reached out and pressed the APU gear lever at the top of the incline and continued. To start the APU you only need to press the lever forward and wait until the temperature in the meter next to the lever comes up. That means the APU has been successfully started. Chen Bingbing immediately poked her little head over, full of seriousness, just like a good schoolboy. Don't divert your attention at this point, but wait until the temperature in the gauge drops back down again before you can leave. Otherwise you need to shut down the APU immediately. Turned on the APU and let the APU continue to power and air the airplane for about a minute or two before it was officially ready to take off. Of course, many large airports can usually provide external power, which reduces both fuel and aircraft cold start times. The simulator doesn't have external power, but it doesn't need a cold start for a minute or 20. As Lu Qingzhou finished her words, inside the simulation chamber, the lights on all the screens came on in turn. The simulation chamber, which had been slightly gray, suddenly became very bright. Chen Bingbing realized at this time, it turns out that there are so many little lights hidden within the dashboard of an airplane. Now that the power supply is complete and all the screens in the instrument panel are lit, then we'll begin executing the inertial guidance calibration. The Boeing 737 series airliners have two inertial guidance systems working independently. Let's calibrate the right side first and dial to NAV. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou with a puzzled face and asked in a small voice, what is NAV? Lu Qingzhou sighed slightly in her heart. Meet these clear, stupid eyes. Patience explained, NAV stands for navigation. Chen Bingbing realized, so it's the navigation system now. Brilliant. Lu Qingzhou quipped against her will before continuing. Wait until the DC lights are briefly lit up. He saw Chen Bingbing was about to ask another question, hurriedly stopping her. Sis, you don't need to take a commercial or airline license, so you don't need to ask in such detail. Both the DC light and the fail light briefly come on just means that there is no problem with the DC power supply to the right inertial guidance of this Boeing 737-800. Now that the right inertial guidance has been calibrated, let's start calibrating the left side, which has always been set to the NAV gear, and the calibration procedure is the same as for the right side. Lu Qingzhou was lightly familiar with the process, and after doing this step, she added, if it's a real airplane, calibrating the left and right inertial guides will take almost 5 or 6 minutes, but the simulator doesn't have to. Next, we'll also check to see that the parking brake is set, the throttles are closed, the flaps are retracted, the reduction plate is in the lower snap position, and the thrust handle is in slow gear. Speak slower. I can't remember. No need for rote memorization. You won't be tested on these when you take your private license. I'm just walking you through the process to make you feel more involved. Oh, now we're about to start setting up the FMC, which stands for Flight Management Computer, often referred to as the Flight Control System, which is responsible for functions such as flight plan management, navigation calculations and performance calculations. Lu Qingzhou continued while inputting the data. We need to input the basic information of this flight's flight, such as the route plan, fuel level and flight parameters, etc. There's also some information about that model shown in the FMC. We are at Springs Remote Wall Airport and need to know the 3-letter code for this airport, TNA. Oh yeah, the code is the equivalent of an airport ID. To know the code of this airport, you can go online, enter the departure airport code, then the stop, then the landing airport code, and the route for this flight is formed. But this can't fly yet, because there is no telling how many airplanes fly in the air every day. What if they just fly around playing bumper cars in the sky every day? So there are generally defined waypoints and routes. None of this has to be a concern for the pilots. It's developed by the company's own scheduling in coordination with the airports and ATC. All we need to know is that each leg of the route has strict rules for heading, altitude and speed. So any changes in the airplane during the flight need to be cleared by ATC. Chen Bingbing immediately questioned. Then you flew from the remote wall airport to Baiyun Airport yesterday, and your speed happened to fly so fast. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said, because at that time, after the flight was delayed, I adjusted my flight plan in time and only dared to fly that fast after it was approved. Really? Chen Bingbing blinked her eyes, somewhat not quite believing him. Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes. Do you really think I'm a sun monkey and can be lawless? Having said that, Lu Qingzhou set up another takeoff airport runway, airplane fuel level, and other information. Because the analog cabin flight mode was set to minimalist mode by him, it was the equivalent of having no passengers on this flight. So you don't need a lot of oil. Just enter 10 or so tons at random. Set cruise altitude 30,000 feet, 100 meters. Implementation. Enter the flight plan. Implementation. Select offside runway 01L. The departure procedure is selected. Check the flight path for brakes. Turn on APU power. Check APU voltage. Turn on yaw damping. And emergency exit light preposition. Open the windshield to add heat. Turn on the fans on both sides. Open the isolation flap. Automatic air conditioning components on both sides. APU draws air to open. Booster transmitter select auto. Enter cruise altitude and landing altitude. Lu Qingzhou finished setting the flaps. Leveling. V1 decision speed. Will lift speed and safe climb speed and other key data. Tested oxygen. TCAS. Lights. Takeoff warning. Overspeed warning. Stall warning. Panel warning. And more. No anomalies. He operates very carefully and meticulously. It wasn't perfunctory because it was just a simulator and the trainees were playtesting Bingbing Chen. And while operating, he was also very patiently giving Chen Bingbing an explanation. Chen Bingbing then looked at him with a face full of infatuation. How can you hear what he's really saying? Yo! All the way up to the sudden alarms like pull-up going off in the sim. It took her a moment to wake up abruptly. Hurry up and ask, what if we hear these sirens during the flight? It's no big deal. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said, it's just being sentenced to death. Ha! Chen Bingbing was startled. It's no big deal even after the death sentence was pronounced? It's not like pronouncing a death sentence is an execution. Lu Qingzhou smiled. There's still a silver lining, although it's a slim one. Alright, Lu Qingzhou added. All the preparations before takeoff have been done, and now the airplane can be rolled out and driven. How about I do it once, and then when we get to cruising altitude you fly it? Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 72 What is the true evil of the world? 11 o'clock in the morning. The Springside Aerospace experience has been slowly coming alive. Today is not a weekend or a holiday though. By all rights there shouldn't be many tourists. But today there happened to be students from a nearby school who came to the Izumi no Hikari study. So the originally empty, cold and quiet Quan Jihang Experience Center became noisy all of a sudden. The students are like curious babies. Not only were they guided around by teachers and staff, but they also asked questions about aerospace from time to time. Not for a while. The students were then led by teachers and staff to the hall where the flight simulator was installed. They will simulate the experience and learn to fly an airplane here. One hears that you can simulate flying an airplane. Almost all of the students seemed very excited. It's been jabbering on and on. They were especially excited when they looked down along the second floor corridor and saw the dozens of simulation pods set up in the hall. Ha! Why is there an analog machine moving over there? This time, a small girl with white skin and a melon face suddenly pointed at a piece of equipment not far away and said in a brittle voice. Her words had only just fallen. Everyone else's attention was drawn to the device not far away. Yeah. But what's with all the strenuous exercise? It's like a sledgehammer in a playground. Wrong, it's a runaway sledgehammer. The students chattered and talked. Seeing this, a young staff member smiled and explained, "Students, that simulation cabin should be our pilots conducting flight training, probably simulating the piloting of an airplane in bad weather. That's why it's shaking so violently. As a pilot, you must learn to deal with all kinds of complex, even catastrophic, air accidents. Otherwise, how would passengers feel comfortable in trusting their lives in the hands of pilots? And flight simulation pods can very realistically simulate a wide range of unforeseen situations and inclement weather. Our pilots usually come to Azumi Airways for simulator training if they don't have a flight mission. Oh, so students, not only will you get to meet real civilian pilots today, but you'll also get formal flight training under their tutelage." Hear the staff member's explanation. These students are even more excited. Who hasn't had a dream of flying, especially as a child? Almost every child has fantasized about growing wings and soaring through the sky as freely as a bird. Didn't grow out of my wings today though, but it's also excellent to feel the thrill of flying firsthand. But look at the violently shaking, up and down simulation pod. There are still a number of students who are timid in their minds. It shakes so much. Is everyone in there okay? Aha! The deceased was at peace. What are you all doing with bitter faces? Let me tell you, it's a blessing for you to have King Lu Yen take you alone. Not far. Wang Yuesheng also led 8 or 9 trainees over. With a stern face, he continued to knock. The other Lu Yen Wang is about the same age as you guys. But you guys look at them, and then look at yourselves. You guys haven't even gotten your ING commercial licenses yet, and they're already part of Mountain Air's Star Captains, the Golden Eagles flight team. Now that you have such a gifted captain personally instructing you, you're all still drooping? Yes, that little Yakuza is a little stricter, but a jade can't be cut. You guys just owe it to yourselves to get cut and straightened out. It's just that I'm usually too friendly with you guys, so I make you forget the evils of the human world. So today is the perfect opportunity to give you a taste of what real human evil is like. Speaking of which, a trace of gloating surfaced on the face of Wang Yuesheng, who had originally been sharply headed for a white-faced reprimand. Although these few trainees were his disciples, but one's heart is usually higher than the sky. All of them felt that they were rare in the world and unrivaled in the world as the ultimate geniuses. Isn't that a coincidence? I thought King Lu Yen was here today. It was just the right time to let them see what a true supreme genius was. These trainees drooped, not a single word in response, because they knew that this tragic lesson today could not be avoided no matter what. This time, Wang Yuesheng and the others had also come forward. When he saw a group of students and teachers and staff all standing in the second-floor corridor, eyes unblinking, looking at a piece of equipment not far away, he raised his eyes toward that piece of equipment as well. Then, he froze too, because this Boeing 737-800 airliner simulator is now shaking even more. Sometimes it goes up and down. Sometimes it sways from side to side. It was shaking its head like a groundhog on a leash but seeing a bone in the distance and then struggling violently. Rub. Wang Yuesheng was full of doubts. The shaking was so violent. Did King Lu Yen adjust the flight mode to extreme difficulty mode? It's not right either. Didn't he bring a beautiful woman to film the program today? Select extremely difficult mode. He's not afraid to play with people. Ahem. Throwing up? Wang Yuesheng walked over to the main control computer of this device and took a look. Ha? Minimalist mode? Minimalist mode can shake so much? Are the two men fighting inside the mark? Sheesh. Young people just have good stamina. Even the analog pods shook. It's sort of car sex? No. It's a machine shock. Inside the simulation chamber, Chen Bingbing was now flushed and her forehead was covered in sweat. Just see her two hands tugging the operating lever dead center. Her mouth kept saying loudly, "Aha, it's crashing. It's going to crash. What to do? What to do? Do pull up, do pull up." The most breathtaking and desperate pull-up magic sound also kept ringing out, and outside the airplane window, a great, lofty mountain was close at hand. Captain's position. Lu Qingzhou has completely swung for the fences. The plane was now in a death spiral trap and completely out of control. Even if he was more open, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't be salvaged, since there's no saving it. Then filthy earth rebirth. Sure enough, just as the pull-up magic sound lasted about 20 seconds or so, shoo away. The plane then hit this mountain directly in front of it head-on. Inside the cockpit, Chen Bingbing was so frightened that she had already covered her eyes with her hands. Then a sharp push instantly acted on both. Even though both of them had fastened and buckled their seatbelts, they were still pushed out so hard by the violent thrust that they almost hit the dashboard. However, when the huge force disappeared, the simulation cabin, which had already gone out of control, completely regained its smoothness. Chen Bingbing also recovered slightly from her state of shock. Then with a flushed face, he looked at Lu Qingzhou, full of indignation and said, failed again. Failed again. Why can't I even last a few minutes? P.S. Another 1 or 2 chapters driving simulator plot will be written. This plot is written a little flat, but also for the back of some of the plot buried ambush. Sorry for all of you big, Small cheap gentleman next time must try to shorten the description of the daily plot. Chapter 73, Are brother and sister fighting inside? Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Lu Qingzhou first sighed in her heart, before saying, it's okay, failure is success. It's mom, you fail a few more times. Maybe it's done. I thought the little girl was svelte and soft before. I didn't realize that it was only today that my nature was completely exposed. It's a stubborn one, pig-headed. I can't believe I'm doing it with the Sims. I'm so stupid. Really. Thought she was as polite and soft as the women of Jiangnan. But think about it. Hunan girls are not as cranky as Southwest female tyrannosaurs. But how many of those who grew up eating chili peppers can be good-tempered? Don't look at people who are usually soft. If you get really mad, you'll be able to lift the lid off your head. Of course Chen Bingbing didn't know that her soft image had collapsed in Lu Qingzhou's heart. She still had indignation written all over her face, eyes glaring hard at the analog pod dashboard. It's like looking at an enemy, because she hadn't known how many times she'd failed since 9 o'clock this morning, and every time Lu Qingzhou only handed over the piloting rights to her. The airplane was like a runaway wild horse, instantly out of control, allowing her to exert a flood of power. She still couldn't regain control. Chen Bingbing is also a stick in the mud. Surprisingly, it's right up there with the analog pods. Sister, it's a 10-ton steel behemoth. You think your flesh and blood can do the job? So naturally the ending speaks for itself. But it wasn't as if Chen Bingbing hadn't made any progress at all. Let's take this last one for example. She stuck fighting with the analog pod for at least a few moments, significantly slowed down the airplane crash. That's why Chen Bingbing gritted her teeth and said, again, Auntie, I don't believe it. I can't subdue it today. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, why don't we rest for a while? Just now shaking around. It's almost thrown my head into a pulp. Chen Bingbing then realized that she seemed to be a bit uncomfortable as well. A soft grunt escaped his lips, unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to stand up. But before the person could stand still, he suddenly stumbled and pounced on Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were quick. Hurry wrapped an arm around her. It was only at this time that Chen Bingbing realized with hindsight that her head had been drowsy at some point, just as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. And the stomach flipped. Both legs were weak, flushed, sweat was all over his forehead, a look of overexercise and emptied-out body. Even the two strands were so warlike that they couldn't even stand up. A moment ago she was just dying with the simulation pod. Now that ruthlessness is gone, so the tender body could no longer hold on. The whole person almost paralyzed on Lu Qingzhou's body. He's a stubborn character. It's a tough guy. It's just a shame the body isn't. Lu Qingzhou had no choice. Had to put my arm around her and move step by step toward the simulator hatch. It was hard to get to the door of the simulator cabin. Enter the code to unlock the hatch. Click. As the simulator hatch was opened, the porch bridge connecting the second-floor corridors was built along with it. Lu Qingzhou assisted Chen Bingbing and exited the simulation cabin. But when they only stepped onto the corridor bridge, they immediately all froze in place again, because it's not far away. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking their way without blinking, wide-eyed. One time, everyone froze. A full few seconds passed. A clear, pleasant, childlike voice suddenly rang out. Wow, sister's face is so red. Then, Lu Qingzhou then heard a cacophony of voices rapidly drilling into her ears. It's like a bunch of little sparrows chattering away. Teacher, are the older siblings fighting in there? Isn't that right, teacher? Otherwise why is my sister sweating all over and her face is so red? Did you bully your sister, brother? That one just shook so hard. It must have been a fight in there. Shame on you for bullying a girl when you were this old. How could you hit your sister, brother, and make her throw up? You're so bad, brother. Lu Qingzhou was filled with consternation. I'm bad? I bullied my sister? I made my sister throw up? What's the mess? As an afterthought, he looked down at Chen Bingbing. Look no further. Chen Bingbing, who was originally stuck to him like a puddle of mud, now had a flushed face and blue lips. All that was seen was her two little hands covering her chest in death, and she bent over and dry-heaved. Lu Qingzhou saw this, hurrying towards the staff not far away. He shouted, that who don't freeze, hurry to pour a cup of ice water over. She's airsick. All the adults present knew that Chen Bingbing was airsick. Crap, don't look at the size of the simulation pod, but the interior space is very small, and it's all full of cameras. How can these two people really fight in there? Therefore, Lu Qingzhou's latter sentence was obviously a bit wanting to cover up and drawing snakes. A strange expression appeared on the faces of the people who hadn't fought in that direction. Oh. A staff member hurriedly agreed, turned around and hurriedly walked out. Two other staff members approached. Helping Lu Qingzhou helped Chen Bingbing down the corridor bridge. Lu Qingzhou then squeezed out a smile towards the elementary school students not far away, and explained like a snake, kids, brother and sister didn't fight. Oh, it's sister who just got too involved and got a little airsick. You've all been on airplanes, haven't you? And doesn't flying feel uncomfortable once in a while? So is this, sister. This group of elementary school students looked at me and I looked at you. It seemed to have somewhat believed Lu Qingzhou's words. Lu Qingzhou saw that she had fooled this group of brats. The heart was also slightly relieved. Then with a black face, he walked to Wang Yuesheng's heel. In a low voice, he asked, "What's with the brats?" Wang Yuesheng forced a smile and shrugged his shoulders. "If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Tisk. It's good to be young. This physical strength is not even as good as the old man's, but you have to know how to be compassionate. People girls soft and weak, by you so tossed, do not vomit only strange." Lu Qingzhou's face was full of helplessness. "Big brother, let's not make this kind of rumor, can't we? Those kids don't know any better." "You don't know any better either?" Wang Yuesheng still has an ambiguous expression. "What yellow rumor did I make? I'm not letting you kid take someone else's little girl to fly when not so intense. Well, TSK, we are worried about that simulation cabin outside by you guys to get broken up at. You have no idea. That analog pod looks like a big pendulum clock out of control from the outside. What the hell did you guys do in there? Car? Nope. Machine shock?" Lu Qingzhou's face was filled with black lines. "Scram!" Wang Yuesheng laughed out loud. In a hurry, this kid is in a hurry." The few trainees behind him were also trying their hardest to stifle their laughter, all with a you-know-what expression. Chapter 70. For the quality of this batch of trainees doesn't seem to be very good. Roar. Lu Qingzhou saw this. The heart burst into a sneer. Raising his eyes to Wang Yuesheng, he said, "Old Captain Wang, have you finished teaching your theory class today?" Old Wang nodded. "Finished on it. That's why I brought them to fly a simulator. I didn't think it was such a coincidence that I actually had a great time and appreciated your boy." Lu Qingzhou directly ignored the second half of his sentence. Instead, he said, "You've worked hard to come to class for the students so early, so how about I take over the next simulator practical class?" He had only just finished saying that. The few trainees behind Wang Yuesheng immediately changed their faces. Wang Yuesheng, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. "You would be so kind?" He had thought that Lu Qingzhou would only agree to help him bring one or two at most. "I didn't realize this kid was so good. I can't believe I did it all for him." Lu Qingzhou was full of sincerity, said to him, "I'm the person who will respect the old and love the young, so I really can't bear to see you work so hard. Look at you. You're only in your middle age. You're not away from your hands every day with wolfberries and jujubes, and if you're tired again in the daytime, what energy do you have in the evening to cope with my aunt? My aunt is like a wolf. You see, your old man has only been married for a short time. The bone crumbs are almost drained, right?" Wang Yuesheng's face had darkened like a black pot. He was about to point at Lu Qingzhou and curse back. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly changed the subject, pointing to the two cadets who just laughed the hardest. He said, "You two go first, one co-pilot and one observer. The others shouldn't get lucky either." Lu Qingzhou glanced at a few others again and said sorrowfully, "Let's do it one by one. No one can escape today anyway. The father's debt is paid by the son. I can't toss old king. Can't you handle it?" Half an hour later, Lu Qingzhou walked out of the simulation cabin in a refreshed state. Behind him, two trainees held each other and walked shakily on the corridor bridge. These two people just got off the porch bridge, suddenly rushed to the trash can not far away, hugged the trash can and wow vomited. It was a very miserable look. Not far. The other trainees didn't feel bloating when they saw the scene. Instead they had a sad feeling of a rabbit dying, because they know, the misery of these two men will soon be upon them. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, glanced at the two people who were on the verge of spitting out their bitter bile water and did not sympathize, but instead looked up at Wang Yuesheng and said, "Old Wang, the quality of your batch of trainees doesn't seem to be too good." Roar. Wang Yuesheng not only did not refute, instead, with a look of approval, he said, "That's true." Having said that, with a stern face, he swept his gaze from the faces of these few cadets one by one, and continued to strike. "Humph, these few waste snacks are indeed the worst class I've ever brought up." A sudden double blow. These few young, high-spirited cadets were finally a bit unable to hold back, but they didn't dare to dislike Wang Yuesheng. Instead, he whispered crickets towards Lu Qingzhou. "Do you have to say whether our quality is good or not?" "Exactly. What kind of instructor lets a trainee fly typhoon skies right out of the gate without teaching them anything? We're human beings, not gods. If we had the ability to fly typhoon skies, we would have already gone to get our business licenses. Where would we have stayed in to be looked down upon?" Wang Yuesheng frowned, though the cadets weren't contradicting him, but actually dared to cricket Lu Qingzhou in front of him. That's something old king can't stand. That's not discipline. So with a stern face, he was about to open his mouth to scold. Lu Qingzhou had smiled and walked over at this time, looking at these few trainees and asked, "What? Do you guys think it's excessive for me to teach you nothing and let you fly typhoon skies as soon as you come up? These cadets look at me and I look at you. One of the female trainees with a round face finally mustered up the courage to meet Lu Qingzhou's gaze and said, yes. Lu Qingzhou still didn't get angry, but continued to ask, then do you know that pilots don't have the ability or qualification to refuse to fly even if they encounter typhoon weather? This female cadet with a round face and a bit of baby fat whispered back, no, yes. They had learned in class when they were in college that airplanes had to take off and land as usual as long as the weather wasn't bad enough. And driving the simulator to adapt to all kinds of bad weather and air accidents in advance is also a mandatory question for all license examinations. If you know that, why do you still think I'm giving you a hard time? Lu Qingzhou put away a smile on her face and continued with a serious face. So you guys don't want to be pilots and want to go home to lie down and nibble on your old age? That's why you think it's excessive for me to set the flight mode of the simulation cabin to typhoon days? Hearing him question in a row, all of these trainees drooped their heads. Don't dare bleep anymore. Isn't the reason I'm having you guys fly the simulator in typhoon skies right now is to hone your maneuvering skills in bad weather? You have to take the simulator for your commercial license. 2. The commercial license simulator test is more rigorous than I had today. When the time comes, are you going to have crickets for the examiners? 2. And what makes it right to set your exams so hard that you're live just as the exams begin? Now that you have time to practice, you should know how to cherish it. And flying more extremely difficult patterns will do you no harm. In a few months you'll go for your commercial license, and if you can't even pass the simulator, you'll see if the company will continue to give you internships. Our company is not a charity. We won't keep a bunch of losers. Lu Qingzhou finished, didn't even look at the guys again. Instead, he walked straight to Chen Bingbing, who was sitting not far away, and asked with some concern, how is the recovery going now? There shouldn't be any discomfort anywhere? Chen Bingbing shook her head. Let's go then. It's almost 12 now. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat something first. Lu Qingzhou continued, if you still have energy in the afternoon, we'll fly a few more laps. If you don't have any energy left, I'll send you back to the hotel. Chen Bingbing hurriedly stood up, whispering, was what you just said too heavy? Her words had only just finished. Aside, Wang Yuesheng had already blackened his face and loudly reprimanded towards those few trainees. Humph, a bunch of trash. What? You can't take it when people say a few words about you guys, can you? You want to be captains with your mental qualities? Get the hell out of here before it's too late. Which sentence did the other light boat captain say wrong? If you guys can't even fly in the typhoon weather of the simulator and you spit out all the bitter bile water, if you really let you get on the plane in the future, that would be a crime against everyone on the plane. So why don't you guys just stop wasting your time coming to my place and stay wherever you are? Chapter 75 Departure to Star City. After listening to Wang Yuesheng's scolding, Lu Qingzhou only smiled and said, see, I'm still polite. The other old Wang captain scolded more harshly than me. Piloting is a great test of one's mental fitness, and if one can't even take a few scoldings from an instructor, then one really isn't cut out for this line of work. Chen Bingbing was full of doubts. This has nothing to do with psychological quality. People all have self-esteem, and now that it's 2024, isn't it too much for you guys to still use this kind of insulting style of education? Alas, Lu Qingzhou sighed before saying, let me give you a chestnut. A captain is experienced in piloting and has excellent skills, but is not too tolerant of aggravation, and his emotions can easily fluctuate due to external stimuli. This kind of personality of the captain, do you dare to sit on his airplane? Chen Bingbing's eyes widened. She had never considered anything like that. Alas. There was silence for several seconds. Only then did she shake her head. Shouldn't dare. This is not it? Lu Qingzhou shrugged and continued, because emotional people are very easy to substitute their emotions into their work. It doesn't matter if some work carries a bit of emotion, but some work carries emotion, then it may be aggregated to be fatal. Chen Bingbing was filled with consternation, because she suddenly associated it with a crashed flight now. The various tragedies that followed the crash of that flight had for a time put her very much in the dark about flying in airplanes, and the speculation on the internet about the reason why that flight crashed was that the captain had a problem with his mind. But she also knew, there is still no official word on this flight. It's never a good time to start a discussion, so hurriedly changing the subject, he asked, so is it true that flights can take off and land on typhoon days? It depends on whether the airport side winds have exceeded the maximum value specified. Lu Qingzhou explained. Usually, wind speeds below grade 5 or below have no effect on airplane takeoffs and landings. Category 6 to 8 needs to depend on the wind direction, upwind for takeoff, downwind depending on the model. When the wind speed reaches force 9, about 10, 8 to 13, 8 meters per second, and above, the airplane cannot take off. As for aircraft landings, they will not be able to land safely when the headwind reaches 25 kilometers per hour, the side wind reaches 15 kilometers per hour, and the tailwind reaches 5 kilometers per hour and above. But as you know, Typhoons can affect distances ranging from tens to thousands of kilometers, and there are many typhoon days in the summer. And if we encounter a typhoon crossing, the wind speed can reach 7 or 8 even if it is separated by tens or hundreds of kilometers. Is it true that once a typhoon passes through, airports in a radius of dozens or even hundreds of kilometers are grounded? Chen Bingbing then realized, oh, like this. The troops have a slogan actually used in our line of work is also quite reasonable. Usually more sweat, less blood in wartime. Usually more diligent, more hard work. In the future, in case of really encountered bad weather or emergencies, then they have to thank me for today's harshness. Lu Qingzhou again nudged towards the few cadets not far away who were scolded for not being able to raise their heads. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes at him. Ah yes, you have a point either way. Don't think I don't know your sinister intentions. Lu Qingzhou was filled with curiosity. What sinister intentions do I have again? It's just that old Captain Wang flirted with. She hesitated for a moment before saying, flirted with us a few times, and then you couldn't retaliate against Captain Wang, so you paid your debt to your father. Captain Lightboat, you're not being honest. So it's true that you teach strictly, but it's also true that you take the opportunity to get even. Lu Qingzhou was a little surprised. How did she know about my sinister intentions? Sheesh, this Hunan girl is not only stubborn, but also insightful. I'm sure it's not as innocent as it looks. Aha, I've got to be on my guard. Look past it. We're still good friends. Lu Qingzhou did not deny it, but smiled. Chen Bingbing immediately made an okay gesture, said he would keep his mouth shut. It's June. Summer has arrived early in the northern city of Springs, so it's even 6:30 p.m. Capital time right now, but the sky outside is still very bright. There was no semblance of nightfall. Mountain Air Headquarters Building, 2nd floor, Flight Preparation Hall A. When Chen Bingbing pushed open the door of the A1 small conference room with a sickly face. In the small conference room, everyone was taken aback. Bingbing, why do you look so pale and waxy? Zhang Xiaoyun was filled with concern. You wouldn't have taken the bottle of body control capsules I gave you as a meal, would you? Shouldn't I? Even if you're taking body control capsules as a meal, it's not like you're eating your body like this, right? Ugh, I should have known better than to take it to you. Chen Bingbing waved her hand breathlessly and said, Sister Xiaoyun, it's none of your business. I haven't even started taking the body control capsules yet. Then why do you look sickly? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Zhang Xiaoyun pursued. The others were also filled with concern. Chen Bingbing first came over and sat down. Only then did she look at Lu Qingzhou with an aggrieved face and said, ask him. Hear her say that. The others threw puzzled glances at Lu Qingzhou. Captain Lightship, are you bullying someone else? Bingbing? Zhang Xiaoyun asked with an unkind face. Chen Bin, on the other hand, had an ambiguous face, poked Lu Qingzhou with his elbow, and snickered in a low voice. Yo, kid, it's pretty fast. Jiang Xiaoyu, Nia Xiaoyu, and the few of them, on the other hand, had already perked up their ears. Ha, there are melons to eat. I can smell a whiff of gossip already. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly explained. Hey, what kind of eyes are you guys looking at? You guys do know me. Am I the kind of person who likes to bully girls, Mark? The others were full of contempt. No rebuttal though, but the look on their faces said it all. You are so yes, I'm not to blame this time. Lu Qingzhou can only helplessly explain. Today during the day, I did not take her to Quanzhihang to fly the simulator. The result is that she is good. Actually fly anxious eyes, directly in simulator tenacious up, so their own was their own to throw the dizzy machine. The crowd again turned their puzzled gazes towards Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, Who was anxious? Well, even if I was just starting to get anxious, but I'm sickly like this. It's still not that the afternoon was too harsh. The crowd again turned their puzzled gazes to Lu Qingzhou. I was kind enough to bring trainees to Old King this afternoon, and those rookies didn't even get their commercial licenses, so they didn't know what to do when they flew the simulators, especially when they landed almost every one of them with a heavy landing. Lu Qingzhou pointed at Chen Bingbing and continued. She was already very uncomfortable in the morning, but she had to follow along in the afternoon. So this is what it looks like. The crowd listened. There was little interest in the moment. Hi, thought there was melon. That's it? Bingbing, since you're not feeling well, why don't you not follow along today and just let Ayuan and the others help with the live shooting? Zhang Xiaoyun said with concern. You look sickly now. It would be even harder if you follow along. Chen Bingbing shook her head, rejecting Zhang Xiaoyun's good intentions. It's fine, Sister Xiaoyun. I can hold on. And our destination today is Star City. I've been busy with the program for a while. I haven't been home for a long time, so it's a good time for me to go home today. Zhang Xiaoyun saw this, had to stop. P.S. Seriously listen to the views of all of you. In the future, write less daily. Write more of the main plot. Kneeling greatly, don't abandon me. The new main plot began to go. If you can guess this time the author of what is written, there will be a generous prize. Oh, another, the author of the majority of the main storyline based on the adaptation of the real events. So many times although it seems strange, but the reality of the novel then the more bizarre. Chapter 76, Shivering Pebbles? Do people in Hunan province have such good teeth? Capital time, 8:30 p.m. China Airlines Flight SC-8889 will take off from Yaoang International Airport and fly to Star City Huanghua International Airport. But Star City was not the final destination of Mountain Air Flight SC-8889. After the flight landed at Huanghua International Airport, 9:25 the next morning, the flight will continue to take off to Chang'an, the final destination of this flight. That is to say, Huanghua International Airport is merely a transit point for Flight SC-8889, not a destination. A lot of people who don't fly much often get confused between stopovers and transits on flights. Think it's a layover as long as the plane didn't fly directly from Airport A to Airport C, but had a layover at Airport B. Actually, no. Flights are generally categorized as linear, stopover and transit flights. Straight-line flights are easy to understand. That is, flights that take off directly from Airport A and go directly to destination Airport C. It will not land at any airport midway. A stopover flight, on the other hand, is one in which the airplane takes off from Airport A and then, instead of flying directly to its destination Airport C, first lands at Airport B en route. Knockout. Scratch that. Airport B is not necessarily between Airports A and C. The probability is that Airports A, B, and C are in a triangle. But stopover flights usually do not require passengers to disembark and change planes. Instead they just wait on the plane for it to take off again. So the main reason why airplanes land at B airports is to refuel, load and unload cargo, drop off and pick up some of the passengers, and so on. Because of the shorter waiting time for stops, it is transient as the name suggests. As for connecting flights, it is not the case that an aircraft arrives at Airport B from Airport A and then makes a stopover before flying on to Airport C. Rather, when an airplane arrives at Airport B from Airport A, the passengers on that airplane need to change to another airplane to arrive at Airport C. That is to say, the biggest difference between stopover flights and connecting flights is that passengers need to change planes to reach their final destination. So when passengers take transit flights and arrive at the transit airport, they are required to disembark from the plane first, and then, according to the airline's arrangements, go through the transfer procedures, and may even need to go through the security check again, pick up and check in their luggage, and so on. It's almost like taking a new flight. That's why transit flights are a hassle, and most of them apply to international and even intercontinental routes. After all, international and intercontinental routes are long and time-consuming. There are very few direct flights. Instead, it requires a stopover at a national airport somewhere in the middle of the journey. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 is not an international flight, though it is a transit flight, and the real destination of many of the passengers who took this flight was not Chang'an, but Rongqing. Only when these passengers arrive at Huanghua Airport, they will disembark the plane to re-inspect security, check their luggage, go through check-in procedures, etc. And then at around 12 p.m., they will fly to Rongqing, the destination of this trip, on another plane of Mountain Air. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 picks up the baton for another connecting flight. Tomorrow morning after 5 o'clock, a Mountain Air passenger plane will take off from Baiyun Airport in Yancheng and fly to Huanghua Airport in Xincheng. But the real destination of many of the passengers aboard this airliner was not Star City, but Chang'an. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 will then be the next baton for the connecting flights, picking up this group of passengers, as well as those flying from Star City to Chang'an taking off just after 9 a.m. for Chang'an. One might wonder, why do airlines have to make it so complicated? Domestic routes are not too long in distance or time required. Can't you fly direct? No way. The reasons involved are many and complex. International and intercontinental flights require transits mainly because they are too long and pass through more countries and are subject to more controls. But domestic routes naturally do not have these problems. As for why there are also many transit flights on domestic flights, the main reasons are route restrictions, different carrying capacity of various airports, operating costs of the airlines, and market demand, and so on. And there are countless airplanes flying over our heads every day. Don't look at the vastness of the sky, but there aren't many airspaces where airplanes can spread out and fly. So in order to avoid bumper-to-bumper traffic in the sky with so many airplanes, great arithmetic support is needed, and lets certain flights transit rather than go direct. It also avoids peak flight travel times to a certain extent and minimizes the probability of aircraft collisions in the sky. In a nutshell, each provision has its own rationale. Usually, if the crew meets a transit route, they will all be delayed for at least a day or two, if not 2 or 3. Take this flight today. For example, SC-8889 takes off at 8:30 p.m. for Star City. Instead of taking off immediately after arriving at Star City, They had to stay there for one night and then fly on to Chang'an the next morning. After arriving in Chang'an at noon the next day, we had to fly from Chang'an to Xiamen again in the afternoon. By the time we got back to the springs, it was noon on the third day. As members of the airline's flight crew, whether it was Lu Qingzhou, Chen Bin, or Zhang Xiaoyun, they had long been accustomed to traveling for a few days. Their job is to fly around in the sky anyway. Long ago, I got used to not being home for days at a time. On the contrary, Chen Bingbing was a bit excited. You can hit multiple cities in just 3 days. It was an experience she had never had in her 20 years of life. Plus there's a trip home tonight. Think of your pink, girly feeling bedroom and a house full of dolls. And she returned to her heart. Wouldn't stay a minute longer. 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Night had slowly descended on the city. After the pre-takeoff meeting, it was back to the cafeteria to get dinner out of the way. The group then got on the commuter bus, straight to Remote Wall Airport. Arrival at the airport. The crowd didn't linger in the terminal either. Instead, he dragged his flight case straight to the employee aisle. Security, boarding, bypass inspection, notification of boarding. All preparations have been made. Co-pilot Chen Bin only contacted the ground of the remote wall and applied for a push-out to drive. Not too many night flights, and as luck would have it today, the Air Force wasn't conducting air traffic control, so Shanxi Airlines flight SC-8889 was not delayed this time, but took off and lifted off on time at 8:30 p.m. When the airplane reached cruising altitude without incident, Lu Qingzhou set the driving mode to autopilot. The slightly austere atmosphere in the cockpit was immediately lightened. Chen Bin took a long stretch. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Bingbing and said, "Tonight we can go to your hometown. What kind of delicious treats are you preparing for us?" Chen Bingbing rested her cheek with one hand. "Think about it," he said. "Hunan food is too spicy. Except for the captain of the lightboat, I guess none of you guys can stand it. Why don't I take you guys to the night market to shiver the pebbles?" "What?" Chen Bin was filled with consternation. "Shivering pebbles? People in Hunan province have such good teeth? Can you even chew a rock?" Chapter 77 Boeing 787's pilot light? "No, it's a UFO. Not telling you to chew, but shiver," Chen Bingbing explained. "It's using various spices to fry the small pebbles and then shiver the flavor." Chen Bin was still puzzled. Hastily waving his hand, he said, "Let's forget about it. What if I accidentally swallow it? Say, don't you have anything else to eat in Xi'an province? How did you get down to shivering pebbles?" Chen Bingbing saw this, immediately said, "Hunan cuisine is one of the 8 major cuisines, alas. You see where there is no Hunan cuisine halls around the country. How can our Hunan province have no good food? Like what? Chopped pepper fish head, braised pork, Donggan sub chicken, Yangzhou blood duck, grandma's dish, chili pepper stir fry, Star City stinky tofu, Rupan shark's fin, flavored shrimp." Chen Bingbing is as good as it gets. After sufficiently counting a dozen famous dishes, he said, "It's been said that Hunan cuisine is more spicy, so you outsiders probably can't get used to eating it, but when we arrive in a while, we can also take you guys downtown for a late night snack. We'll have some spicy hot pot, barbecue, and drink some night beer. Beautiful drop, very beautiful drop." "Spicy hot?" Chen Bin hurriedly waved his hand. 106 a bowl. "We can't afford it." Chen Bingbing was filled with helplessness. It's true that good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. A bowl of overpriced spicy hot pot put Star City directly on the fire. Nowadays, when outsiders come to Star City, the first thing they inquire about is whether the city's prices are as exaggerated as the internet says. Aha! Okay, prices in Starling City are truly outrageous. Wages in third-tier cities, super first-tier city prices. Even he himself, a native of Star City, was now somewhat unable to stand the prices of Star City. Lu Qingzhou saw this. Laughing, he said, "He's teasing you. We still have to check and hand over the airplane when we arrive. Turn in the logbook and whatnot. We don't know what time it is after we're done. And tomorrow we have to leave for Chang'an early in the morning. So how do we have time to go downtown?" Chen Bingbing was a bit disappointed. "It was not easy for you guys to make a trip to Star City. I didn't even do my duty as a landlord." "It's fine." Lu Qingzhou waved her hand carelessly and continued. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We actually come to Star City often." "That works." Chen Bingbing also felt that she was a bit rushed today. "Then when the plane arrives in a little while, I'll take a cab home and meet you guys at the airport first thing in the morning," she added. Lu Qingzhou nodded. Chen Bin cheaply interjected, "Taking a taxi home is fine, but don't you dare jump out of the car in the middle of the day, ha." Chen Bingbing was full of huffs. "It's over, isn't it? Springs flying Star City isn't too far away." It was just over 2 hours. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 took off at 8:30 p.m. From Yawei Airport and arrived at Star City Manhwa Airport almost at 10:50 p.m. Night flights, especially if the sky is clear. Looking down from the airplane, You can see that a city along the way looks like a constellation in the vast universe. 9:50 p.m. The plane is not far from Manhwa Airport. Chen Bingbing leaned over the window of the plane and looked at the scenery below for a while. Only then did he look up at Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin and asked, "Ugh, do you guys know the origin of the name of the city Star City?" Chen Bin froze, obviously touched a blind spot in his knowledge. Lu Qingzhou picked up, "Because there is a star in the sky called Changsha Star. That's how Star City got its name." Smart. Chen Bingbing gave a thumbs up towards Lu Qingzhou. Then he returned his gaze to the machine window, but this time she didn't continue to look at the city below. Instead, he stared at the dark, ink-like sky in disbelief. This time, Chen Bingbing suddenly let out a light eep, pointing to a flickering starlight in the distance. He spoke, "You guys see what's flickering over there?" Lu Qingzhou followed the direction of her finger and looked over. Just one look. Immediately, he explained, "Oh, that would be another airplane." Another airplane? A big question mark popped up on Chen Bingbing's brain. It's the navigation lights of another airplane, isn't it? Right. Lu nodded and continued, and it should be a Boeing 787, because only the Boeing 787 uses LED lights as navigation lights, and it looks so bright when flying at night. But why do I feel that it's too bright? It's like flying close to us. Chen Bingbing was puzzled again. Lu Qingzhou laughed. It would be bad if it flew close to us. The Boeing 787 is much bigger than us. You don't have to be afraid because nowadays airplanes have collision avoidance systems. And if there were really another plane flying close to us, the collision avoidance system would have already sounded the alarm. Oh, Chen Bingbing then stopped. Then seeming to think of something, he asked again. Alas, by the way, have you guys seen any UFOs since you've been in this business for so long? We have been misunderstood by others as a UFO. Chen Bin smiled and picked up his mouth. Just a while ago, when Captain Lightboat and I flew to Wancheng, the hot searches at that time were all about the discovery of a UFO in Wancheng. It was actually that we were struck by lightning at the time and were forced to forcefully land at Jiangying Airport in Wancheng. It was raining too much, and then it was cloudy, and the lightning struck just as someone caught the shadow of the airplane, so it was misunderstood. Chen Bingbing certainly knew about this. So picking up on that, so what you're saying is that the so-called UFO is either a beautiful misunderstanding or someone is purposely creating a conversation. Right, Chen Bin said. In this world, where is the UFO? Our science and technology have advanced to such a stage that if there was a UFO, it would have been discovered long ago. But there are obviously so many videos. Chen Bingbing was still a bit undeterred. Chen Bin said, but didn't you realize that all those so-called videos or photos look very blurry? It's 2024. You can take a picture of the moon with just a cell phone, but all the UFO videos taken are very blurry. Doesn't that tell you something? But I can understand your curiosity about the unknown. But I can tell you responsibly that there are no ghosts in this world, no mysterious Bermuda Triangle, no UFOs. If you don't believe me, come over here. The collision avoidance systems of our airplanes can see the relative positions of other airplanes. I'll find out the position of this Boeing 787 for you, and you'll be dead in the water, Chen Bin said while pointing to the collision avoidance system. But by the time his eyes looked at the collision avoidance system gauges, his entire being was instantly bad. Because of the collision avoidance system, where's the Boeing 787? *******. Chen Bin exclaimed in shock. Lu Qingzhou saw this and also hurriedly looked over. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. He first sucked in a breath of cold air, then immediately turned his gaze out the left airplane window again, to the pilot light that flickered, far and near. Chapter 78, a paranormal incident at 10,000 meters in the air. Yes, that pilot light in the night sky gives the impression of being far away and near. From time to time, it draws closer to flight 8889. From time to time, it floats away, but that's not even the point. The point is, this pilot light is as good as glued to flight 8889. It doesn't matter how fast flight 8889 flies, how far it flies, how high it flies. This pilot light has all been far and near following closely. Inside the cockpit, not only Chen Bingbing, even Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin were numb. Especially Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin. The two of them had been flying for several years and were barely knowledgeable, but it was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre event. A full 10 seconds passed. It was only then that Chen Bin swallowed hard. In a slightly shaky voice, he said, what is this? Is our collision avoidance system malfunctioning? He said as he moved his hand to vigorously tap the collision avoidance system gauges. Lu Qingzhou also came back to her senses at this time. Stop, Chen Bin said. You think this thing is your home TV? Malfunctioning. Clap a few slaps can shoot well? Don't bother. Contact the ground and ask what's going on. I'm going to switch driving modes for now, so try applying down altitude to 9,500. Chen Bin hurriedly agreed. This time, Chen Bingbing saw the two men's expressions staring at them. also realized that this was not a simple matter. Still, she cautiously inquired, could it be a drone? Don't drones have LED lights too? Lu Qingzhou shook her head. It's unlikely to be a drone. Why? Chen Bingbing hurriedly pursued. We're at about 10,000 meters, and all civilian drones are altitude limited to less than 120 meters of airspace at most. If there are special circumstances and you need to fly higher, you also need to apply to the civil aviation authorities as well as the relevant departments of the Air Force first and get approval before you can do so. But even if approved, the average civilian drone simply can't fly at 10,000 meters. As for military drones, it's possible, but this is the country, not those messy places in the Middle East, Africa, or Eastern Europe. So our own military drones won't even be test flying in airspace where civil aviation routes are busy. But if it's a foreign military drone, there could be a large wave of people who will suffer. And with our country's current air defense capabilities, there's little chance of that happening. Chen Bingbing listened. That's when it dawned on me. This time, Chen Bin has contacted the Mordor district transfer. But it's surprising. Feedback from the Mordor sector tone says that the ground radar didn't pick up anything out of the ordinary. This airspace is currently home to only one airplane, Mountaineer Flight SC-8889. Lu Qingzhou sniffed. He was worried and craned his head out the window of the airplane. Vast airspace in the distance. The pilot light was still not far behind. It's like a curious baby. Filled with curiosity, he surveyed the big toy. Lower altitude 9500 hold. 8889 received. At this point, Chen Bin repeated the instruction from the Mordor sector coordinator. Lu Qingzhou immediately switched driving modes. Hold the operating lever and gently depress the head. At the same time lightly push the throttle valve gear lever. Took the plane down from 900 to 500 meters. And the speed of the airplane has been increased from 450 knots, 833 kilometers per hour, to 470 knots, 870 kilometers per hour. But wait until he craned his head to look out the airplane window again. The whole thing was like a day-old dog, full of horror, because that pilot light actually did follow again, and the distance remains far and near. So the feeling given to Lu Qingzhou was as if time and space had been imprisoned. Also still there, Chen Bingbing had obviously noticed the abnormality as well. Fingering out the airplane window, his voice trembled. That thing? It's still there. Contact the Mordor district transfer again. Tell them that we may have encountered an unidentified craft. Please hurry and shine the radar again to see if there really isn't any abnormality in the airspace around us, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. UFO or not. So much for military drones from other countries. These were not Lu Qingzhou's main concern. He was now most concerned in case this thing really was the pilot light of some Boeing 787. And then this Boeing 787 was on the same route as himself. If there is a crash in the air, the Airbus A320 he is driving will not be able to withstand the impact of the Boeing 787 behemoth. Good. Only then did Chen Bin react from his frozen state. Another rush to contact the Mordor district transfer, thousands of kilometers away, inside the command hall of the Magic City district transfer. When Chen Bin's voice sounded once more, the controller's face became very grave. He immediately reported the paranormal incident encountered by Mountaineer Flight SC-8889. Soon, the radar stations along the way have fed back. No aircraft have been detected in the airspace near SIA Flight SC-8889, and the crew of SIA Flight SC-8889 is requested to re-verify the situation before reporting it. At the same time, the Mordor district transfer also reported this psychic incident to the military. Just no feedback from the military for now, Captain. Chen Bin twisted his head to look at Lu Qingzhou. The ground asked us to verify it before reporting it, and they said that none of the radar stations along the route found any abnormalities. Now Lu Qingzhou had also calmed down. He took a deep breath first, then grabbed the phone, turned on the camera function ready to capture this bizarre phenomenon on film. But it took Lu to point the cell phone camera at the window. The far and near pilot light had surprisingly disappeared. He immediately poked his eyes out the window of the plane and looked around through the windshield. But there was nothing more to be seen than the bright stars in the sky, and the blackness of the night that stretched out of sight. Suddenly, Chen Bingbing, who was sitting in the back row, screamed out. Then a trembling finger pointed directly ahead. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin also immediately looked up towards the nose of the plane. It was surprising to see that the pilot light, which had disappeared, had somehow flown to the nose position of the airplane, and too close to the nose of the plane. Nearby, it was as if they were going to crash next. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were quick. Grab the airplane operating stick as soon as you can. Prepare to pull up the nose to avoid a crash, but not before he pulled the nose up, only to see this pilot light swoosh and disappear once more. Seeing such a bizarre scene, the three men in the cockpit looked at each other in shock and fear. It was because the scene before them was far beyond their cognizance. It can no longer be explained by their known scientific common sense. P.S. This plot author June is based on a senior civil aviation captain's personal experience adapted. As for the world in the end, there is no UFO. As with weather, there are ghosts. Belongs to the benevolent, see benevolence and wisdom. Also, this episode is not over yet. There are more intense and exciting episodes to come, but they are no longer in the UFO category. In other words, this episode about UFO is just an appetizer. Chapter 79, Yesterday you hit a bird. Today you hit a UFO? 10:50 p.m. Shanxi Airlines Flight SC-8889 landed on time and on schedule at Manhwa Airport in Star City. After the plane landed, Chen Bingbing and his colleague, Yuan, then hurriedly got off the plane along with the passengers who took the flight. As for the rest of the crew, then they stayed on the airplane to complete the follow-up. Only Chen Bingbing's face was particularly ugly when she got off the airplane, and the look was terrified, the eyes fluttering. It wasn't until after her feet hit solid earth that she let out a long sigh of relief. The others too didn't notice her abnormality though, and even if she noticed, she'd probably just think she was the aftermath of her airsickness during the day today. Inside the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin's faces didn't look too good either. It wasn't until most of the travelers had gotten off the plane that Lu Qingzhou said to Chen Bin, "Don't dawdle. If you want to go to bed earlier tonight, we need to hurry up and get busy now." Chen Bin was still sitting in the passenger seat without moving. Then he looked up at Lu Qingzhou and said, "What do you think that thing was just now? Is it really a UFO? I guess it's ball lightning." "Ball lightning is also godly," Lu Qingzhou said seriously with a grave expression. "As for UFO or something, I still don't think it's very likely." "I'd say UFO is more likely," retorted Chen Bin. Lu Qingzhou had already stood up by this time. "What's the point of the two of us guessing here? We'll turn this in later in the logbook and let the brass have a headache. Don't just stand there. Get busy." "Oh." Chen Bin then stood up. "Oh." Lu Qingzhou looked like he remembered something and added, "Tomorrow, you will fly the White Sky Star City to Chang'an, and I will assist." "No problem, right? Not all co-pilots are limited to support duties. Actually, in the case of a left-seat co-pilot, it is possible to assume the responsibility of flying the airplane under the command of the captain, because it's obvious from the designation left-seat co-pilot. The cockpit left seat, isn't that the captain's throne? That is to say, when the co-pilot grows to the stage of left-seat co-pilot, then the renamed co-pilot has already possessed the ability and skill to fly an airliner. Only that the renamed co-pilot has not obtained the route license for the time being, and has not passed the CAAC's captain promotion examination. And on the major airlines, in order to cultivate talents, the left-seat co-pilot, with the permission and guidance of the captain, is allowed to fulfill the duties of the captain on routes that are relatively short and not too complicated to fly, and to complete the mission of piloting the airliner. Because Star City flies to Chang'an, this route is a relatively short distance, and both places belong to the mainland region. Rarely encountered bad weather during the week. That's why Lu Qingzhou made an impromptu decision to let Chen Bin fly this voyage in the daytime tomorrow in the main, and then tomorrow afternoon. He then flew an airplane from Chang'an to Tsingtao. "Okay." Chen Bin did not push back, but made an okay gesture towards Lu Qingzhou. As a co-pilot with over 3,000 flight hours, it was obviously not the first time he had been a captain and piloted an airliner. Next, there was no other communication between the two men. Instead, they started to get busy. At the same time they recorded this bizarre scene they encountered in the sky this evening in their flight logs and reported it to the General Administration and Mountain Air Headquarters. As to whether or not the DGM and the company will deal with this, that remains to be seen. Actually, the process and outcome of many of the incidents pilots encounter during flight are virtually unknown to them if they don't actively inquire about them. Take, for example, yesterday's bird strike on the return flight to Remote Wall Airport. The incident was clearly a dereliction of duty on the part of the Remote Wall Airport Bird Repellent Brigade. If Lu Qingzhou hadn't reacted quickly enough, probably would have made front-page headlines yesterday. And this incident is very simple to investigate, even without the need for any black box. Just the camera in the cockpit and the dented radome of that Boeing A320 speaks volumes. It's the Remote Wall Airport Bird Repellent Brigade that's responsible. You can't even run. But how should this be handled and who should be held accountable? None of this had much to do with Lu Qingzhou and the others. Sounds ironic, because they are the victims of this event. But so what? It's past 11 o'clock at night. The entire crew of Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 has finally finished all their work. Fatigue was written all over everyone's face. Dragging the flight case, striding out of the Manhwa Airport terminal, he walked towards a hotel not far away. Almost every airline has an agreed hotel near the airport where the flight lands. If the carrier's crew lands at that airport, they can go to the agreement hotel to check in and rest. There are even some hotels that offer services such as breakfast. Mountain Air is no exception. So when Lu Qingzhou and the others entered the lobby of a hotel near the airport, they happened to run into colleagues from our company who also walked out of the hotel. "Yo, King Lu Yen, you guys are flying to Star City today too? Didn't I say that your kid went to shoot a variety show?" How come there are still signing dispatches in the middle of the night? Yo, a middle-aged captain in his 40s took the lead to open his mouth and greeted him. The others rushed to say hello to those they knew well. Lu Qingzhou said, "I'd like to have a big night without signing a pie, but who asked my life to be so bitter? Bitter my ass. Every day beautiful women accompany you." The middle-aged captain did not have the good sense to say, "But don't be in the blessing and not know the blessing. Why don't we both switch?" Lu Qingzhou raised her eyelids. The other party, however, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'm not as blessed as you are with lust. Why do both of you look so ugly? It's only a little over 2 hours to fly to Star City from Quan City. Why are you so tired?" This middle-aged captain added. Lu Qingzhou hadn't answered yet. Chen Bin then took the lead and spoke. "Captain Xie, you don't know what we just encountered in the sky. It almost didn't scare me to death at the time." Hear him say that. It wasn't just the middle-aged captain. The others have also shut their mouths. A face full of curiosity looked toward him. Chen Bin didn't sell himself short, but told what had just happened in detail again. Zhang Xiaoyu covered her mouth and said, "Ah, there really is a UFO?" Huang Shanshan also had an incredulous look on her face. "I thought UFO and all that was a lie." The others immediately murmured, "I've never heard of such a thing. Did that UFO really fly in front of you guys at that time? What if it crashes? Yesterday we hit a bird. Today we hit a UFO. How did we get so lucky, yo? Is it possible that Captain Lightship's moldy bee physique is starting to kick in? Ha ha, definitely. Being partnered with Captain Lightship is just a lot of stories." Lu Qingzhou was filled with black lines. "Can you guys crickets back me up a little bit when I'm crickets? Crickets in front of my face would make me look bad, alright." Chapter 80, a blowback short story a day. Wasn't it just an encounter with a UFO? Look at you people acting like you haven't seen the world. This time, the 40-something captain with the surname Xia was full of contempt, down drooping eyelids, equal defiance of all. Others see it. There was a flurry of eyes on Captain Shay. Chen Bin hurriedly asked, "Old Xie, does that mean you've encountered weird events that are more explosive than ours today?" Zhang Xiaoyun is better acquainted with Captain Xia, so joked. Captain Xia's storytelling will start again. Every day to listen to the old Captain Xia a blowing little story. Sleep at night to sleep more soundly at mountain air. Is there anyone who doesn't know that this Captain Xia is known to be a smooth talker? A mediocre story can be made up in his mouth. So hearing these words from Zhang Xiaoyun, the people looked at each other. An annoying smile appeared on their faces. Captain Xia hurriedly said, "Sister Xiaoyun, you're tearing me down again, aren't you? How dare I?" Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I was just making a good-natured little joke. I believe the hell out of you." Captain Xia didn't have the good sense to say. Then with a serious face, he said, "It's not true that I usually like to brag about being awesome, but this thing I'm talking about is a real incident, and I even reported it in the flight log at the time." The crowd saw how seriously he spoke, and couldn't help but believe a few things. I only saw Captain Xia continue. "That was more than 10 years ago, when I was still in the army flying transports." "Transport 20, fat girl?" Chen Bin interjected. Captain Xia blankly glanced at him and said in a good-natured manner, "The Yun 20, code-named Kuanpeng, first flew 11 years ago, that is, in 2013, and was formally installed in the army 8 years ago, that is, in 2016. So I do travel through time, Marks? I flew an IL-76 imported from Russia back in the day." "Don't interrupt, or I'll stop talking, haha." The others also hurriedly complained. Listening to the story, Captain Chen Bin, "Don't interrupt. That's just it. Nasty. Interrupt again and I'll sew your mouth shut, haha." Chen Bin snapped. "Hurry up and shut your mouth." Captain Xia continued. "At that time, I was piloting an IL-76 with my captain to deliver supplies from an airbase in Shanxi province to a ministry in Xinjiang province, and I remember that it was already past 12 o'clock at night. It was a nice day too. No moon, but starry. After the captain and I took off in the transport and arrived at the intended cruising altitude, the captain switched the pilot mode to autopilot. Then he instructed me not to doze off, to keep an eye on the airplane and keep communications open with the ground, and curled up in his seat all by himself, wrapped in a blanket, and fell asleep." Chen Bin couldn't help but interrupt again. "Ah, the transporter can also autopilot?" The words were just finished. Immediately there was a group beating. Captain Shay was good-humored and amused, but he's usually easygoing and brash. So instead of getting angry about it, he explained, "Transports can autopilot too. It's just that the automation isn't as advanced as that of civilian airplanes. Yes, modern transport planes have autopilot. For example, the Transport 20 Kuanpeng, the C-17 Hercules, and the IL-76, which received upgrades and modifications, among others, all have automatic flight control systems and automatic landing systems. It's just relatively complicated to operate, not as simple as a civilian airliner." I was also bored, and after seeing nothing unusual on the airplane's instrument panel, I looked at the bright starlight and stared. Captain Xia continued. but not long after the plane entered the airspace over Gan province, I felt something was not quite right, because there was a star following us all the way to the right rear of the plane. Yes, it's really just a fist-sized star, and I'm crushingly unaware of how long the other guy has been flying after us. The point is, this star realized that after I found it, it flew from the right rear to the front of the plane in one swoosh, and it was so close to the plane that it was as if it was staring at me through the windshield. Listen to him talk so metaphysically. The crowd couldn't help but show shocked looks. A few pretty flight attendants even covered their mouths, their faces full of shock. So there was a very funny scene in the hotel lobby. It was a group of crew members in mountaineer uniforms standing in a corner with horrified expressions and serious looks, as if they had heard something terrible. All the other people passing through the hotel lobby, astonished glances were thrown this way, but the group was clearly immersed in the story. So naturally, he didn't know that he and the others had become the center of attention for others, and this fist-sized star wasn't just staring at me through the windshield, but, crucially, the thing was moving, and in a regular up and down, left right fashion. Do you understand how surprised I was? A star dances in front of you like it's alive. At that time, I felt that my 3 views, which I had received 9 years of compulsory education, were completely dogged, and the process lasted for a long time, more than a minute. So I'm 100% sure that I wasn't hallucinating or seeing things, but really saw such a bizarre scene. The others were already on the verge of glazing over their eyes, looking at Captain Xia with a face full of shock. Lu Qingzhou frowned and asked, "Did you not contact the ground at that time? How come there was no contact?" Captain Xia continued, "I was so freaked out that I hurriedly contacted the ground command center and asked them to use radar to shine a light on what the hell it was, but the ground feedback says nothing. I'll just hurry up and nudge the captain awake so he can help see what the hell is going on too." But when the captain woke up sleepily, the contraption had swooshed away again, so the captain only saw a shooting star pass by our nose position and nothing else. When we got to a field station in the frontier province, I rushed to report the shenanigans. Chen Bin hurriedly pursued the question. Then the above investigation has not, in the end, is a what the hell ah? Captain Xia spread his hands and said, "Of course it was investigated, but there was no video or other corroborating information, only my personal description, so it was just a simple check, and then concluded that it might have been ball lightning, and that was that." Ha? Chen Bin was a bit disappointed. "Then you said that what you saw was ball lightning or not?" "I wouldn't know about that." Captain Shay finished, and meaningful said, "But I want to tell you is that this world is not as simple as you think. Our human technology is not as developed as you think. This world still exists in a large number of unanswered questions, and even the vastness of the universe still exists in a large number of civilizations that we explore." Chapter 81, Not only do people have 2 feet, but so do airports. Captain Shay pointed to the sky, continuing, "Perhaps there are aliens with magnifying glasses watching us right now. Maybe we humans are just being held captive on Earth by some kind of location life to make it easier for these unknown beings to observe and study. It's like scientists captive breeding a nest of ants which, while creating as much civilization as they can imagine, are unable to break out of the confinement placed upon them by humans, whose careless projections while observing the ants' existence might also be taken by the ants as UFOs." Zhang Xiaoyu somewhat fearfully tugged on Huang Shanshan's arm next to her and hurriedly said, "Captain Xia, you don't have to say anymore. It's creepy to hear me." Captain Shay sniffed. He was full of smugness and laughed out loud. "Ha ha, are you scared of this? I have a lot of bragging little stories left to tell." Lu Qingzhou saw this. Without moving, he said, "Old Shay, then tell another blow-by-blow short story. You're not in a hurry to leave anyway." Captain Shay reacted then, raising his hand and glancing at the watch time on his wrist. He panicked and said, "Who said I am not in a hurry to go? Damn, and you guys bragging almost misplaced my big event go. Some other day back to Quancheng and then blow with you guys." Having said that, leading his men hurriedly out of the hotel lobby. When they're gone, Chen Binkai turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou and asked, "How much of this story of old Xia do you think is true and how much is false?" Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, "How would I know? But there was one line of his that made sense to me." "Which sentence?" "That is that the world still has tons of unanswered questions, so we still have to be in awe of the world." Day 2, 9:25 a.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 once again took off and lifted off from Star City Huanghua International Airport. After the plane takes off, turn around and face north, fly to Chang'an, Shaanxi Province, and the passengers in the cabin have long since changed hands by now. When Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 departed from the remote Wall Airport, the destination of the passengers on board was either Star City or Rongqing. Only after the plane arrived at Huanghua Airport, the group of passengers either arrived at their destination or changed planes to continue flying to Rongqing. And most of the passengers who flew on Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 today were flying from Yangcheng to Chang'an early this morning, only a temporary stopover at Huanghua Airport. So in the morning, Lu Qingzhou and the others didn't delay long. After the passengers boarded the plane, it quickly took off and lifted off. Capital time, 9:50 a.m. The airplane has reached cruising altitude. Chen Bin's expression was serious, and only after he successfully switched the driving mode to autopilot did he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he turned his head and looked at Chen Bingbing and laughed. How does Bingbing think I fly? Is it not much worse than Captain Lightboat? Chen Bingbing nodded with a face full of sincerity and said, the flying was quite good. It's just that I gripped my thumbs tightly the entire time. Chen Bin didn't have the heart to say, although I hear your distrust, I'll take it as a compliment. He Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, you are my brother. How could I not believe you? I was just scared last night, and I still have a stress reaction even today. By the way, any reply to that apparition last night? Chen Bin said, how could there be a reply? Even if they really investigated something, they wouldn't be able to disclose it to us, so let's just forget about it. Chen Bingbing was filled with disappointment. How can it be? I thought I'd opened a door to a new world. I didn't realize the door hadn't even been touched yet and the road was blocked. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, don't complain, we are all ordinary people. Sometimes knowing too much is not really good for us. I'm just curious. Chen Bingbing rested her hands on her cheeks. The first time I encountered this kind of thing, my heart is like having a kitten scratching it. You guys are not aware that I almost lost sleep last night, and have been using my cell phone to look up UFO-related information. So have you found out anything yet? Lu Qingzhou asked. Chen Bingbing spread her hands helplessly and said, there's no such thing as farts. It's all marketing numbers talking nonsense in a serious manner. That's not it. Lu Qingzhou, very lethargic, leaning on the backrest, twisted his head to look at her and said, if you can find traces on the internet, it is estimated that it has already been spread all over the net, and still waiting for you to check it now. So don't hustle. Captain Chen Bin is right. Think of it as a wonderful experience. Chen Bingbing was a bit reluctant though, but still, he said helplessly, alas, it can only be so. We arrived in Chang'an today and then flew from Chang'an to Tsumen again, right? She asked again. Lu Qingzhou nodded, arriving at Chang'an Xianyang Airport at 11:30 a.m., then departing from Chang'an Xianyang Airport at 6:40 p.m., arriving at Jinmen Binhai Airport at around 8:45 p.m. Chang'an Xianyang Airport? A big question mark popped up on Chen Bingbing's little head. I remember that Chang'an is the capital of Shanxi Province, and Xianyang is a prefecture-level city in Shanxi Province. The two cities complement each other's affiliation. So why would the airport be called such a name? Does Chang'an not have its own airport? You really hit the nail on the head. Lu Qingzhou explained. Chang'an really doesn't have its own airport yet. Wait, that's not right either. This airport was originally constructed in Xianyang, about 20 kilometers from downtown Chang'an, but now the airport and the surrounding area have been planned as a new district under the jurisdiction of the city of Chang'an. So the sovereignty of this airport now belongs to Chang'an, but the piece of land where the airport was built before belonged to Xianyang, which is why the name of the airport, Chang'an Xianyang International Airport, came into being. Only then did Chen Bingbing come to a realization. In fact, it's not just Chang'an Xianyang Airport which is a special case of stepping on two boats. There are several other airports in the country whose names contain more than two prefecture-level cities. Lu Qingzhou added. For example, Jiaguan Jiuquan Airport. This airport was built in Jiaguan, but it is only 22 kilometers from downtown Jiuquan. The Yangzhou Taizhou Airport was built in Yangzhou, but it is also only 20 kilometers away from the main city of Taizhou. But the prefecture-level city of Taizhou used to be under Yangzhou as well, split off from Yangzhou. And then there's Tongren Phoenix Airport in our Qianzhou province, an airport that's even more special, directly across the province. The main body of the airport was built in Tongren City, Qianzhou province, but part of the runway was used in your Phoenix County, Xiang province, and that airport is also very close to Phoenix County, only about 36 kilometers away. Wuhu Xianzhou Airport in Huizhou province. Wuhu is a prefecture-level city, and Xianzhou is a municipal district of Shuanqing City, another prefecture-level city. So this airport kind of has its feet in both boats. So it's not just people who have their feet in two boats, it's airports too. Chapter 82, Re-entry Landing. All of these airports up here are just one airport name encompassing two prefecture-level cities. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, this last airport is awesome. One airport actually contains three prefecture-level cities. That would be Jiayang Chaoshan International Airport in Guangdong Province. Chen Bingbing was full of doubts. No, isn't that right? Isn't Chaoshan just a region? Chaoshan is a region, but not a city. Lu Qingzhou explained. The Chaoshan region is made up of three cities, Jiayang, Chaozhou, and Shantao. So this airport, which was built in Jiayang, was named to include the names of three prefecture-level cities, not to mention that it's a relatively unique presence in the country, even abroad. Chen Bingbing then realized. Looking at Lu Qingzhou, she said, I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. Actually, even this kind of common sense that is on the cold side, like the back of your hand. I've followed quite a few old captains before. Lu Qingzhou explained with a smile. The old captains have no other problems. They just like to blow their brains out, and after listening to them blow more, they naturally know more. To the side, Chen Bin blinked. Full of doubt, he said, I've been with a lot of old captains, but why is it that I don't know any of this cold knowledge? Do you know why? Lu Qingzhou was full of seriousness. Chen Bin raised his eyes to look at him and also asked seriously, because of what? Of course it's because you're stupid. When people brag, you just take it as fun and forget about it after hearing it. Of course you can't remember it. Lu Qingzhou only finished speaking and immediately took a defensive stance. Chen Bin was first stunned, then fiercely stood up and lunged towards Lu Qingzhou. Brat! You're cursing me again, aren't you? If I don't give you a deep lesson today, this won't end. It's past 11 o'clock in the morning. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 has arrived in the airspace of Chang'an, the capital of Shaanxi province. This morning's flight mission, Lu Qingzhou played the role of co-pilot, so he was the one who maintained contact with ground control throughout the flight. Soon, the plane then descended from a cruising altitude of 9,800 meters to about 6,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou hung up the communication link with the Chang'an district transfer and tuned the FM to contact Chang'an approach. Chang'an is also part of one of the 8 high-altitude control areas of the Big East. Once contact was made with Chang'an approach, the aircraft began a 5-side approach procedure under the direction of the approach controller. 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, almost a blink of an eye. The runway of Chang'an Xianyang International Airport has come into view. Chen Bin had a serious expression, constantly adjusting the airplane's flight attitude. Ensure that the nose of the airplane is exactly aligned with the runway median. He just didn't know if he was too nervous or not quite skilled enough. So there's more movement when it comes to adjusting the airplane's flight attitude. It causes the plane to be slightly bumpy while in the air, and it's crooked over and over from time to time. It's like being on a pirate ship at an amusement park. The other people on the plane had obviously noticed the abnormality, but since the bumps in the plane weren't too big, they didn't scare the others. It was just that Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but frown as she looked at the seriousness of Chen Bin's face and the veins that had already popped up on his arms. LOL. Mentally, it's still not good enough. Poorly reviewed. At this point, the airport runway is getting closer, and in the cockpit, the flight control system had also begun broadcasting the airplane's altitude. Rumble rumble. The roar of the engines had shattered the quiet of the airspace, only to see this Airbus A320 airliner flying over the airport runway with a monarchical attitude. Just when the plane was already less than 10 meters high, only then did Chen Bin pull up the nose of the machine as an afterthought. Keep the airplane in a rear landing gear first attitude. And just a mere 7 or 8 seconds after he pulled up the nose, boo! A loud, heavy crash went off. The rear landing gear of the airplane slammed hard into the airport runway. Then a huge rebound force instantly acted on the fuselage, almost bouncing the airplane. The crowd on the plane was caught off guard. Immediately, the rebound force was applied to his body and he was directly bounced up. Boo! Another dull sound. But this time the force was significantly less, but it still made the crowd palpitate. By the time the crowd covered their chests and reacted, they realized that the plane had landed successfully and started taxiing along the runway. Inside the cabin, all the travelers were shocked by the rebound when they landed. Now, although the plane was still taxiing, there were still a number of people who kept looking around. There's even been some cursing. What the is going on? How does a captain fly an airplane? I can't believe the weather is so nice to fly like this. Shocked the old man's hemorrhoids. Can the captain fly a plane? Scared the hell out of me. I'll have to get a statement from the captain later. If you don't know how to fly an airplane, don't fly it blindly. Luckily, the weather is good today. If we encountered bad weather, wouldn't we be completely finished? It shifted my internal organs. What the hell? Passengers were heard complaining and even cursing. A hint of helplessness also appeared on Zhang Xiaoyun's face. She was aware that this flight today was piloted by Chen Bin and assisted by Lu Qingzhou. It's just that she couldn't have imagined it. Chen Bin is obviously a veteran co-pilot who has flown thousands of hours. How come there is such a big gap between him and Lu Qingzhou? Everyone please take your seats. The airplane is still in taxiing phase. Please pay attention to safety. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly spoke out to calm down. The other flight attendants saw this and calmed down the passengers around them. Soon, the passengers then became calm again as they were calmed. Also, though it did startle the crowd when the plane just landed, and it made everyone feel a little less comfortable, but it didn't result in any injuries. Let's all just curse and vent. Do you really want to go into the cockpit and bother the captain? Cockpit. Chen Bingbing was also frightened to the point where her little face turned pale. She was seen with her hands tugging at her seatbelt in a death grip, both eyes staring directly ahead of her in horror. She was in the cockpit, so it is more intuitive than the cabin passengers to feel the fear that the moment the plane lands brings. At that time, Chen Bingbing thought the plane had gone out of control. but thankfully it was just a false alarm. As for Chen Bin, and of course know that I screwed up, that's why his face was now stony, obviously more tense than just a moment ago. What are you gawking at? Pull the lever to activate the reverse thrust mechanism and release the brakes to slow down. Just then, Lu Qingzhou's chiding voice suddenly sounded. Only then did Chen Bin react, hurriedly pulling up the reverse putter. With Lu Qingzhou's cooperation, he finally got the wildly racing airliner to slowly slow down. The plane raced down the runway for another roughly 1,000 meters, finally reluctant, deflated and stopped on the runway. Chapter 83. Why do airport ushers wipe their necks? Not for a while. The plane slid into the taxiway. Under the command of ground dispatch, Chen Bin maneuvered the aircraft, guided by a tractor trailer, and slowly came to the far plane position. An airport guide stood at the end of the far plane, and to the right of this guide stood an airport mechanic, also wearing a reflective undershirt. Wait until the tractor pulls into the far engine position. The usher standing at the end of the far plane immediately threw his arms up in the air. As soon as the nose of the airplane appeared in the far slot, this guide immediately straightened his left arm while shaking his right arm constantly. Chen Bin watched the guide's body movements as he took control of the airplane. Stand and brake the operating lever to the right while keeping your foot on the right rudder. The airplane immediately turned to the right. Once the airplane had completed its turn to the right, while the fuselage was squared, the two guides simultaneously shook their arms. They look like two trainees with over 2.5 years of practice. Their moves are a bit slick, but professional and disciplined. As the two trainees slowed down their arm movements, this Airbus A320 also slowly pulled into the far slot. Only after the two trainees raised their arms and crossed them, then made a neck-wiping motion, did the plane slowly come to a stop. When the plane stops, the cabin got busy right away. Many of the passengers were already on their feet, rushing to the luggage racks to get their carry-ons. The other passengers kept talking about it. The cabin became as noisy and lively as a food market all at once. The crew wasn't idle either. Either they were keeping order in the cabin or they came to the cabin hatch and opened it in cooperation with each other. Cockpit. Before the airplane had even slid into the tarmac, Chen Bingbing had already turned on the live broadcasting equipment. When the flight attendant was seen doing the funny guiding maneuver, the water friends in the live room have also become joyful. Have you arrived at Chang'an Xianyang Airport? Time flies. Does anyone know what the hell that routine the ushers are doing? It's like radio gymnastics. It doesn't look like radio gymnastics. It looks like a trainee who's been practicing for more than 2.5 years. Little Blackie, remember to bring your pop-ups when you go to court. From now on, you can remain silent, but all your posts will be used against you in a court of law. After doing the radio gymnastics you actually have to wipe your neck a little. Is that some kind of metaphor or what? Can't read. What's the meaning of necking? Necklace equals killing, Kraken? The usher wiped his neck a total of 6 times. Did he tell the captain to kill 6? Professionals reluctantly answer a wave of questions. This routine is not radio gymnastics, let alone a comical dance practiced for 2.5 years. It's turn right, go straight, go slow, stop. Explain the neck wipe. Because the captain's line of sight cannot see the marking line on the ground, the guide car to replace the aircraft into the marking line and then leave. It is the signaler to use hand signals to communicate. The hands crossed to indicate the success of the stop. The neck wipe is to signal the captain to take out the aircraft. All the passengers, bad smile. That's scary? I'll never fly again. Shark Man Na. Mountain Air Captain Shark Man Na. The pop-up section was very happy. The atmosphere in the cockpit, however, seemed a bit stagnant. After Chen Bin stabilized the plane, first, he looked directly ahead and froze. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of shame and said, I was probably too nervous just now, so I caused the plane to land heavily on the ground. Having said that, he smiled self-deprecatingly, said, failure, too much failure. Usually fly simulators just fine, but every time it comes down to it I get nervous. It looks like I'll never get a chance to be promoted to captain in my life. Lu Qingzhou did not comfort him. Instead, he said with a grave face, there's nothing wrong with your skills, but there's something wrong with your mindset. Your mental quality is not up to par. If you can't overcome this hurdle in your heart, you really won't become a qualified captain. As early as the first time the two worked together, Lu Qingzhou had already discovered that Chen Bin was not mentally tough enough. The plane was trapped in a cumulonimbus cloud. There's always the risk of a crash. As captain, Lu Qingzhou was undoubtedly under the most pressure at that time, but the co-pilot Chen Bin not only did not play a supporting role, but almost became a drag on Lu Qingzhou. It was only after the airplane broke out of the cumulonimbus cloud mass and saw a glimmer of light to survive that Chen Bin regained some of his senses a little. It's been a long time in contact. Lu Qingzhou barely understood this partner. Already in his 30s, he really can't be faulted on the technical side, and as a co-pilot, he did fulfill his duties well, but it's still the same thing. Mental toughness really isn't enough. So if Chen Bin wants to grow, he must overcome this hurdle in his heart. This was also the reason why Chen Bin did not retort when he heard such a sharp critique from Lu Qingzhou, but instead sighed in agreement. Ugh. It would have been more difficult for the co-pilot to get permission from the captain to fly a leg of the flight in the main. It's so hard to have such an opportunity for yourself. I can't believe I screwed it up. Think about it. Chen Bin couldn't wait to just slap himself. Why are you pulling like that? There was no wind or rain today, and the sky was the limit, and it performed perfectly whether talking takeoff or in flight. How come the landing was actually worse? Ugh. He sighed again. I'm really unsupportable. Chen Bingbing saw that both of them had somewhat serious expressions. Eyes rolled. Hurry up and find a topic. Asked. What are you guys talking about? What's a heavy landing? Sure enough, after Chen Bingbing opened her mouth, the atmosphere in the cockpit was also slightly more conciliatory. Lu Qingzhou turned around and looked at Chen Bingbing and explained. Heavy landing is a way of landing an airplane, meaning that the airplane is just like a heavy object slamming down hard on the runway, which then causes the people on the plane to endure a huge overload. This type of landing is very dangerous, and its danger is only just a bit lower than a dolphin jump. Dolphin jump? A big question mark surfaced on Chen Bingbing's brain. What the hell is this? Put it this way. Lu Qingzhou unbuckled her seatbelt, then turned her body completely around, and with a serious science face, she said, we pilots fly airplanes, and when we land, we all pursue a senseless landing. What is a senseless landing? It's when a passenger falls asleep on the plane, only to have most of the passengers disembark by the time their eyes open. It just didn't feel like the airplane had landed successfully. The senseless landing has an overload of about 1 g. It's a lot of work to explain what that is, so if you're interested look it up on your phone later. Chen Bingbing suddenly realized, this is senseless landing. Oh? Let's just say that usually when I take an airplane, I feel a little less comfortable when the plane lands, but these past 2 days I followed you around and every time I landed, I already landed successfully without feeling anything. I was thinking it was because I was on a different type of airplane. So it's not. You're the one who flew well. Ha? Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, this ass kissing of yours is spot on. It pats me on the back. Keep it up in the future. Oh. Chen Bingbing gave him a blank look and said without any good sense of humor, you're the one who likes to kiss ass. What I'm saying is the truth. Right. Lu Qingzhou was full of seriousness. I just like it when you tell the truth. Chapter 84, a good captain can really save a life in a pinch. In addition to the senseless landing, the passengers felt slightly bumpy when the plane landed, as if the plane's tires gently touched the floor. Lu Qingzhou continued to speak explaining, in a situation like this, the overload is around 1.2 to 1.4 g, and it still doesn't make people feel uncomfortable or have any discomfort. There's another kind, where it feels like the plane has suddenly smashed onto the runway from a meter or two up, and the person flying in the plane gets a hard bump, and kind of wants to greet the captain. And this kind of overload should be around 1.5 to 1.6 g's, which is a little hard to bear, but not so hard that you're cursing. If it felt like it hit the runway from the height of one floor, 3 meters, and the people in the plane would have been upended and slammed hard into their seats, and immediately the 3 words came out of their mouths, and they already greeted the parents of the people who flew the plane, the overload would have been 1.6 gs or more. As for the heavy landing we experienced just now, it felt like falling down from a 2-story high place and then smashing heavily on the hard and unparalleled concrete floor, shifting all of our internal organs, and smothering our heads, and even turning our internal hemorrhoids into external hemorrhoids, and the external hemorrhoids directly broke, and our buttocks fell from 2 pedals into 4, numbing our spines. In cases like this, the overload is at least 1.8 g's. By this time passengers are no longer cursing, but are calculating whether they will storm the cockpit later to give us a hard time or call to complain. Chen Bingbing saw how vividly he described it, couldn't help but laugh out loud either. Even Chen Bin, who looked depressed, looked at Lu Qingzhou and laughed helplessly. Is there such an exaggeration as you said? Lu Qingzhou glanced at the cockpit door. Laughing, he said, we're lucky today. It seems that no passenger should want to come in to settle the score with us, but the complaint shouldn't be able to run away. Ah, Chen Bingbing hurriedly pursued. What if there's a complaint? What else can we do? Lu Qingzhou said with some flesh pain. Deduct money. Then you have to be deducted how much money? Ah, this is not no accident. This are to be deducted money? Depending on the number of complaints, more may be deducted thousands or even thousands. If the number of complaints is small, it may be a few $100s, and if the number of complaints reaches a certain value, it will also affect the end of the year awards at the end of the year, excellent employees and so on. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and continued, the service industry is like this. If you get a complaint it's all very troublesome, and just deduct some money does not matter. Do our line of work is the most taboo as the accident. If the human factor led to the occurrence of air accidents, light is to bury their own career, heavy is to bury their own, as well as other people on the plane's small life. Chen Bingbing nodded. That's right. Chenbin was full of apologies as he looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, I'm the one who got you into trouble today. Getting complaints is a small matter. Which year don't I carry dozens or hundreds of complaints? Lu Qingzhou didn't care too much and continued, only it's still what I just said. If you still have an unstable mindset, then you'll never grow up. Practice your mindset more when you have time. Chenbin didn't chime in. Instead, he nodded silently. Lu Qingzhou saw that he was a little depressed. Smiling again, he said, but we all still have to thank you for your not killing grace today. If you had just dolphin jumped instead of landing heavily, then so many of us would have had to play through. Chenbin gave him a blank look, not in a good mood. I'm no more trashy than that. Ha! Lu Qingzhou laughed coldly. If you had a handshake just now, the airplane could have evolved from a heavy landing to a dolphin jump. Don't think I'm being alarmist. Chenbin opened his mouth, trying to retort, but then he suddenly realized. What Lu Qingzhou said seemed to make sense. Just now when the main landing gear of the airplane slammed heavily on the runway, if one's hand had shaken and let go of the lever, the airplane, it was entirely possible that it would have been bounced up by the force of the rebound. Doesn't that evolve into a dolphin jump? Think about it. It took him a moment to get creeped out. A sweat stain suddenly appeared on his forehead. Turns out you just had another brush with death yourself. The point is, the Grim Reaper is still inviting his own death today. What's a dolphin jump? Chen Bingbing pursued again. She's like a curious baby. Wants to know everything. Trying to pry into everything. Do you like watching Animal World? Lu Qingzhou instead of answering Chen Bingbing directly, Lu Qingzhou asked in return. Chen Bingbing nodded. It's not bad. And have you ever seen a dolphin leap out of the ocean? Seen. The airplane dolphin jump is really an analogy, comparing the airplane to a dolphin. And then when landing, the landing stance is like a dolphin jumping in the water, Lu Qingzhou said while making a dolphin jumping motion with a hand gesture. Continuing, for example, if Captain Chenbin hadn't held the operating stick tightly just now, the airplane might have flown into mid-air again under the combined effect of rebound force and high-speed lift, and then slammed down hard on the runway again. And in the process, it would have been easy to lose control of the airplane and run off the runway. By then, all the 100 or so people on our plane will probably have to meet the king of hell. Chen Bingbing was so frightened that her little face turned pale. She just felt awful. Her head smashed in and then her stomach turned and she wanted to throw up. But she didn't expect it in any way. At some point just now, I almost went to see my own tits myself. This was not Lu Qingzhou's alarmist talk. Rather, the dolphin jump is really very dangerous. So it is also known as the death bounce. But airplanes rarely encounter dolphin jumps. It is usually caused by factors such as an unstable rate of descent of the airplane, or improper pilot handling, such as overpulling or pushing the stick, or being subjected to unstable air currents. But not all dolphin jumps result in air accidents. If the captain is experienced enough, it's still possible to turn a crisis into a crisis. 2. Let's say the captain notices that the plane is caught in a death bounce trap and immediately pulls up the nose and chooses to resume flight. There is some probability of getting rid of the death threat. In a nutshell, don't look at the increasing automation of airplanes these days, as if pilots are on the verge of being relegated to the sidelines. Usually it's okay, but it's when an accident, even a bad one, occurs that the importance of an experienced, skilled pilot is brought to the forefront. Because a good captain, it can really save your life in a pinch. Civilian captains in many countries can serve as captains by simply brushing up on their flying hours. South Korean pilots have even gone to the US to fly small planes to fill up their hours, and passing their route licenses. But not at Eastern University. At the University of the East, if you want to be a captain of a civilian passenger aircraft, you not only have to brush up on your hours and pass your route license, but you also have to participate in the captain's promotion examination organized by the General Administration. It's no good having a route license if you don't pass the test. That's why the quality of pilots at Eastern is relatively good. There are also many more cases of unexpected accidents and their successful disposal than in other countries. P.S. These 2 days jittery voice suddenly influx of a lot of foreign ladies. LSP people these days is not a big feast for the eyes. Wow. Chapter 85, Arrival in Jinmen City. Another UFO encounter? Suman. Although it's already 8 or 9 o'clock at night, but Marina International Airport is still lit up. People come and go in the waiting hall. The baggage check-in centers of every airline are also filled with long lines now. This is because Tsugumo is just over 100 kilometers from the capital, and the city is also one of the Great Eastern's major northern towns. That's why Binhai Airport, an airport just over 100 kilometers from the capital, is so busy. Located in Dongli district of Jinmen City, just 13 kilometers from the city center, Binhai International Airport is a 4F class civil international airport, as well as Dongda's International Air Logistics Center, an international scheduled flight airport, a state class 1 airport open to the outside world, and one of Dongda's major air cargo centers. That is to say, this airport not only sees a large number of passenger flights landing and taking off, but also carries a large number of cargo flights. not far from the Marina International Airport. In a tall building, an anchor stands in front of the camera, toward the water friends in the live broadcast room. He said, "Brothers, do you see that row of lights behind me? That row of lights is the runway lights of the Binhai International Airport. In just over 20 minutes, Mountain Air's flight SC-8889 will land at Binhai International Airport. By then the anchors will be live streaming the entire landing of Mountain Air flight SC-8889. I heard that flight SC-8889 was surprisingly heavy on landing at Chang'an Xianyang Airport today. So let's see how the crew of this flight performs again this evening." There were already hundreds of waterbenders in the live room. Hearing him say that, immediately, someone swiped a pop-up. How did the anchor know that flight SC-8889 landed at Binhai International Airport? That's right, didn't the program say that all the flights involved in the filming will be kept secret for the whole time? The whole thing is said to be kept secret to prevent people from taking pictures on their behalf. Noon SC-8889 flight did re-land, but it seems the co-pilot flew the plane. I've experienced a heavy landing once before, and it almost knocked me off my feet. The captain will be scolded to death. I want to see a dry landing. What's so good about landing? Yes, 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 and it's a night landing. I'm out of here. Let's go play a game. It's interesting to land at night. It's rumored that SC-8889 encountered a UFO on the way to Star City yesterday. Really? It's not true. It's not even on the internet. There's no such thing as a UFO. That's bull *******. Absolutely fidelity. Because my friend works at Manhwa Airport, and he saw the logbook reported by the flight crew of flight 8889, which contains the records. It won't, will it? Is there really a UFO? My friend's series again. The anchor looked at the pop-ups for a few moments. It was found that some people questioned how he knew about the sighting of flight SC-8889. A smug smile appeared on his face. Yes, the Fly With You crew has long been hiding these flights in conjunction with the airlines in order to make sure that the flights to the show are not interfered with by surrogates or fans. By the way, there is no way for the anchor to check the whereabouts of flight SC-8889. But money talks. Just be willing to spread the coins. What information can't you get out? But he wouldn't put that kind of thing out in the open. Instead, he said with a mysterious face, anchor naturally has his own way. Anyway, you'll see in a while. With the opening of the variety show Fly With You, it does increase traffic somewhat, and the show has been on several hot topics since it started. The heat is really not bad. In particular, the public performance of pulling onions out of dry land by a Mountain Air airplane at Baiyun Airport has pushed the heat of this program to a higher level. Plus other carriers are getting fancy. Many passengers who would have chosen to travel by high-speed rail, all this time have opted to fly by air. The goal is either to hunt and feel the pushback when dry land. Either that or he's an old pervert. Want to see if the stewardesses and stewardesses are as pretty and handsome as they are on the air. Again, because of the heat of the show. That's why it attracts a lot of anchors who play self-promoter, or take a flight to play peekaboo, or come near the airport to film the takeoff and landing of flights. That is to say, in a few short days, there's already a civil aviation fever going on at Eastern University. This anchor called Aerial Sharpshooter is one of them. Today he learned from the internal staff of Binhai Airport that Shaanxi Airlines flight SC-8889, which participated in the shooting of the program, will soon land at Binhai Airport, so pack up your own professional filming equipment. Came to the top of a tall building not far from the airport, intended to take a close-up shot of flight SC-8889 landing. Sure enough, flight SC-8889 is still hot. It's only been on for a short while. There's just hundreds of people coming into the live stream. It's all live powder. Not zombie fans swiped to make the numbers look good. Looking at the non-stop people rewarding him, Aerial Sharpshooter face was crooked with joy. Just then, he suddenly ejaculated softly. There was also a hint of doubt on his face, because right in the night sky in the distance from him, there was a thumb-sized star at some unknown time. At first, Aerial Sharpshooter didn't care too much. It just seems like an ordinary star. But when he was shocked to realize that the star was actually reflective and moving slowly, then he realized something wasn't quite right. It's not just him. The water friends in the live room also noticed the abnormality at this time. The attention was focused on this star. Did you guys notice that something's not quite right with this star? Why do you feel weird? Cialis, do you want to pull the camera back a bit? Yes, pull the camera back. It doesn't look like a star to me. But just as Aerial Sharpshooter was about to pull the camera away to get a better look at what this star really was. Phew! Next, the star that had been hovering in the night sky suddenly disappeared into thin air, 10,000 meters above the ground. Mountain Air flight SC-8889 has entered the airspace of G Province. G Province is like two arms, tightly holding the two megacities of the capital and Jinmen in their arms. Into the airspace of G Province. Then it's not far from the destination, Binhai International Airport in Shinshatsui City. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said to Qin Bin, contact the capital district transfer and tell them we're going down to altitude. because the plane is not too far from the capital now. So Lu Qingzhou didn't dare to be as wanton as she usually was. This is the capital, the heart of Eastern University. If you dare to mess up, you'll lose your license in a minute, believe it or not. Soon, Capital District Toon then responded. Agree to the request for Flight SC-8889 to descend in altitude. Only then did Lu Qingzhou gently push the operating lever and pilot the airplane slowly down to altitude. Soon, the plane's altitude then dropped below 6,000 meters. The crew said goodbye to the Capital District transfer. Contact Suman into the near future. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Below, the city of Zimmer had come into view. The bright lights were beautifully mirrored by the banks in the sky. Lu Qingzhou withdrew her gaze, piloted the airplane and continued down altitude. But it was at this time. Phew! A shooting star suddenly appeared out of nowhere directly in front of the airplane. Lu Qingzhou was caught off guard, jerked the lever back and pulled up the nose. P.S. I don't know if there is any great understanding of the drone incident that appeared over the Marina Airport in September 2024. And this incident is also very bizarre. Chapter 86, Encounter with Black Flights. Activation of the emergency plan. Boo! Chen Bingbing was caught off guard. It hit the bulkhead hard. Chen Bin was also full of astonishment and turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou, who had a serious expression. Cabin. Many of the passengers were also startled by the sudden lurch of the airplane. It would have been a steady airplane flight, but all of a sudden it flopped. It's the same as being in a car when the driver jerks the steering wheel. In an unprepared situation, anyone could have been caught off guard. Many of the passengers who were slumbering opened their eyes and looked around in some alarm. The other passengers were also filled with confusion. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly said in a loud and soothing voice, "The airplane is landing, so please all stay in your seats and fasten and buckle your seatbelts." At the same time, he muttered in his heart, "What's going on today? When we landed in Chang'an, we landed in Jinmen, and then suddenly we did it again. Could it be that Chen Bin is now also flying? Impossible. He a co-pilot, how dare to fly night flights?" The other stewardesses were also filled with confusion. What the hell is the flight crew up to today? It's all turned people upside down during the day, almost made my aunt come early, and then suddenly screwed up so much at night. Yeah, Captain Lightship shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. Is Captain Chen been piloting again? How can that be? How can Night Flight let him fly? So what the hell just happened? Probably hit a draft. Cockpit. Chen Bingbing rubbed her arm, which was sore from the impact, while hurriedly asking, "What just happened again?" Chen Bin also looked at Lu Qingzhou with a puzzled expression. Lu Qingzhou frowned, thinking before saying, "Didn't you guys just see something about to hit us?" "Huh?" Chen Bingbing stared wide-eyed. No, we wouldn't be that unlucky, would we? Hitting a bird again?" Chen Bin also shook his head. "I didn't see anything." "What exactly did you see, Captain Lightship?" Chen Bingbing hurriedly pursued. "A shooting star." Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look out the airplane window again, but there was nothing but the dark as ink night sky. This time, the two men were even more confused. "A shooting star? What the hell?" And so on. The two men looked at each other, and one word came to mind: UFO. We're not having another UFO encounter, are we? Hardly. Is that thing from last night coming after us? My God. Chen Bingbing was so frightened that she stuttered. There was a very bizarre paranormal incident just last night. It's amazing how the same script was replayed this evening. How can you not be panicked? Chen Bin was also filled with horror. You didn't blink, did you? Is it really that contraption catching up? Lu Qingzhou frowned in thought, shaking his head. No, that thing last night was weird. It was so bizarre that Lu Qingzhou had no way to let his learning explain it. But not this shooting star encountered this evening. The meteor was about the size of a baby's fist, and it wasn't too fast, much less godlike. So it's a complete oxymoron from last night. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the height meter. The plane is now just over 1,000 meters high, totally at black flight altitude. So if one's eyes weren't blinking, the odds were that the contraption had just been a black fly. Immediately contact Jinmen Approach and ask them to immediately use radar to help us take a look. What we've encountered is most likely a black flight, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Chen Bin hurriedly picked up the intercom. Begin calling for the Zimmer Approach. Zimmer Ground, this is Mountain Air 8889. Do you copy? Zimmer Ground received. Mountain Air 8889, you say. Please help shine a light on your radar. We may have encountered a black flight. Wait. About 10 seconds or so later, the voice of the Zimmer Approach controller once again sounded over the comm channel. Mountain Air 8889. Immediately pull your altitude to 2,000 meters hold. An unidentified craft has suddenly appeared to the right and below your aircraft. It appears to be a drone. There was a distinct tremor in his voice. It's obviously been tense to the max. But his words were only finished. Boo! A clear sound of something heavy hitting suddenly came into the cockpit. Several people in the cockpit tensed instantly, because listen to this voice. Obviously the plane hit something, but the airplane's instrument panel didn't immediately sound the alarm. So Lu Qingzhou immediately pulled backward and upward on the operating lever, while gently pushing the throttle valve gear lever, maneuvering the aircraft to slowly climb an altitude. Tsugumo approaches. Inside the command hall, Controller Xiao Kuyong wiped a handful of sweat and shouted toward the duty director not far away. Director, something's wrong. Something big has happened. The duty officer, Chen Sifan, immediately walked over, pursuing the question. What happened? Just now, Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 said it might have detected a black flight, so I looked at it with radar, and I did find an unidentified vehicle suspected to be a drone right under the belly of the right side of that flight, but now the radar signal of that drone has disappeared, so it could be. Get to the point, Chen Sifan chided. There may have been a collision with Mountain Air SC-8889, Xiao Kuyong said with a trembling voice. Chen Sifan only felt his eyes go black, almost fell head over heels. What? There was a drone that crashed into an airliner that was landing? This would be a plane crash. His own gang will have to go to jail. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and call 8889 and inquire about the situation? Chen Sifan now wanted to strangle Xiao Kuyong to death before wiping his own neck. Obviously it's not at that point yet though. Xiao Kuyong sniffed. That's when he hurriedly resumed his seat, but not before he opened his mouth. Another controller blurted out, Director. A message came in from the Marina Airport Tower that they too had spotted the suspected drone in the airspace near the airport. Director, a suspected drone has also been spotted in the northwest airspace. Another controller blurted out again. Chen Sifan felt like his head was about to explode. How many drones are there? Anyway? Damn. What are you all still dumbfounded for? Immediately activate the Level 1 emergency plan. Immediately contact all landing flights. Go up to 3,000 meters above the altitude to hover and wait for further instructions. Hold down all flights that are about to take off, and clear the airspace in and around Jinmen. Contact the military immediately and inform them of what we are experiencing. Call the police right away and ask for their help in tracking down exactly which black flight was released. Immediately report the situation to the General Directorate and the local government. Notify fire, rescue, security and other emergency units to assemble at the airport and stand by. Chen Sifan gave a series of orders. Luckily, there are usually emergency drills every so often, so after his order was given, the entire command hall became an efficient machine that ran fast. Chapter 87, The Military Strikes. What is black flight? Before drones were widely put into the civilian market, black flight mainly refers to the illegal flight behavior of manned aerial vehicles without registering and reporting with the relevant authorities, the Civil Aviation Administration, and then engaging in private flight. But ever since drones, especially consumer-grade drones, have been put on the civilian market in large numbers, drones instantly became the worst hit by black flights. But don't think that because the sky above us is vast and boundless, we can be reckless and unrestrained. Actually, no. At the University of the East, any part of the sky is under the control of the Air Force. It's not that the troops are acting in a domineering manner, control the sky and the air. Rather, there are no rules. As the civil aviation industry continues to develop and progress, a new route has been opened up. The seemingly empty and vast sky is actually getting more and more crowded. To ensure the flight safety of incoming and outgoing aircraft, the Air Force and the Directorate General of Civil Aviation not only have to regulate the routes and increase the intensity of air control work to ensure that every flight flies in an orderly manner on the established routes, but also have to vigorously crack down on other disorderly and illegal acts, especially black flight. It is even more resolutely combated. Discover one and deal with it seriously. There is absolutely no room for maneuver, because navigational safety is no small matter. There are as few as a few dozen people on an airplane, and as many as hundreds or even several hundred. And if a fully loaded airliner has an air accident in the sky, the survival rate of the people on board is not even 1%. This is a major safety incident involving dozens, if not hundreds, of lives, not to be underestimated. You don't want to be scared of taking a flight and accidentally colliding with a black flight. What? Drones simply can't fly at the altitude of passenger/cargo planes? Overthinking. The reason why the altitude of most civilian drones is limited to less than 120 meters is entirely a legal issue and not a technical one. If only the state had liberalized its restrictions, not to mention large corporations. A small workshop hand-rubbing can produce a drone that can fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Distinguished by use. Drones are categorized into consumer drones, industrial drones and military drones. It is the consumer-grade drones that currently occupy the major share of the market. Consumer-grade drones are mainly aimed at ordinary consumers for aerial photography, entertainment, and photography. These drones are relatively inexpensive, low-tech, and simple enough for the average person to get started. Industrial-grade drones, on the other hand, are mainly used in surveying and mapping, inspection, logistics and distribution, and other industrial fields. There are also a number of industrial-grade drones widely used in the agricultural industry. Industrial-grade drones are highly technical and carry a wide range of specialized equipment, so both flight altitude and range are far greater than consumer-grade drones. Military drones are primarily engaged in military activities. They are used for reconnaissance, surveillance and attack, among other things. The technical content of military drones has reached the top secret level. Let's not talk about the 10,000 meter height of the district. It even flies easily into the stratosphere. But military drones have little chance of making it to the civilian market. That is to say, the black flights encountered at Marina International Airport. Nothing to do with military drones. But it's hard for consumer-grade drones to fly to thousands of meters in altitude. So odds are it's an industrial-grade drone. Marina del Rey, the roof of a 20-story building. Anchor aerial sharpshooter has his jaw dropped and his eyes bulged out, because of the star that was just now still hanging in the distant sky. Surprisingly, it quickly disappeared after a blink of an eye. Aerial sharpshooter also plays with drones, so at a glance, I can see where this is a star. It's clearly a drone. After several seconds, it was only then that he looked at the live broadcasting equipment with an exaggerated expression and blurted out, "Brothers, something's wrong. Something big has happened. That thing just now wasn't a star. It was a drone." Which brother has the guts to fly a drone near an airport? Aren't you afraid your uncle will come to your door to check the water meter? Live stream. The pop-ups are clearly more active than they were a moment ago. I told you that thing was a drone, and you didn't believe me. Flying a drone near an airport. This guy's a criminal, endangering public safety in a dangerous manner. You can go in for a few years. Cialis stops bull ****** ting and pulls the camera away to see where this drone is flying. Thia. Maybe it's not a drone, but a UFO. You'll make a fortune. Anchor. Cialis, you will become the first in the history of mankind live UFO event anchor. You're going to be on fire. Oh, no water friend alerts. Aerial sharpshooter also realized that this outburst would bring him a huge amount of traffic, so he hurriedly pulled the camera away. Simultaneously, he searched the night sky. Kung Fu. A minute or so later, he finally found the vanished drone in the night sky again. And so on. This drone is overhead. What's with the extra navigational lights? It's an airliner. It's a civilian airliner that's preparing to land. Before aerial sharpshooter could react, boo! The drone had then slammed hard into the belly of this airliner. Aerial sharpshooter jaw dropped. Something big is going on. Those were the only 4 words left in his mind right now. Something did go wrong. The entire city of Zimmer is now alarmed. Yula! A harsh, piercing siren broke the silence of the night sky. Police cars, fire trucks and ambulances were converging towards the Marina Airport. Marina Airport. The waiting hall was already crowded with anxious passengers. The big screens in the terminal are now full of flight delays, so all these passengers waiting for their planes to take off were stranded at the airport. Just as passengers were crowding the information desk, asking what was going on and why all the flights were showing delays, a series of shrill sirens could be heard from outside. This time, little cutie, all knew something big and bad must have happened. It's about a couple dozen kilometers away from the airport, an Army Air Corps barracks. Rumble. The propellers of the 2 military helicopters had begun to turn. As the rotor blades continued to rotate, the resulting lift carried the 2 helicopters into the night sky, almost a blink of an eye. The 2 helicopters then disappeared into the night, straight in the direction of Marina Airport. Military, strike out. P.S. Recently, no matter whether it is urging, gifts, chasing more, comments are falling off a cliff. And now the book city has almost no volume, relying on old readers to support the data. Kneeling to beg you to continue to support the author of the book. Most of the book's storyline is based on the reality of the adaptations, so the logic of the readability is very strong. Kneeling to beg you not to give up the author of the book. The last few days of the data fell numb, and I also numbed the people. Chapter 88, Direct Fire Down? As one of the major northern towns of the Great Eastern, the Marina Airport in Samshatsui City is very busy. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, the airport averages roughly 428 flights per day. That is to say, on average, at least 17 flights an hour will take off and land entirely at the Marina Airport. True, the airport is busier during the day than at night, but even though it's already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, there are still at least a dozen planes coming in and out of the airport every hour. Press takeoff flights are not listed. Within the last hour, almost half a dozen airplanes had arrived in the vicinity of the city of Zinman, ready to land at the Binhai Airport. But because the Marina Airport suffered a black flight incident, so many airplanes will just have to hover in the air and wait. This is actually a very dangerous thing to do, because the planes are all flying at high speeds and crowded into a small airspace. All it takes is a little negligence on the part of the pilot. there is a possibility of a collision. That's why Tsunshatsui approach rushed to evacuate several airliners that hadn't gotten down to altitude for a while, and told them to return to their flights or land at other airports. Only 3 passenger planes, including Mountain Air Flight SC-8889, were left circling and waiting. Because these airliners have come down in altitude, there is absolutely no need to return or land at another airport. The airplane slowly came to the established altitude specified by the approach controller under Lu Qingzhou's control. That's when it started going in circles over the city cabin. When the passengers realized that the plane was circling over the city over and over, all of them were puzzled. We're already in Jinmen. Why haven't you landed yet? Stewardess, why does the plane keep going in circles? Why hasn't the plane landed yet? My friends are waiting for me to join them for a midnight snack. Why isn't it almost 9 o'clock and we haven't landed yet? What the hell is going on? Is the weather too bad for landing conditions? Nonsense. I can see the city below clearly. The weather is very good. How can it be because the weather is not allowed to land? Then what the hell is the reason for it? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Where's the captain? Get the captain out here. That's it. Get the captain out here and explain. A question was heard from the passengers. Zhang Xiaoyun, Nie Xiaoyu and the girls also showed a hint of difficulty on their faces. Yes, everyone in the cabin, including a few of them, didn't know what was going on, and why the plane had obviously arrived at the airport and then just circled without landing. Everyone sit tight. Our airplane is landing. In order to ensure everyone's safety, all of you return to your seats and fasten and buckle your seatbelts, Zhang Xiaoyun said loudly. The other stewardesses chimed in, but no matter how much she and the other flight attendants tried to appease, the passengers in the cabin are now annoyed. No way. Zhang Xiaoyun had to say to Nie Xiaoyu, hurry up and ask the cockpit what happened. But her words had only just fallen. A familiar, slightly magnetic voice then sounded over the radio. Passengers. It was Lu Qingzhou's voice. Because of air traffic control, our airplane can't land at Binhai International Airport for the time being. Please wait patiently, fasten your seatbelts, and obey the flight attendants. Air traffic control? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What kind of air traffic control can keep airliners circling in the sky and not landing? But now that the captain has given an explanation, they too could only press their impatience and return to their seats. Zhang Xiaoyun and the others saw this. That was a slight relief. Cockpit. When Lu Qingzhou hung up the radio, Chen Bingbing then asked with curiosity on her face, are we going to be parachuted into another airport? That's not necessary. Lu Qingzhou explained. If it's true that we are experiencing a black flight incident as I suspected, then it shouldn't take long to resolve it, because the black flights are mediocre technically. As soon as the military steps in, it'll be a hit call soon, and we'll be able to land then. Chen Bingbing was filled with surprise. Shoot down? Direct fire? Which would be so complicated. Lu Qingzhou laughed. Nowadays, drones are either wire-controlled or remote-controlled, and when the time comes, the military or the police will directly use electromagnetic suppression and jamming. And after cutting off the signal, they will be able to make it land automatically. That means this can be resolved very quickly if the military and police step in. But just because we don't have to prepare to land at other airports doesn't mean other flights don't have to, because if all the airplanes were packed into this airspace, it would be too crowded. And if someone was a little bit negligent, they could hit another airplane. That's what makes it dangerous. Oh, Chen Bingbing nodded, then with a face full of indignation. Humph, some people are really annoying nowadays. Is the airport neighborhood a place for you to fly drones? Really? Lu Qingzhou was also helpless. Yes, a lot of people nowadays probably because they are too full. I've got nothing better to do all day. That's why so much comes out. Where's a bad place to fly a drone? And you want to fly them near airports? If you accidentally hit an airliner that is landing or taking off, it is very likely to cause a major safety accident with hundreds of casualties. So it's all Grandpa Yuan's fault. Let's him get fed too. Shenbin also had a stern face and said in a bad mood. Last year, Captain Lu and I were on a flight mission, and when we were at Linin Shaoshan Airport, we also encountered someone playing black flight near the airport, and at that time, we circled over the airport for more than an hour before we landed. Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, I know. This matter was also on the hot search list at that time, but wasn't there someone who said it was a UFO at that time? Where's that much UFO? Chen Bin said in a good-natured manner. It's just a so-called drone enthusiast with too much time on his hands letting off a modified drone. That kid does have a bit of skill but just doesn't put it on the straight and narrow. Ah. Chen Bingbing stared with glazed eyes and pursued. Then what happened to him afterward? What else can be done? Chen Bin replied. He was arrested that night and sentenced to 3 years. Chen Bingbing was filled with indignation. Lu Qingzhou also laughed. With such good skills, such a mischievous character, such a distinct personality, and such a young age, I hope that the state will never let him off the hook, and I'm sorry for everyone else if I don't give him a heavy sentence. it should indeed be heavily sentenced. Chen Bin also nodded his head. Certain people nowadays clamor for freedom every day. Fart. What they want is not freedom, but privilege, because true freedom is freedom that doesn't interfere with other people. It's freedom within. But you see what these S who like to shout about freedom have done? Either they wantonly insult people online or provoke them in all kinds of ways in reality. They are free, but the others suffer greatly. So anytime I meet someone who likes to shout freedom slogans, I'll give a mouthful of the old spit pickle whenever I meet one, so they can taste my spit freedom too. Just as a few people were still chatting, rumble rumble, 2 military helicopters have arrived in the airspace below. Electromagnetic jamming and suppression against drones began. P.S. Thank you for your support and encouragement. The author will write seriously, even if the platform does not give the new volume. But there are you to support me is also very satisfied. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Chapter 89, Alarm Cancelled. Can continue to land at Marina Airport. The military's tactics are simple and brutal, and it's very effective. So when 2 military helicopters carrying specialized equipment arrived in the airspace near the Binhai International Airport, the end of these black flight drones had arrived. Because both military helicopters carry high-frequency electronic equipment, they can transmit directed, large-frequency jamming radio frequency to the target drone, cutting off the drone's signal connection with the pilot, thus forcing the drone to land or return on its own. Not for a while. Several black flight drones were then suppressed by military electronics, slowly fall to the ground. Ground control, however, was in no hurry to allow the several airliners circling and waiting in the sky to land immediately. Instead, they waited for the military's 2 helicopters to circle the airspace around the airport again, after making sure there was no longer a threat. Only then did the Gene Men approach controller switch communication channels and said in a deep voice, Mountain Air Flight SC-8889, the alarm is lifted. You may proceed to lower altitude. Chen Bin hurriedly repeated, alarm cleared. You can go down to altitude. Mountain Air Flight 8889. In the meantime, Lu Qingzhou had already gently pressed the operating lever forward. At the same time, foot on the rudder, flying the airplane down in altitude while steering towards the airport runway. Not for a while. The plane had then descended below 2,000 meters. The speed is also down to 200 knots, 370 kilometers per hour. Chen Bin maintained contact with approach while assisting Lu Qingzhou in pulling up the spoiler and lowering the flaps. Mountain Air 8889, FM 125, 89, contact Marina Tower. Accept Marina Tower's command. Goodbye. Zimmer approach gave the last command. Chen Bin immediately said, FM 125, 89, contact Binhai Tower. Accept Binhai Tower's command. Mountain Air 8889 receives. Goodbye. When the flight made contact with the Marina Airport Tower, the airplane continued to descend in altitude under Lu Qingzhou's control. You can release the landing gear. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the altimeter and immediately said when she realized that the plane's altitude had dropped to a decisive height. Good. Chen Bin agreed and immediately pulled down the landing gear lever. The two work very well together. Piloted the plane and headed for the Marina Airport runway. Chen Bingbing sat behind Lu Qingzhou, her hands tugging on the seatbelt, watching Lu Qingzhou's operation with a serious face. But Lu Qingzhou was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. I don't know what's going on. He always felt a sense of alienation in his heart. It seemed as if something was going to happen, but Lu Qingzhou didn't know where this bad feeling came from, so it was only possible to force down the discomfort and prepare to put all my energy into flying the airplane. But it's just in the light of day. Lu Qingzhou's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Next, he finally remembered where his discomfort was coming from. Came a dull sound from before, more than 10 minutes ago. Just as Lu Qingzhou realized that there were black flights near the Binhai airport, there was a crisp crash that came very clearly into the cockpit of the plane. But because the plane hadn't noticed anything unusual up to this point, so whether it was Lu Qingzhou, or Chen Bin and Chen Bingbing, they all selectively forgot about this matter. Now Lu Qingzhou suddenly remembered this matter. It was a creepy moment. Marina Airport Tower. Duty Officer Li Zhiyong was looking at the radar screen with his hands wrapped around his head and his face full of seriousness. Just then, one of the controllers suddenly stood up and blurted out, "Director, there's just been a briefing from the police." Li Zhiyong immediately raised his eyes to look at his opponent. The controller continued. Police were called to the airport after an anchor was filming live to the airport when he overheard a suspected drone colliding with a passenger jet in the sky. According to this anchor's description, the airliner that was involved in the collision was Mountain Air Flight 8889, which is now landing. Li Zhiyong immediately frowned. There was a collision between the drone and Mountain Air SC-8889? Why didn't Mountain Air 8889 report this to the ground? He was about to open his mouth and ask the controller to contact Mountain Air Flight 8889 to ask what exactly was going on in this matter when the voice of the captain of Mountain Air Flight 8889, Lu Qingzhou, suddenly rang out in the tower command center. Tower, Please use binoculars to help us see if there are any problems with the landing gear and belly of the plane. We might have collided with something just now. Li Ziyong's heart stuttered. That anchor really didn't file a false police report. Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 really had a collision with a drone. Ha! He immediately took hold of the intercom and immediately replied, "Tower copy." Then he turned his head to a controller and instructed, "Xiao Zhang, go to the balcony right now and see if 8889's landing gear has been lowered yet." Rumble rumble. His words had only just finished. A faint sound of airplane engines had then reached the tower command hall. "Mountain Air Flight 8889. It's close enough to the airport runway." This controller immediately grabbed his night vision binoculars and pushed open the door to the tower balcony. Then with unblinking eyes, he looked up at the sky. Yes, in the old days, airport towers did have specialized personnel to watch the landing gear of aircraft. The main duty of the observer is to hold binoculars and observe whether the landing gear is released in accordance with the regulations before landing. If an airplane's landing gear is not released, the observer will decisively shoot a red flare into the air to warn the airplane. And then the tower controller will immediately order the airplane to resume flight. But as airplanes become more and more automatic, so this one post is long gone. Now it's just a temporary cameo with a controller. But just because a controller makes a cameo doesn't mean it can't work. Just as the controller picked up his night vision binoculars and looked up into the sky, Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 had already appeared in the distant night sky. The controllers were afraid to slow down. Immediately, he looked in the direction from which the airplane had flown. Aha! The front landing gear appears very abruptly at the front belly of the airplane. No questions asked. The right rear landing gear faces straight down like a bump. There's no problem with that either. His gaze gradually extended to the left. When he saw an area in the belly of the airplane that was darker, he had a not-so-good feeling in his heart. Yes, although his binoculars had night vision, but it still doesn't do it as clearly visible as it is during the day. He just saw an area of darker color in the belly of the plane next to the left landing gear. So the controller had to leave the area alone for a while and continue to look at the left rear landing gear. When he saw the left rear landing gear, there was a sudden soft eek, because the left rear landing gear on this airplane looks very strange. It's been put down though, but not straight. Instead, there is a backward bending angle, and so on. Bend backwards? Chapter 90, The Plane Resumes Flight. The cabin passengers are going to go berserk. The visibility is terrible, even if the controller is using night vision binoculars. Still looking very blurry, so he hurriedly took the binoculars down and blinked hard again, then recovered the binoculars over the eye sockets. At this point, Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 is close to the airport. The height even went down below the decision height long ago. Visualize only 100 meters or so. As the controller redirected his attention to the left landing gear of this airplane, the heart stuttered. It would be clearer for him to see. Yes, the left landing gear on this Airbus A302 did bend slightly and was not completely released. Director, there's a situation. Call 8889 to resume flight immediately. The controller did not slow down and immediately picked up the intercom and shouted, "Command Hall." Duty Officer Li Ziyong heard this controller's exclamation of surprise over the intercom, also taken aback. But he didn't know exactly what situation referred to though. But he still didn't dare to slack off. Hurry up and hold the collar. Toward the approaching Mountain Air Flight SC-8889, he shouted, 8889, pull the nose up. There's a situation. There's a situation. Inside the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou had already made all the preparations before the airplane landed at this time. The blind landing system was turned on early. The spoiler is all pulled up. The flaps were also released. The plane's altitude had long since plummeted from over 1,000 meters to about 100, and the speed is now just over 100 knots in the zone. At this point, the airport runway is just around the corner. Lu Qingzhou had been constantly adjusting the airplane's flight attitude, ready to continue to press down on the operating stick and smash the airplane on the runway. But just after he had made all the preparations, the tower actually said there was a situation. Got a pause situation? The Riddler gets out of Gotham City. But since the tower controllers have been scared out of their chickens, something bad must have happened. Next, Lu Qingzhou then already reacted. Only he hurriedly pulled backward and upward on the operating lever while pushing the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom as soon as he could to restore the airplane's fuel intake. At the same time, Chen Bin, who was dumbfounded, said loudly, "What are you still doing? Why don't you put down the spoiler and adjust the flaps upwards? Didn't you hear the tower say there was a situation?" It was only then that Chen Bin reacted, rushed to get the spoiler down while adjusting the flap degrees. It's been said before, aircraft have different decision altitudes and decision speeds. General, an airplane descending below the decision altitude means that the airplane is ready to land and can land. However, it is not necessary for an airplane to land when it descends below the decision altitude. No such thing. Even an airplane that has landed smoothly and skidded off the runway can be resumed. But the speed of decision is different. If the airplane is taking off faster than the decision speed, then even if there is a mountain of fire ahead, the pilot must pull the nose up hard for takeoff. So don't say the plane is still in the sky now. Even if the plane had already smashed on the runway, an unusual situation, Lu Qingzhou could still get the plane flying again. Rumble rumble. The sound of airplane engines resonated throughout the airport. Li Zhiyong had rushed to the tower balcony by this time. Looking at the controller, he spluttered. Flight 8889 clawed out. Look! The controller pointed at the Airbus A320 that was getting closer and closer in the night sky. Isn't the left rear landing gear of 8889 a bit strange? It's slightly bent backwards, as if it hasn't released completely. By this time the plane was over the airport. With the airport lights, visibility was again much better than it had just been. Li Zhiyong didn't even need night vision binoculars to get a very clear peek at the full view of the airplane. Sure enough, the left rear landing gear on this airplane is completely inconsistent with the right rear landing gear, and is not completely straightened out, but slightly bent back. But that's not the point. The point is, left rear landing gear next to the belly. A big hole the size of a faceplate had appeared in her? No, not the big hole. Instead, the belly of the plane was smashed and dented into a large crater the size of a faceplate. The good news is that this large pit is not smashed through. The bad news is, it was the fact that it was smashed out of such a large crater that caused Flight 8889's left rear landing gear to not release completely. But now is not the time to delve into why. Now is the time to have to immediately inform the Flight 8889 crew of the situation and then immediately escalate this situation. The most feared thing happened. If Flight 8889 had crashed and gone down as a result, don't say that the son of a who private drones is going to get a bullet. It is estimated that the entire North China Air Traffic Control Bureau, as well as the Marina Airport, will see a wave of purges. 8889. There's something wrong with your left rear landing gear. Hurry up and pull up the altitude. Hurry up and pull up the altitude, Li Zhiyong shouted as he clutched the intercom. See a lot of him. There was a hint of a tremor in his voice now. Cockpit. After hearing Li Zhiyong's trembling voice, Lu Qingzhou's face also became grave for a moment. Chen Bin, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, sucked in a breath of cool air, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. As for Qin Bingbing, now frightened and clearly overwhelmed, the whole body was curled up in the seat. Hands clutched the seatbelt in a death grip. It seemed that even breathing had been forgotten. Woohoo! Why am I so unlucky? These days you either run into a bird or a drone. Also hit a UFO last night. Mom, I want to go home. Cabin. As the plane got lower and lower, the lights of the city below grew brighter and brighter. Once the crowd saw that the airplane had flown over the airport, almost everyone was ready to get off the plane. But the plane didn't continue to go down in altitude as they expected. Instead, it suddenly pulled up its nose when it was about 100 meters or so from the ground. Then it whizzed over the airport. Everyone in the cabin was now in a daze. How is it that we're at the airport and the plane has to keep going? Is this happening again? What's wrong with that? It's not over, is it? There's a limit to tossing people around. Okay, why hasn't the plane landed when it's obviously already at the airport? Captain, get out here. It's fun to fool people 3 times, isn't it? I've ordered super deluxe pancake takeout, and now you're telling me the plane doesn't land? You mountain air people are stupid and rich, so you want to burn more gasoline for fun, right? Have the captain break a leg? I want to get off the plane. The whole cabin was in disarray. Almost all travelers are expressing their dissatisfaction. No, it's not just about expressing dissatisfaction. Some had even unbuckled their seatbelts and stood up. It looked like he was going to storm the cockpit and get a statement from the captain. See the swarm of passengers. A cold sweat surfaced on the foreheads of almost all the flight attendants, especially the youngest, Jiang Xiaoyu, now so terrified that he can't even talk anymore. Chapter 91. Left rear landing gear failure. Only infield forced landing? The riot in the passenger cabin did not reach the cockpit for the time being. Even if word got in, Lu Qingzhou didn't have the energy to deal with it now. Because compared to the dissatisfaction of some passengers in the cabin, an airplane landing gear failure is what really matters in terms of people's lives. Rumble rumble. After the airplane whizzed past the airport, Lu Qingzhou immediately gently pulled the operating lever and began to climb an altitude. Climbing, continuing to climb, all the way back to above 1,000 meters airspace. Only then did he nudge the lever to change to level flight. Captain, what do we do now? Chen Bin immediately couldn't wait to ask. Lu Qingzhou's face was serious. While piloting the plane in circles over downtown Zimmer, he pondered on countermeasures. It's not good to crash anywhere. Favoritism broke the old man's landing gear. There's no such thing. How else is the old man going to land? The landing gear of an airplane is just as important as the engine. The engine solves how the airplane takes to the sky, and the landing gear solves how the airplane lands smoothly on the ground. You can't have one without the other. Now the landing gear on this plane is failing. It's like being a bird with a broken leg. Although his life is not in danger for the time being, the airplane can't keep floating in the sky. What the hell is going on? The landing gear did not put down. Why the fault light did not prompt? Shenbin was just like a woman with a broken mouth, grumbling and complaining. Shen Bingbing had long been scared like a quail. Curl up in your seat. Hands clutched the seatbelt in a death grip. Not a word more. Stop complaining. First open the gravity release landing gear handle and see if you can successfully release the landing gear with it. Lu Qingzhou opened his mouth to remind Shenbin when he saw that he was still shredding and chanting. Shenbin laughed bitterly. I guess it's a bit difficult. This thing is only for cases where the landing gear has not been released successfully at all. Like today when it only managed to put down half of it. It's more like a mechanical malfunction after being hit by a drone. That said, Shenbin still hurriedly bent down. Prepare to open the airplane's gravity release landing gear handle. The gravity release landing gear handle is a manually intervening device that utilizes gravity to release the landing gear. Boeing's term for it, manual release of the landing gear handle. The main function of this device is to remove the hydraulic pressure from the landing gear by pulling down on this handle when the aircraft's landing gear cannot be lowered properly with hydraulic pressure, and to release the landing gear's upper locks, allowing the landing gear to fall downward under the force of gravity. When the landing gear drops, the lower locks will automatically lock. The landing gear then releases successfully. The gravity release landing gear handle device is a backup solution for landing gear that cannot be released under normal conditions, so it gives the illusion that the airplane landing gear is automatically lowered. Actually, no. Regardless of the type of airplane, landing gear retraction and release are manually operated by the crew. There is no possibility of automatic release or stowage, compared to Boeing's manual landing gear release, which is placed in the rear cockpit. Airbus's design is much more logical. The gravity release landing gear handle for Airbus aircraft is located just behind the center console, so Chen Bin didn't have to leave the co-pilot's seat to operate it. But whether it was Chen Bin or Lu Qingzhou, not optimistic about successfully releasing the left rear landing gear using the gravity release landing gear handle. As for the reason, it's like what Chen Bin said. The gravity release landing gear handle is primarily for situations where the landing gear has not been released successfully at all. In the case of Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8889, 2 of the 3 landing gears at the front and rear have been released successfully, and 1 is halfway released. Put it down. You didn't put it in again? That's a little hard to do. So the reason why the left rear landing gear of Mountain Air Flight 8889 was only half lowered, the probability is that it was a mechanical failure triggered after the plane was hit. If it really is a mechanical failure, the gravity release landing gear mechanism wouldn't do much, but it's useful not useful. You won't know until you try it. Now there is even a 1% chance. They all have to try it all over again. So we saw Chen Bin lifting the gravity release landing gear handle and rotating it clockwise 3 times, removing the hydraulic pressure from all 3 landing gears. The gravity release landing gear handle on the Airbus A320 is 3 landing gears linked together. Unlike the Boeing 737, if you're going to put it on, put all 3 together. If you want to collect all 3 together. However, since the other 2 landing gears have already been released successfully, releasing them again won't do any harm to the other 2. Click, click, click. With a slight mechanical sound, all 3 of the airplane's landing gear gravity was released. That's not all. After releasing the upper lock, Chen Bin hurriedly locked the lower lock again. Only after doing this series of maneuvers did he rush to look up at the plane's instrument panel. The airplane's instrument panel still didn't light up any trouble lights. That is to say, whether it was Lu Qingzhou or would Chen Bin, still don't know if the left rear landing gear is fully released or not. So Chen Bin immediately turned his attention back to Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou thought about it. That's when he said, pass the field one more time and let the tower help look at it again. Chen Bin nodded. That's the only way. Luckily the plane has plenty of fuel now. It's not a problem to consume another half hour. So one pass through the field is not much of a problem. Deliberation complete. Lu Qingzhou once again pressed down on the operating stick while her foot was on the rudder, piloting the airplane down in altitude while steering in the direction of the airport. Chen Bin then continued to call the tower, requesting it to help look at the landing gear one more time. Hearing Chen Bin's request, naturally, the Marina Airport tower did not dare to slow down. Duty officer Li Zhiyong hurried to the balcony again, holding a night vision telescope and looking at the dark sky with his head held high. Rumble rumble. The sound of airplane engines came from far away. Soon, this Airbus A320 airliner was once again in the limelight. Li Zhiyong immediately took his binoculars and looked at the left rear landing gear of the airplane. When he saw that the left rear landing gear was still bent as if nothing had changed, the heart that was hanging in the air was finally dead. Ugh! He let out a long sigh. Then gripping the intercom his voice rasped, 8,889. Your left rear landing gear still hasn't been completely lowered. Hearing Li Ziyong's words, a trace of disappointment surfaced on the faces of Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin. Yes, though they know the odds are that gravity-release landing gear grips aren't going to do what they're supposed to do. But even if it's just a 1 in 10,000 chance, they're going to try it all. Now you can hear that the left rear landing gear still hasn't been. Instead, it was completely expected of them. That didn't stop them both from falling into deep disappointment, though, because if the gravity-release landing gear handle doesn't even release the landing gear, then only one last solution awaits them, and that is to forced landing in the field. P.S. Recently all kinds of data plummeted. For the sake of the author's daily hard work to send you guys a good picture, give some support. I can't hold on any longer. Woo woo. Chapter 92. Compared to a forced landing in the field, wearing clouds is a ball of adventure. Captain, what should we do now? Chenbin looked up at Lu Qingzhou. That was the millionth time he'd asked what to do today. Lu Qingzhou was tempted to say cool it back, but the thought that this was a comrade in arms who was in the same boat as himself, and now again, it's at the most critical time, so just force that spitting desire down. What to do? Lu Qingzhou muttered something under her breath. I'd like to know what to do too. Is an infield forced landing the only way left now? Honestly, it didn't come down to the wire. Lu Qingzhou really didn't want to throw his weight around and execute a forced landing in the field. What is an infield forced landing? It is when a malfunctioning airplane lands on an airport runway in a forced landing when it cannot land normally. Infield forced landings, in turn, are high on the list of air accidents. That is to say, if a flight is facing an on-field forced landing, that flight is just one last step away from crashing. Most air accidents happen on airport runways, but now the plane's left rear landing gear is failing. If we don't make a forced landing, we can't just let the plane float around in the sky all the time, can we? Let me think, murmured Lu Qingzhou. At this point, the Airbus A320 was back above the kilometers and began circling over the city again. Inside the cabin, by now even the most obtuse passengers already knew that the plane must have encountered something. Why else would you pass the door 3 times? More than half an hour had passed since the airplane had arrived over the city of Tsimshatsui, and it had flown over the airport 3 times. But the favorites just don't land. What is this if not an accident? So the passengers, who had been furious and ready to settle the score with the captain, now all became apprehensive. Almost everyone's eyes were turned in the direction of the cockpit. Stewardess, what the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me why the plane hasn't landed yet? Is something wrong? We need a reasonable explanation. That is, we also have the right to know. Where's the captain? Get the captain out. Stewardesses, you guys hurry up and ask what's going on. Don't just stand here. Ask the captain what's going on. Ooh, I want to go home. Mom, what are we going to do? The plane won't fall. Next time it kills me not to fly. Ooh, I don't want to die. I haven't been in love yet. Zhang Xiaoyun's voice was already muffled from shouting. From the beginning of the passenger riot just now, she had been constantly calming the passengers, but no matter how much she tried to appease, the passengers remained restless. It wasn't really the passengers' fault. In fact, even a few of them were now jittery. Having been a flight attendant for so many years, I still have this professional sensitivity. Now that the plane keeps circling the airport, it's obvious that something is wrong. But what the hell happened? Could it have been a heavy landing during the day at Chang'an Xianyang Airport that caused the plane to malfunction? Quite possibly. Zhang Xiaoyun looked at the cockpit with some apprehension. Then once again, in a raspy voice, he shouted, "Everyone hurry back to their seats and buckle up. It's going to be okay." Nie Xiaoyu also hurriedly said, "Please trust us, we will definitely bring everyone home safely." The other flight attendants also spoke up to calm them down. Cockpit. Chen Bin, after the panic he had just experienced, was now slightly calmer instead, and it also looked at Lu Qingzhou with a hopeful gaze. Yes, he knew that Lu Qingzhou was just under 25 years old. The flight time is 1,000 hours. On experience alone, Lu Qingzhou was just a rookie pilot, but it can't help that they are famous and talented. In the past few years, he has encountered not 10 times but also 8 times of accidents. Some time ago to fly Wancheng so dangerous, he is still able to calmly dispose of, and finally forced landing success. So in Chen Bin's eyes, Lu Qingzhou was an omnipotent super soldier. It's just the left rear landing gear malfunctioning. Take the pinch. Sure enough, Lu Qingzhou did not fail Chen Bin's expectations. He was silent for almost 30 seconds or so before, finally speaking slowly, "Captain Chen Bin, have you seen the movie Emergency Landing?" Chen Bin froze. What are you doing discussing the movie when it's so late? And what the hell is Emergency Landing? I've only seen Captain Sully. Before Chen Bin could answer, Lu Qingzhou added, "This is an old movie that was released in 1999, but this movie is based on real events." Oh, Chen Bin came to a sudden realization. I remember. Emergency Landing was adapted from the September 10, 1998 China Eastern Airlines Flight MU586 accident. Right. Lu Qingzhou nodded. So we're halfway related now? Chen Bin asked again. Lu explained, there's a detail in the movie that I remember very well, and that is that Flight 589 also had a landing gear failure, and then the crew tried everything they could to try to get rid of the landing gear. One way to do that is through the clouds. Chen Bin frowned slightly. Piercing cloud? Yes, through the clouds. Lu Qingzhou continued. It's using the airplane's inertia to force the landing gear out. Chen Bin immediately said, I remember. I have a bit of an impression of this detail. He suddenly looked up at Lu Qingzhou and said with some incredulity, you don't intend to copy this plot, do you? Big brother, this is a movie plot, not a real case. It's a real case. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and continued. The movie restored the Flight 589 accident almost 1-to-1. But, Chen Bin still felt that it was too risky and hurriedly discouraged. But Flight 589 didn't throw out its landing gear at that time. Just because they didn't throw it out doesn't mean we can't either. Lu Qingzhou had now made up her mind and said in a deep voice, our accident shouldn't be as serious as Flight 589's, so there's a certain probability of getting the left rear landing gear reset if we try to go through the clouds once. Just get the left rear landing gear to snap into its down lock and we won't have to make a forced landing on the field. But Chen Bin still felt it was too risky. Shaking his head, he said, too risky, too risky. Compared to a forced landing in the field, piercing the clouds is a ball of adventure. Lu Qingzhou was so angry that she had already spiked profanity. Chen Bin subconsciously wanted to retort, but the words were swallowed back. Yeah, compare that to a forced landing in the field. What a ballsy adventure through the clouds. Chapter 93 Wearing clouds means playing drift on the highway in a bus. What is through the clouds? It's when the plane's altitude is about to touch the ground, and the captain jerks backward and upward on the operating stick to bring the nose up. It's the same as a fighter jet performing flying stunts. Dive first, then pull up sharply as it approaches the ground. Climb altitude quickly at a near vertical angle. If you watch the aircraft's track map on radar, you will see that the aircraft is the equivalent of a tick on the radar. But Lu Qingzhou now mentioned piercing clouds, not trying to perform airplane stunts. His plane is full of people at this point. And again, it's not like Airbus is paying him to perform. What makes him want to perform stunts in an Airbus A320? The reason why Lu Qingzhou mentioned through the clouds was because this stunt was not only very ornamental, but it could also throw out the landing gear through the huge inertia. Yes, Lu Qingzhou's purpose had been clear from the beginning. That would be using the acceleration of gravity to throw out the left rear landing gear. Now the odds are that the left rear landing gear caused a mechanical failure during the collision with the drone. To speak human is to be stuck, but the left rear landing gear is halfway down again. It then creates an illusion for the flight control system. The flight control system thought it had put the landing gear down, so it didn't sound an alarm alert. Or is it because the left rear landing gear has been released from the landing gear bay, so the gravity release landing gear unit manual release doesn't work accordingly? The inner power no longer does anything to the left rear landing gear. Trying to get the left rear landing gear to snap off the down lock completely, you can only rely on external forces. Just right. The emergency landing movie really does offer two ways to reset the landing gear, using external forces. One is for the crew to go down to the landing gear bay and use manpower to solve the problem. What? Manpower solution? What about manpower? 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small. The other is through the clouds. But the first method is clearly not suitable for Flight 8889. That's because the movie Emergency Landing is set in the 1998 forced landing of an EastJet flight. And in 1998 there were as many as 4 or 5 members of the flight crew on a passenger plane. In addition to the captain and co-pilot, there was a communications officer, a mechanic, a second captain, and so on. So there was plenty of manpower to hit the landing gear with a sledgehammer. And airplanes are flying at high speeds of over 200 knots at altitudes of over 1,000 meters. So what kind of courage does it take to climb out of a plane and stand on the landing gear tires swinging a sledgehammer? Lu Qingzhou didn't know if he had the courage, but he knew his partner must not have. Don't talk about standing outside the plane swinging a sledgehammer. I guess he hadn't even opened the hatch to the landing gear bay yet and the man was just paralyzed with fear. So now for Flight 8889, the only way left was to wear the clouds. If wearing clouds still doesn't solve the problem, then it's a hard infield forced landing. In time, it's dead or alive. It's up to God's providence. But piercing the clouds isn't as easy as one might think, even extremely dangerous. Just from the literal description you can tell how dangerous through the clouds is. Another dive downward and a sharp pull up, a little carelessness, or the captain didn't take care of a detail, all of which could have resulted in a tragic plane crash. After all, this is a big plane that weighs 70 or 80 tons and is filled with passengers, not a fighter with a perfect aerodynamic layout and more maneuverability and acceleration. It was the same as letting Lu Qingzhou play drift on the highway in a passenger shuttle bus. For sports cars, isn't drifting just a simple cool maneuver? But for buses, you're not playing drift, it's playing for keeps. But Lu Qingzhou didn't like to put her little life in anyone's hands, not even God. Not just playing drift. Ah shucks, play through the clouds. This cloud. The old man will wear it. Call the tower and ask them to help clear the nearby airspace. Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Especially the drones. It's fine at other times. If we hit them again while we're going through the clouds, then there's really nothing we can do back. Good. Chen Bin immediately nodded his head in agreement. And, Lu Qingzhou added, tell the tower to prepare for a two-handed approach. And if through the clouds doesn't work, immediately spray firefighting foam onto the runway and prepare for a forced landing on the field. Good. Chen Bin then nodded his head in a hurry. Without any pause, Lu Qingzhou spoke again, broadcast to the passenger cabin, ordering everyone to return to their seats, fasten and buckle their seatbelts, and at the same time prepare for impact. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Chen Bin sighed in his heart. It's not over. It's time to crash-proof again. He didn't bring out his bad feelings, though. Instead, he nodded stoically. It's weird. When I landed at Chang'an Xianyang Airport during the day, it was clearly windless and sunny, but he still overstressed emotionally and caused the plane to land heavily. The situation is clearly critical now, but Chen Bin calmed down instead. Fulfill your duties very perfectly, so human nature is very complex. Lu Qingzhou finished. No more distractions on other matters. Instead, gently pull up the nose and slowly go up in altitude in a circling pattern. He's going to find the best angle to hit the tick. Ensure that the nose of the airplane is always pointed at the airport runway as it dives down. That way, even if the most extreme situation is encountered, it's just that the nose won't pull up. Then the plane will also only crash on the airport runway, not somewhere else where it will hurt innocent people. Tower, 8889 calling. Copy please answer. Copy please answer. Chen Bin pinched the radio headset and started calling the tower. Marina Airport Tower. Li Zhiyong heard Chen Bin's voice on the communication channel. Immediately holding the intercom, he returned, Tower copy, 8889 you say. My aircraft is preparing to use the through the clouds maneuver to use gravitational acceleration to throw out the landing gear. So please clear the airspace near the airport immediately and make sure that there isn't a single aircraft in the nearby airspace. Chen Bin paused and increased his tone, especially the drones. Yes, crashing into a drone that fast, no different than hitting a missile traveling at high speed. Li Zhiyong's heart stuttered, immediately replying, 8889 please repeat. You are planning to use the through the clouds maneuver to throw out the landing gear, aren't you? Yes, my plane is preparing to dump the landing gear with the through the clouds maneuver. Chen Bin returned. As chief of tower watch at Marina Airport, Li Zhiyong certainly knew the danger of piercing clouds. However, the decision on how to deal with air incidents is in the hands of the flight crew, and the tower only has the right to make suggestions. So while he thought flight 8889 was too risky, now it's best to wait for the experts to arrive at the tower and converge to come up with a more sensible, solid plan. But now that the 8889 crew has made a decision, he couldn't say anything more. The only way to cooperate is to cooperate fully. Chapter 94, the whole city is on alert. It happened so fast, so suddenly, although more than 40 minutes had passed since the drone was spotted, but at first everyone's attention was on Blackfire. Whether it's the police, the military, the Civil Aviation Authority, the local government, are now all attracted to Black Flight for their full attention, especially the police and the military. The police have long since begun to set up stops and search the entire field for suspects who release black flights. As for the military, a number of helicopters and jamming equipment had been deployed to suppress the surrounding drone signals from all sides without any dead angle, just in case something slips through the cracks. As for the police and the military making such a big deal out of it this time, this is because the nature of this black flight incident is so bad. Not only did the suspects release multiple drones in multiple batches, but they also released modified shuttles. A shuttle is a type of drone, usually refers to FPV traversing machines. Shuttles usually have a quadrotor layout, but each rotor is driven by a separate motor. And then the speed is controlled by an electronic governor, which allows for ultra-mobility and ultra-high speeds. The best feature of this drone is its speed. Because of the high-speed motor as well as the lightweight frame, the speed easily reaches more than 200 kilometers per hour, and the acceleration time of 100 kilometers is even less than 1 second, and the shuttle is very maneuverable. You can make rolls, dives, sharp turns, spiral flips, inverted flights and many other complex and cool maneuvers. It can also perform high-speed flight and obstacle avoidance in various complex environments. It is because of its high maneuverability and ultra-high performance. That's why shuttles are very popular with drone enthusiasts. It's more than that. Shuttles have also been utilized on the battlefield a few years ago and have been baptized in actual combat. That's why shuttles are now present in all of Blue Star's conflicts and wars, big and small. It is also because of the certain danger it possesses. That's why shuttles are controlled and not allowed to fly in most areas of the University of the East. Not to mention key sensitive units like airports and military institutions. That is to say, Most of the shuttles at Eastern University are actually what is known as black flight. UAV enthusiasts at Eastern University who want to fly shuttles are generally limited to assembling and tuning them themselves, as well as upgrading components to suit their flight needs and so on. That's why the limiting altitude of these black flight shuttles can easily break through to over a few thousand meters. It is now known that the black flight drones released near the Marina Airport turned out to be shuttles. It is even more of a headache for the authorities concerned. It's hard not to take it seriously. After all, this thing doesn't even take a second to accelerate to 100 kilometers. The speed also easily surpassed 200 kilometers per hour. If someone were to manipulate this gadget to carry out a terrorist attack on incoming and outgoing flights, it would be very easy to trade one drone for a civilian airliner for a small amount of money. It is also the Volcano Airlines SC-8889 Captain Liu Qingzhou who reacted quickly, pulled the nose up hard in a flash of lightning. That's what prevented one of the shuttles from hitting the nose of the plane. But even so, the airliner's left rear landing gear remained struck with mechanical problems. The result was that the only way the plane could get the left rear landing gear back to normal was through a very dangerous maneuver like through the clouds. That is to say, even if Liu Qingzhou reacted quickly enough, the shuttle was still causing him a lot of trouble. At this point, Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 has re-entered the airspace above 3,000 meters. Looking down from a high altitude, the lights are still on in this northern town, but if anyone looked closely, they would definitely see faint police lights flashing constantly among these bright lights. The whole city is on alert, the entire city of Zimmer, especially since Marina del Rey has been taken over by the police. The police are 3 steps ahead and 5 steps behind. Every vehicle entering and exiting the Marina Bay area is subject to an inventory check. But even so, the suspect who flew the black flight drone seems to have completely blended into the night and disappeared completely. The roof of a building. Anchor aerial sharpshooter wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, back in front of the camera, and vain and thankful. Brothers, fortunately we alarmed in time. You just see, that Airbus A320 has prepared to land, but I do not know whether we alarm played a role in the effect. The plane is almost landed when the choice to fly again. And that Airbus A320, odds are it's the same Mountain Air Flight SC-8889 we're waiting for tonight. Live stream. The watermen were also excited and grateful. The excitement was that I was so lucky to have stumbled upon such a big event tonight. Maybe this black flight incident is going down in the history of civil aviation at Eastern University. That is to say, they're kind of witnessing history firsthand. The blessing is that they were even involved in a mega security incident with over 100 lives at stake. And it's also because of reminders from people like yourself. The anchor promptly called the police. It was only in time that the accident was stopped. That's why the live stream is unusually active right now. The pop-ups almost flooded the screen. It's fun. It's fun. Has the official conclusion been reached that it's really a drone? If it's not a drone, is it a UFO? What do you think? There aren't that many UFOs? Although there's no official announcement yet, it's 100% a drone. The military has already deployed military helicopters for electromagnetic jamming. What's a drone if not a drone? Not only is it a drone, but it's also a faster shuttle. Or else how can it disappear in the blink of an eye? Only a shuttle can go that fast. The dude who put the drones up is crazy. It's not enough to put drones near the airport. How dare he put a shuttle up? But the shuttle is really exciting. You guys don't know what it's like. It's addictive. I also quietly flew a couple of shuttles a while back, and it was really enjoyable. Oh, you've got a dangerous idea. I think it's punishable. That's too much punishment. If you want to be a member of the national organization and get free food, just say so, but don't jeopardize other people's lives in this way. At Gene Men Police, none of your business. If you don't know, you'll think you're the great Buddha of Lesan. And just as the live broadcast was bickering, aerial sharpshooter had already pulled the camera away again and aimed it at the airspace over the airport runway in the distance. The Airbus A320 was aiming at the runway from that direction just now. So if the airliner wants to make a forced landing this time, it will choose the same direction. Aerial sharpshooter was so excited now that he could hardly contain himself, because he knows, whether or not that Airbus A320 makes a successful forced landing, he's all set to get splashy traffic today. No, where is this splashy traffic? It's clearly a splash of riches. Chapter 95, Waiting for the Death Sentence. Passengers. Inside the cabin. Chen Bin's voice had been transmitted through the radio into the ears of every passenger. Due to a small hiccup with our plane, there may be some minor bumps in the landing. So all passengers are asked to return to their seats and remain seated with their seatbelts fastened and buckled, while complying with the flight attendants. Restrooms are out of service and all personnel are prohibited from leaving their seats. Crew members immediately demonstrate the anti-collision position to passengers and ensure that all passengers are in the proper anti-collision position and then immediately ring the bell to alert the cockpit. Chen Bin hadn't finished his words. The cabin was dead silent. Everyone was first dumbfounded, and then a trace of horror quickly surfaced on their faces. Yes, although Chen Bin talked a good game. Something about the plane is experiencing a little trouble and the landing may be a little bumpy. Who believes it? Just ask who will believe it. If the plane is in a little trouble, why do you need passengers in crash positions? Since passengers are required to be prepared for impact, indicates that the airplane is at risk of hitting the ground and crashing during landing. So after a brief silence, immediately a wailing and questioning with a sobbing voice rang out in the cabin. Why do you want us to be ready for impact for a good reason? Is our plane going to crash soon? Ooh, I don't want to die. I want my mommy. I'm still a ing virgin, and I've got a lot of ing left to do. I specially came today in netizen Ben now. I did not expect to netizen did not see, but the little life cannot be saved. My family is still waiting for me to have a snack. I don't want to die. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? I obviously ordered the deluxe version of the pancakes and nuts, with a full 4 eggs, and I'd be really upset if I died like that. It's not just them. The flight attendants in the cabin were also now terrified enough. This is because they understand the seriousness of being crash prepared better than their passengers do. They all said before that being partnered with Captain Lightboat was exciting. I used to think it was them driving the car, but I didn't realize it was really exciting in the physical sense. Jiang Xiaoyu collapsed his face. His eyes had lost their luster. Fa Nihan also sighed and said, alas, I didn't know before how powerful Captain Lightship's moldy bee physique was, but today I finally got to see it. Then what do we do now? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Fa Nihan. Fa Nihan said helplessly, what else can we do? Hurry up and get the area passengers ready for impact prevention. Humph, if I'm good enough to get off the plane safely today, I'm definitely going to apply for a group change. Jiang Xiaoyu also hurriedly nodded her head and said, aha, cherish life and stay away from Lu Qingzhou. This time, the third cabin crew member, aft cabin stewardess Huang Shanshan, hurried over, glared at the two men. A huffy face said, what's the time for chit-chat? Why don't you go to the middle of the corridor and show the passengers what to do in the anti-impact position? The two men then hurried back to their posts. Soon, 5 stewards were already standing in the hallway, begin demonstrating crash prevention positions to passengers. Although the passengers were now tense to the extreme, all of them were still looking at these flight attendants in the corridor with a serious face. Then according to their demonstration, legs apart, bury your head between your legs and then brace your hands on the front backrest. Wait until all passengers have been prepared for impact. Only then did Zhang Xiaoyun immediately ring the cockpit as a reminder. Then he hurried back to his seat and buried his head between his legs. Cockpit. Upon hearing that the cabin has been belled, Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at Chen Bin and asked with a serious face, are you ready? Chen Bin gritted his teeth, nodding, ready. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head again to look at Chen Bingbing who was sitting behind her. Now Chen Bingbing seemed like a pangolin had become a spirit, and her entire body was curled up. Aha! That's good. It's scary though, but there was no emotional outburst. Not to mention the screams of left turn stoplights are the hardest to wait for. Aha, or anything like that. Emotional stability, negotiable, and so on. What's all this mess? Lu Qingzhou came back to his senses, took another deep breath. The look became focused and serious. He was seen gently wrenching the lever and adjusting the airplane's flight attitude once more, then turned his attention to the altimeter and the airspeed meter. The plane is now at an altitude of about 3,000 meters. The speed is at 240 knots, 444 kilometers per hour. You can go through the clouds. Call the tower and tell them to turn on all the lights at the airport, and arrange a few more hands to observe the left rear landing gear attitude from different angles. Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Chen Bin immediately nodded his head. Call the tower. Tower. Mountain Air 8889 calling. You guys turn on all the lights at the airport and send a couple extra guys to help watch our left rear landing gear. Over. At this time, Lu Qingzhou's words were holy orders, so after just half a minute, all of the searchlights at Marina Airport were turned on, illuminating the runway and the surrounding area in a snowy white, and several commuter cars have taken up all sides of the runway. No fewer than 10 ground crewmen had now taken binoculars and were looking up into the sky, with their heads held high, in the direction of the airplane's dive. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time disappeared by the second. At this point, Chen Bin finally understood what it meant to spend days like years. Today's situation was completely different from the encounter in Wancheng some time ago. Wancheng, that time his nerves were taut every moment, not daring to relax for a moment, because every moment is life-threatening. But it was safe for most of the day, although the airplane's landing gear failed. But the plane is still flying smoothly through the sky for now. The question is, landing gear failure is like the sword of Damocles over your head. It could fall off at any time. So including Chen Bin, everyone on the plane was now waiting for the death sentence. And now, it's just waiting for the death sentence. This waiting process can be much more torturous than being on edge at all times, because you can never control your own destiny. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 1 minute later, the long 60 seconds finally passed. In the calm channel, the slightly hoarse voice of Li Ziyong, the duty officer of the coastal tower, finally rang out. Mountain Air 8889. The airport has made all the preparations, and you can implement the through the clouds maneuver. Li Ziyong's words were like a bell ringing before sentencing. Instantly, Chen Bin's, as well as Chen Bingbing's hearts were in their throats, and Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting in the captain's seat, still didn't change her face. Simply answer. 8889 received. Then just without warning, the lever was violently pressed forward and down. Chapter 96, Through the Clouds begins. Downward dive. Next, the nose of the Airbus A320, which was flying smoothly, suddenly pressed down. Start swooping down. The through the clouds maneuver is not really complicated. It's a downward dive followed by a sudden climb in altitude. The flight path on the radar screen was as if the captain had piloted the airplane and put a tick on the radar. But it's so easy to say and so hard to do. Not only is it hard, and it's dangerous, it also particularly tests the captain's skill and piloting experience, as well as his ability to control timing. After all, this is a behemoth loaded with hundreds of passengers and weighing 70 to 80 tons of its own weight. The massive inertia alone is too much to overcome as this behemoth dives downward at nearly 220 knots, 400 kilometers per hour. So the captain of an airliner diving downward can't pull the nose up in time, and the plane will fall headfirst onto the runway. In time, the gods can't save it. But if the captain pulls up too early, it also doesn't have a through the clouds effect at all, much less a way to use the acceleration of gravity to throw the landing gear out. Can't get rid of the landing gear. Wouldn't it be a wasted adventure? So it's up to the captain to control the timing if he wants to go through the clouds successfully. Rumble rumble. The roar of airplane engines had nearly filled this sky. Inside the cabin, before the passengers could react, they felt their bodies plummet forward. If it wasn't for the buckled seatbelt and the hands braced against the front backrest, he would have rolled out of his seat by now. It was like a roller coaster ride for everyone. There were already people screaming in terror, and some were even blurring in consciousness. Yes, it's a lot more thrilling than riding a roller coaster, because riding over the roller coaster is to spend your own money to enjoy the thrill and excitement. You have already been prepared and mentally built up, but today was completely without warning. Before passengers could react, the plane was on roller coaster mode. The point is, riding a roller coaster is good for some safety. You don't have to sit there 100 times to get into trouble. And today is different. It was everyone who knew that the plane had crashed and that the accident was not minor. That is to say, today airplanes dive downward not to the finish line, but to the ghost gate. The most mentally strong person can't help but cry in pain right now. The human desire to survive is powerful. Again, human life is very fragile. So the passenger cabin, in addition to the roar of the engines and the whistling sound of the plane breaking through the air currents as it swooped downward, there were also the whimpers and cries of pain from the passengers. Aha, what's up with the airplane? Mommy, I'm scared. I want to go home. I don't want to die. Ooh, I'm young. I don't want to die. I want off the plane. I want off the plane. What to do? What do we do now? If I survive today, I'll never fly again. Wails, booms and whistles mingled in the cabin. The large cabin was as lively as a food market. A few flight attendants could not care less about calming the passengers now. They all sat back in their seats, too, tugging at their seatbelts with a death grip. Marina Airport, pylons, Li Ziyong and several other controllers were now back on the balcony, all looking up at the sky. The Marina Airport was now snow white with searchlights, and visibility was even better than it had been during the day, except for the tower. The other directions were also staffed by this time. All of them were tense, looking up at the dark, ink-like sky. Even the palms of many people had oozed sweat, and cold sweat the size of peas broke out on their foreheads. Rumble rumble. Just then, if anything, the roar of the engine reached the ears of the crowd. All of them were suddenly staring at each other. Almost simultaneously the night vision binoculars were brought up in his hand, the roof of a building in the distance. When aerial sharpshooter heard the subtle engine roar coming from the night sky, he hurriedly said to the camera, coming, brothers, another airplane is about to land. Brothers, guess if it's the Mountain Air airliner A320 that was hit by the shuttle? Hear him say that. The water friends in the live room immediately became excited. The number of people in the aerial sharpshooter live stream has now exceeded 5,000, and all 5,000 of them are live fans. Not a single zombie fan. That's not all. There were also quite a few water friends who heard the wind who kept pouring into the live room. So every few seconds, the number of people in the broadcast room suddenly increased by 1 or 2 dozen. The searchlights at the airport are all on. Is it the Mountain Air that's going to land? Mountain Air's plane forced to land? Coming in late. Can anyone help with the science? I heard about a live broadcast of a plane crash, so I came here to watch it. A drone crashing into a passenger plane? Which little genius has such guts? Alas, it was already strict control of drones in the country, and after today it's even harder. Isn't it a great irony that the largest producer and manufacturer of drones on the blue planet, with an 80 to 90% share of the global market, is unable to fly drones in its own airspace? If you guys playing with drones had obeyed the laws and regulations a little bit, would you be in this situation today? The moment you let go, you will do whatever you want, and if you make a little effort, you will roll all over the place and make a splash. This is the current mentality of many people in the country. It's yelling freedom, 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 freedom every day. What you want is not freedom, but privilege. Live stream. Passers-by and drone fans alike have been up in arms, but most passers-by are in favor of strict enforcement. After all, if we really want to let drone enthusiasts do as they please, then we should not travel by air in the future. And just as the live streamers were bickering, far away in the sky, a white-painted Airbus A320 had broken out of the night barrier and appeared on camera. This Airbus A320 is too fast. 1 second it was just a small black dot when it appeared in the camera, and the next second it had suddenly grown in size, becoming the size of a fist. And from a distance, the nose of the airliner hit the ground almost diagonally. The angle between the airplane's downward slide and the horizontal ground is even more than 50 degrees. Jesus, where is this landing? It's clearly a run for the crash. This is because the angle between the downward slide and the horizontal ground when a civilian airliner is landing is about 3 degrees to 5 degrees. Even if it's more extreme, it can't be more than 10 degrees either. But now this airliner's clip angle is surprisingly over 50 degrees. What is it if it's not a run for the crash? Chapter 97, Climb Up. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou's left hand pressed forward and down on the operating lever, while the other hand held the throttle valve gear lever. It took almost all his strength. Stabilize the Airbus A320 that was already on the verge of storming out. Yes, this Airbus A320 is on the verge of going berserk. As the plane began its downward dive from an altitude of 3,000 meters, it went into storm mode. The fuselage began to fall into violent shaking. The nose of the machine pressed inexorably downward. Even the wings on both sides kept undulating up and down. Instead of this being a roller coaster swooping downward from 3,000 meters in the air, it's more like a tractor, or a walk-behind tractor. Captain, we're pinching too much, we're going too fast, and the plane is going out of control. Chen Bin, with his eyes dead set on the airplane's dashboard, blurted out towards Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou still had a grave expression. Reduce the fuel supply to the engines while stabilizing the aircraft's attitude. Captain, we're losing control of the plane. We're losing control of the plane. Seeing that Lu Qingzhou didn't answer, Chen Bin couldn't help but shout again. But Lu Qingzhou acted as if she didn't hear him, still holding the joystick in a death grip. At this point, the Marina Airport runway is close at hand. All the lights in the airport were turned on. It lit up the entire flight area of the airport in a snowy white. The dazzling lights seemed like lighthouses on the ocean, and the plane looked like a moth fluttering into the flames. Height. This time, Lu Qingzhou, who hadn't opened her mouth to speak, finally spoke. Chen Bin was first stunned, then immediately raise your eyes to the altimeter. 1,100. Chen Bin shouted back, pull up the spoiler and adjust the flap degree down by 15. Lu Qingzhou's voice was very calm as she gave a new order. He was like a computer with a super high cop, as if everything was in his plan. And after Lu Qingzhou finished giving instructions to Chen Bin, he immediately closed the throttle valve and stopped supplying oil to the airplane's engine. Chen Bin's reaction was also very quick. After hearing Lu Qingzhou's command for just 2 or 3 seconds, he then immediately reached down and pulled up the spoiler while adjusting the flap degree downward. Plus the landing gear is on release. So this Airbus A320 airliner has all the deceleration factors pulled full. The nose of the rampaging Airbus A320 stalled and slowed down with the naked eye. But strong inertia is not something that can be solved by human power. Much less pulling up the spoilers and adjusting the flaps downward and stopping the fuel supply will slow the airliner down completely. So blink. The plane had then plummeted from an altitude of 100 meters to 800 meters. But it's enough, because Lu Qingzhou's purpose was not to land, but to curb the speed of the airplane. Just a little containment reduces the effect of inertia on the airplane. Then the next time he pulls up the nose, his success rate increases dramatically. 750 meters, 700 meters, 650 meters, 600 meters. This time, Lu Qingzhou did not ask Chen Bin to report the altimeter altitude again, but instead focused part of her attention on the altimeter herself. After all, use Chen Bin as a sounding board again. A lot of time can also be wasted between questions and answers, but for Lu Qingzhou now, time was not only very precious, but it had to be accurate to the second. Cabin. There was no sound now but the roar of the engine, and the whistling of the turbulent air currents. The sudden downward dive of an airplane from 3,000 meters brings with it an overload that no ordinary person can withstand, and the airplane stayed at about 200 knots, 370 kilometers per hour. So the overload of the airplane is close to, if not over, 3 Gs. That's over 3 Gs of overload. While still in the range of what the average person can withstand, an untrained average person can withstand a maximum overload of 4G. A fighter pilot trained in gravitational acceleration can withstand an overload of around 6G. And if wearing a load-resistant suit, is able to withstand 7 to 8G. Elite pilots can even withstand overloads of more than 9G. And astronauts can even withstand overloads of up to 11G. But it can still cause physical discomfort such as nausea, vomiting, and even vertigo. What is overload? It is the ratio of the combined force of all external forces acting on the vehicle during flight, except gravity, to the gravity of the aircraft. General, the overload of 1G is equivalent to the weight of an adult. 3Gs is the equivalent of 3 adults pressed up against you. It's a full-bodied man. So the passengers in the cabin now don't even have the strength to cry. Crying counts as time. Oh, there was nothing more than a dry heaving sound, and the roar of an airplane engine and the whine of breaking air. 500 meters, 450 meters, 400 meters. Now, the Marina Airport runway is close at hand. Lu Qingzhou could even clearly see the police lights lit up by the more than 20 rescue vehicles parked around the runway now. The Marina Airport is now white with snow. Although visibility was excellent, the conditions were not suitable for an airplane landing, because the light is too harsh. It'll give the captain a bad view of the runway. However, Lu Qingzhou's purpose was not to land, but to penetrate the clouds. 350 meters, 300 meters, 250 meters. In the blink of an eye, the plane's altitude dropped another few hundred meters, and just as the numbers on the altimeter dropped to 200 meters, Lu Qingzhou suddenly snapped, "Pull up the spoiler and adjust the flaps upward by 30 degrees. He hadn't finished his sentence. Grip the lever with both hands and pull the lever violently backward and upward. The airplane's nose-down tendency was instantly arrested. This second, the Airbus A320 seems to have stood still in the air, but after just a second or two, the fuselage of the airplane suddenly fell into a violent shudder and lurch. It was as if two huge forces were pulling and playing with each other in the fuselage of the airplane, so even the sound of clack 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 of twisted metal rang out. Inside the cabin, all of them slammed forward and then were pushed back hard into their seats by a huge force. Caught off guard, the airplane's dive position was instantly contained. Click, 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 click. The sound of twisting metal continued. The fuselage of this Airbus A320 even began to twist and deform after being subjected to the mutual game of inertia and mechanical two huge forces. Crawl for me. Lu Qingzhou's face had also twisted. He could only see his hands tugging at the operating lever with a deadly grip, having used up all his strength. Crawl for me, he roared. And right in the middle of this roar, the nose of this Airbus A320 was finally slowly pulled up. Just the moment the nose was pulled up, Lu Qingzhou immediately reached out and gripped the throttle valve gear lever, then instantly pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom. Resume fuel supply to aircraft engines. Rumble rumble. The airplane's engines immediately let out a deafening roar. Before the crowd could react, the plane had already turned nose up, and at an angle of nearly 70 degrees, it began to roar higher into the night sky. Chapter 98. A mountain on his chest. The roof of the building. Aerial Sharpshooter's mouth was so wide open that he could almost fit a duck egg in it. Shock was written all over his face. Eyes were already glazed over. It was as if they were seeing the most shocking, laborious scene in the world. It's not just him. Tens of thousands of water friends in the live room. Now they all look like they've had a dog's day. The live broadcast pop-ups were like a tide ebbing. Instantly empty. Because now almost everyone was completely shocked by the scene in front of them. How would anyone remember to post a pop-up? The sky in the distance. Only a silver-white Airbus A320 airliner was seen swooping diagonally downward at a very high speed. The speed of it. 1 second it was a little white dot. The next second it had become the size of a fist. It was as if the plane had gone completely out of control and was about to crash. But just as the crowd held their breath and lifted their hearts in their throats, the Airbus A320, which was about to crash, pulled its nose up hard. Before the crowd could react, the airliner's two engines burst into a huge unrivaled thrust, pushing the airliner upward at near vertical altitude. The speed of it. In the blink of an eye it had completely disappeared from sight. It's coming fast. Goes faster. Several seconds passed. It continued until after the plane had completely disappeared from the shot. The pop-ups that had disappeared into thin air were like a tidal wave and instantly came back, and more rapidly than before. The point is, this wave of pop-ups are almost all exactly the same. All of them wiped up one face dumbfounded, two faces dumbfounded, 10,000 faces dumbfounded, GIF, emoticon, dash, dumbfounded, emoticon GIF, dumbfounded face, GIF, dumbfounded face, GIF, a face of confusion, emoticon GIF. It seems that not to brush the dumb face is not enough to express the dumbness and shock in my heart. Dash, what the am I seeing? I'm blind. 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 Did this airplane just show me up? Wasn't the plane about to crash? Why did it pull the nose up at the last minute? The captain is a godsend. Even in a crisis like this, he can save the day at the last minute. Yeah, that just scared the out of me. I thought the plane was going to crash. I never would have guessed that the captain would be able to pull through at the last minute. So you'll always trust the captain of Mountain Air. The captain of Mountain Air is just like a young father. When the child is not in danger, the father is the greatest danger. But when the child is in danger, the father can do a miraculous job. Why does this maneuver look familiar? Is there anyone who can explain it to me? Do you guys think the maneuvers of the Airbus A320 just now look like through the clouds? Asterisk 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 is really through the clouds. Performing through the clouds on a big night. Is the captain not dying fast enough? Are you saying that the captain just did it on purpose? Marina Tower. Once the plane had completely disappeared from sight, only then did Li Xiong swallow hard. Turning his head to look at the other controllers, he asked, Did you guys observe that 8889's landing gear? Did it throw out? The scene just now was just too shocking. So much so that the knowledgeable Li Xiong was completely frozen at that moment. The brain went blank. Let's not talk about observing the airplane's left rear landing gear. He even forgot to breathe. At one point, it fell into a philosophical trio of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? This time, a few other controllers finally came back to their senses, eyes bulging with astonishment. He looked at Li Xiong. Li Xiong looked at the few people who hadn't yet snapped out of their stupor. There was a slight mental sigh. No need to ask. These boys are like themselves. It had been completely subdued just now. What's the point of watching an airplane's landing gear? What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry to take the walkie-talkie and ask the observers in other positions? Ask them if they've seen it clearly or not. Seeing that several people were still in a state of confusion, Li Xiong couldn't help but stomp his feet. Oh, good. The men came to their senses completely. Scatter. Climbing, continuing to climb. At this point, this Airbus A320 airliner was like a sharp arrow plunging straight into the sky, slanting into the night sky and instantly breaking through the night barrier. Lu Qingzhou's face was as heavy as water. Pull the lever backward and upward with one hand dead center. The other hand pushes the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom to maintain full fuel supply. Co-pilot's seat. Chen Bin was now dead weighted in his seat, unable to move, but his brain was still running at high speed. Both eyes were dead set on the dashboard. As soon as any of the aircraft's parameters showed any abnormality, he would immediately raise his voice to alert them. So even if it's hard, Chen Bin also performs his duties as co-pilot well. Chen Bingbing behind Lu Qingzhou. Now it's gone from piercing armor to a puddle. The whole man slumped limply in his seat, his face pale, his lips blue, his eyes bloodshot. EC right arrow curving left. She's like a stranded fish. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't breathe in even one breath of fresh air. The crowd in the passenger cabin did not fare much better than Bingbing Chen. They were now completely pinned down in their seats by the huge overload, unable to move. Everyone seemed to have a huge mountain weighing on their chests. It deflates the chest. If anything, there were people who felt nauseous and wanted to vomit as they swooped downward. Then now they are denied the right to even vomit. Couldn't even breathe. One time, the cabin was silent. There was no more sound but the roar of the engine and the sound of breaking air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The airplane made a deafening roar. The numbers on the altimeter also climbed instantly from below 100 to 500, then 600, 700, 800, all the way up to 1000. Lu Qingzhou then gently pressed the operating lever forward. Let the lever reset. This Airbus A320, with its nose raised like a rooster, it also finally dropped its lofty head at this moment. It became very tame. Returned to level flight attitude. The moment the plane resumed level flight, exhale. Chen Bingbing, who was sitting behind Lu Qingzhou, was relieved. The large stone that was pressing down on his chest also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chen Bingbing instantly felt as if her entire being, as if she had come back to life. But she wasn't comfortable for long. A few short seconds later, she then felt her stomach turn. She hadn't had a chance to say anything. It had turned into a small shrimp, arching its back and dry heaving. Chapter 99, the left rear landing gear has been successfully reset, and my life has been saved. Vom, vom, vom. The passenger cabin has now turned into a large vomiting site. After the airplane resumed its level flight attitude, the crowd in the cabin hadn't even slowed down when their stomachs turned. It doesn't matter if it's a dead or alive 5 feet 9 inches brown guy or a sweet, cute little loli. It's all about personal image now. There was a lot of bowing and wah vomiting. One time, an indescribable odor permeated the entire cabin. Hear the sound of vomiting as the rice blossoms speak of a good year? Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou saw that Chen Bin was still looking at himself with a face full of astonishment. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "What the hell are you looking at me for? Why don't you ask the tower if the left landing gear has been dumped yet? That's what matters. It was only then that Chen Bin woke up like a dream. Rushed to the tower. Tower. 8889 calling. Are the landing gear down? Are the landing gear down? What the hell? Flying too fast for you guys to see? What are you guys up to? Lu Qingzhou saw this. There was also a slight sigh. What's with the tower? With dozens of pairs of eyes staring at it, it's amazing that I didn't even get a good look at whether the landing gear was down or not. Amateur. Too amateurish. Chen Bin hung up the call with the tower, and only then did he look at Lu Qingzhou very helplessly. Captain, the tower said they didn't see it clearly. What should we do now? What to do? Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. What else can we do? We can only pass the field once more. Chen Bingbing, who was originally dry heaving, heard these words. He was so scared that he flinched, turned into a pangolin again. See this scene. Lu Qingzhou was angry and amused, hurriedly reassuring. It's the pass field, not through the clouds, you don't need to be afraid. Chen Bingbing's eyelids lifted. It was not known whether it was out of trust in Lu Qingzhou or something else. She finally stretched out slowly from her pierced armor state. Lu Qingzhou returned to her senses. Once again, pressed the bar low and hovered down to altitude. Rumble rumble. The roar of airplane engines once again resonated through the airspace. As the plane got lower and lower, observers in the tower and other parts of the airport were now staring at each other so wide-eyed that they couldn't even blink. The roof of the building. Aerial sharpshooter heard a roar getting closer and closer. There was a sudden shock. Immediately said, brothers, the plane is close again. Let's see if this time the plane is going to land or through the clouds. TSK, I have to say that the captain of this airliner is really a character. This is still the first time I've seen someone fly an airliner through the clouds flying so silky smooth. It. Live stream. The pop-ups still take up the entire screen. Another one? The passengers on this plane are in for a rude awakening. 2 consecutive through the clouds in just a few minutes. Even if a person can stand it, I guess the airplane can't stand it. Catechism. Did the captain really just fly the airplane through the clouds? Passengers on this plane have made a fortune today. There's actually a roller coaster ride on this plane. Passengers on the plane are probably dying right now. Nonsense. Dive plus the overload from the climb is at least 4 gs, which is too much for the average person to handle. I think I'm gonna burst my lungs. Heartache for a second. Just then, the roar of the airplane's engines grew louder and louder, and the plane came closer and closer. But just as everyone stared, prepared to be shocked once again and witness the miracle, a small white dot was seen in the sky in the distance. But unlike earlier, this little white dot was slow. It's as if it's standing still in the air. A full 10 seconds passed. It was only then that the crowd got a good look at the little white dot in its entirety. Heck, it was an Airbus A320 airliner. The speed was so slow that it was like 2 people who were close to their eyes in the blink of an eye just a moment ago. Rumble rumble. The plane was getting lower and lower in altitude and closer to the airport. Pylons. Li Zhiyong finally didn't make the stupid mistake earlier this time. Instead, his eyes bulged. Without blinking, he looked at the airplane's left rear landing gear. Closer. When the plane was below 100 meters in altitude and already flying over the airport, a controller suddenly pointed to the airplane's left rear landing gear and exclaimed, Reset! Left rear landing gear reset. No need for him to say. Li Zhiyong had also seen it for real by this time. Only the left rear landing gear, which had been curved before, had now become very straight, almost as if it was perpendicular to the belly of the airplane. This is the attitude with the landing gear fully lowered. Li Zhiyong clenched his fists and waved them hard in the air several times. Only then did he grip the intercom with excitement and said loudly, 8889. Reset. The left rear landing gear is completely reset. Cam. God. I've been in this line of work for 1 or 2 decades, and it's the first time I've seen an airliner through the clouds maneuver and dump the landing gear to reset. He's all a bit incoherent already. The other controllers were now agitated. It's even been cheered, because the landing gear has lower locks. So as soon as the landing gear is dumped and reset, the lower locks will completely lock up the landing gear. As long as the landing gear is trivialized, then there's no problem with the plane landing. That is to say, don't look now, but this Airbus A320 has not landed safely. But the success rate for safe landings is now infinitely close to 100. That is, the same probability as if the airplane had landed in the usual conditions of no wind, no rain, and without any mechanical failure. So while the group of controllers were suspected of popping champagne at halftime, but the success rate is so high, it doesn't hurt to pop the champagne at halftime. Cockpit. When Li Ziyong's voice, already trembling with excitement, reached Chen Bin's ears, Chen Bin was first relieved. Then ecstasy was written all over his face. He was seen punching the air as if he was venting his long pent-up pressure. Cam. Beautiful. He exclaimed out loud. If it weren't for the seatbelt restraints, it is estimated that at this moment, he has already wrapped his arms around Lu Qingzhou's shoulders and cried and laughed. Lu Qingzhou also let out a long sigh of relief. Exhale. Now that the landing gear has been completely reset, then this passed today. It finally passed safely. Holy, do I really have a bad luck body? How many days has it been? Again, he was struck by lightning. Hit a bird. Hit a drone. What's the next bump? Iceberg? Blah blah blah. It's more like it next time you hit the peach blossom. He took another deep breath before smiling. Don't get excited. Contact the tower and tell them 8889 is landing. Yes, Chen Bin replied loudly. The yes was answered very freely and loudly. Chen Bingbing also finally regained a trace of vigor at this time. She didn't know what was happening though. But look at Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin who were already a little overwhelmed with excitement. So she guessed. This little life of his own should be saved. Chapter 100, the landing process was smooth and silky. Finally landed safely. Establishment of a blind drop. Pull up the spoiler. Downward adjustment of flap degrees. Shanxi Airlines Flight SC8889 has finally pointed its nose at the runway again after nearly an hour of fiddling. It's now 9:35 p.m. Capital time. A full hour had passed since the flight landed. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou reduced the airplane's fuel supply while gently pressing down on the operating lever, and the co-pilot, Chen Bin, kept talking to the tower. Once again, he plays the role of the relentless repeater. At this point, the searchlights at the Marina Airport have all been turned off. Only 4 rows of runway lights were left on in the large airport flight area. Marina Airport has 2 runways and 4 rows of runway lights. Looking down from mid-air, the location of the 2 runways is clear and unambiguous. This time, the plane was no longer as reckless as it had been a moment ago in terms of altitude. If the lower heights just now were blistering, now they are moist and silent. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Once the plane's altitude was below 500 meters. In the cockpit, the flight control system beeped as well. Lu Qingzhou continued to press the lever and lower his head. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The runway had come into view. Lu Qingzhou still maintained the posture of pressing down on the operating lever, all the while constantly adjusting the airplane's flight attitude. Ensure that the nose of the aircraft is aligned with the runway centerline at all times. But the movement was so slight that it was such that the crowd on the plane didn't notice anything. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. At this point, the airplane was already over the runway. Pylons, Li Ziyang and several other controllers were still standing on the balcony, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the distant runway. Although they already knew that the landing gear of Mountaineer Flight SC8889 had been reset, 8889 probability of being unharmed. But now that the plane was about to land, their hearts were once again in their throats. The roof of the building in the distance. Aerial sharpshooter had his fists clenched tightly, tension written all over his face. The pop-ups on the live feed have now disappeared as well. Rather, it's not the anchor or the system settings. Rather, the attention of everyone on the air right now wasn't on posting pop-ups. Everyone was staring at their cell phone screens, with the camera looking at the Airbus A320 airliner that was getting closer in the distance. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just as the plane was about to land, Lu Qingzhou immediately gently pulled the operating lever backward and upward, pulling the nose of the plane up to ensure that the rear landing gear of the plane landed first. In the meantime, the hearts of everyone on the scene were also lifted, although everyone witnessed that the airplane's left rear landing gear had been successfully reset. But no one can guarantee that the left rear landing gear is unharmed. So the second the plane doesn't land, the plane isn't secured for a second. And at this point, everyone's eyes widened, watching the airplane fly lower and lower. The plane flew forward about another 10 or 20 meters. Clang. A slight clang rang out. Then the fuselage of the airplane was seen to shudder slightly and the wheels of the rear landing gear began to skid up the runway. Yes, the plane's rear landing gear has landed successfully. Not only was the landing successful, and it's very silky smooth throughout. No questions asked. Even the left rear landing gear, which had previously failed, is still safe and sound. But it's not time to pop the champagne. Everyone was filled with tension and watched the still triangular airliner without blinking. Probably a few more seconds passed. Clunk! The airplane's front landing gear also landed without incident. This Airbus A320 began to taxi up the runway. The airplane was like a wild horse out of control. Start running wildly along the track. Lu Qingzhou's face did not change. Activate the aircraft brakes immediately. Soon, the airplane slowed to a meaty crawl. But at that speed, the plane would have run off the runway pretty quickly, too. But Lu Qingzhou wasn't the least bit flustered. After activating the braking system, his hand was already hitting the reverse thrust mechanism gear lever. Yes, trying to completely slow down the 70 to 80 ton behemoth would require more than simply activating the brakes. It would also require the use of the aircraft's counter-thrust mechanism. Lu Qingzhou's hand only clutched the reverse thrust device gear lever, and he didn't hesitate. A sharp upward pull. Click, 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 click. Click. A subtle sound of metal rubbing together rang out at once. It was as if this wild horse had been put on a bridle and was completely tamed. After another 100 meters or so of furious running forward, it finally seemed like it had dumped all of its power and came to a very weak stop on the runway. After seeing the plane finally pull up to the runway pylons, Li Ziyang's clenched fists jerked upward as he raised his arms and shouted, "Beautiful! Well done!" Several other controllers had similar expressions. Some were even on the verge of tears of joy. Distant Mansion. Aerial Sharpshooter also raised his arms and shouted, "Awesome! Awesome! This captain is the best captain I've ever seen. And he's managed to land safely in a ING special situation like this." Live stream. And the pop-ups came out like a tidal wave. Damn. Today's live broadcast is more exciting than watching a blockbuster movie. The whole plot has ups and downs and climaxes, which is indeed better than the current blockbusters. Mountain Air is the name of the game. I must say, the captain is really a brave man for thinking of a landing gear malfunction that can be solved by a through-the-clouds maneuver. Yeah, the airplane just went through the clouds and it almost made me orgasm. I'm so uneducated that I can only say, the captain of Mountain Air is a very skilled pilot. In the future, we'll only travel with Mountain Air. Not only is it safe and secure, but the process is also so thrilling. Mountain Air is good, but it's a little hard on the pants. Damn, the sun thief who put the shuttle hasn't been caught yet. When he is caught, he should tie that sun thief to the nose of the airplane and take him to play through the clouds a few times. Cabin. As the plane steadied itself on the runway, the passengers in the cabin hadn't reacted yet. What the hell is going on? Why isn't the plane moving? Many people rushed to look around, but still didn't see a thing. One time, the crowd couldn't even tell if they were hallucinating or if the plane really wasn't moving, because the landing of the airplane was just so silky and smooth. Plus these people have been tortured to the point of dizziness. Long ago, I couldn't tell reality from illusion. A foul odor now permeated the cabin. The aisle was also full of vomit. The faces of all the passengers were ugly, and panic was written all over every one of them. This state of dumbfoundedness lasted for more than 10 seconds. The pale-faced Zhang Xiaoyun was the first to react. The plane? It's not moving? Did the plane land successfully? Think about it. Her face turned instantly flushed. The whole man also regained a touch of vigor and rose from his seat with difficulty. Come on. Open the emergency doors. The plane landed safely. We survived. We all survived. The last few words. She even shouted it with a sob. P.S. 100 chapters of more than 200,000 words. The second climax of the plot has finally finished writing. So tired. If you think that the author June writing is not bad, give some gifts to encourage encouragement. The system sends a free gift is very good. Another, because the platform 2025 has a new benefit. That is, the last 7 days of each month to follow the number of people more than 5,000 and 10,000 will have different rewards. So the last few days kneeling to beg you all great not to feed the book. Every day to click open to read can? After the Spring Festival author June will begin to burst more. Said to do. Chapter 101 3 airplanes reimbursed in half a month. Lu Qingzhou is really an Airbus killer. Exhale. Chen Bin exhaled a long, cloudy breath. Turning his head to look at Lu Qingzhou, squeezing out a smile, he said, I used to be a really staunch materialist, but after flying with your boy a few times in the meantime, I'm kinda convinced. Why do you think your kid is so unlucky? Either you get struck by lightning or you hit a bird and a drone. He tugged at the uniform he was wearing and muttered again, Ugh, this uniform is wasted again. Is this the new uniform I just requested from the company? Lu Qingzhou twisted her head and glanced at Chen Bin. Not in a good mood. Pissed again? Scram. Chen Bin's face was filled with black lines. You're the one who peed. I heard them say earlier that your boy was a big piece of, and I didn't believe them. People teach people that they can't be taught, and things are taught to them once, and I believe not too much now. But for Chen Bin's denigration, Lu Qingzhou acted as if she hadn't heard it. He leaned forward slightly, muttering, Do you think we should move the plane to a parking spot? Chen Bin didn't hear clearly. Hurrying after him, he asked, What? I said should we move the airplane to the parking space? Lu Qingzhou repeated again. Chen Bin was so scared that he waved his hands. Brother, you are my own brother. Let's not mess around, can we? Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes at him. This kid. I'm just scared out of my wits again. We are now stranded on the runway. It will affect the normal takeoff and landing of other aircraft. When you took your driver's license, didn't the instructor teach you to get off the highway mark in a hurry if you have an accident on the highway? Lu Qingzhou perked up. Chen Bin gave him a blank look. Not in a good mood. And you're weirdly nice? We're an airplane, not a little car. And it was the rear landing gear that failed on our airplane. And if the rear landing gear had been snapped off during the move, the redundancy would have given the whole thing away. How big is your heart to think about traffic congestion at a time like this? Chen Bin hadn't finished his words. Lu Qingzhou had already unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up. Then you're still sitting down to do ha? Hurry up and get up and go to the cabin together. Help evacuate the travelers to go. Chen Bin waved his hand at him and said somewhat breathlessly, go ahead and let me slow down. Weak legs, can't stand up. Lu Qingzhou turned her gaze back to Chen Bingbing, who was still ostrich-like. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. That's another one that can't be counted on. No way. He had to walk to the cockpit door all by himself. Lifting upward with all his might, he pushed open the cockpit door, but when the hatch was only opened, a foul, unpleasant odor then penetrated his nostrils. Vomit. Lu Qingzhou didn't hold back for a while. It also bowed in dry heaved. The stateroom has become a public restroom. Pust. As the emergency hatch was opened, the emergency slide air cushion that acts as a boarding ladder is immediately filled with gas, rapidly expanding. Only a pop was heard. The gas-filled emergency slide air cushion slapped down hard on the runway. Zhang Xiaoyun and the other flight attendants stood at the door of the emergency cabin and shouted towards the passengers who came over to the B chrysalis. Don't panic. Line up. One by one. The words just fell. With a leap forward, the first passenger slid down the emergency slide and down the plane. Rescue crews have been standing by for a long time. As soon as the first passenger stepped off the plane, 2 rescuers immediately rushed over and assisted him to the ambulance. And then the second one. Third. The fourth. There were no injuries, but the rescue effort continued in an organized manner. Half an hour later, all the passengers were finally all transferred by ambulance. The Airbus A320 was also towed by an airport tractor to the far plane and parked. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin were holding a flashlight each. Walked to the left rear landing gear position. Both men couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw that a large crater had been dented in the belly of the airplane next to the left rear landing gear, and that there was even a quadcopter shuttle stuck in the crater that had been badly broken. Obviously, this shuttle was the culprit that caused this particular accident. Chen Bingbing also followed behind the two. Her face still looks bad now. His face was pale and his lips were blue, eyes all bloodshot, but the essence is much better than it was a moment ago. When she saw the shuttle stuck in the belly of the plane, he was filled with curiosity and asked, is that why the plane hit this drone and that's why the left rear landing gear didn't release completely? Lu Qingzhou nodded, but the drone clearly hit the belly of the airplane, and did not hit the landing gear T. Chen Bingbing was filled with question marks. Although the location where the collision occurred was quite close to the left rear landing gear, Lu Qingzhou pointed to the location where the collision occurred. Patience explained, this location is called the landing gear bay. It's the cabin the airplane uses to store the landing gear. At the time of the collision between the drone and the airplane, we didn't open the landing gear compartment to release the landing gear, so the collision caused the shell of the landing gear compartment to break, and there may have been debris set into the landing gear, causing the left rear landing gear to jam. Chen Bingbing came to a realization. The plane is pretty fragile though. One hit from this little gadget and the casing is broken and damaged, she added. Lu Qingzhou was full of helplessness and said, sister, we can't calculate like this. Ha? Chen Bingbing raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes full of doubt. Do you remember the airplane hitting the bird 2 days ago? Lu Qingzhou did not immediately explain, but asked in return. Chen Bingbing nodded. How can you not remember? I'll never forget it. A bird can break the shell of an airplane, let alone a drone. Lu Qingzhou explained, because forces are mutual. If the airplane is at rest, not to mention birds and drones, even pistol bullets would have a hard time causing damage to the airplane. But an airplane that collides with another object while traveling at a high speed is the equivalent of hitting an object traveling at the same speed, and the damage caused is all mutual. It's the same as when you're driving on the highway and the bug just explodes after the windshield hits it. Chen Bingbing suddenly realized. Oh, I remember. You explained it to me before. Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes at her. Oh duh. You just realized it. He. Chen Bingbing giggled twice, then curiously asked, so is our plane badly damaged? Lu Qingzhou shook her head. It's not bad, just a broken landing gear bay shell. Just replace it. But why do I feel that you two are quite anxious? Chen Bingbing was now like a curious baby as she asked again. Such a simple question though. At once, Lu Qingzhou was stumped. He opened his mouth. Surprisingly, I don't know how to answer. This time, next to him, Chen Bin picked up the conversation. You're right if you don't know why. Chen Bingbing immediately turned her gaze to Chen Bin. Chen Bin nudged towards Lu Qingzhou and continued, because in just over 10 days, our Captain Qingzhou sent 3 Airbus A320 airliners into the maintenance workshop. The first one was struck by lightning, which messed up the lightning protection and circuitry. The second one was hit by a bird, which broke the radome, and this one was hit by a drone, which broke the landing gear. But our company only has 3 Airbus A320s in total. All 3 are now reimbursed. so now he and I are both scratching our heads about which airplane we're going to fly next time. Airbus is also really unlucky to have met you. The Airbus Killer. Chapter 102 Good News and Bad News. Day 2. It's past 9 in the morning. Chen Bingbing arrived at the second-floor restaurant of the hotel where she was staying. She saw that Lu Qingzhou, Chen Bin, Zhang Xiaoyun and the others had already come to the dining room early to eat breakfast. Hurry up and get the dinner plates. Casually chucked in a large bun and a cup of soy milk. Then he came and sat down next to the crowd. Then with a mysterious face, he said, that business from last night has now been deleted cleanly on the internet, and there is no trace of it at all. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to her, hurriedly asked, what is it? Drones chant. Chen Bingbing took a sip of soy milk and said, what else could it be? Wasn't it just a drone crash that damaged our plane? Only then did Jiang Xiaoyu react. Ha? Deleted? Seriously? It's not just her. Huang Shenchan, Fang Yihan, and Nie Xiaoyu all cast puzzled gazes as well. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu had already taken his cell phone out. However, by the time she typed in keywords such as Jinmen City drone incident and Binhai airport drone on social media such as Weibo, Jitterbug, headlines, and Shutterbug, other than searching for a few comments with cryptic wording, surprisingly, she really didn't find any semblance of this incident online for a long time. There's really nothing left. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed out in shock. Then she said with a puzzled face, didn't you say that there was a netizen who happened to live broadcast our airplane through the clouds last night? He rose more than 1 million fans in one night, earning a lot of money. What is that anchor called? What's it called? Sharpshooter. Samantha Wong picked up her mouth. Aerial shots Alice. Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his head and hurriedly searched for aerial shots Alice. But the anchor is found. But the anchor did not have any of the videos about last night's drone incident. Not only that, the anchor is currently turned on with anti-disturbance protection. The average person can't even comment under his videos, though this clearly smacks of a cover-up. But the effect is still obvious. Jiang Xiaoyu saw this. He was filled with disappointment. What the? It's just a few shuttles being released by someone who's been acting against the wind. Is there a need to cover your mouth like that? There were at least thousands of pro-lifers last night, and the number of people watching the live stream is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. After deleting the online traces cleanly, is it still possible to completely erase all these people's memories? Humph. The authorities like to do this kind of cover-up. Zhang Xiaoyun saw that the more she talked, the more she went overboard. Hurriedly knocked her smooth white forehead with chopsticks. Starting to talk nonsense again. Right. Is your mouth without a gate or something? Next time you talk nonsense, beware of me sewing up your mouth. Jiang Xiaoyu spat out her tongue with a face full of playfulness. But don't dare bleep it again. Only then did Zhang Xiaoyun look at Chen Bingbing and said with an apologetic face, Bingbing, don't listen to her. She usually likes to complain blindly. Chen Bingbing was as clear as a mirror in her heart. Zhang Xiaoyun looked rude, but he was actually protecting Jiang Xiaoyu, because there are some things you really can't just say, especially with yourself as an outsider. And, again, one's status is somewhat unique. It's normal for people to be a little defensive. Think about it. Chen Bingbing couldn't help but let out a slight sigh in her heart. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. What's this all about? Ever since Zhang Xiafeng became a saint in the flesh online, the news media has been labeled by the public as claptrap, quoted out of context, and unscrupulous for traffic. So the news media has gotten more and more stinky. 10 or so years ago, the news media is still very much in the public's mind, and the news media industry is one of the more high-profile industries. It has been hailed as the conscience of society and the voice of the people. How many years has it been? The news media windfall came in a two-step reversal, but Chen Bingbing also knew. The news media have become less popular, and media people have been reduced to the status of street rats. There's really no one else to blame. It has even less to do with Zhang Xiafeng. It's purely a case of one of our own making a fool of himself. True, now there are still adhering to the conscience and industry standards in the work of the media, but most of them are indeed reduced to traffic slaves, in order to traffic wantonly out of context, inverting black and white, fanning the flames, especially with the advent of the internet age. The bar in the media industry has gotten lower and lower. So there's been an influx of self-publishers with no integrity whatsoever, much less any professionalism. These self-published media outlets are more than capable of doing anything to get traffic. Bad money drives out good money. With this group of self-publishers joining in and stirring the pot, this has led to more competition in the business, and orthodox media people have been forced, even voluntarily, to join the self-publishing industry in order to keep their jobs. So in just a few years, the major media outlets no longer act as the voice of the masses or report on social injustice as they once did. Instead, like hyenas streaming their harumps across the savannah searching for animal remains, they scour the internet for hot-button events, and then don't bother to dig any deeper. Instead, They flocked to it. After posting a few videos or editorials to earn eyeballs and traffic, off to find the next hot spot again. Is this still what the media should be doing? Of course not. Chen Bingbing knew that this kind of thing was wrong. Very wrong though. But she's just a little karami who's only been in TV for a few years, which has the power to make a difference yo. Now she's being watched out for by others. It's upsetting to get caught in the crossfire, but understandable. Aside, Lu Qingzhou detected a hint of abnormality showing on Chen Bingbing's face, then laughed and said, "You a dry reporter, how this sensitivity has not got yo. This kind of thing does not erase the traces, do not want to make a big fuss, and then let the other suspects to learn from the example?" Chen Bingbing came back to her senses. Looking at Lu Qingzhou, he said, "It seems like don't tell me that your Mango channel leaders didn't call you and tell you to keep your mouth shut?" Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bingbing was instantly filled with curiosity. "How do you know?" After she finished speaking, she deliberately made a stern face and looked at Lu Qingzhou as she questioned. "Say, are you squatting on my corner? Or else how do you even know everything about me and the leader on the phone?" Lu Qingzhou blackened her face. "Scram, I'm known as half-immortal Lu. I can figure it out in a pinch. Why do I still need to squat in your corner and eavesdrop on your phone calls?" Cut. Chen Bingbing was filled with disbelief. Lu Qingzhou stopped ignoring her. Instead, he looked at the others and said, "It's just as well that the big guys are all here. So I'll convey a few instructions from the company." The others listened. All ears pricked up. Chen Bin hurriedly asked, "Good thing or bad thing?" "There are good and bad, but the good ones are mostly good," Lu Qingzhou replied. Chen Bin was suddenly relieved. "Then I'm relieved. P.S. Fully listening to your great opinions, greatly narrowing down the daily plot, so don't worry about it." Chapter 103, Lu Qingzhou is really the reincarnation of the god of mildew, and she's experienced in flying. Bad news first. Lu Qingzhou took a sip of millet porridge to moisten her throat. Continuing, the vacation you all thought of is completely gone. Recently it is the summer vacation season, so the passenger flow is relatively large. In addition, the company has recently transferred a lot of captains, co-pilots and flight attendants to receive modification training. The manpower was already insufficient, which still have time for us to take a vacation yo. His words had only just finished. There was a wail in the restaurant, especially Jiang Xiaoyu, Fang Yihan, Huang Shanchan, Nia Xiaoyu and their several youngsters. It was more like a death. It scared the hell out of a couple of them last night. So just think about taking a vacation and getting well, just in time for a nice stroll through the tourist city of Tsimshatsui. I didn't expect the company to be so heartless as to directly deprive them of their right to take a vacation, but you guys can apply for a transfer to another group. Transferring to another group might give you a few more days of rest. After all, you all know that the reason our group has been fixed in personnel lately is to match the filming of the program, Lu Qingzhou added. A couple of pretty stewardesses looked at each other. Both shook their heads. Let's just forget about it. Take it or leave it. Just in time to earn more money for retirement. Right, Thea? Idle. I can't wait to fly every day when the market is bad a few years ago. I can't let go of Sister Xiaoyun. Zhang Xiaoyun didn't have the good sense to say, "Come on, I think you guys can't let go of this big handsome guy, Captain Lightship." Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhou's image had already completely collapsed in their hearts. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Captain Lightboat is handsome, but it's just too dangerous, so it's better to forget about it. I still want to live a few more years." Fang Yihan skimmed her lips. Huang Shanchan, on the other hand, said in a domineering manner, "You guys don't want me? What is this called? The peony flower under the death. Do ghost also wind flow? Put, ha 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 ha, Sister Shan is awesome. Shannon, you are so brave." The others burst into laughter, except for Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou's face was full of black lines and she glared at a few people in a very irritated manner. He now finally understood the meaning of the phrase comedy is tragedy at its core. The ING press is not as complicated as those comedians think. The idea is that comedy is about teaching, it's about tears and laughter. Rather, if you want to make other people laugh, you have to take one person and use them as a clown, as a punchline. Obviously, he is now the clown who amuses the crowd. Ha! This time, Chen Bingbing let out a light eep, then asked curiously, "Last night, Captain Shenbin did not say that the Mountain Airlines 3 Airbus or you fly bad well. One by lightning, one hit a bird, one hit a drone, and now 3 Airbus A320 airliners are into the factory maintenance. You next fly what? It should be a Boeing 737-800, Lu Qingzhou explained. Mountain Air doesn't have much else, but it has the most Boeing airliners. But Chen Bingbing asked again, "You said before that Boeing and Airbus are not quite the same no matter the operation process or the cabin service. I thought that you guys would only be able to fly Airbus. Mountain Air's these Airbus A320 cannot be a few years before we fly our Boeing 737, and then not to buy the Airbus well." so only then a number of pilots and flight attendants to accept the Airbus A320 modification training, get the Airbus airworthiness certificate in order to get on the plane. Lu Qingzhou explained. That is to say, our wave of people can fly both Airbus and Boeing. Oh, Chen Bingbing gave a thumbs up towards the crowd. Awesome. Alright, stop it. I still have instructions that I haven't finished conveying. Lu Qingzhou said. This time the message is good news. So the crowd rushed to sit upright. Between the perfect performance of all of us last night, outstanding to stop an air crash. So the company has already put all of our names on the credit book. When the time comes to commend the commendation, the promotion, the big red packet, Lu Qingzhou hadn't finished speaking. The others had cheered. Yeah, this year will finally be a fat year. My Hermes, my Chanel, my LV sister can finally be abroad. Ha ha, promotion or not, commendation or not doesn't matter. A big red packet will do. Seeing them so happy, Chen Bingbing hurriedly moved towards Lu Qingzhou's side again. In a low voice, he asked, is Mountain Air going to give you guys a heavy award? The probability is right. The company is usually not too stingy in this regard. Lu Qingzhou nodded and whispered back, with my previous experience, as long as it is recognized as a mega air accident, no matter if it's the flight crew or the crew, everyone will be at least 40, 000 to 50, 000 or even more. You should know about the Sichuan Airlines Flight 3U8633 mega air accident, right? Chen Bingbing nodded. I know. Although the accident suffered by Flight 8889 yesterday was far less than that of 3U8633, it was nonetheless thrilling. At that time, just the heavy prize offered by Sichuan Airlines to the 3U8633 flight crew was enough to make people's jaws drop. Heroic Captain Lu Chuanjian is awarded 5 million. Second Captain Liang Peng 2 million. Co-pilot Su Ruichen 5 million. Crew Chief by Nan 1 million. And other crew members 800,000. Chen Bingbing's eyes were bulging, full of shock. That much? Although it is much, but selling money. Lu Qingzhou had a serious face. If 3U8633 didn't have Lu Chuanjian sitting on it, there would be few possibilities of a successful return flight. Our accident yesterday can't be compared to others at all, so it's only right that they get a heavy award. Chen Bingbing recalled the thrilling scene last night, nodded approvingly as well. But last night's accident was not as bad as 3U8633, but it's not small either. So in my experience, everyone should be able to get a bonus of a few tens of thousands to 100,000 or so, which is quite a lot. Lu Qingzhou added. With your experience? Chen Bingbing quickly grasped the point, raising his eyes to look at him. Jokingly, no wonder people say you are the reincarnation of the god of mold. You fly special accident has flown out of experience. Lu Qingzhou's smile disappeared instantly, blanked her hard, indicating laziness. Looking up to the others who were still giggling, he spoke. Alright, stop giggling. Things aren't finished yet. The crowd was only slightly snapped out of their excitement. All of them looked at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou's face has become very serious. Continued. There is another thing. That is, the company has issued a gag order. All people are not allowed to unauthorized what happened last night easily leaked out. Especially can't be unauthorized to send to the internet. All hear clearly? Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly pursued. Why? Because this matter is not simple. It is not an ordinary black flight incident. Lu Qingzhou looked at her, his face serious. This case even the military and national security have intervened in the investigation. That's why the internet was deleted cleanly. If you don't want to get yourselves in trouble, then keep your mouths shut. Zhang Xiaoyu saw the seriousness of his words. Hurry up and cover your little mouth. Not a word more. Chapter 104 Question time. Breakfast is done. The beautiful dudes in the flight crew either asked to go shopping together, either go back to your respective hotel rooms and rest. The flight crew is a little sadder, and a trip to the airport. Go to the hangar at Marina Airport with the maintenance engineer sent from headquarters to hand over the airplane, because she had to shoot the material needed for the program. So of course Chen Bingbing could only follow Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin in a very miserable manner. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, several people had arrived in a hangar at the Marina Airport. The Airbus A320 that was hit by the drone and made a big crater is now parked alone in this hangar, because the maintenance engineer hasn't arrived yet. So Chen Bingbing set up her selfie stand and turned on her live broadcasting equipment. Good morning, big and little friends of the broadcasting room. Chen Bingbing waved her hand toward the camera, then sidestepped, gave the camera away. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin also cooperated and showed their faces in front of the camera. Only then did Chen Bingbing continue. Yesterday's arrival at the Binhai Airport in Jinmen City was too late, so there was no live broadcast last night. Not Bingbing intentionally cool. This time, the live feed has flooded with over 100 people. It's only been on for less than a minute. Surprisingly, another 100 or so people poured in. Have to say, the mountain air is really hot these days, and as the water boys keep pouring in, the pop-ups were also swiped. But here's the strange thing, Most of these pop-ups are mosaics and no one other than the person who sent them has any idea what the other person actually posted. Probably thought it was swearing. Chen Bingbing was as clear as a mirror in her heart. Of course she knew it wasn't someone swearing. Instead, they're asking questions that shouldn't be asked. So she hurriedly said, "Brothers, sisters, alas, for the sake of the safety of our live room, everyone should not ask some sensitive questions. Yesterday night did happen some small episode, but we have to everything to the official notification shall prevail. Understand?" She's also transparent. How can anyone not understand? So immediately someone complained. Ugh, is it the cover your mouth trick again? What's the big deal? It's just that I got hit by. Now that this is all over the extranet, the walls are still covering their ears. There's a reason why the officials are doing this. It's not as simple as you think. It's not just someone being bold. It's probably the enemy. Oh, yeah, the 5th Century Party is a hatchet man. You also don't think about what kind of conference the capital is holding recently. And Jinmen is so close to the capital that an ordinary person would make things happen at this juncture? Seeing as how the discussion is getting more and more skewed, Chen Bingbing hurriedly stopped it. You guys just spare me. I still want to work for a few more years. She was now even a little regretful of starting a live broadcast at this juncture. But now that it's open, well, let's just observe for a little while longer. If you don't listen, immediately off. Not a second to lose. 2 days ago our live broadcast room opened a brand new track, and that is to invite Captain Lightboat to answer questions for us. Chen Bingbing continued to the camera. So if the big friends and kids have anything to ask, hurry up and ask questions. Captain Lightship must know everything. Lu Qingzhou saw this. Hastily, he cautioned, I'll know everything there is to know about aviation. But let's forget about personal privacy. There was a lot of joy in the live room. Immediately, a number of people swiped their pop-ups. Most of it remained about Lu Qingzhou, as well as the privacy and gossip of the pretty flight attendants. A small portion is related to Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing. For these questions, the two men naturally ignored it outright. Only answer serious questions from other users. First question, Captain Lightning Boat, what's the scheduling of pilots like? Ice read the question right out. Lu Qingzhou immediately said, domestic are based on civil aviation laws and regulations for scheduling and rest, roughly summarized as fly 4 rest 2. However, the daily flying time is not necessarily equal length, sometimes 7 or 8 hours a day, sometimes 1 or 2 hours a day. Is the flight route fixed? Not fixed. The company fleet has routes may theoretically fly, but the specific also depends on the qualification license. But in principle, the new captain will not fly too difficult airports or plateau high-altitude routes. Is the equipment fixed? Definitely fixed. But there's no such thing as equipment. 2 people, 2 poles, 1 airplane. As long as it meets the qualifications for a skilled endorsement it can fly. The equipment varies from airport to airport though, like blind landing ratings, number of runway strips and length and width, etc. Is the airplane fixed? It's not fixed. Even the type of airplane on the same route may not be fixed. Why do a lot of airport runways have the letters R and L in their numbering? Because in airport runway numbering, R means right runway and L means left runway. I remember that almost all the passenger planes of Mountain Air are Boeing 737 series, but in recent years, it seems that they have switched to purchase several Airbus passenger planes. Is it related to the Boeing scandals in these years? Oh, that question refuses to be answered. When I watch the video I keep hearing about V1 decision speed, V2 speed, whatever. Is there a fixed value for all these speeds? No, the V1 decision speed of an airplane is not a fixed value, but changes based on a variety of factors. These factors include, but are not limited to, airport temperature, runway conditions, passenger and cargo load distribution, sea level air pressure, and whether or not a reduced thrust takeoff is used. Therefore, prior to each takeoff, pilots need to perform specific calculations to determine multiple critical speeds, including V1. In general, the Airbus A320 V1 decision speed is between about 130 and 160 knots. This means that when the aircraft accelerates to a specific value within this speed range, the pilots have to make a decision. If any major problems are detected before then, they have the option of interrupting the takeoff, but if the V1 speed is exceeded, the takeoff must continue regardless of any problems, because at that point the remaining runway is no longer long enough to bring the aircraft to a safe stop. Can all flights land and take off only against the wind? No. Airplanes can take off and land downwind, but it's better to take off and land against the wind. The one question, one answer live format is actually pretty boring, because the vast majority of people are not interested in this expertise. Just for fun, but just over half an hour into the show, more than 10,000 people had flooded in on the live stream. Once again, it set an all-time record since its inception. Chen Bingbing stood aside. Look at the number of people online that keeps jumping. Satisfaction was all over his face. The very beginning. She thought she was a round robin at best. It'll be out in the first week, but since the dry land and the bird crash the other day, Mountain Air just keeps crushing all other carriers in the heat, holding on to the #1 spot, and the heat is trending hotter and hotter. This, coupled with last night's encounter with the black flight incident, has once again turned up the heat on Mountain Air by a large margin. So even if the next 3 weeks or so had been uneventful, he or she will also break through the first month of qualifiers and go straight to the later stages of the program. Wait a minute, the next 3 weeks or so must be uneventful. Nothing more can happen. Thinking about what has happened in the last few days, Chen Bingbing then couldn't help but shiver. She raised her eyes to look at Lu Qingzhou, who was patiently explaining and popularizing the subject. A hint of skepticism surfaced on his face. Don't you? Is the legend true? Is it true that the captain of the light boat has a bad luck constitution and is specialized in attracting bad luck? Chapter 105, 2 days later, flying to the ends of the earth. Brat! Inside the hangar at Marina Airport, several mechanical repairmen in rough blue uniforms hurried in. After seeing Lu Qingzhou, the head of the middle-aged man immediately split his head and scolded. You kid intentionally it. You say just 1 or 2 dozen days of work. How many things you have found for us? These days we have Wancheng, Quan Cheng, and Jin Men in a row. I'm an old arm and an old leg. Yo! Lu Qingzhou was full of innocence. Old Zhao. You're saying this as if I did it on purpose. That time in Wancheng I was only at ing altitude and I didn't even get over the edge of those 2 cumulonimbus clouds. And catching a thunderbolt came down from the sky and split the plane. Returning to the springs 2 days ago, that bird would have hit the windshield if it wasn't for my quick eyes. And last night, I can't figure out how someone's so bold that they dare to fly a shuttle near the airport. Lu Qingzhou finished, pointing at Chen Bin. He added, luckily, Chen Bin was involved in the entirety of these accidents, or else I wouldn't have been able to wash myself away even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Chen Bin could only give a dry smile. Do not involve others, Chen Bin, the middle-aged man said in a bad mood. The whole company who does not know that you are simply bad luck God-possessed. You say you wish you're not to engage in 1 or 2 accidents. Well, these 2 years, your Uncle Zhao to help you wipe your ass is not enough, right? But this period of time you are also really unlucky. Less than a month in a row of accidents. I heard that you even UFO have hit. How about a moment back to the spring city you go to Xinghua Zen Temple to worship? Wash the bad luck on you? Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes at him and said in a bad mood, you're still a 985 graduate, but you actually believe in stuff? There are a lot of things in this world that can't be explained by science, and you should never deny that there are still a lot of esoteric and mysterious things, so just listen to your Uncle Zhao. When you go back, go to Xinghua Zen Temple to put up a pillar of incense and pay your respects. At least it won't do you any harm, right? Old Zhao was bitter. Lu Qingzhou hadn't answered yet. Chen Bin then grabbed the first to speak. Old Zhao, don't worry, I'll escort him if he doesn't go. It just so happens that I have time today and tomorrow. Old Zhao grinned. Yes, for your own life, you have to escort him on a trip no matter what you say. Lu Qingzhou was already speechless. The handover document was slapped directly into old Zhao's arms. Put down a word. Said, go away. Too lazy to deal with you old gods. Waiting out of the hangar. Chen Bingbing caught up and asked curiously, in your line of work, are you more or less superstitious? Lu Qingzhou nodded. Pretty much. After all, we still really count the time to eat by the sky, and it's really easy to encounter some things that can't be explained by science. Metaphysical things after flying more. Chen Bingbing recalled the suspected UFO incident that she had encountered on her way to fly to Star City the night before. A very agreeable nod. So does this count as walking too much at night and running into ghosts? Chen Bingbing laughed. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, sort of. But, Lu Qingzhou pointed to the hangar. Their suspicious disease isn't too bad. There's an airline in China that's really excessive. This airline will put a Buddha sticker on the cockpit roof of each of its planes, specifically to bless safe travel. Chen Bingbing smacked her lips. Really? It's understandable to worship Buddha and offer incense. Putting a Buddha sticker on the top of the cockpit is too much. And still every airplane under the banner is posted. Does the big boss of this airline believe in Buddhism? This is nothing. Lu Qingzhou added. This airline also has a special Buddha's birthday festival. That is, on the day of Buddha's birthday. This airline, in addition to the flight crews and dispatchers who have the task of flying, dispatching, ground customer service, and so on, all take a day off. Asterisk. Chen Bingbing was even more shocked. Buddha's birthday? What airline is this that's so unbelievable? And when this airline company recruits flight attendants and security guards, they will also bring a special face master. Even if your professional knowledge is solid and your image is good, if the face eights don't match, you will not be accepted. Lu Qingzhou said. This time, Chen Bingbing no longer knew what to say. If the first two are merely appetizers, this last one is definitely a feast. How dare you bring a face guru to recruit employees? That's pretty bombastic in the bombastic world. so she was shaken inside and out. It was several seconds before he came to his senses. He spat. This airline company really believes in Buddhism to the point of becoming obsessed with it. So engaged in such a way. Not afraid to make the company yellow? Hahaha. Lu Qingzhou had a helpless smile on her face. This is where you're wrong. Not only did this carrier not mess up the yellow, but it has been developing quite well over the past few years. And in addition to the 3 major airlines in the list of domestic carriers, it's the most powerful. So you're saying that it's exasperating or not? Really? Chen Bingbing said in shock. Could it be that engaging in feudal superstitions could still set the company on fire? Who knows? Lu Qingzhou shrugged. Continuing, you've been to the ends of the earth, haven't you? Chen Bingbing nodded. Been there. Tianya Haijiao City is not a huge Guanyin Buddha statue. And then all the flights to and from Tianya Haijiao City Phoenix Airport cannot fly directly from the head of the statue. It is said that if you fly from the head of the statue of the Buddha will be encountered with the unknown. The flight will be very bad. And this is not sure if the rumor is not the news is the first to come out from the airline company. As you know, pilots are more or less superstitious. And since I heard others rumor it that way, I'd rather believe it than not. Over time, all flights in and out of Phoenix Airport have to bypass the Guanyin Buddha statue. Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bingbing recalled her several experiences of taking airplanes in and out of Tianya City. It seems like every time they fly around from the side of the Guanyin Buddha statue. She'd never associated herself with that aspect before, though, because it does seem a bit outrageous. Now hearing Lu Qingzhou talk about it like this, again, it seems like it's really happening. Really? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? Chen Bingbing was still a bit hard to accept. Lu Qingzhou suddenly pointed to a Boeing 737 airliner parked not far away and said with a smile, Here, isn't there an airliner from this airline right there? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it. Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. 20 minutes or so later, when Chen Bingbing followed Lu Qingzhou and the airport mechanic out of the cockpit of this Boeing 737 airliner, her face was all horror, although she believed every word Lu Qingzhou said, but hearing it and seeing it with your own eyes don't give the same shock after all. In particular, this Buddha sticker on the cockpit roof of this Boeing 737 is whitened. Apparently it's not been posted for a day or two. More than that, she was too stunned to speak, but what made her even more speechless was yet to come. 2 days later, Springs Remote Wall Airport. Chen Bingbing walked to the side of Lu Qingzhou in a huff and asked, Where are we flying today? The ends of the earth. Lu Qingzhou didn't lift her head and opened her mouth to reply. P.S. This is not the author of the fabricated, but the real and in the industry has long been rumored, not even industry secrets, so you can guess which airline this is. Another, except the criticism, greatly shortened the daily plot. I hope you cannot raise the book in the last few days. The author also punch a new book to chase more awards. Thank you. Chapter 106, A Farce. Capital Time, 10:20 a.m. Springs, Remote Wall Airport remains busy. A Boeing 737-800 was parked in the far slot. The hatch had long since been opened. A rotary ladder truck had also hitched the boarding ladder to the hatch. Not far, a ferry was also slowly coming this way, piloted by an airport mechanic. And on this ferry, it was already packed with travelers taking the flight. We are now well into the summer vacation season, so it's also one of the busier seasons of the year. Every day, many passengers take airplanes for traveling or school trips. Cockpit. Chen Bingbing was filled with curiosity as she surveyed the airplane's instruments and operating levers. Then he sked and exclaimed, Not to mention you guys, even I, as a layman, can tell that Boeing and Airbus operate completely differently, and all these gauges are different as well. How did you guys learn to modify then? We normal people have trouble learning to drive, but we can learn to see license almost any car on the market. But even if you guys get a flight license, you can't fly at all without learning how to modify. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin had already done all the preparations before takeoff. Now it's just a matter of waiting for all the passengers to finish boarding. The planes are ready to take off. So Lu Qingzhou sat in the captain's seat with a lazy face. Replied, It can't be helped. After all, you can't get paid for nothing when you're eating the food. However, although the cockpit of Boeing and Airbus are very different, but the appearance seems to be not very different. If it is an ordinary passenger, how to distinguish from the appearance of their own airplane is Boeing or Airbus? Chen Bingbing asked curiously again. Teach you the simplest way to differentiate. Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing hurriedly looked at him. You know the strobe lights at the end of the wings of an airplane. The strobe lights that flash one at a time are Boeing, and the ones that flash twice at a time are Airbus. Chen Bingbing was a bit surprised. So simple? Really? It's that simple. Lu Qingzhou answered seriously. Oh yeah. Chen Bingbing gave him an okay gesture. Another useless tidbit learned. Why isn't it working? Chen Bin first glanced at the selfie device behind her. It was discovered that Chen Bingbing had already shut down the live broadcast. It was only then that he smiled and said, Boeing has been pretty unreliable for a few years now, so you'll be able to tell if the airplane you're flying on is an Airbus or a Boeing when you learn how to do it. What can I do if I distinguish? Chen Bingbing shrugged. It's hard not to think that I'll jump off the plane temporarily. This rather put Chen Bin on the spot. Yeah, once you're on the plane, does it matter if you know whether the plane you're flying on is an Airbus or a Boeing? So he decided to change the subject. I heard that the kid who put up the black flights at the Marina Airport in Shinshatsui hadn't been caught yet, because the next day someone else put up a shuttle near the airport. Could it really be your boy? It's really the work of the enemy, isn't it? Although the authorities have been removing traces for the past 2 days, it has been a big deal. Lu Qingzhou's face was also a bit grave. The biggest fear in this kind of thing is not loan cases, but scrambling to follow suit. So many airports across the country. It would be a real defense if someone did follow suit. You can't just install high-power EMI equipment at every airport. It really needs to be installed. The drones didn't come down in defense. Instead, inbound and outbound flights were severely disrupted. The gains don't pay for the losses. However, Lu Qingzhou's further worrying would not help, because this kind of big matter that concerns the safety of flights in the whole country is naturally not something that he, a little Karami, can manage. Just fly your own plane properly. A few more people made small talk for a while. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the time and realized that it was now less than 30 minutes before the plane's departure time, then frowned and asked, "How do yo?" The crew for what Lu time has not got to close the hatch. They do not know the plane is about to take off. Mark. Chen Bin laughed and scolded. Please speak Mandarin and learn to be civilized. You have a mouthful of guepu. I really can't understand what you are muttering. I say it's already time. What the hell is the crew doing not closing the hatch? Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bin glanced at the watch on his wrist, realized it was indeed a bit too late. Hurrying to his feet, I'll go take a look, but he just got up. The cockpit doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Bin hurriedly walked over to open the cabin door, and then saw Nie Xiaoyu's little head had already stretched in, looking at Lu Qingzhou with an anxious face. Captain, I may have to trouble you to go. There are 2 passengers who are dead set on not boarding the plane. Lu Qingzhou's face instantly became serious, immediately pursuing the question. What's going on? Alas, Nie Xiaoyu sighed and continued. These 2 passengers yelled to complain about the ferry driver, saying that the driver slammed on the brakes several times while driving the ferry, almost scaring them out of a heart attack. Ha! Chen Bingbing opened her small mouth, looking at Nie Xiaoyu with a face full of surprise. Can that be grounds for a complaint? She swallowed the word his mom hard. Nie Xiaoyu was helpless. We've encountered more than such odd reasons for complaints. Lu Qingzhou had already stood up by this time. While walking outside, he asked, are these 2 passengers middle-aged or older than 50? Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly said, yes. Did you even guess this? Could it be that when you went to Xinghua Zen Temple to offer incense yesterday, you also stole those fortune teller's skills? Thanks to you being an old employee. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the good sense to say, who can usually come up with such a strange reason for a complaint if not a middle-aged or elderly aunt? Nie Xiaoyu blinked. It seems to be true, haha. Immediately contact the customer service department and check the identity information of these 2 passengers and the people traveling with them. I'll go take a look, Lu Qingzhou added. This time, he had stepped out of the cockpit. Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly caught up and asked in a low voice, are you saying that they're deliberately picking a fight? It's not until you check. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at her and faintly said. Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded her head. By the time Lu Qingzhou arrived at the cabin hatch, the hatch was already crowded with several passengers who were eating and watching. Lu Qingzhou squeezed through the gap between the people. Just saw several people already standing next to the airplane. Under the hot sun, Zhang Xiaoyun, the crew chief, was already sweating with anxiety, whispering something towards the 2 older women. And one of these 2 older women tugged on the ferry driver's arm and wouldn't let go. One of them even yanked on the escalator of the boarding ladder. The ferry driver, on the other hand, looked as if he was in a state of raw disbelief. Lu Qingzhou did not rush down to dissuade him. Instead, he stood right at the hatchway with a calm look on his face watching the farce below, like the rest of the eating crowd. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. After today is the New Year. The author here to wish all the book friends great luck in the year of the snake. Family happiness, peace and security, good health. Chapter 107, Dongda Anti's fighting strength is a battlefield. A few minutes later, Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly squeezed through the crowd of people watching. Coming next to Lu Qingzhou, tiptoeing to his ear, he whispered, it's really been guessed by you. These 2 passengers really do have fellow travelers, and by the looks of it, they should be a family, ready to go on vacation to Sanya together. Lu Qingzhou nodded without moving. It was only then that he walked down the boarding ladder. When Zhang Xiaoyun saw that Lu Qingzhou had finally arrived, it was as if she had seen her backbone. Hurrying to welcome them, Captain Lightship. These 2 passengers complained that the ferry driver kept slamming on the brakes on the way to the car. It was about to give them a heart attack. I told them to go with me to the customer service department, or the complaint center at the airport, to resolve the issue and express their claims reasonably, but they were reluctant to do so. I'm at a loss as to what I should do anymore. Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly. Only then did he look at the two middle-aged and older women who were in their 60s, but maintained in a fairly youthful manner. LOL. Tota Dame is known all over the world for her fighting prowess, especially with a thieving pension like this one. Life is richer. At one time there may have been an official position with a little bit of power over Big Mama. It's more of the word huckster. Anyone who messes with them is like messing with a swarm of flies. It can't hurt anyone though, but diaphragm. But it's easy to punish them. Stop the pensions and the world will be completely peaceful. The two Amazons. This is Captain Lu Qingzhou Lu of this flight. You can give Captain Lu a good talking to if you have any complaints. Now the plane is about to take off. So should we not get on the plane first before we talk? Zhang Xiaoyun compensated with a smiling face and said in a low voice to those two Amazons. Big Auntie glanced at the young and handsome Lu Qingzhou. At that time, he said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, so Young is the captain of the plane. The relationship between the family put fear is not? They say you are reliable. But what do you mean by reliable? Inverted sentences? Aha, indeed, it is a native of the province of Zilu." Auntie B then said, "Why should we get on the plane first? Why should we get on the plane when things haven't even been settled yet?" The driver of the ferry looked as if he was in a state of raw disbelief. Indeed, anyone who's ever had this happen to them would be in a bad way for a good half a day. Two Amazons, I am the captain of this flight. Can you tell me anything first? Lu Qingzhou also piled a smile on her face. Big Mama A immediately said, "Tell you about useful marks?" Lu Qingzhou nodded. "It's useful to talk to me about all the small and large matters of this flight. I can do it all." Really? Big Auntie at first looked him up and down with a puzzled expression before saying, "Alright, then I'll tell you about it. Posturing, superiority, maybe for you youngsters, it's us old people who are messing around, because you must think it's a small thing, but the elderly are very fragile, and that's what needs the concern and love of the whole society." Big Auntie A perked up. Lu Qingzhou glanced at her wristwatch time, but the face never showed any semblance of impatience. What's going on in this case today? It is that he drove unsteadily, just a few hundred meters to step on the brakes several feet. You do not know yo. Big Mom, my heart was not good. By him so scared, almost did not give me a heart attack out. You say I do not find him trouble. I find which trouble? Big Mom A said. Big Aunt B immediately helped out. I have a bad heart too. I'm about to have a heart attack from him too. The ferry driver immediately complained. Our ferry is not fast, and we often have to avoid passing airplanes, so it's not normal to gently tap the brakes. Auntie, how can you be so diaphragmatic? Who are you calling a diaphragm? You mean we've wronged you? The two Amazons immediately opened fire, and immediately scared the ferry driver to shut his mouth. Lu Qingzhou stroked his bare chin. Opening her mouth, she asked, "Auntie, you guys are saying that you don't have a good heart, right?" Big Mama A glanced at him and said, "Yeah, what?" Auntie B then complained, "Little handsome brother, you are not aware of yo, older people yo." She hadn't finished her sentence. Lu Qingzhou then had raised her hand to stop. People with heart disease cannot travel by airplane, don't you know? Even if you want to travel by airplane you must be in stable condition. But how does our airline know that you are stable? Of course the hospital is required to provide proof of this. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at Zhang Xiaoyun and said, "Have these two passengers provided any relevant proof?" Zhang Xiaoyun immediately shook her head. "No. How does the customer service department work? This kind of patient can even check in for them?" Lu Qingzhou had a stern face and scolded. Zhang Xiaoyun was taken aback. Hastily waving his hand, he said, I am not really sure. So is it clear now? Lu Qingzhou remained sullen. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly nodded her head. Now that it's clear, immediately verify if they have checked in their luggage. If they didn't, immediately invite them out of the parking space. If they checked in their luggage, immediately contact the airport flight service to find their luggage and invite them out of the parking space again. Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Zhang Xiaoyun was like a chicken pecking at rice. Immediate nod. The two older women listened. It was a moment of resignation. Letting go of the ferry driver was ready to come and grab and pull Lu Qingzhou. While flailing his teeth and claws, he yelled, "Don't you dare keep us from getting on the plane. You know which one I'm not. I'm going to make you lose your job with one phone call. Pull the butt, get out of the way. I'll see which one of you dares to let me go today. Look at you waifu, look monkey eyebrow cluck cha eye, look lewd, swineherd eyes. Really think of yourself as a wrist, is not it? That's an aggressive look. What kind of heart attack is that? It's probably the others who will be pissed off at them and have a heart attack." Lu Qingzhou wrapped her arms around herself, looked at the teeth and claws of the two Amazons, coldly said, "I am the captain of this flight. If you let me bumped and touched, this flight cannot fly, then all the losses can be borne by you." so you have to think clearly before you do it. The two older women did move a few moments slower, but still colorful. Scare me? Am I scared? Don't give me the hululu nonsense. Who's going to hit you? Lu Qingzhou laughed and said, if you don't do it, then it's good. Anyway, I'll remind you first, don't look at my age, but this body of flesh is also quite expensive. Moreover, if you guys keep messing around, you are already suspected of causing trouble. I've already asked someone to notify the airport public security. Any further delay in flight takeoff will not be me looking for you, but the police will come to bring people. Don't think I don't know about this farce you're putting on. Isn't it just that your fellow travelers haven't arrived yet, so they're messing around and trying to stop the plane from taking off? Whether it's a good trick or not I don't know, but the last guy who pulled that stunt went to a detention center for 5 days. Don't think you guys can just mess around just because you're older. I can tell you very clearly that this trick doesn't work well with me, so now I'm giving you 2 choices. The first one is to pull your butt nimbly and I'll let the customer service department rebook you on the next flight so that you can minimize your losses. The second one is that I'll let the public security department come and bring the people in. And anyway, it's not my time you're holding up, it's theirs. Lu Qingzhou pointed at the passenger cabin door. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve and Happy Year of the Snake. Bookworms. Chapter 108, finally solved. A number of passengers have now gathered at the door of the airplane cabin. Originally they were merely watching the action, but on second thought, and really ugh. These two big moms seem to be holding up their time waiting for someone else, alas. So right away someone yelled out, Auntie, you can't be so selfish. What kind of people are you, who have no sense of time and want to drag others down with you? Hurry up and call the police to arrest them. I have urgent business in Sanya, catching a bus to grab a seat, square dancing to spare your life, and now you can mess around even when you're on an airplane. Why are you guys so annoying? The reputation of the old men of East University has been tarnished by you all. One day suspend the pension and it'll all be honest. Hurry up and call the police, arrest them and squat for a few days, educate them well. These two Amazons are no slouches either, despite being blamed by so many people, but they still had their arms crossed and their heads held high as they verbally sparred with the people on the plane. Not in the slightest. It's only a little past 10 o'clock in the morning, but the summer sun is already a bit poisonous. But two older women standing in the hot summer sun. Spittle. Exit. The group of passengers on the airplane who were cursed simply couldn't return the favor. Lu Qingzhou stood aside. TSK. Who says big moms are weak? If all 1.4 billion of the East University had the fighting strength of these two Amazons, not to mention the American ghosts, it is estimated that even the aliens have been conquered. A few more minutes passed. Zhang Xiaoyun trotted over, whispering to Lu Qingzhou, these two passengers didn't check in their luggage. Their counterparts have now arrived at the check-in window, but the check-in window can't do the boarding formalities anymore. You see, since there is no baggage check, that would be nice. A small smile appeared on Lu Qingzhou's face. There are a lot of big colonials on the internet who like to carry the beat. There are frequent rumors that domestic airlines give preferential treatment to foreigners, often making an entire plane full of people sit on the plane and wait for late arriving foreigners. Actually, that's a complete rumor. How much can a foreigner be worth? Worthy of preferential treatment by airlines? Capitalists only give preferential treatment to money, so it's never the nationality that gets special treatment. It's whether or not they are a platinum or VIP customer of that airline. But even so, nor is there such a thing as having an airplane full of people waiting patiently for someone. This is because flight delays cause a lot of extra trouble for airline dispatch and dispatch centers, and airports don't keep a plane parked in a parking space waiting for someone. There is only one situation in which an entire plane is waiting for a certain number of late arriving passengers. That means the traveler has checked in his luggage. The other person's luggage has been put on the plane, but the traveler disappeared. That's not to say that the airline is so responsible that it must find the passenger and put him on the plane. Rather, in the 1970s and 1980s, the years when terrorist attacks were most rampant, there were often terrorists who did not get on the plane after checking in their luggage, resulting in the plane being destroyed by bombs in the air after takeoff. Such terrorist attacks are not isolated cases. That is why countries have long since strengthened their legislation and security in this regard. In the 1990s, Eastern University has always taken safety incidents very seriously. So although similar incidents have never occurred in the country, laws and regulations have long been introduced to regulate them. That is to say, if these two battle-hardened Amazons checked their bags, then Lu Qingzhou wanted to save time. Just had to coax them both to hurry up and board and leave. Otherwise, have airport mechanics haul out all the luggage from the entire plane, then pick both of their checked bags out of it, and stuff someone else's luggage back into the cargo hold of the plane. How much time is this going to take? That's why it's optimal to coax them to catch a flight. But it won't be necessary now. The two older women did not check their bags. Then you don't have to go through all that trouble. So while Lu Qingzhou was relieved, he smiled towards Zhang Xiaoyun and said, Notify the airport public security. Just say that we have a passenger here who is provoking trouble. So in order not to delay other people's journeys, please ask them to come immediately to take the person away for investigation. Good. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly replied. As captain, Lu Qingzhou really did have this power. The two Amazons who were still cursing with the other passengers saw Lu Qingzhou come for real, and a little scared too, but still arrogantly said, "Humph, I'm here today. Let's see which one dares to do anything to me. You're the captain of Mountain Air, aren't you? I'll remember you. I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to complain about you guys." Their fingers were on the verge of pointing at Lu Qingzhou's face, but Lu Qingzhou remained indifferent. Complain about me? Be my guest. Dude hasn't gotten many other things in the last few years. He's gotten the most complaints. Every year, we get 40 complaints, if not 50. Numbed long ago. Not for a while. A police car with its siren blaring arrived at the teleprompter position in a crow's nest. These two Amazons saw that the police were really coming. Finally some fear. The tone wasn't as hard as it had been a moment ago, and it was even less aggressive. Big Antia squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying, and said to Lu Qingzhou, Little brother, you see you really called the police to come in Doha. We won't complain anymore, okay? That's it. Big Antby also rushed to say, we're not complaining. Let's go. Don't delay the airplane taking off. The two men sing in unison. With his duffel bag in hand, he was about to head down the boarding stairs to the plane. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly stopped the two men. With a serious face, he said, Auntie, that's not good. Can't we just stop complaining? Big Antie's eyebrows were turned upside down as she angrily said towards Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and said, this is no longer a matter of whether you vote or not to complain, but the two of you have a heart condition. A heart condition is not something that can be arbitrarily taken on an airplane. In case the two of you commit an illness on the plane, what should we do? I cannot afford to pay for it when the time comes. Big Antby immediately said, who said we have heart disease? How could we have any heart disease? Don't talk nonsense, haha. The others saw that she was now in denial. Immediately, there was a backward cheer. Lu Qingzhou was also too lazy to bother with the two of them. Just block the gate and don't let them in. This time, the police car had steadied itself in the telecine position. Several police officers got out of the police car. The middle-aged policeman in the lead immediately waved his hand towards several other police officers after hearing Lu Qingzhou's account. These police officers are not subtle. Immediately, the two older women were dragged and pulled into the police car. Airports are not like other places, so as long as the captain steps in and calls the police, the airport police are usually very cooperative. Wait until the siren-pulling police car slowly pulls away from the teleprompter. It was only then that Lu Qingzhou wiped the sweat from her forehead. Toward Zhang Xiaoyun, she smiled bitterly. Phew, finally solved it. Zhang Xiaoyun was also relieved and said, I was afraid that they had checked in their luggage. If that was the case, we would have had endless suffering next. Having said that, the two men smiled at each other. It's all in the words. P.S. The New Year Festival. The author here to wish all the book friends greatly Snake Leap Dragon Gate. Career success, family peace and prosperity. Chapter 109. Someone in the dynasty is good at being an official. Someone in the tower is good at plugging in. What's wrong? What took you so long? Seeing Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing rejoin the cockpit, Chen Bin hurriedly asked. Lu Qingzhou hadn't answered yet. Chen Bingbing then had already snatched the first word. The two Amazons have been messing around because their counterparts didn't arrive. TSK, you are not aware of the fighting power of those two Amazons. It's simply better than Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang? Chen Bin was a bit confused. Tongue fighting. Chen Bingbing explained. Those two Amazons didn't just argue with the captain of the light boat. They also argued with other passengers. So what's the solution now? Chen Bin pursued. They were taken away by the airport public security to investigate. Chen Bingbing explained. Because they lied about having a heart condition and then didn't check in their baggage. Captain Lightboat called the airport public security to take them away. Chen Bin was filled with helplessness. Alas, every once in a while we encounter a few oddball passengers, but we're relatively lucky today. If they had checked in luggage, they might have been delayed for a long time. This time, Lu Qingzhou was already sitting back in the captain's seat. As he buckled his seatbelt, he asked, what did the tower say? Rushed us several times. Chen Bin handed the flight log to Lu Qingzhou and continued. And then you guys kept coming back late, so we got cut in line by someone else. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly. The meteorological department said that the Typhoon Terry that was supposed to be heading north is being pressurized by the subtropical high pressure and may turn around and head south, affecting the southeastern coast of China. If we don't hurry up and get going, we might encounter the typhoon halfway. So you contact the cabin immediately and ask them to close the doors and make all pre-takeoff preparations within 5 minutes. I'll contact the tower and tell them to hurry up and get us set up. Chen Bin laughed and said, I think it's difficult. Now there are already several flights in front of us, If the tower gives us the go-ahead first, aren't you afraid of committing public anger? Is it hard to try first? Lu Qingzhou had already put on her headphones by this time. Chen Bin then unbuckled his seatbelt. Head for the stateroom. Remote wall ground, Mountain Air 8857. Lu Qingzhou cleared his throat and opened his mouth. A few short seconds later, a sweet voice with a soft, sugary sound immediately rang out over the comm channel. 8857. What's up? Did you take care of your passenger dispute? Ha? Why does that voice sound familiar? Chen Bingbing also perked up her ears. Because of this sugary, all over the place clipboard sound, even she got a little heart attack when she heard it. Handled it. Let the airport public security take it away. Lu Qingzhou replied. Oh, that's good blah blah. How many other airplanes are lined up in front of us? Lu Qingzhou asked again. Let's see, the voice hesitated before saying. 6 or 7 of them. Just be good. Wait patiently. 6 or 7. How long will that take? Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said. Can you let me plug in one more time? I'm in a slightly special situation today. And so on. How do I say again? Has it been inserted before? No way yo. Last time I let you cut in line, I was almost complained by the other flights. 6 or 7 just. Very fast la the other party, this time the refusal is more dry. Lu Qingzhou finally remembered. This is not the beautiful little control that took his plane before and flew from Wancheng to Spring City. Last time I flew to Sheepshead. It's really her letting the plug in. Cutting in line is unethical though. But today does have special circumstances. So Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, I'm flying to the end of the world today, and according to the original plan, I won't encounter a typhoon, but now it has been delayed. The situation is special, so can you let me plug in again? Next time I will definitely abide by the rules. Typhoon? The other hesitated. After several seconds, only then did she add, well then blah blah. You guys taxi out of the parking space into the taxiway first. There's an Eastern Airlines one flying to Mordor that's already in the taxiway, so you'll be right behind it blah blah blah. It's 5 minutes between you and it. Lu Qingzhou finished listening. It was a relief. There is now an airliner parked in the grounded waiting area waiting to take off. An Eastern Airlines airliner enters the taxiway and waits. That is to say, they would have been lined up behind 6 or 7 airliners, but this beautiful control called Lin Muyao froze and allowed them to insert themselves into the third place. It's true that it's good to have someone in the court. There are people in the tower who are good at cutting in line. This time, Chen Bin has gone and returned. Well, the tower didn't agree. Did it? Lu Qingzhou didn't answer, but asked, how is it over at the passenger cabin? The hatch is closed, and the safety instructions are being broadcast. Chen Bin said back, then hurry up and sit down. We just received a notification from the tower that it will be our turn to take off soon. Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bin froze, then looking at Lu Qingzhou with a puzzled face. What? At this point, the airplane, which had been steadily parked in the far slot, suddenly moved slowly. Here's the flight attendant removing the floor locks. The aircraft is then towed away from the remote aircraft position using a tow truck. It was only then that Chen Bin reacted, hurried back to the passenger seat, then looking at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of incredulity. How did you do it? Lu Qingzhou hadn't answered yet. Bing Bing Chen behind him then snatched the answer. Beautiful man's plan. What the hell? A large question mark surfaced on Chen Bin's brain. Because today agreed to your insertion of the cue, or the last time that the voice is super nice, but also natural clip of the beautiful controller. Chen Bingbing rested her hands on her cheeks. Her eyes had already lit up with the fire of gossip. So does Captain Lightboat have some kind of unspoken relationship with someone else? A super nice voice and a natural clip? Chen Bin froze for a moment, then reacted. Oh, you mean Lin Muyao? She does have an unspoken relationship with Captain Lightship. Chen Bingbing instantly became interested and hurriedly urged. Speak quickly. Shut up. Is this the time for you guys to chat? Lu Qingzhou had to interrupt when she saw that the two people were going overboard. And I've only met people once, so where's the unspoken relationship? The two men then sat upright. Not for a while. Once again, the tower controller's voice rang out in the cockpit. Mountain Air 8857. You may roll out and drive. Ground pressure 0998. Runway 01. Lu Qingzhou had already taken up the co-pilot's job on the side and replied. You can roll out and drive. Ground pressure 0998. 01 runway. Mountain Air 8857. Hang up contact with the tower. Lu Qingzhou had already completed a series of operations such as pushing the lever, putting on the brakes, stepping on the foot rudder and so on. This Boeing 737-800 airliner slowly left the tarmac and entered the taxiway. Not for a while. The tower gave the order once more. The airplane entered the takeoff waiting area again. 10:45 a.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 whistled into the blue sky. Just the blink of an eye, and it had completely disappeared. P.S. New Year's bells ringing, the first day of the new year to come. All you big today to play mahjong must win a pot full of money. Chapter 110, Mountain Air's airplane meals are notoriously shabby. It takes almost 4 hours to fly to the end of the world in Springs. Originally, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 took off at 10:20 a.m. On time and on schedule, but because it was delayed for a while by 2 older women, there was a full 25-minute delay. That's still because there were people in the tower that cut in line for several flights. So the time the flight arrived at Phoenix Airport in the city of Tianya, it was almost 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 11 a.m. sharp. The flight finally arrived in established airspace. It's starting to fly south. Chen Bingbing stretched a lazy waist and said to Lu Qingzhou with anticipation, after accompanying you guys on several flights, I finally fished for your Mountain Air airplane meal today, and I don't know what's good to eat in a while. Lu Qingzhou hadn't answered yet. Chen Bin had then burst out laughing. I advise you not to expect too much. Mountain Air's airplane meals are notoriously difficult to eat. Ha! Chen Bingbing hurriedly looked at him. Really? Chen Bin sold a secret. Smilingly said, you'll know in a moment. Lu Qingzhou also opened his mouth and said, it's good to have a bite to eat on the airplane. If you're really hungry in a while, you can just pad your mouth. If you're not hungry, you can hold back, and wait until the end of the world to take you to eat seafood hot pot. There is a sour soup hot pot near the Phoenix airport is very good, especially his seafood pot. Simply absolute son. Chen Bingbing twisted her head. Isn't sour soup hot pot a specialty of your Qingzhou? And sour soup can cook seafood too? This sour soup is not the other sour soup, Lu Qingzhou said. I don't know how the local sour soup in Qiangzhou is made. Anyway, it's completely different from the sour soup we use in Qianzhou that is made with small tomatoes and wood ginger seeds, but it's quite appetizing to eat. It does taste pretty good for cooking seafood. Chen Bingbing raised her eyebrows and immediately said, anyway, I like to eat seafood any way I can get it, so today I'm going to open my stomach and have a big meal. Let you break the bank again. It's embarrassing to treat us to a big meal every day. Chen Bin immediately said, you don't save money for him. Of the salary is more than all of us combined. Eat him a few meals, eat not poor him. Chen Bingbing returned. You can't say that. We are all foodies. In case we lose all of his wife's books, how about mortgaging you as his wife if he loses his wife's capital? Chen Bin laughed out loud. Chen Bingbing immediately said, good. Light boat captain, this person is very good to feed, and we Xiang province to marry their daughters do not need too much dowry. 1 or 200,000 is almost just a month of your salary. 1 to 200,000 isn't much? Lu Qingzhou smacked her lips. We can't ask for that much in Qianzhou. What about the return gift? Lu Qingzhou asked again. Chen Bingbing blinked. 2 quilts. What else do you want? Lu Qingzhou sked. TSK. No wonder you and Gan province are old cousins. The styles simply don't look exactly the same. You're such a tease. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes and continued. I'm joking with you. You don't hear me? Our side is not so excessive it, although also want the bride price, but want not much. Back to the dowry and so on cannot be 2 quilts. To be as miserable as the old table in Gan province is probably unique in the country. Chen Bin immediately said, you're overthinking it. Now that the country has been Ganized, other places have been more outrageous compared to Gan. Reganization is not as bitter as Gan's old table, because Gan is always at the forefront of the country. Chen Bingbing said. Then the 3 people sighed in unison. Alas, there is no such thing as a quiet year. In fact, it is the old table of Gan province that is carrying the weight. 12 past noon. The plane has entered Yangtze River Delta airspace. All the stewards were already busy by this time as well. Boxes of airplane meals were taken out of the holding tanks, placed on the carts, and the distribution of airplane meals began. Ding knock. The cockpit doorbell rang. Chen Bin had only pulled the hatch open when Nie Xiaoyu had already stuck her head in. Looking at Chen Bingbing, she asked, Bingbing, we're handing out airplane meals. Do you want to try the flavor? Yes. Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, I want to eat. Okay. Nie Xiaoyu made an okay gesture towards her, turned and exited the cockpit. Not for a while. Nie Xiaoyu had then gone and returned, 3 lunchboxes in hand. I also don't know what you like to eat, so I took the same for you in all flavors. Oh yeah, there's also millet porridge. Nie Xiaoyu handed the lunchbox to Chen Bingbing's hand. Thank you. Chen Bingbing was full of surprise. But you brought me so much. What if it's not enough to send in a while? Nie Xiaoyu gave her a meaningful expression. Just feel free to eat. We have enough airplane meals. Okay then. Nie Xiaoyu had just left with his front foot. Chen Bingbing couldn't wait to open the first lunchbox on her back foot, just as she was full of joy, just about to enjoy a great meal, only to be surprised by the ingredients inside, because the lunchbox surprisingly only contained 2 fist-sized steamed buns, and a pickle lump. Steamed bread. Savory lumps? For a moment, Chen Bingbing thought that she had misread the situation, so rubbed his eyes vigorously. When she reopened her eyes, she was finally sure that it wasn't that she was misreading her eyes, but that it was really just steamed buns and pickle lumps, not even half meat. One of the buns was surprisingly still pink though. It doesn't look like a bun, more like a pink pebble. Steamed buns, pickle lumps? Chen Bingbing was filled with shock. This is your mountain air airplane meal? Chen Bin laughed. Ha ha, I've told you not to look forward to it too much, but you just don't believe me. I do know that the airplane meal is very bad, but poor to this extent I still see for the first time. My last time to take the Sichuan Airlines plane. People, Sichuan Airlines airplane meal can be rich. There are fish and meat, spicy chicken, fungus fried meat and so on. If you think it is not spicy enough, there is also Lao Ganma mixed rice it. Chen Bingbing was surprised. Chen Bin laughs and explains. The airplane meals of Mountain Air and Sichuan Airlines are two extremes altogether. One is notoriously tasty and the other is notoriously shabby. Lu Qingzhou said. Otherwise, why would people have nicknamed Sichuan Airlines pig-feeding airlines? Okay. Chen Bingbing picked up the disposable chopsticks. I can understand everything else, but obviously it's already a big steamed bun on salted vegetables. What's the point of sending out cutlery? She grumbled as she opened another lunchbox. Well. The second lunchbox turned out to be mixed grain biscuits, and a small section of white, tender scallions. Mountain Air, no shame in you. As for the third lunchbox, it was a bit richer, with 2 or 3 dumplings, and a small piece of cinnamon cake, plus a small bowl of millet porridge. It does have a very zippy feel to it. Chen Bingbing looked at himself in front of, piled up full of lunchboxes, some guilty of worry, steamed bread on pickles, large cakes on onions, dumplings osmanthus cake, millet porridge. How can I eat this? That said, the airplane meal you provide to the first class is not the same as the economy class? No, it's not the same. Chen Bin shook his head. Chen Bingbing looked at him with a face full of curiosity. We'll also fry 2 more poached eggs, Chen Bin said seriously. Chen Bingbing immediately gave him a big blank stare. P.S. I've run out of scripts, so today's update will be in the daytime. And after today, tomorrow, I'll resume regular updates in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 111, Typhoon Terry has suddenly changed its course. Time passes quickly. Blink of an eye. It would already be a little past noon. Mountain Air's airplane meals are notoriously shabby, but they're all carbs, plus plenty of sunshine. So after the airplane meal, passengers on the plane were almost drowsy and in nap mode. Cockpit. After Chen Bingbing ate a steamed bun to casually pat her stomach, she also felt a surge of sleepiness. Aha! She yawned, after wiping the water from his eyes with a tissue. Somewhat puzzled, he said, I usually don't have the habit of napping. Why am I so sleepy today? Chen Bin, who helped her eat the coarse grain biscuits, also yawned and said, Me too. I feel like my upper eyelids are barely holding up. On the contrary, Lu Qingzhou, who drank millet porridge, had been in high spirits. It's normal. It happens with too many carbs. Chen Bingbing immediately looked at him. What's this about? People in the north, especially in Jin province, like to take naps. You all know this, right? Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing shook her head. I don't know about that. I only know about the Jin province for. One side of the soil and water raises one side of the people. She even sang, Jinchang words to Jinchang people. People are iron. Rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hunger panic. Chen Bin immediately picked up. What do people in Jinchang eat in the morning? Meatballs, instant noodles, poached eggs. What do people in Jinchang eat for lunch? Stop. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly interrupted the two. Why are you still singing? It's not our fault. Chen Bingbing laughed. The main reason is that this song is just too brainwashing. It simply can't be stopped. Doesn't our mountain airline have exactly 4 colleagues from Jin province, who are now annoyed to death because since this magical brainwashing video exploded in popularity, they are now happy to be nicknamed Jin province 4. Chen Bin also said. But again, what does this have to do with the fact that people in Jin province like to nap? Chen Bingbing asked curiously. Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes. I said that people in Jin province like to nap, and this brainwashing god song has something to do with Mark. Not you two. As soon as you heard the word Jin province, you sang it all by yourselves? He. A trace of embarrassed smile appeared on Chen Bingbing's face as she hurriedly said, You said. We both will definitely not interrupt you this time. The fact that people in Jin province like to nap actually has a lot to do with their eating habits. If you've ever been to Jin province and walked down the streets and alleys at noon, even the merchants doing business on the street will lie down on their shelves and snooze, because the diet in Jin province is rather homogeneous, except that pasta is still pasta. Pasta is wheat products, all carbohydrates, plus many other factors such as history, culture, climate, etc. So it leads to the fact that once it's noon in Jin province, people don't do anything and sleep first. It's really ugh. Chen Bingbing immediately picked up. I went back to Jin province last time to travel. When I went out shopping at noon, I found that a lot of locals were either sleeping or looking depressed, but I didn't think much about it at the time. But now that I've heard you say it, it seems to be true. So you two sleep too. We won't be there for more than an hour anyway, Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing touched her parched stomach, her face full of aggression. Hungry, can't sleep, it's okay, just hold on. You'll be able to eat a big meal later. Lu Qingzhou handed over a piece of chocolate. Eat a piece of chocolate first. It's better to forget about it. Chen Bingbing waved her hand. I want to save my stomach for a big meal later. I'll eat if you don't. Chen Bin reached out and took the chocolate, tearing open the wrapper as he said, I'm also starving chest to back. Just as a few people were talking, the plane has entered Guangdong airspace, but the planes don't go deep into the hinterland of Guangdong province. Instead, the flight continued along the coastline toward the ocean. This is because the destination of their trip, Qianzhou Island, is an isolated island offshore. The plane flew along the coast. It won't take long to reach your destination. Hey right, Chen Bingbing suddenly asked, before the plane took off. Didn't you guys say that we might encounter a typhoon? But why is it still calm when we're almost at our destination? The wind and waves are still not good enough to mark. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Or do you think every voyage needs a little excitement? That's right, didn't sit in the roller coaster the other day enough did you? Chen Bin also said. Chen Bingbing hurriedly shook her head. Enough sitting. I just feel a little strange. Typhoon Terry is traveling northward from the Philippines, and then it will weaken to a strong tropical storm after entering the mainland from Min Province. And we have long passed Min Province by now. According to the weather department's prediction, Typhoon Terry will make landfall in Min Province at around 6 or 7 p.m., and will not meet us at all. The reason why I mentioned it when I was making the flight plan is that it's entirely a matter of being prepared. Lu Qingzhou explained. Chen Bingbing then realized. Alright then, I'll just have a good night's sleep then. She patted her little tummy and continued. First a big meal in my dreams, then another big meal when I wake up from my sleep. Perfect. Hundreds of kilometers away. Sheepskin Township Transfer Control Hall. Duty Officer Xia Xinran wrapped his arms around himself and angled his head at the large radar screen in the center of the hall. On the big screen, a flight through the Pearl River Delta region is filling up the screen. The Pearl River Delta is one of the most economically developed regions in the Eastern University, with countless flights passing through the region every day. Director. Just then, a controller hurried over. Xia Xinran turned back to the other man. The other party hurriedly said, we just received a notification from the meteorological department that Typhoon Tylee has suddenly changed its direction of travel, no longer entering Min Province to the north, but entering Qianzhou Island to the west, and is expected to make landfall on Qianzhou Island at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xia Xinran immediately said, immediately notify flights near Qianzhou Island to take care of avoidance. Notify all airports on Qianzhou Island to immediately begin emergency evacuation of flights, and prohibit all flights in and out of the island from taking off and landing after 3 o'clock. Okay, the controller immediately turned away. Although a sudden change in the direction of travel of a typhoon is an unexpected event, but for these controllers, it's kind of a family affair. That's why the control hall didn't become alarmed by this, and everyone was carrying out their work in an organized manner. It was as if it was just a small, insignificant thing. P.S. Yesterday because of home plus heavy cold, so only one chapter update. Sorry to see you all. Today to resume 2 updates. From tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, to resume regular updates. In the past few days, we are over here for the Chinese New Year. The old American side blew up 2 big fireworks in a row. First an F-35 suddenly crashed, and then an airliner and the Black Hawk collided, resulting in 60 or 70 deaths. Chapter 112, The World is a Giant Straw Man. 14:05 p.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 has left Guangdong airspace and is about to enter the Qianzhou Strait. About 30 more minutes. The plane will then land at Phoenix International Airport in the city of Tianya. Lu Qingzhou stretched, glanced at the airplane dashboard. Then he squeezed his radio headset and began contacting the Sheepsville District tune in preparation for going down to altitude. Goat City. Mountain Air 8857 calling. Hundreds of kilometers away. Sheepskin Township Transfer Control Hall. Controller Li Zhiyang immediately replied. Yangcheng copy. Mountain Air 8857 you say. I'm about to cross the Qianzhou Strait now. Requesting down altitude 8,000 meters hold. Mountain Air 8857. Mountain Air 8857. Can go down to altitude 8,000 hold. Goat City copy. But right after Li Zhiyang hung up the call with Lu Qingzhou, it seemed to feel like something wasn't quite right. The Qianzhou Strait? Qianzhou Island? And so on. Didn't Typhoon Terry turn around and head southwest, straight for Qianzhou Island? I guess the front of Typhoon Terry is almost reaching the Qianzhou Strait by now. How come there's still a flight stranded in the Qianzhou Strait? Didn't you just tell them all? One rack was missed. Li Zhiyang instantly changed his face. He only saw him waving toward the duty officer Xie Xinran, who was not far away, while he started to call Shaanxi Airlines SC-8857 again. Shaanxi Airlines 8857, Yangchang calling you. Lu Qingzhou had now switched the airplane's driving mode to manual driving mode. Then press the bar forward and lower your head. Pilot the aircraft and begin descending altitude to 8,000 meters holding. Now he heard the GOAT controller calling himself again. It was a bit of a strange moment. What is it? Is the 8,000 meter altitude airspace already occupied? So he hurriedly replied, Mountain Air 8857 here. Goat City you say. This time, Xie Xinran had already arrived next to Li Zhiyong. When she finished listening to Li Zhiyong's account, it also changed its face. At once he snapped, look what you've done. Li Zhiyong shrunk his neck and hurriedly pointed at the computer screen. But it's not too late now. Mountain Air 8857 has already entered Xiongzhou seafood airspace, and the distance from Typhoon Tylee is still almost 40 to 50 kilometers. Xie Xinran looked closely at the computer screen. It was discovered that Typhoon Terry was indeed still in the waters off Zhanjiang. It is indeed several tens of kilometers away from Mountain Air Flight SC-8857, but typhoons don't just affect the area around the eye of the typhoon. Even as far away as hundreds of kilometers can be affected by typhoons, especially now that the front of Typhoon Terry has begun to make landfall on the island of Xiongzhou, bringing with it gusty winds and torrential rains that can be the most feared killers for flights. So don't look at Typhoon Tylee is still 40 to 50 kilometers away from Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857, but the flight is still under Typhoon Tylee's lustful power. Xie Xinran saw it. A hint of apprehension appeared on his face. Then he looked down at controller Li Zhiyong and said in a deep voice, what are you still dumbfounded for? Why don't you hurry up and contact Mountain Air 8857 and tell them to fly faster? Okay. Li Zhiyong hurriedly said. Yang Chang, Mountain Air 8857 calling. At this time, Lu Qingzhou's voice once again sounded in the communication channel. Li Zhiyong was about to reply. Xie Xinran added, try to be calm in your tone. Don't scare the 8857 crew. Li Zhiyong bristled. Scare the 8857 crew? Overthinking. It's not like the Mountain Air crew is from Xiamen University. How can you be scared so easily? They're lucky if they don't scare people, but leaders have to be listened to. That's why Li Zhiyong immediately grabbed the intercom and replied, sheepskin copy, 8857 you say, hundreds of kilometers away. A hint of doubt appeared on Lu Qingzhou's face. I said, wasn't it you who called me and then didn't say anything for half a day? I said durah. Li Zhiyong also seemed to realize that he seemed to have put the cart before the horse, so he hurriedly said, Mountain Air 8857, you'll probably have to speed up. There's someone behind you. Whom? A big question mark popped up on Lu Qingzhou's brain. Back. Someone. Rushing us? What the hell? It's not just Lu Qingzhou. The co-pilot Chen Bin and the beautiful reporter Chen Bingbing had also gotten rid of their drowsy state by this time, and they all looked at Lu Qingzhou with puzzled faces. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly and immediately replied, what? There's someone chasing me from behind? Which carrier's airplane? What he actually wanted to ask was, which airline has such a big face? Chase me and I'll have to fly. While I'm quite happy to fly fast, I can't be that faceless. Li Zhiyong took a deep breath and faintly returned. Terry, why does it sound a little familiar? Lu Qingzhou immediately asked back. Terry, is there this airline? It's Typhoon Terry, category 12, right behind your ass. Li Zhiyong held his forehead with his hand and spoke. Lu Qingzhou directly exploded. It turned out to be Typhoon Terry. No wonder it sounds so familiar. It's not. Didn't Typhoon Terry come north from the Philippines and enter Fujian province? Why did you suddenly kill on Xiongzhou Island? And, since it's Typhoon Terry, can you just finish it straight in one breath? Lives are at stake. What kind of formalism are you still engaging in? Can you joke about that? If the typhoon catches up with us, everyone on this plane will be swept out to sea and fed to the fish. So Lu Qingzhou didn't have time to curse. Hurry back. Mountain Air 8857 copy. Li Zhiyong also thoughtfully returned. Now that the airspace of Xiongzhou Island has been cleared, you guys can spread out and fly. Lu Qingzhou was already almost speechless by this controller asshole. Now the typhoon is about to make landfall. Isn't the airspace of Xiongzhou Island all cleared? Do I need you to remind me? And so on. Just the extent of this controller. Maybe there's something else going on, so one can't trust him and really spread out and fly. 8857 copy. Lu Qingzhou casually coped. Immediately hung up communication with the Goat City District Tune. Then he turned his head to look at Chen Bin, who had completely sobered up, and said in a deep voice, now I'm driving manually and you're assisting. Malagasy, we have to get to the city of Sky's End within 10 minutes, and try to land at Phoenix Airport within 15 minutes. Chen Bin naturally knew that this was not the time for jokes, so immediately nodded towards Lu Qingzhou. Understood. His words had only just finished. He saw that Lu Qingzhou's right hand had already pushed the throttle valve gear lever violently. The Boeing 737-800 airliner lurched off as if it had taken an aphrodisiac. P.S. This plot is also not made up by the author, but is based on real events. Let's just say that the whole world is an overwhelming strawman, and anything odd can happen. Chapter 113 Strong Winds. Can land on the ground. Capital time. 14:14 p.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 has arrived in the airspace of Tianya Haizhou City, and is only a stone's throw away from Phoenix International Airport. The weather conditions in the city of Skyrim are not so good today. Dark clouds, and with high winds. Anyone with a little common sense knows that. It's a precursor to the coming storm. In the airplane cabin, Gao Yuyan opened her sleepy eyes. While stretching, he craned his head to look out the airplane window, when she saw a towering statue of Guanyin Buddha appearing in the lower left of the airplane. First, he froze, then immediately pushed her best friend who was sitting beside her. Jia, don't fall asleep. Do you see if this is the Goddess of Mercy Buddha statue that was mentioned on the internet? Her best friend sitting next to her also hurriedly opened her eyes. After stretching his neck to look at the statue of the Goddess of Mercy, he said with some hesitation, I suppose so. The internet said that the plane bypassed the Guanyin Buddha statue. At most a few minutes we'll be able to land in Phoenix Airport. Don't sleep. Hurry up and pack up. After the plane we still have to take a taxi to Sanya Bay. Gao Yuyan urged. The BFF casually glanced at her cell phone screen. Realize it's only 14:15 p.m. General. Springs flies to Skyward City in almost 4 hours or so. Originally, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 departed at 10:20 a.m. and arrived at Phoenix International Airport at about 14:20 p.m. But the plane was delayed for a while by the two Amazons, so it caused the plane to be delayed for 25 minutes, and it didn't leave the remote Wall Airport until 10:45 a.m. That is to say, the arrival time of Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 at Phoenix Airport should be around 14:45 p.m., but it's only 14:15, a full 30 minutes ahead of the scheduled time. So she took her cell phone to Gao Yuyan's face and shook it, and said in a bad mood, Sister, you don't look at what time it is now. We departed from Quancheng at 10:45, and the earliest we can arrive at the end of the world is at 2:45 p.m. And there is still half an hour left before the plane lands, so what are you panicking about? But the internet clearly says that as long as the airplane has flown past the Guanyin Buddha statue, then it won't take more than a few minutes to land. Gao Yuyan said. BFF scratched her head. That's right too ha, but why are we a full half hour early? Gao Yuyan immediately squinted her eyes at her and said in a good-natured manner. You also don't look at which airline we're flying on today. Mountain Air? BFF said as an afterthought. Then with a straight face, he said, since it's Mountain Air, it's alright. Don't look at the Mountain Airline airplane meal shabby, but they fly fast and the reputation is there. The whole country knows about it. In a nutshell, Mountain Air can be delayed, but it will never be late. In the morning, I was delayed by 25 minutes at the remote Wall Airport, so arriving in the city of Tianya would have to be half an hour earlier. Not only did you get back the 25 minutes you delayed, and it's complimentary for 5 minutes. Just tell me if it's fast. Sure enough, just as the two men were whispering crickets, the cabin's radio then already sounded the voice of the flight attendant. Ladies and gentlemen, our plane will arrive at Phoenix International Airport in the city of Tianya Haizhou in 10 minutes, and today's surface temperature in Tianya Haizhou City is 28 degrees Celsius 81 degrees Fahrenheit. Hear the flight attendant's announcement. The crowd in the passenger cabin was instantly delighted. It's not a bad day in the city of Skyward Sight today. I can't believe it's only 28 degrees Celsius. Summer is not the peak season for tourism in the city of Tenaya, because it's too hot in the summer, and the humidity is too high. Most mainlanders simply cannot adapt to this humid and hot weather. However, because prices are lower in the city of Tianya in the summer, especially hotel prices are only about half or even a fifth or so of what they are in the high season. So even if the weather was not so good, it attracted a lot of passengers. After all, it's in the country. It's not easy to find a beach as clean and blue as the city of Tianya Haizhou. Today the temperature in the city of Skyward is only 28 degrees Celsius. Isn't this properly cool weather? But the stewardess's next words instantly made the hearts of the crowd go cold. No, not just a cold heart. And there was a hint of trepidation and fear on his face. The city of Tianya Haizhou is known as the Hawaii of the East, located in the southernmost tip of the island of Cheongzhou, with the most beautiful seaside scenery on the island, coconut groves and sandy beaches, blue sea and blue sky, flat waves and light winds, which interweave into a picture scroll of exquisite. It's a shame the sky is not in the right place. Super Typhoon Terry has made landfall in the northern part of Cheongzhou Island, and the typhoon's front is about to reach the city of Tianya. Our airplanes may be bumpy and so on when they land because of the typhoon, so please keep your seatbelts fastened and do not walk out of your seats. Get off the plane and stay at the airport for a while, or stay indoors for a while. If you need to provide assistance, please go to the information desk in the terminal to seek help from the staff. Listen to the flight attendant's broadcast. The cabin was in an uproar. Ah, there's a typhoon? Then hasn't this trip to Skyward Sword City been for nothing? I even bought a sexy bathing suit online. The trip was kind of a waste. Why can't you all get to the point? Didn't you hear the stewardess say that the plane might be bumpy during landing? What's so unusual about that? As long as you don't fall off. Bumps are nothing when you fly on mountain air. No wonder the plane arrived half an hour early. It turns out the typhoon was chugging along on its ass. The words were not finished. The plane, which was flying smoothly, suddenly shifted several meters to the left. It was as if a large, invisible hand had grabbed the airplane and yanked it violently to the left. A sudden change of heart. It drew a scream from the cabin cockpit. Chen Bingbing was also taken aback, but she's kind of been through the thick and thin, so a little super strong side wind wasn't enough to make her fuss. Chen Bingbing merely changed her face and immediately became calm again. Co-pilot's seat. Chen Bin had already switched channels and established contact with Phoenix Airport. Phoenix Tower, Mountain Air 8857, 5 nautical miles on 5 sides, at your service, almost a blink of an eye. The tower controller's voice was already ringing on the comm channel. Mountain Air 8857, Phoenix Tower received. Current airport ground wind 211 meters, for a strong force 6. Pay attention to low-level wind shear effects. Can land on runway 08R. Chen Bin was a bit surprised. However, after he glanced at Lu Qingzhou, whose face was as usual, immediately the tower controller's instructions were repeated. Ground winds 211 meters for a strong force 6. Cleared to land on runway 17R. Mountain Air 8857 received. P.S. Chinese New Year these days. The old U.S. has blown up several big fireworks, already the 5th bombing. There are conspiracy theories that because Trump fired a one-time FAA, refers to the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration. The FAA is a federal employee. The management of all kinds of flight certification and other airspace agency, more than 100 air traffic control technical officials. So they were screwed by other people. I don't know if it's true or not, but we'll just watch it for fun. Chapter 114. Life and death are just a matter of thought. According to Article 140 of the Civil Aviation Air Traffic Management Regulations, aircraft should normally take off and land against the wind. Aircraft may also take off and land downwind at wind speeds not greater than 3 meters per second when runway length, slope, and clearance conditions permit. Aircraft cannot land or take off downwind if the wind speed is greater than 3 meters per second. And according to the regulations on typhoon operations and services, wind speeds of 10, 8 to 13, 9 meters per second for Category 6 are considered strong winds. Force 7 winds are strong at 13, 9 to 17, 2 meters per second. Wind speeds of 17, 2 to 20, 7 meters per second. For a Force 8 wind are gusty. If an airplane encounters surface winds while landing, it is something that can have a significant impact on the landing of the airplane. Usually, wind speeds of 5 or less will have little or no effect. If it is Category 6, as it is already at the strong wind level, it will have a greater impact on the landing of the airplane, which will lead to bumps and make it difficult for the airplane to maintain a stable landing attitude. If the winds reach Force 7, it's almost impossible to land. This is because Force 7 winds expose the aircraft to greater drag and instability when landing, and are extremely demanding on the pilot's skill and experience, and the slightest mishap could cause the aircraft to veer off the runway, or other more dangerous situations could arise. As for winds above Force 8, forced landing in this level of wind, it's a crime against the airplane, and everyone on it. This is because wind speeds of Force 8 and above are apt to topple an airplane ready to land to the ground. Don't think for a moment that an airliner weighs dozens of tons, but still a small toy in the face of nature, and an airplane floating in the air, with no traction, is more vulnerable to strong winds from 360 degrees without dead angle, especially the hold from the strong winds below. It would have toppled the plane in a heartbeat. So with winds of 8 and above, there is almost no chance of a successful landing. But okay. The ground winds at Phoenix Airport are now just 11 meters per second. It is in the category of strong winds of Category 6. Although it's still dangerous to force a forced landing in these weather conditions, it's safer than waiting until the typhoon kills us and then landing along with 12 super strong winds. It wasn't long after Chen Bin finished his conversation with the Phoenix Airport tower. This Boeing 737-800 airliner then entered the sky above the city center of Tenya Haijiu City under Lu Qingzhou's control, and it was only a stone's throw away from Phoenix Airport. As the plane got lower and lower, the strong winds were getting stronger. Exhale. Another downcut wind struck. The plane was lifted violently and then dropped heavily. Once again, passengers in the cabin experienced a free roller coaster ride. One time, there was a series of gasps of surprise in the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, Our plane was affected by air currents during the descent. It was quite bumpy. Please don't worry about it. Once again, make sure that your seatbelt is buckled and fastened tightly. The restroom has been discontinued during this period. Passengers with small children, please take good care of your children. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The voice of the crew chief, Zhang Xiaoyun, was already blaring over the radio. Her appeasing didn't seem to do much good, though, for her voice had long since been drowned out by the shrieks and screams of the passengers. Ugh, she let out a long sigh. Hold your forehead with your hand. Though hitting turbulence and causing planes to lurch had long been routine for her. And what's today compared to all the accidents we've had in the meantime? But Zhang Xiaoyun still felt tired. Not that I blame her. Let's blame it on the fact that it's been a really unlucky time. So much so that you can meet any. Now even something like a sudden turn of the typhoon has been encountered by people like yourself. Just say bad luck. She craned her head to look at the cockpit. In his heart, he muttered, could it be? It's that unlucky guy's moldy physique at work again? Otherwise, I really can't figure it out. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou's face was quite calm. After all, the ground wind at Phoenix Airport is only 11 meters per second right now, which is a category 6 wind. Level 6 wind was not even a boss for Lu Qingzhou. It was a complete cakewalk, because he has also encountered opponents this year that are more powerful than a force 6 wind, a force 7 gale. He was piloting the plane as it was about to land. As a result, the plane was almost blown away by high winds. Thanks to his skill and experience, he was able to land the plane safely by using a crab landing. A crab landing is also known as a crosswind landing. It is a very effective, but challenging way to land an airplane when it encounters high winds, especially strong side winds. In fact, landing an airplane in high winds, especially strong side winds, can be a challenging task in itself. It was because of her previous successful experience that Lu Qingzhou was now acting so calmly, even emboldened. It's just a force 6 wind. Take the pinch. 300 feet. This time, the cockpit beeped as the system broadcast the airplane's altitude. In the meantime, wind shear warning sounded. However, Lu Qingzhou acted as if she didn't hear these prompts and warnings, still maintaining the posture of pressing down on the operating lever. And he still had his other hand on the throttle valve gear lever to maintain maximum fuel intake. But a strong gale blew head on. Even if the airplane stays on maximum fuel intake, it still feels like it's struggling to move forward. If someone were to look up from the ground right now, they would be able to see a Boeing 737-800 airliner as if it were forbidden to be in the air. 200 feet. Blink of an eye. The plane's altitude had then dropped to about 60 meters. A runway had appeared in Lu Qingzhou's line of sight. The airplane's landing gear had long since been lowered by now. However, Lu Qingzhou did not ask the co-pilot, Chen Bin, to pull up the spoiler and lower the flaps. Crap. The plane is now flying against the wind and headwinds. Even if the high-thrust full fuel feed is maintained, the relative speed of the airplane is still below 100 kilometers per hour. If you pull up the spoiler and flaps again at this time, isn't that just slowing the plane down again? Any more down speeds and you'll have to fall off. 100 feet. Wind shear. Altitude beeps and wind shear warnings alternated. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the altimeter. Still keep the operation of the lower operating lever. This time, the plane is over the runway. But the nose of the plane was not square to the runway centerline. Instead, it formed an angle with the centerline of the runway. If Lu Qingzhou had kept her flying attitude at this point to land, the plane would have had to run off the runway and crash the moment it landed. That is to say, it's life and death. It was actually within Lu Qingzhou's thoughts. Chapter 115, Plane Chased by Typhoon. Hoo. The wind is howling. The whistling had even drowned out the roar of the airplane engines. Now if someone was standing outside, they would probably be swept away by this gale in an instant. Grass. This time, Chen Bin suddenly blurted out. The wind speed has increased. The weather radar shows that the wind is now at 30 knots. Lu Qingzhou's heart also thumped. Winds of 30 knots? 4 meters per second? That's well over the upper limit of a strong force 6 wind. 9 meters per second. It's up to a force 7 wind. The Boeing 737-800 is just a mainline narrowbody. Maximum takeoff weight is also only about 80 tons. Not like a toy in front of a force 7 wind. Only air giants like the Boeing 747 or the Airbus A380 are estimated to be able to withstand a force 7 or even a force 8 or 9 gale. So when he heard Chen Bin say that the wind had now reached 30 knots, even if Lu Qingzhou was as steady as an old dog, it was also shocked to the core. He had also been hit by strong force 7 winds a few months ago, but that time the winds were only around 27 knots, and the risk factor was even lower than today. And the wind today was a sudden increase from a 6 to a 7. Pressure did not leave Lu Qingzhou any extra time for mental preparation, but the plane is now below 20 meters, and it's flying against a gale. That is to say, if you choose to resume the flight of the airplane at this point, it will be more dangerous than landing. So Lu Qingzhou didn't have any hesitation. Instead, the nose was pulled up slightly, still maintaining an attitude in which the nose of the aircraft formed an angle with the centerline of the runway. It continued to slowly lower its altitude. In the meantime, the aircraft remained at maximum thrust to refuel at full speed. Use maximum thrust with super side wind resistance. The plane was rocked by the high winds, as if it were swinging in the air. The nose had long since been blown off its original course. It seemed to hover in mid-air on its side like a helicopter. No, not hovering in mid-air. Instead, fly forward with the nose sideways. The flight stance has to be as weird as it is. Such a weird flying attitude looks very dangerous. In fact, not safe at all. However, this was what Lu Qingzhou intended to do, because he needs to make amends to crosswind. Yes, that sounds weird. However, this is the case when the aircraft is exposed to crosswinds, and the pilot must counteract the effects of the crosswinds through appropriate maneuvers and techniques to ensure safe and stable flight. And this operation, it's also a part of the crab landing. So Lu Qingzhou deliberately made the nose of the plane turn slightly in the direction that the crosswind was blowing from. Let the fuselage of the airplane fly forward against the crosswind. Keep going until the airplane is about to land. Then quickly square the nose to the runway. Don't look at the description as simple, but in reality it is very testing for pilots, especially for the captain's piloting skills and operating experience. It is a big test. Cabin. Passengers are now getting used to the ups and downs and bumps of the airplane. Airplanes are like swings in the air. From time to time, it faces upwards. From time to time, it faces downward. But every rise and fall elicits a squeal. Phoenix Airport Tower. The observers had also been standing on the balcony for a long time, holding binoculars against the gusting wind. He watched the Boeing 737-800, which was making a forced landing, with unblinking eyes. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, with a short height of 1 to 20 meters. This Boeing 737-800 airliner had taken close to a minute to go. Compare that to the 200 or 300 miles per hour that airplanes can easily travel. Isn't the current speed just hovering in midair? At this point, various alarms kept going off in the cockpit. The windshear warning for windshear had only dropped when the blind landing system alarm sounded again, alerting the pilot that the nose of the plane was not squarely on the center line of the runway. Yes, even now the plane is about to land, but the nose still exists at an angle close to 30 degrees to the center line. Lu Qingzhou did not intend to break the operating lever to the right and land at a vertical angle. Instead, it remains clipped. He was looking for the perfect moment. Boo! Just then, the plane's rear landing gear finally hit the runway hard. Immediately after, the front landing gear also landed without incident. The Boeing 737-800 airliner was almost across the runway. That is, the runway is wide enough. Otherwise the plane would have run off the runway by now. But this was the best time for Lu Qingzhou to search hard. Just moments before the front landing gear slammed down on the runway and the plane was about to run off the runway, he was seen slamming his right foot down on the right rudder. At the same time, use all your strength to break the lever to the right. Before giving this Boeing 737-800 airliner time to react, the nose of the plane was actually hardened and broken back by Lu Qingzhou, right on the center line of the runway. Next, the airplane then began to rear up wildly along the runway, but because of the grip of the landing gear, the wind, even though it was now a few points stronger, was no longer a threat to the flyer for the time being. The timing of the stirrups is critical. Too early or too late can lead to a dangerous situation. The good news is, Lu Qingzhou had always had a good grasp of timing. The bad news is, the reason he has a good sense of timing is because most of the danger is invited by him. None other. Only the hands are ripe. So many major air incidents in just a few years. It's hard not to get your hands dirty. And compared to those previous major air situations, today's encounter with Force 7 winds was more like a little test. It's not worth it. Pull up the spoiler and drop the flaps, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Chen Bin's reaction was also quick. Immediately after hearing Lu Qingzhou's command, he pulled up the airplane's spoiler and lowered the flaps at the same time. Originally the plane was taxiing against the wind. Gusts of over 30 knots were enough to cancel out a good chunk of the power, plus the slowing effect of spoilers and flaps. Lu Qingzhou didn't even need to activate the counter-thrust device. The behemoth, which weighed 70 or 80 tons, was tamed by using the brakes alone. Cabin. Upon seeing that the plane landed successfully and slowed down to a meaty pace, almost all the passengers let out a big sigh of relief. Exhale. It's finally falling. Finally the landing was successful. The faces of several flight attendants were quite normal, because today was a completely minor scene compared to the other day when we hit a drone. Pylons. The observers also had a look of relief on their faces when they saw the smooth and successful landing of Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857. Sheesh, not bad for a mountain airline. The landing was successful even in Force 7 winds. He angled his head at the darkening sky, unable to stop thinking about STH. I've only heard of airplanes being rushed by ground control before, but this day I've actually seen an airplane being chased by a typhoon. If this plane had landed a minute or two later, guess everyone on the plane had to go feed the fish in the Pacific. I don't know if the people on this plane were blessed with a great deal of luck or just a lot of bad luck. Even an extremely rare event such as a sudden turn of the typhoon can be encountered. Chapter 116 Nature's might is as terrifying as it is. Typhoon Terry came quickly, almost a blink of an eye. It's already sweeping the island. Super typhoons are just too powerful. Almost everywhere they went, chickens and dogs were left behind. So it's a good thing that Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 landed in time. If it had been a little bit later, I guess everyone on board would have had to go to the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Phoenix Airport. The waiting hall was already packed. Many of the passengers of Flight 8857 were now huddled in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the terminal, looking out the window at the pouring rain and the ghostly hurricane. Every time the gusts of wind rapped some heavy object past their eyes, it triggered an audible gasp from the crowd, especially when the crowd saw with their own eyes that a coconut tree was actually uprooted and then swept into midair. They gained a deeper understanding of the horrors of nature. Nature's might. Scary as hell. Second floor of the terminal. A VIP waiting room. Chen Bingbing was also stunned. Even the trees were uprooted, and if we had landed a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Qingzhou also had a serious face, nodded and said, Typhoon Terry maximum winds can reach 12. Blow away our small plane, don't be too easy. Today is really dangerous. Originally northbound typhoon actually turned around, and the Yangcheng district transferred notification of all passing flights, but left us out. And I don't know if we're unlucky enough or lucky enough. Chen Bingbing glanced at him with her head held high and said, this is what is called a blessing in misfortune. I just don't know how long this typhoon will affect me, and my stomach has long been starving. She touched her parched little stomach, her face full of aggravation. It should be soon. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the time and explained, although Typhoon Terry made landfall on Xiangzhou Island, the direction of travel is not from north to south, but all the way to the west. In other words, the typhoon will only stay on the island for a few hours, then it will leave for the direction of Vietnam, and this rain should stop before nightfall. Ha! It didn't stop raining until dark. Chen Bingbing was even more like a mother. I have good news and bad news. At this time, Chen Bin walked over and looked at the two men and said, Chen Bingbing and Lu Qingzhou looked at him at the same time. Chen Bin smiled and said, the good news is that we have received notification from the meteorological department that Typhoon Tylee has left Xiangzhou Island, and as long as the typhoon is far away, this torrential downpour will stop, and the bad weather will probably be gone before nightfall. Chen Bingbing skimmed her mouth. Saying it is the same as not saying it. What about the bad news? She hurried to follow up. The bad news is that because the whole island is affected by the typhoon, so even if the typhoon leaves it's still a mess. Water and electricity are cut off. Let's not talk about going to eat a big meal. Going back to the hotel to be able to have instant noodles to nibble on would be good. Chen Bin added. Ha! Chen Bingbing completely died this time. The face is pale. The look was atrophied. Only to see her make a neck-wiping gesture with an exaggerated expression. One sword. Kill me. Once there were two big white bread buns in front of me I didn't cherish. Until I was hungry I couldn't regret it. There is nothing more painful in this world than this. If God can give me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to those two big white breads, I'm hungry. It immediately amused Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin. I didn't realize that this pretty and cute-looking Hunan girl had such a funny side in her bones. God is pretty biased. Both gave Chen Bingbing a beautiful face and a perfect body, and a cute and comical soul. Others either don't have enough IQ to make up for their face value. If you don't even have enough face value, you'll have to make do with emotional intelligence. But she favors face value, intelligence, and emotional intelligence online. You say it's infuriating. I'll go find you something to eat. Feel free to pat it out. Lu Qingzhou saw that she was really hungry and opened her mouth. I'll go with you, I'll go with you. Chen Bingbing recovered a trace of sanity and hurriedly grabbed Lu Qingzhou's arm. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at her and said without any good humor, are you still afraid that I won't come back? Chen Bingbing looked aggrieved. It's not that I'm afraid you won't come back. It's that I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until you come back. Is it that exaggerated? Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. Really? Chen Bingbing stared with wide eyes. Chen Bin, who was on the side, said, at this moment, it seems like the Phoenix airport staff is handing out boxed lunches, so you guys hurry up and go see what there is to eat. The two men sniffed. At the same time, he twisted his head to look at him, uncharacteristically. You didn't say so. Chen Bin opened his mouth. Blame me? Sure enough, when the two of them exited the VIP waiting room, they happened to encounter a staff member pushing a trolley and were about to head to the first floor waiting hall. The two men saw this and stopped to ask for 2 boxes of boxed lunches. Then he found a random seat and began to chow down. Too many travelers were stranded at the Phoenix airport today. The first and second floors are all full. Chen Bingbing ate the boxed lunch while rejoicing. I thought the boxed lunch was cold, but I didn't expect it to be hot. Not only is it hot, but it tastes pretty good. Much better than your Mountain Airlines onion pancakes. Lu Qingzhou chucked her own chicken leg to her before saying, Phoenix Airport is also considered a property of HNA. And HNA is not simple. It's the highest ranked carrier on Skytrax among all the airlines in the country. And it's also a 5-star airline. What's Skytrax? Bing Bing Chen asked while eating a chicken leg. The International Air Transport Rating Organization is an international aviation consulting company. Its main business is to conduct opinion surveys for airline services. And once a year, it holds the annual World's Best Airline Awards and the annual World's Best Airports Awards. So this company's rankings are fairly objective. Lu Qingzhou explained. Chen Bingbing nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Does mountain air rank no better than sea air? She asked again. Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. It's not even close. Don't look at the mountain airline is quite hot on the internet, but the complaint rate has been high. A large portion of them aren't specifically complaining about you. Chen Bingbing laughed. Lu Qingzhou immediately swelled red and argued. How can you this guy defile people's innocence out of thin air? How many complaints have I had in a year? Cut. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes at him. I just said it casually. What's your hurry? Am I in a hurry? Lu Qingzhou stroked her chin. Chen Bingbing said with a serious face. Yes, you're in a hurry. Okay. Lu Qingzhou shaved a mouthful of rice before she said. It did seem like I was in a hurry just now. Put. He had this serious look about him. It immediately amused Chen Bingbing so much that she spewed out a mouthful of rice directly. P.S. These 2 days are adjusting the state. At the latest tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to resume the previous 12 o'clock regular update. Chapter 117 Money Saving Tips. With the passage of time, the storm did show signs of abating. Not only is the rain getting lighter, even the wind speed of the raging gale was much weaker. But the Phoenix Airport terminal was still jam-packed with stranded passengers. Even the corridor outside the VIP waiting room on the second floor was already filled with people. But because the airport provides hot water, boxed lunches, etc., the most basic needs of travelers are guaranteed. So even if you've been stranded for hours, everyone remains relatively stable. Eat up. Lu Qingzhou saw Chen Bingbing's satisfied face and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Bingbing first wiped her mouth with a paper towel before lamenting. People, only when they are extremely hungry do they know how valuable food is. When I was on the airplane at noon, I still thought that your airport was shabby. But when I was hungry in the afternoon, not to mention the big white bread, even if it was a big cake with big onions, I could eat it. But are the scallions really good and not spicy? Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said. I heard from my coworkers that stuff is sweet, but it tastes spicy and choking to me. And I've been working at Mountain Air for a few years now, and I can't get used to eating just that stuff. Chen Bingbing arched her nose and said with some disgust, You're a Qianzhou man and you're still afraid of eating spicy food? It's not the kind of spiciness of chili peppers, but a kind of heartburn spiciness, similar to the spiciness of garlic. Northern people don't like to eat raw garlic. I learned to eat it once, and it was so spicy that my stomach hurt. Lu Qingzhou explained. Oh, Chen Bingbing realized. I can imagine, but roasted sea cucumber with scallions is another delicacy on earth. Chen Bingbing instantly became interested. Really? Go back and I'll take you to eat once. You'll know. Lu Qingzhou said smilingly. Chen Bingbing immediately made an okay gesture towards him. Oh yes. She broke her fingers and counted with a serious face. In that case, you already owe me 2 big meals. 1 seafood pot and 1 sea cucumber roasted with scallions. Ha! Sea cucumber with scallions is also seafood. Oi! Yay for being able to eat 2 meals of seafood. Lu Qingzhou shook her head somewhat helplessly. It's true that the world of foodies is all very simple. As long as you can eat well, you'll be in a nice and happy mood. Since I owe you 2 meals, I'll just owe you 1 more. If the company signs a dispatch for us to fly to Qianzhou, how about I treat you to one of our Qianzhou specialties? Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bingbing immediately nodded her head. Yes, but it was like she thought of something, and hurriedly, if it's a beefy hot pot, then forget it. Cow beaver hot pot is actually not considered a Qianzhou specialty. It can only be considered a special hobby in one of the small counties in southeast Qianzhou, and the vast majority of Qianzhou people don't have the courage to try it, including me. Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. But Qianzhou's beef is a specialty, especially when used to cook sour soup hot pot. Qianzhou's specialties are all kinds of hot pots, spicy chicken, sticky rice, beef and mutton noodles, all kinds of flavored peppers, fancy potatoes, branded pots, roasted chicken and whatnot. Oh yes, there are also folded ears, beautiful for cold or fried bacon. Chen Bingbing wiped a handful of saliva from the side of her mouth. Hurrying to stop Lu Qingzhou, she said, Don't say it, say it again. I'm hungry again. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingzhou was amused by her look and hurriedly waved her hand. Okay, don't say it. This time, a tour guide with more than 20 grandparents also came to the second floor. It sat right next to Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing. The hallway, which had been relatively quiet, became noisy all of a sudden. Chen Bingbing pricked her ears for a moment, then looked at Lu Qingzhou with a puzzled face and said, "These Moncler Jackets outlet are on Hubei province to travel to the city of the end of the world. 4 days and 3 nights, including round-trip airfare is actually only 2,000 yuan a person. I'm afraid that it is not a mandatory shopping group, right?" Lu Qingzhou also turned her head to look. Only then did he say, "There is less forced shopping in the city of Sky's End, and $2,000 a person is not a small amount anymore." Ha! Chen Bingbing stared at her eyes. 4 days and 3 nights, including airfare to and from the airport. $2,000 a person isn't a small amount? First, although there is no mandatory shopping, but the tour guide will definitely bring to the designated shopping malls to shop. Only the tourists buy or not the tour guide cannot interfere. But in fact, most of the tourists will be fooled into buying, Lu Qingzhou patiently explained. Secondly, this kind of cheap tour group's expenses for food and accommodation are not big, and the food is also the cheapest food, and the accommodation is also the cheapest accommodation. This period of time is also the off-season for tourism in the city of the end of the world, so food and accommodation can't cost much. Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. Plus the travel agency buying air tickets on a large scale in the name of the company. The price will be even cheaper again. So $2,000 will be completely enough. This you are wrong. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Under normal circumstances shopping, the more people in a group, the lower the unit price will be. But airfare is not. The more people in a group, the higher the unit price will be. And it's far higher than the price of a casual traveler. Ha! Chen Bingbing was filled with surprise. What is this about? The reason is that within the airline, the group department and the bulk passenger department, although they are both departments under the customer service department, are independent of each other and do not have any control over each other. An aircraft also has a fixed quota of group pushers and casual passengers, which is coordinated by the customer service department and the dispatch center. For example, the off-season bulk airfare for Springs to fly to the city of the end of the world is around $700, and the probability is that the group airfare will not be less than $700, but instead will be higher than $700. But that's not to say that group tickets don't have their advantages. For example, group tickets can finalize airfare locations and prices without a list. If you are a travel agent, you can also sign a long-term cooperation contract with a certain airline company, and the airfare will not be affected by the airfare increase in the off-peak season. And group tickets can be changed before the ticket is issued. For example, it was supposed to be a taking the flight, but it can be temporarily changed to be before the ticket is issued. Of course there's another important rule after team tickets: no change, no refunds, same price for size. Chen Bingbing nodded her head somewhat confused. So that's how it is. It feels so complicated. I'll tell you another money-saving tip for buying airfare, Lu Qingzhou added. You say. Chen Bingbing instantly became interested. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. She's also just a youngster who only graduated not even 2 years ago. What savings? Wouldn't you be able to nibble on a few more pig's feet and shiver a few more bowls of pebbles if you had one more money-saving tip? P.S. I've been having trouble reviewing the pictures for the past 2 days, and I don't know what's wrong with them. So I'll try again today. Another, from today onwards, the daily update is fixed at 11:55 p.m. and 56:00 p.m. because the author June double open. The 2 books everyday guaranteed update is more than 8,000 words, so for the time being, there is no way to explode more. I'm sorry you all greatly. Chapter 118. A lot of people have this misconception that the earlier the airfare is bought, the cheaper it is. Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing blinked. Isn't it? I see a lot of bloggers on the internet are so sciencey. There are so many conflicting, true and false messages online, so you can't gulp down the messages online, but have to dialectically absorb them. Lu Qingzhou had a serious face and continued. Generally speaking, airfare is the most expensive when purchased within a week, then the second most expensive when purchased more than a month in advance, but instead, it is the cheapest when purchased between a week or so and 20 days in advance. He saw Chen Bingbing asking why again. Hastily, he raised his hand to stop her. Continuing, don't worry about the reason for now, because it's a bit complicated to explain. Anyway, you remember my words right? Oh, Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded. Also, when you buy air tickets, try to buy tickets from airlines that have their originating airports as their home base, such as Mountain Air in Quanchang, Sea Air in Cheongzhou Island, Air China in the capital city, and China Eastern Airlines in the Magic City, and so on. Not only is it relatively more favorable to buy a home ticket, but in the event of a major flight delay, home flights are prioritized in some way. Got it. Chen Bingbing was indeed a studious child. Immediately citing the same thing, he said, So you've been successful in cutting in line every other day, not because of the pretty boy scheme, but because the remote wall airport is your home turf, right? Lu Qingzhou touched her nose, somewhat vaguely. Also, you could say that, but the internet says that domestic airfares are usually a bit more expensive than foreign ones. Is this true or a rumor? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou said, there are more than 200 countries and regions in the world, and they are all foreign to our East University, so the foreign you said is too general. But it's true that domestic airfare is a little more expensive compared to other larger countries, but you have to realize that the accident rate of domestic civil aircraft, while not the lowest in the world, is among the highest. This is because there are very strict rules in the country regarding safety. For example, our airplanes are flown on routes that are established in advance, and these routes are not the shortest path between 2 points, but the safest path. For example, an average of every 30 minutes on a route has to cross an airport that can be forced to land to minimize the risk of forced landing in case of an unexpected master. Also, every airplane must carry more fuel than is required for the distance of the route, which is a defense against forced landings at other airports if the terminal airport is unable to land for any reason or if the airplane is involved in some other accident. So that's how it is. Oh, I heard those bloggers on the internet say before that it's because the domestic civil aviation industry isn't developed, so it's expensive. Chen Bingbing realized. Lu Qingzhou laughed helplessly. Don't listen to those people. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. All are a group of listening to the wind is rain. Half a pot of rattling goods. If it's for security reasons, then there's no excuse for it to be more expensive. Chen Bingbing had an agreeable face. Lu Qingzhou nodded and said, the only country in the world that takes this little life of the common man seriously is the domestic one. Even in the spiritual home of the colonials, the United States of America, the officials of others can even openly proclaim in the media that the government owes nothing to the common people, and that disaster relief is a pathetic product of a socialist government. Ah, Chen Bingbing was a bit surprised. Really? Of course it's true, Lu Qingzhou said. Similar remarks abound on the internet. To tell you about a case that I personally experienced. 3 years ago I went to a flight school in the United States for training, and then a 12-story apartment building collapsed in the city where this flight school was located, leaving hundreds of people dead and missing. But instead of organizing a rescue in the first place, the local government is all kinds of show and bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Then 3 days after the apartment collapsed, firefighters finally rescued a cat from the rubble. Can you imagine? People buried in rubble unattended and then rescuing a cat. And the cat is trumpeted as a great achievement and even a press conference is held. At the time I saw the news, it really gave me a little shock as a giant socialist baby, and my other American classmates. This has long been taken for granted, because every time a disaster like this happens, the people who really need help won't be saved, but instead some small animals like cats, dogs, pigeons and so on will be properly housed. Chen Bingbing nodded. That's true, foreigners can't do anything else, but showmanship is self-taught. The two chatted away. It's raining even less outside. Typhoon Terry has now swept across the northern part of Cheongjo Island. Continue west, leaving the island of Cheongjo towards Vietnam. Because the main force of the typhoon has already left the island of Cheongjo, the city of Tiên Nha, located in the southern part of the island, was the first to get rid of the typhoon's effects. Wait until the rain gets a little lighter. Many rescuers have left the premises and started rescue and relief work. Don't think that the storm and winds only lasted a couple of hours today, but the damage and hazards caused can be significant. But Cheongjo Island is baptized by typhoons several times a year. That's why disaster relief is pre-planned. Firefighters, roads, public security, troops, first aid and other departments work in an organized and orderly manner. Phoenix International Airport. Inside the command hall of the ground management and dispatch center, the staff, although they all stick to their posts, but either in groups of 3 or 5 small talk, or brush the jitterbug playing games. Some even lying on the table began to squint for a while. Normally they weren't this idle. However, because of the bad weather from the typhoon today, flights were massively delayed and stranded, because there are no airplanes to command. So the staff inside the dispatch center is kind of stealing a break. The duty officer, Sun Jian, was also now sitting on a reclining chair, sipping tea from a thermos while casually flipping through a magazine placed on the table. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Just then, the duty phone suddenly rang. The staff member sitting by the phone casually grabbed the phone, but only after a few seconds, and he blanched. Putting the receiver aside, he blurted out towards Sun Jian, "Director, phone call, for you." Sun Jian was also stunned. "Hurry up and walk over." Grabbing the phone receiver, he said in a deep voice, "Hello, this is Sun Jian from Phoenix Airport." About 30 seconds or so later, Sun Jian had only hung up the phone when he asked loudly toward a staff member not far away, "Is there a mountain air airplane that landed at Phoenix Airport today?" Has this airplane left yet? Chapter 119, Mountain Air really has a reputation in the industry. After the rain died down, Lu Qingzhou and the others then hurriedly left Phoenix Airport, rushed to a hotel near the airport to check in. This is because Phoenix Airport was hit by Typhoon Terry, which not only led to a large number of flight delays, but also a number of airport facilities were damaged. Anyway, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 doesn't require a same-day round trip. Instead, we had to wait until early the next morning to return from Phoenix Airport to Remote Wall Airport. So instead of being stranded at the airport all the time, the crew of Flight 8857 was able to return to their hotel room to rest. Who wants to stay in an airport terminal when you can go back to your hotel room and lie down? The waiting halls are now almost all occupied by stranded travelers. There was chaos everywhere. Very noisy. The noise was ear-splitting. On the way to the hotel, there is still a lot of standing water on the road though. In some sections of the road, the water was even more than 1 meter. And the road was either a tree branch snapped off by high winds or a streetlight broken in two. As for the rest of the mess, just more. It's hard to imagine. It completely transformed the entire city in just a few hours. It was as if the city had been ravaged by a low-intensity war. Nature's might. It was really scary as hell. But along the way there have been a number of staff from various departments, as well as volunteers, who have begun various relief efforts. Many local residents have also joined in self-help or disaster relief. The city of Skyward is a coastal city. Every year it is ravaged by typhoons, so they are long used to disasters after typhoons. All kinds of self-help and rescue are done with ease. Lu Qingzhou and the others didn't join the volunteers to work together in the rescue and relief efforts. Not that they don't have empathy. Rather, they press for this skill. And people were organized and busy with staff and volunteers. If they blindly joined in, they wouldn't be helping. They'd be helping. So the group just found a slightly better path and hurried along the street. Luckily the hotel is not far from the airport. So just a few minutes later, the group made their way to the hotel lobby. Let's just go back to the hotel and rest. And if the water outside empties out in the afternoon and the hotel opens, we'll go eat a big meal. But if it's still the same as during the day, then we'll just deal with a few bites at the hotel. What do you guys think? Lu Qingzhou took the room card and looked at a few people and said. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately replied. We all listen to you. All at the behest of Captain Lightship. I'm fine with that. It can be yet. A few others messed up and said. Lu Qingzhou saw this. With a big wave of his hand, he said, alright then, go back to rest and get some sleep first. There's still a gap between how pilots are treated and flight attendants. Let's say you stay at a contracted hotel. Flight attendants are at least 2 to a room, but pilots, whether captain or co-pilot, are all in one room. Thanks to the pilot, single rooms are also available for safety officers. Aha! It's not so much that pilots are able to get the same treatment as airmen. Instead, there were only 3 males on one flight. 2 of the males have a room to themselves. So who is the remaining male sharing a room with? If not a single room? Stewardess? That's a nice thought. Lu Qingzhou took the room card and returned to the room. He first unscrewed the faucet to look at the water quality. The water at the hotel was found to be still very clear. There was a hint of satisfaction on his face. Aha! Luckily the water didn't go out. So first he threw his bags around and stripped down into the washroom. After a cool shower, it was only then that he lay down on all fours on the big bed. In his heart, he silently said, System, open the personal attribute bar. Phoenix Airport. Inside the command hall of the ground management and dispatch center, Sun Jian's face had become very grave. A staff member standing not far away heard his inquiry and immediately replied. At 14:20 this afternoon, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 landed at Phoenix Airport, the last flight to land before the arrival of Typhoon Tylee. Immediately notify the Mountain Air branch. Ask them to notify the crew of Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 to return to the airport immediately. There is an important mission that needs their help. Sun Jian said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll let you know right away. This staff member took the phone and was about to dial the number. Again, he asked. Director, if the Mountain Air side asks us what the important mission is, how do I answer? More than an hour ago, 2 firefighter warriors were seriously injured while rescuing tourists, and need to be immediately sent to the Southern Theater General Hospital in Yangcheng for resuscitation. An airplane is now urgently needed to send these 2 firefighter warriors, as well as paramedics, to Yangcheng. The pilots of Mountain Air have always been skillful and trustworthy, so the task of escorting these 2 seriously injured people will have to ask for their help. Sun Jian quickly explained. Good. The staff hurriedly nodded. The others also cast curious glances towards Sun Jian. A young staff member standing next to him asked after him. Director, isn't our Phoenix Airport the home of HNA? Why don't we ask HNA for help? Because of the urgency of the situation, it needs to be rushed to Bayonne Airport in Yangcheng within an hour. Sun Jian sighed and continued. And Mountain Air is known for flying fast, so now that we have Mountain Air, why do we need to find Sea Air? This youngster smacked his lips and said, I thought all the ones on the internet were just paragraphs, but I didn't realize that Mountain Air really had a reputation in the industry as well. There's no wind without waves. Sun Jian said, if Mountain Air doesn't have a reputation, why are those online segments talking about other airlines? That's right too. The younger man nodded. Don't all just stand there. Hurry up and notify other departments to speed up the drainage of the runway water and urgently clear a runway out. Let the tower contact the meteorological department and ask if there is a takeoff window. Ask the logistics support department to see if that plane of Mountain Air has any faults, and if there are no faults immediately refuel the plane. I need the crew and wounded to be at the airport by now. The plane will be ready to take off soon. With Sun Jian's order, the crowd that had been stealing a few moments immediately started to get busy. Hotel. Lu Qingzhou had only entered the virtual world for a short while, just about to take off and lift off in an airliner. Suddenly a phone was heard ringing. He immediately exited the virtual world, took the cell phone that was sitting on the nightstand in his hand. Hey, Manager Zhang, what can I do for you? When he's finished listening to the narrative, there was a sudden blush. Chapter 120, the typhoon's aftermath still lingers. Outside the hotel, still raining, and every now and then there's a howling wind. Typhoon Terry has left, but the aftermath is still there. This rainy and windy weather will continue for another 10 or so hours or so at the very least, only compared to the end of the world scenario a few hours ago. It's already clearing the clouds now, but even so, outdoors there is still a large number of staff and volunteers working feverishly on the rescue and relief efforts. Either they were draining water or working on various lines as well as searching for trapped people. This is because the city of Skyward Sword is a tourist city. Whether it's the peak season or the off-season, there are a large number of stranded travelers, and most of these travelers are again from the mainland. Where have you seen the power of any typhoon? So just one typhoon, just leave a lot of travelers stranded. The two firefighters who were seriously injured were injured in the process of rescuing the stranded tourists. Lu Qingzhou slapped hard on the door of Chen Bin's room. About a minute later, Chen Bin opened the door with his chicken nest head, looked at Lu Qingzhou with a surprised face and asked, "What's wrong? Look at you in a hurry. The sky is falling? Don't be a smart ass. Hurry up and get dressed. There's an emergency." Lu Qingzhou finished and was about to head to the other rooms. Chen Bin hurriedly grabbed him and asked, "What happened? So urgent." "I just received a call from Manager Zhang of the branch. He said that two seriously injured firefighters came from the Phoenix airport side, and now the emergency management department is requesting us to take off urgently to send these two firefighters to Yangcheng to receive treatment." Lu Qingzhou quickly said. Chen Bin was instantly dumbfounded. Pointing out the window at the rain and high winds, he said, "Now, big brother, you don't look at what kind of weather it is now. Can we take off in this weather? The weather service says there's a takeoff window in 30 minutes. So cut the crap and get dressed while I go get the others. Human life is at stake now. Not the time for bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Lu Qingzhou didn't have the good sense to say. Chen Bin shrugged and said, "Come on, since you said you can fly, I'll give up my life for a second." Boom 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 boom. This time, Lu Qingzhou had already arrived at the door of another room. Not for a while. Jiang Xiaoyu then opened the door to his room with two large black circles under his eyes, when she saw Lu Qingzhou standing in the doorway of the room. At that moment, he laughed sweetly. "What are you doing, Captain Lightship? Are you here to find me or Han Han? Can I come to both of you at the same time to look for Mark?" Lu Qingzhou did not have the good sense to say. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly eyed his chest said, "Double row? I did not expect you to play so exciting. I cannot share the habit of partner with others, ha." Lu Qingzhou immediately gave her a chestnut. "Joking is not divided into time and occasion. Hurry up and call Fang Yihan up. There is an emergency." Jiang Xiaoyu spat out her tongue with a playful face before turning around and entering the room. About 5 or 6 minutes later, everyone's in the hotel lobby now. Even Chen Bingbing and her co-workers hurried over. After they listened to Lu Qingzhou's brief account, a trace of gravity appeared on everyone's faces. This time, a business car pulled up in front of the hotel. Luckily, a road manager was there to remove the obstacles from the road in time. Otherwise they'd probably have to walk back to the airport like they did before. "Get in the car." The business car started immediately. Then it whizzed off toward Phoenix International Airport. "Not far away. Wait until the group gets out of the car." As he hurried into the terminal, the large waiting hall was still overcrowded, and at the door of the terminal, a middle-aged man leading two staff members in emergency management department uniforms immediately greeted them. "Lightship Captain Chen Bin." The middle-aged man grabbed the opportunity to speak. "These two are the leaders of the fire brigade of Tianya Haijiu City, and the injured ones are the soldiers under them." This middle-aged man, it was the manager of Mountain Air's branch in the city of Skyward Sword. Each airline company has a branch stationed at all airports that are open to traffic. The main task of the branch is the logistical support of the crew as well as the aircraft, as well as the sale of tickets and other services to passengers. It also has the responsibility of coordinating and communicating with local airports, as well as various departments. The two uniformed staff members also showed a hint of surprise on their faces when they saw Manager Zhang take the lead in greeting Lu Qingzhou, and they thought, Lu Qingzhou is the co-pilot, Chen Bin is the captain. However, Lu Qingzhou had long been surprised by similar amazement, so he took the initiative to extend his hand toward the two men and said, "Hello, two leaders." These two hurriedly shook Lu Qingzhou's hand and busily said, "Hello, hello, hello." Manager Zhang hurriedly introduced, "Captain Lightboat is our star captain of Mountain Air. Just some time ago he was selected into Mountain Air's Golden Eagle flight team, and is also a rising star that the company is vigorously cultivating." Hear him say that. The faces of the two staff members then relaxed a little, then he hurriedly said, "It's been a hard day for Captain Lightboat, as well as all of you. It happened suddenly, so we'll cut the crap." Two of our firefighters, in the process of rescuing the trapped travelers, were swept up by the gusts of wind and then fell down from the third floor, and were seriously injured. But the hospital of Tianya City is not too complete with all kinds of equipment, and the city is now temporarily in a state of blackout, so we are like chartering a plane, and ask you to send these two injured fighters, as well as a few other travelers who are not too seriously injured, to Yangcheng together. We've consulted the weather service and the airport and said there seems to be some kind of takeoff window in another 10 minutes or so. I don't know if you'll be able to make it on your side. Lu Qingzhou immediately said in a deep voice. The firefighters risked their lives to save the travelers. Then of course we are obligated to do the same. Hearing him say it with such certainty, the two staff members let out a long sigh of relief. Time waits for no one. Now that the injured have been sent to the plane yet, has the plane been refueled and maintained? Lu Qingzhou immediately looked at Manager Zhang and asked. There's no problem with the airplane. The injured haven't even gotten on board yet. They're just waiting for a word from you. Manager Zhang hurriedly said. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on the guest. Lu Qingzhou finished. Carrying his flight case, he headed for the employee walkway not far away. By now that Boeing 737-800 had long since been towed to the near plane, so just connect with the corridor bridge and board. The urgency of the matter. So airport security didn't check a line of suitcases too meticulously. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the group had then stepped onto the porch bridge. Inside the airplane now. P.S. Yesterday because of something so only one more. Today resumed 2 more 4,000 words guaranteed update. Chapter 121. The takeoff window is just a small slit. Into the hatch. Lu Qingzhou immediately turned around. In the face of everyone. His face was serious and his voice was grave. Gentlemen, this is an unusual mission today and the weather conditions are not good right now, because of the special circumstances of the passengers. So the guest cabin will need more of your attention. I don't ask for much. Just one. That is, we can't let the injured who are already injured cause secondary injuries because of us. And if the airplane gets bumpy during the flight due to air currents or other reasons, the flight attendants must be the first to step up and calm the passengers. All clear? Crew Chief Zhang Xiaoyun naturally knew that this was a big deal, so she also said with a serious face, Don't worry, Captain Lightship, the passenger cabin has us. Good. With Sister Xiaoyun's words I am relieved. Lu Qingzhou nodded, then continued, the old rules, no bell for light bumps, 1 for medium, 3 for heavy, and 4 for other emergencies. Because of the urgency of the situation, I'll be manually piloting the whole thing, and it might fly a little fast, but you must tell the passengers that they don't need to be too nervous. Yes, Lu Qingzhou finished his explanation. Immediately waving his hand, he said, inform the ground and get on the guest. Having said that, he then took his co-pilot, Chen Bin, as well as Chen Bingbing, and hurried into the cockpit. The airplane is still in a state of power failure and engine failure. Generally speaking, the big airplanes all require the crew or ground crew to come up first, start around and then power up the airplane. Only after that can the airplane take off within the allotted time. This is because it takes some time for an airplane's engine to warm up and start. But today is an emergency, so the airport staff simply towed the plane to the near plane. But it's still more than 10 minutes before takeoff, enough to warm up the airplane's engines. Lu Qingzhou entered the cockpit. Quite casually, he tossed the flight case aside, and hurriedly sat down in his seat, then reached down and turned on the airplane battery. Soon, the plane was then successfully energized. Immediately after, he bellows successfully on another button on his right-hand side and begins to test the fire alarm. There is nothing unusual about the fire alarm. Lu Qingzhou began to test the fire extinguishing bottles and blasting caps again. In the meantime, Chen Bin, on the other hand, began to get in touch with the dispatch center. Check out the takeoff window communicated by the weather service via the tablet. Sure enough, it's in the sky in the upper right corner of the airport. There was a very narrow gap between several cumulonimbus cloud formations, and this narrow gap, it was the departure window that Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 was struggling to find. This time, Lu Qingzhou had already turned on the fuel booster pump. The fuel boost pump must be turned on, because it's burning oil. Immediately after, he turned on the plane's APU again. Test that the APU is functioning properly. The aircraft APU is the equivalent of a second little life for an airplane. A small gas turbine engine that is usually mounted in the tail section of an aircraft. The APU provides electrical power and induced air to the aircraft and is the main engine when the aircraft is started on the ground. Provide pilot air and electrical power supply to the aircraft's air conditioning system and electrical equipment while the aircraft is on the ground or in flight. And during the flight, the APU can be activated at a certain altitude to repower the left and right engines if it meets the main engine air stop. That's why it has the reputation of being the second life of an airplane. Booting the APU is also simple. That's pressing the handle of the APU forward. It kept going until the temperature came up and the APU booted successfully. But that's not all. APU temps come up and come back down. That's normal operation. If the APU temperature stays high, then the APU must be shut down immediately. After Lu Qingzhou was done with this, it was already 4 or 5 minutes past. He twisted his head to look at Chen Bin and asked in a deep voice, "Did you find that takeoff window the weather department said?" Chen Bin immediately brought the tablet over. "Found it. It's this gap, though it is said to be a seam. But the length was almost 40 to 50 meters and the width was over 20 meters. If you put it on the ground. But it's a small canyon." "Good." Lu Qingzhou nodded, handed the tablet back to Chen Bin, who created the flight plan for this flight, and himself. Instead, he began to close his eyes. The straight line distance from the city of Tenghai to the city of Goat is almost 1,200 kilometers. If it's a usual airplane ride, including takeoff to landing, the time is almost around 2 hours. But today is an emergency, so Lu Qingzhou planned to shorten the time by at least 30 minutes. That is to say, the voyage will take up to an hour and a half. Fly 200 kilometers in an hour and a half. That's enough. But that would require him to drive manually the whole time and keep the speed above 900 kilometers per hour all the time to do so. This Boeing 737-800 that Lu Qingzhou is flying today is not the latest model, so the best cruise speed for the design is just about Mach 0.7, which equates to 857 kilometers per hour. In the case of the latest Boeing 737, the optimal cruising speed can reach a staggering 785 miles per hour, which translates to more than 961 kilometers per hour. That is to say, if this Boeing 737-800 was the newest model, then there would be no need for Lu Qingzhou to pilot it manually. Unfortunately not. Cockpit. Only to see more than 10 medical personnel wearing white coats carrying a stretcher. 2 seriously injured as well as several slightly injured people hurriedly sent to the plane. Except for this group of wounded, equipment such as ventilators and immobilizers were also brought up, although it happened suddenly, but it still does the best it can in terms of security. Zhang Xiaoyun, with other flight attendants, was busy helping to care for and house the wounded. It was busy for close to 20 minutes, seeing as the takeoff window was about to almost disappear. A new round of rain and gusty winds is about to fall once again. All the wounded are finally fully settled. When the news was heard from the passenger cabin that all the wounded had been properly accommodated, Lu Qingzhou was also slightly relieved, only to see him turn his head to look at Chen Bin and immediately say, "Contact the ground and request to roll out and drive." "Good," Chen Bin replied busily. Less than another minute passed. The Boeing 737-800 was then towed by a tractor trailer and slowly dragged off the tarmac, waiting to come out into the open. Guided by an airplane walker, Lu Qingzhou gently pushed the operating lever and stepped on the rudder with her foot. Piloting the plane, he slowly glided towards the taxiway not far away. At this point, it's been raining heavily all afternoon, but it's finally taken a bit of a break. P.S. It seems that pictures are not really allowed to be put up. Every time they are put up they can't be reviewed. It's annoying as hell. Chapter 122, Rising to the Clouds. Capital time, 18:33 p.m. Night had enveloped the southernmost seaside city of Eastern University. Because the city of Sky's End isn't too far from the equator anymore, so whether it's winter or summer, the days and nights are about the same length. General, when it's still dusk in the interior, the city of Skyrim is already in dark mode, plus it's a typhoon day. The sky over the city of Skyward Sight had almost been covered by several cumulonimbus clouds. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. These cumulonimbus clouds stuff the sky, even in broad daylight. Probably won't see half the light. At this point, the tarmac at the Phoenix airport is full of airplanes, because Typhoon Terry suddenly swept across the island of Cheongzhou, so it caused massive flight delays at Phoenix airport. But right on the taxiway at the airport, a Boeing 737-800 airliner had actually slowly left the tarmac and headed onto the taxiway. Airport terminal. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Jiajia no longer cared if the floor was dirty or not. She was seen casually placing her suitcase down on the floor. and then her whole body was sitting directly on it, looking at the rain in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a bored manner. She was supposed to be traveling with a friend to the city of Skyward Sword. Who knew on the return trip there will be bad weather like a typhoon? It's raining a little less now though. Hot water and boxed lunches are also available in the terminal. The most basic daily needs are guaranteed. However, we don't know when the flights will be resumed, and there are so many people crammed into such a small place as the terminal. So the crowd in the waiting hall was actually in a foul mood, including Zhang Jiajia. Under boredom, she had to pull out her cell phone and aimlessly swipe through the jitterbugs. Lily, come over here. Let's make a short video together for Shivering Voice. It's also a bit of joy in the midst of bitterness. Zhang Jiajia waved towards her best friend not far away. BFF sniffed. First, he raised his eyelids and looked at her, before saying, "You might as well save your electricity. We don't know when we're going to get on the plane. Isn't there a charging place at the airport?" It's fine, Zhang Jiajia said with a big wave of her hand. Her best friend gave her a blank look and said in a nonchalant manner, "You don't see how long the line is at the charging place." Whatever. It's boring now anyway. Zhang Jiajia had quite a sense of being broken. BFF is helpless. Had to walk over. Only Zhang Jiajia raised her cell phone high with the selfie stick, and then her two little heads came together, with the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the tarmac, taxiway, and even the runway in the distance outside the floor-to-ceiling windows as the background. Start shooting a little video. Soon. This little video has been filmed. She removed her cell phone. See it for yourself. There was a frown, because the two of them were now on the first floor of the terminal. They could only see the airplanes parked in the tarmac if they were in the background, but the view outside the tarmac was heavily obscured by the airplanes. So Zhang Jiajia stood up, tugging on her best friend's arm. She headed for the second floor of the terminal. The BFF was 100 times more reluctant though, but still, helplessly, he followed her up to the second floor, waiting for the two to get to the second floor. Another video was reshot with the distant runway in the background before she clicked upload with a satisfied look on her face. This time, the BFF suddenly found the wah point. How could an airplane take off in such bad weather? And so fast? Zhang Jiajia immediately replied, "It seems like this is an airplane transporting the injured. I just saw quite a few medics escorting several injured people to the security check in a hurry." No wonder. BFF nodded. Just the rainstorm and the wind this afternoon had scared them both enough. Two children raised on the pure mainland. They hadn't seen such heavy rain and wind since they were kids. It was also the first time they had encountered a typhoon day. The power of the typhoon. It was really scary as hell. So don't be too normal for someone to get hurt. It's just that they're strange. It's not like there are no hospitals in Tianjia City. What kind of wounded even need to send out airplanes to be transported out of the island? No. It's still raining outside, and it's windy every now and then. But the two didn't take it too much to heart. Instead, turn off shakeology and adjust your phone to power saving mode. Returning to the first floor, he refound a quieter spot and began to close his eyes. But what makes them unaware is this. Just for the short hour or two that they had their eyes closed, Zhang Jiajia's jittery voice unexpectedly blew up. Step back in time to a few minutes ago, when the tractor slowly dragged this Boeing 737-800 airliner out of the tarmac. Lu Qingzhou immediately activated the second engine. The deafening roar of the airplane's engines seemed to break through the rain barrier and spread throughout the airport. At this point, it's several minutes late for scheduled takeoff. If it goes by the book again, the takeoff window might just disappear completely. All land lightning after getting the command from the tower and the hand signals made by the airport walker. Immediately push lightly on the throttle valve gear lever and put your foot on the rudder. Piloted this Boeing 737-800 into the taxiway. Blink of an eye. The airplane had then made its way through the taxiway to the takeoff waiting area. But because the city of Skyward Sword now has airspace where not a single bird, let alone an aircraft, can be found, so Lu Qingzhou didn't wait for the tower's command. Instead, just pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom. Rumble rumble. It was as if this Boeing 737-800 had been anointed with Indian miracle oil. It snapped and scurried away. But even though the airport staff had gone to great lengths to drain the runway, there was still quite a bit of water on the runway at this point. So although Lu Qingzhou pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom, however, the speed of the airplane was still slower by a large margin compared to usual. Luckily, the runway at Phoenix Airport is long enough. There was plenty of distance for this Boeing 737-800 to taxi. When the plane went wild for almost 1,000 meters, the airplane's speed always came to takeoff decision speed. Chen Bin's two eyes were staring at the ground speedometer with dead eyes. When the speed is seen to reach V1 decisive speed, immediately, he reminded loudly, V1. Lu Qingzhou still didn't change her face. Next, Chen Bin immediately said again, lift the wheel. Only Lu Qingzhou violently pulled backward and upward on the operating lever, pulled the nose of the plane straight up, The nose of this Boeing 737-800 airliner was high in the air, heading straight into the sky in an unstoppable position. P.S. This period of time do not know what happened. First a heavy cold, and then the stomach and suddenly uncomfortable. So the plot may write some bland. You greatly forgive me, ha. Chapter 123 Takeoff successful. Apply for Pan Pan Green Rescue Channel. The front wheels of the airplane had only just left the ground when Chen Bingbing felt a powerful sense of oppression come over her. The height of those cumulonimbus clouds that stuffed the sky over Skyward City was actually quite low, so when the plane only took off, it seemed to have already begun to come into close contact with these clouds. However, she had long since stopped being the little chick she was more than 10 days ago, and seeing an additional iceberg in the sky also scared her whole body. Rather, it has been refined 1,000 times over for a long time. It's a man now. So although Chen Bingbing was still a bit scared in her heart, she still sat upright, looked straight ahead with both eyes. Lu Qingzhou held the operating lever with one hand, while the other hand tightly gripped the throttle valve gear lever. Just after the rear wheels of the plane also managed to get off the ground, the plane climbed roughly 20 to 30 meters upward. He immediately broke the operating lever to the right, simultaneous foot on the right rudder. The nose of the airplane immediately turned to the right. The fuselage of the airplane also began to shift to the right. This is because the exact location of the takeoff window is not directly in front of the airplane, but in the right airspace. If the plane had been flying straight ahead, it would have gone headfirst into the cumulonimbus clouds. Who knows what's in these cumulonimbus clouds, so it's better to stay away. Phew phew phew. As the airplane turned to the right, a side wind suddenly blew. Lu Qingzhou seems to be able to calculate and foresee this side wind in advance, so it was only a matter of time before he immediately released the lever and allowed it to reset. But instead of resuming its previous course, the airplane continued to veer to the right as it was blown by this side wind. In that case, the airplane then just cancels out the bumps and other uncontrollable factors caused by the side winds, and the very next second the side winds disappeared. Lu Qingzhou immediately continued to brake the operating lever to the right, all the while keeping the airplane climbing upward naturally. Climbing, continuing to climb. Soon, the plane's altitude had then come to over 400 meters, and at this point, that takeoff window, the gap between the two cumulonimbus cloud masses, finally appeared in front of Lu Qingzhou's eyes. Lu Qingzhou no longer hesitated. Continue to pull the operating lever backward and upward to maintain the aircraft in a continued climb position. Then push the throttle valve gear lever straight down. Rumble rumble. The airplane roared, rushed into the gap with a sharp, uncontrollable stance. But the seam is not so much a seam as a seam. It's actually the weakest of the two clouds. It is also cloudy, but even thicker clouds are reduced to nothing in front of a behemoth like the Boeing 737-800. So the airplane rushed into the gap like a lance into flesh. It was an instant rush. Lu Qingzhou kept the airplane in an upward climbing attitude while turning the fuselage sideways. He flew carefully today. If it's usual, where else would he climb? Then turn, then find a takeoff window and rush in? Which is such a hassle. It would have been a straight-up dry land move. Strong insertion straight in. But the cabin was full of wounded. There were also 2 seriously wounded among them. It's better to fly smoother. The weather service was not wrong in its predictions. The slit does make for a great takeoff window. All the plane had to do was to keep climbing upwards along this gap for 100 meters or so at the most, and it would have broken out of the cumulonimbus cloud completely. And the district is over 100 meters. For an airplane that has reached a speed of 420 kilometers per hour. The turnaround is imminent. Sure enough, just under a minute. Chen Bingbing then saw through the windshield of the airplane that a bright light seemed to appear in the sky overhead. Although these lights are blocked, it's like looking at flowers in a fog. But after just a few seconds, the bright starry sky had become clearer and clearer. Just a blink of an eye later, Chen Bingbing then felt that the starry sky was already very bright, as if a brilliant Milky Way had appeared in front of her eyes. It's beautiful. However, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin didn't have the heart to enjoy the view. The two work well together. After piloting the airplane out of the cumulonimbus clouds, it continued to climb upward in altitude. Chen Bin, on the other hand, adjusted his communication channel and contacted the City of Skies End to move in closer. Climbing, continuing to climb. It was probably another 10 minutes or so. The plane has finally climbed to its established cruising altitude. Lu Qingzhou then got busy and turned her head to Chen Bin and asked, I haven't been asking you, did our flight apply for Pan Pan? Chen Bin hurriedly said, before takeoff, the Phoenix Tower said that it had applied for Pan Pan in advance and opened a green channel for us, so we can fly all the way to Yangcheng unhindered. Lu Qingzhou nodded. That's good. Pan Pan is an aeronautical term for emergency signal, mainly used when an airplane is experiencing an urgent emergency situation. But the situation is not as serious and urgent as the Mayday signal. Mayday is the internationally recognized distress signal for radio calls and is the highest distress signal used by pilots. Mayday roughly means life-saving and is only used when an airplane is in extreme danger, seriously threatening lives and unable to save itself. And Pan has a lower rating compared to Mayday, but it's also a very serious communication signal from an airplane expressing rescue to the ground. General, when a pilot signals Pan to the ground, the purpose is to get the attention of air traffic control and other aircraft, indicating that the aircraft is experiencing a problem that needs to be dealt with as a matter of priority. But there is no immediate threat to life or flight safety for the time being. After receiving the Pan signal, ground control will quickly contact the crew to get information about the current situation, location and landing airport of the aircraft, and then ATC will arrange landing for the aircraft or provide other necessary assistance according to the specific situation. For example, adjusting the routing or landing sequence of other flights to make sure that the airplane that signaled Pan solves the problem quickly and safely. Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857 for transporting the injured to Yangqing to save their lives. So naturally, they are eligible for Pan signaling. Not like other flights though. Flight 8857 had a Pan filed in its place by the Phoenix airport before it took off, so the aircraft could have been unimpeded. Fly to Sheep's Head. This was also the reason why Lu Qingzhou predicted that the plane would arrive at Yangqing Baiyun Airport in an hour and a half at most, because the distance between the two places would have been just over 1,000 kilometers. Plus applying for a green rescue lane, you can go on a wild ride all the way through. If it doesn't save more than half an hour, then he's a captain for nothing. Chapter 124, oh my god, I've made a fortune. I've actually photographed a UFO. Soon, the plane then left the airspace of the city of Skyrim. However, when the airplane once again flew over the Guanyin Buddha statue on the beach, Lu Qingzhou did not try to save trouble and flew directly over the statue. Instead, he circled around the statue as he had come. Chen Bingbing was lying down by the window of the machine. It's rare to see this scene. I didn't realize the situation was this critical. It's amazing how superstitious Captain Lightship is, saying that it doesn't fly over the head of the statue of Goddess of Mercy. It really doesn't fly now. But right now, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin were both busy. A manually piloted airplane, climbing in altitude as it flew toward Sheep's Head. The other is in constant contact with the ground. Don't think that Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857 applied for the Pan Green Rescue Channel, all the way to unhindered and joyful flight. It also requires constant contact with the ground, prevent all kinds of unforeseen situations. It wasn't long when the plane circled the statue of Guanyin Buddha that the altitude had climbed to about 9,600 meters. The speed also climbed rapidly from 200 knots, 370 kilometers per hour, to around 500 knots, 926 kilometers per hour, and Lu Qingzhou still maintained the position of pushing the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom. This old Boeing 737-800 also has a best cruising speed of just 857 kilometers per hour and is designed to fly at a fastest speed of just over 900 kilometers per hour. This Boeing is now infinitely close to its design fastest speed, so it's like a scampering monkey. Hold your head and run hard. More than half an hour later, the plane had then left the airspace of Qianzhou Island and entered Guangdong Province. Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857 applied for Pan in advance, not to let ground ATC clear the airspace along the way, so that all the aircraft passing through the airspace all forced to land to make way, but to pay attention to avoid. Otherwise, the Pearl River Delta, PRD, region, where Guangdong Province is located, is one of the most economically developed regions in the Eastern University. There's no telling how many flights take off and land in, or pass through, the region every day. The economic damage that would be caused if so many flights were all landed to make way for just one flight applying for Pan would be incalculable. Don't say just one flight applied for Pan. Even when Typhoon Terry swept past Guangdong Province a few hours ago, it only caused flight delays of a few hours. So when Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 entered Guangdong Province, there were still a large number of flights in Guangdong airspace. It's just that all of these planes were directed by ATC to go up or down in altitude to avoid them. And while Lu Qingzhou was piloting the Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 from south to north, furiously heading towards Yangqing, 10,000 meters above, a South Korean airliner flying from Hanoi to Seoul, with a stopover in Mordor, also flew from a southwest to northeast heading, 10,000 meters high. There's no more clouds in the way. The river of stars was radiant. The Milky Way seems to be upside down in the sky. Faced with such beauty, many passengers on this airliner had pulled out their cell phones, ready to record this rare beauty. Director at this point, a soft eep suddenly sounded in the stateroom. Only a young lass suddenly brought her face to the heel of the window of the plane, looking downward with a puzzled face, because just now, she was shooting for the stars. It seemed to see something flickering in its own lens, but now no matter how much she looked, she couldn't find any trace of that thing. Could it be that I'm blind? the girl muttered in a small voice, but just now he clearly saw the real, not like a blurred vision. The girl hurriedly played back the video she had just taken. When she saw that right in the bottom right corner of the camera, there were indeed 3 shooting star-like things flashing by. The entire group froze. Meteor? Meteor? No, not a shooting star. Don't meteors come with tails? And the 3 stars twinkle and form a triangle. Clearly a human-made item, but flying so fast again. It was gone in the blink of an eye. Shouldn't be a human-invented flying machine. Not a flying machine invented by man. Is it? It's a UFO? A bold idea popped into the girl's head. Shasta. Her face then turned flushed, and her whole body became instantly aroused. I'm on my way. UFO? Mom, I'm out of my league. I can't believe I photographed a UFO. Capital time, 19:42 p.m. Shanxi Airlines flight SC-8857 arrived smoothly at Yangchang Baiyun Airport. Lu Qingzhou stood at the cabin hatch, watched as the medics carried the 2 seriously injured and all the other lightly injured off the plane. That was a slight relief. Exhale. The hard work wasn't wasted after all. I was elbow deep in exhaustion, but I finally made it to Baiyun Airport in a little over an hour. Malagasy. Don't look at the fact that airplanes are getting smarter and smarter nowadays, but if they are manually piloted, they are not much easier to drive than a tractor. And it's also important to maintain a high level of concentration for a long time. There can't be a single moment of distraction. That's what kills the old man. Because this is a mechanical monster that goes over 900 kilometers per hour. If you get distracted while driving, the plane might have gone down headfirst. But the hard work wasn't in vain after all. Fu Chenbin also had a relaxed expression and turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou. Captain Qingzhou, what's the next arrangement? Should we stay at Baiyun Airport and wait for the company's dispatch, or go back to Phoenix Airport? Hear him ask that. The others turned their heads toward him as well. Flying from Phoenix Airport to Yangchang Baiyun Airport is considered an impromptu business trip, not on the company's list of signed assignments. So it stands to reason they should return to Phoenix Airport to continue their flight tomorrow. But they don't know yet exactly what the weather conditions are like in the city of Skyward Sword right now. And airports are not parking lots. Let you land when you arrive. Plus, each flight is on a fixed route and must first file a flight plan, which is cleared by air traffic control before it can take off. It's complicated, so even the co-pilot Shenbin now do not know what they should do next, whether to stay at Baiyun Airport or return to the city of the end of the world. Lu Qingzhou saw this. There was nothing for it but to spread his hands helplessly. Said, if you ask me, who am I going to ask? Wait, I guess it won't be long before the company reaches out to us. When the time comes, won't it be clear whether we're going to stay or go? All in all, we've done a great thing today and deserve to be celebrated. Everyone's been tired all day, too, so why don't we just find a Cantonese restaurant and have a feast? P.S. Originally written the day before yesterday, timed wrong, actually set into yesterday, resulting in a few $1,000s. This month's full attendance is completely gone. I've been sick and lost several $1,000s, so how can I still have the spirit to update yesterday? Today is better, but I feel that the plot is written in a mess. Everyone will look at it, and so on these 2 days to adjust the mood and the body. I will then burst more. Kneeling reward kneeling pursuit of more kneeling hyped more. Woohoo! Chapter 125, the aftermath of the typhoon slowly fades away. 9 o'clock in the evening. The aftermath of Typhoon Terry is finally slowly disappearing. This typhoon stuff is like a major illness. Sickness comes and goes. That's why typhoons come swiftly and hate to turn the world upside down. But the leaving was lingering. Lovesick. So it stands to reason that the aftermath of Typhoon Terry could not have slowly faded away in just a few hours. It would be at least a few more hours before the city of Sky's End would be as good as new. But Typhoon Terry only passed over the northern part of Cheongzhou Island and did not cross the whole island. So in fact the impact on the city of Skyward Sword was not as drastic and swift as a direct landing. Phoenix Airport. When they saw that the flight display in the waiting hall was no longer a distracting bright red color, but had turned yellow, the mood of the travelers stranded in the waiting hall finally calmed down a little, and were not as restless as before. Yes, want to know what the status of the flight you're on is? The easiest and most effective way is to watch the flight display in the terminal showing the color of the flight you are taking. This is because the flight display will indicate to passengers whether the current status of the flight is delayed or normal in a clear and simple way through various colors. The color red is often used to indicate flight cancellations and other unusual conditions in Europe that require special attention from travelers. For example, weather-related flight delays, or flights are forced to be cancelled due to mechanical failures, etc., etc. Yellow is used to indicate that a flight will continue despite delays. A green color indicates a normal flight. The flight has arrived on time or is about to depart and is on time. The red, yellow and green colors express the meaning of the traffic signals in much the same way. So the average person who sees it will immediately understand what is being expressed. But there's another color that needs special attention. That's blue. If the flight color turns blue in the flight display, it means that the flight is in check-in status, reminding passengers to go to the check-in counter immediately for check-in procedures. The color blue is something that needs special attention though, not one of the most frightening states to be in. What scares travelers the most is always when it is clearly a green light and in the blink of an eye it becomes a red light. Originally, Phoenix Airport had been red on all flight displays because of Typhoon Terry. It was exceptionally annoying to watch, but now the red light turns yellow, although the yellow light still shows that the flight is delayed. The yellow light, however, is delayed for a limited period of time rather than delayed indefinitely. There's a big difference between the two. Fruity. After about 10 more minutes or so, airport announcements began to notify passengers on a certain Hainan Airlines flight that they could board. One time, the boarding gate was packed right away. In fact, it's not just the travelers on this flight who are excited. Travelers on other flights are now beaming with excitement. The reason is simple. Now that this flight is ready to go, so isn't it likely that it won't be long before it's the turn of people like yourself? One's greatest fear is to be without hope. It's like a traffic jam. If you're blocked to death, you won't be able to move half a step forward for most of the day. Then both the driver and the passengers in the car become very irritated. But if the traffic is moving slowly, nevertheless move forward at a moment's notice, people's minds are less anxious. Not only did the stranded travelers see hope, but the whole Phoenix airport was also slightly relieved. After all, so many people were stranded in the terminal. It's barely manageable for a short period of time. If it's been a long time, something might have happened. Nothing else. The logistics alone are a big problem. Coupled with the fact that so many people gather in such a small space, it is an easy breeding ground for all sorts of crimes. As for bickering and quarreling, even fighting and brawling, it is even more commonplace. Now that the airport is open, the stranded travelers are leaving one by one. Airports are a lot less stressful. Goat City. Jiang Xiaoyu stroked her already slightly bulging belly with a satisfied look. Shu Tan previously always thought that Cantonese cuisine is bland, nothing to eat. Today, I realized that people's really high-end Cantonese cuisine is about one word: freshness, not destroying the flavor of the ingredients themselves while ensuring that the taste buds are stimulated. Fang Yihan, who was sitting next to her, laughed and said, full of smooth talk, "You're going to graduate school." "I'm not going to graduate school." Jiang Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "I'm going to the Tung East University." Lu Qingzhou, who was sitting diagonally across from her, sniffed, laughing at the moment. He said, "Tongue-in-cheek Eastern University doesn't include the practice of human meat." "Nothing. Do not eat people can eat fish well." Chen Bin laughingly picked up the mouth. Having said that, he also deliberately picked up a slice of sashimi, wrapped in shredded green onion and dipped in soy sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Jiang Xiaoyu saw that he was being flirted with by the two of them, immediately made a face and said, "Still eating sashimi? Aren't you afraid of parasites biting through your intestines and eating your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys?" Lu Qingzhou also said, "Raw fish or eat less good. This thing is not much else, just parasites." During the Three Kingdoms period, there was a magistrate named Qin Deng who ate too much sashimi, and then his stomach was full of parasites, and even the god Dr. Hua Tuo couldn't save him. This is not wild history. Rather, it's explicitly stated in the Three Kingdoms, and it's true that the two regions, especially the shunned area, have a high prevalence of parasites in the Big East. But hospitals in the two regions are very good at saving patients infected with parasites. It's like Sichuan and Shu regional hospitals specializing in anorectal medicine, Dian province specializing in mushroom poisoning, Central and Qilu provinces specializing in food poisoning, and the United States specializing in the treatment of gunshot wounds. It's a regional specialty now. Fish sashimi is preferred in both Guangdong and Guangxi, so it leads to a lot of people contracting parasites. A number of people die every year from parasitic infections, and a large number of people go to hospitals every year to get wormed. But it still doesn't scare the other gourmets. Some people even eat raw fish while worming, because sashimi does have a different flavor. It makes the likes of them lustful. It's as addictive as it gets. There's a persistent misconception online. That is, only freshwater fish have parasites, and sea fish can be eaten raw. Actually, no. Sea fish likewise have parasites, just not as bad as freshwater fish. Otherwise the kiddies would love sashimi so much, and the country would have just as many people infected with parasites every year. As a mainlander, Lu Qingzhou naturally respected this fishy contraption, not to mention the life-threatening nature of eating this stuff. But Chen Bin liked it. A large portion of a plate of sashimi was created by him alone. Listening to the concerns of Lu Qingzhou and the others, Chen Bin didn't have any unnecessary expressions. Just after finishing the last slice of sashimi, he pulled a box of pills out of his bag, deigning in front of a few people. He said, "If a buddy dares to eat it, he must be prepared for anything." "Know what this is?" The others rushed over. Upon seeing the big words thiabendazole written on the box of medicine, Both were filled with speechlessness, because the greatest effect of this medicine is nothing else but to repel worms. Dare I say that Chanbin even prepared the worming medicine in order to eat a plate of sashimi? So several people in the room gave him a thumbs up. Dude, I'll give you a pass if you don't even hold up the wall. 6. P.S. The state's slowly back. See if today can resume 2 more 4,000 words updated. Beg reward, beg reward. This book obviously chase more can, but the system just do not give the amount. So the daily income even $100 did not get. Not to mention supporting the family, even difficult to make ends meet. Alas. Chapter 126, Return to the Ends of the Earth. Just make it. Lu Qingzhou stood up. Looking at Chen Bin, he said without a trace of anger, don't think that just because you carry around worming pills that you can satisfy your appetite. When you do get infected with the parasite, you'll have to suffer. Ba ba ba. Chen Bin continuously poo-pooed several times before saying, crow's mouth. I'm so medicated that I can't even eat a few slices of raw fish? Can a parasite be more vital than my worming medicine? Lu Qingzhou shrugged somewhat helplessly. Whatever you want, but infected with parasites are careless. There is a real possibility of losing one's life. Safety Officer Wu Yan just ate 2 slices of sashimi as well. Seeing the seriousness of what Lu Qingzhou said, hurrying to Chen Bin, he said, Brother Bin, that medicine of yours, give me 1. No, 2, kill the insects for me too. Chen Bin was not stingy, tossed a box of pills directly to the safety. Lu Qingzhou looked at the others, asked, all eat well then go. We still have to rush back to Tianya Haijiao City tonight. Nye Xiaoyu hurriedly asked, Captain Lightship, we're still returning to Qianzhou Island at this late hour? Got to go back. Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. The company's dispatch center called during dinner, and our flight mission continues tomorrow. In other words, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 will have to take off from Phoenix Airport at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, on time and on schedule, and return to Remote Wall Airport. Lu Qingzhou finished. Turning her head, she looked at Chen Bingbing and her co-workers. We might have to stay up late today. Are you guys okay with that? Chen Bingbing was also eating with a satisfied face at this moment, seeing Lu Qingzhou looking at herself. Immediately waving his hand, he said, contemporary young people, which hasn't stayed up all night. It's fine, that's fine. Lu Qingzhou said, then let's go back to Baiyun Airport first. Go to our Mountain Airlines VIP waiting room to rest for a while, and then at 12:30 a.m., we'll depart. Why are you leaving so late? Chen Bingbing asked curiously. Do we still have passengers we need to take from Baiyun Airport to Tianya Haijiao City? That's not true, Lu Qingzhou explained. Our trip belongs to the official chartered flights. The temporary mission did not sell tickets. Of course there are no passengers. During the day, because of the typhoon, Phoenix Airport was temporarily closed, stranding a large number of flights. Now the typhoon is not gone. The airport has resumed normal operations, so the stranded flights are busy taking off. Even if we return to the end of the world city, a moment and a half also have no way to land, so it is better to wait for the busy side of the end. We will return to the flight. Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. So that's how it is. Oh, come on then, let's go to the VIP waiting room and squint for a while to refresh ourselves. Every airline has VIP lounges at their operating airports. The VIP waiting room can be different from the regular waiting hall. It is specially prepared by major airlines for platinum card customers. A variety of entertainment and recreational facilities are available. You can relax, entertain, and even offer coffee, wine, a variety of food, and more. Conditions are no worse than a hotel room. There wasn't much need to go to the hotel room now that the flight was just over 3 hours away. The VIP waiting room is empty anyway. A few of them happened to just take a nap in the VIP waiting room for a couple hours and just deal with it. More than 3 hours later, a Boeing 737-800 slowly took off and lifted off from Baiyun Airport. Not for a while. The plane had then disappeared into the night sky. An hour or so later, the plane has entered the airspace of the city of Skyward Sword. Chen Bingbing came over to the window of the plane, staring down with wide eyes without blinking. It's pitch black down there, but the South Sea Goddess of Mercy statue is brightly lit and very eye-catching. Captain Lightship. She raised her head and looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, we've arrived at the South Sea Goddess of Mercy Buddha statue again, alas. Yes. Lu Qingzhou piloted the airplane and said without looking back. So sit tight. We're about to land. Do you think something will really happen if we fly over the head of the South Sea Goddess of Mercy statue? Chen Bingbing was like a curious kitten. Lu Qingzhou hadn't said anything yet. Chen Bin hurriedly stopped it. This joke is not funny. Ha! Chen Bingbing had a face of contempt. Look at your guts. Even parasites dare to eat the mighty man. Actually still believe in these? Not I believe. Chen Bin hurriedly explained. Rather, this thing is really quite mysterious. And the captain of the lifeboat is a notorious moldy bee physique. The two superimposed. The mold on top of the mold. So we'd rather believe in it than believe in it. Teasing you. Chen Bingbing made a face at him. Even if you dare. I wouldn't dare nah. So this is the image I have in your hearts? Lu Qingzhou turned around and glared at the two people. How am I a moldy bee-body? And you two at least is a university. Received a higher education of high school students. How also with those village fools believe in those things? Our feudal superstitions know that. It's not that we believe in superstitions. Chen Bingbing said helplessly. I didn't believe in fire before either. The point is that what happened during this period of time is too upside down to my three views. You say I've only been partnered with you guys for more than 10 days, and I've encountered so many things big and small that I almost even lost my life. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly defended. Can you blame me for that? You guys just say. All these that happened to us during this period of time. Which one of these things was caused by my active mistakes? Aren't they all caused by others? No one said you caused it. Chen Bin picked up on this. You're awesome in that no matter if it's someone else's mistake or intentionality, or God's mistake or intentionality, or even an alien's UFO, all of them have taken the initiative to find you. You're like a dry toilet in the countryside in the summer. You're obviously not doing anything, but you're just attracting flies. Angry Lu Qingzhou's face turned green. Can it be metaphorical? Keep your mouth shut if you can't make a metaphor. You're the rural dry toilet. You're the one attracting flies. Stop bleeping and call skyward approach and ask which runway we're landing on. Chen Bin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, rush. He is in a hurry. P.S. These days are not strong. This afternoon just back from the hospital infusion. At least have to recuperate a few days in order to return to normal. So these days temporarily amore it. And so after the Lantern Festival, to see the body to restore the state and then see if you can return to the two more updated. Chapter 127, Captain Lightning Boat is really knowledgeable. More than 10 minutes later, the plane landed smoothly on the Phoenix Airport runway. The Phoenix International Airport, which was originally crowded with people inside and out, was now empty and seemed very cold. Also, it's now about 2 in the morning. Travelers stranded at the airport have long since been evacuated. The Phoenix Airport isn't a big airport either. That's why there are very few flights taking off and landing in the early hours of the morning. So the huge airport was almost empty except for the staff on duty and a handful of travelers who needed to take early daytime flights. Once the plane landed smoothly, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin handed over the airplane smoothly. Then they walked towards the hotel outside the airport with the flight crew and Chen Bingbing. Less than 24 hours. They first flew from Quancheng to Tianya Haijiao City, then from Tianya Haijiao City to Yangcheng, and now from Yangcheng back to Tianya Haijiao City. The time in the sky must have added up to almost 10 hours. I was already tired enough a long time ago. Ugh. By the way, I haven't asked you the last few days. Walking on the road. Lu Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Bingbing. How come this program of yours feels like it's not live recently? Since returning to the Springs from Zimmerman City, the Fly With You variety show just doesn't seem to be on live mode anymore. But making videos to collect material is always in progress. Chen Bingbing was filled with helplessness and said, it wasn't those two drones that made a mess. Oh? Lu Qingzhou looked puzzled. The others looked at her with amazement. We did not hit a drone at Binhai Airport in Jinmen City. Almost an accident. And then the major airports began a major overhaul. We have this program before the live broadcast and recording of the two modes. The live broadcast not only have to enter the cockpit, and accidentally will also be photographed at the airport of some sensitive departments. Live and cannot be edited and checked. So in order to ensure safety, it can only be cancelled. Live broadcast and it can only be filmed by us for footage and then broadcast every Saturday. She was filled with regret. Actually, our live broadcast has been quite hot for a while. There were only a few dozen or hundreds of people when we first started broadcasting, and then it directly skyrocketed to a few thousand, or even a few tens of thousands of people later on, which is higher than the number of viewers of the other 9 airlines. Pity. I blame that damn suspect. It's annoying. Lu Qingzhou was amused by her puffed up look, because Chen Bingbing was so angry that both of her cheeks were bulging, just like an angry blowfish. But this Hunan girl is pretty cute. Even cursing would just be damn and that sucks. It's not like the other Hunan girls you know. Mouthful of food, drink, smoke etc. Sheesh, it's almost like a mouthful. Hey, change the topic. Chen Bingbing was full of grievances and continued, because mentioning this matter makes me feel like my heart, liver, spleen, and lungs are hurting. Change. Lu Qingzhou said. You can change whatever topic you want. It's the one with the South Sea Goddess of Mercy Buddha statue. She looked at Lu Qingzhou, blinking her big eyes in curiosity and asked, is it really that mysterious? Can you really not fly over the head of the Buddha statue? That was all Captain Chen been bluffing you. Lu Qingzhou laughed. The reason why the flight didn't fly over the Guanyin Buddha statue wasn't at all out of any messy prayers, or blessings for safe travel or anything, but something else. Chen Bingbing looked at him without blinking. Oh, turns out there's something else going on. Say it, say it. The city of Tianya is a seaside tourist city, and the city's Phoenix Airport isn't too far from the beach. And the runway of that airport is oriented east-west along the coastline. What does that mean? Lu Qingzhou explained while drawing a line in the air with her fingertips and continued. It's like this. He saw that Chen Bingbing still looked confused. Solely pulled out his cell phone. Open Goldmine Maps. Search for satellite imagery of Phoenix Airport found in Phoenix. Pointing to the satellite image, he continued to explain. As I explained to you before, an airplane needs to be squared up to the landing runway early in the landing process. I'll narrow the map down now. His fingertips traced the screen of his cell phone. Scaled down satellite images. Found the location of the South Sea Goddess of Mercy statue. This is the location of the South Sea Goddess of Mercy Buddha statue. Not far from the airport runway. Just on the extension of the runway to the west. So airplanes that land to the east must come in from the west right on the runway when they land. From there, you'll be able to see the South Sea Goddess of Mercy Buddha statue on the left side of the airplane. Chen Bingbing was still a bit confused and hurriedly asked, but when we came back these 2 times, we obviously turned Thaya at the South Sea Goddess of Mercy statue here? Let me show you another picture. Lu Qingzhou opened another program on her phone and found a map of the standard procedure for landing to the east at Phoenix Airport. Chen Bingbing looked at her with a big question mark popping up on her brain. Can't read it at all. Can't read it right? It doesn't matter. Listen to me explain and you'll understand. Lu Qingzhou patiently said. To put it simply, all flights will follow the flight path of this standard program chart, and all planes coming from the west will fly along this path. Lu Qingzhou drew a straight line with her finger on the path map, then added, that's what happens when you come from the north. He traced another nearly right-angled course on his cell phone screen, and this right-angle point is right there at the South Sea Goddess of Mercy statue. The ones coming from the south will follow this path. Lu Qingzhou drew a line while explaining, because the city of Tianyahaijiu is in the southernmost part of our country, almost all domestic flights come from the northern part of the airport, and as long as the airport operates an eastward takeoff and landing pattern, the planes will almost always turn next to the South China Sea Guanyin statue to align with the runway or pass by the Guanyin statue. That is to say, even if there is no Guanyin Buddha statue at this location, the airplane will still turn at this location. But if the airport operates a westward takeoff and landing pattern because of the wind direction, then you won't see the Guanyin Buddha statue. So it's not about going around the statue of the Goddess of Mercy, it's about the airplane having to start turning before it gets over the head of the statue of the Goddess of Mercy and aligning itself with the runway ahead of time. It's the reason the airport runway operates, not some kind of superstition. In the exact same situation there is also the River North Airport in Mountain City. The runway at JNB Airport runs in a north-south direction. As long as the operation of the Jiangbei Airport runs to the north in the takeoff and landing pattern, then Raffles City's landmark, Raffles Place, is bound to appear on the left side of all the takeoff and landing planes. But if the airport's runway is running to the south on that day, then you won't be able to see Raffles Place. So there aren't that many feudal superstitions and messed up beliefs. In fact, a lot of things can be explained by science. Chen Bingbing looked as if she had come to a realization. Nodding toward Lu Qingzhou, he said, oh, so it's like this. Oh, Captain Lightship, you are so knowledgeable. Although Lu Qingzhou had a smug look on her face, but her mouth was still very modest. No, it's just that she knows a bit more than others. Then can Captain Lightship use science to explain why you are always so unlucky? Chen Bingbing had a naive face as she looked at Lu Qingzhou. Why do you encounter some messy bad things every time you go on a mission? We can't be superstitious, so there's always science to explain the explanation. Aha! Lu Qingzhou was immediately choked. Hurry up and look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Looking at the dark ink-like sky muttered, oh, the sun is so big today. Ha, the sun is so embarrassing. Haha. Sound of escaping laughter. Ha ha ha. It was a great source of laughter for the others. P.S. After losing the last day of water today, we will resume 2 more 4,000-word guaranteed updates starting tomorrow. Chapter 128. Who doesn't know that Captain Lightship is a famous young woman killer? Day 2. The first-floor medical examination room of Mountaineer's branch office at Phoenix Airport. Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bin, who was wearing 2 large dark circles under his eyes. His face was waxy and his expression was a bit depressed. Jokingly, he said, yo, what zoo did this national treasure come out of? Chen Bingbing, on the other hand, asked with a concerned face, why doesn't your face look too good? Brother Bin, are you not too comfortable anywhere? Chen Bin hurriedly waved his hand and said, nothing much, it's just that I didn't rest well last night, and I don't know what's going on, but I kept dreaming last night. We have to rush back to Quancheng in a while, it will take several hours. Can you hold on? Chen Bingbing said with concern. Chen Bin said with a relaxed face, I just didn't sleep well, and I'm not suffering from any serious illness, so how could I not even last a few hours? Bah. Chen Bingbing hurriedly puked several times in a row. Crow's mouth. Then added, bingo, if you often can't sleep, or always dreaming, I recommend you to take some melatonin. I occasionally take a capsule if I can't sleep. The effect is quite good. Chen Bin hurriedly waved his hand and said, I don't eat that stuff. Why? Chen Bingbing was filled with curiosity, but Chen Bin is just as constipated. Just keep stammering and not saying anything about the reason. Seeing him in this state, Chen Bingbing became even more curious. Aside, Lu Qingzhou had already done her pre-takeoff medical checkup. Seeing the situation, stifling a laugh, Bingbing, did you know that melatonin actually has side effects, especially for men? Chen Bingbing shook her head with a face full of doubt. It's that melatonin contains a certain amount of estrogen, and it's easy for men to eat too much of it to drain fast. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Leak fast? Chen Bingbing first froze, then suddenly reacted. Her face suddenly red as an apple. Didn't Bin always eat this stuff before? And then there was a time when he suddenly went to an old Chinese doctor before Lu Qingzhou could finish his sentence. Chen Bin had already pounced over, desperately trying to cover his mouth. But he has old arms and legs. How can you beat Lu Qingzhou? Lu Qingzhou broke off Chen Bin's palm that covered his mouth and continued. Later we realized that he didn't live too harmoniously during that period of time, and was stomped by his girlfriend at the time, and then conditioned for a long time before returning to normal. Ha! Chen Bingbing was a bit surprised. Just because that area isn't quite harmonious, they broke up? That's too hasty. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, this you don't understand. Sometimes it doesn't matter too much if there is disharmony in other areas. Disharmony in that area really hurts feelings. Chen Bingbing's eyes rolled. Smiling but not laughing, he looked at Lu Qingzhou. Yo, I didn't expect Captain Qingzhou to know a lot about it. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, I'm a youngster. How do I understand these? I heard. Ha, I just heard. Come on. Chen Bin rolled his eyes at him and said in a good-natured manner, who doesn't know that your kid is a notorious young woman killer? Lu Qingzhou was instantly anxious, pointing at Chen Bin. How can you this guy defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Rush rush rush. Ha ha, someone's in a hurry hey. Chen Bin pointed at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou came back to his senses. Somewhat awkwardly, he rubbed his chin. Am I in a hurry? You're almost in a hurry, aren't you? Chen Bin directly revealed. Chen Bingbing also nodded honestly. Anxious? You're really anxious. Fine. Lu shrugged. I'm in a hurry. He threw a towel at Chen Bin as he said, stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Hurry up and get busy. We don't have much time. Only then did Chen Bin come to the front of the medical examination machine and began the medical examination. Capital time, 11 a.m. sharp. Mountaineer Flight SC-8857 left Phoenix International Airport smoothly. When the airplane circled around the South China Sea Goddess of Mercy Buddha statue, it immediately turned north and sped towards Guangdong Province. 12 noon. By the time the plane left Xiangzhou Island and entered the airspace of Guangdong Province, the plane had already entered the airspace above 10,000 meters and started its autopilot cruise mode. Inside the cabin, the crew has also been busy. Since it was just about lunchtime, the plane had a full 100 airplane meals prepared in advance. But it's the same as yesterday. Airplane meal distribution did not go well. Almost half of the travelers would rather just have a glass of warm water, or a drink or something, than a bite of the airplane meal provided by Mountain Air. The reason is simple. It's too shabby, and it's either a bun or a big cake of pickles. Didn't even get onions. Big buns on pickles? Please. It's now 2024. You can't eat this stuff even if you're reminiscing about it. Cockpit. Tons. Chen Bin drained a large cup of black coffee in one gulp, but instead of weakening, the tired color on his face was getting worse. A thin layer of sweat stains had even seeped from his forehead. Blood also appeared in his eyes. Where does this look like a lack of rest? It was clear that he hadn't rested or slept for days. Lu Qingzhou's face also became a bit grave as she looked at Chen Bin and said, your face looks even worse. Are you sure you're not uncomfortable anywhere? Chen Bin covered his stomach and said, it's a little hard on my stomach, but it should just be a bad meal. I'll go to the restroom first and pull it out. Bing Chen, who was concentrating on a piece of sandwich, listened. Immediately looking up at Chen Bin, he said, Brother Bin, you're really too. People are eating. This time, Chen Bin has stood up. He looked at the sandwich in Chen Bingbing's hand, and with a twinkle in his eye, he immediately smiled and said, ha, what are these yellow ones in the middle of your sandwich? Saw. Chen Bingbing was a bit puzzled. You've never had a sandwich, Mark? Chen Bin shook his head. Never had one. But why do I get the feeling that some of these yellowish sauces you're making look like I'm pulling? Ahem. Chen Bingbing was first stunned, and then instantly the sandwich in my hand didn't smell good. She hurriedly tossed the sandwich aside and looked up at Chen Bin angrily. You, nasty. Ha ha ha. Chen Bin burst out laughing in triumph. He saw that Chen Bingbing had already stood up. Hurry up and take the road. It was only after Chen Bin left that Chen Bingbing's anger subsided a little. Captain Chen Bin is annoying as hell. She glanced again at the half-eaten sandwich. Want to eat, but there was something in the back of my mind. It could only be thrown into the trash can with a face full of helplessness. Just forget about it if you don't want to eat. Hold on for a little while longer. We won't be long before we reach Quanchang. Lu Qingzhou held back her laughter and said. Chen Bingbing said, alas, it can only be this way. The two men chatted a little more in the cockpit. When the time came to 12:25 and Chen Bin still hadn't returned to the cockpit, a hint of gloom suddenly appeared on Lu Qingzhou's face. What took you so long? You didn't really eat a bad meal and poop in the toilet, did you? Chapter 129, another, double, obedient, hot topic. I can't go out of the cockpit. You hurry to the passenger cabin and find the crew chief, Zhang Xiaoyun, and the safety officer, Wu Yan, to accompany you to the bathroom. Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing and said with a serious face. Chen Bingbing was startled by his serious look, hurrying to ask, is something wrong with Bin? How would I know if something happened to him? Lu Qingzhou was full of helplessness. Rather, he has already gone to the bathroom for almost 20 minutes. Our airplane is a two-person system. According to the relevant regulations, at least one person must remain in the cockpit. The other person, unless encountering a more urgent situation, is not allowed to leave the cockpit for more than 20 minutes. Although Chen Bin isn't a captain, he's also an old bird co-pilot with several thousand hours of flight time. So naturally he's long familiarized himself with these regulations. But this time he actually didn't come back for more than 20 minutes. So I'm worried if something happened to him. Lu Qingzhou had another hidden worry that he didn't say. That's Chen Bin being a mouth breather last night in Yangcheng. Not only did you order a plate of sashimi, and pretty much ate a huge plate all by myself, although he rushed to take his worming medicine after eating the raw fish, and the sashimi that makes it to the table is processed, the probability of contracting parasites is extremely low. But fear not, fear not. A very low probability does not mean there is no probability. What if? And Chen Bin's form was just awful today. I was depressed and waxy in the morning while still at the Phoenix airport. If it wasn't for the strong black coffee renewal, guess he didn't even last long enough to get on the plane. Chen Bingbing also recalled Chen Bin's poor state at this time. So after listening to Lu Qingzhou's words, she rushed to her feet as well. Nodding toward Lu Qingzhou, he said, aha, I'll go now. It's a nice day in Shenyang today. It was a rare sunny day. 12 noon. The hot sun almost covered the mountain town. Surface temperatures have also risen to over 30 degrees Celsius. This is too rare for Shenyang, a city with cold winters and cool summers, because Shenyang's summers are notoriously cool. Temperatures in the 30s are already considered extreme. It's a stark contrast to the two furnace cities next door, Xuanqing and Xingcheng. Zhang Jiajia woke up from her sleep, looking out the window at the sunny day. She stretched first, then he said to his still sleepy girlfriend, Lily, the sun is out in Shenyang today. Let's go to Qianling Mountain to see the monkeys later. The BFF was full of fatigue. Lying on the bed, he refused to get up. Auntie, we arrived at Qianyang in the middle of the night yesterday, and now we're still tired, so I don't have the energy to climb the mountain and feed the monkeys. Then we can't just stay in the hotel all day. Zhang Jiajia said helplessly. My best friend pointed to the sun and said, I'm not going out looking for a yay with such a big sun. Haven't you been yayed enough at the end of the world in the past few days? Scram Zhang Jiajia's face was filled with black lines. What kind of Thai road? Can you even drive? Even if the sun comes out in Shenyang, the temperature is not high. She put her cell phone screen in front of her best friend and continued. Look at today's maximum temperature in Shenyang is only 32 degrees Celsius. So even if we go out in the sun, it's not that big of a deal. The BFF sat up in a flash. Sit like a duck on the bed. Full of novelty. Really alas. Shenyang is worthy of being a cool city. Such a big sun is only 32 degrees. But I don't want to go out right now either. So good Gaja. Let's get some more sleep before we go out. BFF pouted. Zhang Jiajia was helpless, only nodded. So, okay. Oh yeah. BFF cheered. Another headlong fall onto the bed. Prepare to be blindfolded. Zhang Jiajia first sighed helplessly, then walk over to the room window. After pulling back the curtains, it was sitting on a couch not far away. While basking in the sun, I turned on Shakeology. She couldn't sleep anymore. Ready to brush up on Shakeology to pass the time. By the way, find out more about what fun and delicious places to eat in Shenyang. But she just turned on Shakeology. Just glimpsed that his Shakeology background message was actually 99 plus. Zhang Jiajia was full of doubts. What's going on? What's up with the Shake Shack backstage blowing up? She hurriedly clicked on the background message, then realized that it wasn't his jitterbug backend that blew up, but a short video he had inadvertently taken at the Phoenix airport last night. It's not just this video made by Zhang Jiajia that's on the hot seat. There was also a South Korean airliner that was passing through the Cheongjo Strait when a passenger captured video of a suspected UFO. So after a night of fermentation, #2 videos of #Shan Airlines airliner braving the rain and dry land on a stormy day and #Cheongjo Strait suspected to have captured a UFO hashtag quickly went viral on the internet. Just 10 or so hours. It has even made it to the top of the social media hit list. after hyperbolic coverage by major media outlets and a lot of self-published media rubbing it in. These two videos went even more viral, successfully attracted the attention of the general public too. And when someone picked up on the fact that the two videos that went viral featured the same flight, these two videos have even caught fire overseas. It's even broken 10,000 likes on Twitter and Facebook, as well as TikTok, and the originator of this event. It's too soon to realize that you've completely flamed out of the ring. No, even if he knew, probably wouldn't even care too much, because he is now in a dilemma. Compared to fire out of the ring, what should be more urgent for him now is how he, alone, can navigate this behemoth weighing 70 to 80 tons to land safely and stably on the airport runway. Lu Qingzhou crossed her arms and viciously pulled her hair. His hair was now in a cocktail of scratches. Inside the cramped cockpit, several people had now squeezed in. The security officer Wu Yan and the cameraman Zhan walked in carrying the already deflated Chen Bingbing, on the other hand, followed behind with Zhang Xiaoyun full of nervousness. Several people were now looking at Lu Qingzhou with fearful expressions. Just a few minutes ago, after Chen Bingbing went to the passenger cabin to find Zhang Xiaoyun and relayed Lu Qingzhou's words to Zhang Xiaoyun immediately realized that something big had happened. Fruity. A few people made their way to the bathroom. First, he knocked hard on the door for a moment, and found that there was no more movement inside than a low, soft moan. A few people had no choice, had to force the door to break in. I didn't see it until I went inside. Chen Bin was weak and pale as he slumped over the toilet. The toilet was full of his vomit. This scene could scare a few people. He could only carry the already deflated Chen Bin towards the cockpit. Lu Qingzhou was already completely speechless when she saw this scene. I'm not a ING doctor. What are you doing bringing a patient into the cockpit? But he didn't want to blame anyone now, because compared to accusations, there was a more pressing matter before himself. That's how do you tame this dozens of tons of mechanical monstrosity all by yourself? Ha! Chapter 130, Hatred. A few years ago, Lu Qingzhou became famous in one battle. At the time, he was only 22 years old, and he was only a rookie co-pilot who had only received his commercial license for a short time, and had not even flown more than 500 hours. But just as he was partnered with an experienced, skilled, and veteran bird captain with more than 20,000 flight hours on a mission, the veteran bird captain turned out to have a sudden illness. Not only is the old bird captain no longer able to fly the plane, his life is even in danger. That is to say, the plane, and the lives of the 100 or so people on it, all rested on Lu Qingzhou's shoulders alone. No way. Lu Qingzhou could only harden her heart and fly the airplane back alone. There's not really much to say about the process, but the risks were known only to Lu Qingzhou, especially on the return flight. He even almost vomited because of the stress he was taking on. So don't look at that experience made him famous in one battle, and it also made him successfully enter the eyes of the senior management of Mountain Air and become the group's key cultivation object. What's more, in just less than a year's time, he got the route license, passed the captain promotion examination organized by the General Administration of Civil Aviation, and became a qualified civil aviation captain. It's a blessing in disguise. Without that one shot, there would be no Lu Yanwang today, much less his career path, which is now a straight shot. But if Lu Qingzhou was allowed to choose, not to mention that experience made his career completely smooth, even if it made him go straight to wealth freedom, he wouldn't want to go through it a second time. The reason is simple. It's killing me. That experience really kills you. A little carelessness, not to mention Lu Qingzhou. None of the people on the plane survived. But don't think that the current Lu Qingzhou has more experience and skill in driving, so the risk factor is much lower than 2 or 3 years ago. Illusion. It's a complete illusion, because the dangers involved are almost independent of skill and experience. Rather, it's really hard for one person to tame this behemoth that weighs 70 or 80 tons. So Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bin, who was already pale and weak, a face of hate. Live up to that. I told you to be greedy. It's okay now. Not only will you not be able to save your own little life, and dragged so many people into danger with you, and even if the return flight was successful and Chen Bin's little life was saved, the company would still liquidate and pursue him for his behavior. Get it wrong. Even Lu Qingzhou had to follow along with the melon fall, because civil aviation pilots, although not as strict as the management of the army, have a special dietitian to develop recipes and provide nutritious and no side effects of the flight stove. But civil aviation pilots also have to self-regulate their diets. You can't just eat whatever you want, especially if you have a flight the next day. More than anything, you need to eat right. It wasn't that Lu Qingzhou hadn't reminded Chen Bin last night. However, the other party threatened that he was an old gourmet who ate sashimi, and whenever he came to the two regions, he would find an opportunity to go out for a meal, and nothing had ever happened to him. At that time, Lu Qingzhou didn't insist too much, didn't realize his own indulgence at the time had caused such a great deal of trouble for himself and others. Captain Lightship, What should we do now na? Zhang Xiaoyun, the crew chief, saw Lu Qingzhou froze and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. She's all a little sixed out on what she should do now. Lu Qingzhou then reacted. Another glare at Chen Bin. That's why he didn't have the heart to say, "What to do? I don't know what to do." Ha! The faces of the others changed drastically. If even Lu Qingzhou didn't know what to do, then they are truly screwed. As captain, Lu Qingzhou was the backbone of everyone. What are you carrying him in for? Do you think he can still continue to fulfill his duties as a co-pilot in this condition? Lu Qingzhou sighed and continued. Immediately take him to the first-class cabin. Then use the radio to call the passenger cabin to see if there are any medical personnel among the accompanying passengers. If there are any, please ask them to help take care of him. The crowd saw that Lu Qingzhou's remark just now was just a word of anger. The heart that was hanging in the air just relaxed a little. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly greeted Wu Yan and the photographer as they set up Chen Bin and headed for the passenger cabin again. But it took a few people to walk out. Zhang Xiaoyun turned her head to look at Lu Qingzhou again and said, "Then, what about the cockpit?" Her subtext was simple. It was that the cockpit was now left to Lu Qingzhou alone. Can he fly this Boeing 737-800 back safely by himself? I have the cockpit. You guys take care of Chen Bin first. The odds are that he's infected with parasites. And I've heard that some parasites can even be life-threatening in a short period of time. Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. If his situation continues to deteriorate, immediately go back to the cockpit and tell me. I'll apply for Pan. Good. Zhang Xiaoyun hurried out of the cockpit. Chen Bingbing also wanted to go out with them, but Lu Qingzhou hurriedly called out to her. Bingbing, you stay. Chen Bingbing turned around, somewhat confused. He looked at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou pointed to the co-pilot position and said to her, now you will replace Chen Bin and assist me in driving. Chen Bingbing pointed at herself with a terrified face, full of disbelief. Ah, me? You're not kidding. What time is it? I'm joking my ass off. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the good sense to say, but I don't know anything. Chen Bingbing was so scared that she waved her hands and continued. Why don't I go ask Sister Xiaoyun, or someone else to help you? I really don't believe it. I don't need you to understand. I only need you to be my sounding board. Lu Qingzhou quickly explained. As for the stewardesses and the girls, they don't know much more than you do, so it's no different if you assist me and they assist me. But they've got their hands full in the cabin now, and you're the only one who's relatively free with nothing going on right now, so it's best if you're the one to assist me. Lu Qingzhou sighed, seeing that Chen Bingbing was still filled with fear. I can only comfort. You shouldn't worry too much. There's not much of a problem with me. After all, it's not like the airplane had a malfunction, or some other accident that affects safe flight. So as long as you act as my sounding board, I'll be sure to pilot the plane to a safe landing. Hearing Lu Qingzhou's words, Chen Bingbing's face was finally much better, but Lu Qingzhou was only half right. That is, if the plane had a safe trip and didn't encounter any other nonsense, he could indeed bring it back to the spring safely. But if something else happens during the flight that affects the safety of the flight, that's hard to say. But of course these words cannot be spoken. It's too disruptive to the military. If Chen Bingbing could hear Lu Qingzhou's heart, she would probably have been paralyzed with fear by now. Chapter 131 Emergency Situation. Application for Mayday. 2. Why don't we let Wu Yan help you? I'm afraid I'll delay the main event. Chen Bingbing sat in the passenger seat, eyes blearily looking at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou immediately shook her head and explained. The safety officer must stay in the passenger cabin to prevent some people from being too emotional and doing something out of the ordinary to cause a riot, so don't hesitate to listen to my arrangements. Chen Bingbing saw that the wood had been turned, only to put on the headphones with a helpless face. Captain Lightboat, is Bin really infected with parasites? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou was now looking at the airplane navigator. Now the plane is about to leave the airspace of Zhejiang province and enter the Bulk province. He replied, I suppose so. He does look like he's infected with parasites when his symptoms are that bad. Chen Bingbing was worried. If only he hadn't eaten that plate of sashimi last night. Ugh, but didn't he take the worming medicine yesterday? Why would he still get hit? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou helplessly said, eating the worming medicine cannot be 100% will be able to avoid the infection of parasites. I remember that I have seen the relevant science video. There is a kind of parasite called heterotrichous nematodes, is to eat the worming medicine. The preventive effect is not very good. Lu Qingzhou was telling the truth. Taking a worming pill is not 100% enough to prevent contracting parasites. For example, if you are infected with the heterotrichous nematode, this worm can burrow into the human gastrointestinal wall, triggering symptoms such as severe abdominal pain, nausea and vomiting, and may even lead to perforation of the intestines, peritonitis and other serious complications. It can be really life-threatening if not treated in time. Lu Qingzhou was now just hesitant to speed up the cruising speed and arrive at the remote wall airport earlier. As for the choice of a forced landing at a nearby airport, the procedure for forced landing is too cumbersome, and the plane's current altitude is still above 10,000 meters. So the time it takes to force land at other nearby airports is actually about the same as returning to Remote Wall Airport. As for speeding up the flight, if anyone else's life was in danger, Lu Qingzhou would have already picked up speed, but it wasn't someone else whose life was in danger, it was the co-pilot. Without the assistance of the co-pilot, Lu Qingzhou really didn't dare to forcefully destroy the airplane's current flying attitude, because what the airplane needs most right now is smoothness. Anyway, it's not far from the springs now, it can be successfully landed in an hour at the most. So Chen Bin hang in there a little longer, but just then, the cockpit doorbell suddenly rang. Before Lu Qingzhou stood up, Chen Bingbing had already stood up first and walked to the cockpit door. Almost using all her strength, she finally opened the door. Just opened the hatch. She then saw the crew chief, Zhang Xiaoyun, standing at the door with an anxious face. Chen Bingbing saw this. The heart that had been back in his stomach was suddenly in his throat. Sister Xiaoyun, again, what happened? Chen Bingbing asked. However, Zhang Xiaoyun did not pay any attention to her. Instead, he looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, Captain Qingzhou, we happen to have a medical officer on board the airplane, and just now this medical officer has already given Captain Chen Bin a simple diagnosis, and the other party said that Captain Chen Bin could be infected with parasites, but it could also be acute appendicitis. Acute appendicitis? Lu Qingzhou looked up at the other party. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded vigorously. Yes, she said that Captain Chen Bin's symptoms were very similar to acute appendicitis. And whether it is acute appendicitis or infected with parasites, Captain Chen Bin is now in a very bad state, and needs to be rushed to the hospital for first aid, or else. She did not finish her words, but whether it was Lu Qingzhou or Chen Bingbing, they both knew exactly what the half of her sentence that she did not finish was. No, as if we don't rush Chen Bin to the hospital, the dude's going to have to answer for this little life once and for all. Lu Qingzhou's face became very grave. Originally, he thought that although Chen Bin looked quite serious, he should have little problem holding on for another hour or two, but I didn't realize it was this serious. Just the blink of an eye, Lu Qingzhou already had a decision in her heart. Looking up at Zhang Xiaoyun, he said in a deep voice, you go back to the cabin first, tell the others to do a good job of pacifying the passengers, and at the same time, tell the passengers that there is someone on the plane who has a sudden illness, and that the plane must rush to the Remote Wall Airport as soon as possible, and that if it encounters any bumps or other situations on the way, don't be alarmed. Leave one person with that paramedic to take care of Chen Bin. Get the medical kit out. See if there's any painkillers or something, and give him a few mouthfuls first. Next, even if someone in the passenger cabin launches a terrorist attack, you will not bother me in the cockpit again. Zhang Xiaoyun's head instantly nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. Only then did he turn and exit the cockpit. When Zhang Xiaoyun left, Lu Qingzhou looked at the still-dazed Chen Bingbing and said in a deep voice, close the cockpit door. Sit back in the co-pilot's seat. Contact the Mordor district transfer right away, say Mayday 3 times in a row, and then tell them that Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 has suffered a huge emergency, and that the co-pilot suffered a sudden illness and is in critical condition, and that we need to land at the airport in the shortest possible time, and then tell them that we are currently at altitude, speed, fuel consumption, heading, people on board and other key information. Chen Bingbing had his hands full. Hurriedly, he said, you say it slower, I can't remember. This time, Lu Qingzhou had already changed the airplane's driving mode from autopilot mode to manual. He saw Chen Bingbing's hands were busy. He could only helplessly say, called the Magic City District Transfer. 3 consecutive times clearly issued Mayday emergency signal. The other party replied and told them that the co-pilot of Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857 had a sudden illness and his life was in danger. Forget it. It's better if I do it. Lu Qingzhou could only fly the airplane while distractedly contacting the Mordor District Transfer. When the plane established communication with the Mordor Sector Transfer, Lu Qingzhou didn't have any hesitation, immediately spoke up, as loudly as possible in the clearest intelligible voice, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. P.S. Today resumed the second 4,000 words update. The recent results of the poor mess. Not to chase more problems, because every day there are still 134,000 chase, but the book city does not give volume. I really do not understand the mechanism of tomato. Obviously chase more good, and other data are also good. Why the book city just do not give volume? I and other platforms every day 2 more 4,000 words. Daily income in 6 or 700 or so, but in tomato only $100 or so. But I'm going to keep writing this book no matter how bad the numbers get. It's just hard to count on this book to support my family. That's why free sites are really bad, because it's never the readers that make you money. It's the platform, no matter how well it's written. Chapter 132, Live and Cherish. Chen Bingbing saw that not only could she not help, instead, there was a lot of delay. It's a total help. So guilty and nervous, filled with shame, he muttered, how come I'm so useless? How come I can't even be a sounding board? But it wasn't really her fault. Even if she spoke English well, she was still confused when she came across technical terms like Pan and Mayday. It's like speaking Chinese all your life. How many of you can understand the King of Heaven covers the place? The pagoda subdues the river demon. The pheasant is bored with its head. How can it get to the King of Heaven's mountain? How many of you can understand the bandit's black words? In fact, the terminology can be understood as the black talk of the industry. So let's not talk about Chen Bingbing, a Summerlander. Even if the English noble lord who spoke in an authentic London accent sat next to Lu Qingzhou, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to understand the specific meaning of the word Mayday for a while. Every industry has a black word, jargon, that is uniquely their own. The same goes for civil aviation. And the terminology of the civil aviation community is much more esoteric and has spawned other meanings. That's why it can only be understood by professionals who are deep in the circle. And the terminology of the Blue Star civil aviation community is almost always in English. That is to say, pilot to pilot and pilot to air traffic control in all countries. In addition to using the native language of each country to communicate, when the need to use specialized terminology, all use English words. This is because the terminology used in the civil aviation industry is almost exclusively English words. But these English words, again, are not ordinary British English, American English, or curry-flavored English. Instead, it's industry black talk that makes the average person sound confused. In a way, it's already considered a separate language. As early as 1951, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, had proposed the use of English as a term of art for international aeronautical radio-telephone communications. That is, it is proposed to promote the use of English simply as a term of art in international civil aviation. But because the international environment at that time belonged to two poles, not one, so the ICAO proposal was put on hold for a long time. Until 2001, though U.S. has been a dominant player for 10 years or so. It took the ICAO to finalize the positioning of English as the standard language for the international civil aviation transportation industry. ICAO chose English as the standard language ostensibly because it is spoken in the largest number of countries and by the largest number of people. But the deeper reason was still that the United States was the Blue Star one at the time. Not only can they crush other countries on a military and political level, even the industries are almost exclusively American-dominated Anglo-Saxons and vassal Jews. In particular, the civil aviation industry. The English-speaking countries, the United States, have dominated the design and manufacture of civil mainline and regional airplanes, and most of the associated business. That is, it has dominated and monopolized the industry in question. Since the whole industry is dictated by others, it is natural that the terminology should also be in their native language. That's why pilots, flight attendants, and air traffic control in all countries learn to communicate in English, as well as English-style terminology, when they are studying and training. The core reason as to why the practitioners concerned are required to use the same voice is still because of flight safety. This is because miscommunication is one of the major causes of many air accidents. As of 2024, there are a total of 300 or so specialized terms used in international civil aviation. These 300 or so specialized terms are required for every practitioner to be proficient. For example, copy means clear, understand. Over is call over and is used to end a call and wait for a response from the other party. Out also means over, but is used to indicate that you are finished but do not need a reply from the other party. Approach is about to enter. Standby is please wait and Roger is message received. As for the big names 7,700, 7,600, and 7,500, they are well known to the public because of various air crash movies, as opposed to all this jargon. Mayday definitely has a presence that makes the heads of all those in the industry tingle, whether it is the pilots or the air control. As soon as they receive the Mayday signal, they will definitely be like an enemy, and even must immediately activate the emergency plan, because Mayday is the highest level of rescue signal. Any flight that sends out a Mayday means that a life-threatening emergency has occurred or is about to occur on that plane. Human life is at stake. Can it not be urgent? Take for example, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857. The co-pilot suffered a sudden illness. After diagnosis by medical professionals, the co-pilot may have suffered a sudden acute appendicitis or may have contracted a parasitic infection. Whether it's the former or the latter, any delay in treatment can be life-threatening. But that's not all that matters. To top it off, the other guy was one of the only two pilots on the plane. The sudden illness of one of the only two pilots was an absolute disaster for the plane, and everyone on it. So Lu Qingzhou sending the Mayday signal to the Mordor district transfer was completely correct. As for Pan, it's also a distress signal though. The rating is not as high as Mayday though. It also indicates a lesser degree of criticality than Mayday. But Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 triggered 2 distress signals, Pan Pan, and Mayday, indicating a critical situation, in less than 24 hours. Whether or not there is no one after that I don't know, but it definitely exists where no one has ever existed before. I don't know if Lu Qingzhou is too unlucky or Lu Qingzhou is too unlucky. I can't believe I encountered both of these in just over 10 hours. P.S. The old U.S. Truman nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean Sea and a merchant ship collision. At first I thought it was just the carrier duty officer flew too much foliage flying, so his head was short-circuited, but today Brush Z who only afterward. As early as in the carrier and the merchant ship collision before the Mediterranean Sea somewhere in a serious overload of radioactive substances, so the collision was most likely not a mistake, but a cover-up for some bigger mistake. Of course, it was also possible that the equalization immortal had done this mind-boggling thing in order to equalize the accounts, but don't think it's impossible. There's been a lot of mind-boggling things happening across the Pacific since the Who came to power. LOL. The blue star is now full of holes. We can only live and cherish it. Chapter 133. Mordor District Transfer. The control hall was busy as usual. The individual controllers do their jobs, guide and direct all flights through jurisdictional airspace in an orderly manner. A corner of the control hall. Controller Xiao Keming wore headphones and kept his eyes fixed on the computer screen. In the computer screen, information and data from several flights revealed themselves. Hello Mordor, 6285 west, altitude 78, transponder 5357. This time, a pilot's voice rang out over the comm channel. Xiao Keming replied immediately, 6285 west. Mordor radar has recognized it. It was only then that he hung up communication with Western Airlines Flight 6285. Immediately, he spoke again. Hidden Air 9832, on 9200 hold, up 92. Tibetan Airways 9832. The crew of Tibetan Airways Flight 9832 replied immediately. Keeman Shah, Jingxiu 2702, up 6900, upper 6900 hold, Kingshow 2702. All this time Shah Keeman's mouth hasn't stopped. It's like a machine gun, crackles sustained output, because a controller is not just responsible for one flight. Rather, all flights through a certain area are under his management. As of 2024, there are a total of 8 HACCPs at Eastern University. Among them, the Magic City Control Area has jurisdiction over the Yangtze River Delta as well as the Qilu Province. Both the Yangtze River Delta region and the Qilu Province are among the most economically developed regions of the Eastern University, so there are just too many flights passing through this airspace every day. There are too many to count. So even though Xiao Keming was responsible for just a small area, it still made him laborious and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Right after he hung up communication with another flight, Xiao Keming saw that all the flights had been arranged and were flying at the established altitudes and routes. He was always slightly relieved. Shockman smacked his lips, realized that his mouth didn't seem to have been idle since noon. Long ago, I had already dried up my mouth. So he hurriedly grabbed the thermos next to his computer, unscrewed the lid, pouring a large gulp of water into his mouth. Enough to drink a large portion of the glass of water before he felt his mouth moisten slightly. Keep an eye on it for me. I'll go pour some water. Xiao Keming shook the already empty thermos and said to the colleague next to him. The co-worker hurriedly handed over his own thermos and said, pour some back for me too. I drank mine dry. Bucket you. Xiao Keming laughed and scolded. Didn't you just pour a big glass of water, Mark, just now? My mouth hasn't been idle for the past hour. The colleague said helplessly. Which one in our line of work is not a bucket? Luckily the unit provides free drinking water. Otherwise our meager salary would be enough to even drink water. Hearing his colleague spit, Xiao Keming was also upset. Yes, do our business. Really earn the money of selling cabbage to manipulate the heart of selling powder. Who told you not to study hard when you went to college? You just knew to go and hook up with the young ladies of the flight attendant major to go. Now you regret it. Colleagues laughed and scolded. Xiao Keming said helplessly, I regret it. Having said that, he's holding 2 thermoses, toward the water fountain not far away. He went to college as a pilot major as well. However, failing grades for 2 consecutive years as a freshman and sophomore will only allow you to change your major. After graduation, although they also work in industries related to their majors, the paychecks are vastly different from those of pilots. This is because a civil aviation captain earns millions of dollars less. Even the senior co-pilot earns $300,000 to $500,000. But whether it's the airport tower, the various approach control zones, or the high-altitude zone transfer controllers earn just $100,000 or $200,000 a year. Although $100,000 or $200,000 is a lot for the average person, it is even classified as high income. But there is no fear of comparing people to goods. If Keeman Shah had done a little better in college, he's probably a successful millionaire or more a year by now. A minute or two later, Sha Keeman returned with a glass of water. He hurriedly glanced at the computer screen. All flights passing through the airspace under his jurisdiction were without any irregularities. So Sha Keeman is busy. Turning his head to his co-worker, he said, "Today Mountain Air is on the hot search again, you know what?" A co-worker just hung up comms with a flight crew. Nodded. "Why don't you know? I was still discussing this matter with Xianxian and the girls during lunch. Recently Shanhang has been on the hot search a bit too often, haha. Only a month ago it was struck by lightning in Wancheng. And then some time ago it was hit by a drone in Jinmen. Yesterday, first a Mountain Air airliner braved a typhoon to take off in an emergency, and then at night it was caught on camera flying at excessive speeds, and the uploader who shot the video at the time thought it was a UFO. Xiao Keming smiled and said, "In fact, many people don't know that the two Mountain Air airliners that are on the hot search today are one, Iraq?" My co-worker turned around, full of surprise. Xiao Keming pointed to the computer screen, a flight's information and continued, "It's this flight 8857. A co-worker rushed over. "Really? I have a classmate who works in the Tianya Haijiao district transfer." It was him who said it. It seems that yesterday's typhoon caused 2 firefighters to be seriously injured, and they needed to be rushed to Yangcheng for treatment. Then the emergency management department chartered this Mountain Air flight SC-8857 to go to Yangcheng, and it also applied for a Pan Green Rescue Channel. Xiao Keming explained. A colleague smacked his lips. No wonder it flew so fast. Not only did it overtake the South Korean airliner, but it was also mistaken for a UFO. Having said that, the co-worker laughed again. The accident rate of Mountain Air is a bit high lately, so you can take care of it. In case something happens to this Mountain Air flight 8857 as well, you'll have your hands full. Xiao Keming glared at the other party and said without any goodwill, "Crow's mouth." But just before he had only sat up straight, a smooth and bland voice suddenly rang out in the communication channel. "Mordor Sector Tune. This is Mountain Air 8857. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday." At first, Xiao Keming's expression was equally bland, because the other person's voice was smooth, without any vibrato, so Sha Keeman thought it was just an ordinary call. But when he listened to the other man's words, the whole thing froze instantly. The second half of the other person's sentence turned out to be Mayday, and it still says Mayday 3 times in a row. As a veteran air traffic controller, he knew all too well what Mayday meant, so just a few seconds later, it was only then that Xiao Keming reacted and hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Mountain Air 8857, Magic City received Mayday. What's the situation on your side? What's the situation on your side?" He was now desperate to know what had happened to Mountain Air flight SC-8857. It's so serious that it sends a Mayday signal for help. This is the highest level of distress signal. Chapter 134, so the captain is King Lu Yen. Then we're saved. This is Captain Lu Lightfoot of Mountain Air flight 8857. The other end of the comm channel, the voice of Lu Qingzhou, the captain of Shaanxi Airlines flight SC-8857, remained calm. It was as if the person who had just said Mayday 3 times in a row wasn't him, but someone else. The co-pilot suffered a sudden illness. After the preliminary diagnosis of the cabin medical staff, it may be acute appendicitis. Lu Qingzhou continued. Now that the co-pilot's life is in danger, apply for a green rescue channel and return to Quancheng. After listening to Lu Qingzhou's account, Controller Xiao Keming let out a long sigh of relief. Exhale. It's okay. It's okay. It's not that the plane suffered a mechanical failure. Neither is bumping birds, not to mention other accidents that jeopardize navigational safety. Just one person may have sudden acute appendicitis, and so on. Someone had a sudden acute appendicitis, and this guy was the co-pilot? The heart, which had re-entered his chest, instantly came back into his throat. As a former flight cadet, Shaughnessy knows all too well the importance of the co-pilot. Airliners are smart these days though, and the pilots have been downsized from the previous 4 or 5 to just 2, the captain and co-pilot. But that doesn't mean that just one captain is in control of the entire airplane. Without the help of a co-pilot, it is difficult for a captain to even fly an airplane to a successful landing. Unless the captain has 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way he can lower the flaps and pull up the spoilers without the assistance of his co-pilot, much less an extra set of eyes glued to the airplane's instrument panel to get a real-time picture of the current condition of the aircraft. As for communicating with the ground, one person trying to control and fly an airplane and maintain communication with the ground simply can't do it, because at times like these it is necessary to be fully concentrated, without a moment's distraction, unless an extra head grows. Otherwise maintaining communication with ground control is a complete stinker, with no value other than to distract yourself. So in the heart of Sha Keeman, this moment has given this airplane a death sentence, because with his knowledge, the plane had little chance of landing safely. So Xiao Keming swallowed his saliva before he spoke in a trembling voice. Mountain Air 8857, maintain the existing altitude and speed to continue flying. I will immediately notify the flights along the way to pay attention to avoiding the situation, and I I will immediately notify the Quancheng Approach and the Remote Wall Airport towers. You're landing at Springs Remote Wall Airport, right? Soon. Lu Qingzhou then replied. Landing at the Remote Wall Airport in more than 30 minutes. Xiao Keming took another look at the exact location of the current Mountain Air Flight SC-8857. The flight is still in Suland. The straight line distance from the Springs is roughly 500 more kilometers. You're going to fly over 500 kilometers in half an hour? It's a pipe dream. I'm afraid. And so on. The other side is Mountain Air? That's okay. Received in Magic City. Landing at the Remote Wall Airport in more than 30 minutes. Xiao Keming immediately replied. After hanging up the call with Mountain Air Flight SC-8857, he rushed to contact other flights along the route, ask for attention to avoidance. After doing all this, Xiao Keming also hurriedly reported the emergency signal of Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857 sending mayday to the on-duty leaders immediately, and at the same time contacted the Tower of Quancheng Approach and Remote Wall Airport, asking them to make preparations in advance. Done with that. Only then did he give the co-worker beside him a hard stare, gritting his teeth. He said, I blame you. Ravenous. Naturally, my co-workers already knew what was going on. With a face full of aggrieved, my mouth hasn't been open. How come this time when I say it, I hit it? Humph. I'll settle the score with you when this is over, Xiao Keming said viciously. Then he sighed and continued. The co-pilot suffered from acute appendicitis, and now the captain is the only one who can fly the airplane. It's a bit difficult to rely on the captain alone to land safely. Other captains have a calm tone. Unlike you, the co-worker said. The emperor is not in a hurry. It was only then that Xiao Keming thought of it as an afterthought. The captain's tone was indeed calm. Instead, it was himself. Almost got confused. And the captain's voice sounded magnetic and booming. Unlike the middle-aged captain's voice, which always had a hint of fatigue in it, it's more like a young man's vibrancy is majestic. He hurriedly clicked on the specific data of Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857. When he saw that the name of the flight's captain was Lu Qingzhou, he let out a long sigh of relief. So it's King Lu Yan. Saved. This flight is saved. 10,000 meters above the ground. While on the phone with the Mordor sector transfer controller, Lu Qingzhou had already pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom, and he had now unbuckled his seatbelt and lowered the flaps. Pilot the airplane manually. Maintain full forward attitude. So blink. The plane had already crossed Chongming Island and was just a stone's throw away from Lianyungang. Chen Bingbing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was clearly at a loss, but she hadn't gotten it until now. Why didn't Lu Qingzhou or the controller mention the fact that the plane made a forced landing at the nearest airport? The situation is now clearly urgent as hell. Wouldn't it be best to choose the nearest airport for a forced landing? But she knew that Lu Qingzhou couldn't be distracted at all right now, so even if she had doubts in her heart, she just held them in. The airplane is still flying to the Remote Wall Airport. At this time, Lu Qingzhou surprisingly took the initiative to speak. It's because even if the nearest airport is chosen for a forced landing, the time consumed will still exceed 30 minutes or more. Because our aircraft has been above 10,000 meters, circling down to altitude takes time, as does requesting the nearest airport to arrange a reasonable landing route. It's not far from the Springs now anyway, so flying to your destination is the most logical choice. Oh, after listening to Lu Qingzhou's explanation, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. Lu Qingzhou didn't finish her sentence, and continued. The next communication with the Springs approach, and the tower is all up to you. You've learned a few things in the meantime. You just need to tell them our altitude, speed, and relay their words to me. It's just a sounding board. It's simple. As long as you're not nervous, you'll be a big help to me. Chen Bingbing took a deep breath, twisting his head to look at the airplane's instrument panel. After flying with so many times, she did learn something. At the very least, she already knew which of the densely packed assortment of gauges were the speedometer, which the altimeter, which the weather radar, and which the collision avoidance system. So as long as she's in the right frame of mind, it could indeed be a big help to Lu Qingzhou. P.S. Back to 2 shifts. Don't curse. Chapter 135, Safe Journey. Arrival in Quan City. Cabin. When it was learned that the co-pilot on this flight had a surprisingly sudden illness. Now, let alone assisting the captain in flying the plane, he even needs someone else to take care of himself. So whether in first or economy class, there was immediately a small uproar. Today's return voyage to the Springs was not full, especially first class. Just 4 of the 8 seats were sold, and then 2 of the seats were economy upgrades. Chen Bin happened to be placed in an empty seat in the first-class cabin, so when these few passengers in the first-class cabin saw Chen Bin's face pale, his body weak and feeble, and beads of sweat the size of beans had surfaced on his forehead, they all looked at each other. They can't fly airplanes though, but also know that without the assistance of the co-pilot, it's not very easy for the captain alone to fly the plane back safely. If it were as simple as flying an airplane, airlines unless there is a lot of money to burn, Why else would we spend so much money every year on so many co-pilots? Now the co-pilot is sick as hell. Don't say the co-pilot's life is in danger. Even their lives are on the line. Economy class passengers aren't quite sure exactly what happened though. However, when Zhang Xiaoyun had used the radio to look for medics earlier, they still understood the situation a little. What? Someone on the plane had a sudden illness? And the person with the sudden illness was the co-pilot? Jesus Christ. No co-pilot. Wouldn't the captain be on his own? However, they also knew that the situation was now critical, and it would not help if they and others were in a hurry. Not to mention, if people like yourself make a scene, not only will it not work half as well, but it will have more serious consequences. Plus the plane is still flying smoothly to this day, so it's not too intuitively shocking to the passengers. They had been jittery but were calmed down by the stewards. Just little cuties. It's all obvious. The flight attendants, although one by one, spoke softly and whispered soothing words such as please trust us, it's okay, we, Mountain Air, are very professional, and we will make sure that everyone will go home safely. The flight was a very successful one, and the passengers were very happy to be there, but they kept forcing a smile. I can't hide the sadness on my brow. Yes, compared to the passengers, the flight attendants and safety officers are considered semi-professionals. They don't know how to fly airplanes either, but know too well that to control this behemoth weighing dozens of tons, the captain alone would never be able to do it. So ever since I learned that the co-pilot, Chen Bin, had a sudden illness, whether it was the safety officer Wu Yan, or Nye Xiaoyu, Jiang Xiaoyu, Fa Nihan and the rest of them, they all look sad. Jiang Xiaoyu had a lifeless look on his face, standing in the rear cabin whispered to Ihan, this time back I really want to go to the Lingyan temple on the incense. Good worship. How to feel this period of time so unlucky. What are encountered Fa Nihan was also filled with sadness, whispering back, it's all Captain Chen Bin's fault. Last night he had to eat sashimi instead of anything else. Now it's okay, he almost lost his own life, and he even got us involved. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded approvingly. Lu Qingzhou didn't agree to order sashimi when he ordered last night. It was Chen Bin who grinned broadly and said he'd had it several times and never had an incident. Lu Qingzhou then stopped, knowing full well that Captain Lightboat is a notorious unlucky boy. He actually dares to eat that stuff. Who will be infected if he doesn't contract parasites? Jiang Xiaoyu said, let's hope we can still be safe this time. It should be possible, although Captain Lightboat is a bit less lucky. His skills and experience are not comparable to ordinary captains, Fa Nihan said. The two men discussed it in whispers. This time, the aft cabin stewardess, Samantha Wong, approached, glancing at the two men. Only then did he say, you two are the only ones who talk a lot day after day. There are some things that we can just say to our own people, so you can't let anyone else hear you. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly said, don't worry, Sister Shan Shan, we both have small voices. Aha. Huang Shanshan nodded, then added, whether Captain Chen Bin is an acute appendicitis or infected with parasites is inconclusive at this time, but we must be consistent in our external caliber. That is, Captain Chen Bin is an acute appendicitis, not infected with parasites, so don't go around talking about it. You too, got it? Jiang Xiaoyu and Fa Nihan looked at each other. Both saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes, but just a few seconds later, and they both responded. Nodding hurriedly, he said, aha, we know. The uniformity of voice is a protection for Chen Bin. If he really is infected with parasites, then no one can protect him. This is because although the various aviation divisions do not manage the pilots under their command as strictly as the military, they do have relevant rules and regulations. During and between missions, pilots need to ensure a healthy diet to prevent accidents while flying missions. So if you get to the springs, Chen Bin was diagnosed with a parasitic infection after being sent to the hospital, then Mountain Air will surely penalize him accordingly. But if his diagnosis is acute appendicitis, the situation would be different again, because acute appendicitis has a certain probability of being caused by diet though, but more often than not, it's a malfunction in your own body that leads to an inflamed appendix that causes it. It is an accident, so Mountain Air is not going to penalize Chen Bin. Now Chen Bin's symptoms were more like acute appendicitis, so for the purpose of protecting him, Lu Qingzhou also only said that he might have acute appendicitis when he reported to the Magic City District transfer. There is no mention of the possibility of contracting parasites. The same is true for others. After all, we all get along just fine, and there is no grievance. Why do you need to put people to death? This time, the three men standing in the rear cabin were acutely aware that the plane was beginning to drop in altitude. Several people looked at each other. There was a hint of joy on all their faces. It seems that the likes of myself and others have been pretty lucky. The plane finally made it all the way to the springs safely. Now it's time to see if we can get a smooth landing. Sure enough, just after a few people returned to their positions, the radio went off in the cabin. First class. Nye Xiaoyu buckled the still somewhat delirious Chen Bin seatbelt. then said to the side of the wonderful girl wearing a white t-shirt and denim hot pants, Dr. 1. Now the plane is about to land. You also hurry to sit down and fasten and buckle your seatbelt. There is something the plane landed and then say. This wonderful woman hurriedly nodded. Hurry up and sit next to Chen Bin. Nya Xiaoyu, on the other hand, sat back in her seat, then looked worriedly out the airplane window. Cockpit. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the navigator. The plane was spotted entering Springs airspace immediately. Just gently push the lever and fly the airplane slowly down the altitude. At the same time, he said to Chen Bingbing, who was sitting on the side, immediately contact the Magic City District Transfer and tell them that we're going down to altitude. Okay, good. Chen Bingbing took a deep breath before she followed Lu Qingzhou's example just now and said in a trembling voice, Magic City, Mountain Airline 8857 called. Chapter 136, the hardest thing is not arriving at the destination, but how to land smoothly. Capital time, around 1400 hours p.m. It's the hottest and most sleepy time of the day. Springs, remote walled airport tower. Lin Muyo bit the straw and took a big sip of water beautifully. She's been working at Remote Wall Airport for over a month now. It has long been accustomed to the work pattern of a large 4E international airport, so not only is she now comfortable with her work, but she also manages to make time in her busy schedule to moisturize her voice while giving it a break. Yes, in their line of work, not only do you have to give your full attention, but you also have to protect your voice. After all, as long as you're at work, you have to keep talking all the time. They must also be articulate and fluent in at least one foreign language. The conditions are harsh, but the good thing is that the income is okay. Over $100,000 a year is not enough to match the top, but it's more than enough to match the bottom. That's why Lin Muyo is happy with her current job and life. Just now, the captain of Air China asked me why it wasn't that sweet-voiced controller who provided him with service. At this time, the colleague sitting on the side said helplessly. Lin Muyo twisted her head to look at her, blinking with disbelief. A coworker also took a sip of water. Then she said in a bad mood, I said you want to listen to the sweet girl's voice. Go find a voice actor by yourself. I'm not a voice seller, not to mention providing you with services, and you're still asking for it. Lin Muyo somewhat angrily blanked her colleague and said, speaking as if I'm selling my voice. Haha, the coworker reacted. I forgot that you're the beautiful controller with the sweet voice who's already a little famous, huh? Blame me. How about if any flight captain wants to hear your voice next time? I'll just turn it around for you. Lin Muyo didn't have the good sense to say, you think I'm not busy enough, don't you? If you're not happy they're not happy, but don't take me with you. Co-workers see the situation. It was a moment of sorrow to see me, reaching out and pinching Lin Muyo's cheeks. He teased, they are charmed by you just by hearing your voice. If they see you in person, they will still lose their minds. You southern girls are just watery, not to mention good looks, good voice, and even gentler character. If I were a man I'd like it too. Lin Muyo immediately gave the other party a flying kiss, covering her mouth. She laughed. It's okay, you can like it even if you're a female. Really? The co-worker was full of exaggeration. Reaching out, he was about to embrace Lin Muyo. Come here baby, come and let me smell it before I say anything. But her hand was only halfway out when she immediately retracted it. Then snapped, Director, what brings you here? Lin Muyo was also startled when she saw that the duty leader had actually come over at some point. The leader on duty first glared at the two men and reprimanded. Scuffling at work, you two want to be deducted from your performance, don't you? Having said that, the eyes scanned the entire hall. Only then did he speak again. We just received a notification from the Mordor District Coordination. A flight returning to Quancheng from the city of Sky's End sent a Mayday emergency signal to Mordor 5 minutes ago, and now this plane has almost entered the airspace of Qilu province, and will land at the Remote Wall Airport in roughly 25 minutes. You will immediately notify all landing flights to be on the lookout for avoidance while holding down the other departing planes and clearing a runway for this flight to land and use. The airport has activated its emergency plan, so you guys shouldn't be idle. All of you get your asses in gear. His words were like a shot in the arm. Instantly the somewhat depressed crowd was immediately energized. One had a stony expression, and the sleepiness had long since gone. It's like a shot in the arm. Lin Muyo and her co-workers also hurriedly sat up straight. Prepare to start notifying flights under your jurisdiction to be aware of the avoidance. Although the incident was not so serious as to require the clearing of all airspace over Remote Wall Airport, but for a flight to signal Mayday also means that what the flight encountered must have been something major involving human life. So the airport purposely cleared a runway just for this plane to land exactly right. It's just that there are only 2 runways at Remote Wall Airport. Now that a runway has to be vacated, other flights are bound to be delayed. But there's no way around it. After all, lives are at stake. It was just that Lin Muyo was a bit strange. What the hell happened to this flight? Didn't hang up the 7700 emergency code, but sent the Mayday emergency signal again. Director, Which airline's plane is it? And what the hell is going on that's sending a mayday signal? Someone asked. The duty officer had a serious expression on his face, but it wasn't hidden. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain. It's Mountain Air Flight 8857. It seems like the co-pilot had a sudden illness. That's why the captain sent the emergency mayday emergency signal. Hear his words. There was a chorus of backwards breaths in the tower hall. Lin Muyao was also taken aback. Surprisingly, the co-pilot had a sudden illness? No wonder it's so tight. And so on. End of day city return to Springs? Mountain Air Flight SC-8857? Her heart stuttered, because she already knew exactly who the captain of this plane was. Wasn't it Lu Qingzhou who begged herself to jump the queue yesterday? A handsome face instantly appeared in Lin Muyao's mind. The heart in the chest cavity was also unconsciously pulled up. Over 100 kilometers away, Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 has begun to descend in altitude. Although Chen Bingbing was so nervous that goosebumps began to rise all over her body, she still managed to accomplish the task of communicating with the Magic City District transfer very well, with Chen Bingbing acting as a sounding board. Lu Qingzhou could finally pilot the airplane to land without any distractions now. They got lucky. On the return voyage to Qilu province from the Soviet Union, no unexpected conditions were encountered. Moreover, the speed of the airplane had been kept above 920 kilometers per hour, and the whole time it was also manually piloted by Lu Qingzhou. If you're unlucky enough to encounter an invisible killer like clear sky turbulence, he wasn't really sure about keeping the plane safe. Now at last we are about to reach our destination. But Lu Qingzhou knew, the test against yourself has just begun, because it's not too hard for an airplane to return at an even speed. The hard part is how one person can land this airplane on the runway smoothly and safely, but now it's about to fly over the airport. You can't just keep the plane in the air, so even if it's hard, even if it's 9 more deaths, Lu Qingzhou even had to break in hard. P.S. Starting today, the 0:01 a.m. and 0:02 a.m. updates will be resumed, which means that updates are completely back to normal from now on. Chapter 137, the test of Mountain Air Flight 8857 has just begun. Normal. Even a regional airliner needs at least 2 crew members to ensure a safe, smooth landing. A mainline narrow-body aircraft like the Boeing 737-800 requires at least 2 pilots in the cockpit, even if it is highly intelligent. In exceptional circumstances, however, it is theoretically possible for a pilot to fly an airplane to a successful landing. After that though there are huge challenges and risks to be faced. It also needs to work well with the ground. Help and security from the ground is needed. And trying to pilot an airliner all by himself to a safe landing. It is the need for that pilot to have excellent skills and extensive driving experience. And you must be very familiar with the operating procedures, performance characteristics, etc. of the airliner you are flying, and have the ability to cope with a wide range of complexities. This also requires flying an aircraft with a high degree of automation, with advanced autopilot systems and instrument landing systems, among other things. With the aid of these highly automated systems, there is some probability that the pilot will land safely, but even so, the risk factor is also high. Because the pilot was taking on so much workload, the only remaining pilot had to perform at least hundreds of maneuvers during the landing of the plane. It requires constant adjustment of the airplane's flight attitude, need to hover down the height, it needs to be aligned with the center line of the runway, need to pull up the spoiler to slow down, need to drop the flaps, need to release the landing gear. The instrument landing system needs to be attended to at all times. Landing lights need to be turned on, need for oil feed and reduced oil feed. The speed, altitude and attitude of the airplane need to be adjusted at all times. It is necessary to keep an eye on the real-time status of the aircraft and monitor the parameters of various instruments and systems. Close communication with the ground is required at all times to obtain landing instructions. Pilots are people, not robots. There are so many processes to be completed in just 10 minutes or so, with distractions to keep an eye on the status of the airplane and communicate with the tower. Unless it's 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise it can really get overwhelmed by such an intense workload and slip up. And everyone's resilience is different. Some people are mentally strong, so they are calm in unexpected situations. But some people are obviously usually very good. But when they encounter an unexpected situation, their brains go blank. Good news. Lu Qingzhou's ability to resist pressure was superb. Among the tens of thousands of civil aviation pilots in the country, I'm afraid no one would dare to rank him first if he didn't rank second in terms of stress resistance. There's no such thing as a grand reputation. The accidents he's suffered in the last few years are estimated to rival those suffered by others in their entire careers. So that big heart of his has been hardened 1,000 times over for a long time. Mentally it completely crushes everyone else. None other. Only the hands are ripe. Better news. Although Lu Qingzhou had just over 1,000 hours of flight time, he was completely at the rookie level in the civil aviation circle. but he is much more experienced than the average person. It is especially experienced in dealing with emergencies. Plus he's technically proficient. It can also be ranked in the domestic civil aviation circle, so it stands to reason. Lu Qingzhou had little problem flying this Boeing 737-800 alone to land safely, but flying an airliner is something that requires at least two pilots to collaborate with each other, reminding and supporting each other. Flying an airplane independently is very lacking in teamwork skills, so even if Lu Qingzhou was capable and mentally strong, it is also very dangerous behavior to let him fly a plane all by himself, a dance on a knife's edge, so to speak, but now he couldn't even dance without it. The only partner has gone on hiatus. One can't keep flying an airplane in circles in the sky. Lower altitude 7000 holding. Mountain Air 8857 copy. Chen Bingbing had a nervous expression, but she had somewhat adapted to her current role. The last 20 minutes or so, it is she who acts as a sounding board. Have been in contact with the Mordor district transfer. Lu Qingzhou still had a flat expression. It was as if the person sitting next to him or her was not a rookie who knew nothing, but his or her co-pilot. He was seen gently pushing the lever while pressing the throttle valve gear lever button to reduce the oil feed. The Boeing 737-800, which had been maintaining a speed of over 900 km per hour, slowed down to just over 800. At the same time the airplane is nose down, slowly descending in height with a slight imperceptible gesture. 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,500 meters. Just as the plane went down in altitude, suddenly a side wind hit. This downcut wind was like a big invisible hand that slapped the right front of the airplane hard. Clunk! The airplane, which had been flying smoothly, was suddenly thrown into a lurch. The sudden change immediately startled Chen Bingbing and looked at Lu Qingzhou on the left with a face full of panic. Everyone in the cabin was also scared and screaming. They've long been birds of a feather. If it's usual, these moderate bumps are not called for at all. But not now. The co-pilot could be dead or alive in first class. The cockpit was now down to the captain alone. What if the captain can't do it alone? But it's a good thing their worries were in vain. Lu Qingzhou saw the airplane go into a lurch, immediately gently wrenched the operating lever to the right and foot the rudder, all the while continuing to maintain a descending attitude. Sure enough, after a short 20 to 30 seconds, the airplane once again regained its composure. Not for a while. The plane has then descended to an altitude of 7,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the navigator. The plane was found to be less than 100 kilometers from the remote Wall Airport. Soon, once again, the Mordor district transfer gave the order. Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 continued to descend altitude to 6,000 meters to maintain. At home, 6,000 meters is a watershed. Above 6,000 meters is under the management of 8 high-altitude control areas. Below 6,000 meters, they are managed under the approach control of the city in which they are located. That is to say, as long as Coral Sea Flight SC-8857 descends to an altitude below 6,000 meters, then the Mordor district transfer is considered to have accomplished its historical mission. As for being dead or alive, it's up to this flight to make it. Fruity. When Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 descended to an altitude of 6,000 meters, inside the Mordor district transfer control hall, Controller Xiao Keming immediately pinched his headset and said, "Mountain Air Flight 8857, adjust channel 125. 76. Contact Quancheng for approach. Soon." A clear, pleasant, but obviously overstressed voice rang out right over the comm channel. "Adjusting channel 125. 76. Contact Springs approach. Mountain Air 8857 copy." After hearing the reply from the other side, Xiao Keming let out a long sigh of relief. Then eyes remained unblinking on the big radar screen. He knows, though his own mission was accomplished, but the test for Shanxi Airlines Flight SC-8857 has just begun. Chapter 138. The cooperation with Chen Bingbing is finally tacit understanding. Adjusting channel 125. 76. Contact Springs approach. Mountain Air 8857 copy. Chen Bingbing finished. Just look at Lu Qingzhou pitifully, because she will only act as a sounding board. I don't know how to tune in at all. Lu Qingzhou certainly wouldn't expect her to. That's why Lu Qingzhou was controlling the airplane while reaching out to finish tuning the frequency. Luckily this Boeing 737-800 airliner is smart enough. There are actually two separate operating systems for the captain and co-pilot positions. That is to say, the captain can sit in his or her seat and do most of the airplane piloting procedures. Same goes for the co-pilot. But there are also operations that can only be done by the captain or co-pilot. This is why Lu Qingzhou undid her seatbelt, because sometimes he has to turn sideways to the left and stretch out his hand to complete the maneuver. When Lu Qingzhou finished tuning in, first, he gave Chen Bingbing a thumbs up, and then he returned his full attention to piloting the airplane. It's not really accurate to say that you're putting your full attention on flying the airplane. It was because Lu Qingzhou was never quite comfortable with Chen Bingbing, so remained slightly distracted, watching to see if she was operating accurately. Chen Bingbing saw that Lu Qingzhou had finished tuning in, and dare not delay any longer. Instead, he immediately spoke. Springs Approach, Mountain Air Flight 8857. Inside the Springs Approach control hall, when Chen Bingbing's voice rang out, the controller was instantly confused. What the hell? How am I supposed to guide you with just your flight number and no other information? But Lu Qingzhou in the cockpit also sensed that something was wrong, rushing to add, Springs Approach, Mountain Air Flight 8857, Super Throughcast A, flying to Ataga. Fly to Ataga means that the aircraft is flying to Ataga, a navigation point, in accordance with a point fusion approach procedure, and is a technical term, so it made complete sense that Chen Bingbing didn't know. Lu paused and added, the co-pilot of my flight suffered a sudden illness, and the application for Mayday passed. The Springs Approach controller then responded, it's the flight that sent Mayday. Oh, is it now a temporary guest co-pilot for a flight attendant? But despite all the speculation in his mind, he immediately replied, Mountain Air 8857 Super Hello, Springs Approach has you on radar, Passcast B, expect blind landing 01R, inbound per Ataga 1, but only just finished. He immediately realized he was speaking too deeply. Repeat hurriedly, Mountain Air 8857, I've got you on radar, Passcast B, expect blind landing 01R, inbound per Ataga 1, but Ataga 1 inbound is not the technical term, word, he was talking about. Instead, the word is spelled out directly. Sure enough, hear him say that. Chen Bingbing immediately reacted. Immediately repeat, Passcast B, expect blind landing 01R, inbound per Ataga 1, Mountain Air 8857 copy. Repeat over. She hurriedly turned her head to look at Lu Qingzhou. After realizing that Lu Qingzhou's expression was unmoved, the heart that was hanging in the air finally returned to her stomach, because as long as Lu Qingzhou's expression wasn't abnormal, especially if she wasn't frowning, it meant that she was doing a good job as a sounding board. Soon, the voice of the Springs Approach controller sounded again on the comm channel. Mountain Air 8857, lower altitude 5,000 meters hold, decelerate 250. Chen Bingbing immediately repeated it again. Lu Qingzhou continued to press the lever and lower his head while slowly slowing down. Soon, Bingbing Chen has then adapted to communicating with the Springs Approach controllers, guided by the controller. The plane's altitude soon dropped below 1,000 meters. It's getting close to decision heights. When the aircraft's altitude was below 1,000 meters, the Springs Approach controller immediately spoke up again and reminded, Mountain Air 8857, lower altitude 900 meters holding, heading 350, blind approach possible, runway 01R, establish report, lower altitude 900 meters hold, heading 350, establish 01 or blind approach, establish report, Mountain Air 8857. Chen Bingbing performed her role as sounding board well. Lu Qingzhou still had a serious expression. Reach out and push the button. Establishment of a blind drop. The plane's altitude continues to drop. At this point, downtown Springs had appeared in the duo's line of sight. The downtown area of this northern town is vast. However, not quite like other northern cities. Although Quanchang was also built on a plain, it was also surrounded by a low hill, and was not an endless great plain. So look down from above. The scenery is even more beautiful, and not as monotonous as other plain cities. But how could two people have the heart to enjoy the scenery right now? It wasn't just the two of them who weren't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Even the passengers in the cabin were now jittery. Usually they are jumping and happy if they see downtown Springs. It's home after all. But not today. The plane didn't land successfully for a second. They then remain in danger. So where's the joy of going home now? It's clearly the panic and worry of having half a foot in the door of a ghost. 800 meters, 700 meters, 650 meters, Mountain Air 8857, speed 180 hold, 8 nautical miles to pickup. The approach controller's voice rang out once more. Chen Bingbing immediately repeated, speed 180 maintained, 8 nautical miles to pickup point, Mountain Air 8857. Right about this time, Lu Qingzhou's voice suddenly rang out, Quanchang is approaching, establishing a channel, Mountain Air 8857. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou with some surprise, but soon, the controller then replied, Mountain Air 8857, FM 124, 88, contact remote wall tower, good luck, FM 124, 88, contact remote wall tower, Mountain Air 8857. Chen Bingbing had only finished speaking when Lu Qingzhou had already finished tuning in. The cooperation is very good, and at this point, the plane is down to about 600 meters. P.S. Today's 2 shifts are about 10 minutes late, but today's 2 shifts are still updated, not counting the words. kneeling to ask for your big brother's reward, because the platform does not give the amount of all the old friends of the book to chase more. So this book seems to be very good data, but every day's daily income is only $100 or $200, so if you can, trouble to chase the great big to give a bit of reward, cannot it? The free system to the 10 cents on the line is to give the author a little bit of encouragement. I'm begging you all, or it's really hard to keep going. Chapter 139, The Greatest Test is Yet to Come. Eastern University, aviation control in general, and worldwide, is divided into 3 parts: area control, approach control and airport control. Since the airspace is 3-dimensional, to prevent overlapping of the 3 regulatory jurisdictions, that's why the civil aviation authorities have specialized in dividing heights for this purpose, to keep the 3 air traffic controls separate but not subordinate to each other. The watershed between area control and approach control is 6,000 meters. Above 6,000 meters is under regional control jurisdiction. Below 6,000 meters, it is under the jurisdiction of approach control. ID. The watershed between approach control and airport tower control is 500 meters. Above 500 meters is under the jurisdiction of the approach, and below 500 meters is under the jurisdiction of the airport tower. Airports are where aircraft activity is most intense. It is also where air traffic management is the most intense. For this reason, the airport has specialized in building towering towers, overlooking the entire airport. Airport air traffic controllers work on the very top floor of the tower. From the top floor they could see the airport and the surrounding airspace through the spacious floor-to-ceiling glass windows. That's why airport controllers are also called tower controllers. Tower controllers are subdivided into ground traffic controllers and airport air traffic controllers. Ground traffic controllers are responsible for the ground operations of the aircraft, monitored aircraft, vehicle, and pedestrian activity on the tarmac and taxiway with visual and radar screens. Aircraft are cleared by ground traffic controllers from the time they start their engines to the time they enter the taxiway. For aircraft arriving at the airport, after leaving the runway and entering the taxiway, also follow the instructions of the ground traffic controller. Position of the taxiway stop through the designated route. As soon as an aircraft enters the runway during takeoff, ground traffic control and has to hand over command to another controller in the tower who specializes in airport air traffic. The controller specializes in managing aircraft flights on the runway and in the airspace below 500 m altitude over the airport. In airspace below 500 meters, the activity of an airplane is not only taking off but also landing. This controller is responsible for takeoffs as well as landings. He arranges the sequence of takeoffs and landings, and controls the release intervals between airplanes, whether it's an airplane taking off or not. Landing too. All must be authorized by the controller to do so. At some busy airports, often a runway is used for both takeoffs and landings, so the responsibility that air traffic controllers have is very great. The slightest negligence could lead to a major disaster. 1977. An airport in the Canary Islands on the Atlantic Ocean was the site of one of the largest air accidents in human history. A Boeing 747, which was accelerating on the runway for takeoff, suddenly realized in the dense fog that a Boeing of the same model was coming in on the other end of the same runway. The collision occurred because the two airplanes were not able to avoid each other in time, caused one of the deadliest air crashes in aviation history to date. In an instant, 582 died in the sudden collision explosion. Even the blazing fire that ignited next left all the dead. This was the Tenerife air disaster, famous in the history of human aviation. So in order to make sure that airplanes fly in sequence during takeoff and landing, both takeoff and landing airplanes have to fly in a certain way in order to make it work. Such routes are called landing and takeoff routes. But the route has another familiar name, the 5-sided route. The plane landed. You must first fly parallel to the wind over the runway. For the takeoff of the airplane, just accelerate and take off on the runway first. This is the first side or the upwind side. Next, the airplane will make a 90-degree turn into the second side, also called a sidewind side. Immediately after, the airplane makes another right-angle turn. The entry direction is on the sidewind side parallel to the runway. That is, the third side. Then make a turn parallel to the second side, the fourth side, and then finally land on top of the runway against the wind. The last side is the fifth side. Both takeoff and landing airplanes follow this sequence of routes. Even if the airplane takes off and then lands immediately, or land and resume flying before landing, all must also complete a 5-sided flight. Unless an extraordinary situation is encountered, the airplane will not follow the procedure and fly all 5 sides. The controller can direct the airplane in this situation and enter the landing route from either side. But for the pilots, unless there is a life-threatening emergency, otherwise it is best to use a 5-sided landing. This is because it is not only about the safety of aircraft landing and taking off in the airport, but also about testing the skill and experience of the pilots. People's lives are at stake now on Mountain Air Flight SC-8857, but Remote Wall Airport, as a Class 4E airport with just 2 runways, and the second runway has only been in service for less than a month. That's why the airport is usually very busy. Operational pressures are onerous. To know. In 2024 the average daily passenger flights at Remote Wall Airport reached 470, while cargo flights reached 12. An average of 20 flights take off and land every hour. But it's after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's daytime, and it's still the busiest time of the day. So even though Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 had sent the Mayday emergency signal, but the airport could still only spare one runway for the emergency landing of Mountain Air SC-8857. The one remaining runway remains in normal use. The airport was busy, although Lu Qingzhou was anxious in her heart, but he knew better than to rush this moment. Soon, Chen Bingbing then contacted the tower controller. Remote Wall Ground, Mountain Air 8857. When Chen Bingbing's voice rang out in the tower control hall, almost all the controllers were shaken. Out of instinctive reaction, the controller sitting next to Lin Muyao immediately spoke. Mountain Air 8857, ground wind 330 over 04 Xiam/S, runway 01 are is clear for landing. Lin Muyao, on the other hand, was a bit distracted, staring at the computer radar screen all the time. She's a ground traffic controller, responsible for airport ground and taxiways, so Mountain Air 8857 is not her turn to command right now, but she still had all her attention on the flight. Okay, the ground command of the flight was under her responsibility. For reasons of infallibility, the duty leader had handed over the other flights she was in charge of to someone else. Just let her specialize in Mountain Air 8857 ground command. So Lin Muyao's lack of concentration now was not a big mistake. Actually, it's not just her. The others in the hall were busy. Both also focused some of their attention on the Mountain Air 8857, because everyone now knows that there is just one captain flying this plane, and how much of a difficulty factor it is to fly an airplane with only one person left. They don't want to be too clear. That is to say, don't look for Mountain Air 8857 to be up and running until now, but the biggest test is yet to come. P.S. I didn't update the early morning update today because I had something yesterday, so I'll make it up today. Chapter 140, the airport runway, finally at the end of the line of sight. Remote Wall Airport. Inside the busy waiting hall, a number of flights have been marked yellow on the large screen displaying flight operations. Yellow indicates that the flight has been delayed though, but it will be back to normal soon. And outside the terminal, an airplane still takes off and lands in an orderly fashion. It's a nice day. There was hardly a cloud in the blue sky. The sun is shining brightly. Almost the entire airport was exposed to the sun. Such nice weather. It would not be reasonable to expect that it would cause multiple flight delays. But Springs, as a major military town in the Great Eastern North, had more than 2 brigades of Air Force units and naval aviation units stationed in the province alone, plus air defense and land navigation units. This has led to an even narrower airspace in Qilu province, which is already not rich. There is very little airspace available for civil aircraft. That's why daily flights are delayed at Remote Wall Airport. Most travelers are used to it. As long as one chooses to fly on a Mountain Air airliner anyway, it's delayed at the moment. The pugnacious pilots of Mountain Air will make up for it on the way. So although there were a lot of stranded travelers in the terminal, most of them were still in a good frame of mind. There's no rush. Apparently this sort of thing is rare enough for them, but it's not military control that's causing a lot of flight delays this time around. Instead, one of the flights sent an emergency Mayday emergency signal of the highest level, and this flight, the altitude is now below 500 meters or less, flew the third side of the 5-side route, getting ready to go into the fourth side. Inside the cockpit, it was business as usual except that the airplane was still relatively fast. Yes, the airplane is still too fast. No co-pilot assistance. Lu Qingzhou really had no way to slow down the speed, but this was all expected by Lu Qingzhou. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, is no way to completely control the entire airplane. What if the airplane is going too fast? You can only rely on runway length to increase braking distance. For an airplane that is landing, controlling the speed and rate of descent is most important. So how do you control the speed and rate of descent of an airborne aircraft? Depending on the type and load of the aircraft, adjust the throttle, flaps and spoiler. It'll be able to maintain the right speed and rate of descent. Before landing, the pilot needs to adjust the speed and rate of descent to the optimum landing values. Typically, a descent rate of 100 feet per minute to 200 feet per minute is optimal for mainline narrowbody aircraft. In contrast, the normal landing speed of a Boeing 737-800 airliner is usually around 140 knots, or about 259 kilometers per hour. But now this plane is only dropping at a rate of 85 feet per minute. The speed, on the other hand, exceeds 145 knots, 269 kilometers per hour. Whether it's the rate of descent or the speed of landing, both are far from being at their best. In fact, Lu Qingzhou was able to reach out and adjust the airplane's flaps and spoilers to keep the airplane's descent rate and speed at optimal values. Because it doesn't matter if it's Boeing or Airbus, even the C919. The vast majority of airliners around the world are designed to ensure that the captain can operate all critical flight systems, including flaps, when flying solo. In the cockpit, the controls for the flaps are basically located between the captain and co-pilot in an area that is easily accessible to both. For example, near the center console or the operating lever. The spoiler control handles on the Boeing 737, on the other hand, are above the captain's and co-pilot's heads. Just reach out and operate. That is to say, Lulu was actually able to adjust the flaps and spoilers. So is it that he doesn't want to? Not also. It is not possible. He was now holding the stick with one hand and kept adjusting the airplane's flight attitude. The other hand holds the throttle valve gear lever to reduce or increase the fuel supply. Occasionally there are distractions to adjust other parameters. Release landing gear, etc. Where's the room to adjust flap degrees and pull up spoilers? That's why this flight. There's a reason the minutes before landing are the most dangerous ones, because an airplane doesn't need to accomplish so many operations when it's at 10,000 meters or a few thousand meters of airspace. Only on the landing, the captain is the only one who operates frequently, do all the work the co-pilot is supposed to do. This will ensure a smooth landing of the airplane. Unfortunately, Lu Qingzhou didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, even though he is experienced and skilled, but it can't be done perfectly. What about airplanes that go too fast and have too slow of a descent rate? As early as when the airplane did not enter the 5 sides route, Lu Qingzhou had a bold plan in mind. That would be to utilize the turn rate of the 5 sides, deceleration and accelerated rate of decline. So when this Boeing 737-800 airliner entered the 5-side route, every time it flew aside, Lu Qingzhou would increase the turn rate while the fuselage tilted inward. The result is that every turn the airplane makes is not at a right angle. Instead, it is an acute angle less than 90 degrees. The trick worked wonders. The airplane has dropped from 160 knots before entering 5 sides to 145 knots now. The rate of descent also increased from 50 feet per minute to 85 feet per minute. But that's not enough. Still not at landing optimum. So last side. Vital. Now flying at an altitude of less than 200 meters. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of nervousness while keeping her communication open with the tower controller. Inside the cabin, the passengers, who had just experienced several dumps, were all turned into birds of prey. As the plane got lower and lower, their tension was also at its peak. Pylons. Lin Muyao's eyes were unblinking as she looked at the radar screen and watched the slightly bizarre 5-sided course of Mountain Air Flight SC-8857, the heart in the chest. It's also been raised to the top of my throat. Just then, the plane has reached the last critical point. With the tower controller's command, it was seen that Lu Qingzhou immediately wrenched the operating lever to the right while stepping on the right rudder to the bottom. The plane's fuselage tilted to the right once more. The nose is offset to the right. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if the tail of the plane had been thrown straight over. It caused the crowd on the plane to fling themselves toward the left. Luckily, it was protected by a seatbelt that didn't cause anyone to fall out of their seat. Some of the suitcases on the luggage rack, however, were thrown out by the tremendous inertia. Boom boom boom. A dull sound rang out. These suitcases have been smashed on the aisles. One time, screams and voices with cries rang out. Before these screams and cries could stop, though, the plane immediately veered to the left again. But this time the amplitude was much smaller than earlier, and the plane's altitude plummeted several dozen meters. Just as the crowd in the cabin screamed and cried at the top of their lungs, no one found out. A runway at Remote Wall Airport. It was now at the end of the line of sight. Chapter 141, the house leaks and the landing stage surprisingly encounters a dolphin jump. 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. Inside the cockpit, the airplane's altitude beeps were incessant. After the ditching earlier, the airplane's rate of descent was really much faster. In just under 2 minutes, the plane's altitude had then plummeted from over 100 meters to just over 30 meters. To know, the descent rate for dryline narrow-body aircraft is in the optimum range of 100 feet per minute to 200 feet per minute. 100 feet equals about 30 meters. That is to say, aircraft descending between 30 and 60 meters in less than a minute is optimal. Now this Boeing 737-800 plummeted more than 100 meters in less than 2 minutes. Is it more than too slow? Instead, it's too fast. So fast it almost hit the ground. However, Lu Qingzhou did not notice any difference at all. Instead, his eyes were fixed dead center on the airspeed gauge on the plane's main console, because a slightly faster rate of descent is nothing compared to an airplane that remains at 145 knots. Yes, the airplane is still traveling at about 143 knots. That's a full 3 knots faster than the fastest speed a Boeing 737-800 can land. That's a full 6 kilometers per hour faster. Don't underestimate the measly 6 kilometers per hour. If Lu Qingzhou doesn't dispose of it properly, there is a good chance that the plane will break completely and run off the runway. But now Lu Qingzhou had no choice, because there was no more height or angle for him to dump again. The runway is now close at hand, so don't say that the airplane is still going 143 knots. Even if it's 150 knots, he also had to land hard. Pylons. Lin Muya was already on his feet. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, eyes blinked at the far runway. When she saw this Boeing 737-800 airliner appeared at the end of her line of sight, it seemed to fall abruptly from the sky as if in free fall, and it was so fast that it flew over the runway in almost the blink of an eye. Lin Muya's face instantly revealed tension and worry. Fists clenched tightly, the mouth was slightly open, her toes were involuntarily on tiptoe, and her eyes didn't dare to move the slightest bit. It's not just her. Inside the tower lobby, a number of controllers were now focused on the Boeing 737-800. When they realized the plane was going too fast, a hint of worry surfaced in all of them as well. Rumble rumble. The sound of an airplane engine's engine exploded over the runway. This Boeing 737-800 airliner had raised its nose high, like an eagle about to spread its wings and fly. The front and rear landing gear had long since been successfully released and were just waiting to touch down. Boo! Just then, a dull sound suddenly rang out. It's the rear landing gear of the airplane that landed successfully. Just as soon as the rear landing gear touched the ground, a tremendous rebound force was applied to the fuselage of the airplane. That's too much bounce, so it immediately popped the plane up again. Bounce into mid-air. Dolphin jump? The sudden change instantly creeped Lu Qingzhou out. Chen Bingbing and the others on the plane were dumbfounded. They didn't know the plane was caught in a dolphin jump death trap though, but know that the plane must not be in very good shape right now. The so-called dolphin jump. It is a phenomenon of abnormal pitching and oscillation that occurs in an airplane during flight and especially during landing. Typically, the cause of an airplane's dolphin jump is primarily the result of a pilot's mishandling the airplane and not pulling it into a 2-point landing attitude, but instead grounding it in a heavy 3-point attitude. So it was like the plane hit the runway hard. This causes the damping devices of the front and rear landing gears to generate a large rebound force, causing the airplane to pitch up to increase the angle of approach, increasing lift and jumping up. It's like a dolphin leaping out of the ocean. Hence the name, dolphin jump. But it wasn't just pilot error that caused the airplane to dolphin jump. The heavy 3-point attitude grounded. Too fast a descent rate and too much speed may also cause the airplane to dolphin jump. The dolphin jump is one of the most dangerous phenomena during the landing phase of an airplane. If not disposed of properly, the lightness also makes the airplane constantly bumpy, bobbing up and down and undulating. If it's serious, it could cause the landing gear or fuselage to break. Even airplanes are not under control, resulting in air accidents. So if an airplane dolphin jumps, the best way to dispose of it is to perform an immediate reflight. Immediately push the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom. Get the airplane back to full power. At the same time maintain good directional control and lower the nose to select the safest climbing attitude. Give the crew another chance. But how could Lu Qingzhou have one more time right now? So naturally, resumption flight was passed over for him. Since we can't resume flying, then let's gamble again. So just as the plane was bounced in midair and about to hit the ground again, electricity. Lu Qingzhou had already made up her mind in her heart. He was immediately seen gently pulling back on the operating lever. The other hand continued to feed the airplane with fuel. Keeps the airplane fully powered. But again, the power wasn't enough to generate lift to get the plane back in the air. Instead, the plane was allowed to continue flying in a very bizarre way, sticking to the runway. Yes, Lu Qingzhou didn't resume flying though, but it also keeps the airplane close to the runway for a sustained period of time, diffusing the bounce from the dolphin jump. It also cushions the rear landing gear shock absorbers. There wasn't enough airplane power to keep the plane going for long. Though, a few short seconds later, Lu Qingzhou decisively pressed the operating lever forward. Also refly the throttle valve gear lever. Cut off the fuel supply to the airplane completely. The Boeing 737-800 was flying roughly 100 or 200 meters against the runway. The airplane's rear landing gear touched down again. But this time, because of the cushion, so the plane is bouncing far less than it did last time. The plane shuddered just a little. Then the tires on the rear landing gear started skidding up along the runway at a rapid rate. Lu Qingzhou continued to press the lever forward and lowered his head. Boo! The front landing gear also hit the runway hard. With a rear landing gear cushion, the front landing gear wouldn't be able to make much of a dent. The Boeing 737-800 airliner was like a wild horse out of control and began to run wildly down the runway. The front and rear landing gears touched down successively. Lu Qingzhou's face, which had been tightly tensed, finally softened a little. But he knew. It's not time to pop the question yet, so still hold on to the stick and keep the airplane in a straightforward taxiing attitude. By this time the convergence to the spoiler has been pulled up automatically. With the help of a spoiler, the airplane's glide really slowed down gradually, but that's not all. If you rely solely on the spoiler to slow down, the plane's gonna run off the runway soon. So as the plane taxied down the runway for maybe a few hundred meters, Lu Qingzhou finally freed his hands, decisively activate the airplane's brakes. Chapter 142 Landing Safely. In deep self-doubt, after the airliner landed, it relies mainly on brakes, counter-thrusts and spoilers to slow down. This is because airliners can easily land at over 200 kilometers per hour, and it can easily weigh tens or hundreds of tons on its own. If you can't do the three-pronged approach, it's hard to slow the airplane down. If it's a jumbo like the Airbus A380 or Boeing 737-8, it even requires an overrun runway that provides an extra long taxi distance to brake the airplane completely. The Boeing 737-800 airliner had a landing speed of around 143 knots. The landing speed is over the maximum safe value. However, the airplane's spoilers had automatically pulled up after the main wheels touched the ground moments after the plane landed. It does not require active pilot operation. So with the help of the spoiler, the airplane's slip speed plummeted from 143 knots to under 140 knots. But it's not enough. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were quick. While pressing his foot on the wheel brake to activate the airplane's braking system, he immediately reached down and pulled the spoiler control handle to its maximum angle, causing the airplane's spoiler to completely deploy. When the spoiler is completely unfolded, the drag on the airplane increases further. Re-assisted brakes. It caused the speed of the airplane to plummet further. The brakes on the Boeing family of airplanes are mainly machine wheel brakes and automatic brakes. Wheel brakes are brakes fitted to the wheels of an airplane's main landing gear, and work in much the same way as automobile brakes. The pilot only needs to step on the brake pedal, and through the hydraulic system, the brake discs or pads press against the main landing gear wheels, generating friction and preventing the wheels from rotating to achieve deceleration. Automatic braking, on the other hand, does not require any action on the part of the pilot. This is because the system automatically controls brake pressure when landing or skidding. However, the automatic braking system requires the pilot to preset the deceleration rate based on runway conditions, load, etc. After landing, the aircraft's main control system applies the braking force according to the preset deceleration rate, reducing the pilot's workload and improving braking efficiency and accuracy, but only the spoiler and brakes alone. There is no way to completely tame this wild horse that is out of control. The plane had now raced down the runway for more than 2,000 meters. If we can't get the speed down again, the plane will soon be out of control and run off the runway. In time, the brunt of this is the cockpit. To save his own little life, and the little lives of everyone on the plane, just as the plane's speed was barely dropping below 100 knots, Lu Qingzhou's hand had gripped the reverse thrust gear lever. Yes, it takes a three-pronged approach to slow down an airplane. Now Lu Qingzhou had pulled up the spoiler and footed the brakes, so he's down to his last move. Reverse push the gear lever now. As early as 1945, after the first human jet airplane made its maiden flight, designers were already experimenting with counter-thrust devices to slow down jets. But the first human use of a counter-thrust device to slow down an airplane didn't happen until 1952. 1952, the British first applied the reverse thrust device to the Meteor airplane. The experiment was a big success. In 1957, the Boeing 707 became Blue Star's first commercial airplane with clamshell reverse thrust. In 1968, the mature baffled reverse thrust patent was widely utilized on major commercial jetliners. But from 1968 to now, reverse thrust device technology has not gained leaps and bounds. That is to say, as of 2024, most of the world's commercial airplanes still use baffle-type thrust reversers, and a small percentage even still use the even more outdated clamshell-type thrust reversers. The first flight of the Boeing 737-800 airliner was in 1997. So of course the airliner's thrust reverser is the more sophisticated baffled thrust reverser. Just as Lu Qingzhou reached out to pull up the reverse thrust gear lever, this aircraft was further contained. It wasn't a sudden slowdown though. Instead, it gradually slowed down at a rate visible to the naked eye. After all, with the inertia of this 70 to 80 ton behemoth, a sudden deceleration would have completely torn apart and disintegrated the plane's fuselage in a split second. It won't be a slowdown when the time comes. Instead, they sent them to their deaths. 3 prongs. The airplane really slowed down further. And Remote Wall Airport as a Class 4E airport. The runway is 3,600 meters long. Let's not even talk about a mainline narrowbody like the Boeing 737-800. Even behemoths like the Airbus A380 can take off and land smoothly, with the triple safeguard of brakes, spoilers and counter-thrusters. The remaining 1,600 meters of runway length. There's enough for this plane to slip and run. Sure enough, the plane skidded along the runway for another roughly 1,000 meters, finally heartily slowed to a stop on the runway. Upon seeing the plane finally come to a stop, it was as if Chin Bing Bing had drained all her strength. The body that had been tense all of a sudden went limp and sat down in the passenger seat. Inside the cabin, All the passengers were as if they had been pardoned. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally back in the stomach. But just as someone was about to unbuckle their seatbelt and try to rush off the plane, the airplane, which had come to a standstill, moved again. They were already in shock. Almost everyone was taken aback when they realized the plane was moving again. The same goes for Bingbing Chen. The moment the plane moved again, it was as if she had a spring in her ass, and all of a sudden she lifted and popped up. Then he looked at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of shock. Lu Qingzhou's expression remained unchanged. He was seen holding the lever in his left hand while the other hand was lightly pushing the throttle valve gear lever. Pilot the airplane back up for the taxi run. And right in Chen Bingbing's shocked and confused eyes, the plane eased onto the taxiway, heading for the far engine position not far away. Pylons. Lin Muyo also let out a long sigh of relief when she saw this Boeing 737-800 airliner finally slowly stop at the end of the runway. She didn't spill the beans though. Instead, new orders were given just as soon as the plane came to a stop. As a ground traffic controller, now Mountain Air SC-8857 is under her control. And because the reason why Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 sent the Mayday emergency signal was not a mechanical failure, but a sudden illness on board, so airplanes wouldn't be able to stay on the runway for long periods of time, much less the need for emergency evacuation of passengers. According to the relevant regulations, the aircraft needs to comply with the controller's instructions to leave the runway and enter a parking space to await rescue. Lu Qingzhou was naturally familiar with the relevant regulations, so before Lin Muyo even gave the order, he was already piloting the airplane to slowly taxi into the taxiway. As the plane enters the taxiway, Lin Muyao's command then rang out over the communication channel. Upon hearing this again familiar, sweet voice in the headphones, Lu Qingzhou also exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Tightly wound nerves. Also in this moment it became loose. Not far, the ambulance sirens had reached the cockpit. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at the ambulance that had already lit up its siren in the distance. While the whole person was completely relaxed, his heart was also mixed. LOL, heard that again. How many times had he heard ambulance sirens this month? 5th, or is it the 6th? How is it that every time we fly, this happens? Could it be that he was really too unlucky and really had the legendary moldy bee physique? One time, Lu Qingzhou unexpectedly fell into deep self-doubt. Chapter 143, People's Stereotypes Are a Mountain of Stereotypes. Who? Cabin hatch. Watching the paramedics carry Chen Bin, who had fallen into a coma, off the plane, Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air. The heart that has been hanging in the air, it's also back in the belly. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. It's 14:27 capital time. That is to say, it only took him less than 30 minutes to fly the airplane from the Su province to Quancheng in a wild ride. And as the plane was about to arrive at Remote Wall Airport, he's also piloted the plane through the tedious 5-side route again. If you don't fly 5 sides and land directly, it's estimated to save several more minutes. But really, I guess Chen Bin is not the only one who was carried off the plane, because the airplane still landed at speeds in excess of the safe value of 140 knots. This was still the result of Lu Qingzhou utilizing the flying 5 sides and dumping the tail deceleration 5 times. Even so, the plane also continued its wild ride along the runway for about 3,000 meters after landing. Fortunately, the airport runway is wide enough and long enough, so if Lu Qingzhou didn't fly a 5-side dump and landed directly on the ground, it's hard to say if the others will be carried off the plane. He and Chen Bingbing would definitely be carried off the plane anyway, and odds are it's still covered in white cloth. Who? This time, a sigh of relief also sounded behind Lu Qingzhou. He whipped his head around. It's Nia Xiaoyu, the second seat stewardess. She was seen covering her chest and her face was pale. She saw Lu Qingzhou turn her head to look at herself. First, he squeezed out a smile, then released his hand and said with palpitating heart, "Alas, scared to death all. You are not aware of how tormented I have been in the past half an hour. Both worried that Chen Bin won't be able to hold out and that you won't be able to hold out." Lu Qingzhou's gaze shifted slightly downward. The moment Nia Xiaoyu let go of her hand, the chest she had pressed down unexpectedly popped back up. It's very flexible. Lu Qingzhou knew that Nia Xiaoyu was very material, but I didn't expect it to be so informative. Nia Xiaoyu is 26 or 27 years old, right in the prime of a woman's beauty. So out of these few stewards, she has the highest turnout. Neither is it like a young woman in her late 30s, when her skin begins to sag. Instead, it is elastic and shiny. Nor does it look like a little girl in her 20s, not yet fully developed. The career line is right at its peak, so it gives a sense of call and response, coupled with the fact that as a Chilu big girl she not only has a pair of proud long legs, her bone structure is also a little larger than the average girl. With the proud peak without the slightest sense of incongruity, Nia Xiaoyu seemed to have noticed Lu Qingzhou's gaze as well. Couldn't help but blush in her cheeks. Spat. What are you looking at blindly? Watch out for your eyes to be gouged out. Lu Qingzhou then came back to her senses. Ha, Why didn't I notice before that Xiaoyu turned out to be so good? Aha! Sure enough good. He then joked. Why didn't I realize before? It turns out that you also have a little bit of beauty. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was stunned at first. The heart was immediately as sweet as honey. Blanking Lu Qingzhou, she said in a bad mood. Because you were blind before. It's true that I was blind before. Lu Qingzhou nodded honestly. Before continuing, I don't think there's anything going on in the passenger cabin. Although they were all scared to death. But nothing happened. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Qingzhou and said with a serious face. It's a good thing you're here. Otherwise I really don't know what would have happened. Ugh. Lu Qingzhou sighed and shook her head somewhat helplessly. Where's Bing Bing? Xiaoyu asked again. I was just scared to the point where my legs were weak, so I guess I can't get up for a while. Lu Qingzhou explained. Xiaoyu twisted her head to look at the cockpit. He pointed out, people are so scared that their legs are weak. Why don't you go and carry them down? If you can't even grasp such a good opportunity to be attentive, you're a pig. Why don't I carry you off the plane first, and you give me a chance to offer first? Lu Qingzhou joked. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to directly throw him a wink. Full of peach blossoms said, I don't need you to be attentive. Hook your finger and I'll send myself to the door. Just how dare you? Come tea. Lu Qingzhou opened her arms, making a gesture to take Xiaoyu into her arms. I'm not only hooking my fingers, I'm also hooking my toes. Come baby, come into my arms. There are so many passengers back there. You want to die. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Quickly, he twisted his head to look behind himself. She breathed a small sigh of relief after realizing there was no one behind her. Then he glared at Lu Qingzhou again. It was only then that he said, I'm going to go and get busy. I'm too lazy to flirt with you. You're a notoriously high segment, and it's better for a little karami like me to stay away. In case I really get swindled out of my body by your flowery words one day, who am I going to cry to? Having said that, sure enough, he turned around. Fleeing, he headed for the cabin. Lu Qingzhou shook her head somewhat helplessly. Sister Smash, I'm just messing with you. It hasn't really risen to the point of being wet. Not to mention, after all these years of joining Mountaineer, who have I slagged off? I'm all about being slagged by others. Does a man who is young, rich, has a bright future, and still has a high EQ have to be a scumbag? It's true. Stereotypes are a mountain that you can't move no matter how hard you try. 10 or so minutes later, the vast majority of passengers on Mountaineer Flight SC-8857 have already disembarked from the airplane and boarded commuter buses to leave the far plane. Click. The cockpit hatch was opened again. Lu Qingzhou had one arm around Chen Bingbing's thin waist. Somewhat helplessly, he stepped out of the cockpit. Cabin hatch. Zhang Xiaoyun and a few of them were already waiting there as well. When they saw Lu Qingzhou assisting Chen Bingbing out, their faces were surprised and curious. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly asked, What's wrong with Bingbing? The others also cast curious glances. Only Xiaoyu secretly glared at Lu Qingzhou. The heart silently cursed, just flirted with me, and now hooked up with another woman. Really scum. Lu Qingzhou certainly didn't have mind-reading skills, so unaware that he had already been labeled as a scum by Xiaoyu. Explained, scared. Until now the legs are still soft, half strength has not got. The others listened. A grin spread across his face. Chen Bingbing's old face blushed, hurriedly explaining, I wasn't scared. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Having said that, she made a gesture to push Lu Qingzhou away. I'm better now. I can walk by myself. Lu Qingzhou wasn't straight enough to really just let go of her. Instead, he looked at Zhang Xiaoyun and said, Are the passengers all done being scared? Then don't stand around here. Check the cabin. Get off the plane. If there's nothing going on, just wait for me to hand over the airplane and then go to the hospital to check on Shenbin. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly nodded. Good. Having said that, she moved out of the way. To Lu Qingzhou, she said, This is Dr. He Jing. She was the one who had just been helping to take care of Captain Shenbin on the plane. It was only then that Lu Qingzhou noticed that there was a young girl wearing a white t-shirt and denim hotpants standing behind Zhang Xiaoyun. P.S. Watching the U20 National Youth Game today, so was going to update earlier. MD lost again. Wasted another 2 hours of my time. Chapter 144, The Big Dog. Dr. He, thanks to you today. Lu Qingzhou looked at the tall, sweet-looking female doctor standing in front of her and said seriously, Dr. Ho Jing looks similar in appearance to a certain actress named Tong, tying the shallow dimples in her cheeks. It's as if it's a copy and paste. But Ho Jing is younger and a bit shy. No dustiness at all. So even if there is a 7 or 8% resemblance in looks, though it still doesn't make people associate the two. If it wasn't for you today, there's a real possibility of something big happening. Lu Qingzhou continued. So in a moment, please also leave your contact information, and I will also truthfully report your act of bravery to the company. Someone will contact you when the time comes and then convey the company's thanks to you. Lu Qingzhou said it euphemistically. Little cutie though. Both heard exactly what thank you was in his words. Jing hurriedly waved her hand and said, I'm not a doctor. I'm still a student. This year's second year of study. I'll only graduate next year, but I've only interned in the hospital for most of the year. Yo, still a high achiever. Which university are you a graduate student? Is your school in Kwanchang? Lu Qingzhou asked again. Aha. Jing nodded. Shanda Qilu Medical College. Awesome. Lu Qingzhou gave a thumbs up towards the other party. Shantar Qilu Medical Students is the best medical university in Qilu province. The other side can go to graduate school at Zilu Medical College. Complimenting someone on a high school student is well deserved. It doesn't matter if you're a medical student or a doctor. You're a white angel who saves lives anyway. You leave your contact information with our crew chief, and when the time comes, Mountain Air will have a special person to contact your school, Lu Qingzhou added. But Jing was still a little terrified, hurriedly waving his hand to refuse. It's better not to make such a big deal out of it. I really didn't do anything. I just helped out in passing. You've already done us a big favor by feeling compliant. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, so you shouldn't refuse. Zhang Xiaoyan took her arm and also whispered in a consoling voice. Yeah, at that time, if it wasn't for you being on the airplane, we really didn't know what to do. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyan say that, Jing hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he nodded. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, that's right. Do you have time later? If so, have dinner with us and we'll take you back to school. All of us were scared to death this afternoon, so to make it up to you, I'm treating you to a big meal. Jing was about to wave her hand in rejection. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately smiled and said, just say yes, it's just one meal. Our light boat captain can afford it. Nie Xiaoyu on the side also said, that's right, light boat captain's income is so high, he can't break the bank by treating us to a big meal, so let's take it as a big meal. Lu Qingzhou sniffed, viciously glaring at Nie Xiaoyu. Small sample, you think I'm a big dog? But Nie Xiaoyu wasn't the least bit afraid. Not only did he glare back, and deliberately puffed out his chest, show off your proud career line. Lu Qingzhou's gaze unconsciously moved down again, his mind nodded silently. Aha, it's really good. Then he waved his hand. Then it's a deal. We'll all get busy first. After we're done, we'll go to the hospital to see Chen Bin first. If he doesn't have any major problems, then we'll go eat a big meal. Everyone's been quite tired these past 2 days. After the big meal we'll rest for a few days before saying anything. Yes, Captain Lightship. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately responded. The others followed along. Yes, Captain Lightship. Once the plane lands, the crew isn't just dumping their hands and getting off the plane to go home. There's a lot of things waiting for them to get busy, because there is usually Chen Bin to help share the work, so pretty much an hour or so to get busy. But today, Chen Bin is probably still resuscitating in the emergency room right now. These miscellaneous chores naturally fell to Lu Qingzhou, a full hour and a half. It took Lu Qingzhou a while to finish these trivial matters. After he handed the plane over and went to the dispatch center to turn in the logbook for the mission he was flying, that's the end of the day. Chen Bingbing was like a follower, always following his ass around. In her words, though she couldn't do much to help herself, but at the very least it provides emotional value and is excellent. Lu Qingzhou saw that she was insistent. One can only listen to it as well. Let's go. They are probably still waiting for us in the parking lot at this moment. Let's go find them to rendezvous before going to the hospital to see Chen Bin. Lu Qingzhou wiped a handful of sweat and said to Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing hurriedly nodded. Then with some concern, he said, I don't know how Bingo is doing. No big deal. Lu Qingzhou said, just now Lei Tiger sent me a Weibo message. Chen Bin is not infected with parasites, but acute appendicitis. Because he was sent to the hospital in time, his condition was contained. As long as his appendix is removed and he recuperates for a while, he will be able to recover. Oh, Chen Bingbing let out a long sigh of relief, then asked, since he's not infected with parasites, he shouldn't be penalized by the company. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, being punished is a certainty. It just won't be that heavy, let alone him, even I will be docked tens of millions of dollars. Ha! Chen Bingbing was filled with surprise. Why? No reason, just because I am the captain. Lu Qingzhou helplessly said, during the flight mission, if any crew member does anything that violates the rules, I, the captain, will be implicated and take the leadership responsibility. Okay. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou with some pity, but then she thought about it. Ha! People earn over $1 million a year. I don't even make $100,000 a year. I'm pitying someone else? I'm sick. Then should we wait for Captain Chen Bin to recover completely before resuming flights? Or should we change partners again? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou said, I don't know how long it will take until he completely recovers, although the appendectomy is only a minor surgery, but it will take at least a month to recover as before. What's more, Chen Bin is going to take the route license test next month, so odds are the company will give us new partners, right? Chen Bingbing was a little disappointed. This time, she and Shen Bin get along quite well, now suddenly a different person. For a moment she was a little uncomfortable, but the thought that the captain was still Lu Qingzhou, she was immediately relieved again. P.S. Alas, soccer may really be our country's national balance. Originally watching the game today to see very depressed, but shopping know when to see our warships even runway off Australia to conduct live fire exercises. The other side can only pinch their noses and say that our behavior is in line with international law. The mood suddenly a lot better. The one that served as the main ship for the exercise, the 0.55 million ton Driveno, Junyi, my hometown, much happier. Chapter 145, if you're not envied, you're a mediocre talent, right? Chen Bingbing thought of something else. Turning his head to look at Lu Qingzhou, he asked, now that Captain Chen Bin can't fly, who exactly will be arranged to be my partner? Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, I'm not too sure about that. Generally speaking, though, long-term partners like this are arranged only if they don't have any conflicts with me, have more compatible personalities, or even if they already got along better before. Chen Bingbing was full of surprise. Yeah, there's still this kind of expression? Yeah. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and continued, don't think that just because the captain is the authority of an airplane, you can ignore the importance of the second-in-command. We don't have the dodgy former culture of brats and sticks at Eastern University, and the co-pilot actually has more autonomy, and after so many years of education, not to mention that the captain is only a one-time flight leader, even those who are working leaders, how many dare to arbitrarily bully subordinates is, pissed off red knife in, white knife out are there. So if it's a domestic short to medium haul route, the dispatch center schedules on an ad hoc basis, and the captain and co-pilot don't know each other or even deal with each other is not much of a problem because a flight is only a couple of hours at most, so they put up with each other and get over it. But if it's an international or intercontinental long-haul flight, or a special flight like ours that we've been working on for a long time, the captain and co-pilot need to be carefully selected. It's not just about enduring a few hours, it's about enduring dozens, if not hundreds of hours. It's hard to stay out of trouble when two people who don't deal well with each other in the first place are in a small space for so long. Chen Bingbing nodded thoughtfully, so there are so many more doorways now. Anyway, there's not much to do tomorrow. Lu Qingzhou added, so tomorrow I'll take you to Mountain Air's headquarters general control room, as well as the remote wall airport for a spin, so you can fully understand the intricacies of this business. It's really complicated, and the consequences of even the slightest mistake at any point are unpredictable. In foreign countries there is a very tragic case of air accidents. A Boeing 727 hit the mountain and crashed, resulting in more than 90 passengers on the plane and the crew were all killed. Later, after investigators decrypted the black box to learn, in the plane crash please in cockpit's last recording is, called you do not listen to me, called you do not listen to me. Chen Bingbing listened to the clouds. What the hell? Lu Qingzhou continued to explain. It was only after an investigation that I learned that it turned out to be that the captain and co-pilot of this plane did not have a good relationship, but because of a momentary oversight on the part of the scheduling center, the scheduling put the two people together. Then from the time the plane took off, the two men just kept arguing over how to operate the plane, and then the plane hit the mountain and crashed. Chen Bingbing covered her mouth. Ha, really? Would anyone really go up to the head to take themselves, and the lives of so many people, for granted? Even if they were on bad terms, they knew it was in the sky and they knew there were so many other people in the cockpit. They can do that? Alas. Lu Qingzhou sighed and continued. This kind of case can be more than once or twice. That's why it's important at all major airline divisions to pay close attention to the mental health of their pilots, and more importantly, to understand how the pilots relate to each other and how they relate to each other. If the conflict between two pilots is too deep, even short and medium domestic routes must be avoided and never flown together. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou, suddenly covering her mouth with a smile. She said, so your company is going to have a headache next. Lu Qingzhou was unsure and asked, why? Because it's not good to arrange another partner for UT. Chen Bingbing laughed. Lu Qingzhou froze. Sudden reaction. This little ninny is being sarcastic about me being a bad person. Everyone at work is against me? He immediately patted his chest and said, Buddy in the company is known as a good person, not to mention with the flight department's gang of sun thieves, even the other departments and I get along very well. I don't believe it. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes. Why don't you believe me? What I said is the truth. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly argued. You're so handsome and valued by the leaders. All those little sisters and young ladies in your company are all around you. If you are such a good person, can you not be envied? If you are not envied, you are a mediocrity. So it would be strange if you are good in the company. There must be a large wave of people who are jealous of you and don't like you. Chen Bingbing revved up her words. She makes such good sense. One time, I can't believe I'm speechless. Lu Qingzhou gave Chen Bingbing a thumbs up. With a serious face, he said, I have to admit, your analysis still has some truth to it. That's. Chen Bingbing raised her chin and dejectedly said, because I'm just like you in Mango Channel. It's because you're pretty and you're too good. That's why I'm so jealous. I'm sick of it. Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing with wide eyes, a good few seconds later, before asking, are you serious? Chen Bingbing nodded vigorously. Aha, what's wrong? It's fine. Lu Qingzhou shook her head first, then he reached out and rested Chen Bingbing's chin, said, next time you brag about yourself, keep your chin up a little higher. Oh, you're still experienced in this area. Chen Bingbing lifted her chin cooperatively. Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up. Ruzi can be taught. Both of us are worthy of being from the Yelong country. We really do share the same lineage when it comes to arrogance. He. Chen Bingbing had a modest look on her face. I'm still far behind you in this aspect. I still need to learn more from you. You're too gifted in this area to learn. The two fought. Before I knew it, I had walked to the airport parking lot. Zhang Xiaoyun and the others were already waiting for the two in the bus in the parking lot. The driver saw the two men get into the car. Start the car right away. Whistling toward the hospital. Day 2. First floor of the Mountain Air headquarters building. Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing who was carrying filming equipment and a big bag. While taking the bag from her, he said helplessly, I've said that this flight is considered to be just me working overtime alone. You don't need to follow. Why don't you listen? It's such a hot day. Isn't it good to blow the air conditioning in the hotel? Chen Bingbing wiped a handful of sweat from her forehead. Said, I call it striking while the iron is hot. We'll shoot another clip today and it'll be on prime time this week. By the time you're on fire, my track record is done. Why not kill two birds with one stone? Lu Qingzhou rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, are you sure that we have material to shoot on this trip? When we make a trip for nothing, don't look for me to complain. Chen Bingbing tilted her head and looked at him, her face full of seriousness. Following you will lack material? Captain Lightboat, you are the one who still doesn't have a clear understanding of your moldy physique. Bottom line, straight to the end of the game. It almost didn't choke Lu Qingzhou to death. Chapter 146 Arrested. By the way, day before yesterday to yesterday, it took a crew led by Lu Qingzhou to complete an overloaded mission of what appeared to be a 2-segment, but was actually a 4-segment flight, and the co-pilot is still hospitalized in the hospital right now, so they get at least a day or two off for this crew. What are 2-segment and 4-segment flights? Simple explanation. It is when a crew performs 2 takeoff and landing escort flights in 1 day and 1 duty cycle. For example, the crew performs the first leg of the flight from Mordor to the capital city and then performs the second leg from the capital city to Yangcheng after completion. This is a 2-segment flight. As for crew 4-segment flights, they are also commonly referred to as Big Fours and Flying Fours. It's the most tiring and grueling flight of the domestic short and medium haul routes. It is mainly a flight crew that performs 4 takeoffs and landings in a day or a work cycle. For example, the unit flew from Mordor to the capital, then from the capital to Yangcheng, then from Yangcheng to the capital, and finally from the capital to Mordor. 2-segment flights are relatively less work-intensive than flying 4-segment flights. However, there is still a need to do all the preparations and handovers before and after flights to ensure flight safety and quality of service. Particularly in the case of connecting flights or stopover flights, there may be a situation where the crew performs 2 legs of the flight, even though it is only 1 consecutive flight for the passengers. For example, an interline flight from A to C via B may be operated by the same crew on the A to B and B to C segments. In addition to 2-segment and 4-segment, there are naturally 3-segment flights as well. The situation is similar to that of 2 paragraphs and 4 paragraphs. Mountain Air Flight SC-8857 is a 2-segment flight. The first day you fly from Springs to the end of the world, then the next day you fly back from the end of the world to Springs. But because of the unexpected situation when the plane arrived at the Phoenix airport in the city of Tenya, so another trip back and forth to Sheepshead. So 2 paragraphs becomes 4 paragraphs. Usually, the crews that have performed the 4-segment flights are given plenty of rest before the dispatch center signs off on new assignments. But last night Lu Qingzhou suddenly received a notice. The captain of flight SC-8812 of Mountain Air, a 3-segment flight that flies from Springs to Bincheng this morning, Bincheng to Springs at noon, and Springs to Springs at night, was temporarily unable to perform this flight due to a car accident that resulted in minor injuries to his right arm. During this period of time Mountain Airways first draw a lot of pilots to training, and then some pilots in the Magic City to accept the modification of the domestic large aircraft C919 training. The captains that would have been available were stretched thin. Now the house is falling apart. Another captain has been injured, so he could only let Lu Qingzhou temporarily take the top spot and help finish this 3-segment flight today. Anyway, Lu Qingzhou had thick skin and was resistant to being ed. A few more times. Ahem. A few more uses won't hurt. Chen Bingbing heard that Lu Qingzhou still had flying duties today. Early in the morning, I carried my filming equipment and arrived at the entrance of the Mountain Air headquarters. It left Lu Qingzhou speechless. But she's also young. More s. Ahem. It's not bad to get tired of working hard a few more times. Lu Qingzhou helped her carry her bag and together they entered the Mountain Airline. The two men went to the medical exam room for a pre-takeoff physical before heading to a small conference room off the lobby. When Lu Qingzhou pushed open the door of the conference room, several people were already seated inside. They also all stood up when they saw Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing come in. Greeting towards Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing, he said, "Captain Qingzhou, Bingbing, you guys are here? It's been a long time, Captain Lightship. Bingbing, you're much prettier in person than on TV. I see, can you sign this for me? Bingbing, let's take a picture together. Lightboat Captain, you promised to treat me to a big meal last time. So long have not seen you contact me? Really have a new love to forget me, this old love, ah. Alas, when I first put my arm around people to look at the moon and called them sweetie, now I directly treat them as Mrs. Cow. It's true that a new generation changes the old." Chen Bingbing dealt with a few little fangirls taking pictures while squinting at Lu Qingzhou. In his heart, he said, "Bah, I'm sure it's a big scumbag." Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, was filled with black lines. Toward the peach blossom-eyed, enchanting and charming young woman stewardess, she said, "Sister Flower, you can eat a big meal, but you can't talk nonsense, haha. When did we see the moon together?" This stewardess called Sister Flower pretended to cover her face and cry. "If you say no, then no. Ugh, drama. There's really no goodwill. Stop it. Every time we work with Captain Lightboat you all look like you're in heat." At this time, a 40-something-year-old, but well-maintained flight attendant stood out and helplessly said, "We don't have much time. Hurry up and start." The others listened. "Hurry up and get serious too." Lu Qingzhou was like being pardoned. Hurriedly said, "Sister Wang is right. Time is running out. If we don't start it really will be late." Co-pilot Wang Jia, our partner today. Lu Qingzhou pointed to a co-pilot with 3 bars on his shoulder patch, 27 or 18 years old, with somewhat tan skin, and introduced him. Chen Bingbing nodded towards the other party. "Captain Wang, hello." Not waiting for the two to exchange pleasantries, Lu Qingzhou pointed at the 40-something-year-old stewardess again and said, "Sister Wang is not only the crew chief of the flight crew for this flight, but she is also the chief stewardess." What is a chief steward? You can understand it as the ceiling of the crew line. In a little while, Sister Wang is going to retire and come to the company as a manager. Chen Bingbing was filled with surprise and said seriously towards Sister Wang, "Sister Wang, you are awesome." Sister Wang first glanced at Lu Qingzhou and said, "No wonder you can coax a girl to be so happy. Look at your sweet little mouth." Only then did he say to Chen Bingbing, "I'm not as good as Captain Lightship said. I've just been doing it for a long time." Lu Qingzhou introduced a few more flight attendants and security officers to Chen Bingbing. Only then did he stretch and say, "Let's cut the crap and get started." The crowd sniffed. Immediately curb your laughter. Starting to get busy. More than half an hour later, the group had already done their flight planning, eaten breakfast, and gotten on the commuter bus. Soon, this commuter car then whizzed out of the parking lot, pulled onto the airport highway. Ha-oh! Lu Qingzhou stretched. A hint of fatigue appeared on his face. Alas, only yesterday, the day before yesterday, I flew a 4-dan, and today I was caught flying a 3-dan. The company really doesn't treat me as a human being, but as a cow or a horse. By the way, how has Chen been doing? I heard that he got sick on the airplane and you hung up the Mayday emergency signal. Sister Wang, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked. Lu Qingzhou said, "There's nothing wrong with people, but yesterday was really quite urgent, thanks to ice. Otherwise, I don't really know what to do." Chapter 147 Strike in the History of Civil Aviation. Upon noticing that the eyes of the others were on themselves, Chen Bingbing's face instantly turned slightly red. Hastily waving his hand, he said, I didn't do anything." The lifeboat captain was exaggerating. "I was only playing the role of a sounding board at that time, equivalent to building a bridge of communication between him and the ground." Sitting in the right front of the co-pilot Wang Jia immediately laughed. "The biggest role of the co-pilot is the sounding board. So Bingbing, you can do a good job of the sounding board. It means that you have mastered the essence of the co-pilot." "Really?" Chen Bingbing spat out her tongue somewhat mischievously and made a face. "Then why don't I just resign from the TV station and come to your mountain airline and specialize in giving the captain of the lightboat a co-pilot job? It's great to be in your line of work. Not only do you earn a good income, but you get to fly and travel all over the world." Lu Qingzhou sighed, full of helplessness. "I'm not surprised that other people think it's quite good to do our line of work, but even you think it's quite good, I don't know what to say. Follow me to fly for more than 10 days. Still haven't suffered yet in this period of time, or haven't you had enough of the shock?" Wang Jia chimed in. "Other people think our profession is glamorous, but all kinds of suffering are known only to us. Bingbing, don't be envious. When you fly for a while longer you'll know our suffering. The stewardess with peach blossom eyes and charming eyes also said, flying in the sky day and night, not to mention the disruption of the biological clock, but also a mess of life. Even a relationship is unstable, like a long-distance relationship. Either I suspect him of cheating on me behind my back, or he suspects me of hooking up on the side. One word, tired. So sister now has been corrected to return to evil. What love? How can you abandon a large forest for a sapling? Chen Bingbing looked at the other party and laughed. Sister Flower has quite a lot of resentment. It seems that she has suffered a lot in love. Sister Hua glanced at Lu Qingzhou and said, I've met a few scummy men and have been hurt a few times, so I can see through it. Lu Qingzhou was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Immediately exploded. Flower sister, you say scum when you cannot look at me, and not I scum of you. You always look at me with a face of grudging do-ha, because you have the potential to be a scumbag. Flower sister perked up. So I'm just looking at you to give you a warning to clean up your act and behave properly. If you also learn from others to be scum everywhere, beware of Sister Flower. I will act for heaven and administer justice, and click you off. Lu Qingzhou immediately felt a chill in her lower body. Shrinking his neck, he said, it was bad enough to work overtime, but I didn't expect to encounter the mountain air version of Li Macho, Malagobi. If I had known, I would have called Lei Tiger and told him that I was quitting and going on strike. It made the people in the car laugh. Chen Bingbing first covered her mouth and snickered. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou and asked, in your line of work, is there any strike? But only just asked. She immediately shook her head. I don't think so. After all, you guys earn so much. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, you're overthinking it. Although our line of work has a relatively high income, we are also oppressed cattle and horses. We all belong to the same class. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. So how come there's no strike, yo? Ha? Chen Bingbing was filled with surprise. She was just asking casually. I didn't realize there was one. She hurriedly emphasized. I'm talking about domestic, yo. Strikes aren't uncommon abroad. There's news of strikes in all walks of life. Right. Lu Qingzhou nodded her head with a serious face. I'm talking about the country as well. Chen Bingbing hurriedly turned off the filming equipment, then looking at him with a gossipy face. Tell me. The others in the car also cast curious glances towards Lu Qingzhou. Obviously, they also hadn't heard of such powerful news in the country as well. At the University of the East, strike is definitely a rare word, for this marvelous land abounds with cattle and horses, nothing else, but cows and horses are all over the place. So often you hear things like if you don't do it, someone else will. Truth is a fast knife. That sounds harsh, but it's really a true statement, because there are so many cows and horses, scrambling to be first and grabbing to be oppressed by others. So the reality is indeed if you don't do it, someone else will, especially in high-paying industries. It's more of a rolled-up flyer. Pilots make so much money that there are still strikes? Lu Qingzhou didn't hide it when she saw that she was so on the ball. Instead, he opened the conversation directly and said, you all know about Diane's airline, right? Without waiting for Chen Bingbing to answer, Wang Jie then snatched the answer. Why don't you know? A carrier under Eastern Airlines, headquartered in Spring City, the capital of Dian Province. Although Dian Province Airline belongs to the local airlines, because Dian Province is a big tourism province. I heard that it's quite big and the benefits are quite good. I also submitted my resume to this airline the year I graduated, but I didn't go because I was accepted by Mountain Air first. A googly-eyed flight attendant said, Dian Province Airline is pretty average, right? Another stewardess questioned. It doesn't seem to be in the top 30 of the national airline rankings. Aha, did not enter. Dian Province. Several airlines. For example, Spring City Airlines, Ruili Airlines, Xiangping Airlines and so on. So even though Dian Province is a big tourist province, the competition is quite big. Another person helped out. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Gradually the conversation got all sidetracked. Sister Hua hurriedly said, ha it. Still let Captain Lightboat tell a story. You all have sidetracked the topic to the Pacific Ocean. Having said that, she threw another wink at Lu Qingzhou and continued, Captain Qingzhou, you say your words. If they interrupt again I'll help you suppress them. Thank you ha. Lu Qingzhou gave the other party a big blank stare. Only then did he continue. Dian Province is our Eastern University's notorious tourism province, so the benefits of the airlines in that province certainly can't be bad. Around the turn of the millennium, there was just one airline in Dian Province Airlines, because Dian Province Airline was a monopoly in the province. It was just like opening a money printing machine, clanging money, and the benefits were so good that people simply envied it to the point of nosebleed. Can you imagine? Around the turn of the millennium, it's amazing that the salary level of Dian Airline employees could match what we have now, with captains earning millions of dollars a year. Senior co-pilots $300, 000 to $400, 000, and senior stewardesses getting more than $100, 000 a year. That was more than 20 years ago now. Lu Qingzhou had only finished. The others already had shocked, even stunned expressions on their faces. Mountaineer's salary package is not much more or less than what is said in the industry. It is in the middle of the range. It's better than the top, but it's better than the bottom. So they're content. But one carrier was surprisingly able to pay its own current level of pay more than 2 decades ago. How could they not be shocked? That was more than 20 years ago. The days when the average person made less than $1,000 a month. What was the concept of making $1 million a year back then? Conservatively, that equates to $5 or $6 million a year now. Even more. Jesus, was Diane's airline ever really this generous? Unlikely. Chapter 148. Those who planted the trees in the past will benefit from the coolness of those who come after them. But Diane's glory lasted until 2002. Lu Qingzhou leaned back slightly inside. In 2002, when civil aviation was restructured, the bureau didn't know for what reason, but it forcibly merged Dianhong and Donghang. To put it nicely, it's a merger between Dian Airlines and China Eastern Airlines. But to put it bluntly, it's a forced annexation of Dian Airlines by China Eastern Airlines, and without paying even a dime. You know, at that time, Dian Airlines already had about 70 passenger planes and more than 6,000 employees. The scale was actually not much worse than that of China Eastern Airlines. A hint of suspicion appeared on Chen Bingbing's face. Bureau? Lu Qingzhou pointed to the roof of the car. Chen Bingbing was also honest enough to follow the direction of his finger and angled her head to look. Then it dawned on me. Oh, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation? Yes, isn't the General Administration of Civil Aviation our heaven? Lu Qingzhou said. But since Dianhong's scale is not much worse than that of China Eastern Airlines, how can China Eastern Airlines have such a big appetite to forcibly annex Dianhong? This merger, naturally, gives Eastern Airlines indigestion. Have to say, Lu Qingzhou's language organization skills were still okay, so telling the story gives it a piquant feel. Intriguing. One is drawn in without realizing it. If you follow the laws of operation of the market economy, there are generally only 2 scenarios in which a company is annexed. One is that it is having operational difficulties and is even on the verge of bankruptcy. The other is that the annexed company pays a big price and settles with money. But the case of the annexation of Yunnan Airlines by China Eastern Airlines favors neither of these 2 scenarios, but instead utilizes administrative means to resolve the issue. It can't be helped. Who told both companies to be state-owned? So naturally, all up and down Yunnan Airlines are very resistant to this merger. But the arm can't twist the big leg. Can only be like a pair of parents pressed by the head to worship the young couple, reluctantly partner to live. But this kind of partnering up without any emotional foundation isn't the norm after all. The conflict between the 2 sides built up over time, and in March 2008, it finally erupted. One day in March 2008, a Dian Airlines flight took off from Chunchang, destined for Simeo. The flight was already late, but when the airplane flew over Simeo, it didn't land, but returned directly to Chunchang after turning around twice in the air. The explanation given by the crew of this flight was that the weather in Simeo was not very good that day and did not meet the landing criteria, so they had to return. Maybe you guys don't think it's quite normal? Flights arriving at destination airports and realizing that the weather is bad so they don't land is fully compliant with the regulations and is in the interest of the safety of the flight. But the weather conditions on the day in Sulan were perfect for the flight to land. Not only that, on that day, a number of flights of Dian Airlines, such as flying to Zhishuangbana, Lijian, Dali and so on, many Dian Airlines flights, after taking off from Spring City, also circled over their destinations and returned, giving the same reason that the weather at local airports was bad and they couldn't land. The weather in all of Dian province was actually pretty good that day. No special weather. Not to say it was an okay day, but it was 9,999. Lu Qingzhou saw that Chen Bingbing was a bit confused and immediately explained. Okay day and 9999 are both industry black words, meaning the weather is good. Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. Lu Qingzhou added, and all the other Huaifeng City flights operated normally in and out of the port. Not once, and only the planes of Dian Airlines returned. So that's weird. If weather is ruled out, that leaves only one other cause, human factors. So this is the time cutie. It's all evident that it was the pilots of the Eastern Dian Airways, who employed a special alternative return, a strike. After the aftermath, after counting, all 18 flights of Eastern Airlines Dian Provincial Airlines that departed from Spring City on that day skirted over the destination airport, and then all returned to Spring City, resulting in a large number of stranded travelers at Spring City's Chanshui Airport. This type of incident was the first of its kind at Eastern University, so it was covered by every major media outlet at the time. It's also thanks to the fact that the internet wasn't developed at the time, and the media was mainly paper and TV media. If it were today, it would probably have already dominated the hot search list, and even made a big fuss, and all foreign countries would know about it. But even so, the incident was a big deal back in the day. It also gave the Bureau a head start and a lot of hand-wringing, and our country does allow strikes. Not to mention, the other DN Airlines pilots are just returning to their flights. Of course, while the law allows it, there are administrative tools available. So China Eastern Airlines and Yunnan Airlines also paid a big price for this, such as being fined a huge amount of money. Routes were suspended, especially all the routes of China Eastern Airlines that fly to the capital were all called off. Oh, those who understand. The captain in the more serious case was grounded, and the other captains involved were put in the position of being fined, demoted and other penalties. Senior executives of China Eastern Airlines and Yunnan Airlines have also been dealt with seriously, suspended or adjusted in their positions, etc. This strike flight over unequal distribution of benefits has just come to an end. But this incident, though a counterproductive and educational one, was not widely publicized, but quickly dissipated. After all, the face of the Bureau is at stake, but the Bureau has not had similar tawdry maneuvers since, and rarely interferes with the operations of the carriers through administrative means. It's kind of like those who planted the tree before us will reap the benefits of the tree after us. After listening to Lu Qingzhou's long speech, Chen Bingbing remained puzzled. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Qingzhou with a skeptical face and asked, I still don't quite understand why the pilots of DN Airline went on strike. Is it because DN Airline is disgruntled because it was annexed? This is one aspect, Lu Qingzhou explained. But in fact, the main reason is still the uneven distribution of benefits. East Airlines is too ruthless. Originally, People's Yunnan Airlines had a good life. In the province is a giant. In the country is also ranked. And the income is high. And most of the routes are short-haul routes within the province. This kind of high income, work pressure is small job, is not the dream of the workers. As a result, after the merger of the two companies, China Eastern Airlines, as the parent company because of losses, so often pumped blood subsidiaries to replenish blood, DN Airlines was pumped to the point where it could not stand, only to cut employee benefits. Then DN Airlines, from the top to the grassroots employees, were very unhappy with Eastern Airlines. That brings us to that one strike flight incident. Lu Qingzhou sighed. In fact, market behavior should be left to the market, like this intervention through administrative means, ultimately leading to both companies losing. Although China Eastern Airlines is still a giant even now, one of the best in the domestic civil aviation circle, the DN Airlines of that year has now died out, and people in DN province were also upset because DN Airlines was annexed, so they just funded their own province again and created a number of airlines. Now the aviation industry in DN province is still very developed, but it is obviously in a state of fragmentation and warlordism, which is completely unrecognizable from the time when DN Airlines was a dominant player. P.S. Sorry, the last chapter was timed wrongly. It was set for tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Sorry. It's been changed now. Chapter 149, we need to learn from Captain Lightning Boat. John Kahn Jr. of the Tonglio universe once said that some people are born in Rome, and some are born as cows and horses. It was probably because the story Lu Qingzhou had just told was so heartbreaking that it triggered a resonance in the cattle and horses in the car for a while. So the atmosphere in the car became dull without realizing it. Well, it wasn't long after this story was told that the bus got off the airport highway. 10 minutes or so later, the car was parked steadily in the parking lot of the remote wall airport. The cattle and horses on the bus got off the airplane with their flight cases and started another day of cattle and horse life. Capital time, 9 a.m. Sharp. A Boeing 737-800 airliner slowly pulled away from the tarmac. It didn't take long. This airliner had then pulled into the taxiway and joined the other two, lining up for takeoff and liftoff. About 10 or so minutes later, the Boeing 737-800 disappeared completely out of sight. It's been almost 3 years since I joined Mountain Air, and it's the first time I've been paired up with Captain Lightship. After the plane arrived at 10,000 meters in the air, the co-pilot Wang Jie said with his hands resting on his head. Lu Qingzhou had already adjusted the driving mode to autopilot and entered the cruise parameters by this time. Words. He smiled and said, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Wang Jie twisted his head around and said, half seriously and half jokingly, we do have to partner up with you a few more times in the future. My master used to read about you in our ears every day, praising you as a flower, so that we all have to look up to you and learn from you. Your master? The old king next door? Lu Qingzhou cocked her head and thought, he would compliment me? It's good if he doesn't damage me. Really good at praising, and not just him, many instructors have praised it. Wang Jie seriously said, so in the future there is an opportunity. Really want to partner with you a few more times. Your age is several years younger than me, but the professional achievements I can't catch up with the horse. Ready-made examples are in front of it. I don't learn, you learn, Huyo. Lu Qingzhou was a bit unable to find her way by this rainbow fart, but before Lu Qingzhou could say anything, Chen Bingbing, who was sitting behind him, then snatched an answer. Indeed, we have to learn from Captain Lightship. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head, looking at Chen Bingbing with a face full of surprise. Yo, did the sun come out of the west? This little ninny actually said something nice about me today? You're not going to hurt me anymore? But not before he humbled himself a few times, Chen Bingbing added. Especially have to learn this big heart of his. Taishan collapsed in front of him without changing color. Simply have the style of the famous generals of the ancient times. We've had a bit of a story almost every time this whole time, but I've never seen him panic, and he's mentally strong to the point of being smacked in the face. The smile on Lu Qingzhou's face instantly froze. Knew she wouldn't be so kind. I'm sure I changed my mind again and said I have a moldy bee body. Wang Jia burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I often heard before that Captain Lightboat has many stories. It seems that the rumors are all true. Yo. Nothing. Chen Bingbing leaned back and continued. You're not his partner today, so you can verify if the rumors are true. Jia Wang. Dude, don't. I'm timid. Can't help but be scared. Lu Qingzhou glared at Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing shrunk her neck and hurriedly changed the topic. We're flying to Binchang today. Is it just a matter of crossing Bohai Bay? Almost. Lu Qingzhou explained. After leaving the Qilu Peninsula, then crossing the Bohai Sea is almost there. Just over an hour. However, because this sea is often banned from flights, so if the airspace is blocked and banned from flights, we'll have to make a big circle on the Yellow Sea. Then will we be banned from flying today? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou returned. I haven't been notified for the time being. Chen Bingbing stretched out. That's good. Then we should be able to come back on time today. Right. I'm tired enough these past few days. I should be able to sleep comfortably today. Originally today is overtime. Told you don't need to follow, you prefer not to listen. Lu Qingzhou said in a bad mood. Now you know you're tired? Alas. Chen Bingbing said with a face full of helplessness. It's been said that they're all oxen and horses. Since they're oxen and horses, how can there be so many choices? Yo. In the past 2 to 3 weeks, the variety shows of other airlines have been aired one after another, and the ratings are very good. If I don't shoot more of our mountain air material, what if the ratings plummet when it's our turn to air? You don't care. Not only do you earn $1 million a year, but you're also the star of hope of the organization's key training. I'm not the same. The salary is low, the existence of the TV station is weak, and then do not fight some. How can I get a foothold in the TV station? She rested her hands on her cheeks and frowned. If I had known it was so tiring, I might as well not go to work to buy a lottery ticket in case I win the jackpot. Lu Qingzhou reached out. Nodding her forehead, she said, why don't you just go straight to bed? Dreams are everything. Can't you even daydream? Chen Bingbing had a grumpy face. Aside, Wang Jia also interjected. Actually, it's better to buy lottery tickets than bitcoins. I heard this thing is going to skyrocket again. Chen Bingbing immediately became interested and hurriedly said, tell me about it. Wang Er reached out, pointing to the right. He said, the United States is not in the midst of a general election, and the support rate of that person is quite high, and he has a supportive attitude towards virtual currencies. If he comes to power for the second time, virtual currencies will definitely usher in a big rise, so now is the best time to buy. Chen Bingbing blinked her eyes and said, what if he loses the election? Then it's a loss. Wang Jia shrugged his shoulders. Investment is risky. Be careful when entering the market. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, said, you really want to fry that thing, ah? Your little paycheck spread into it. A little splash did not get. Do as you're told and don't fool around. Just make some good hard-earned money. Chen Bingbing said pitifully, hate it. You've personally destroyed my beautiful dream again. But you're right. It's better to get down to earning some hard-earned money. Virtual currencies really aren't for us cattle and horses to play with. Not to mention, this stuff seems to be illegal in our country. Wang Jia was also full of regret. Yeah, our country doesn't recognize virtual currencies, and we haven't opened channels to speculate on coins, so the risk is really high. Sometimes it's kind of envious of Americans that everyone can play with virtual currencies. Everyone plays with virtual currencies? Why does that sound weird? But if they knew that in 6 months or so, I wonder if jaws will drop when the Chancellor-elect of the United States not only gets down to flipping coins himself, but also puts on sale a virtual currency named after himself and his wife. That time, they may be the ones who actually envy Americans, because everyone in the United States can speculate in a virtual currency called Lady Chancellor. Lu Qingzhou was just focused on whether or not Ivanka's virtual currency would go on sale. What's it called? It's called Obsession. Aha! Mrs. Chancellor, this virtual currency is also available. Barely acceptable. As for the Chancellor, better to leave it to the Americans. Chapter 150, returning to Quanchang. Today's voyage was unusually smooth. An hour or so later, Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC8812 successfully arrived at Binzhou Zhishuizi Airport, but the plane didn't stay at Zhishuizi Airport for long. About 2 hours later, the plane took off again, heading north toward Zhangcheng. River City is a major northern town in the Great Eastern. It is also one of the old industrial bases of Eastern University. But what made River City really famous on the internet is that it's a city built on a university. Yes, you didn't hear me wrong. This is a city built on a college campus, because there is a 985 university in Zhangcheng. And the biggest feature of this 985 university is that it is big, and it's particularly loose. There are 6 campuses of this university, and the 6 campuses are spread out in different places around the city of Zhangcheng. If you are a local of Zhangcheng, you can always find the campus of this university near your home within 4 horizontal and 8 vertical lines, so there's a sense of River City is inside that school. 13:20 p.m. China Airlines Flight SC8812 arrived at Zhangcheng Longjia International Airport smoothly. Wait until after all the passengers have disembarked. It was only then that Lu Qingzhou stood at the hatch and said to everyone, "We're going to be in Spring City for a few hours today. Let's go get something to eat first and then go to the hotel to sleep before we talk." Sister Hua immediately answered, "What is Captain Lightship going to treat us to?" "Iron pot stewed goose, right? It's not easy to come to the Northeast. Of course we have to eat Northeastern food." The stewardess next to her immediately picked up the conversation. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the heart to say, "I think you're the goose. How about stewing you?" "Yes." The stewardess raised her chin, showing off her bumpy figure and glowing skin in the process. "The skin is tender and glowing. It's not too tasty to stew and eat." "Scared of you." Lu Qingzhou was full of helplessness. "I'm afraid of having nightmares if I really stew you. So let's go to goose." Going to an iron skillet in the middle of the summer. For crying out loud. The others automatically filtered out this latter part of his sentence. There was a flurry of delight. Tired all morning. Just in time for a good tonic. As for why it was Lu Qingzhou's treat every time, in fact, this is barely an unspoken rule in the industry. That is, if the crew goes out for a dinner, the captain usually pays for it. Who told the captain to make more money? And captains almost always make over $1 million a year. Co-workers don't choose particularly upscale places for dinners. Hundreds and thousands of dollars for a few people. Just a sprinkle for the captain. Not just buying dinner. If they are scheduled for the Chinese New Year and are partnered together on a flight, the captain will also prepare a red envelope for each crew member. Not much money. It's only 300 or 500 a person, but it's the captain's heart. Of course, this also divides people. Not all captains are so generous and gracious, but most captains do. After all, it is a kind of destiny that we are partnered together, and if we encounter some accidents, we are also considered to have lived and died together. Buy a meal. Send a small red envelope or something. It's nothing. Most captains don't skimp on that small amount of money. This year is already the 3rd year that Lu Qingzhou has earned $1 million a year. He's young and has no family to worry about. Not to mention no mortgage or car payments or anything. There's not a lot of opportunity to spend money when you're flying around in the sky day in and day out. So he's usually a bit of a spendthrift. It's just a dinner invitation for a coworker. Base manipulation. Coming to the Northeast. Of course we're going to have a Northeastern specialty. As the saying goes, eat candy in the East, eat spicy in the West, and eat the world in the Northeast with dipping sauces. Since we're going to eat Northeastern food, of course it's not just about eating goose in an iron skillet. Gotta try the local dipping sauces too. Don't say, "This stuff feels like eating grass," but it's pretty darn good. Especially the crystal baby carrots. Lu Qingzhou took one bite. Crunch. And there's one more thing about Northeastern cuisine. Large quantities. Filling. There were 9 of them, so they stewed a 6 or 7 pound goose, and then cooked some cornbread with dipping sauces to round out everyone's stomachs. It's not expensive. It's only $600 or $700, and it's pretty healthy. It doesn't get hot when you eat it in the middle of summer. The summer in Zhangcheng is also quite cool, with the highest temperature at noon being only 28 or 9 degrees Celsius. Not at all comparable to the furnace city of Springs, and so on. The Springs are a furnace. Those Hill City, Star City, Jinling, and Yuxing, which are the real furnace cities. What is it again? A super fireplace? Crater? 18:10 p.m. Mountaineer Flight SC8812 took off and lifted off again. Left River City, a city built on a university. Since we flew a 3-segment route today, we didn't have to go back to Hamachi for the return flight. Instead, it was a direct return flight from Jiangcheng to Quancheng, but a large portion of the routes overlap. Fly all the way south from Jiangcheng and cross the Liaodong Peninsula into the Bohai Sea, then across the Bohai Bay. Enter the Qilu Peninsula. The whole voyage takes about 2 hours, so if nothing goes wrong, the plane will arrive on time at the remote Wall Airport in Quancheng after 8 p.m. Soon, the plane had already left the Liaodong Peninsula, once more into the air over the sea. Chen Bingbing was lying on the side of the airplane window, her eyes unblinking as she looked down at the golden-colored sea of clouds below, as well as the edge of the sea of clouds, with only half of its head left in the setting sun. It's so beautiful, she said sincerely. If I could enjoy such a beautiful sunset every day, I would have no regrets in my life. You look at it every day. You'll get bored if you look at it a few more times. Lu Qingzhou leaned back against the backrest and said in a bored manner, when I first got on the plane, I also liked to watch it, but it was only for a month or so, and I got tired of watching it. Chen Bingbing withdrew her gaze. He glared at him. Humph, another big fuss. They all say you're good at making girls happy. I think it's all a lie. You don't know how to make a girl happy. You have a knack for pissing her off. Lu Qingzhou was helpless. So don't believe their rumors about me? I'm just a big straight man. How can I qualify to be a scumyo? Yes oh. Chen Bingbing nodded heavily. I won't believe it from now on. With Captain Lightship's good looks, he doesn't need to coax girls to be happy. It's usually the girls who coax him to be happy. Wang Jia on the side suddenly interjected. Chen Bingbing immediately reacted. Looking at Lu Qingzhou, she said, bah, scum, almost fooled by you again. Lu Qingzhou immediately blanked her. Why are your ears so soft? You believe everything you're told? Where are we now? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the navigator. Bohai Bay now. There are still more than 20 minutes to leave Bohai Bay and enter the Qilu Peninsula. Yikes, so soon. She was full of joy. Today went really well, haha. I'm surprised there hasn't been a bit of a story so far. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. Crow's mouth. It hasn't even landed yet. Why are you popping champagne halfway through? His words had only just finished. In the comm channel. Surprisingly, the voice of the Fengtian area controller really rang out. Mountain Air 8812. Chapter 151. Mountain Air 8812. Turn left immediately. You're in a shelling zone on your right. Mountain Air 8812. Fengtian called. The voice of the Fengtian district transfer controller was heard on the communication channel. Wang Jia was a little confused. Chen Bingbing, on the other hand, was filled with stupefaction. No way, no way. I can't really be the legendary crowbar. Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, glared at her fiercely. Told you to open the champagne at halftime. But when an airplane is flying in the sky, it is constantly being monitored by the ground and can be called by the ground at any time. That is to say, actually, the odds are that a few of them are just scaring themselves. However, based on Lu Qingzhou's previous record, the possibility of something going wrong could not be ruled out. Who told him to be a demoralized god? Mountain Air 8812. Fengtian calling. Please reply if you receive. This time, the voice of the Bangtian district transfer controller rang out once more. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly glanced at Wang Jia and said in a bad mood, what are you still staring at? Respond to Thea. Co-pilot Wang Jia then reacted, hurrying to reply. Mountain Air 8812 received. Bangtian you say. Mountain Air 8812. Immediately adjust course 020. Offset steering to the left. Maintain upper altitude 10,000 meters. Soon after, the voice of the Fengtian district controller sounded once again. This time, not only Wang Jia, even Lu Qingzhou was dryly confused, because according to the instructions of the Fengtian district transfer, they'd have to switch to another route and make a big circle to get into Qilu Peninsula airspace. It's just a few hundred more kilometers around. A few hundred extra kilometers for no reason? Making a monkey out of people? Wang Jia did not immediately repeat the instructions of the Fengtian district transfer. Instead, he asked rhetorically, why? Mountain Air 8812. Let you just execute. Where is so much why? Fengtian district tuning tubes also had a voice that was kinda punchy. Wang Jia was filled with helplessness. All that could be repeated was, adjust course 020, offset steering to the left, upper altitude 10,000 hold, Mountain Air 8812 copy. His words had only just fallen. Lu Qingzhou had already put on the headphones. Opening his mouth, he said, Fengtian district transfer. I'm the captain of Mountain Air Flight 8812. Now the weather conditions at sea are good and meet the flight conditions. Why do we have to make a big circle? The other man sniffed. The tone was also slightly better. Somewhat reluctantly, he said, because there's a live-fire artillery exercise coming up in the airspace to your right. So if you guys don't want to be used as targets, forget I said anything. There's a live-fire artillery drill in the airspace to the right soon? Several people in the cockpit looked at each other in disbelief. Not waiting for them to speak, the controller added, the intersection of the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea has been designated as a military exclusion zone. The military may carry out a military confrontation exercise, ordering all civilian flights passing through the area to pay attention to avoiding. You obey the orders and listen to the command. Where are the problems? It seems that the controllers have been notified of a number of flights through this airspace and are getting a little tired of being asked. Since there was a live-fire artillery drill, then it's really time to fly around. What if I'm really shot down as a target plane? Even if people find out ahead of time and stop their anti-aircraft shelling drills, the first thing you should do when you land on your own should be to put on a pair of silver bracelets and rejoice in a few years of inclusive treatment. Immediately adjust course 020. Offset steering to the left. Maintain upper altitude 10,000 meters. Mountain Air 8812 copy. Lu Qingzhou promised. Enter the relevant data immediately. Then switch the driving mode. Manually piloting this Boeing 737-800 slowly climbed in altitude while turning to the left. Stay after 10,000 meters cruising altitude. Only then did Lu Qingzhou switch back to autopilot mode. Lu Qingzhou suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Just now it really scared me half to death. I thought something had happened again. It turned out to be an encounter with the military maneuvers. Oh. Chen Bingbing asked curiously. Do you guys usually encounter this kind of thing more often? Sub-regional. Lu Qingzhou replied. If it's passing through a military stronghold or a sensitive area, then occasionally you will still encounter it. But most of the time civil aviation and the military are well watered and distinct. Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. So which places are sensitive areas? Lu Qingzhou squinted at her. Why are you asking in such detail? Chen Bingbing was a bit confused. Is it an attempt to try and get any information out of my mouth? Lu Qingzhou added. Only then did Chen Bingbing react. Turns out he was thinking of himself as a 1450. So Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes at him with a lazy expression. Say, how much does a glass of Palace Jade liquor cost? Dozens of sledgehammers? Dozens of small hammers? Lu Qingzhou directly opened the discriminating 1450 Great Law. Chen Bingbing directly put her hands in front of him. Okay, I admit that I'm 1450. You arrest me, and send me to the Public Security Bureau and you can still receive a huge bonus of 500,000 yuan. Oh, you even know the walking 500,000 stunt. It seems like you shouldn't be 1450. Lu Qingzhou suddenly realized. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes at him. Such a big person. Young not childish. Of course she knew that Lu Qingzhou was just playing a harmless little joke with herself, so it wasn't taken too seriously. Lu Qingzhou then said, the most sensitive area in the country is of course the capital, and then there are some economic, political, military centers and whatnot. Then is every time like this on short notice? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou shook his head and said, of course not. Military exercises are usually notified a day or two in advance, at least a dozen or so hours in advance. There is only one possibility of temporary notification. Unexpected circumstances. Chen Bingbing covered her mouth, then craned his head to the right airspace. Suddenly? Yes. Lu Qingzhou said. That is to say, it's actually not a military exercise today, but an unexpected situation. So what unexpected situation is it? Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou. You usually watch the news, and you often see news about American warships or military planes arriving into our country's sea and airspace and then being expelled by our warships or military planes, right? Lu Qingzhou asked rhetorically. Chen Bingbing nodded. The Yankees are just like a stinking hooligan, relying on a bit of strength to often make things happen. Not only to make things happen, but also to gather a bunch of little brothers together to provoke. In the past, the Yankees often provoked the Yellow Bohai Sea and the East China Sea, but in the past few years it has gone further, often going to the South China Sea. But it doesn't mean the Americans aren't coming to the Yellow Bohai Sea. So today should be another day when the Americans' military planes sneak into the waters of the Yellow Bohai Sea again and try to gather intelligence and get caught. That's why the military has designated that area as a no-fly zone, so that civilian airplanes won't be injured by mistake if they stray into it. Only then did Chen Bingbing come to a realization. But just as a few people were chatting away, roughly 10 kilometers away from Mountain Air Flight 8812, a dark gray F-35 Lightning fighter whizzed by at close to the speed of sound, and behind this F-35 Lightning fighter, another tiger-spotted painted fighter was dead center on its tail. This tiger-spot painted fighter plane turned out to be the J-20 Veyron? Chapter 152, Captain Lightning Boat. You don't want to. Both airplanes were fast, almost a blink of an eye. The two fighters then dove back into the clouds below and disappeared. The scene. On the other hand, the three men in the cockpit were looking at each other in disbelief. It took a full moment to respond. The one that just flashed by in front of us was, what was it? Is it a UFO? Chen Bingbing mumbled and asked. Lu Qingzhou withdrew her gaze, full of emotion. A Yankee F-35 Fat Power. A country's J-20 Weilong. Look at the other people that is called aircraft. This is nothing compared to a fighter jet. A civilian airliner is like a bus. So the bus driver who saw a supercar would also have this expression that Lu Qingzhou had now. Chen Bingbing's eyes were already glaring out. Lu Qingzhou added, these two airplanes may be the reason for our temporary change of route. The Americans are very thievish, often quietly run to our country's coastal areas to quietly scout. If they are found, they will run away. Like a stinking hooligan? It's not like it was originally. Chen Bingbing beamed her little mouth, her face full of disdain. Right, you guys fly in the sky all day long. Do you often stumble upon fighter jets? Chen Bingbing asked again. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. Rarely, most of the civilian routes are fixed. Military planes rarely enter civilian routes in order to protect the safety of civilian passenger/cargo planes. Unless it's a situation like today, where the Yankees are running around like a lost dog. It doesn't care if it's a civilian route or not. This isn't even the worst. Wang Jia, who was on the side, also said, I've seen a documentary that recorded that the Israeli Air Force, in order to sneak attack the military base of the Arab coalition forces, went so far as to hide its fighter jets underneath a civilian airplane to avoid enemy radar reconnaissance, so that it could achieve its sneak attack goal. This is really detrimental, because what Israel did is equivalent to using a civilian airliner as a meat shield, taking bullets for itself, and then it can succeed in its sneak attack. There's just nothing you can do for a sneak attack. Chen Bingbing was a bit surprised. Why would Israel really do that? Because air defense radar is the equivalent of the eyes of the defense, which can detect incoming enemy aircraft. And the detection here is not the naked eye kind of seeing it with your own eyes, but reflecting it on the radar screen, which is the radar reflective surface of the airplane. The fighter jet hides above or under the belly of the airliner and maintains a constant speed with the airliner. Then the air defense radar of the defending side can only see the radar reflective surface of the larger craft, that is, the radar reflective surface of the airliner, and will mistakenly think that it is the airliner, so the fighter jet is equivalent to being stealthy to achieve the effect of a sneak attack. Lu Qingzhou explained. Only then did Chen Bingbing come to a realization. Lu Qingzhou added, but this practice is very dangerous, because the attacking side succeeded once, the defending side will be on the defensive, and the next time if war breaks out again, the defending side may prefer to kill by mistake, not to be spared, and there will be the possibility of mistakenly hitting the airliner, resulting in a very tragic air accident. And for the attacking side, if the defending side mistakenly shoots down the airliner, then it can stand on the moral high ground and blame the defending side. If the defense remains afraid to launch a missile to shoot down an airliner, the offense can again do what it did. The defense loses no matter what they do. The offense winning hemp belongs to yes, but who are the most innocent? It is the crew and passengers of the airplane, who are not the subject of the war at all, but who lost their lives as a result of the shameless behavior of the attacking side. Indignation was already written all over Chen Bingbing's face, clenched fists, almost in a questioning tone. Did Israel really do this? I used to think of them as the light of civilization. Israel and the Arabs are actually not good birds, just comparing each other's bottom line. Lu Qingzhou shrugged, then said, but the pioneer of this very shameless, bottomless tactic was not Israel, but the United States. During the Cold War, the Americans used to disguise themselves as airliners and sneak close to and even into the former Soviet Union for reconnaissance. Wasn't there a South Korean airliner shot down in the former Soviet Union in 1978? In fact, this Korean airliner was not only off its established route, but the crew had failed to read back the instructions of the former Soviet Union's ground control, and had even flown over one of that country's nuclear submarine bases. But the country's air force is also a tiger, obviously already had fighters close enough to observe that it was a civilian airliner, and also realized that there were a number of passengers in the airliner, but still chose to open fire to shoot it down. I'm not whitewashing the former Soviet Union, but I really think there's something fishy about this. Do you think the stick pilot on the plane had a bag in his head, or was he being held at gunpoint in his body? People have already deployed fighter jets to make a forced landing, and instead of obediently obeying orders, you actually had to keep flying over the restricted military zone, so it really wasn't unfair to be shot down by others. The most innocent in this incident remains those passengers on the plane who did nothing but want to get home safely, and as a result, that's why I say the dirtiest thing in the world will always be politics, and when it comes to politics, everything good becomes malodorous. Chen Bingbing sighed. Yes, anything to do with politics, it all gets stinky. Then the downing of Malaysia Airlines in 2014 was also for this reason? Chen Bingbing added. Lu Qingzhou froze. Malaysia Airlines? But only for a second or two, and he reacted. 2014 has been a disastrous year for Malaysia Airlines, starting with the mysterious disappearance of an airliner. Immediately after, another airliner has been shot down in Ukraine. A full 10 years have passed since then. The mystery remains as to who was responsible for the downing of the airliner, which resulted in a major plane crash in which 298 people were killed. So Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, I'm not so sure about the Malaysia Airlines incident, but the probability is that this incident was also the work of the old Maoists, who are actually the same goods as the Yankees. One and the same. Fine. Chen Bingbing shrugged. It feels like in your eyes, besides our Xia people, it seems like there is not a single good person left in the world. Lu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow before saying, There are quite a few dregs in our summer country, but the Chinese nation is indeed one of the best, most qualified, and most inherited in the world, bar none. LOL. Chen Bingbing covered her mouth and laughed. If these words are spread online, you will be on fire, yo. Typical racism will be sprayed all over the place. So you begged me, I'll let you go if you beg. Or, she bared her baby fangs, her eyes narrowing slightly, just like a small vixen that had just become a spirit and was temporarily unskilled in using its seduction skills. Captain Lightship, you don't want to be known by others either. Chapter 153, Flirting. Why does that sound familiar? Why does it seem like a line from some type of blockbuster movie? Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing with some surprise. Yeah, I had originally thought that only the ones like me would be thrashing. I didn't expect it. Bingbing, you look innocent, cute and lively on the surface, but secretly you're in the same boat. Chen Bingbing saw Lu Qingzhou looking at herself with a strange face, couldn't help but blush with old age. Pushing out her breasts, she said, why are you looking at me with such unsavory eyes? Anyway, if you don't give me a satisfactory hush money, I'll make you lose your reputation. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. LOL. Pity. The looks are perfectly aesthetic, just out of shape, dried up like a striped base. It won't hold up any longer. The front is not convex, and the back is not curved. Tiny versus be ridiculous. But, for be though small, there is room for one hand to bring up the big one. You shook your head dry. Are you not going to give me hush money? Chen Bingbing relied on him. Another playful smile was seen on his face, and pursued, laughing again. Don't laugh. Have I ever told you that you look obscene when you laugh? Lu Qingzhou froze. Really no. Other people say that I smile rather like a domineering president. Sound of escaping laughter. Chen Bingbing directly laughed and sprayed. Who told you that? I have to find her to settle the score. She said this kind of words against her conscience will not hurt Mark. Finished. Chen Bingbing also reached out and patted Lu Qingzhou's shoulder. With a serious face, next time don't believe in what others say. There are a lot of bad people out there. If you are tricked into going to the north of Burma to cut the waste, how to do? Lu Qingzhou had a serious face. That's not going to happen. I wouldn't get my loins cut off even if I was tricked into going to northern Maine. Also right. Chen Bingbing nodded. If you're such a scum, your waist would have been played out a long time ago, and it wouldn't be worth it if people cut it off. Roll. Lu Qingzhou was filled with black lines. My waist is fine. Dude is handsome and well built. Have you seen the legendary male dog's waist? Even if you get sold to the north of Maine, it's still a sneak peek alright. Those rich women $1,000 miss what hate tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars a day package. How could I be dragged to cut my loins? Waist is good. Before Lu Qingzhou finished her words, Chen Bingbing's white eyes had already rolled up to the sky. It's okay to fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself, she said with a serious face. Land light boat. On the side, Wang Jia watched the two flirting with interest. Yes, in Wang Jia's eyes, the two of them are just flirting. The topic has been extended to adoption. Selling, what is it if not flirting? Wang Jia was seriously skeptical. If he wasn't such a lightbulb, I guess people's conversation has gone deeper into juvenile. So Wanger stretched, smiling at the two men. He said, while you guys talk, I'm going to slip into the stateroom. Having said that, he also gave Lu Qingzhou an I understand look. At once, Lu Qingzhou was a bit puzzled. Just stroll around and come back. It won't be long before we have to go down to altitude. Lu Qingzhou admonished. Wang Jia made an okay gesture at him. Stand up. Left the cockpit. Wait until Wang Jia is gone. Only then did Chen Bingbing say, Captain Wang Jia is also quite good. Why don't you apply for him to partner with us during this time? Your brother Ben is still lying on the hospital bed, so soon you're seeing things differently? Lu Qingzhou joked. At once angry Chen Bingbing raised her hand and hit. I told you to tell you to talk nonsense. I told you to talk nonsense. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly raised her hand to block. Don't fight. Don't fight. We have monitoring in the cockpit. If the company saw it in a spot check, I'll be reviewed and deducted performance. Chen Bingbing then stopped, but still exasperated. It's only good to dock your performance. Why so angry? Lu Qingzhou, on the other hand, was a bit strange. He didn't understand how he had just touched this nymphet's scales with that comment. How suddenly it blew up. Chen Bingbing snorted coldly before saying, I'm a mother fetus solo little girl. You're being talked about as if you're a water sex. Who do I hit without hitting you? Lu Qingzhou stared wide-eyed. You, mother fetus solo? Who are you fooling? Love to believe it or not. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, it's not that I don't believe it, but it feels a bit unbelievable. You said that you are good looking and beautiful, and the major you read is broadcast hosting. But he wasn't finished. Chen Bingbing immediately interrupted. Do you have some prejudice against broadcast hosting? How come I have to fall in love just because I'm studying broadcast hosting? Lu Qingzhou glanced at her and smiled. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. I am praising you, broadcasting host, handsome and beautiful women. How to study for 4 years of college. Even the boyfriend did not talk about yo. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou with some grudges and asked rhetorically, do you know which university I went to? Middle Pass? Lu Qingzhou said. Chen Bingbing shook her head. No. Zhujiang Media College? Neither. Going to the theater? No. Then I really don't know. Kawartha. Oh, so it's Kawasaki University yo. 985. Grade 2. And do you know what city Kawartha is in? Rongqing. Ah, how? Lu Qingzhou was only halfway through her sentence when a hint of a playful smile immediately appeared on her face. Oh, he feigned realization. No wonder. So then, Chen Bingbing shrugged helplessly. I have some face control. I can't look at the ugly ones. And the handsome ones are much more delicate than me. And many of them even have a calcified trend. So just don't talk about it. Generalizing, right. Jangling may have so many calcification trends yo. Lu Qingzhou said doubtfully. Chen Bingbing nodded honestly. It's true that it's a generalization. There are still quite a few handsome men, but there are too many handsome men and too few porridge. And our school is not short of beautiful women. Those handsome men have long since picked their eyes out, and each one of them is very scummy. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, please don't look my way when you say slag next time. Thank you. Oh, ha. Chen Bingbing hurriedly retracted her gaze. Sorry ha, get used to it. Lu Qingzhou immediately gave her a big blank stare. Rumble rumble. Just then, once again, 2 small black dots appeared in the distant sky. These 2 small black dots chased each other above 10,000 meters in the air, locking and getting rid of each other. If only I hadn't seen one of them already releasing jamming bombs non-stop, fleeing like a lost dog. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing thought that these were 2 winged birds, but these 2 little black dots are pretty restrained. It didn't chase the civil aviation route for long. About 10 seconds or so later, once again the 2 little black dots burrowed into the clouds. It's gone. P.S. From March 1st officially resumed the guaranteed 2 updates. If there is no accident, the time of the daily update will be fixed in the early hours of the morning or so. Chapter 154. A real man. If you want to fly, fly a fighter. It was as if Lu Qingzhou had been cast in a fixation spell, eyes burning into the distant sky, eyes unblinking at the direction the 2 fighters had disappeared. It was close to half a minute. Only then did he let out a long sigh. LOL. What a failure yourself. I can't believe they're flying civilian airliners when they've crossed over. Real men. If you want to fly, fly a fighter jet. Chen Bingbing reached out and shook her hand in front of him, asking with a suspicious face, what's wrong? Looking stupid? Usually I see you looking at beautiful women without such concentration. How come seeing 2 fighter jets fighting has hooked your soul? A great man, as it should be. Lu Qingzhou was filled with emotion. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and said, a beautiful woman is not as beautiful as the J-20 Veyron. If you can let me fly the J-20 Veyron, I would be willing to abstain from sex for the rest of my life. I know that the J-20 Veyron has a high status in your boys' minds, but you're exaggerating. Letting you fly once and you're going to self-flagellate as a eunuch? Chen Bingbing was speechless. Lu Qingzhou immediately corrected her. It's not about being a eunuch from the palace. It's about abstaining from sex. Not the same mark? Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes. It was like she thought of something. A hint of disgust immediately surfaced on his face. Shrinking his body, he looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, so you also have the potential to calcify. Ah, eek, really disgusting. Lu Qingzhou was a bit puzzled at once. What's going on here? Dude is pure steel. Can't be interested in an alternative. What's with the sudden reference to buddy calcification? It's a smear. Barefaced slander. What the hell? What does abstinence have to do with calcification again? Lu Qingzhou said breathlessly. Your abstinence from females is not. Chen Bingbing was still full of disgust. Can't a buddy just greenlight and clear his mind of marks? Just you? I see hard. Just as the 2 were fighting, the sky in the distance, an F-35 fertilizer finally escapes the lock of the J-20 Veyron after releasing a large number of jamming rounds. But the plane didn't dare to stay in the airspace near the University of the East any longer, only to continue fleeing in the direction of the Japanese. That J-20 Veyron did not continue to pursue. Instead, he watched the enemy aircraft move away from our airspace before pulling the nose back up. After turning the nose, this J-20 Veyron started its return flight towards the East Grand. It didn't take long. A Boeing 737-800 airliner then appeared in the sight of this J-20 Veyron fighter pilot. The pilot claimed a slight increase in speed. It soon caught up with the Boeing 737-800 airliner, to be flown to the cockpit position of the airliner. The pilot slowed down to maintain a flush position with the airliner while craning his head to look into the airliner's cockpit. He couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw an uncharacteristically young captain in the cockpit of the airliner craning his head to look at him as well, then pushed back the goggles on his helmet and gave the other man a thumbs up. That's what lightly pushes the throttle valve gear lever. fly the plane and whiz away. Inside the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou looked at the J-20 Veyron that was gradually moving away with an expression of emotion and envy on her face. LOL. A great man should be like that. It's beautiful. Chen Bingbing looked at the direction where the fighter jet disappeared and was also full of emotion. Before, I said on the internet that the duck wing layout of the J-20 Veyron was ugly, but today I finally saw it up close and realized that the J-20 turned out to be valiant and handsome, much more handsome than the big-bellied F-35. That's Lu Qingzhou also came back to his senses and said to Chen Bingbing, at the end of the year, you will take you to Zhuhai to see the airshow. I've been there several times before and was greatly shocked. Good. Chen Bingbing replied with joy in her heart. Then it's a deal. If you dare to stand me up at that time, I want you to look good. Of course it's a deal. Lu Qingzhou was a bit surprised. Every time I go to the Zhuhai airshow with my friends, it's not a big deal to bring an extra person with you then. Chen Bingbing originally had a fluttering expression, immediately became a little disappointed. Ah, you have other friends? She muttered. Lu Qingzhou was even more strange. How come I can't have friends? No, you're bringing other friends? Chen Bingbing hurriedly corrected her slip of the tongue. Lu nodded. We have a big group. All of them are military fans and aerospace enthusiasts, and most of them are pilots. The Zhuhai airshow is not held every 2 years. Every time we come to the Zhuhai airshow, we will invite each other and go to see the exhibition together. Oh, Chen Bingbing said. I thought. What did you think? Lu Qingzhou looked at her. Nothing. Chen Bingbing hurriedly changed the topic. But I saw the internet on what J10 J20 criticism and controversy is very big. Especially said that our domestic production of so many highly sophisticated weapons have not experienced the test of actual combat. So just paper data look good. Really on the battlefield do not see how powerful it. Lu Qingzhou gently tapped the flight console of this Boeing 737-800 airliner. Looking at Chen Bingbing, he returned, do you know which one of the airplanes in this world kills the most people? Chen Bingbing shook her head blankly. I'm not a military fan. Where would I know? It's the one we're driving. A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Qingzhou's face. Chen Bingbing squinted at him, not in a good mood. I may be military illiterate, but I'm not a cutie pie. The Boeing 737 is a civilian airliner. How can? She was only halfway through her sentence. It's like something came to mind, suddenly covered his mouth. Staring wide-eyed at Lu Qingzhou, she said, this hellish joke of yours isn't funny. Just tell me if I'm right. Lu Qingzhou looked at her with a smile and said, right, too right. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes at him. Not for a while. The sun had completely set on the other side of the sea of clouds. The plane also left international airspace once more and entered the airspace of Eastern University. Wang Jia went and came back, a butt in the passenger seat. Looking at the two men, he smiled and said, are you guys chatting more vigorously without me as a light bulb? I didn't want to come back and bother you guys either. The main thing is that the plane is almost at its destination and I can't come back without it. Chen Bingbing raised her chin and looked at Wang Jia and said, Captain Wang Jia is very conscious, worthy of praise. Lu Qingzhou was a little surprised. He thought Chen Bingbing would be bashful. I didn't realize it was actually myself who was ashamed. He glanced at Wang Jia and said in a bad mood, don't be a poor talker. You know we're almost at our destination and you're still chatting? Why don't you hurry up and tune in to Contact Mordor Approach? Wang Jia saw him get down to business, and hastened to collect his laughter. Nodding, good. Chapter 155, it's only late. How can it be on the hotspot? 20:35 p.m. Shanxi Airlines Flight 8812 has finally arrived at Quancheng Yaowei Airport after being delayed for 15 minutes. The plane was still taxiing on the taxiway. Already, a number of passengers had unbuckled their seatbelts and were trying to stand up to get off the plane. The otherwise quiet cabin also became noisy. Many of the passengers were either looking around, talking to each other, or talking loudly. Are we at the Springs yet? Oh, time flies pretty fast. I just slept and I'm in the Springs. Isn't it said that the pilots of Mountain Air are all pugnacious, often playing with extreme maneuvers? Why are they so smooth today? Yeah, I chose to fly on Mountain Air just to feel a thrilling, adrenaline-pumping experience yet. The whole ride was smooth and senseless. Not even a single bump. Wrong payment. Yeah, and it's a full 15 minutes late today. It's now 8:35 p.m. A full 15 minutes after the scheduled time. Didn't they say online that Mountain Air is never late? Liar. You believe everything you read on the internet. Slightly disgruntled discussions, even complaints, were heard from the passengers. The flight attendants in the cabin had a hint of helplessness on their faces. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. What's wrong with people these days? It's amazing that you even want to experience the thrill and excitement of an airplane ride. Is this the place for your thrills and spills? If you want a thrill, go to an amusement park and ride a roller coaster. If it's really what you want when you're on an airplane, in time, you guys can't even cry. but these passengers were only flirting casually, commonly known as mouth high, because they also know what they have. If it really suffered those airborne accidents recounted by online users, they figure the first thing they do when they get off the plane is go to the bathroom and change their pants. As for being 15 minutes late, what kind of plane ride isn't late? That is to say, when traveling by plane, punctuality and lateness are the norm. And it's only duh if you arrive a few minutes or 10 minutes early like Mountain Air does from time to time. Otherwise, how did Mountain Air get out of the loop on the internet? Cockpit. Chen Bingbing pulled out her cell phone and looked at it, also smiling. Yo, not only are we not in any kind of situation today, we're actually late. We've been partners for 2 or 3 weeks now. This is the first time it's gone this well. Wang Jia was a bit helpless. Late again. And a big circle in the ocean. And you call that smooth? Chen Bingbing said with a serious face. Trust me, this is already the smoothest we've had in a while. Wang Jia was instantly filled with sympathy. Well, I've heard a bit about what you guys have been going through for a while, and my heart aches for Bingbing for 3 seconds. Small things. Chen Bingbing raised her chin and dejectedly said, I was already a gold medalist in the playground when I was in elementary school, and I have long practiced a big heart, so these experiences are nothing at all. Small case. Small case. Lu Qingzhou quietly looked at Chen Bingbing, who was blowing a lot of money. Somewhat helplessly, he shook his head. LOL, if only I hadn't witnessed how you turned into an ostrich. Kinda bought into your bull asterisk. And a small case? Encountering an iceberg floating on a mountain in the sky is intimidating. When you get a side wind you get scared and curl up all over like an ostrich. And now it's blowing up? But young people love to save face. Blow it. It's all buddy. Just don't tear you down. Chen Bingbing saw Lu Qingzhou looking at herself with a smile on her face. There was a bit of a moment of weakness, but she immediately added with a terse, What are you laughing at? Am I not telling the truth? Lu Qingzhou hurriedly nodded. It's the truth. It's the truth. Ice is not big on anything else, but has the biggest heart. Having a big heart is simply enviable. Chen Bingbing was first delighted, but then it was like something came to mind. Immediately, she looked at Lu Qingzhou sorrowfully. Humph. Don't think I don't know that you are secretly poking sarcasm at me. That's okay. People who are too good will always attract some petty jealousy. Sisters have long since gotten used to it. She puffed out her chest and continued. And not only do sisters have big hearts, they also have broad minds, so they don't take your underhanded taunts seriously in the slightest. Lu Qingzhou nodded again very honestly. The chest is indeed very broad. It can be used as an airfield to park a plane. Pust. Wang Jia, who had been drinking water, squirted straight out. Almost didn't laugh out loud. Chen Bingbing's face, on the other hand, turned from white to red and then from red to black. Clench your teeth. Fire was already spewing from his eyes. Only her 2 small fists were already clenched tightly. Next, her fists came down like rain. # Mango TV's annual variety show, Fly With You Episode 4 trailer surprises galore, fire. # Fly With You has finally reached its 4th episode. Let's guess which airline will be the main character in the 4th episode. # fire. # vote for the most beautiful stewardess in your heart. # fire. # vote for the coolest airline. # vote for the coolest, most trustworthy airline in your opinion. # fire. # what? A Mountain Air flight was actually late? # explode, fire. # Mountain Air can be late? Yesterday a flight of Mountain Air from Jiangcheng to Quancheng turned out to be 15 minutes late. # blast. # latest news. The captain of the late flight of Mountain Air turned out to be the terrifying Lu Yanwang. # exclusive decryption of the ins and outs of the nickname Lu Yanwang of the captain of the mountain airline Lu Qingzhou. It's Wednesday. We are 3 days away from airing the 4th episode of Fly With You on Saturday, but the show is already warming up, putting traffic on major social media. It's customary to heat up the show. This is now routine, not just Fly With You. Nowadays, many variety shows, movies, TV shows, or other messy programs will first put some wonderful cuts on short videos or Weibo to catch the attention of netizens and then attract in. It's called marketing, but most of the variety shows, movies or TV shows that do better with marketing are actually trashier in terms of real quality. It's purely a way to sucker the audience in as a pig in a poke, especially the movie. Make a few crappy or okay looking trailers to put online before they're even in theaters. Get some more big V's to market like crazy. That would be a big moneymaker, especially since some fat director, who has been marketing his slimmed down hotness like crazy on the internet, has managed to ring up billions of dollars at the box office for a movie that is trashy as hell. Just outrageous. Other directors have naturally followed suit. If the netizens' money is so easy to cheat, why spend money and effort to make a good movie? Isn't it enough to market like crazy? So over the years, audiences have learned the hard way. There's even a certain amount of rebelliousness now. The more heavily marketed a movie, variety show or TV show is, the less you watch it. But Fly With You is barely a breath of fresh air. The quality is pretty good and the level of marketing is still within the audience's reach. So after the show aired, the ratings were okay, and most viewers gave it 4 or even 5 stars. Only, the show's marketing went too far this time. A Mountain Air flight was just late. I can't believe that marketing made it to the hot seat. Chapter 156, Demon Beast, actually jerking Chen Bingbing as a cat. Heaven and earth. The entrance to the Quan Holy Food Court. People come and go. Chen Bingbing held up her white soft razor. Full of seriousness, he looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, "You on the hot search is really not my doing. Rain me no melon." It wasn't Mango that did it either. Although Mango did pre-market the 4th episode, it was really only for the trailer for the 4th episode and didn't involve Yamaha, because it's important to retain a certain amount of mystery for the audience. If the answer is revealed so early, we might lose a lot of viewers. That's why the guys in Mango Channel's operations department, unless their heads were caught in a door, would not put the mountain shipping camp on the hot list before the program has even aired. And even if those people's heads were caught in a door, at most they'd only mention Mountain Voyage, and they definitely wouldn't involve you. So you dominate the hot list. Really rain me no melon pro. Lu Qingzhou watched as she tilted her chin slightly and looked at herself with 2 large eyes without blinking. Innocent was written all over the little face, just as cute as a kitten with big bulging eyes. Lu Qingzhou was in a trance for a moment, couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the back of her head. It's the same as jerking off a coworker's kitty. And with a loving fatherly smile on his face, the tone was also like coaxing a child. Okay, I believe you. I believe you can watch it. Chen Bingbing was not going to be whole by his sudden intimate gesture. Her face turned red with a swish. Reason told her, the two are still just friends for now. Can't be overly intimate. Too much intimacy becomes an ambiguous relationship. Ambiguity is not to be. Something will happen to you if you're ambiguous. But it's really comfortable to be treated so intimately by him, and it was still something he had never felt in all his years. So just blink of an eye. The sensible little man in Chen Bingbing's head was then defeated by the sensual little man. She simply stood on her tiptoes slightly, narrowing his eyes slightly. The whole body and mind relaxed and allowed Lu Qingzhou's touch. Aha! More like kittens. However, Lu Qingzhou also only stroked it for a short while before suddenly realizing that something was not quite right. How did I jerk off a man like a cat? Luckily Ice is a friend. If it were anyone else, they would have called the police to arrest me. And so on. What's this look on Bingbing's face? Why is she getting more and more human-catized? Lu Qingzhou hurriedly put his hand back, then gently coughed and said, "So what? It's not too early now. Let's hurry up and get going." Chen Bingbing opened her eyes, ashamed and bashful at the same time. There was a surprising amount of lingering. She was red in the face, jarring. Oh, yeah, okay. Today Lu Qingzhou took a turn at rest. He flew 4 legs the day before yesterday and 3 legs yesterday. Even an iron body can't take this kind of torture. That's why the company is merciful and purposely allows 2 days off in rotation. But just because the company gave him 2 days off didn't mean those 2 days were at his disposal. Don't forget, he is now not only a pilot under Mountain Air, but also one of the special guests on Mango TV's Fly With You variety show. So last night when we left Remote Wall Airport together, he and Chen Bingbing made an appointment right there in the car. Take her to Mountain Air's Operations Control Center today so she can learn the secrets of running every flight safely. So early in the morning, the two then met at the Quan Holy Food Court. However, when Lu Qingzhou learned that she had actually been on the hot search, immediately, he raised an accusation against Chen Bingbing. As a result, Chen Bingbing explained half a day. Instead of listening carefully to her explanation, Lu Qingzhou jerked her around like a cat. If Chen Bingbing knew that Lu Qingzhou really treated her like a cat for a few seconds, it is estimated that this moment has already scratched Lu Qingzhou's face. Get in. We'll go to the Operations Control Center and then take you to the hangar. Aren't you interested in airport walkers? You'll find out why they're called walkers in a minute, Lu Qingzhou said. In passing, he picked up the shooting bag by Chen Bingbing's feet. Good. Chen Bingbing agreed and hurriedly followed. Mountain Air's Operations Control Center is located in the Danding Crane Hotel at Kwancheng Yaowei International Airport. The headquarters building, on the other hand, is mainly for administrative office use. However, because the headquarters building also carries out some of the work functions, for example, there is also a medical examination room, a dispatch office, etc. And the company operates a daily ferry between the airport and the headquarters building. That's why a lot of pilots and flight attendants complete their pre-takeoff physicals and develop their schedules at the headquarters building. Instead, it's in the Operations Control Center. However, the Operations Control Center also has the above facilities. Pilots and flight attendants are likewise able to do the above from the Operations Control Center. The Airline Control Operations Center, or AOC, is the core hub of an airline's operations. Its role is equivalent to being the brain of the airline. Quite important. An hour later, Lu Qingzhou drove the car. then took Chen Bingbing to arrive at Mountain Air's Operation Control Center located near the remote Wall Airport now, because of the pass card. And the company had already said hello a long time ago. So although the Operations Control Center was considered a classified institution of Mountain Air, and outsiders were generally not allowed to enter at will, Chen Bingbing could still go unhindered. Two people take the elevator, straight up to the top floor, came to the Operation Command Hall of the Operation Control Center. The hall occupies 2 full floors. The area must be almost 400 or 500 square meters, and the ceiling between the first and second floors was removed long ago. In its place was a circular corridor, looking down the hallway, just in time to see the myriad of electronic devices and large screens set up in the hall. Countless staff members are working in an organized manner, so although the hall was packed, the only sound heard was still the drip 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 of the device. No more murmurs. Wow! Chen Bingbing exclaimed in a small voice. I feel like I've arrived on the set of a sci-fi movie. She also seemed to be caught up in the tense and organized mood of the scene, so the whole thing spoke in a whisper. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, "It does look a bit like that, but that Operations Control Center was only built a few years ago. In fact, it's only been 20 years since operational control centers have been used on a large scale in airlines. The first Operations Control Center at Eastern University was only opened for use in 2004. The first airline to operate an Operations Control Center was China Eastern Airlines before it was popularized and rolled out to other carriers. Mountain Air is a bit behind in that regard. It was only 10 years ago that the Operations Control Center was officially opened." Chen Bingbing looked like she had realized something, then followed up with, "So how did the airlines direct the planes in the sky before they activated the Operations Control Center?" In the past, the main mode of operation and management was centered on dispatching, using manual modes of operation such as transmitting electrical contacts, manual records and telephone notifications, which was not only slow, but also difficult to ensure accuracy. Lu Qingzhou explained. "Oh, I see." Chen Bingbing nodded her head. Lu Qingzhou was a bit strange. "You get it again?" Chen Bingbing gave him a big blank stare. Then he said, "The working mode of this Operation Control Center is very similar to that of artificial intelligence, using big data to manage it, whereas the previous mode was a manual mode. Is it hard to understand?" Lu Qingzhou opened her mouth. "Ha, says it like it makes some sense, hey." So he gave a thumbs up toward Chen Bingbing. He said seriously, "Clever." Chen Bingbing was smug. I'm much smarter than you think." Chapter 157 How to Keep Every Flight Safe? It's all about the AOC. As the brain of an airline, the on-site hall of the Control and Operations Center is indeed very technological. As Chen Bingbing said, the interior of the several hundred square meter hall is decorated in a circular shape. In the center of the hall is the circular console. But the console, in addition to more than 10 electronic devices and LCD screens, surprisingly has a few reclining chairs and a round coffee table. To the left of the console are 3 oversized screens in the same circular shape. The 3 oversized circular screens were almost 6 or 7 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide, and the screen is very complex. Almost all of the current flights and routes of Mountain Air, as well as the location of airports, weather conditions along the route and air traffic control, etc. To the right of the console are 4 or 5 rows of computer stations. The number of computer stations in each row had to be almost 20 or so. The computer stations are stepped. If you are a regular watcher of international news, you will see this scene. It will be found to be very similar to the furnishings of what should be the parliament. Can we go down below? I want to take a few videos up close as material. After Bingbing Chen set up the filming equipment, shooting from high to low, and took a long shot of the control hall from a far angle to get the best view, she turned her head to look at Lu Qingzhou and asked. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. "This can't be done. Their work is very complicated. If we disturb their work and cause them to slip up, something could happen. So, well," Chen Bingbing lamented, "but I can act as a free docent for you and briefly introduce you to the AOC, short for Operations Control Center in English." "Okay." Chen Bingbing made an okay gesture towards him and said with a happy face, "It's quite good that you can appear in the movie. With your face value as a base, our ratings can't be that bad." Lu Qingzhou somewhat helplessly rolled her eyes at her. Only then did he open his mouth and said, "I told you just now that the AOC is the brain of the airline, so naturally it has an unusual position in the airline. While each carrier's AOC plays a different role, they are almost all pretty much the same. The main purpose is all about the safety and scheduling of each flight. Take Mountain Air's AOC, for example. Its role is to primarily safeguard the safe operation of multiple flight bases and branch offices and operating bases across the country, as well as 145 airplanes and more than 300 domestic and international routes. It's like the CPU of a computer here, organizing, coordinating, and operationally implementing, and decision-making and directing all aspects of the flight. Ensure the safe, on-time takeoff and landing of every flight." Unawareness, the two had made their way to a slightly odd-looking computer in the second-floor hallway. This is a miniature analog console where we can simulate dispatching flight information and scheduling under the company. In other words, we can simulate some of the AOC's work from this simulation console. Lu Qingzhou sat down in front of this computer and continued. 48 hours before a flight takes off, information such as the aircraft type and airworthiness status of that flight is fed back and sent here by the flight crew. The AOC will plan refueling, alternate airports, route planning, etc. for that aircraft based on the weather conditions on that flight's route as well as the navigational reports. Chen Bingbing hurriedly raised her small hand. Lu Qingzhou smiled before saying, "Ask, a backup airport? It means that even if an airplane has an accident, it can't just land at another airport, right?" "Yes so," Lu Qingzhou explained. "Unless one encounters a 10,000% emergency, and failure to land immediately may result in a mega air crash. Otherwise, airliners are not allowed to arbitrarily choose a backup airport. First of all, flights before takeoff carrier AOC will plan an advanced landing airport, according to the relevant provisions of the General Administration. Each flight before takeoff AOC must be predetermined at least one landing airport, and the landing airport must also meet the length of the runway, aircraft type fitness, meteorological conditions and other basic requirements. Secondly, crews also need to monitor the weather changes on the flight path and at the alternate airports in real time during the flight. If the original standby airport cannot be used due to deteriorating weather or other reasons, it is necessary to contact ATC in advance to coordinate other eligible airports. Thirdly, in special circumstances, such as a mechanical failure of an aircraft, a standby airport is required to have the maintenance capability to respond to the type of aircraft. Fourth, temporary landings require advanced coordination of airspace resources to avoid conflicts with other flights. Chen Bingbing came to a realization. Got it. So those were the reasons we didn't make a forced landing at the Su airport when Bingo had a sudden onset of acute appendicitis, right? Lu Qingzhou nodded. Right. One is that the last time we returned to Quancheng, the airports in the Su province did not have a backup airport for us. And two is that even though the situation was urgent at the time, it took time for the air traffic control to temporarily coordinate the airspace resources. So it would have been better to return to Quancheng to save more time. Oh, Lu Qingzhou saw that she was fine with it. Only then did he continue. After doing all that groundwork I just mentioned, the AOC also has to review the flight credentials of the current flight crew members. Within 150 minutes before a flight departs, the AOC will form a final flight report that will be uploaded to the DGCA's system. At the same time, the EFB information will also be sent to the crew. The EFB information here includes navigation, flight data management, communications systems, and more. Once the Directorate General System Airline Audit has passed the flight report and the crew has received the EFB information, the flight is now officially on operational status. Lu Qingzhou operated the analog console. Let Chen Bingbing have a more intuitive understanding. That's what stood up. Taking Chen Bingbing in the elevator, he went down to the 27th floor. In Springs, Mountain Air has a total of 2 flight preparation halls, one in the headquarters building, where we usually meet before takeoff, and the other right here. You should also understand the functions of the flight preparation hall to a large extent, so I'll just casually mention it. Typically, 2 hours prior to each flight's departure, the flight's crew members arrive at the flight preparation hall to make all the preparations for the flight's departure. The captain and crew chief will each make a series of plans and arrangements for the route, weather, passenger loads, etc. Mountain Air's planes are mainly narrow-body mainline aircraft that fly short and medium domestic routes, such as the Airbus A320, Boeing 737 and so on. A typical single-aisle, narrow-body, mainline airplane will consist of 2 pilots, captain and co-pilot, a crew chief, 4 flight attendants, and a safety officer, for a total of 8 people. Once the crew has made all the pre-takeoff preparations, it's off to the airport. So let's turn around now and go to Remote Wall Airport as well. Chen Bingbing saw this. Hurry up and turn off the filming equipment. Say, that's fine. Let's go. Chapter 158, Dabbing in the Heat. Brother. Magic City. Hilton Hotel Deluxe Suite. A man in his 30s rushed into the bedroom with gusto. He didn't even look at the 2 beautiful women lying across the floor. Instead, he half-crouched in front of the nightstand, turning toward a man sprawled out on a bed, huffing and puffing excitedly. I've got a lead on what you asked me to look into 2 days ago. The man, who was not in the least, and was equally pretty looking, then opened his sleepy eyes. After glancing at each other, it was only then that he said in a confused voice, "What did I ask you to look into?" It's just. The man in his 30s glanced at the 2 pretty girls next to him, wanting to speak. The pretty man finally sobered up a little at this point. Sit up, felt a cigarette case from the nightstand. While pulling out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth, he said, "I've already gotten high. Now I'm sleeping like a dead pig. Even if I find a bull, I don't think I'll wake up. So let go of your ing ass." The man saw it. Only then did he say, "It's just that you asked me 2 days ago to check the specific flight numbers of the 10 airlines that fly with you cooperated with. Well, I've already found it." The pretty man sniffed. He was in high spirits. "Really? Which airline is it?" "Shan Hang." The man invited credit. This variety show is one of the most emphasized by Mango Channel this year. And whether it's the live broadcast a while ago or the ratings of the edited version in the past few weeks, the popularity is frighteningly high. So not only do we want to rub off on this variety show, those big and small net stars, second and third tier stars also want to rub off. He was only halfway through his sentence. His opponent had then kicked him in the chest. Angrily, "How the do you talk?" Although the man felt the kick was weak and feeble, he still went along with the momentum and rolled out several meters away, then covered his chest and wailed in pain. The pretty man spat out a smoke ring and said in a nonchalant manner, "Stop pretending and get your ass over here and get on with it." The man then rolled over. He knew he hadn't gotten a bad kick just now. "I can't believe I'm subtly sarcastic about my boss being a second or third tier starlet. It's the truth, though. The self-boss has indeed overstayed his welcome. But can that say Mark?" That's why the man continued. "The Mango Channel has a high level of secrecy, and so do the various airline companies, so even with a sky-high background you can't get a specific flight number. And how did you get it?" The pretty man hurriedly pursued. "How can I be that great? Of course it was under your banner. Mango Station happens to have a staff member who is a big fan of yours, so I got her contact information from Siang Province's fan head and contacted her." But, the man stole a glance at his boss. "Have a fart." The pretty man didn't take it well. "But the other party has a small request, which is that you see if you have time someday to have dinner with her. Sing or something." A smirk appeared on the pretty man's face. "Aha! Even Mango has its own hardcore fans, and you say I'm not hot now? If this thing comes to fruition, not to mention a dinner and a song, or even, ha ha ha, it's all fine, right? What's it look like?" The pretty man asked again. "Clean," the man said right back. The pretty man nodded. "Just clean. When the time comes, you spend more money and get more fans to go to the airport. Anyway, just to create the atmosphere as enthusiastic as possible, find a few more substitute photographers as well. They are experienced enough to know how to create public opinion and hotspots, and apply for a VIP lane from the airport in advance. Then get a security company to hire more security guards, both at the takeoff airport and the landing airport, to have security guards to escort me." The pretty man added. The man nodded. "Don't worry, brother. It's not the first time I've done this kind of thing. I'll make sure it's arranged properly." "Aha." The pretty man nodded, like something came to mind, and asked, "By the way, what's the attitude over at the company?" "Of course the company is happy about it." The man said, "We took the initiative to create heat, and the company can't even wait to be happy. Mr. Chen's side even told the finance to make a payment to me, letting me let go and do a good job." Hearing that the company executives are supporting themselves, the corners of the pretty man's mouth curled up slightly as well. Since even the company supports it, then you really need to do something big yourself this time. It won't stop until the heat is turned up. So he exhaled another smoke ring. It's amazing how slowly an almost crazy B scenario comes to mind now. Procedures such as pre-takeoff medical checkups for crew members, flight planning, and so on. Bing Bing Chen has been live before, so all these tedious steps are omitted. The two went downstairs, straight to the terminal hall of the remote wall airport not far away. "You're usually used to working together with our crew, so how about we walk through the check-in and baggage check-in procedures from a passenger's perspective today?" Lu Qingzhou glanced at the bustling crowd in the waiting hall and said to Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing nodded her head and said, "I can do anything. Oh, the check-in desk for Mountain Air is over there." Lu Qingzhou pointed to the check-in desk not far away. "Let's go then." By now there was a long line in front of the Mountain Air check-in desk. 2 people, because they weren't really going to take an airplane. So it came to the check-in desk, next to the ground staff. Lu Qingzhou said, "Have I ever revealed industry cold knowledge to you before?" Chen Bingbing looked at him and said, "Revealed some, but I'm not sure I've heard what you're going to say today." Subtext, you can say that again. It's that if you want to take an airplane in the future, when booking your ticket, it's best to choose an airline that is based at the airport of departure, because in this case your flight is more favored. Lu Qingzhou explained. Chen Bingbing tilted her little head. "I think I've said it before. I'm a bit impressed." "All right." Lu Qingzhou shrugged before pointing to the machine next to the check-in desk and said, "After passengers' suitcases are checked in here, they will be quickly transferred to the warehouse through the airport's baggage sorting system. The baggage sorting system is digitally managed and provides a clear view of the flight number, destination, etc. that each piece of baggage is responding to. The airport staff will use big data to deliver every piece of luggage to the cargo hold of the airplane accurately. To make sure there are no mistakes, the staff will also double-check through the scanning gun." Lu Qingzhou finished explaining, looked out at the blazing sun outside the terminal. Somewhat reluctantly, he said. Need to go to a parking spot to shoot now. Can you stand it in this much sun? Chen Bingbing was also a bit hesitant. Still, she nodded and said, it's fine, I've got patchouli water ready. If I get heatstroke you can just help pour it in. Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up. Nothing else. Let's just say this little ninny is serious and responsible. Even with a mean work ethic, it would be worthy of admiration. P.S. This chapter has no mapping. It's just an ambush. So don't associate it with anything. Don't associate it with anything, ha. 159. Airplane walkers. The rotary truck was in position 80 minutes before the flight. The airport's mechanics entered the interior of the airliner via a rotary ladder truck and began the first inspection of the aircraft, incidentally starting one of the aircraft's engines to warm it up while charging its equipment. This way the crew doesn't have to waste any more time once they get to the airplane. Immediately after, the catering trucks also pulled up to the tarmac and started rationing the airplanes with airplane meals, drinking water, and so on. 60 minutes before flight departure, the airport ground crew began filling the plane with fuel. Not every airplane has to fill up its fuel tanks before takeoff, though, actually, the amount of fuel to be added is calculated by each airline's operation control center through complex big data calculations, and the exact figure is then transmitted to the system of the airport of origin. In addition to refueling, the airplane also needs to be refilled with fresh water. This is not drinking water. Instead, they are used in other ways, things like cleaning, flushing the toilet, etc. Of course, most of the cleaning of the airplane was meticulously done by the ground cleaning crew after the last flight, so whether it's the passenger cabin or the cockpit, it's actually all very clean and sanitary. 40 minutes before the plane takes off, with the delivery of the last piece of baggage before the check-in deadline, all checked baggage for the escort flight has been loaded and unloaded, and transported to the tarmac by commuter trucks for loading and unloading of the aircraft's cargo hold. If someone checks in a pet, then the pets, while also baggage, would not be placed with the other dead things, but would be sent to a specialized aerobic cargo hold. Sometimes, flights will check in some of the more specialized luggage, like corpses. Yes, it's the human corpse. Checking in a dead body is a more complicated procedure than checking in other baggage, as well as being more expensive, but it doesn't get special treatment. Usually, the bodies will all be housed in the cargo hold as well, and it will be purposely placed at the very top. At the same time, airlines also don't tell passengers that there are bodies on the plane. This is not an intentional violation of the passenger's right to know. Rather, it is to avoid causing unnecessary panic. 40 minutes before flight departure, the terminal gates are open on time. Passengers begin boarding. If the airplane is parked at the far terminal, passengers will take the ferry car to the far terminal for boarding. If the airplane is parked in the near slot, passengers can board the plane directly through the corridor bridge. 20 minutes before flight departure, the boarding gate is closed, prohibited from boarding. But before the door closes, the ground crew will hand over the manifest to the flight attendants on the airplane. This provides final confirmation of the passenger list and exact number of passengers between the ground crew and the flight attendants on board the aircraft. Many will take it for granted. Platinum cards or so-called foreigners are privileged when flying. That's true. It is true that some people are privileged, but this part is pathetically small. And most of the time people travel either on business jets or charter flights. Even has his own private jet. A lot of times, it came to light on the internet that so-and-so flight was delayed because it was waiting for so-and-so passenger, and so on. Actually, this is the case. The probability is that the person's luggage has been checked in and the luggage is on the plane, but the person suddenly disappeared. A few decades ago, there are terrorists who only check their baggage, but do not fly, and the suitcase is a ticking time bomb. It caused the plane to suddenly explode halfway through the flight. It resulted in a deadly plane crash. That's why, since the 1990s, civil aviation authorities in various countries have had similar regulations. It is the people and the luggage that must be synchronized. Once the luggage is on the plane, the people must also be on the plane. Otherwise the airplane can't take off and lift off. 10 minutes before flight departure, the cabin hatch then closed. The captain or co-pilot will do a go-around to check for deficiencies. Wait until after the winding machine inspection. This airplane will then go into the release procedure for flight. 8 minutes before the plane takes off, the pilot was given launch instructions from the tower. The airplane was then rolled out to taxi. Chen Bingbing saw this scene, full of surprise, pointing to the commuter car in the nose position. He said, I used to think it was the plane reversing itself out of the parking spot, but I didn't realize it was really being pushed out. Yeah. She had been partnered with Lu Qingzhou for more than 20 days. Still, this was her third-person perspective, detailing the entire process of an airplane taking off. Lu Qingzhou laughed and said, I've said it's a literal push-out, and you didn't believe me before. This time, Chen Bingbing again looked as if she had discovered a new continent, pointing to the right side of the nose. The mechanic, who had been following the airplane backwards, asked curiously, What is that man doing again? And why is he holding a rope? He's the legendary airplane walker, Lu Qingzhou patiently explained. His official name is Release Pilot, and the Release Pilot plugs the headset hole into the communication panel on the lower part of the nose so that he can communicate with the crew in real time. Make sure the airplane is safely and securely taxiing out of the parking space. Does it look like he's walking an airplane to you? Lu Qingzhou asked. Chen Bingbing nodded her head. Indeed. It's the same as my dad walking his puppy around the school district on a lead. Oh, Chen Bingbing suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he's called the airplane walker. Right. Just as the two were chatting away, the Boeing 737 had then been pushed out of its parking space and onto the emptier, autonomous tarmac, with the carts being evacuated. This airplane is then in the countdown before takeoff. The two men stood at a distance. Two mechanics wearing reflective undershirts were seen standing in the nose position of the airplane. One of the mechanics held up a metal bar. This metal bar is connected to a red ribbon, very conspicuous. The other mechanic held out his right hand and made some weird gestures. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou with some confusion. This is the flight attendant signaling the captain that the front wheel turn pins have been removed, Lu Qingzhou said. In the meantime, the mechanic with the metal bar in his hand raised it above his head. This gesture is meant to signal that the airplane can taxi forward onto the runway. Fruity. Right after the two mechanics made the odd gesture, this Boeing 737 airliner slowly began to move forward. Instead, the two flight attendants stopped their weird movements and then waved toward the passengers in the cabin. Not for a while. The plane would already be on the taxiway. With the tower command, the Boeing 737 then entered the runway, began to accelerate, and took off and lifted off. It continued until the plane was completely out of sight. It was then that the eating duo standing in the tarmac simultaneously withdrew their gaze. Chapter 160, There's a Sweet Girl. Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing who was already sweating profusely. Some heartache. He took out a packet of tissues and handed it over, saying, "That's enough material to shoot, isn't it?" Chen Bingbing was sweating profusely even though her cheeks were red from the sun. It's like a flushed red apple, but it's still exciting. As she wiped her sweat, she said, "Enough is enough. Edit today's footage into the main movie and we'll have a plentiful enough main movie for the weekend broadcast. Since it's enough, let's go." Lu Qingzhou said, "Look at you. Your face is already redder than a monkey's but from the sun." Chen Bingbing gave him a big blank stare. "You're the monkey's ass, but seeing as you've done well today, and even sacrificed your own rest time in order to accompany me to shoot the material, I won't bother with you. Let's go. Let me buy you some ice cream as a thank you for staying with me." Lu Qingzhou took the initiative to take the bag in her hand. Laughing, he said, "Okay, although I don't really like sweets, but this is your first treat. How can I give you face right?" Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, "You don't have to give me face for this kind of thing. Really duh." But Lu Qingzhou seemed to act as if she hadn't heard it. Continuing, "Tell you what, since you've been so generous, I'll order something more expensive." Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes. Whatever. Humph, it's just ice cream. I don't believe it can be that expensive. There's a Haagen-Dazs store on the second floor of the terminal, so you go to the terminal from here and I'll go to the parking lot. Just buy a box of cookie spiced milk flavor with me." Chen Bingbing's face instantly collapsed. Ha, Haagen-Dazs? Her eyes widened. Or is it cookies and cream flavored? Big brother, or you might as well sell me. Do you think on my current income, I'm a manmark who can afford to eat Haagen-Dazs? Why don't we eat something else? Haagen-Dazs is expensive and doesn't taste good. If you're hard up for Haagen-Dazs, I think a single ball cup would be great yet. Lu Qingzhou turned around. Looking at her with a wry smile, she said, "Since you can't afford Haagen-Dazs, how do you know this stuff is dead expensive?" Chen Bingbing's old face blushed, hurriedly argued, "Haven't you ever eaten pork? Haven't you ever seen a pig run for a mark?" "Ugh," she sighed. "Haagen-Dazs is as good as Haagen-Dazs. I'm already almost mooning out this month anyway, and when I can't afford to eat, I'll just use your house as a cafeteria." "Welcome," Lu Qingzhou casually said. "My cooking is quite good. In case you really don't have any money by the end of the month, just go to my house and casually deal with a few mouthfuls. If there's a mouthful of food for me, I'll definitely give you a mouthful of soup. And anyway, I won't let you nibble on instant noodles all by yourself." "Hada." Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes. "You're still generous enough. You actually gave me soup to drink. That's." This time, the two are off the tarmac now. "Alright, I'm going to go buy Haagen-Dazs for Gigi La. If I don't have enough money on me, Gigi, you have to come and ransom me, yo." She pinched her throat. Lu Qingzhou waved her hand. "It's like chasing flies. Hurry up and go, hurry up. But you don't have to go to the parking lot. Just stand at the exit of the waiting hall and wait for me. I'll drive over to pick you up." "Okay." After the two went their separate ways, it was Lu Qingzhou who carried her bag and hurried to the airport parking lot. Not for a while, and he drove. Came to the exit of the terminal, just in time to see Bingbing Chen standing by the exit. taking small bites of ice cream. She's so cute when she eats, it's exactly like a child. It's a mouthful, but the mouth doesn't seem to open. So often it's eaten all over the place. When Chen Bingbing saw that Lu Qingzhou had parked her car not far from her, she immediately ran over with a face full of joy. Haven't pulled away from the car yet. Then he handed the other box of ice cream to Lu Qingzhou and said, "Here, this is yours." Lu Qingzhou wasn't polite either. "Take over." As he ate, he asked, "Single ball cups? Do you have to be so stingy?" Chen Bingbing was already sitting in the car by now, yelling at Lu Qingzhou, "You don't know how expensive the ice cream here is. A single ball cup is usually only $20 to $30 outside, but here it actually sells for $50. Your box is even more exaggerated, more than $100. At the time, after seeing the price, my heart was in denial. So just ask for a box of single ball cups and just fool around." I ended up taking a small lick when I couldn't hold back for a moment. I had no choice, so I spent another $100 or so and got you cookies and spiced milk. Lu Qingzhou had already taken a big bite of ice cream. It was a great feeling of relief. Not that Häagen-Dazs is that good. Rather, it's like the whole pores of your body stretch when you can have a bite of ice in the middle of summer. But Lu Qingzhou didn't take a few bites. Too sweet. Getting tired of eating too much. So he handed the rest to Chen Bingbing and said, "Throw it for me later. I'll drive first." Chen Bingbing hurriedly said, "There's still so much left. What a pity to throw it away. It's too sweet and cloying." Lu Qingzhou started the car and said. Chen Bingbing gave him a big blank stare. "Since you feel tired of it, you're making me go buy it for you again?" Her words had only just finished. Just had stuck out his tongue and started licking it. While showing off, he also dejectedly said, "It's good that I'm a foodie, or else this $100 or so would be wasted again." "You still eat what I've eaten?" Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. Chen Bingbing tilted her small chin. Unconcerned, "It's fine, I don't mind you. As you wish, as you wish." "Ha, why don't you go?" Chen Bingbing asked as she ate her ice cream and turned her head to look at Lu Qingzhou. When she followed Lu Qingzhou's gaze, the moment he saw a tall, beautiful woman with a ponytail not far away. Suddenly the Häagen-Dazs in my hand doesn't feel sweet anymore either. Eat the flavor. Yo, no wonder you don't eat ice cream. So you've seen Sweet Girl. Don't look at it, don't look at it. The harumph is coming down. Do you want me to go and ask for a wee bit for you? It's easy to be taken for a demented man when you stare straight at someone like that. Lu Qingzhou came back to his senses. Twisting his head, he looked at the acidic Chen Bingbing, and good-naturedly, he said, "I just thought there was something familiar about that guy. Like I'd seen him somewhere before." "Ha-da." Chen Bingbing sneered. "It's a beautiful woman you feel familiar with. Come to think of it." Lu Qingzhou patted her head. "She should also be working at the remote wall airport. It's that beautiful control who let us cut in line several times and you said her voice was sweet." Chen Bingbing froze. It also dawned on me. So it's her? Sweet voice not to mention. I didn't realize the person looked so sweet too. What's she doing standing there in the middle of the day? Lu Qingzhou explained. "That's the stop for the airport bus. She should be waiting for the bus after work. Why don't we ask her where she's going and give her a ride if she's on her way? Think of it as returning the favor." Chen Bingbing's old face blushed. He hurriedly said, If you want to take a ride, just take a ride. Ask me why, as if I don't agree. P.S. These few shifts because of the writing of Daily and Ambush, so the plot is a little flat. The chase and hyping dropped nearly 50%, the gift less more, but the daily plot is finally written. Tomorrow start a new chapter. Kneeling for chase, hyping and gift reward. Chapter 161, Relying on Others? Off duty? Lu Qingzhou stuck her head out of the car window and looked at Lin Muya, who was holding an umbrella and standing at the airport bus stop, and asked with a smile, "Is it an early shift today?" Lin Muyo, who was standing under the platform, froze. Only then did he look at Lu Qingzhou and said in surprise, "Captain Qingzhou, how come it's you?" Her voice is still loaded with sugar. It can sweeten the heart. Slightly raspy voice though. A hint of fatigue was written on her round googly-eyed face. Both eyes were full of blood. There were even bags in black eyes. This is not tolerable for a girl who loves to look beautiful with blood in her eyes and dark circles on her face. Unless she's exhausted as hell right now. There was no longer the strength to pick myself up. "Ha, you still remember me, yo? We've only met once. I thought you'd forgotten all about me." Lu Qingzhou was a little surprised. Lin Muyao guffawed and said, "Captain Lightship is a big star. I've been chasing the variety show you recorded with Mango, especially when it was still live. As long as I was free, I would go into the live room to watch your live broadcast, so how could I not recognize you? Yo, so you're a fan of ours." Lu Qingzhou was in a good mood. After all, anyone in their right mind would be quite happy to know that they have a beautiful fan. "Ha ha, I didn't realize that you're still a big fan of our program?" Lu Qingzhou laughed brightly. "Are you off work and ready to go home? Where to? We'll give you a ride." Lin Muyo just wanted to agree in one bite, but she was keen enough to catch that Lu Qingzhou's words were somewhat ambiguous in the slightest. Us? Is there someone else in the car? Just as she hesitated, a small head was seen sticking out of the passenger seat. Toward her greeted, "Are you also a colleague of the light boat captain? Quickly get on the car. Today the highest temperature in Quancheng is 40 degrees. Don't get you sunstroke." Lin Muyao looked at the car, her hands and elbows propped up on the armrest box, then her palms resting on her small head, Chen Bingbing, and hesitated even more. Chen Bingbing's two eyes widened. Without blinking, he looked at Lin Muyao. She comes across as enthusiastic, just like a hostess. If you have watched the live broadcast before, you should recognize Bingbing. Bingbing is the host of the Mango channel and my partner during this time. Lu Qingzhou introduced. Bingbing, she's the beautiful controller whose voice is sweet to the bone that you said before, Lin Muyao. We succeeded in our first few insertions all thanks to her. Lin Muyao saw this, hastily waving his hand. He said, No, I'm just along for the ride. Bingbing is much prettier than on TV. She collected herself and continued, if we have the chance later, can we take a picture together? Yeah. Chen Bingbing was generous. It's my honor to be able to take a photo with a great beauty like you. Yo. No. Lin Muyao hurriedly waved her hand. It's my honor. It's my pleasure. You two should stop commercially blowing each other up. Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. Get in the car first, and blow each other up when you get in the car. This time, Lin Muyao didn't hesitate anymore. Instead, he pulled open the door and got in. Only then did he say, then I'll trouble Captain Lightship. What's with the blind politeness? Lu Qingzhou restarted the car and smiled. Next time I fall into your hands, I'll be grateful if you help me plug in a few more times. Chen Bingbing glanced at Lu Qingzhou and snickered. Are you relying on someone else? She turned around, looking at Lin Muyao, who was sitting in the back row. She asked curiously, isn't it true that you have a lot of power and control, and all the airplanes in the airport are under your command? Lin Muyao hadn't answered yet. Lu Qingzhou has already grabbed the answer. You are not nonsense. Xiaolin, they are equivalent to the traffic police. We are the driver. We do not belong to them. To whom? Shaolin? Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, calling it so old-fashioned. Those who don't know would think you're already 30 or 40 years old. Then you say, what do you call if not Shaolin? Lu Qingzhou said helplessly, it's impolite to call the name directly, and it's too raw to call the position. Just call me Yao Yao. Lin Muyao hurriedly said, that's what my friends and co-workers call me. She doubted she'd ever speak again. The two in front of us will probably argue. Lu Qingzhou also felt a little strange. Why does Chen Bingbing look like she's on gunpowder? She can barricade herself in anything she says, and Captain Lightboat is exaggerating a bit. We're not the traffic police. The dispatch center is. We just play an uploading role, conveying the instructions from the airport dispatch center to the individual flights. Lin Muyao explained. Oh, Chen Bingbing looked at her with some doubt. Lin Muyao seemed to know Chen Bingbing's point of doubt, and hurriedly explained again. However, there are times when it is possible to slightly adjust the order of takeoff and landing of various flights, but only occasionally. It's tightly regulated now. Lu Qingzhou drove the car and answered. So it's not like before. You should know Chen Jia, right? Lu Qingzhou added. Lin Muyao hurriedly nodded and said, recognize, our leader. Your director Chen is the lover of our mountain airline Captain Lu. A few years ago, when I was partnered with Captain Lu, if we had other flights lined up in front of us, Captain Lu would call Director Chen and ask her if she was on duty in the tower, and then complained that she had already been on the tarmac for a bar of hours, and then Director Chen, regardless of whether she was on duty or not, would find a co-worker to give us a release, and also often urged, so that Captain Lu home on time to eat. You guys are the ones who don't know, but you can make those captains in the company envious enough. Chen Bingbing's eyes were wide with surprise. It can still be like this? Lin Muyao covered her mouth and laughed. A few years ago it was indeed possible, and there were many airport control and airline pilots who tied the knot happily. According to me there were 4 or 5 captains of no mountain airline who found our airport staff as their wives. It's true that there are more, even more than the ones looking for flight attendants as wives. Lu Qingzhou said, then with a look of regret, ugh, too bad it's so tightly regulated now that the dispatch center is the big man. Chen Bingbing looked at him and said with a smile, what's the matter, envious? You go for one too. It shouldn't be much of a problem with your looks. Lu Qingzhou gave her a big blank stare and said without a good mood, just take it as a compliment. What do you mean, just take it as a compliment? It was originally a compliment. Chen Bingbing smiled and said, Yao Yao, do any of your co-workers have any single wonderful beauties? If so, introduce them to Captain Lightship. He. Lin Muyao squeezed out a smile and didn't pick up on it. P.S. A flight of China Eastern Airlines returned to the airport on a sudden mayday, but why it triggered the mayday is unknown for the time being. Into the year 2025. It feels like the civil aviation circle of all countries have entered an eventful year. The old United States side of another aircraft because of engine fire. Almost crashed. Chapter 162, Thoroughly Exploding Fire. Controllers actually have quite a bit of authority. It wasn't as humble as Lin Muyao said. Theoretically, all flights must obey ATC and accept ATC's instructions, so the analogy of control to traffic police is very apt. Airport tower controllers are the equivalent of traffic cops in a parking lot. Note, not security guards, but traffic cops. The approach controllers, on the other hand, are downtown traffic police. The high-altitude zone transfer controller is then the highway traffic police. Tower control, approach control and area control have different identities in addition to having different jurisdictional airspace. Approach control and area control are both career positions, a serious institution. On the payroll, tower controllers, on the other hand, are corporate employees, part of the airport group, but the paychecks are pretty much the same. Wages are higher in economically developed areas and lower in economically backward areas. Overall, barely upper middle income locally. There's certainly no comparison to a pilot, but it's about the same as what flight attendants make, and the intensity of the work varies greatly, as well as the fact that the days and nights are often reversed. Chen Bingbing was curious about Lin Muyao, not just curious about what people do, but curious about them as people. So back downtown on the way, it was basically Chen Bingbing asking and Lin Muyao answering. The two men asked and answered questions. It was a nice chat. It didn't take long. A couple of people then went back to the city. Originally, Lu Qingzhou thought that she was tired all morning, so the three of them would go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. I didn't realize these two were talking. I can't believe we're meeting for dinner. No way. Lu Qingzhou again could only take to Quanholi to eat, and then sent the two people back home. By the time he got back to his house, it was past 3 in the afternoon. LOL, a day of vacation wasted. Wasted most of a vacation day though. There's still 1 day left. Day 2. Lu Qingzhou really didn't leave the front door. All day long, I've been at home in my kazoo. Just lay there for a full 24 hours. It's not a very good day. It's cloudy. It was as if a downpour was about to ensue. It's past 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Qingzhou arrived at the Mountain Air headquarters on time. Only then did he park in the parking lot and make his way to the first floor lobby. The front desk girl immediately called out to him. Yo, our star captain is here? Lu Qingzhou turned back with some surprise. Star captain? Come, take a picture with me first, okay? I'll send a friend circle to fool around. The front desk little sister had already walked out. Holding up his cell phone, he leaned against Lu Qingzhou's side. Eggplant. After the group photo, it was Lu Qingzhou who was a bit confused and said, You were possessed by a ghost? Early in the morning is pulling me again to take a picture and eat my tofu. He's okay with the little girl at the front desk, so an occasional joke doesn't hurt. The receptionist ignored him. After editing the copy and sending it to his friends, he pulled him back to get ready for a few more shots. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, Taking pictures is fine. Can you give a reason first? And taking a picture is enough, right? Say, are you planning to take my picture to deal with the family? The receptionist was a little confused. Coping with home? Yes, your family introduces you to a blind date, so you take me as an errand boy. Lu Qingzhou said, It's okay to be an errand boy, but you have to pay for it, and I won't do it for nothing. The receptionist gave him a big blank stare before saying, If I don't take more pictures, you'll become a big star someday, and I won't be able to take any pictures. The captain of the lifeboat, you bend down a little bit, or you put your arm around me, or I can put my arm around you. Lu Qingzhou was filled with black lines. Eating my tofu again. Addicted? Stop it. The flight is at 11. I'll be late if you keep delaying. He hurriedly stopped the other party and said, The other side saw it. That's the end of it. But still admonished, That's fine, but you'll have to take a few more with me when you get back. Lu Qingzhou had already walked towards the elevator entrance by this time. Wave your hand as you go. Indicates that he already knows. However, the elevator doors only opened, and after the few colleagues inside saw him, they all coincidentally flirted. Yo, our big star is here. When is the big star going to quit? So we can practice on you. My daughter-in-law says you're her idol, so I'll bring her to meet you one day when you have time. These flirting voices made Lu Qingzhou confused. After he casually dealt with a few sentences, he hurriedly took the elevator to the upper floors. But wherever he goes, every co-worker who meets him flirts a bit. Even when I met a few rather old captains in the medical examination room, they all joked about taking a picture with him. It made Lu Qingzhou puzzled. So after completing the physical exam, Lu Qingzhou rushed to the workroom on the second floor hall. In the workroom, all crew members for this flight have arrived. So when Lu Qingzhou pushed open the door, these people immediately smiled and said, The star captain has arrived. Captain Lightship, how does it feel to be a star? I'll be the first to follow when you open your social media accounts. Lu Qingzhou frowned and said, What's all this nonsense? What big star and star captain? When did I become a big star? You don't know? Nya Xiaoyu, who was closest to him, said with a face full of curiosity. I don't know. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the heart to say, I don't want to know either. Then pointing to Wang Jia on the opposite side, he said, Wang Jia, you should all recognize, the co-pilot of this flight. If nothing else, he'll be partnered with me for the next while. Crew Chief Zhang Xiaoyun laughed. We've been partnered with Captain Wang Jia a few times before and know each other. Lu Qingzhou nodded. That's why he sat down. Said, let's get started. Another 4 paragraphs today. Enough to keep us busy. But he had only finished his words. Suddenly realized something was wrong. Why does it feel like there's someone missing? The co-pilot, the safety officer, the stewardesses are all there. Who's missing? That's it. Bing Bing Chen. Why isn't that little tail of his own around today? Bing Bing hasn't come yet? Lu Qingzhou asked. The crowd looked at him with puzzled faces. It seems to say, you ask us, who do we ask? Isn't Chen Bingbing usually inseparable from you? Lu Qingzhou saw this and then reacted. He was about to take out his cell phone and call Chen Bingbing. Clunk. This time, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Bingbing and another photographer hurried in. Sorry, we are late. Chen Bingbing hurriedly said. Lu Qingzhou glanced at her and snickered. Stayed up late playing games again last night, didn't you? Where? Chen Bingbing wiped her sweat with a paper towel before saying, I kept refreshing the data coming last night, and I couldn't care less about sleeping. Refresh the data? Lu Qingzhou was filled with doubt. Yeah, the ratings of the 4th episode chant. Chen Bingbing's face instantly became flushed. Looking at him with excitement, our ratings exploded, even breaking the ratings record of Mango's variety show. Iron. Fire. We're totally on fire. Chapter 163, is it too risky? Fire? Lu Qingzhou looked at Chen Bingbing with some doubt. Hasn't your Thai show been pretty hot ever since it started? Chen Bingbing seriously corrected. It's not you guys, it's we. And this program isn't a broken program. You're the special guest. And, although the ratings of Fly With You have been quite high since it started airing, it wasn't until last night that it really burst into flames. And the ratings actually directly broke the ratings of all the variety shows on Mango Channel, higher than those of the previous Happy Camp, Everyday Pull-Ups, and even A Place to Go. Last night's ratings, which were the combined ratings of the first 3 episodes, directly hung up on the other airlines. So you see why I'm so happy. Lu Qingzhou suddenly realized. So it is. That's something to be happy about indeed. Especially like Chen Bingbing, this kind of small rookie into the workplace. Their own full responsibility. Personally masterminded the first project directly into the unit of no one. In one fell swoop into the company's sales champion. How can you describe it as a bright future? It's simply a bright future. No wonder you're so excited that you're drooling. Lu Qingzhou pulled a tissue and handed it over, smiling. Since you're so happy, then when we get to Spring City in the evening, you treat us to a big meal. Chen Bingbing took the tissue, wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he patted his chest and said, it's not just a big meal. When we get to Spring City in the evening, all the expenses will be paid for by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's atmosphere. Ice is mighty. Bingbing, you're so valiant. Then let's go eat mushroom hot pot at night. Lu Qingzhou also picked up. What kind of matsutake mushrooms? Chicken fur, dried mushrooms, morel mushrooms, truffles, all of them. Order whatever mushrooms are expensive. Anyway, there is a big money payer tonight. There will be no more store after this village. Chen Bingbing took the notebook and reached out to pat Lu Qingzhou's shoulder. No good mood. Sea hand green you want? I will give you order plate sea hand green sashimi. Guarantee you eat to cool, but also can see the villain it. Seeing a noble ingredient like hand green sashimi, it's better to keep it to yourself. Lu Qingzhou made a couple jokes. That's when he looked at the crowd. Okay, all of you. Stop rambling and get to the meeting. You've got the surrogates, fans, security and groupies that you were told to get. You've got them all set up, right? Magic City, Hilton Hotel Suite. A boy female, olive-skinned, pretty-looking boy asked casually as he tended to his eyelashes with an eyelash curler. Behind him, the male agent in his 30s gently squeezed his shoulders. Returning, it's all arranged. Brother, just don't worry. Brother, you don't know. Last night Flying With You ratings simply exploded, directly breaking the Mango Channel's ratings record. TSK, Shanhang usually doesn't show off. I didn't expect it to be so hot. We've booked a flight on Mountain Air this time, so it's a crooked deal. The pretty boy raised his eyebrows slightly, though the expression was diffident, but the corners of his mouth had turned up slightly. Obviously, he was in a good mood now. 2. Didn't I ask you to mention another set of programs to the company the day before yesterday? What was the response from the company? He asked again. The agent's face showed a hint of difficulty. Brother, Mr. Wang and the others felt it was a bit risky, so they gave it a no, because they don't think it's a big problem to rub it in, but there's some legal risk if they fool around. The pretty man snorted coldly, his face as frosty as ice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come they didn't think it was risky when I was making money? Now they feel risky? Since they don't want to take the risk, I'll do it myself. Isn't it just a few hot searches? It's not like I can't afford this amount of money. These sons of ES. A bunch of cannibalistic fools. The capitalists really should all get rid of their streetlights. Milked me dry of my value. And now they won't even pay for a few hot takes? They don't want to take the risk, do they? Well then, I'll go it alone then. The man looked up, looking at the agent with a frosty face. In a hushed voice, how long now until the plane takes off? 6 or 7 hours. The agent hurriedly replied. 6 or 7 hours? That's enough. He thought for a moment and continued. Make an appointment for me with Sister Wang. Just tell her that I'm free today at noon and would like to treat her to a casual dinner. The place for the meal will be. The man looked around the room. Right here. The agent was taken aback. A big bladdered, cross-faced woman immediately came to his mind. Hurriedly, he said, Brother, that woman can be a bit fierce. And is it too late to ask someone out? In time. The man grimaced. Tell her that I'm in a little trouble, and if she's willing to help me, I can stay in Mordor with her for the next month. But only if. She has to transfer a sum of money to me first. Then you take that money and contact Weibo Operations to book the hot search for this afternoon in advance. The agent saw that the other party had spoken. All that could be done was to nod and say, okay, I'll get in touch. Wait until the agent is gone. It was only then that the man took a small pill out of the drawer. He looked at the pills for a full 10 seconds or so of hesitation. It was as if he was in some intense mental struggle. Then a clench of the teeth and a close of the eyes. Be ruthless. Tossed this little pill right into his mouth. Murmured, ugh, that woman, although she plays with flowers and has a fierce physique, but it's much better than those middle-aged greasy men. At least it's a woman. I've taken my pills and I don't believe I can't satisfy her. And even a whipping is better than being that. Things have come to a head, and there's no turning back. If I don't hype up the heat, my curiosity will really fall to the 3rd or 4th tier. No. He clenched his fists. The veins on his forehead exploded with vigor. No. I'm a skyrocket superstar. Not some little 3rd or 4th tier entertainer. P.S. The day before yesterday, a flight of China Eastern Airlines sent Mayday emergency signal. The initial reason is the captain of the sudden illness. The co-pilot alone to drive the plane forced landing success. Author June wrote a similar plot in another platform. This book before also mentioned a mouth. Really reality than the novel plot in Magic Na. The co-pilot of that flight was definitely a hero pilot and got a lot of credit. So the turnaround is also on the cards. Because if he did not save the day, a person on the plane cannot live. However, I feel that this year's feng shui is not very good. Domestic and foreign out of the matter simply do not too much. Many people see the news of the airplane accident also thought it was the old news hype it. So it's better to try to choose another mode of transportation if you have a choice. Chapter 164, Another Four-Legged Flight. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the crew of Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 arrived at the parking lot of the remote Wall Airport without incident. Lu Qingzhou was about to get out of the car. Chen Bingbing hurriedly handed over a pair of masks. Put the mask on. Where are your sunglasses? Better take them out as well. In a moment when you enter the waiting hall, put the sunglasses on as well. Lu Qingzhou looked at the mask that was handed in front of her, with the main color being pink and cartoon patterns, hurriedly waving his hand to refuse. I'm a big man wearing this kind of pink and cartoon pattern mask. Won't I be laughed to death? And what am I wearing a mask for? Tell you to wear it. Chen Bingbing directly shoved the mask into Lu Qingzhou's hand. Just listen to me. If someone recognizes you later, it will delay our time. Which is so exaggerated. Lu Qingzhou was puzzled on her lips, but she still picked up this very kawaii mask. Picking it up and sniffing it, he asked again. This is your own mask, isn't it? It smells like perfume. Chen Bingbing was immediately bashful. Angrily, are you wearing it or not? If not, give it back to me. This time, Zhang Xiaoyun also walked over. Smiling at Lu Qingzhou, she said, just listen to Bingbing. She has experience in this kind of thing. You're already a big star now. What if you're really recognized and crowded over to take pictures with you? If I were to wear this mask and a pair of sunglasses, that would be really conspicuous. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the heart to say, but that said, he didn't return the mask to Chen Bingbing, but kept it in his hand. Not for a while. The group had then taken the elevator and arrived at the door of the waiting hall. Remote Wall Airport is still very crowded today. There's even a long line at the entrance and exit of the terminal. But as staff, they don't need to enter the terminal through the passenger entrance/exit. Instead, there is a dedicated employee access. Today's flight was also a 4-segment flight. The plane first took off and lifted off from Kwanshan, and then arrived at Pudong Airport in Magic City more than 2 hours later. However, the flight was only a stopover at Pudong Airport. After a stopover of about 2 or 3 hours, they took off again and flew to Spring City. the capital of Dian Province. Arrive at Changshui Airport in Spring City in the evening. The next morning we flew again from Spring City to Chengdu Airport in Hanzhong and finally returned to Springs, flying almost halfway around the south. The total range is estimated to be 6 or 7,000 kilometers, and the 2 days of work added up to at least 20 hours or so, because the flight alone is 10 hours long. There's also the pre-takeoff preparations, and the various aftercare tasks once you arrive at your destination. 2 days of 20 or so hours of intense work. Even Iron Men get tired, so not many people are willing to fly segment 4 even though it pays a bit more. But there's no way. The company signed off on the pie. You have to fly even if you don't want to. Passing through the employee passageway, the group entered the interior of the airport without any problems. It's now less than 80 minutes until the plane takes off. Time is short and the task is heavy. So instead of wasting time in the waiting hall, they hurried towards the security check channel. Crew security is also not the same as the security channels for regular passengers. So when their group arrived at the security lane, besides a couple of screeners, there were only about 10 crew members from other airlines waiting in line for security. There were more than 10 people in line in front of them though. Employee security checks are relatively quicker though, so they can't wait much longer. Lu Qingzhou in the queue, the mask in the hand back to Chen Bingbing said, I said you guys worry about the sky, now believe it. Where am I a big star yo? Which will be what people looking for me to take a picture, and a mask and sunglasses? Overthink it. But I still can't understand those star-chasing fans. What makes them so crazy? Some people even turn black and white upside down in order to follow their stars. And they don't even have the most basic values anymore. Chen Bingbing somewhat disconcertingly took the mask and returned. The difference between a person and a person is greater than the difference between a person and a pig. Isn't there a segment on the internet that says that many people nowadays look normal, but in fact merely have the ability to take care of themselves? They are very blindly obedient, very unassertive, and have a double low IQ and EQ. That is to say, modern civilization has developed to a certain extent now, so these talents have not been euthanized. As harsh as it sounds, there is some truth to it. Lu Qingzhou nodded approvingly. Indeed, nowadays, many people are really blind and biased, being slightly agitated by marketing numbers. They think they have the truth. That's why chasing stars is already sensible enough. It's those who chase Netflix and become fans of some big Luddites who are really hopeless. Chen Bingbing picked up the conversation. Lu Qingzhou laughed. For example, the fans of Xin Shang and Household Shang, anxious about food safety when they're young, and binge-buying healthcare products when they're old. Right. Chen Bingbing gave him a thumbs up. The line through security was really fast. Not for a while. The 10 or so people in front of Lu Qingzhou had already passed the security check and it was soon his turn. He hurriedly ended the conversation with Chen Bingbing. Hurry up and put your suitcase in the security machine. Then walk over to the security checker with your ID. The security guard took the ID and didn't even look at it. While holding a handheld metal detector and pretending to sweep around Lu Qingzhou's body, he whispered, Captain Qingzhou, can you come back today? My daughter is a fan of yours. Let's take a picture together sometime. Lu Qingzhou looked at the other party with some shock. Although he and the other party were not in the same unit, they usually looked up and saw each other, and were considered half acquaintances. Since it's an acquaintance, how can you ask for so much? This security officer had only just finished. Her co-worker also hurriedly said, there's me and there's me. Captain Lightboat, let's take a picture. It's not too busy now anyway. Lu Qingzhou was still hesitating. He'd been strongly yanked through. A few minutes later, he had finally escaped the clutches of these security guards. With his suitcase in hand, he fell away towards the tarmac. But when he had only just arrived at the tarmac and was about to catch the ferry to the far plane, a group of passengers standing a short distance away, also waiting for the ferry, suddenly saw him. Hey, isn't that handsome guy the internet-famous captain of Mountain Air? Young and handsome, with a shoulder patch or 4 bars. It must be him. Wow, it's actually Captain Lightship. Grab him. I want to take a picture with him. Ooh, why didn't I pick the Mountain Air flight? Captain Lightship, can you sign this for me? Seeing that someone was actually trotting towards them, frightened, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly got on the ferry and urged towards the driver. Master, hurry up and drive, hurry up and drive. Are these people crazy? How dare you be so dramatic? P.S. The sticks in the U.S. Army were practicing, and then the warplanes mistakenly fired a full 8 air-to-surface aerial bombs, most likely not air-to-surface missiles, as the video doesn't look like missile power, at civilian areas, killing and injuring a number of civilians. Hiss. It's still the Americans who are great at beating up their little brother without mercy. Whether the killer is the U.S. Army or the ROK Air Force is to be determined, but the command of the ROK Army is in the hands of the U.S. Army. Chapter 165, The National Aircraft C-919 is the light of the nation. Capital time, 11 a.m. sharp. Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-1167 took off from Yaowei Airport on time, all the way south, head for the Magic City. Now summer vacation is not over, so the cabin is pretty much full. There are 164 seats in total, almost 130 people crammed in. The full load rate is close to 80%. The Boeing 737-800 has two layouts for seating capacity. One is a two-cabin layout and one is a single-cabin layout. In the case of a two-cabin layout, the cabin is divided into first and economy class, with a total of 164 seats. With a single-cabin layout, there is no first class in the cabin, so the seats are just a little more relative. There will be 189 seats. All of Mountaineer's Boeing 737-800s have a two-class layout. Although there will be 23 fewer in a two-class layout, the loss from fewer seats will naturally be made up for by the first-class landlubbers. Not only is it not a loss, instead, there is money to be made. Soon, and the plane shot up into the clouds. Leave the jurisdiction of the Springs approach and take command of the Mordor district transfer. Today's flight from Springs to Mordor was operated by co-pilot Wang Jia. Because in the afternoon the magic capital of Flying Spring City is worse both in terms of distance and time consuming, and even weather conditions. So the co-pilot operates the morning voyage and the captain flies the afternoon voyage. After the plane climbed to 10,000 meters, the co-pilot Wang Jia then skillfully switched the driving mode to autopilot, then stretched. Turning her head to Lu Qingzhou, she smiled and said, "You can squint for a while again." "You squint." "I'm staring," Lu Qingzhou casually said. Chen Bingbing rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Wang Jia. "How do I feel that Captain Wang Jia flies smoother and operates more skillfully than Captain Chen Bin? The two of them just aren't on the same level alright." Lu Qingzhou laughed. "The other Captain Wang Jia already got his route license a few months ago. Now he's just brushing up on his flight hours. When he brushes up on 150 flight hours and passes the CAAC's captain promotion examination, he'll be able to formally become an airliner captain. That is to say, Captain Wang Jia has the ability to become an airliner captain and is fully capable of operating an airplane on his own." Wang Jia hurriedly waved his hand and said, Fallacious praise, fallacious praise. I and Shen Bin's only difference is that he first got the route license only. I and he not only the same age, but also the same batch of into the company, so both of us regardless of technology or experience, in fact, are not very different." "Humble," Lu Qingzhou laughed. "Chen Bin is far worse than you. At the very least the mentality is not as good as you. You are now a trainee full driver. He didn't even get a route license. One step behind. If he doesn't work hard, the gap between him and you will only get farther and farther." Wang Jia touched his nose in some embarrassment, changed the subject, asked, "I heard that Captain Lu and the others have completed the training for the modification of the C919, a large domestic airplane, and have returned to the company. With them back, we won't need to be so tired." "Yeah." Lu Qingzhou was full of envy. "It's still old Lu and the others who are cool. Actually even flew on the C919. When the company takes delivery of the first batch of C919s next year and the year after, I guess it will be a few of them who will take turns flying. When it's our turn, we don't know what the monkey's going to do." Wang Jia nodded. "I've heard that the C919 has a lot of black technology, and I've been salivating for a long time. The C919 feels so hot. Now a lot of people traveling by plane only choose the C919. Chen Bingbing also interjected. The ratings of the third episode of Fly With You last week were also very high. The main reason was that China Eastern Airlines starring airplane was the C919. After all, it's the first big domestic airplane in our East University." Lu Qingzhou smiled and explained. "The quality itself is very capable, and the comfort is much stronger than Boeing and Airbus. Plus it carries national self-confidence and is the light of the nation, so it's normal to be sought after. The main thing is that no one could have imagined that 20 years ago we could only trade a few 100 million shirts for an airplane. But just 20 years we can actually build our own big airplanes. This 20 years of change, then other countries dozens or even hundreds of years of change." Wang Jia lamented. "So don't talk about the netizens, even those of us in civil aviation, almost every one of us is mesmerized by the C919. Now there are many countries around the world that want to build big airplanes, but the only ones that really build them are the United States, Europe and Russia. Among them, the ones that are generally accepted by other countries are also Boeing and Airbus, and now the C919 has broken the monopoly of Boeing and Airbus, so it's not too much to give how high praise." Chen Bingbing was filled with surprise. "Russia can also build big airplanes?" Lu Qingzhou nodded and said, "Not only can it be built, but it has been exported to many countries. Even now, there are quite a few countries that are using the old Maoists' big airplanes. For example, the former Soviet Union's member states, Iran, North Korea, and so on." Oh, Chen Bingbing came to a realization. It's not just Russia. Quite a few countries have the will to build big airplanes. Japan, for example, had developed its own big airplane when its national power was as high as it was, only that the project later ended without a trace because the crash rate was too high. Have the brats developed a big airplane too? That's something I haven't heard of. Chen Bingbing looked at Lu Qingzhou and asked curiously. Built? Lu Qingzhou laughed, but it's even less reliable than the old Maoist. Let's put it this way. The old Maoist Tu-154 is an infamous airplane because the aircraft can have a surprisingly high crash rate of an astonishing 6.5%, which means that fewer than 6 or 7 out of 100 Tu-154s will not live long enough to be retired and taken with them in a random group of people. Chen Bingbing covered her mouth and said, then who dares to ride in a Tu-154? In fact, there is nothing wrong with the Tu-154 itself, and there are no flaws in its design. The reasons for the high crash rate are basically irregularities and poor maintenance. But in aviation, a crash is a crash. There is no other reason. But even more anticlimactic than the Tu-154 is the kids' YS-11. The YS-11 is the only commercial airplane the brats have developed in-house. And it's amazing that the crash rate is able to reach a staggering 14.2, much worse than the Tu-154. A crash rate that high is kind of unprecedented. So the kiddies, after that blow, never developed a big airplane again. That is to say, large airplanes are toys for big countries. Without a strong aerospace industry underpinning them, how can they be developed? Even if it is really developed, it will at most be a super large aerial bomb. Chapter 166, the next voyage is a guilty one. Springs is only about 1,000 kilometers from the Magic City. Even if you add in boarding, skidding, circling, 5 sides and so on, it only takes about 2 hours full time. So 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The plane was already firmly parked at the Pudong International Airport in Magic City. It's not a good day in the Magic City. Overcast to cloudy. Don't think that the sky is all gray clouds blocking out the sun and that the temperature won't be too high without direct sunlight. Overthinking. The body's surface temperature has long been over 40 degrees Celsius, and because of the high humidity, so it gives the impression of being trapped in a steamer basket steaming slowly over low heat. If it weren't for the fact that Mordor is a coastal city, occasionally some sea breeze would come in, it would probably be even more depressing, because the plane was only stopping over at Pudong Airport. 3 hours later, the plane will have to continue to take off and lift off and fly all the way west to Spring City. So wait until the plane is done disembarking passengers. Lu Qingzhou stood at the cabin hatch, glancing at the few passengers in the cabin. Then to all of them, today is a special situation. So let's finish what we have in hand. Then we'll go to the airport cafeteria to deal with a few random bites. And then we'll come back and squint for a while after eating. And then we'll contact the airport ground and notify the passengers to get on the plane in 2 hours. Because there are still passengers on the plane and we can't all leave when we go to the cafeteria to eat. Wu, and while you stay on the plane, we'll go eat and bring it back to you. What do you think? Safety Officer Wu Yan hurriedly nodded. Good. This is because Mountain Air SC-1167 only has a 3-hour stopover at Pudong Airport in the Magic City. Some passengers flying from Springs to Spring City did not disembark as others did. Instead, they just stayed in the airplane and rested and waited. Yes, stopover flights do not require passengers to disembark. Passengers can wait on the plane until it takes off and lifts off again. Of course, passengers are not confined to the airplane. They can also get off the plane and move around. Because stopover flights are usually parked near the aircraft, there is a corridor bridge connecting the terminal and the aircraft, but most passengers worry that they won't get it back if they go out. The plane was air-conditioned anyway. Instead of going outside and getting blasted by the elements, you should just stay on the plane and sleep it off. Lu Qingzhou finished his explanation. That's when he got back into the cockpit and started to get busy. The others were each busy with what they had in hand. 20 minutes or so later, the group reassembled at the cabin hatch. With the exception of the security officer, Wu Yan, the group hurriedly left the plane and rushed to the cafeteria on the second floor of the airport. This hot and humid weather is most sleepy, especially in the middle of the day. It's as if they've been drugged, because there's quite a bit waiting for you in the afternoon. So during the meal, Lu Qingzhou filled herself with several cups of coffee, which finally lifted her spirits a little. The same goes for everyone else. Even filled his own mug most of the way with coffee, planned to take it to the airplane and drink it. Here Red Bull refreshes better. Wang Jia handed over a can of chilled Red Bull, then looked at the other girls and laughed. This stuff isn't very good for girls to drink, so I'll leave you guys alone, huh? Lu Qingzhou didn't refuse. Instead, you pull the pull tab and drink it all in one go. Sure enough, after finishing off a glass of Red Bull in one gulp, the whole thing has become refreshed as well, only to see him stand up, waving to the still wilting crowd. He said, "Mates, have you all had your fill? And when you've had your fill, let's go. It's past 2 o'clock and it won't be long before we're due to pick up." He saw Fang Yihan, Zhang Xiaoyu and the girls sitting in their seats, narrowing his eyes slightly. If it weren't for the hands propping up his head, he'd probably be sprawled out on the dining room table huffing and puffing by now. So hurriedly pushed a few people and said, don't sleep, go back to sleep on the airplane." Zhang Xiaoyun and Nie Xiaoyu also rushed to pull and drag a few other people up, as several people descended to the second floor of the airport. When passing by the VIP waiting room, he saw one VIP waiting room door either squatting or standing with 1 or 2 dozen reporters with long guns. These reporters almost blocked that VIP waiting room. Some people are even trying to break in. Yo, which big shot is this coming to Pudong to take the airplane again? There are actually so many reporters squatting around. Wang Jietsked. Fang Yihan shook her head. It's not a big shot. It should be a star. Because these reporters are all entertainment reporters, which are commonly known as paparazzi. Wanger was dumbfounded. Yo, you actually know that much? That's right, Fang Yihan dejectedly said. All these years of chasing after stars aren't for nothing. Wang Jie twisted his head to look at Chen Bingbing and asked curiously, Bingbing, are there any of those paparazzi you know? Go ask which big star is blocked inside. If it's my favorite star, I'll go mix up an autograph. Fang Yihan and Zhang Xiaoyu, a few of them. It also hurriedly eyed Chen Bingbing. Obviously, the girls were heartened by Wang Jie's offer. Chen Bingbing looked at it for a few moments. Shaking his head, he said, they're not paparazzi, they're lower and more bottomless than paparazzi. Oh, the crowd was full of questions. Even Lu Qingzhou looked towards her with a puzzled expression. Chen Bingbing said, these people are surrogates, not paparazzi. Although I've always felt that paparazzi is the shame of us media people. Paparazzi is at least considered a media person. And these people, they really aren't even as good as paparazzi. Oh, Fang Yihan suddenly realized. Is the proxy shooting following the star and then selling the star's whereabouts, photos, videos and whatnot to the fans? Right. Chen Bingbing nodded. Fang Yihan said, that really isn't even as good as a paparazzo. That means there is indeed a big star hiding in there. Wang Jie picked up. It should be a first-tier star. Otherwise the battle wouldn't be that big. Whether it's a first tier or not I don't know. Chen Bingbing shook her head. But it must be a traffic star. The so-called traffic stars are little fresh meat, little flower girls and whatnot, because only traffic stars are seriously rice-circleized. And the biggest feature of rice-circleization is that there are a super large number of brain-damaged fans. When there are more brainwashed fans, the business of proxy shooting will be good. That's why surrogates don't follow celebrities who are of a certain age. They only shoot traffic stars. The crowd came to a sudden realization. But in their eyes, it doesn't matter if it's a celebrity, a surrogate or a fan. It's all a joke. Think of it as a monkey show. Just watch the fun. Don't look. If you have the time to watch a monkey show, you might as well sleep for a few more minutes, Lu Qingzhou urged. Chen Bingbing laughed. I guess it won't take more than a few days before Captain Lightship will also have his own super talk, his own rice circle, and even more so his own brainwashed fans. So why don't you go find the one inside to get some lessons? Lu Qingzhou gave her a big blank stare. This joke is not funny. It's not a joke, Chen Bingbing said. What I said can be the truth alright. You are not aware of how hot you are right now. I'm not in showbiz if I'm any hotter, so how can I have all that mess? People who play table tennis can be rice-circleized. Why can't you? Chen Bingbing perked up. You didn't see online how extreme those two table tennis playing fans are. Even the Olympic champions dared to attack it. Lu Qingzhou's jaw dropped. That crazy? I don't care what those brainwashed fans think. As long as I don't sign up for social media accounts, they can get as high as they want. Lu Qingzhou shrugged. Another twisted his head to look at the VIP lounge not far away. That VIP lounge looks like it's owned by Mountain Air. No way, no way. Whoever that is in there can't really be on a Mountain Air flight. A hint of gloom surfaced in Lu Qingzhou's heart. Just in case that big star in there is really on this flight of theirs. Then this next voyage, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble myself. Because everyone on Earth knows that these so-called traffic stars are the hardest to serve. Chapter 167. It's crazy. What's all the fuss about? Chen Bingbing saw Lu Qingzhou standing still. Then he laughed and said, are you envious of these big stars? Who can be surrounded by people everywhere they go and get a lot of attention? Don't be envious. You have the qualifications to be a big star too. She patted her chest and said, believe me, as long as you're willing to let me be your manager, I'll definitely be able to package you for your debut, and it won't be long before you're halfway across the sky. Lu Qingzhou gave her a blank look without any good reason. Only then did he say to the others, all brace up in a moment. I have a bad feeling about this. The others blinked, somewhat puzzled. He looked at him. Lu Qingzhou had to point not far away and said, that VIP waiting room is our Mountain Airline. Although today our Mountain Airline has a number of flights to pass through Pudong Airport, but at this point there is only our trip. So whoever is in there is probably on our flight. It's easy to start a riot when there's a proxy or a fan or something. So prepare yourselves, and when the time comes, in case something does happen, come to me in the cockpit first thing. Several flight attendants looked at each other. All of them were stony-faced, nodded. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they had experienced such a thing as a big star flying on an airplane they were on duty on. Stars, especially so-called traffic stars. It's not easy to serve, not to mention, and it likes to get rowdy. Everywhere you go, there's a huge crowd of people who are always in front of you. The point is that most of these people are paid by agencies to hire and pretend to be fans. Create the illusion that the person is hot. When the time comes, take a few pictures and send them to media outlets that want money, traffic, and just plain shamelessness. After the exposure, doesn't this so-called star make news? Even some stars are good at directing themselves, like purposely hiring a couple of people to pretend to be rich customers, pointing out brainwashed fans chasing stars and whatnot. Then the two groups got into a fight on the plane or at the airport. Doesn't that make the conversation? Find a few more media outlets to cover stories like hashtag so-and-so celebrity was on an airplane when a fan got into an altercation with a passerby, and then once the Twitter buzz bought it. Isn't the traffic coming? What? This is clearly negative press. Negative news still needs to be self-directed? Of course it's needed. Black and red is also red. Zhang Xiaoyu and Fang Yihan and the girls might have liked to follow stars in the beginning, or even be brain-damaged fans of a certain star. But after becoming a flight attendant and seeing a few of these so-called celebrities' tawdry maneuvers, it'll be sober. So now instead of having any filter on the so-called stars, they talk about them. Now that he heard Lu Qingzhou's such a serious exhortation, a few people also made a mental note to stand by. It didn't take long. The group was back on the plane again. It's now over an hour before the plane leaves. We have 40 minutes until passengers are notified to board. So after a few people returned to the airplane, they hurriedly found a seat each and began to rest their eyes. Soon, a snap of the fingers. The 40 minutes went by in a flash. It was so short that I only closed my eyes, and when I opened them again it was 40 minutes later. 40 minutes passed with a nap. Can it not be fast? An announcement to inform passengers to board the plane rang out in the Pudong airport terminal. Then exit and enter at one of the gates. Immediately there was a long line, and on the other side of the corridor bridge, the two stewardesses were already standing at the cabin door as well. With a professional smile on his face, he waited for the first passenger to arrive. Passenger boarding was quick, just 10 or so minutes. More than 100 passengers had already entered the cabin one after another. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the corridor bridge which was no longer occupied. The tense body relaxes a little. Cocking his little head, Fang Yihan asked, "The passenger cabin is almost full, right? And now that the corridor bridge is empty, no one should be boarding the plane." "I don't know." Fang Yihan shook her head and said, "But VIP customers are usually picked up by someone and boarded in advance. That whoever hasn't come in until now. So the odds are that they aren't traveling on our flight. Hopefully." Zhang Xiaoyu spat out her little tongue. But just as the two were making small talk, a clutter of footsteps sounded on the porch bridge again. The two men hurriedly stood up straight, professional smiles back on their faces, and looked up at the porch bridge with their heads held high. And when they looked at the sight at the end of their vision, first, he froze, then a look of disappointment, helplessness, and even resistance immediately appeared on his face, because on the other side of the corridor bridge, a large wave of people surrounded it inside and outside. It was like a sphere of people slowly rolling along the corridor bridge towards the hatch. These guys are as good as shot, constantly trying to push his way into the crowd. There were even a number of teeth-gnashing screams and cheers. These people had cell phones or other filming devices in their hands, and while holding them high in the air, they desperately pressed the shutter. And in the center of this sphere of people, several men dressed in suits, stocky, even wearing sunglasses, held hands and used their bodies to fend off the crush of crazed fans and surrogates. At the far end was a pretty boy with a stylish haircut and boy-girl looks, also wearing sunglasses and even light makeup. Obviously, the pretty boy would be the one the lanky, burly guys would be protecting. The boys kept waving towards the surrogates and fans. It seems very hands-on, and as this sphere slowly came to the hatch, many of the passengers in the cabin who heard the commotion also leaned over the window to see what was going on. Some even walked out of the cabin and to the gate, and when they got a good look at the beautiful man in the center of the sphere, it also became restless. There was a screaming crowd. One time, the whole hatchway chickens out. It's even jammed up. Zhang Xiaoyun, who was standing in the corridor, was caught off guard and was also staggered by this group of crazy fans. Almost falling to the ground, she hurriedly steadied herself toward Zhang Xiaoyu and Fang Yihan in the hatchway. He shouted, "Quickly stop them, stop them." But these two had been squeezed so hard they were about to fall off the porch bridge, which can stop this group of people who also don't know if they are actors or brainiacs. This time, Safety Officer Wu Yin also heard the commotion. Hurriedly, he squeezed his law enforcement recorder in this direction. While squeezing, he said loudly, "Go back and sit down. All of you go back and sit down. Don't crowd. If there is any stampede you are legally liable." But this group has gone crazy. Where to listen to him? No way. Wu Yan could only try his best to maintain order. And Zhang Xiaoyun saw that the scene was already getting out of control. All you can do is stomp your feet. Hurriedly, he headed toward the cockpit. P.S. I feel like the writing is falling apart. The bookstore doesn't give volume lately, and the hypes are only a few hundred left. Ugh. Chapter 168. The riot is still going on. The cockpit door had only been opened when the buzzing cacophony of voices from outside poured in. It's too loud. It gives the same feeling as thousands of flies buzzing in your ears all the time. So without waiting for Zhang Xiaoyun to speak, Lu Qingzhou's heart just stuttered. Sure enough, I guessed it. That unlucky bastard is actually on this flight. Captain, I guess I'll have to trouble you to go out and take a look. The people are too many and too crazy. We're no longer able to maintain order. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly said. Only after her words were finished, Lu Qingzhou waved her hand and said, Wait, I'll contact the airport dispatch center first and ask them to send a few more people over. Said. Lu Qingzhou picked up the intercom and started calling the airport ground. Chen Bingbing twisted her head. Curious, she asked. Sister Xiaoyun, do you know which star it is? Zhang Xiaoyun laughed bitterly. It's that whoever who likes to act greasy, likes to put on airs, and has a bully complex. Wang Jie pursued. Acting greasy? Male and female ah. Having a bully complex means that the other party likes to play bully-like roles, or play all roles as a bully, so of course it's a male. Chen Bingbing did not have the good sense to say, oh, Wang Jie suddenly realized, so it's the Godfather oh, it shouldn't be the Godmaster. Although the Godmaster is also obsessed with overbearing presidents, but his acting skills fluctuate, and for every classic drama he stars in, he rewards himself with an overbearing president drama. Chen Bingbing said, she deserves to be in show business, so you know all this celebrity gossip like the back of your hand. Isn't it some Yang who has a clear conscience about his acting skills? Chen Bingbing asked. Zhang Xiaoyun shook her head. It's not him. Not him? Chen Bingbing tilted her little head. There are quite a few flow male stars with a domineering president complex and greasy acting skills in the inner entertainment, but making such a big commotion means that this person has already outlived his usefulness, so he's trying to find a way to toss some commotion out of it, which means it's just overdone rather than cool. In that case, not many qualify. She had only just finished speaking when she immediately lit up. Hurry up and say, a cool ex-boyfriend? Right. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed. Bingbing is quite good. You even guessed this. That's. Chen Bingbing raised her eyebrows. Although I'm only a small transparent in Mango Station, I'm still considered to be a mixer of internal entertainment. If I can't even guess this, I've been mixing for nothing for the past few years. Boo. She was being smug, and he got a chestnut on the head. Chen Bingbing immediately tilted her head up and looked at Lu Qingzhou with an exasperated look. Why are you playing my brain melons? It hurts. Lu Qingzhou had already stood up by this time, smiling at her. Does it hurt? You're allowed to pop it back in later. Just don't follow along and go out. I'll just go out alone. Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bingbing is one of his little tails, the kind that follows you wherever you go. However, this time, Chen Bingbing was old and calm, sitting still in her position. I'm not that stupid. What's the point of going out? That who made such a big commotion is naturally known to everyone. Chen Bingbing did not have the good sense to say. Wang Jie and Zhang Xiaoyun were a bit puzzled, because listening to Chen Bingbing's words, was the other side making all this noise not only on purpose, but also coming at them? Lu Qingzhou nodded her head and said, that's why you should look for your leaders have to look for. Our itinerary is strictly confidential, but the other party can know our itinerary. Either someone in the Mountain Air Dispatch Center leaked the information, or someone in your Mango Station leaked the information. Chen Bingbing's face was grave as she nodded slightly and said, good. This time, the cacophony outside the cockpit got louder. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly, crossing over to Zhang Xiaoyun, walked out. Wait until he's out of the cockpit. It was only then that I saw that the cabin hatch was in disarray. As many as 20 or so little girls in their 20s and 20s acted as if they were pumped up, shouting the star's name as they pushed their way to the hatch. And on the porch bridge, there were also more than 10 surrogates and fans with cell phones or other filming equipment, pushing their way inside while desperately pressing the shutter. Middle of the crowd. Four burly men in suits and stocky builds held hands and guarded the big star to the death. The star was wearing a mask and sunglasses again. Cover yourself up tight. And Jiang Xiaoyu and Fan Yihan had long ago been squeezed into nowhere. Safety officer Wu Yan stopped these crazy fans while shouting, all of you, don't crowd, quiet, quiet. But where would anyone listen to him? Zhang Xiaoyun saw that it was already a mess. Rushing to look at Lu Qingzhou, he said, Captain, what should we do? Lu Qingzhou ignored her. Instead, he turned toward his locker and took a megaphone into his hands. He was seen turning the volume up to maximum first, then pressed the button to play the music. Next, a music with a harsh murmur then played from the loudspeaker. Lu Qingzhou raised the megaphone high in the air. It's just like the peddlers who go around collecting rags on the streets. With this piercing music playing, those fans and substitute auctioneers who were really crazy or pretending to be crazy finally quieted down a little. Then they all turned their heads to look at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou saw this, turn off the music. Holding a megaphone, he said in a deep voice, I've already notified the airport public security. Wu Yan, you turn on all your law enforcement recorders. If there's still someone who dares to block the hatch entrance now and not allow the way, and also staggeringly noisy, when the police come, you will recognize the person and hand them over to the public security to take away. The fine should be fined. The detention should be detained. If there is more out of the ordinary behavior, hand over the law enforcement recorder to the police, and at the same time report it to the company's legal affairs, and find out who is behind the planning and organizing as well, and prosecute as well. Don't get used to it. His voice was not loud though, but every word reached the ears of everyone there now. Lu Qingzhou finished. Again, he turned his gaze to the tightly wrapped big star with a meaningful look. The men froze at first, then someone immediately choked back. What have we done? And what gives you the right to have public security come and arrest us? That's right. Who do you think you are? Oh, really think you're marvelous, don't you? Pretender. Do you know who my Gigi is? If you scare my Gigi, we're not done with you. What's the point of pretending? Is the public security bureau run by your family? Gigi, don't be afraid. If he tries to touch you, we'll fight him. The others spoke up and helped. Lu Qingzhou ignored the murmurs. Instead, she looked to the first girl who spoke up. He directly disliked the loudspeaker on the other party's face and said loudly, Don't you have any idea what you have done? You blocked the door of the airplane cabin to make trouble. Already suspected of violating the Public Security Administration punishment law and the aviation safety and security regulations. And if your behavior causes harm to other people's persons and property, or even suspected of violating the penal code, you are going to be imprisoned. Chasing stars are chasing, aren't they? Not even this legal common sense. Chapter 169. Who am I? I'm the captain of this flight. I'm in charge of this plane. Lu Qingzhou looked up. The icy gaze swept over each of these people's faces. As far as the eye can see, almost everyone dared not meet their eyes. But before he could continue to speak, the star who had wrapped herself up tightly suddenly broke free from the layers of protection from the bodyguards. Squeeze in front of Lu Qingzhou, toeing up to him, then posturing. Sorry about that. My fans are just acting slightly over the top because they like me so much. I apologize on their behalf if any of their behavior has caused you any displeasure. If their behavior breaks the law, my agency's legal affairs will also step in promptly. But, I only saw his words turn, and his voice became impassioned. I won't allow anyone to abuse and denigrate my fans. They're all my family, not the you're talking about. So I expect you to take responsibility for your words and actions. And more importantly, I expect you to apologize to my fans immediately. With his incitement, these brainiacs became even more excited. Especially the girl who had just been disliked in the face by Lu Qingzhou with a megaphone. It's all so exciting that I'm on the verge of crying. The situation was instantly one-sided. Lu Qingzhou was like a villain who had been punched in the face by the protagonist. It's all about to get spit on. Apologize. A fan clenched his fists and raised his arms. Immediately, others responded. Apologize. 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 The voices came in waves, almost tipped over the airplane hatch. The big star standing in the center of the crowd saw this, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face. Oh, this performance of his own just now was perfect. Both disliked the so-called star captain so much that he couldn't say anything, but also solidified his position in the hearts of his fans, and set up a persona of defending them even more. Aha! Looks like the previously bought hot search needs to be changed. Change it to a certain Han doted on his fans in a fancy way, and went out of his way to offend the Netflix captain for his fans. Yes, of course he had already recognized Lu Qingzhou. Even more, he knew that Lu Qingzhou was the Netflix captain who had suddenly risen to fame today. But so what? There is a chain of contempt in the entertainment industry. Usually, those who make plays, movies look down on those who make TV shows, and those who make TV shows look down on those who make Netflix. As for the bottom of the contempt chain, it is the various netizens who have gradually gained a certain degree of discourse on the internet in the past few years. Even if these web celebrities have more followers and more ability to cash in, neither is popular with traditional stars, either. Originally, traffic stars are at the bottom of the contempt chain in the inner entertainment, but it does not prevent them from looking down on Netflix. So in the eyes of this star called some John, Lu Qingzhou's so-called Netflix captain status counted for nothing. The only reason I can stand here and dislike you is purely because you're still a little hot and rubbing off on you. Do you really think you're an asshole? Lu Qingzhou listened to the mountainous apologizing sounds in her ears. The face didn't change much, just a slight frown. It's too noisy. It's like a swarm of flies buzzing around your ears. He waited until the men had shouted enough. That's what took the megaphone. Frowning, he said, the plane will take off in only 10 minutes or so, and I don't have time to fool around with you guys. One last question. Are you going to sit back? If you don't sit back, all of you get off. If you delay the flight taking off, don't think I'm being unkind when the police come to arrest people. He turned up the volume. repeating, either sit back down quietly or get off the plane. A certain Han's face had become very ugly. How could he not expect Lu Qingzhou's attitude to be so tough? Not only did they just ignore him, even told his fans to off in front of him. Uncle can tolerate it. Auntie can't stand it either. If you don't give the fans an outlet, I've worked so hard to build up a favored persona, and it's collapsing. So he immediately stepped in front of the fans. Turning toward Lu Qingzhou, she said angrily, "Who are you? Who are you to tell my fans to get off the airplane?" It was only then that Lu Qingzhou brought her eyes together on this big star with greasy acting skills and boy-girl looks. Laughing, "Did you just ask me what I count as? Good, then I'll tell you right now what I count as. I am the captain of this flight, and according to the relevant laws and regulations, I am in charge of this airplane. So you have something against me, get off the plane and complain. If you still want to be on this flight, then get the back in your seat and sit down, and mind your fans. If anyone makes any more trouble and delays the plane's departure." Lu Qingzhou tapped the law enforcement recorder that Wu Yin pinned on his chest. "This is all evidence of your offenses. Whether it's provoking trouble or endangering public safety by dangerous methods, it's enough for you to drink a pot of water." A certain John couldn't have imagined it. It was surprising that Lu Qingzhou would be so rigid. His face reddened with anger. Hands trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes stared at Lu Qingzhou as if they were on fire. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Is that a threat? Interpret it however you want." Lu Qingzhou shrugged. "Good, very good." A certain Han laughed back in anger. "Then I'm not going to get off the plane. What can you do with me?" Lu Qingzhou was already too lazy to bother with this douchebag. Turning his head to look at Wu Yan, he said, "Ask the airport public security officer where he is." Then holding a megaphone, he shouted towards the other ordinary passengers not far away, squeezed in the aisle. "Because of the reason you saw, this flight has certain safety hazards, so it may lead to flight delays or cancellation. Take your luggage and go to the check-in desk to apply for a refund." Hear him say that. The other regular passengers were instantly offended. The old man is on a plane. The plane takes off in 10 minutes or so. Now you're telling me it's because of a so-called star and his bull asterisk family, and the plane is delayed or even cancelled? What the did I do? So immediately there is a strong man viciously said, "All ing blind if you what to make a fuss. Where the bull asterisk star terrific is not it? That's right, you guys are chasing stars aren't you? I'll fight anyone who keeps me from going home. Call the police. Call the police right now. I have recorded its shivering sound. A group of star chasing are chasing stupid. You have such filial piety to your parents blow this bunch down. They love to sit down. Yeah, sit or get out. Are the police here yet? We're all witnesses. You guys are going too far. It's fine to follow the stars, but can you please leave other people alone?" Chapter 170, Offended the Public. Execute Plan B. One time. The group is furious. These passengers were getting angry. Originally, how these brainwashed fans follow their stars has nothing to do with them. Just think of it as a monkey show. You can still eat melon on a plane ride. It's okay. And there are some of them who think it's worth it to take a flight and actually meet a big star. But it all presupposes one cannot compromise one's interests. Now after hearing firsthand from the captain that the flight was delayed or even going to be cancelled, these people immediately blew up. It's fine to eat the melon, but to become the melon itself yourself, well, forget it. Seeing the growing number of regular passengers in the aisles and all on the verge of exploding with emotion, whether it's some Han, or his so-called fans, all were too scared to even speak. Yes, if it was just Lu Qingzhou alone, they also dared to yell for Lu Qingzhou to apologize. But now suddenly there were more than 100 people venting their frustrations towards them. Some have even rolled up their sleeves and are ready to strike. No matter how bold they are, they will not dare to commit public anger. Not to mention, those dozens of fans can include more than 10 who are paid to be there. It's only a couple $100. What a life to play. So the fans who were originally arrogant, the momentum weakened all of a sudden. Even that a certain Han who had been stirring up emotions didn't dare to speak much more. Lu Qingzhou saw that the passengers were agitated. A smile appeared on his face. Aha! It is true that only by mobilizing the masses can we fight these evil forces. With the brainiacs laid to rest, the farce has finally died down. Lu Qingzhou no longer had a stern face and instructed Wu Yan to maintain order. Then Zhang Xiaoyun and the others to pacify the ordinary passengers who were already agitated. Only then did he hurry back to the cockpit. The plane is about to take off. He doesn't want to really delay the normal schedule of the flight because of these delays. A few minutes later, the fans and surrogates blocking the hatchway are finally back in their seats. Some John also sat back in his first-class seat, but it has been until now. His face was all hard. His face was so grim it was dripping. As the hatch slowly closed, the cabin was completely cut off from the outside world. A certain Han held his cell phone in his hand, his face constantly changing. A full minute or so passed. It was as if he had just made up his mind about something. Just as the radio announcement was made to turn off cell phones or other electronic devices, he suddenly opened WeChat, tapped in a person's avatar. A quick message was sent towards the other party, in 1 hour. Start Plan B. Sent this message. He hurriedly clicked to delete his chat with the other person, then pressed the power button to turn it off. He waited until the phone screen went completely black before he took his eyes off of it, then kept looking around like a thief. It was as if he was worried about someone seeing his chat messages. When he realized that his behavior didn't attract the attention of others, that was a slight relief. With the cabin door closed, the countdown to the takeoff of Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 has begun. Pudong Ground, Mountain Air 1167, stop 305, requesting rollout drive. Cockpit. Wang Jia squeezed the radio headset and spoke in a deep voice. Fly from Magic City to Spring City, a straight line distance of 300 kilometers and a flight time of over 3 hours. Plus the weather in Spring City is weird and changeable in the summer. It's just like a girl's temper. 1 minute it's clear skies, maybe the next it's dark clouds. So Magic City flew to Spring City, piloted by Captain Lu Qingzhou, assisted by co-pilot Wang Jia. Soon, the voice of the tower controller at Pudong Airport then came over the comms channel. Mountain Air 1167, Pudong Ground, ready to roll out and drive. Correcting seat pressure 1018. Wang Jia immediately repeated. You can roll out and drive. Correcting seat pressure 1018. Mountain Air 1167. With the tower command, the airport ground crew immediately removed the wheel chocks that held the tires of the aircraft's landing gear. Then an airplane walker held the plane while a commuter van gently pushed it out. Wait until the plane comes to an open area. Wang Jia once again contacted the tower and requested to taxi out for takeoff. Cabin. The flight attendants had already done the safety instructions and were going from passenger to passenger checking to see if they were buckled and fastened and if they had turned off their cell phones or other electronic devices. Originally, Zhang Xiaoyun and the girls thought that the big star, as well as his fans, would be very uncooperative, but they were clearly overthinking it, because the big star had turned her cell phone off a long time ago, and it's also proactive about buckling your seatbelt. Eyes closed, a look of life and death. Although the fans were chattering non-stop, most of the time they were spouting off about the captain's bossiness, fighting on behalf of their own Gigi, and they said that they must call out their friends after getting off the plane and complain about the captain of this flight, but they are still quite disciplined. Spitting is spitting. The phone has either been turned off or is in airplane mode. That's why Zhang Xiaoyun's heart has been hanging in the air. It's finally back in the belly. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Complaints are complaints. The big deal is getting a little paycheck. Anyway, the sky is falling and there's a tall man to take care of it. Captain Lightboat is as solid as they come in the company right now. So let's not even talk about a handful of fans complaining. Even if that big star pickets a bunch of platinum card complaints, people remain unharmed. Just don't make a scene on the plane. This time, the plane has begun to slowly taxi into the taxiway. Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly sat back in her seat, fastened and buckled her seatbelt, and waited for the airplane to take off. Not for a while. This Boeing 737-800 airliner roared into the sky, after the airplane had circled up to a certain altitude. That's why it's all the way west, flying in a due west direction. Magic City. Inside an old residential building in Lianqing Village, Pudong New Area. A boy in his mid-20s, skinny, with pale cheeks, looking a little overindulged and sickly sat cross-legged on the bed. He had an ice cream in his mouth. Looking at a WeChat message on his cell phone he muttered, $2,000 for reporting a false police report. These stars are really rich nah. But it's not unusual for her ex to have money when one cool thing is 4 small goals. But the false police were caught but to go into squat for a few days. That's why you have to use the internet virtual phone. And you have to call a few more times. The more exaggerated the story, the better. It's better to make the police associated with the KB organization. Or else if the police don't believe it, the old man's final payment will be gone. Think about it. He hurriedly brought the laptop to himself. Turn on the computer. Fingers flew over the keyboard. P.S. 2 days ago, the South Korean Air Force mistakenly bombed civilians that thing. But only 29 people were injured? In the video there was a car but hard to carry an aircraft bomb. The car is gone and the car a few old den actually did not die. What kind of steel body is this? Bulletproof senior citizens? North Korea and South Korea are really a family. North Korea has a will of steel. South Korea has a body of steel. Chapter 171. Behind every outrageous rule, there's an even more outrageous story. Ding dong. The cockpit hatch doorbell rang. The co-pilot, Wang Jia, hurriedly got up and opened the door. It was then that Zhang Xiaoyun, the stewardess, stuck her head in and looked at Chen Bingbing and said, Bingbing, the cabin is giving out meals. Do you want to eat something? Chen Bingbing was a bit confused. Ha, is it all time for dinner? Chen Bingbing said. Yes, isn't it 5:30 now? It's just about time to hand out the meals. Chen Bingbing came to a realization, lamenting, ugh, time goes by pretty fast. She touched her small stomach, a little hungry indeed. But when I think about the fact that Mountaineer's airplane meals are notoriously shabby, it's either a big cake, or a steamed bun with salted cabbage lumps, and there might even be a big white onion. She lost any appetite at once. Hastily waving his hand, he said, I'd better forget it. I'm saving my stomach for the mushroom hot pot in Spring City. It's already past 7 o'clock when we arrive in Spring City, and with the follow-up work that will take another hour or so there's a high probability that dinner time tonight will be more than 9 o'clock, so I'd suggest that you should eat more or less. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head around and advised. Zhang Xiaoyun also seemed to know Chen Bingbing's concerns. Laughing, he said, why don't I get you a sandwich and just pat it out? Sandwich? Chen Bingbing's eyes lit up. Good, 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 good. Today's airplane meal of mountain air is not bad. Actually have sandwiches to eat. It's not the airplane meal. It's what little fish and the girls packed in the cafeteria during the lunch break. Zhang Xiaoyun explained with a smile. Only then did Chen Bingbing react. So sandwiches are people's dinner. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, what will you guys eat if I eat it? It's better to forget about it. What's this? Zhang Xiaoyun looked at her and laughed. We purposely packed a few extra servings. It's enough for all of us to share. Hearing her say this, Chen Bingbing then put her heart down. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyun with his head held high, he said, then thank you, Sister Xiaoyun. It's fine. Zhang Xiaoyun guffawed, but she was about to leave. Wang Jia also hurriedly said, Sister Yun, help me bring one over as well. I'll pat it too. Good. When Zhang Xiaoyun left, it was only then that Chen Bingbing asked Lu Qingzhou, aren't you going to eat? You can't eat at night until after 9 o'clock. Yo. Lu Qingzhou looked at her and said, you forgot again? On an airplane the captain and co-pilot need to eat at staggered times, and they can't eat the same food either. Oh. Chen Bingbing then remembered. Then looking at Lu Qingzhou compassionately said, then you'll have to go hungry today. You guys fly airplanes with a lot of rules. Even getting something to eat is subject to strict rules. Lu Qingzhou laughed. Behind every outrageous rule, there is an even more outrageous story. Chen Bingbing instantly became interested. Oh, that means there is actually another reason behind this rule? Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up. Worthy of being in the media circle, sensitivity is just better than others. That's. Chen Bingbing raised her eyebrows with a smug look on her face. Come on, come on, come on. Love to hear you tell your little stories about the bragging rights in your circle. The fire of gossip was already burning in her eyes. It's not doggy, it's better than doggy. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and said, it's better to forget about it. I'm afraid you won't have much of an appetite after I finish. A large question mark surfaced on Chen Bingbing's face. Lu laughed, because it's a slightly heavier flavored and very tasteful short story. Chen Bingbing waved her hand and said with great bravado, you are also underestimating me, Chen. My heart is famously strong. Will I lose my appetite just because of a mere story? Come on, you say it. I just don't believe it. You, strong inside? Lu Qingzhou looked Chen Bingbing up and down. Full of foxes. When something happens, you shrink into a ball and play the ostrich. And strong inside? But revealing people is not revealing. Lu Qingzhou just looked at her twice with some suspicion. It was only then that I said, that's what you're going to hear, ha. Don't blame me for the grossness of my speech later. He takes a precautionary shot first. Chen Bingbing patted her chest and said, no, how could I be that kind of person? 1975 coincided with the economic takeoff of the small days. In those days, traveling abroad became the norm, even for ordinary brats, because all industries are doing quite well. Companies have enviable benefits for their employees. Lu Qingzhou opened the box. So on the day of February 3, 1975, Coca-Cola Japan specially chartered a Boeing 747 from JAL to fly from Tokyo to Paris for the reunion. And, of course, a few of the 344 passengers on the plane were casuals, but most of the passengers were employees of Coca-Cola Japan. Because of the outstanding performance, the company has rewarded this group of employees with a reunion trip to Paris, as well as a few days in Europe. In the 1960s and 70s, when the small-time economy was taking off, it was very popular to take vacation trips to Europe, like a pilgrimage, but the airplanes in those days weren't as advanced as they are now, and even ground control was still using the old manual transmission command model. Lu Qingzhou did have a talent for storytelling. A blow-by-blow short story, not only the cause and effect are told by him, and it can be told so vividly that you don't realize you're substituting. So this flight from Tokyo to Paris requires 2 stopovers en route. The first at Anchorage International Airport in Alaska and the second at Copenhagen International Airport in Denmark. After the plane flew to Alaska, JAL staff at that airport carried on board the breakfast that had long been prepared by the branch's kitchen, which included fried eggs, ham, Lu Qingzhou glanced at Chen Bingbing and continued, as well as sandwiches. The plane didn't stop for long at the Anchorage airport and was soon back in the air and lifting off again. Then after the flight attendants distributed the breakfast to the passengers, almost all of them started to enjoy it. In those days crew members were allowed to eat the same food as the passengers, so the flight attendants took the time to eat breakfast as well. But it wasn't long before some of the passengers didn't feel very well, and their stomachs even began to turn over with intense nausea and a desire to vomit. At first, they thought it was air sickness, but the number of passengers with this symptom is increasing, and the symptoms are getting worse. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, "Recently, there is a song on Shake Shack that is quite hot. How do you sing it? Baby Belly Thunder." After another hour or two, as the symptoms got worse, most people experienced intense dizziness and vomiting. How serious is it? There aren't even enough vomit bags on airplanes anymore. But that's not the worst of it. Because the group with the worst symptoms had no control over their lower bodies, they couldn't wait to rush to the airplane bathroom. But how can there be enough toilets on an airplane for over 300 people? So guess what happens next? Chen Bingbing covered her mouth, filled with disgust. "Please, stop talking. It's disgusting. I want to throw up too." Obviously, she had already brainstormed what was going to happen next. Chapter 172: The worst mass food poisoning incident in the history of civil aviation so far. Yeah. It shouldn't be a problem to keep my computer in my bag. Cabin. An 18 or 19-year-old round-faced girl pushed up her black-framed glasses and looked at her companion worriedly. Her best friend sitting next to her was a little confused. "What could your computer be doing in your bag? You forgot?" The girl looked at her best friend, surprised. "My computer was on, and I've been charging your cell phone." It took a moment for the BFF to remember. His own cell phone had run out of battery, so when checking in your luggage, just plug the cell phone cable into the fat girl's laptop. Then put it in the suitcase. You can't play with your cell phone on the plane anyway, and you can't bring rechargeable batteries on the plane either. Charge your phone with your laptop and it should be full in 3 hours. So she hurriedly said, "It's just charging my cell phone for a while. What could happen?" The girl remained a little concerned. "I'm afraid that the computer's battery won't be able to take it if I charge it for a long time." "You're overthinking it." Her best friend gave her a blank look and said in a bad mood, "It's not just charging your cell phone for a while. If the battery can't take it even if it's charged for a while, then why don't you just find the manufacturer and return it?" Also after hearing her best friend's words, she let her heart drop a little. This time, the stewardesses handed out airplane meals, and it finally got to them. Though today's Mountaineer airplane meals are still shabby and on par with the reduced fat meals of peacetime. But when you lose weight you eat reduced fat meals every day. Consider today a diet. The two men immediately focused all their attention on the airplane meal. "I've left the little matter of charging my laptop behind." Cockpit. Chen Bingbing looked at the sandwich in her hand. Still no semblance of an appetite. Wang Jia was eating sweetly instead. As he chewed on his sandwich, he urged Lu Qingzhou, "Captain Qingzhou, you haven't finished your story yet. Go on and tell T." Lu Qingzhou pointed at Chen Bingbing and forced a smile. "Are you sure you want me to continue?" Chen Bingbing had a helpless expression of giving up on treatment. Set the sandwich aside. Looking at Lu Qingzhou, she said, "You go on. I don't have any appetite anymore anyway. There's not really much to tell next." Lu Qingzhou shrugged and continued. Although the Boeing 747 is a large wide-body aircraft, there are only a few bathrooms on the plane, so there were hundreds of people scurrying thin all at once, and of course there weren't enough toilets. To add to the party's devastation, just as they were lining up to use the restroom, the plane hit a draft and suddenly lurched. After a few toss-ups, someone finally couldn't resist and live-streamed it. Then it was like opening Pandora's box, and the others didn't hold back any longer. Originally, an airplane cabin is a closed space. And so many people vomited and had diarrhea in this small space. Gee, that scene. Think about how spectacular it is. And the North American route to Europe is across the entire Atlantic Ocean, with no major airports to land at. So everyone on the plane had to vomit and have diarrhea, as well as endure the nauseating smell in a scene that was so disgusting to look at that you couldn't eat for days. If there really is a hell in the world, I think that Boeing 747 cabin must be it. It took more than 3 hours of extreme chaos before the plane made an emergency landing at Copenhagen International Airport in Denmark. When the plane's hatch opened and rescuers rushed up to rescue them, it was as if a yellow gas was wafting out of the cabin. So the rescuers were so smoked up at one point that they abandoned the rescue operation. It wasn't until the suits were put on that the rescue operation started back up. So it took over an hour of tossing and turning to get all the people off the plane. Everyone on this plane except the pilots, including the flight attendants and safety officers, had food poisoning, vomiting and diarrhea. The number of people poisoned exceeded 350, with as many as 200 in serious condition requiring hospitalization. and the number of people with mental illnesses as a result exceeded 100. This is the largest airborne mass food poisoning incident in the history of human aviation to date, the JAL charter food poisoning incident. It was because of this poisoning incident that ICAO purposely changed the rules. That is, the crew cannot eat from the same kitchen as the passengers, and even the captain and the co-pilot have to stagger their times and eat different foods. You say if that mass poisoning incident at JAL, if even the pilots had all eaten breakfast, this plane would never have made a forced landing in Copenhagen. It would have fallen into the Atlantic Ocean. That's why ICAO changed its rules, to prevent the slightest thing from happening. Then what exactly did those little devils eat to cause such serious consequences? Chen Bingbing blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Batu? No. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. After an investigation later, it was a chef from the Alaska branch of Nikko who had a broken finger and contracted a germ. Then this cook made hundreds of breakfasts with his hands, which were all eaten by the people on the airplane, leading to this collective food poisoning. A week later, on February 10, 1975, Kenji Kuwabara, 52, the catering manager of Nikko, Alaska, swallowed a gun and killed himself, the only victim of this mass food poisoning. Alright, Chen Bingbing shrugged. This matter is indeed outrageous enough. Just the fact that the chef's finger was cut caused such a big impact. What kind of butterfly effect is this? You are also really naive. Lu Qingzhou laughed. You still really believe in the investigation report of the brats? Food poisoning must be caused by something else. A cut finger is nothing. Which chef hasn't had his finger cut? What chef hasn't cut his finger before? I've never heard of such a serious consequence. Chen Bingbing suddenly realized. Oh, I see. So you're saying that it's actually the ingredients themselves that are the problem, and then the chef is merely the fall guy? Right. Lu Qingzhou said. The brats will always be the hardest hit when it comes to food safety. For example, the Morinaga tainted milk powder incident in 1955 caused tens of thousands of children to be poisoned and hundreds of people to die. Oh, yes. The originators of gutter oil were the little devils, and then they were introduced into the country by the 4V people who lacked great virtue. There was also the Minamata disease incident in the 1950s, which was written up in textbooks. All you have to do is search the internet to see how unreliable this country, glorified by publicists as an earthly kingdom of heaven, is. The point is that almost none of these food poisoning capitalists have been punished by the law, which makes it difficult to bandage. Chen Bingbing looked incredulous. Ah, really? Who says no one has been punished? Wang Jia interjected with a smile. Wasn't Morinaga's son-in-law of the tainted milk powder executed in the street? Brainy and asterisk San is probably ready for the pen. Lu Qingzhou froze. 2 years. Should be able to get out of the pen. Mountain Air 1167. Hibiscus called. Please respond if you receive. Please respond if you receive. Just then, in the comm channel, suddenly the voice of the Rongqing district tuning controller rang out. Wang Jia, who was joking with Lu Qingzhou, froze for a moment before he grabbed the intercom and said back. Mountain Air 1167 received. Rongqing, you say. Chapter 173, Fire? Mountain Air 1167. Please report immediately if your aircraft's current flight status is normal. In the comm channel, once again, the voice of the city controller of Rongqing district rang out. Wang Jia looked at Lu Qingzhou with some puzzlement. However, he realized that Lu Qingzhou was also confused right now. Report on whether the aircraft is now flying normally? What's the situation? Originally, airliners are required to maintain normal communication with the ground at all times during flight. The ground also calls for airliners from time to time. Give commands to make it climb or descend, or accelerate or decelerate, or whatever, or it will inform that there will be severe weather in a certain section of the area, Air Force control or something. But situations like today, where ground controllers ask for a report on the current flight status of the airplane, are rare, because it doesn't matter if it's a tower, approach or high-altitude area transfer. Both can see the current altitude, speed, and exact position of the airplane on radar. Do we still need airplane pilots to report back? It's not redundant. Nothing to do with eating too much? But who told people to mind their own business? The county officials are not as good as the current ones. So Wang Jia hesitated for a moment. Just answer right away. All clear. Mountain Air 1167. But I don't know if it was Wang Jia's illusion or something else. After he had answered this, he seemed to hear a gasp if anything from across the room, as if he were relieved. This made Wang Jia even more puzzled. Rongqing, Mountain Air 1167 called. Wang Jia hurriedly asked. Is there something strange going on? Is there? 1,000 kilometers away, inside the command center of the Rongqing high-altitude control area, when Wang Jia's voice rang out in the hall, the controller's face suddenly looked a little odd, but just as he was about to open his mouth to answer, the intercom in his hand was suddenly taken in the hands of a middle-aged man standing next to him. Mountain Air 1167. Nothing strange is happening. It's just a routine call. The controller looked at the middle-aged man with some suspicion. Only after the other party hung up the communication contact did he ask, "Director, why don't you just say it?" "Say what?" The middle-aged man didn't have the heart to say. "That someone filed a false police report that there might be a bomb on Mountain Air Flight 1167? Isn't that disrupting the military? In case the pilot on the airliner takes it seriously and flies the plane with a lot of pressure on his back, what if it causes an accident?" The controller nodded, somewhat confused. But then he pressed on. But what if it's not a false alarm and there really is? He didn't dare say the latter half of the sentence. But the middle-aged man didn't reprimand him for crowing. Instead, he helplessly said, "What can you do if you're not reporting a false alarm? The location of the plane is above 10,000 meters in the air. Even if there really is a bomb on the plane, you can't have a bomb disposal expert instantly move to the plane to disarm the bomb, right? And that bomb thing is most unstable. So there's still a chance of getting to your destination with such a smooth flight. If the pilot chooses to accelerate or force a landing, causing bumps in the airplane's unstable flight attitude, it's more likely that the bomb will detonate prematurely. It's only a disaster for the people on the plane." The middle-aged man finished. Only then did he say viciously, "And I don't know who that has nothing better to do than make jokes like that. People like that just haven't had the beatings of society, and they'll be honest when they're caught and thrown in to step on a sewing machine for a few years." He cursed some more, then looked up and around the room. In a deep voice, he said, "All of you, get in the spirit, shall we? You don't need to care about other flights from now on. Just pay close attention to every move of Mountain Air 1167, and the others don't slack off. Immediately notify the flights along the way to pay attention to avoiding the situation. Contact the Air Force and ask them to hurry up and take off military planes to get close enough to check it out as well. Contact Spring City's Changshui Airport, and while informing them of the current status of Mountain Air Flight 1167, tell them to prepare for the worst as well." Although the middle-aged man had already decided in his heart that someone had played a prank and filed a false police report, but it's better to believe it than not. Even if it's a false police report, it also has to be disposed of seriously. "I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm afraid of the unexpected. With the lives of over 100 people at stake, it's good to be cautious." In the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou, Wang Jia, and Chen Bingbing were wide-eyed and looked at each other. What the hell? Nothing out of the ordinary happened? Hell, I don't believe anything out of the ordinary is happening. If there's really nothing else out of the ordinary, Rongqing District Tunzi too much will suddenly contact themselves? What's the situation? What the hell is the Rongqing District Dispatch up to? Wang Jia scratched the back of his head and took the intercom and prepared to call the Rongqing District transfer again. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly stopped him. "Can't you hear that the last sentence has just been changed?" Wang Er nodded. "Hear that? Then? No then," Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. "I guess something did happen to our flight, but the Rongqing District Commission is not in a good position to say it explicitly, so they can only contact us by probing. The problem is that we're right on the plane." Wang Jia pointed to the airplane's flight control console. "There really isn't anything out of the ordinary. That's why I said I guess." Lu Qingzhou shook her head somewhat helplessly. "And it doesn't necessarily mean that there's something unusual on our airplane, but that something happened on the airport side." "Oh," Chen Bingbing suddenly interjected. "You mean that farce before the flight took off?" Lu Qingzhou nodded. "That traffic star obviously came to rub off on your program, but you didn't go out with the filming equipment at that time, so his heat didn't rub off on him at all. And since he didn't rub off on him, will he make something else out of it?" Lu Qingzhou's words were only finished. Wang Jia is already on his feet. With a huff, he said, "Asterisk asterisk 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 it. I'm going to find that grandson." Lu Qingzhou hurriedly stopped him. "What are you looking for him for? That grandson even dares to engage in this kind of thing. If I don't find him to make the stakes clear, what if he gets us involved?" Wang Jia said furiously. "Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with us. If he gets us involved, what should we do?" "I'm just guessing too." Lu Qingzhou pressed him back into his seat. "What if I guessed wrong? What if you went to him and spooked him? What do you think we should do?" Wang Jia was still a bit unconvinced. "Of course it's pretending that nothing happened." Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly and continued, "Then slightly speed up the airplane. 1 minute earlier arriving at Changshui Airport. 1 minute earlier we are safe." "Ugh," Wang Jia sighed. "It'll have to do." Lu Qingzhou sat up straight and reached out to switch the airplane's pilot mode. The speed of this Boeing 737-800 airliner has increased in vain. At this point, inside the cargo hold of the airplane, a faint green smoke came out of a crack in one of the suitcases. Just 20 or 30 seconds. The smoke has become as thick as a pinky finger. Soon, cargo hold smoke detector triggered. The mournful fire alarm blared through the cockpit in an instant. Chapter 174, the cargo hold is on fire, and the situation has become very critical. About 6 or 7 minutes ago, Magic City Police received as many as 12 911 calls in just a few minutes. The 12 911 calls were almost identical. Several alarmists claimed that they had learned from special channels that time bombs had been quietly planted on the 16:00 p.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 from Mordor to Spring City in preparation for blowing up the plane in mid-flight to create an attack. These several callers quickly hung up the phone after saying what they were calling about. No opportunity was given to the police to make any inquiries. This is because the alarm phone number used by the alarmist is a virtual number on the internet. That is why the police could not find out the source and exact address of these alarm telephone numbers in just a few minutes. And these alarmists use AI synthesized voices when they talk. That is to say, police do not know at this time the exact number of callers, whether they are male or female. According to police research, the odds are that these 12 911 calls were made by someone in a prank, also known as filing a false police report. But what is a little hard for the police to understand is why the other party knew the exact flight number if it was just a prank. We even know what time the flight leaves Pudong Airport in the Magic City and what time it lands at Chanshui Airport in the Spring City. If it's just a prank, this is too real. And, in one of the calls to the police, the caller also mentioned the name of a certain star, and even said that the reason why a time bomb was quietly placed on the plane was because he hated the traffic star, and even if he died with him, he would make him pay. That's even more bull asterisk. Celebrity brainiacs and black fans are dumbasses though. But what kind of black fan hates a celebrity so much that they want to end up with the other person, and to die with it by such foul means? And so on. You don't say. Stupid X's brain circuits are otherworldly. There's a real chance they could do something like that, and it's the kind of thing you'd rather believe than not believe. Just to be sure, after receiving the alarm call, the Mordor police immediately contacted the local civil aviation department in Mordor. The situation is urgent. A short minute or two later, the Civil Aviation Administration's Emergency Response Department, the Mountain Air Group, as well as the Air Force of the University of the East and the Spring City Local Government's Emergency Management Department, among others, have received briefings from the Magic City Police. One time, all emergency departments have been running, especially the Spring City Chanshui International Airport. The Level 2 emergency response plan was activated immediately after the notification. While the airport was not closed for the time being, there was no notification to landed flights to be relocated to other airports, holding down planes that did not take off, but airport fire and rescue services are standing by. All the rescue vehicles and personnel are concentrated, ready to go at any time to rescue, even at the Luliang Military Airport in western Yunnan. Already 2 J-10C Raptor fighters had been pushed out onto the tarmac, initiating emergency takeoff procedures now. A few 911 calls put emergency services everywhere, even the military, on the spot. That's not trivial. Rather, it's just in case. After all, there were a full 100 people on that plane, over 100 lives, enough to make a big deal out of it. Cockpit. Jingle bells. An abrupt fire alarm went off without warning. The fire alarm was not only loud, but also very shrill. So when the alarm suddenly went off, all 3 people in the cockpit were taken aback. This is because fire alarms are among the highest level of warning sounds, as are warning sound levels such as pill up, disconnect autopilot, and wind shear. For civilian pilots, if you hear a similar warning sound, it's like hearing a demonic voice from hell. To put it simply, it's that if an airplane sounds a similar warning, it means that you're flying this plane in an accident, or even at risk of crashing. Now this Boeing 737-800 airliner is above 10,000 meters. Fall from this height. It's no longer a matter of considering whether you can live or not. It's not even time to think about whether or not you can stay alive. Instead, it's time to think about how many bones you can leave behind to be picked up by searchers. Aha! Let's not talk about 10,000 meters. Even if 1,000 meters, or even 100 meters height fall, it's hard to keep your body intact. Jingle bells. The mournful sound of the fire alarm still echoed through the cockpit. Lu Qingzhou stared wide-eyed, and after just 3 or 4 seconds, he finally reacted. It just creeped him out. Immediately, he turned his attention to the airplane's instrument panel. Wang Jia was similarly stupefied, his lips trembling slightly, as if he had heard some most horrifying sound. Chen Bingbing, on the other hand, opened her mouth slightly, and her entire body sat motionless in her position. It's the cargo hold that's on fire, triggering the smoke detector and causing a fire alarm, Lu Qingzhou said with a grave face. Wang Jia finally reacted, immediately looking to him. Cargo hold on fire? Damn! Is the security check at Pudong Airport a setup? How come everything messed up is sent to the airplane? Got killed by them. Lu Qingzhou cursed and immediately sat up straight. Wonder also rushed to look at the dashboard. There was indeed a fire in the cargo hold. Chen Bingbing was now awake from her stupor. Full of nervousness, he looked at Lu Qingzhou and whispered back, "How did the cargo hold catch fire? What should we do? Is it necessary to go to the cargo hold to extinguish the fire? Lu Qingzhou shook her head as she maneuvered the plane and explained. The cargo hold of the Boeing 737-800 cannot be opened or entered. This is because if the airplane forcefully opens the cargo hold during flight, it will destroy the structural integrity and pressure balance of the airplane, which may lead to a loss of pressure and cause a series of serious problems, jeopardizing the flight safety of the airplane. And because a fire in the cargo hold will produce smoke, high temperatures, and even toxic gases. Originally, an airplane is an enclosed space, and if you open the cargo hold hatch, these smoke and toxic gases will be transmitted into the passenger cabin, jeopardizing the personal safety of everyone in the cabin. Chen Bingbing's face was pale. If you can't get into the cargo hold to extinguish the fire, is it just a matter of watching the fire spread, and then everyone on the plane gets roasted into a suckling pig? Are you ready on your side? Lu Qingzhou had no time for Chen Bingbing at this moment, but looked at Wang Jia and said. Wang Jia nodded and said, "It's ready, okay, from now on, I'm going to fly the plane manually. You immediately turn on the cargo hold fire extinguishing bottles and start putting out the fires, and then contact Rongqing and tell them that our ING cargo hold is on fire, and that they aren't hiding something from us. If we don't get it straightened out with us, we might not even ING last until Spring City." In one sentence Lu Qingzhou said several s in a row, enough to show how far he has lost it now. Chapter 175, the flight was suddenly threatened by a bomb, and the hot search exploded. #breaking, a suspected bomb threat on a Mountain Air flight. #breaking, #update. A flight from Magic City to Spring City has been hit by a sudden terrorist threat, and civil aviation authorities around the world have been put in a state of emergency. #exploding, #exclusive reveal. Suspected bomb threatened flight attached to Chilu Air. #exploding, #fly with you variety collaboration flight suddenly threatened with terrorist attack. Flight not lost at this time. #explosion, according to sources, actor Khan happened to be on board a flight that was suddenly threatened by a bomb. #exploding, actor Khan Studios' latest response confirms that the man did indeed take the flight. #blast, Khan superlatives have prayed for the flight. #blast. Capital time, 18 p.m. sharp. Weibo hot search list suddenly airborne several hot searches about the Mountain Airline flight SC-1167. The hot content was either about a suspected bomb threat on Mountain Air flight SC-1167 or specifically stating that celebrity Khan happened to be on the flight. Just a minute or two, the tweets quickly went viral on the internet. The internet spreads at a rate comparable to that of a virus. What's the fastest in the internet age? Hotspots spread the fastest, because when there are hotspots, there is traffic. When you have traffic, you have hot buns. As for whether these hotspots are rumors or real events, will they hurt some people or groups? None of my business. Just have traffic to eat. So when these microblogging hotspots exploded, the self-media, online vloggers, netizens, and even various news numbers followed up with big reports. Jitterbug, Shutterbug, Headline, Jihu, Baidu Post, Tencent News, NetEase, Sohu and so on all reprinted the reports of these hot searches word for word. Just a few minutes. The news that Mountain Air flight SC-1167 was suspected to have received a bomb threat, and that big star Khan happened to be traveling on this plane, has spread to all corners of the country and made a big fuss, even in just a few minutes. These few hot takes have already been artificially taken out of context and made up into new rumors. Some rumors simply remove the word suspected and turn it into Mountain Air flight SC-1167 was bombed. Immediately after, the rumor then became that Mountain Air flight SC-1167 was bombed and that the flight had crashed in the Quanzhou Mountains. And the rumors keep getting updated. Some say it was a premeditated terrorist attack and that this is just the beginning. Some say the attack killed a total of 200 to 300 people. Some say the attack happened because there were important people on the flight. The internet age. Rumor theory tons of loads. Rongqing high altitude control area. Inside the hall. Clanking sound. While on the desk, the black screen cell phone suddenly rang with a message. He hurriedly glanced at his cell phone screen, realized that it wasn't someone who was tweeting to himself. Instead, it's a pop-up from the Twitter app. Levon hadn't paid much attention, because his entire focus is now on Mountain Air flight SC-1167. 7 or 8 minutes ago, the Rongqing District Police were informed by the Mordor Police that someone had called the police to report that there was a suspected time bomb on the flight. Although the odds are that it was a false police report, but it's better to believe it than not to believe it. So today's duty director Chen Jianchang let him stop the other work in hand. Specializing in Deadeye's Mountain Air flight SC-1167, any abnormalities immediately report, until the flight landed safely. It's only been a few minutes now, so Li Fan's heart was still hanging in the air even now, but when he took a good look at the news pushed by the microblogging app, he frowned. #breaking, Mountain Era flight suspected to be bomb threat hashtag, burst, wipe, speed fast enough well. This is only a few minutes actually are on the microblogging hot search list, Lee Fan muttered. He still didn't care too much though, because Twitter is notorious for being a toilet where any bull ***** is exaggerated. And isn't the hot list just whoever pays for it? Reliability is almost zero. I'm guessing the guy who filed the false police report directed himself to the police while paying money in advance to the Twitter operation for the hot search. As for why this person did it? Brain dead. So Levon redirected his gaze to the computer screen. But when his eyes touched the computer screen, his entire body instantly went numb and clawed. The speed of the flight SC-1167 was suddenly increased from 450 knots, 833 kilometers per hour, to 480 knots, 888 kilometers per hour. Holy, did Mountaineer Flight SC-1167 take aphrodisiacs? How is it that you only glanced at your cell phone screen and your speed plummeted by 30 knots? The point is, the airplane is still climbing in speed. It barely stabilized until 490 knots, 907 kilometers per hour. Keep in mind that the Boeing 737-800 airliner has a cruising speed of just 830 kilometers per hour, and the theoretical fastest speed is just Mach 0.8, less than 1,000 km/h. But that's the theoretical fastest speed. There are now 150 or so people on this plane, and there's so much luggage. The speed is amazingly over 900 kilometers per hour. Did the airplane take an aphrodisiac? Or did the pilot take an aphrodisiac? So Lee Fan Winston hurriedly held the intercom and called to Mountain Air 1167. Rongqing called. What happened to you guys? Why did the airplane suddenly become so fast? Jingle bells, jingle bells. In the comm channel, the piercing sound of a fire alarm suddenly came through. Lee Fan was taken aback. Keep calling Mountain Air 1167. Immediately came the co-pilot Wang Jia's voice in the communication channel. Rongqing, Mountain Air 1167. My plane's cargo compartment suddenly triggered a fire alarm. Now the fire extinguishing procedures have been activated. The plane is temporarily manually piloted by the captain. Hurry to notify Chanshui Airport. My plane needs to land early at Chanshui Airport. Trigger a fire alarm? Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 triggered a fire alarm? And so on. Done. It's over. In probably not someone filing a false police report. Rather, it's someone who's up to something. The thought of an almost fully loaded airplane exploding in the air. None of the 100 or so people on the plane survived. Lee Fan then couldn't help but shiver. P.S. I do not know what is going on. The book chase is actually quite good. Finished reading is also quite high, but it is the book city did not have the volume, resulting in daily income or only $100 or $200. Alas, did not come to the tomato before I heard that the tomato was very metaphysical, and now finally feel it in person. Please ask for a wave of rewards. Lately the daily rewards are also less than pathetic. If the amount of rewards can be more than $50 a day, then I will add a more. How about it? Chapter 176. The Sky is Falling. Mountain Air 1167. Called by Rongqing. Lee Fan took a long breath. Forcefully, he pressed back the heart that had jumped into his throat. In a deep voice, he said, slow down immediately and resume cruising speed immediately. Your plane may have been placed with a time bomb. If it's because the speed is too fast and causes the plane to go into a lurch that triggers the bomb, then it's all over. He spoke quickly, but it was almost a shaky voice that finished the sentence. What? In the comm channel, Wang Jia, the co-pilot of Shanxi Airlines Flight SC-1167, has lost his voice. Director! Lee Fan clutched the intercom in his hand and shouted towards the duty officer not far away. Mountain Air 1167's cargo hold suddenly caught fire, and the flight is now rushing to Chanshui Airport at a speed of over 490 knots. Not far. Duty officer Qin Jiancheng immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt both eyes go black, almost stumbled and fell down the aisle. 1 minute he thought that a bomb on Mountain Air Flight 1167 might be a hoax and that it was just someone filing a false police report. But now this plane actually has a fire in the cargo hold. If it's a coincidence, that's a ing coincidence. But what if it's not a coincidence? Done. It's over. He hurriedly stabilized his mind. In 3 or 2 steps, he sped towards Lee Fan's side. Inside the cockpit, Wang Jia had been completely frozen. What the hell? On this plane, there could be a bomb? He now finally understood why the controller had been wanting to say something a few minutes ago, and then had pretended that nothing had happened. So there was a bomb on the plane. Collapsed. The sky is falling. His face was pale. The whole thing completely stiffened in its seat. Aside, Lu Qingzhou was equally ugly and her face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Because the airplane is manually piloted. That's why he's always wearing headphones. He heard every word the controller said, although the other party said suspected. Lu Qingzhou's heart was still pounding right now. Terrible ground control found a suspected bomb on the plane and then the plane's cargo hold caught fire. Is this a coincidence? That's too much of a coincidence. Exhale, inhale. He took a deep breath. Force yourself to calm down. What if there's a bomb on the plane? What should I do? I'm the ING man with the plugin. I'm powered by the system. Right. I have the system. I can handle all air incidents. But if I have a system again? A system can't stop a bomb from going off. My ING hangers-on are even better. Can't do flesh against bombs either. Damn. His face became livid all of a sudden. A hard punch slammed into the airplane's operating stick. The airplane's operating stick was slammed forward and downward by the punch, and the nose of the plane jerked downward. Clunk! Everyone on the plane was caught off guard, leaning forward violently. In the passenger cabin, many passengers were startled by the sudden turn of events, and all of them hurriedly grabbed the seat handles and then looked around. In the cockpit, Chen Bingbing was also frightened, almost rolled out of position. She hurriedly sat down and stabilized her body, then looked at Lu Qingzhou with a panicked face. F.A. What happened? Why did the plane suddenly lurch? Wang Jie also came to his senses, wide-eyed and somewhat helpless. He looked at Lu Qingzhou. Phew, suck it. Lu Qingzhou took another deep breath. The sudden lurch of the plane calmed him down a little. He only gritted his teeth and reset the lever, then reached down and pulled up the spoiler, immediately slowing the plane down. Control is right. In case there really is a bomb on the plane, airplanes are more dangerous when they go too fast. All the time until the speed is back up to cruising speed. Lu Qingzhou was slightly relieved and turned her head to look at Wang Jie. Don't freeze. The fire in the cargo hold hasn't been extinguished until now. Immediately see if there's a problem with the fire suppression system. Wang Jie saw that Lu Qingzhou had finally regained her composure. That was a long sigh of relief, because if even the captain's hands are tied, then they are truly hopeless. Oh, good. Wang Jie agreed and hurriedly began to check if the fire suppression system was functioning properly. On the flight, the cargo hatch of the Boeing 737 cannot be opened artificially. This is because opening the cargo bay doors hastily will destroy the structural integrity and pressure balance of the aircraft, which may lead to a loss of aircraft pressure, which may cause a series of serious problems and may even lead to the crash of the aircraft. But what if the cargo hold catches fire while the plane is in flight? You can't just watch the fire spread and burn the whole plane to rubble and the people on board into roasted suckling pigs, can you? Airliners are actually designed with fire extinguishers in important parts. Let's say the cargo hold of a Boeing 737 has a fire suppression system. On the rear wall frame of the front cargo hold of the Boeing 737, right next to the airplane's air conditioning ductwork, there are 1 or 2 round storage tanks. This storage tank, or 2, would be the fire extinguisher bottle for that airplane. This extinguishing bottle was filled with Halon 13001 extinguishing agent, trifluorobromylformaldehyde, pressurized with nitrogen. This extinguishing agent spreads very quickly after being sprayed and can flood the flame in the shortest possible time, making it very efficient in extinguishing fires. Most importantly, the fire extinguishing agent does not leave any residue after it has been sprayed. Much less will it cause toxic gases to spread throughout the airplane cabin, threatening the breathing safety of passengers. So if the pilot determines that the cargo hold is on fire by the fire alarm and the cargo hold smoke sensor, he or she can release the extinguishing agent in the extinguishing bottle by pressing the discharge valve on the cargo hold fire control panel, driven by high-pressure nitrogen. The Halon 1301 extinguishing agent then follows the line and reaches the cargo hold where the fire started, extinguishes fires by rapidly spraying the extinguishing agent through the release nozzle. This Boeing 737-800 airliner had enough for 2 fire extinguishing bottles. Wang Jie immediately checked the cargo hold fire control panel again after receiving Lu Qingzhou's instructions. However, there is nothing unusual about the cargo hold fire control panel. Normal operation. So he immediately looked up at Lu Qingzhou and said, "Captain, there is no abnormality in the fire suppression system. What should we do?" Lu Qingzhou took a deep breath. There was a few seconds of silence before he said, "The 2 fire extinguishing bottles store more than an hour's worth of extinguishing agent. We'll arrive at the Chanshui International Airport an hour from now. Even at our normal cruising speed, with a constant spray of extinguishing agent, the fire won't spread if it can't be extinguished. So don't panic." His mouth said he wasn't panicking though, but the hands were trembling slightly. Phew, suck. Lu Qingzhou took a deep breath for the 3rd time. Only then did he pinch his earpiece and spoke. "Rongqing, Mountain Air 1167 calling. Please reply if you hear me. Chapter 177 Ensuring the personal safety of all persons on board an aircraft is the highest responsibility of a captain. The Rongqing District Transfer Control Center is in disarray." No, it's not just the Rongqing District Transfer Control Center. It should be said, the General Administration of Civil Aviation, the East China Ground Management Bureau, the Southwest Management Bureau, Pudong International Airport, Qilu Airlines, and the emergency management departments of the governments along the way have been in disarray. Even the Big East Air Force, which has seen a lot of action. It's a bit of a numbclaw even now. Yunnan Province. Lilian Military Airport. The two J-10C Raptor fighters had already rushed out of the runway, whistling into the clouds before turning around and heading east towards the Lin Province, Shenzhou Province. Because if a few minutes ago they thought that the suspected bomb on Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 might have been a prank by someone, now they have had to believe. The reason is simple. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? 7 or 8 minutes ago suddenly someone reported a false alarm that there was a bomb on board Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-1167. 7 or 8 minutes later the plane did catch fire in the cargo hold, before the plane takes off. It doesn't matter if it's a passenger or if it's a passenger checking in or carrying baggage, but it's all through layers of security. Eliminate all sources of ignition. And at the moment the plane is 10,000 meters above the ground. If someone didn't do it on purpose, the probability of a sudden fire in the cargo hold of an airplane at 10,000 meters is almost zero. Magic City. Pudong International Airport has gone crazy. Whether or not a bomb was actually planted on Mountain Air Flight SC-1167, it is an ironclad fact that the cargo hold of this airplane caught fire. So it's also a hard fact that there are huge loopholes in security at Pudong International Airport. The Emergency Response and Disciplinary Departments of the East China Administration of Civil Aviation, ECAC, are already on their way to Pudong International Airport. All upcoming flights at that airport were cancelled. Re-safety check. And the person concerned was transferred out of the frontline position to be investigated. Discipline Inspection Department of Pudong International Airport also launched a self-inspection program. The first step is to retrieve all the video information of the security check of the flight SC-1167 of Mountain Air, and watch the video information frame by frame to find out the source of the safety hazards that caused the fire in the flight's cargo compartment. There are loopholes not to be afraid of. The fear is that there is a mole, because it's human to be negligent. Domestic security is so strict, but security incidents still happen time and time again? What about the fact that in 2015, there was even a passenger who brought gasoline on a plane and then tried to create a terrorist attack by throwing gasoline on the plane and setting it on fire? July 26, 2015, early morning, Shenzhen Airlines Flight ZH9648 flew from Taizhou, Zhejiang Province to Yancheng, at 0:45 a.m. When the plane arrived in Yancheng and was about to land at Baiyun Airport, the flight attendants suddenly smelled a suspected gasoline odor in the cabin. The flight attendant immediately reported it to the crew chief. Then the safety officers and flight attendants immediately began to inspect the cabin. When the suspect, who was carrying gasoline on the plane, saw this, he immediately ran to the forward cabin and set the gasoline on fire. Fortunately, the crew chief and safety officer were alert enough to immediately take the fire extinguisher and put out the open fire. But the suspect remained armed with a dagger and tried to hold and threaten the passenger. Only the safety officer and the courageous passenger teamed up to subdue the suspect without regard for their own safety. The captain also contacted the tower immediately after learning about the cabin mess and landed successfully at Baiyun Airport ahead of schedule. But the suspect's arson and assault with a murder weapon still resulted in minor injuries to a passenger and safety officer. The cause of this serious security incident was the result of lax security checks at Taizhou Airport. As for the 2012 terrorist attack on Flight GC-7554 in Northern Border Province, it was also related to lax security checks. The above two incidents are too big, so it was all a big deal at the time, and the whole country knew about it. There are more security incidents that are slightly smaller and don't create a sensational effect. It happens almost every year or two. That is to say, it's not scary to have omissions. The scary part is still the serious consequences of negligence. Shaanxi Airlines Flight SC-1167 is suspected to have a bomb, and a fire in the cargo hold is a serious consequence now. Not only that, the incident has already made it to the top of the social media hit list in a very short period of time. A short 10 minutes or so. It's already a big deal. The consequences for public opinion are even more serious. The Mordor police are fast. Although the caller called the police with a virtual phone call over the internet, in just 10 minutes, the police had already locked the caller's IP address. Police forces have now gathered, getting ready to rush to make an arrest. Meanwhile, the police have also urgently contacted Sina Weibo's operation department, demanding that Sina Weibo immediately hand over the traitors of these hot searches. Yes, everyone in the country knows that the so-called hot list is run on money, but there are still a lot of brainiacs who are proud to have their Gigi on the hot list. Sungay City District Transfer Control Center. Duty Officer Qin Jiancheng stabilized his mind. Immediately after hearing Lu Qingzhou's voice, he held the intercom and said back in a deep voice, "Rongqing received. Shanhang 1167 you said. 3 minutes ago, a fire alarm was suddenly triggered in the cargo hold of our aircraft, and although fire suppression procedures have been initiated, the fire has only been brought under control." Inside the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou looked at the airplane navigator, continuing, "Now the exact location of my plane is in the middle of Qianzhou Province. Let's see if we can make an emergency landing at an airport within Qianzhou Province." Chen Chengcheng heard it. Immediately, He looked down at the computer screen. Controller Levon tapped on his keyboard. Soon, all the information about the airports of all sizes in Xianzhou province has appeared on the computer screen. Chen Chengcheng glanced at it afterward. Immediately said, Xianzhou various airports do not have forced landing conditions for the time being. Mountain Air 1167. Your plane can only continue to Spring City. Forced landing Changshui Airport. Lu Qingzhou finished listening. One can only say helplessly, yes. Why is there a suspected bomb on the plane? What the hell is going on? Lu Qingzhou asked again. He's completely calmed down now. LOL. The time is also destiny. Whether or not there was actually a bomb on the plane. But even if there is only a silver lining, try to stay calm yourself, because it's not just about this little life of yours. More than anything else, the lives and deaths of the other people on the plane are at stake. Ensuring the personal safety of everyone on the airplane is one's highest responsibility as a captain. 10 minutes ago, someone using a virtual number on the internet made more than 10 calls to the Mordor police in just a few minutes, claiming that a time bomb had been planted on Mountain Air Flight 1167 and that the bomb would explode more than 2 hours after the plane took off. Chen Jiancheng took a deep breath and continued. According to the research and judgment of the Mordor police, these alarm calls should be someone reporting false alarms and pranks. But just a few minutes after the alarm call, your machine triggered the fire alarm. So, Chen Jiancheng didn't finish his words though, but whether it was Lu Qingzhou or Wang Jia, both heard his subtext. That's when someone suddenly called the police about a bomb on the plane, and now a fire alarm has suddenly been triggered on the plane. So it's most likely not a prank. Rather, there really was a bomb on the plane. Chapter 178. Look, it's a fighter jet. Hang up the call with Rongqing District Tunes. Wang Jia immediately looked at Lu Qingzhou. His face was pale and his lips trembled slightly. Hands had unconsciously grabbed the seat armrests in a death grip. The voice rasped. Machine, Captain, what should we do now? Lu Qingzhou took a deep breath. After a few seconds of silence, only then did he say, the airports within Xianzhou province do not have forced landing conditions for the time being, so we can only continue to fly in the direction of Spring City. If we go by the alarm, the plane should not be on fire right now, but exploding. Since the plane hasn't exploded yet, we still have a chance of survival. Domestic is not foreign. Explosives are not that easy to make, let alone ones that can fool security. So I'm guessing either the alarm and the cargo hold fire were mere coincidences, or something went wrong with the explosives. The more he spoke, the calmer he became. Continuing the analysis, our only chance of survival now is to control the plane without any bumps and then, if possible, speed up slightly to get to the Changshui airport. The sooner the plane lands, the sooner we're safe. After listening to Lu Qingzhou's analysis, Wang Jia also calmed down a little. While the probability of coincidence tends infinitely towards zero, it is not impossible. And it was just like Lu Qingzhou analyzed. You want to make explosives in the country and you have to fool security to bring them on the plane. In itself, it is an extremely unlikely event. So it makes sense that something went wrong with the explosives and they didn't go off on time. Again, because the explosives are extremely unstable. Just make sure the plane flies smoothly and lands smoothly. They still have a silver lining. So now I need to drive manually. Vertical, you assist. Lu Qingzhou added. Wang Jia opened his mouth, wanted to say something and then stopped, because he felt it was still safer to be in autopilot mode. But there's a pitfall to autopilot mode. That is, if it encounters turbulence the airplane does not automatically avoid it, but crashes headlong into it. When that happens, it's highly likely to cause the plane to lurch. If the captain is flying manually, with advance warning from weather radar, the captain can avoid turbulence, or other bad weather in time. But manual driving still has its pitfalls. That means the captain must give his full attention for the next hour without a single moment's distraction, because the airplane was firmly controlled by his hands. If the captain is distracted, there's a good chance the plane will go out of control, just like a few minutes ago when the nose of the plane dove downward without warning. However, Wang Jia looked deeply at Lu Qingzhou whose face was resolute and had regained complete calm. He still chose to trust his captain. Okay, you maneuver, I'll assist, Wang Jia said in a deep voice. Sit up straight again. Force yourself to calm down completely. And Chen Bingbing, who was sitting behind Lu Qingzhou, it was now completely frozen. Previously, whether it was Wang Jia or Lu Qingzhou, the call with the ground was only half understood by her, so she'd been thinking it was just a cargo hold fire. Cargo hold on fire. There are fire suppression systems to extinguish fires. Not much of a problem. But just now Lu Qingzhou actually said something about bombs and explosives? What's going on? There's a bomb on our plane? Shasta. She felt like the sky had fallen. Why are you so unlucky? Why do you encounter all kinds of? For a full minute or so, it took her a moment to snap out of her shock, but a wave of fear had also gripped her entire body. Chen Bingbing sat in her seat. Her eyes were lifeless as she looked at Lu Qingzhou in front of her. She opened her mouth slightly to inquire about something, but looking at Lu Qingzhou, who had a stern and resolute face. Again, nothing could be asked. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. She sighed inwardly. No more questions. What can I do if I ask? Could you just go and defuse the bomb yourself? It's just a pain in the ass. He's on the plane anyway. He's got his back even when the sky is falling. Even if he can't top it, so be it. Chen Bingbing already had a path dependency on Lu Qingzhou. She was seen holding her legs in a death grip with her hands, her little head buried between her legs, and curling her entire body into the seat. Since I can't help, then don't add to the mess. Lu Qingzhou saw that she had turned into an ostrich again. The heart is also a bit distressed. LOL. During this time, Chen Bingbing was also afraid of following herself, and she had encountered all kinds of. Knew it. Shouldn't have agreed to work with Mango on this crap show. Where else would all this come from? But it's too late for regrets. Inside the cabin, it's still a piece of the years. Many of the passengers were lying on the windows of the plane, looking at the sunset in the sky and the golden sea of clouds below. It was now dusk. The sun hangs diagonally in the sky, while the sunlight shines on the sea of clouds, giving it a layer of golden color, like a golden sea. The other passengers went about their own business, either whispering or dozing off. Most of the people on the plane were tourists visiting Dian province. The plane now arrives at its destination in less than an hour, so they were all discussing whether to go to the night market first when they arrived, or to go to the mushroom hot pot first. But there's more to Dian province than mushroom hot pot. There's plenty of food. Not only are they plentiful, but they are also rare. The most amazing to tourists is the Dian province 8 strange eggs with grass strings to sell. Take off the hat as a pot cover. 3 mosquitoes a dish. Fire tube can be a water pipe. Sampa is called bait block. Back dolls to fall in love. For seasons of the same clothing, grasshoppers can do the wine dishes. But these 8 monsters aren't something everyone is brave enough to try. Compared to the other passengers, Asterisk Han didn't look so good. The closer he got to Longwater Airport, the more fidgety he became. He didn't come to Dian province for the purpose of traveling and relaxing. While there was a business event in Spring City, the primary purpose was to rub it in. As an adult, although Asterisk Han was not very well educated, he knew that reporting a false police report entailed certain legal consequences. In case the police keep chasing after them, there is a good chance that they will find out that they are behind it. But rich and famous, and with their own curiosity, the brokerage firms will also try to protect them if something goes wrong. It's just a false police report. It's not like I reported it. The police find out who reported it and arrest them. What does it have to do with me? He muttered. Even if it does come to my head, wouldn't it be easier to spend some money to ease the connection? It's not like we've actually put a bomb on the plane anymore. What's the fuss? So nothing should happen. The thought of getting off the plane has several hot topics about you on the hot list. The uneasiness in his heart was immediately replaced by excitement. It's still the same. Riches and riches. As long as you can turn red yourself, it's worth the risk. Rumble rumble. Just when he was still thinking about the future, there was a sudden roar of an engine in his ears. Before he could react, just heard someone exclaim, "Wow, it's a fighter jet. You guys look nah, there's a fighter jet over there. P.S. Today's reward amount has exceeded 50. Add one more tomorrow. Thanks for your great support." Another, a lot of great paragraph comment on the last chapter of the protagonist's demeanor. In fact, the protagonist is also flesh and blood, in a matter of life and death when the occasional demeanor is also very normal, because he really is not a robot. Chapter 179, 2 J-10C Raptor fighter jets escorting the enemy. The fuselage of the 2 silver-gray J-10C Raptor fighters had taken on a golden color under the light of the setting sun. It was like 2 majestic 5-clawed golden dragons clad in golden armor. These 2 J-10C Raptor fighters were one on the left and one on the right, whistling past the left and right sides of this Boeing 737-800 airliner. It swept up a gust of invisible air. Although the J-10C Raptor fighters merely flew past the airliners on either side, but it still elicited a gasp from the crowd in the cabin, just when they thought these 2 J-10C Raptor fighters were just passing through. Not for a while. The 2 fighters turned back again, a left and a right. Surprisingly, it was flush with this Boeing 737-800 airliner. Keep flying at the same speed. It's like 2 loyal bodyguards. Ha, Jangli, I thought those 2 fighters were just passing through. Aha, I thought the fighters were training or patrolling too. These 2 fighters look like they're escorting us? Don't be ridiculous. What makes us so good that we can have 2 fighter jets escorting us? Is there some big shot on our plane that actually alerted the fighters? Could it be that big star in first class? How dare you? How big of a face can he be to alert a fighter jet? That's right. Stars are indeed unattainable to ordinary people. But they're just like ants in front of the military. Yes, in front of the army. The so-called big stars are pretty much the same as us. They're all just ants. Inside the cabin, the crowd was talking. But discuss it for a while. None of it was discussed. Not many people took it to heart. though, because in their opinion, the reason why the two J-10C Raptor fighters were flush with themselves and the others was presumably because they were on the same heading. Speaking human is, by the way. So what's the fuss? Cockpit. The airplane's pilot mode has now switched from autopilot to manual. There's one to say. Manual driving can be much more dangerous than automatic driving, because one's energy and stamina is always limited. Without the assistance of an autopilot system, the remaining 600 to 700 kilometers would take close to an hour, and the driver would have to give his or her full attention for that hour. No, if only full concentration would have held up. Drivers must also keep their eyes and ears open. If anything happens to the airplane, adjustments must be made immediately. That would be difficult. Since you are fully focused on flying the airplane, you have to focus half of your energy on the airplane's instrument panel again, distractedly paying attention to the sounds of the various instruments on the panel and whether the data on the various instrument meters are abnormal. Unless the driver has 3 heads and 6 arms, otherwise it simply can't be done. But, does Lu Qingzhou have 3 heads and 6 arms? No, he's as close to a severe schizophrenic as you can get right now, and his brain has split in two. It's not just the brain, he had even split his eyes, ears, and hands in two. The eyes, ears, and arms on the left control the airplane, while the right is distracted by observing the airplane instruments. A drop. The weather radar suddenly gave a slight drop alert. Co-pilot Wang Jie jerked his head up, just about to open my mouth to remind, because the sound is weather radar alerting to the possibility of turbulence directly ahead. But Lu Qingzhou had already reacted. Just see his foot on the rudder. Gently break the lever with your left hand. The nose of the airplane slowly shifted to the left while the fuselage turned slightly sideways. It seems to move slowly though, but it actually changed course in the blink of an eye. When Lu Qingzhou finished his course adjustment, the weather radar beeps died down. Wang Jie saw it. There was a slight sigh of relief. It seems, manual driving is more dangerous than automatic driving though, but it depends on who holds the lever. If it's yourself, certainly more dangerous. But now that the person holding the operating lever was the famous Lu Yanwang, the risk factor dropped drastically. Not to mention, autopilot mode is not always very safe. There is also a certain amount of danger involved, because autopilot mode is the only way to not hear the weather radar drop beeps and change course to avoid unknown air currents. Instead, you go in head first. This is because most turbulence poses little threat to airliners flying at 10,000 meters. At most, it puts the plane into a lurch, but generally minor bumps pilots don't even bother to manage. Moderate bumps before intervening. Only heavy bumps pilots fight to deal with. But where is this airplane now to withstand the bumps? Let's not talk about heavy and moderate bumps. Mild bumps could make Lu Qingzhou and Wang Jie tremble with fear. After all, no one knows if there's a bomb on the plane or not. What if there is? What if a bomb that wasn't going to explode was triggered by a bumpy airplane and then detonated? So want to be completely safe, still have to drive manually. The premise is that this person who holds the operating lever has full certainty of avoiding all risks. Rumble rumble. This time, the roar of the fighter's engines came into the cockpit. Lu Qingzhou acted as if she hadn't heard it, still staring straight ahead with both eyes. One hand holds the lever while the other clutches the throttle valve gear lever in its hand. Wanger craned his head to look out the airplane window. 2 fighter jets, one on the left and one on the right, had begun to escort the Boeing 737-800 airliner. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Wang Jie sighed inwardly. The rescue plane came in perfect time though. It's only been 20 minutes or so since someone filed a false alarm and then the plane triggered the fire alarm. The 2 fighters had arrived in 20 minutes or so. It's not fast enough, but what's the point? At best, it would provide rescuers with exact crash coordinates in the event of an airplane explosion. But the plane exploded 10,000 meters above the ground. Not one of the people on the plane will be left alive. So what's the point of providing exact crash coordinates? That's the way it is with transportation like airliners. Fault tolerance is almost zero. While the internet has been boasting that airplanes are the safest form of transportation in the world, but these people never mention what the chances of surviving a plane crash are. Low altitude or runway is okay. Estimated survival rate of a few %. But if the accident occurred at high altitude, survival rate equal to 0. P.S. Yesterday the reward amount was around 87. So today an additional one more. Kneeling to beg you all to continue to support the author gentlemen, because now the site does not give the book a little amount. Now all rely on the chase and the amount of bookshelves. Chapter 180 with Lu Qingzhou's moldy physique. It could really be a coincidence. Capital time, 18:20 p.m. Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 has flown from the hinterland of Qianzhou province to the border between Qianzhou and Dian province. If it's late fall to early spring, now you can see a spectacle when you look down from the airplane. That is the clear-cut demarcation line between Qianzhou and Dian province. The dividing line is not a man-made division, but a work of nature. After arriving at the border of the two provinces, the wet and cold air from the north is blocked by the longitudinal stretch of the Wuming Mountains. The wet and cold air mass will then be stranded in Qianzhou province. So if you look down from a high altitude, a mountain range divides the two provinces. One province has excellent visibility and 4 seasons of spring, while the other is shrouded in thick fog and does not see the sun for months. This is the big name, Spring City Quasi-Static Front. It is also because of the blockage of the Wuming mountain range that the prefecture-level cities in Yunnan province, except for Jiadong in the northwest, have either 4 seasons like spring or 4 seasons like summer. It's even a tropical climate in the south. As for the capital of the province, Spring City, the climate is even more pleasant. It is because the city has 4 seasons like spring that it has the nickname, Spring City. As for next-door neighbor Qianzhou province, winter is not so good. Not only are the temperatures quite a bit lower than in Dian province, but the sun is barely visible for nearly half a year. From late fall to early spring, it's either rainy or overcast. Stay longer. Even people get moldy. That's why there is a saying in Qianzhou province that the ground is not 3 miles flat, the sky is not 3 days clear, and people do not have 3 tails of silver. No way. The terrain is uneven. The climate is poor again. It's weird not to be poor, but Qianzhou province is not useless. At the very least, summers are cooler, limited to the provincial capital Qianyang, the prefecture-level cities of Anxuan, Bijia and Lupanshui, and the summers of Qiandongnan, Qiannan, Qiangsanan, Junyi and Tangren are still relatively hot, but the heat in these prefecture-level cities is only for the rest of the Qianzhou province, and if you compare them with the mountain towns, Sichuan and Shu, and the Hunan province, it's still cooler. Transportation in Qianzhou province has become more and more convenient in these 10 years. That's why every summer vacation, more and more tourists come to Qianzhou province for summer vacation. So now Qianzhou province is not as poor as it used to be. In terms of climatic conditions and geography alone, Qianzhou province remains far inferior to next-door Dian province. It's past 1800 hours in the afternoon. The weather continues to be nice in Spring City today. It rained sharply at noon, as if the gods in the sky were just watering the city and cooling it down. So it's just in the mid-20s in Spring City right now. But the weather conditions were great. It's not clear skies though, but it's also much worse. Summer is likewise the peak tourist season in Dian province. By the way, Spring City Longwater Airport should be busy right now. This is because a number of passengers need to fly to and from different parts of the country. But at this point the airspace around Changshui Airport was almost vacated, and airplanes that were supposed to land at that airport either circled and waited or were diverted to other airports. All the planes that were going to take off were also held down. All departing flights were delayed. So for a while, the large waiting hall was packed. The front of all airline check-in desks are now crowded with anxious travelers questioning why their flights are delayed when the weather is clearly so good. The big screen in the terminal was now also red. The travelers, like the summer weather, were already bursting at the seams. But flight delays are not up to the airlines. This is a dual order from the Air Force and the DGCA. So despite the pressure from so many passengers, the staff at the check-in desk could only do their best to calm them down. In fact, even them. Also all wonder why all the flights are being held down when the weather is obviously so nice. But they also knew that something big must have happened. Because at this point, Longwater Airport is standing by. As many as 24 fire trucks had swept in and headed toward the far runway. An unknown number of ambulances and engineering rescue vehicles are also standing by. Public security has also been mobilized. It wasn't just the airport public security officers that were mobilized. Even the SWAT and W police from downtown Spring City were mobilized. Countless military and police vehicles have either already arrived at the Longwater Airport or are on their way there. If only these staffers had known that there were even bomb-proof vehicles in the police cars, and bomb disposal experts. Probably drop your jaw in amazement. Such a big battle. Don't say they haven't seen it. I'm afraid that even in the last 10 years or so in the entire Eastern University, it's unparalleled. Springs, Lei Tingyun, Vice President of the Mountain Air Group and General Manager of the Flight Department, hurried into the Operation Control Center. Turning toward the head of the Operations Control Center, he asked, "Where did 1167 get to and what's the situation now?" Because the old boss of Mountain Air is out of the country on a business trip, so he was the leading boss of the Mountain Air Group during this time. By the way, a short 20 minutes or so, there was no way he was going to make it from Mountain Air headquarters to the Operations Control Center. But things are urgent. As an airline, the last thing Mountain Air needs is flying machines. So on learning that one of his flights turned out to have a suspected time bomb and that the flight burst into flames, Lei Tingyun then hurriedly took a helicopter on the roof of the building and rushed to the Operation Control Center. The usual words. Even helicopters flying in the urban areas need to apply for routes from the Civil Aviation Department. But it was too much of a rush today. So Mountain Air was applying for a route while taking off in an emergency. Less than 20 minutes. Thundercloud then rushed to the Operations Control Center. Director Wang of the Operation Control Center hurriedly greeted him and quickly said, Mr. Lei, 1167 has now arrived at the border of Dian and Xianzhou provinces, and is less than 300 kilometers away from Chanshui Airport. Thundercloud nodded slightly. Although Spring City was the capital of Dian province, its geographical location was not in the central region of the province, but in the eastern part of the province. It's not too far from Qianzhou province. Is the fire under control and what is the condition of the airplane now? Thundercloud asked again. The fire still isn't under control, but it hasn't spread either, and the extinguishing agent can still be sprayed for more than 40 minutes, which is perfectly adequate if no explosives are set off. Director Wang added. Asterisk 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 this. Thundercloud cursed fiercely in his heart. What's going on with the explosives? Are there explosives or not? And what's with the Weibo hot search? Thundercloud asked again. But Director Wang can't answer these questions. Next to it, another senior member of the group immediately spoke up. The star called Asterisk Han was indeed on flight 1167. The Mordor police have just come with a notification that they have already made an arrest of the caller, but whether or not they have captured anyone has not been communicated for the time being. So the Mordor police side of the study judged that the probability is that this star wanted to fire like crazy, and that's why he deliberately fabricated this fake police. Then why did the airplane suddenly catch fire? Lei Tingyun laughed coldly. Don't tell me it's just a mere coincidence. How in heaven could there be such a coincidence? The executive side. Before saying, I think, the odds are it's still a real coincidence. I wouldn't dare to say that if it was another captain, but the captain of flight 1167 is that Lu Qingzhou kid. That kid has been really unlucky lately, and he's run into all kinds of, so maybe it's a coincidence. Lu Chuanzhou? Thundercloud's heart stuttered. How did I forget about this kid? If it's him, with his moldy physique, it really could be a coincidence. Chapter 181, Spring City. August is part of the midsummer season. The days are long and the nights are short. So now it's past 6 p.m. though, almost 7 p.m., but the setting sun still hangs diagonally in the sky, from the magic city of Flying Spring, all the way to the west, right into the direction of the sun's rays. Inside the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou sat in the captain's seat. One hand held the lever while the other clutched the throttle valve gear lever. His look was tough, like an experienced old captain steering a flatboat over a vast ocean. Snap! A bead of sweat the size of a pea rolled down his forehead and dripped onto his collar. The captain's uniform he was wearing was now getting wet. Sweat was all over his forehead and face. The whole thing looked like it had just come out of the water. But Lu Qingzhou sweating so much had little to do with the sunset in the sky, because the cockpit of a Boeing 737-800 has an air conditioning system. So although the cockpit is narrow and cramped, the body surface temperature is always maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius, just about the most comfortable temperature for the human body. Of course, he wasn't intimidated either. He was really frightened when he just learned that there was a suspected bomb on the plane, but the normalcy has long since returned. The reason why I'm sweating all over is pure labor. He was now not only manually piloting and controlling the plane, but he was also distracted by watching its every move. Whenever there is any abnormality in the airplane, he must make the appropriate judgment in the first instance. The co-pilot, Wang Jia, was equally sweaty. The reason he was sweating so much, though, was pure shock. The fire alarm hasn't been lifted yet. What the hell is in the ING cargo hold and how come it hasn't burned out by now? Asterisk 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 Boeing. It's all ING broken. Are the two fire extinguisher bottles filled with extinguishing agent or accelerant? And why can't you put out a fire after half a day of putting it out? How the did I get so unlucky with this? It's over. It's completely over the ball. Wanger's eyes were fixed on the fire alarm panel and he muttered something under his breath. He's even a little self-absorbed now. Stop howling. Just then, Lu Qingzhou, who looked like a statue, suddenly spoke. Wanger winced, rushing to look up at Lu Qingzhou. Take a look at the navigator and tell me exactly where we are now. Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Wang Jia was stunned, rushing his eyes to the navigator. To Tsujing, we have arrived at Tsujing. We are still more than 150 kilometers away from Spring City. Wang Jia looked at Lu Qingzhou and quickly replied. Immediately contact the Rongqing district transfer. Tell them that we are going down to altitude. Ask Changshui Airport how prepared, with or without forced landing conditions. Lu Qingzhou finished, paused, and added. Is the cargo hold fire still not under control? Wang Jia, who was about to contact the Rongqing district transfer, hurriedly said. Yes, the fire has not spread, but it is still not under effective control. That is to say, even if Changshui Airport doesn't have the conditions for a forced landing, we'll have to force a landing. Lu Qingzhou said helplessly. Wang Jia immediately understood. This is because the cargo hold has two fire-extinguishing bottles though, which are reasonably capable of sustaining a fire for more than an hour or so. But the fire has been out for a full 40 minutes now. The fire did not spread nor was it extinguished. It's now more than 100 kilometers to Changshui Airport. With such a short distance, a forced landing would be just right. But if we force landed at another airport and added more distance or time, by the time the extinguishing bottles ran out of extinguishing agent, the fire might have spread. In time, even if there were no explosives on the plane, they're bad enough too. So now Longwater Airport has been their only option, even if knives fall from the sky. They also had to make a forced landing at Changshui Airport. Contact the Rongqing district to transfer it. Lu Qingzhou sighed. Then next, I need you to assist me. Oh, Wanger then responded. Good, good. He rushed to put on his headphones. Squeezing his earpiece, he said in a deep voice, Rongqing, Mountain Air 1167 calling. Don't play the ostrich. Lu Qingzhou spoke again. I can't spare a hand. Help me wipe my sweat. Chen Bingbing, whose entire body was curled up in her seat, raised her head slightly, angling his head. He looked at Lu Qingzhou, who looked like a statue. The sunlight sprinkled on Lu Qingzhou's face. It was as if his whole being wore a touch of holy light. But when she saw that large drops of sweat had already broken out on Lu Qingzhou's forehead and face, I don't know what's going on, but a touch of heartache welled up in my heart. So Chen Bingbing couldn't care less about playing ostrich. Instead, he hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, taking a paper towel and carefully wiping Lu Qingzhou's sweat. When she finished wiping the sweat off, it was only then that he realized that Lu Qingzhou's uniform was actually soaked. Chen Bingbing was even more distressed, whispering, why are you sweating so much? Is it the sun? Yeah, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being useless and not being able to help you with anything. She even had a hint of a sob in her voice. Don't cry, I don't have the time or energy to comfort you right now. Lu Qingzhou had no choice but to add, find a way to put the sunglasses on me. That's the biggest favor you can do for me. We won't die for a while. Hang on for the last 20 minutes and the plane will land at Changshui Airport. And you don't have to tell me you're sorry. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Chen Bingbing hurriedly waved her hand and said, what does it have to do with you? It's not like you caused the cargo hold to catch fire. She saw Lu Qingzhou stop talking. Also know that you shouldn't bother each other at this point. So he hurriedly put his own sunglasses on Lu Qingzhou's cheeks. At this point, Wang Jia was also connected to the Rondo district transfer. In response to the request of Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 to go down to altitude, the city of Rongqing district transfer will naturally not be disallowed. The entire western Yunnan airspace has now been vacated. That is to say, Lu Qingzhou can fly as much as he wants. Got a directive from the Rongqing district transfer. Lu Qingzhou immediately gently pressed down on the operating stick and began to pilot the airplane down in altitude. At the same time, Wanger also pulled up the spoiler and adjusted the flap degrees at his command. The nose of this Boeing 737-800 is pointed slightly downward. Slowly but surely, he flew downward. Not far. The two accompanying fighters saw this. Start adjusting your flight altitude as well. As this Boeing 737-800 flew downward, in the distance, a bustling city that stood on top of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau had appeared at the end of the line of sight. The destination of this voyage, Spring City, arrived. P.S. Today's third update. Yesterday's reward amounted to more than 80. So today's additional update. Today's reward amount should only be more than 20. So tomorrow is still guaranteed 2 more updates. Chapter 182. Now that the plane's life hangs in the balance, even if it's going under the knife, it's going to have to land with a hard-on. Approaching dusk, it's right at the end of rush hour. That's why the downtown area of Spring City is so busy with traffic, and the streets and alleys are almost filled with cars and people going to and from the city. As a tourist city, the pace of life in Spring City is much slower compared to the southeast coast. So 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, not only is it the start of the city's nightlife, but it's also the liveliest time of the day. It's a nice day in Spring City today. There was a rainstorm in the afternoon. It's watered down the whole city and cooled it down, though now and then a gust of wind comes up. But the gusty winds also took away the heat of the day. Spring City is truly one of the most livable cities in the Big East, with perfect scores for climate, food, entertainment, and humanity, and a very inclusive city. Imagine that. It's a hot summer day, but the highs were only in the 30s, and often there would be heavy rain in the late afternoon to cool things down, and a big difference in temperature between day and night. Other cities' summer vacations are just transitions. Summer vacation in Spring City is the real vacation, but Spring City is not without its faults. For example, it is located on the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, which is at a higher altitude and has stronger UV rays. That's why the native-born people of Dian province have darker skin. Moreover, the province's economy is not as developed as that of the eastern region, so there are fewer job opportunities and lower wages. But the people of Springville are living happily ever after. Why? Because there's no way. 6:40-something in the afternoon. Xia Yuanan had only parked his car in his own small yard when he hurried into the house and took a set of fishing gear out. In front of his family's house, there were already several men in their 30s standing. They were all dressed in uniform, big pants, flowery undershirts, flip-flops, and everyone had either a fishing net or a bucket in their hands. I can see that. They were ready to go to the mountain creeks to get some catch to hit the flat guys. This is a suburb of Spring City. The mountains are clear and limpid. The creek is flooded with creek grouper and mountain crappie. Xia Laosan, you engage in faster tea. Catching fish is not active. There is something wrong with the brain. A chubby man stood at the entrance to the courtyard and yelled towards the inside. You rush a hammer shiver. Jang, more time is not enough for you to catch Luel? In the room, came Xia Yuanan's voice. Fatty was about to speak. Rumble rumble. This time, there seemed to be a rolling thunder, if anything, coming from the distant sky, drilling into the ears of the crowd, almost a blink of an eye. The sound would have been clearly audible. A few people didn't really care too much though, merely a casual glance up at the sky, after realizing that it wasn't thunder, but the roar of an airplane. They didn't give it a second thought. If it's thunder, plans to catch fish at night are out the window. Yoo-hoo! Fighter jets ga! Fatty said curiously, pointing at two silver-gray fighters in the sky. Another person next to him said, you have not had to see the fighter mark. What is the fuss, Lu? Yunnan province serves as a frontier province in the eastern and southwestern parts of the country, holding the western gate of Dongda. The border stretches over 4,000 kilometers. That's why the University of the East has to be well deployed in Dian province. The Army Air Force has it all. Luliang County, just a few hundred kilometers away from Spring City, has a military airport, which has a main Air Force regiment stationed at the field station, a few hundred kilometers in the district. It's just a foot of throttle for a fighter jet, so for these Spring City natives, two fighter jets really aren't that unusual. But Fatty still held his head high and looked at the sky. Can't seem to get enough of these two fighters. Until Xia Yuanan changed his clothes and walked out with his fishing gear, he still kept his head up. Fatty, you see what Western mirror? Look Lejang out of focus? Xia Yuanan asked. The others also looked at Fatty. Fatty pointed to the sky and asked, look at those two fighters. Are they escorting that plane Shiver? Which big shot has come to our Spring City and actually sent out two fighter jets to escort him? The others listened, and hurriedly raised his head as well. Sure enough, in the middle of the sky in the distance, two silver-gray fighters sandwiched an airliner between them, one on the left and one on the right. It does look like two personal bodyguards. A couple of the men had been out of the mood to fish for a while. Instead, they have guessed. Yes, really like it. Which big person la head Jang big? Actually, even fighter jets are alarmed. Fear is not which country la president oh. Xia Yuanan suddenly took out his cell phone, opened the Sina microblogging to a few people. You say is not this thing yo. This afternoon Sina microblogging are exploded. It is said that there is a plane was planted on the bomb. This plane seems to have a called what Han la big star. Yes, I also remembered. When I swiped the jitterbug this afternoon I also swiped it. I didn't believe it. Thought it was a star la stench marketing. See Lu a gesture. Should be true. Several people were no longer in the mood to catch fish, but had pulled out their cell phones and were shooting up into the sky. They weren't the only ones who were startled. Almost half of Spring City was shocked. The internet age. The slightest breeze and it's all over the place. Not to mention the explosive news that an airliner might have explosives on board. If anything, there would have been a hint of doubt when people saw the news before. But now seeing that there are two fighter jets in the sky escorting the airliner, doesn't that just do away with the veracity of that story? At this point, Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 has entered the airspace of Chuncheng. It's less than 30 kilometers to the Chanshui airport. The plane's altitude had long since descended below 5,000 meters by now, so the co-pilot, Wang Jia, kept the communication open with Spring City Approach while assisting the captain, Lu Qingzhou, to fly the airplane. Less than 30 kilometers from the airport. You can start flying 5 sides, Captain. Spring City Approach said that the ground wind speed at the airport is relatively high right now. The current ground wind is over 10 meters per second. Should we continue to land or wait a little longer? Wang Jia looked up and looked at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou gripped the operating lever and steered the fuselage slightly sideways. The cargo hold fire has not been brought under control yet, and the wind can only take the risk of continuing to land even if the wind is strong. Lu Qingzhou spoke. His voice had gone a little hoarse. Sweat was still running down his face and forehead. Predictable. How much psychological pressure he is under right now. Wang Jia was similarly covered in sweat. The altitude of Chanshui Airport itself is about 103 meters, which is a highland route. The ground wind at the airport is now over 10 meters per second, which is close to the maximum limit of wind speed for landing a Boeing 737-800 airliner. Boeing 737 landings have a wind speed requirement, with a maximum side wind component of 15 meters per second for dry runways and 12 meters per second for wet runways. Even if it's usual, you have to be careful when landing in winds this strong. not to mention the fact that the plane's life is now on the line. However, he knew that Lu Qingzhou was also telling the truth. Now the cargo hold fire is still not under control. So let's not talk about ground winds over 10 meters per second. Even if Chanshui Airport went under the knife now, they would have to force a landing. Chapter 183, doing the opposite. The plane is now at a lower altitude, almost a blink of an eye. The altitude of Mountain Air Flight SC-1167 had then dropped below 2,000 meters. As time continues to pass, this airplane has already gathered eyes from almost all over the country. Everyone who has been informed of the incident has now also unconsciously stopped what else they were busy with and are looking at their cell phones with full attention, eager to know the final outcome of the plane suspected of carrying explosives. Yes, this hour-long, high-altitude thriller sucks as a movie. It's already coming to a grand finale soon. Spring City, near the Chanshui Airport. There have even been a number of people who have come to the roof of the building. Point your cell phone camera into the sky and turn on the full live streaming mode. Large and small live rooms add up to at least 100. And the number of people in each live room is as few as a few hundred, or as many as tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. Not only did the local self-media and Netroots Vs in Spring City turn on the live broadcasting mode, but the various official media reporters stationed in Spring City had now rushed to Chanshui Airport, aiming their cameras at the airplane in the sky that was getting closer and closer. The heat is so high. The director of the Fly With You variety show doesn't know if he's mad with joy or if he's already crying his eyes out. So much has happened. So much bad publicity. This show is probably going to be end of life soon. LOL. Too bad about the splashy heat. As the plane got lower and lower in altitude, the otherwise smooth flight slowly became bumpy. But the bumps are manageable for now. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the altimeter. The plane was now at an altitude of 1,000 meters. It's not surprising to encounter bumps at this altitude. This is because the airspace around 1,000 meters is already low-altitude airspace. The meteorological conditions in the low-altitude airspace are complex and the airflow is turbulent, coupled with the fact that Spring City is a low-latitude, high-altitude city. The city is bordered by a large, vast lake, Denchi. It's midsummer again. That's why the weather in Spring City is as unpredictable as a little girl's face, flipping at the drop of a hat. What's a turbulent flow? It was a blessing for this airplane that it didn't get hit by a thunderstorm. If it were usual, Lu Qingzhou wouldn't treat a mild bump like an enemy. Don't say mild bumps. Moderate or even heavy bumps don't bother him. But today is a special situation. So after sensing that the plane had hit a bump, he immediately made an adjustment. He was seen immediately reaching up and adjusting the flaps down 20 degrees. Preposition speed plate. Then pull up the nose slightly. Use the belly of the plane to fend off turbulent air currents. The trick did the trick. The plane, which had been lurching more and more violently, was slowly decreasing in size. By now the airplane's speed had dropped to 220 knots, 407 kilometers per hour. The altitude has also dropped to about 800 meters. Lu Qingzhou gently wrenched the operating lever and began to complete the steering flight while approaching the airport. But just as it turned, the plane became lurching once more. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the weather radar screen. The wind in the air right now is about 104 degrees, 23 knots. It's not too fast, but it was the 43 kilometers per hour airborne wind that blew the 70 to 80 ton behemoth to the right. The speed bumps have been pulled up. As the speed bumps took effect, the airplane slowed down. Spring City approach control hall. The watch commander clutched his talker in his hand and kept his eyes pinned to the radar screen. The radar screen looked pretty empty this afternoon. The wide radar screen is now just one airplane. After he realized that the wind on the ground at the Longwater Airport had become sharper again than it had been a moment ago, immediately holding the intercom, he spoke. Mountain Air 1167. Now the wind on the ground at Chanshui Airport has become stronger again. The side wind has reached 14 meters per second. Will you continue to land or resume flight? A few seconds later, a raspy voice rang out over the comm channel. Keep landing. The duty officer sees it. Mentally, I couldn't help but sigh. Although normally all incoming and outgoing airplanes were under their command, today's situation was unique and the decision was in the hands of the young captain in the cockpit. The wind speed is so strong people still choose to land, naturally have their own reasons. Inside the hall, the other controllers were now looking over with concern. The duty officer could only continue. Mountain Air 1167, confirming course. Course confirmed. Mountain Air 1167. Mountain Air 1167, continue approach. FM 124, 55, contact Longwater Tower. FM 124, 55, contact Longwater Tower. Continue approach. Mountain Air 1167. After the other person repeats the last command, only then did the duty officer gently place the intercom down. His palms were already damp with sweat. A feeling of powerlessness filled his entire body. Longwater Tower Terrace, Mountain Air 1167. When Wang Jia's voice rang out, the hall became instantly silent. One of the controllers immediately picked up the intercom and opened his mouth to respond. Tower copy. Mountain Air 1167. Continue blind approach to runway 22 left. Correcting sea pressure 1004. There was a pause. He added a reminder. The winds on the ground at the airport are a bit violent right now. Approaching 14 meters per second. Are you waiting or continuing your approach? The entire airspace around Spring City has been vacated. That's why Mountain Air Flight 1167 was allowed to spread out and fly in the nearby airspace. It's perfectly fine to wait until the wind dies down before landing. Cockpit. Wang Jia turned his gaze back to Lu Qingzhou, but after he saw that Lu Qingzhou didn't have an unnecessary expression, I could only say stiffly, continue blind approach to runway 22 left, corrected sea pressure 1004, surface wind 14 meters per second, continue approach. Now that the crew has made its final decision, so whether it's the tower or Spring City approach, there is no other way but to support it fully. At this point, Longwater Airport is at the end of the line of sight. The airplane continues to drop in altitude. In just the blink of an eye, the altitude had dropped to about 600 meters. It's less than 10 kilometers away from the field Chanshui Airport. The speed of the airplane was further reduced. It's now down to about 168 knots. As the altitude got lower and slower, the winds suffered by the airplane became more intense. But just as the bumps of the plane intensified again, Lu Qingzhou unexpectedly and abruptly broke the operating lever to the right, and the nose of the plane immediately turned to the right, while the fuselage was also slowly offset to. He was going to do the same trick, utilize the belly of the plane, not the wings, to protect against strong winds, because the wind is now blowing from east to west. If the fuselage is facing right, it is exactly downwind. Downwind flight. It will be good to slow down the airplane bumps, but here's the thing. According to airplane landing procedures, landing downwind is far more dangerous than landing against the wind. Now Lu Qingzhou even did the opposite. Is it a death wish? You don't think you're going to die fast enough? Or is it something else? P.S. Today because of the provincial examination, so for the time being, 2 more, tomorrow 3 more bottom. At the same time tomorrow will end the climax of the plot. The variety show will also end tomorrow. That is to say, there will be no more drama about this variety show. I hope that all of you can continue to support the author of the author. Kneeling to ask for everyone's urging. Chasing more in bounty. Chapter 184, Too dangerous to land downwind? We can only trust the captain's judgment. The co-pilot, Wang Jia, also sensed something was wrong. Immediately turning his head to look at Lu Qingzhou, he loudly reminded, Captain, the direction is reversed. We are to land 22 left against the wind. According to the current heading, we will land 03 right. But Lu Qingzhou acted as if she hadn't heard him. Continue on your current heading, press the bar, head down, and get down to altitude. Chanshui International Airport is a Class 4F airport. There are 2 runways in total. Runway 04-22, West Runway, and Runway 03-21, East Runway. Among them, the West Runway is 500 meters long and 60 meters wide, and the flight area indicator is 4F. The East Runway is 4,000 meters long and 45 meters wide, with a flight area indicator of 4E. Runways 03 and 04 are takeoff direction runways and runways 21 and 22 are landing direction runways. Now Mountain Air SC-1167 continues to turn right. It would have required only a slight adjustment of the nose to aim for a runway 22 left landing against the wind, but now Lu Qingzhou continued to turn to the right, and the heading had clearly shifted 22 left, but toward the takeoff direction runway of the East Runway. That is, runway 03. So much for landing on runway 03. Anyway, now that Longwater Airport is completely closed, the runway is cleared. 2 runways are at the disposal of Mountain Air 1167. You can land on whichever runway you want, but landing on runway 03 is not that simple, because runway 03 is not only the takeoff direction runway, but it is also downwind. Downwind landing? Lu Qingzhou is determined to make a big death. Anyone with a little bit of general aviation knowledge knows that airplanes can't go downwind, whether they're landing or taking off. The reason is simple. The airplane needs enough lift for takeoff. Lift comes from the relative velocity of the wing and the airflow, so a tailwind reduces relative speed, reduces lift, and makes takeoff more difficult. Moreover, the reduction in lift will also lead to longer taxiing time and distance, which will not only increase the length of the runway, but also affect the handling of the aircraft, thus increasing the risk out of thin air. As for airplane landings, that's even more dependent on headwinds. If an airplane chooses to land downwind, it will not only increase the distance of the landing taxi run, but also reduce the landing stability, and increase the difficulty of reflight in case the airplane has any accidents. General, airplanes land with either no wind or a headwind, but downwind landings aren't useless. Because a windward landing is bumpier, a downwind landing will be less bumpy and a more comfortable landing. It's just that normally pilots and towers aren't going to increase the risk of landing out of thin air just for the sake of regional comfort. After all, it's okay for passengers to feel slightly uncomfortable, but if it increases the risk of landing, it can kill you. The question is, now Mountain Air 1167 is not a general case. The fire in the cargo hold of this Boeing 737-800 is still not under control, and there may be explosives hidden in the cargo hold of the plane. Explosives are highly unstable. There is a risk of explosion at any time. It was not easy for the airplane to fly over the airport, but the wind made the airplane bumpy, causing the explosives to explode in the air. That would be a real injustice. So since the phenomenon is not a general case, let's dispose of it secondarily. Not to mention, now airplanes aren't exactly downwind. The gusty wind from the direction of Dianchi, which had been whistling and slapping the right nose, was now pushing the tail from the 8 o'clock wind, pushing the airplane toward the 03 right, sort of a semi-smooth wind, long water tapestry. The controllers had also detected an anomaly in Mountain Air 1167, immediately alerted, Mountain Air 1167, your course has drifted badly. Please turn back to your original course immediately. Please turn back to your original course immediately. Wang Jia hurriedly repeated, heading severely deviated, turning back to original heading, received by Mountain Air 1167. He finished repeating the tower instructions and immediately looked at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou remained expressionless. Only after hearing Wang Jia's repeated instructions did he speak slowly. Tell the tower that I have a point. If we land against the wind now, the plane will be too bumpy and may detonate the explosives on the plane. Wang Jia was stunned. That just came back to me. That's it. Not only is our plane on fire, but there may be explosives on board. Now the groundside wind speed reaches 14 meters per second. If the wind landed against the wind, the aircraft will not be like a handheld tractor. 1 step 3 jumps? The usual words. It's okay to bounce around, but jumping around now could kill you. So he hurriedly repeated Lu Qingzhou's words. Pylons. The controller's entire body froze in place even after hearing his repetition. The duty officer immediately said, Reply 1167. The tower agrees with his disposal plan. Now the aircraft decision is in the hands of the captain. We must trust the captain's judgment. We can only advise, not interfere. This controller then hurriedly said, Okay, got it. It's too windy. With a wind boost, the Boeing 737-800 airliner was traveling much faster as it continued to veer to the right. Lu Qingzhou immediately adjusted the degree of flaps down once more, and then reduced the oil supply to the engine once more. Double-barreled, offsets the speed imposed on the airplane by the downwind wind. When the altitude of the aircraft is less than 500 meters, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice, Start executing the landing checklist. We don't have a chance to refly. We must land successfully in one go. Wang Jia naturally knew the seriousness of the situation. There was no hesitation. Begin landing check steps immediately. The plane was half downwind except for a fire in the cargo hold and possible explosives in the cargo hold. No other abnormalities for the time being. He checked the landing checklist against the landing checklist and began to lower the landing gear. Return the flaps completely to the landing position. Check the spoilers, the engine ignition continuity bit. After these steps are done, the plane's altitude was then down to 1,000 feet, about 300 meters. At this point, the 2 runways of the Changshui airport have long been clearly visible at the end of the line of sight. Visibility at the airport was good today. If there is no wind, that would be the perfect weather for airplanes coming in and out of the harbor. Roofs of buildings near the airport. It's now standing full of eaters. When the rumble of an airplane engine is heard resounding in the sky, almost everyone was angling their heads toward the sky. Then they saw a Boeing 737 airliner, which was speeding toward the airport runway in a very strange attitude. P.S. Today's first. Thank you for all the reward greatly. Today and 2 more on the basis of an additional 1 more. Yesterday, the book officially began to book test. The results are not bad, but the tomato to give the amount of very nerve knife. So I do not know how long the good results can be maintained, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this book results are good or bad. The author will seriously write on. Chapter 185, This Life and Death Flight, coming to its final moments. Are we in Spring City yet? It's so fast. Cabin. A young girl in her 20s said as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked out the airplane window. Her best friend sitting next to her didn't have the heart to say, It's almost 7 o'clock, and it's still soon. It's almost 7 o'clock, but why does it still feel so bright outside? Sister, it's summer now. Can it get dark every 7 or 8 o'clock in summer? BFF tapped her forehead with her finger. Sometimes I really envy your piggy attributes. No matter whether it's by car or airplane, you set off and fall back to sleep. It's like there's an alarm clock planted in your head, and you wake up when you arrive at your destination. It's a gift I have. You can't envy it. She gloated. so you missed a lot of scenery along the way too. Not to be outdone, my best friend continued, like today, for example, there were 2 fighter jets dedicated to escorting us, and they've been following us for quite a while. The girl immediately gave her best friend a big blank stare. What a big face you have. And fighter jets escort? As the plane got lower and lower in altitude, she turned her gaze back out the window. Suddenly, he said, why do I feel like it's windy in Spring City today? How strong can it be? My best friend said, if the wind was really strong, we'd be riding in a tractor right now, and it wouldn't be so smooth. It's true. It's true. Look at it. She hurriedly pointed to the airplane window. The girlfriends came together. She was taken aback when she saw the large trees on the ground in the distance, already bent over by the gale. It's not just the 2 of them. The other passengers also noticed the end. The plane is now just over 300 meters high, and the visibility was good again today. So it's a clear view from the airplane far, far away. They saw that the trees in the distance had bent over, and the flags on the flagpoles were being scraped and cooed in a very stretchy way. Both were also surprised. The wind is invisible though, but the eyes were still able to catch the wind. Although they didn't know exactly what the current wind speed was, they saw the garbage that was swept up into mid-air, the dust that was raised, the flags that bulged and swelled, and even the trees that bent over. Just know that this is not a small gust of wind. It's normal to have wind, but it's not normal for the plane to be so stable with all that wind. The last time I flew on an airplane it was windy too, and it almost killed me. The wind is so strong. How did our airplane manage to fly so steadily? The internet says that flying on a mountain airline is similar to a man with a child. So I've really learned something today. How? A man with a baby is alive. When there's no danger, dad is the biggest danger. But as soon as there's the slightest danger, dad is a superhero in general. It seems like it's really ugh. Usually when I fly on mountain air, there is all kinds of speeding in dry land. Today, the airport is blowing so much wind. The airplane will be so stable. It was a good choice to pick mountain air. When boarding the plane, I realized that today's captain is the hottest star captain in the past 2 days. He is unlucky and his ability is really there. I was planning on getting an autograph and a picture from him when the plane arrived. I've heard that Liu Yanwang really has a moldy B quality, and that every one of his flights goes more or less wrong. But Liu Yanwang is really handsome. Zhang Xiaoyu heard the passengers talking. At once, he made a face towards Fang Yihan and said, it seems that Liu Yanwang has spread his reputation far and wide, and even ordinary people know his great name. There's nothing new on the internet. He's been on fire for the past 2 days, so he's long been raked over the coals by those rubbing the heat on the netroots V's and self-media. Fang Yihan whispered crickets. Even he has talked about a few girlfriends. These girlfriends have who all exposed on the internet. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately came to be interested. Hurriedly came over. A face of gossip said, who are there is no I recognize? There you are. Fang Yihan looked at her with a strange smile on her face. Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned at first, pointing a finger at himself. Me, next. She was furious and said, this is not nonsense. When did I and he that what? I'm still a big girl, so I'm not going to be able to find a boyfriend to marry in the future. Oh, she realized. So you're saying all those so-called girlfriends of his are rumors? Fang Yihan shrugged. How should I know? I haven't talked to him anyway. Me neither. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately said. He hasn't even confessed to me. I'm not going to talk to him. Meaning if he confesses to you, you'll say yes? Fang Yihan looked at her. Zhang Xiaoyu's words. Depends on the mood. Depends on the performance. Fang Yihan said. I still don't understand you? One hint from others and you'll probably just wash yourself and send it over. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately retorted. I have principles. If I want to wash it, it has to be him washing it for me. Fang Yihan froze. Almost didn't laugh out loud. The cabin has a very relaxed atmosphere. First class. Asterisk Han was a little jittery, but he was also longing for the media reporters that would flock to him when he got off the plane. If there are too many reporters, why don't you just have a live launch at the airport yourself? Press conference. Very necessary. Farther out, the roofs of the buildings around the airport are now almost full of people. After close to an hour of warming up to the explosive news that there were suspected explosives on Mountain Air Flight 1167, the entire Jane Central Court of Public Opinion is now completely exploding as the plane is about to land. Countless people were closely following this explosive news through the media or Netflix Live. Because if the plane does explode, it would be a historic event that would go down in the history of civil aviation at Eastern University. You and others are now witnessing a sensational event. It's not just domestic, even foreign social media is already talking about it. Facebook, Twitter, TikTok and other foreign apps. The heat about this incident remains high. The number of views directly broke the billion. The number of likes are also several hundred, even tens of millions. Even the comments are all clear wishing peace. So asterisk Ham's purpose was indeed served. because his plan B was very successful, not to mention igniting the domestic court of public opinion. Even the foreign court of public opinion was completely ignited. It's up to him to see if the resulting cost is something he can afford or not. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere of the cabin, the cockpit is significantly more depressing. As the plane got lower and lower in altitude, it got closer and closer to the runway. This life and death flight was also about to reach its most critical point. P.S. Second shift. With a third, Chapter 186, last minute, finally making a change. Time passes quickly. 50 minutes or so went by in a flash. Time passed slowly again. Every second now was torture for Lu Qingzhou. It's not just Lu Qingzhou. Bing Bing Chen in the cockpit, co-pilot Wang Jia, Thundercloud and other senior executives of Shaanxi Airlines from thousands of miles away. Senior executives of the civil aviation departments of Mordor, Rongqing and the capital. And all the netizens who cared about Shaanxi Airlines flight SC-1167. Every minute, every second now is torture. They both wanted time to pass a little faster and to know the final grand finale of this flight of life and death in the shortest possible time. But then again, I guess time is infinitely long, because they fear that they can't afford the tragic end of a life and death flight. Even the sky. The two Air Force fighter pilots who had been escorting for the Mountain Air 1167 and had seen their share of big storms were now looking down at the airspace below with concern on their faces. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. This ill-fated flight had really bad luck. If it's usual, a fire in the cargo hold is a big enough deal. It was even more unlucky to encounter gusty winds with a speed of 14 meters per second during the landing. But not only did this airliner experience both incidents, there may have been explosives on board. It could explode at any time. His grandmother. What unbelievable luck this is. That's why so many pieces of bad luck happened on the same flight? Both pilots now have great admiration for the airliner captain. Nothing else. Just saying that people are mentally strong enough to be scary. Because if an ordinary person had encountered such a thing, they would have already been scared out of their wits. No, it's not just ordinary people. Even professionals like them. Having encountered so many changes in a very short period of time, it has also been squarely in the middle. But the captain of this airliner not only took advantage of his composure and calmness to fly the plane smoothly all the way from the hinterland of Quanzhou province to Spring City, more in the landing encountered windy weather timely adjustment. Surprisingly, choose to downwind landing, as a fighter pilot. Naturally, they had already seen Lu Qingzhou's attempts. Others, based on the trajectory chart of Mountain Air Flight 1167, might misunderstand that Lu Qingzhou was forced to choose the shorter 03 right runway to land, because the nose of the airplane was already slowly facing 03 right. How can this be fake? Only these two pilots have seen it. Lu's landing strip is still 22 left. The reason he chose to offset the fuselage to the right was simply to take advantage of the tailwind to mitigate the bumps in the plane while using the wind to push the plane toward runway 22 left. This time, the plane's already below 1,000 feet. Inside the cockpit, the beep of the siren warning system then sounded. This warning sound is primarily to alert the pilot to the aircraft's proximity to the ground or other obstacles. A similar alarm sounds every time an airplane lands. Sometimes, this alarm will also be accompanied by a pull-up alert. That's a real hypnotic sound. So Lu Qingzhou and Wang Jia didn't take this alarm sound too much to heart, but were fully focused on flying the airplane. The plane is getting closer to the runway. Everyone's attention was also fully focused on this airplane. Tower controllers are now no longer in contact with the crew. So close. Wouldn't contacting the crew again add to the confusion? Many of the controllers had even run out of the command center to the balcony to look up at the distant sky. Phew. The surface side winds are still very strong now and are not abating at all. Farther up the building, the dense crowd also all focused their cameras on the sky. As the plane went from a small black dot, it became visible. Almost everyone cheered. It really is Mountain Air Flight 1167. Now that the wind is so strong, will it cause trouble for the airplane to land? 1167 is also too unlucky to be caught up in any. But as you can see, the airplane is still flying smoothly, like it's not affected by the side winds. Yeah, hey, it's really stable. Worthy of being a veteran driver of Mountain Air. Usually playing any tricks, but still worth relying on when it matters. But why do I get the feeling that there's something wrong with the plane's heading? It seems to be landing downwind. It's really downwind. Holy, what the hell is the captain up to? The captain is really going to get people killed. Landing downwind on a windy day like this. He's thinking he's suffered too little bad luck, isn't he? All you white guys know that a tailwind is more dangerous than a headwind. Doesn't the captain know that? That's right. The captain must have had his reasons for doing what he did. And if you don't know any better, shut up. Arguments were made. There are those who question it and those who defend it. Some people even felt that Lu Qingzhou's performance was war criminal level. It must have killed everyone on the plane. But soon someone else will speak up in defense as well. But whether it's defended or questioned or even abused, None of it mattered to Lu Qingzhou. The airplane's power system was now completely shut down and it was flying entirely on inertial glide. Spoilers, flaps, landing gear, etc. have also been pre-positioned for landing. It's all ready to land. Lu Qingzhou held the operating stick with both hands and kept adjusting the airplane's flying attitude. This Boeing 737-800 airliner went down in altitude while gliding forward in the direction of the wind. He's like a skillful dancer, dancing on tiptoe on the tip of a knife. Just a slight negligence on his part could lead to an irreparable disaster. Cat 3 single refers to a type of approach landing capability for Boeing airplanes, i.e., Category 3 single-aisle approach landing. Inside the cockpit, the beep sounded once more. Lu Qingzhou and Wang Jia remained deaf. Cat I, Category I access, 500 feet. It was just as the airplane beep sounded once more that Wang Jia suddenly realized something was wrong, because the nose of the airplane had already crossed over runway 03 right and continued to veer to the right. Captain, we're not aligned with the runway. He immediately shouted a warning, but Lu Qingzhou didn't seem to hear him as if he was still maintaining the deflection to the right while constantly adjusting the airplane's flying attitude. Wang Jia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The plane is now below 150 meters. It has long since gone down below the height of decision, and the airplane is now in such a state that there is no possibility of a return to flight. Now the nose is not aligned with the runway. Was the captain trying to land the plane just anywhere? That's not the way to find death. But just as he was about to blurt out another reminder, a new runway stood out to him, and when this new runway appeared, Lu Qingzhou, who had been piloting the airplane to the right, suddenly made a change. P.S. Tomorrow is still 3 more guaranteed. Kneeling down to ask for your great support. Chapter 187, Rear landing gear slams on runway. Lu Qingzhou's movements were large. It's just plain rude. In the blink of an eye, he had killed the rudder to the left. In the meantime, his left foot came down hard on the left rudder, borrowing from the strong wind. This Boeing 737-800 airliner unexpectedly began to slowly turn around at more than 100 meters in the air while continuing to roar forward. The crowd that saw this scene, jaws dropped in amazement. What the hell? A 40-meter-long behemoth with wings 36 meters wide on both sides, weighing nearly 80 tons, started to turn around in just over 100 meters of airspace? What kind of operation is this? To put it nicely, it's called the art of being bold. To put it bluntly, it's the captain who's making a big deal out of it, completing a U-turn turn at such a low altitude, and in bad weather with gusty winds. What is it if it's not a death wish? With even the slightest negligence, the plane could then go completely out of control. A runaway airplane. There is no other possibility for the end than a crash. 400 feet. This time, the cockpit beeped again from the flight control system. Lu Qingzhou remained unmoved, continued to maintain the stance of turning to the left. The airplane was now still maintaining a speed of about 150 knots, 277 kilometers per hour. So it was surprising that the airplane had pulled away from runway 22 left as it turned. But the fuselage of the airplane kept tilting to the left, so the altitude comes down slower. That should be considered the only good news. 100 above. Inside the cockpit, the beep sounded once more. And just as the 300 feet beep sounded, the Boeing 737-800 magically completed its U-turn. The gale is more than that. Gusts of wind up to 14 meters per second slapped the airplane hard in the nose position. It instantly made this plane very bumpy. The plane became very bumpy and went up and down like a canoe traveling in a stormy sea. Wang Jia tugged the lever with one hand in a death grip, eyes as wide as a bull's. He looked dead ahead, trepidation written all over his face, because not only was the airplane now upwind, but the 2 runways that had appeared at the end of the line of sight had now all but disappeared. No, not disappear into thin air. Rather, the plane flew too fast and overshot the mark. Captain, run, the runway is gone. What do we do? Wang Jia finally couldn't help himself and spoke up, and the airspeed is too fast, still close to 150 knots. Lu Qingzhou acted as if she hadn't heard him. The moment the airplane completed its turn, he immediately reset the operating stick. Minimum. The beep sounded once more. The voice was like a commander giving orders. After hearing minimize, Lu Qingzhou immediately continued to brake the operating lever to the left while her foot stepped on the left rudder. Yes, he also has to turn left. A few seconds later, the runway came into his sight once more. It's 22 left. Was flying overhead 22 left. When the runway reappeared, Wang Jia, who had been completely desperate, instantly came back to life. It's not a runway. Rather, it was the last straw. But the next second, the co-pilot, who had come to life, stiffened in his seat again with a sudden lightning strike, because he just realized, although the runway was once again in sight, the nose of the airplane was not aligned with the runway, but was nearly across it. He also understood why Lu Qingzhou was still tugging the operating stick to the left in a deadly manner even now, piloting the airplane to continue turning left. It's not like this plane is a helicopter. Can't do vertical takeoff and landing. But where's the time? Because by this time the plane's altitude had dropped below 200 feet. 200 feet. 100. Height continues to fall. The plane is also getting closer to the runway. Come here. Give me overall. The veins on Lu Qingzhou's forehead had burst out. Both hands tugged the lever with a death grip. The foot rudders are going up in smoke from him too. He is now racing the airplane. The nose must be broken over before the plane crosses runway 22 left. But how can it be done? So when the nose was finally broken right and the plane's altitude was only about 30 meters, Lu Qingzhou realized that he had indeed flown the wrong way. Yes, the nose of the plane was not aligned with the center line of the runway. It was even more than 10 meters away from the center line of the runway. If it were normal, the only, and safest, way for an airplane to land again if it is not aligned with the runway is to refly and land all over again. But Lu Qingzhou simply didn't have the time now. There is also no condition for resumption of flight. The gusty wind from Dianqi slapped the plane hard on its left side, almost pushing it to the right, and the explosives in the cargo hold probably couldn't afford another toss. So don't say it's not aligned to the runway now. Even if there's no runway down there, he also had to land hard. So Lu Qingzhou simply followed the will of the wind and maneuvered the plane to veer to the right. The nose was once again pointed toward runway 22 left, but it's the same as earlier. The plane was still straddling the runway. With the help of the wind, this time the airplane was not as difficult to steer as it was earlier. If the airplane doesn't sustain a lower altitude, it's like the plane is hovering in midair. No, instead of hovering in midair, the plane is an elevator that can shift direction at will. 50 feet, 40 feet, blink of an eye. This Boeing 737-800 airliner had then completed its turn to the right, while flattening the distance of a mere 10 or so meters. The plane is back on the runway. Only the nose forms an angle close to 30 degrees to the center line. Still across the runway. 30 feet, 20 feet. As the altitude continued to drop, a jaw-dropping sight turned up, because the nose of this Boeing 737-800 airliner, surprisingly, continued to turn to the right at a very fast speed while going down to altitude. Originally the airplane formed an angle of nearly 30 degrees with the runway. Surprisingly it shortened to 10 degrees after just over 10 seconds. Retard. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. The very next second the nose was completely aligned with the centerline of the runway. Duong. A dull sound of something heavy hitting suddenly rang out. Just before anyone could react, the rear landing gear of the plane hit the runway hard. Pylons. Almost all the controllers had frozen, because the scene in front of him was just too bizarre. In all the years these guys had worked in the tower, they had never seen such a bizarre landing. Isn't Mountaineer 1167 ready to land on runway 03 right? How to blink. Surprisingly landed 22 left? Didn't Mountaineer 1167 take a huge risk and land downwind? How to blink. It's a headwind landing again? My eyes aren't blurry, are they? This scene isn't a hallucination, is it? Almost everyone rubbed their eyes vigorously. By the time they opened their eyes once more, they saw that the Boeing 737 had literally landed on runway 22 left and started taxiing forward in an angled position. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. How did he do it? How the hell did he do that? It's not just the tower controllers. On the roof of the building in the distance, the crowd of eaters witnessed the scene. The captain of this airliner is like a magical wizard. The scene just now was merely a perfect magic trick that he had brought to the world. Geez, what did I see? Geez jerk, how in the world could there be such a magical landing let loose? 100+ altitude U-turn? This captain is one of the most skillful and daring I've ever seen. It landed successfully and didn't explode. Is 1167 safe? The people on the plane will survive and have to kowtow to the captain. Don't even say kowtow to one. It's not too much to ask for your body. Can I really give my life in return, so I can pretend to be first in line? No? Me too. I've been drooling over that star captain's body for ages. Major TV stations, live webcasts, the hundreds of millions of viewers were also so shocked after seeing this scene that they even forgot to send pop-ups. Oola. When the rear landing gear smashed on the runway and the airplane began to taxi forward along the runway at 200 km per hour, various rescue vehicles that had long been waiting on both sides of the runway immediately sounded their sirens, increased their throttles, and came roaring in the direction of the airplane cockpit. After the rear landing gear smashed on the runway, Lu Qingzhou knew that this life and death flight was stable. The airplane angled its nose. It's like a crowing rooster. With a great deal of certainty in his mind, he immediately pressed forward and lowered his head on the lever. Kwon. The front landing gear slammed down onto the runway. The Boeing 737-800 was like a wild horse out of control and began to run wildly down the runway. Passenger seat. Wang Jia clutched his seatbelt with both hands in a death grip, his eyes staring straight ahead. Falling down. It's really falling. Ha ha. Saved. This kind of 10 death innings. Surprisingly, it was actually wrenched back alive. However, when he saw the current speed of the airplane on the ground speedometer, he immediately anxiously shouted towards Lu Qingzhou, "Captain, our speed is too fast and the runway is too short. If we don't slow down, we will run off the runway. 991 difficulties have all been crossed. If you die in the river of heaven, that would be bad luck." Lu Qingzhou gripped the operating lever tightly with both hands, keeping the nose of the airplane in a wildly forward-facing stance. He glanced at the ground speedometer. The airplane is still going over 250 kilometers per hour now, but normally, the landing taxi speed of an airliner is in the 200 to 250 kilometers per hour range. It looks like this Boeing is only going that much faster than normal landing speed. But here's the thing, it's a short runway. They didn't land successfully directly at the end of runway 22 left, but flew to the middle of the runway before landing. So the distance left for them to skate is no longer 4,500 meters. Instead, it's less than 2,000 meters. At this rate, it won't be long before the plane goes off the runway. But Lu Qingzhou didn't panic in the slightest. The planes have all landed successfully. If it also ran off the runway and crashed into a mountain, I've been doing this for years for nothing, haven't I? I'm not a stick. How could you make such a cheap mistake? Pull the reverse thrust. The gale will help me drop my speed in time, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. Good. Wang Jia had also calmed down completely by now. Reaching down, he grabbed the reverse putter and pulled it violently back up. This plane slowing down to a crawl. Cabin. Once the plane landed on the runway, the passengers became a little restless. Have you reached Spring City yet? It was a slightly bumpy landing, but I would still give the captain 5 stars. Alas, this back to Spring City specially booked tickets for mountain air. Just want to experience the thrill of the roller coaster. I did not expect to be so smooth. Failure. What a disappointment. How come it flew so steady this time? The wind was gusting outside, but the plane landed so silky smooth. TSK, worthy of mountain air. I've decided that from now on, I'm going to go out and fly with mountain air. First class. Han's breathing became rapid without realizing it. He was restless in his seat and kept looking out of the plane. The swarm of journalists should not be on the tarmac, but will be blocking the exit of the terminal. Aha! I'll have to do a belly flop first. One moment give an impassioned short speech in front of the press. This is to reflect their own good personal image of being fearless in the face of danger. Why do you hear a faint alarm going off? Won't. How could the police be alerted to such a trivial matter, even if it's alarming? At the most, it's the Mordor police who'll arrest those who report false alarms. What's it got to do with me? Aha! You can't scare yourself. This will affect your own play for a while. He forced his unease down. Then, with the help of his assistant, he began to organize his personal image. There'll be dozens of reporters swarming around later. It wouldn't do to be unkempt. This time, the airplane is going even slower. Would have left those rescue vehicles far behind. The speed was now surprisingly on par with that of the rescue truck, and the airplane continues to lose speed down the road. As the plane taxied forward along the runway for another 100 meters or so, it's finally slowing to a stop on the runway. Cockpit. The plane came to a steady stop on the runway. Wang Jie and Shen Bingbing were staring blankly right in front of them as if they had been cast in a stasis. A good few seconds passed. Wang Jie just swallowed and muttered, "Stop, stop, stop, stopped." Shen Bingbing's lips were slightly open, her expression frozen. Only Lu Qingzhou looked like she had her tail stepped on. With a swift motion, he unbuckled his seatbelt and then whooshed out of the captain's seat. "What are you two waiting for? There's a bomb on the plane. Why don't you run?" His voice had just fallen. The cockpit hatch had then been opened. Chen Bingbing and Wang Jie turned back. But where was Lu Qingzhou's shadow? P.S. Interested partners can go to the Shake Shack to search for videos of airplanes landing on windy days. It's very exciting. Timing was set to the 18th, which resulted in only 2,000 words on the 17th, which has now been revised. Sorry guys and gals. Chapter 188. What are you waiting for? Why don't you run away? There's a bomb on the plane. First class. Nie Xiaoyu saw Lu Qingzhou who rushed out of the cockpit like a fire. Hurriedly welcoming them, he asked, "Captain Lightship, did something happen?" Lu Qingzhou saw the welcoming Nie Xiaoyu. Immediately spoke. "Immediately go and open the emergency hatch of the plane. Tell the crew chief that the cargo hold of the plane is on fire, and that there may be explosives hidden, and that the passengers must now be evacuated off the plane immediately." Ha! Nie Xiaoyu was stunned. It froze in place. Her eyes went wide. Incredulity was written all over his face. Fire in the cargo hold? And explosives on the plane? You're not kidding, Nie Xiaoyu said in shock. What time is it that I'm joking with you? I would joke about something like this? Lu Qingzhou was already furious. Just then, the sirens of Yula, Yula sounded faintly in the distance. Nie Xiaoyu then realized. Lu Qingzhou wasn't joking with her. She jumped up in a flash like a frightened bunny, turned and ran for the economy class. Lu Qingzhou followed her and hurriedly made her way to the economy class as well. What? When she heard Nie Xiaoyu come up for air after relaying Lu Qingzhou's words, Zhang Xiaoyun was also shocked. She finally knew now. It was clear that the groundside winds were so strong just now, but the plane still forced a landing. So there were explosives on the plane. As a very experienced flight attendant, her psychological quality was indeed much better than Nie Xiaoyu's. Since the plane is now parked, it means that he and the others are safe. She immediately took hold of the intercom hanging on the bulkhead and told the aft cabin crew to immediately open the aft cabin emergency hatch and evacuate the passengers. Then another immediate announcement was made to all passengers. But instead of mentioning that there were explosives on the plane, she said that there was a fire in the cargo hold of the plane and that everyone was now getting off the plane immediately through the emergency hatch. Zhang Xiaoyun's words were only finished. The passengers who had just been eagerly waiting to get off the plane were suddenly a bit anxious. You and the others are now trapped in a confined space. If the fire doesn't get under control, you're going to turn into a roasted pig, aren't you? So when the emergency hatch had only just been opened, a number of people surged towards it. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry to maintain order? Zhang Xiaoyun saw Nie Xiaoyu still standing helplessly beside herself and immediately stomped her foot. Boeing 737-800s have a total of 2 emergency hatches. But because this airplane is a single-aisle airliner, the cabin is rather narrow. So it would still take a little time to finish evacuating over 100 passengers in an emergency. And fortunately, Zhang Xiaoyun is experienced. There was no mention of explosives on the plane. It was only now that they heard that the plane was on fire, and the passengers, one by one, were like frightened beasts, desperately pushing their way to the emergency hatch. If we knew there were explosives on the plane, it's probably going to be a mess. First class. Khan remained in his seat, somewhat confused. What's going on? I thought the plane hadn't been taxiing into the parking space yet. Why are we evacuating passengers? And so on. Fire in the cargo hold? Ugh. What if the fire isn't under control? I'm not going to burn to death in an airplane, am I? He was a bit of an afterthought though, but after coming back to his senses, the reaction was dramatic. He popped out of his seat with a whoosh as if he had springs installed in his butt. Then with a wail, he pushed his way to the emergency hatch door, and his assistant, and the suited bodyguards. Who cares about him? Long ago, they'd already gone their separate ways to run for their lives. The human desire to survive is very strong. 2 or 3 short minutes, over 100 passengers were all evacuated from the cabin. In the meantime, rescue vehicles have also arrived. When the passengers saw dozens of police cars, fire trucks, rescue vehicles, and even heavily armed police officers, as well as bomb disposal experts in thick bomb disposal suits, they were all dumbfounded. I thought there was a fire in the cargo hold of the plane, but look at the stance. It just feels like there are dozens of terrorists with real weapons hiding on the plane, doesn't it? Cabin. Lu Qingzhou and Wang Jie and Zhang Xiaoyun searched every corner, confirmed that none of the passengers are missing. That's what put it down a little. Slid down the air cushion of the emergency hatch, and it was only when her feet stepped on the solid earth once again that Lu Qingzhou felt a sense of security that she had not felt for a long time. Wanger put his arm around his shoulders, grinning and giggling. Not far. Chen Bingbing had long been unsteady on her feet. Tears of joy were shed under Fang Yihan's support. Only the 3 of them know what it means to live after the robbery. Only the 3 of them knew exactly what they had just experienced for an hour. Bull *********9 deaths. It is clearly 10 deaths in 1 life. But whatever. Now it's finally alive. You're the Captain Lu Qingzhou, aren't you? This time, a hat marshmallow came hurrying by. Looking at Lu Qingzhou, he asked. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly nodded towards the other party and said, I am Lu Qingzhou. You'll first hurry up and get the crew to cooperate with us in evacuating the passengers. And then you'll need to tell our bomb disposal experts where the explosives are roughly located in the cargo hold. And also that the fire in the cargo hold really hasn't been extinguished for an hour, has it? These circumstances you also need to feed back to the fire. The other party said hurriedly. Lu Qingzhou immediately said, cooperate. We will definitely cooperate fully. But there was no need for him to command. The others had heard what Uncle Hat had said. Rushing with the police and staff at the scene, they evacuated the passengers further away to a safer area. But many passengers were very uncooperative. My luggage is still on the plane. Let me get on the plane and get my luggage before I go. Ah, the digital cameras are all still on the luggage rack unattended. That's right. What if I lose my stuff? Will you Mountaineer pay for it? Seeing how uncooperative these people are, Wang Jie is all pissed off and laughing. Immediately, he blurted out, there could be a bomb on the plane. Do you think your little lives are important? Or your luggage? Ha! These passengers were immediately startled and frightened. There's a bomb on the plane? There was a bomb on the plane? No wonder. No wonder there were fire trucks, heavily armed police, and bomb disposal experts. If it was just an airplane fire, how could it be such a big deal? One time, this runway chickens out. All the passengers were scared to death and ran for their lives towards the safety of the distance. The crowd, Khan, was a little confused. Ha, a bomb? The assistant was all confused. No, I didn't put a bomb on the plane. You didn't set the bomb. So why are there so many cops here? Even the bomb disposal experts were alarmed. Khan glared at the other party and said in a bad mood, because of your unauthorized assertion, if you really messed up, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself, haha. The assistant was even more confused. Unauthorized claims? I didn't put a ing bomb on the plane. You mean, just as the two men were passing the buck to each other, a voice cold to the core suddenly rang out behind them. There's a bomb on the plane. Did you guys call in a false alarm? Both men turned back at the same time, just in time to see Lu Qingzhou with a murderous face. Khan was immediately taken aback and hurriedly waved his hand. And didn't really put it on. Just a little joke. Yes, he instructed me to find someone to do it. It has nothing to do with me. The assistant hurriedly pointed at Khan. Hey, you ing. Khan pointed at the assistant and was about to yell. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhou had already lunged towards him. Fist slammed hard into his delicate face like rain. Before he could react, his entire body then flew out, along with a few teeth. P.S. Low-level mistake. Last chapter actually timed wrong. Sorry. I've now merged the wrongly timed chapter with the previous one, which means that the previous chapter had 4,000 words. So anyone who feels that the plot isn't working greatly can go back and read the previous chapter, which is now 4,000 words. Chapter 189, the culprit of the cargo hold fire has been found. The police side has now completed the initial investigation and evidence collection. Spring City. Inside an office at Mountaineer Long Moisture, Lei Tingyun looked at Lu Qingzhou who was sitting across from him and said softly. Lu Qingzhou didn't interrupt. Instead, he looked at Thundercloud with a calm face. It's now past 10 p.m. The night was dark outside the window, but every now and then the roar of an airplane engine came from the distance. Instead, it still seems very noisy. Thundercloud picked up his thermos, blowing towards the mouth of the cup. He blew the tea leaves away before taking a sip of the steaming fragrant tea. He moistened his throat. Only then did he open his mouth again. According to the police's preliminary investigation and verification, this Mountain Air Flight 1167 suspected explosives incident. The mastermind is Zhang Mao. Oh, that big star Khan. He in order to hype. So he specially instructed his assistant to find someone to report the fake police. Lu Qingzhou still didn't change her face. He'd known it was Khan who was up to no good. Otherwise, nor would you punch your opponent full of teeth in the physical sense. As for the reason, it's nothing but fire. Do you really think that because all these big stars are glamorous, they have a good head on their shoulders? Big mistake. Their perceptions are actually with the average person. No, it's even far worse than the average person, and they'll do anything to be read, especially for a once-hot traffic star like Khan, who once had thousands of fans, was surrounded by people everywhere he went, and the money he made every day could make an ordinary person work hard for a lifetime. He enjoyed his former glory too much, so to get back on top, even if you know it's illegal to file a false police report, he still does. After all, there are people who go even further than he did for the fire. LOL, why bother? A moment of glory comes to anyone. Don't take a moment as permanent. That's a pretty middle of the road line though, but there is some truth to it. As for the reason, I guess you have already guessed it. Lei Tingyun continued. During this period of time, the variety show Flying With You is too hot, and this Zhang Mao is now an over-the-top star. So he purposely looked for someone to report a fake police report, and then spent money to buy hot searches and create a topic to turn himself back into a hit. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly. Opening his mouth, he asked, this big star certainly deserved to die, but Weibo can't go unpunished. It's really true that as long as money is given, any hot search will dare to be arranged. These hot takes today are pretty much making a big deal out of it, and everyone knows it. This can be more than just a storm of public opinion. It is a weakening of the public's sense of security in civil aviation. And if it's not punished severely, maybe some will really carry explosives on the plane for fire. Thundercloud's face was similarly grave. Back, not only microblogging, shaking voice, fast hand, net ease, so who all these social media are not a good thing. They are all the only chaos in the world. For the sake of the traffic does not care about other people's deaths of the garbage. Indeed, although the chief culprit of this event today is Twitter, but other media outlets have also been reprinting and pushing the issue without verification. So it's making a lot of noise. These social media outlets are also responsible. but it's not up to us to decide how to handle these social media. Things have gotten so big that the tower should step in. Otherwise, the domestic civil aviation industry is a huge market of tens of billions of dollars. And just because of one trashy celebrity blindly tossing around such a huge market, it would be really the loss would not outweigh the gain. Lei Tingyun continued. However, because the impact of this matter is very bad, the general administration has urgently called a halt to the filming of the variety show Fly With You. In other words, from today onwards, we will no longer cooperate with Mango Channel and continue shooting variety shows. Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly. No need for Thundercloud to say. He also guessed that the show would be end of life by this point, because now there are already *Han who have filed false police reports in order to flip the red. There are so many over-the-top stars in the country. *Han is not the only one who is crazy about red, plus the more bottomless little webcams and whatnot. If there is another false police report, no. People have even actually gotten on airplanes with explosives hidden. The ending was too brutal. Lu Qingzhou didn't even dare to associate it further. It's good to stop. Originally flying an airplane is a serious matter, but now that the whole nation is entertained, even this kind of thing can be made into a variety show. Lu Qingzhou spat. He was resistant to the variety show. Luckily the co-star is Bingbing Chen. Otherwise, he quit a long time ago. The thought of Chen Bingbing's playful little expression, Lu Qingzhou then sighed slightly in her heart. The program is off the air. She'll be back in Starling City by now, I think, and he himself is running around every day, south of the world. I don't know when I'll see her next. LOL, what it means to have a destiny. I'm afraid that's what destiny has in store for us is all about. He had a crush on Chen Bingbing. It was also known that Chen Bingbing had a crush on him as well, but the foundation of the relationship between the two isn't strong enough for one to give up their career and follow the other. So their little fling had to end without a hitch. Lu Qingzhou gathered her mind. Looking at Lei Tingyun again, he asked, what exactly is it in that cargo hold that keeps catching fire? And it can't even be extinguished with the extinguishing agent in the 2 fire extinguishing bottles. Hearing Lu Qingzhou's words, Thundercloud's face instantly turned ugly. Just a cold grunt from him, before saying, lithium batteries for laptops. No wonder. Lu Qingzhou looked surprised. Lithium batteries, if ignited, will never go out until they are burned clean. But because the fire extinguishing bottles are constantly sprayed with extinguishing agent, stop the fire from spreading. It just causes the laptop's lithium battery to burn very slowly. So it's been burning for an hour and hasn't even gone out yet. Lithium batteries aren't as prone to spontaneous combustion though. What's with the sudden flare-up? Lei Tingyun seemed to know what was on Lu Qingzhou's mind. Opening his mouth, he explained, there were 2 female dolls who came to Jian province to travel, because their cell phones were out of battery. They put their cell phones and laptops in their luggage and connected them with data cables to charge them. This situation causes the laptop batteries to overheat and get hot, and because they were placed in a confined space, they spontaneously combusted on the flight. Lu Qingzhou was stunned. So that's why the cargo hold caught fire? The culprits turned out to be 2 young girls. Why are they so ignorant? How dare you charge like that? It's okay now. Not only were the cell phone and laptop completely scrapped, and there's going to be legal liability too, but since you're an adult, you're responsible for your own behavior. So much for the big star *Han and so much for those 2 young girls. But it wasn't all the responsibility of these 2 young girls. The staff member who checked in at Mountain Air was equally responsible for failing to remove the hazard in advance. That's why the Mountain Air Group, the leaders involved in the customer service department, and the staff, etc., will be punished accordingly. It's still the same. Adults, they're responsible for their own behavior. Chapter 190, you and that beautiful reporter are really having an affair. Your old man called me to his office this late at night, so you should do more than just give me a rundown of the causes and consequences of this accident. Lu Qingzhou picked up the cup of water in front of herself and smiled. Thundercloud didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his thermos and took another sip of strong tea. Then she looked at Lu Qingzhou and smiled. It's not easy to come to Jian province. Don't you want to take a sip of pu'er tea? If you're used to it, I have a 20-year-old pu'er tea cake here, so I'll give it to you. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. Forget it, it's not easy to get a full night's sleep. I don't want to be unable to sleep most of the night because of a sip of tea, and I really don't quite understand you old men. You don't drink fresh pre-rain tea, you actually like to drink aged tea. What's so good about pu'er tea cakes? In a few days I'll bring you my old family's freshly picked pre-rain Mao Jin and Shui buds this year, which are guaranteed to be much better than your pu'er. Lei Tingyun glared at him. What do you know? Pu'er is supposed to get better the older it gets. Lu Qingzhou shrugged. Oh, whatever you say. Look. Seeing this, Lei Tingyun touched the cigarette case again and threw Lu Qingzhou a cigarette and said, if you don't want to drink tea, then have a big heavy 9. This stuff sells pretty expensive too. $100 a pack. So if you smoke one, it's equivalent to wasting $5 of my money. Lu Qingzhou took this cigarette, scrutinized it for a few moments, throwing it back to Thundercloud. When have you ever seen me smoke? Thy honey, his arsenic. Good intentions are appreciated. Lei Tingyun took the cigarette that was thrown to him, holding it in his mouth. He lit it. Humph, brat, don't know what's good for you. Alas. Lu Qingzhou sighed and said, you old man, just say it straight, okay? After going around in circles, you're not tired, I'm still tired. Is it that you want me to take some time off? I have no problem with that. Noble as the vice president of the Mountain Air Group and the boss of the flight department. Although Lei Tingyun usually appreciated Lu Qingzhou, he had never been so courteous. Now they're giving away tea cakes and handing out cigarettes. There's no such thing as being attentive, either adultery or theft. So Lu Qingzhou had already guessed the purpose of the other party doing this. It should be that his own accident rate was too high during this period of time, so the group decided to give himself a break for a while. True, whether it was the lightning strike over Wanchang, the drone black flight incident in Jinmen, or the sudden illness of co-pilot Shinbin, or this cargo hold fire, every accident had nothing to do with Lu Qingzhou. It's not like he's a god in the sky, can't really do it to make lightning strike you, much less sway the minds of others, driving them to release drones near airports, and so on. Who says Lu Qingzhou isn't a god in the sky? Conceptual gods are also gods. His accident rate for the month is close to, if not exceeding, the accident rate of other captains for their entire careers, though in every case his disposition was perfect. Every single time it turned out to be a disaster. But what if? What if the next accident he encounters is worse? Or next time he doesn't have the means to turn it around? Though almost all of the top executives of the Mountain Air Group are staunch atheists. But for the moment, he couldn't help but mutter, don't blame people. The truth is that Lu Qingzhou is too unlucky, and the moldy bee physique is too scary. Take a step back. Although the senior management of Mountain Air still trusted Lu Qingzhou very much, but now the self-published media has pretty much stripped him of his information and put it online. His past hefty battle records simply blinded everyone's titanium alloy dog eyes. Group executives are not afraid, and so are the passengers who choose to fly Mountain Air. So no way. Had to let him rest for a while, get out of the way and talk about it. But a pilot's main source of income is hours flown. That is to say, most of a pilot's income, aside from guaranteed pay and year-end incentives, is actually piece rate pay, with 1 hour's hourly rate for 1 hour's flying, and 2 hours hourly rate for 2 hours flying. The more you fly, the higher the income. Now suddenly letting Lu Qingzhou rest, wasn't it the same as saying that his salary was being deducted in disguise? This is a merit badge for disposing of multiple emergencies in a row in a month. The Mountain Air Group treats its own meritorious pilots in such a way, and when word gets out, it will not only make other peers laugh, but will also chill other pilots under its banner. That was why Lei Thundercloud had assumed the posture of a courteous man. Another tea cake was given and cigarettes were handed out. The purpose was to try to use his low profile to lower Lu Qingzhou's resistance, but he couldn't have imagined it. Lu Qingzhou not only did not have any resistance, instead, he had a calm face. Lu Qingzhou continued, you've been babbling for so long. In fact, I know what you want to say. We're all on our own. There's no need to hide. It just so happens that I want to rest for a while as well. Thundercloud was dumbfounded. He had thought that Lu Qingzhou would be furious when she learned that she had been put on forced leave, or even quit her job. Never in a million years. I can't believe you're so nice, and so on. This kid isn't really going to quit, is he? With this kid's current popularity, whether he enters the entertainment industry or goes to be a netizen and sells goods live, you can all make a lot more than being a pilot. So Lei Tingyun hurriedly said, the company is just letting you take a temporary break for a while, so don't think too much about it, and don't even think about jumping ship, or switching careers or anything, haha. It's not that I want to stop you from getting rich, but I want to remind you that the entertainment industry isn't that good. Look at that suspect Zhang, how glamorous he was in the first few years, but in just a few years he was reduced to a prisoner. And his ex-girlfriend, the one who makes millions of dollars a day and has a cool as a unit of measurement, still has a country she can't return to? Netizen is the same. There is a netizen called anti-fraud. Old Chen work was good. The result is not good work to go to become a netizen. Now is not regret dead? So don't be a jerk, you kid. Lu Qingzhou blinked the other party, without good humor. Overthink it. I won't jump ship even if you do. Dude is still planning to take over your old man's job in a few years and follow your example. So you can rest assured that I'm just simply feeling a little tired and want to take some time off. Seeing him say it with such certainty, Lei Tingyun then put his heart down a little, patting his chest. He said, with your kid's ability, it's only a matter of time before you take my place. But he still felt a little uneasy. After thinking about it, he said, then let's give you a week's vacation. Come back when you've had enough rest, and go to the base as a flight instructor for a period of time first, to help teach the rookies. The company is short of manpower during this period of time, and the instructors have all been drawn out, so you can just make a guest appearance. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment and nodded. It's okay, but I have a condition. Say, I promised someone that I would teach her how to fly an airplane when I have time. And now I have the time. And I also promised to give people a discount, so the tuition will be less for them. A playful smile appeared on Lei Tingyun's face. Female, right? That beautiful reporter from Mango Channel, Chen Bingbing? Lei Tingyun saw that Lu Qingzhou did not deny it. Slapping his thigh, he said, I've long heard that the two of you have hooked up, and I thought it was just blackmail, but I didn't realize it was true. Good boy, to have started so quickly. But that nymphette looks decent and has a pretty good personality, so you guys could try getting along for a while. It's just that we'll get together less and leave more often in the future. Hey, why don't I turn you into an administrator, so you can fall in love? Lu Qingzhou looked at Lei Tingyun, whose eyes were already burning with the fire of gossip, full of breathlessness. Big brother, take care of the image. You're the vice president of the Mountain Air Group. You're shameless. Yamaha still needs a face. P.S. 4 shifts today, 2 before 12 a.m. and 2 after 12 a.m. Chapter 191, Expecting a Womanizer to Abide by His Husband's Ways? Ahem. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly coughed, taking a sip of water from his cup, covered up the embarrassment. I said, you're still the boss of Shaanxi Airlines. Why do you like gossiping like everyone else? Pay attention to the image. You are now the face of our mountain airline. It doesn't matter if you don't have a face, but we, Shan Heng, have a face. Lei Tingyun's face was filled with black lines. Scram, you're the one who's shameless, tossing out so much day after day. Who wiped your ass? You little have no gratitude at all. Even if you don't appreciate me, how dare you be so blatantly sarcastic? I haven't settled the score with you yet. You knocked out several of that big star's teeth, and they're clamoring to sue you now. Thundercloud was obviously a bit annoyed. Lu Qingzhou was full of surprise. Hasn't he already been arrested? Why is he still charging me? Our country is a rule of law country. According to the rule of law. Lei Tingyun looked deeply at Lu Qingzhou and said meaningfully, so criminal suspects also have human rights. Not to mention you. Even law enforcers can't beat others recklessly. It's a criminal offense. Not to mention, you've knocked several of someone's teeth out, which is almost a minor injury. Assaulting another person and causing them more than minor injuries, but it constitutes the crime of intentional injury and is punishable by imprisonment. I say you're old enough, why are you still so impulsive? Although Lei Tingyun said it was very serious, but Lu Qingzhou didn't care too much. The reason is simple, because if this matter is really as serious as Thundercloud said, there's going to be charges and sentences and all that. Then when he himself entered this office, Thundercloud would be the first to talk to him about it. Now that the business is all said and done, even started chatting about gossip, he's just now casually mentioning it. It means that not only is this not important, but even the group has already taken care of it. Now that it's all taken care of, what else was Lu Qingzhou panicking about? Yes, it is true that there is legal liability for wantonly assaulting another person, but Lu Qingzhou was not wanton. It's because of that asshole who wanted to flip red so badly that he braved a forceful landing in a Force 7 super sidewind. If he wasn't so skilled, make smart use of the wind speed by landing downwind and then sideways and upwind. It was estimated that what Thundercloud saw at this moment was already his corpse. In the heat of the moment, it's understandable to do something drastic. Not to mention, Lu Qingzhou isn't assaulting anyone. Rather, they help the public security authorities to subdue suspects who try to escape. It's seeing justice. Mountain Air's legal department also defended Lu Qingzhou from this perspective. Plus, Mountain Air gave the suspect, Zhang, a promise of some forgiveness in terms of civil damages. That's why Zhang no longer pursues Lu Qingzhou's responsibility. Being able to make the Mountain Air Group make concessions, Thundercloud certainly played a crucial role, so it wasn't too much of an exaggeration for him to say that he specifically wiped Lu Qingzhou's ass. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. Lu Qingzhou stood up. Lei Tingyun said, the crew of Flight 1167 has made another merit. You go back and tell Wang Jie and Zhang Xiaoyun that the company won't forget their contribution, that it should be recorded on the record, and that it should be issued a heavy award. In short, the company won't let any of the meritorious officials get cold feet. This sentence also includes you. Lei Tingyun raised his head and looked at Lu Qingzhou with a serious face. A trace of emotion surfaced in Lu Qingzhou's heart. Nodding slightly, good, I'll be sure to convey that. Get lost. Thundercloud smiled and waved his hand. Lu Qingzhou saw him picking up the thermos again and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. It's hard to sleep when you're older, and you're still drinking this at night. Why? Are you planning to stay up all night tonight? You think I'm you? Lei Tingyun glared at him, stirring up such a big mess and still thinking about sleeping. There's a whole lot of things waiting for me to deal with right now, and tonight, not to mention sleeping, I don't think I'll even have time for tea in a while. Another cargo hold fire and suspected explosives on Mountain Air Flight SC-1167. Indeed, there was a whole lot of things waiting for him to deal with as the temporary boss, especially how items like laptops, which are a definite safety hazard, are delivered to the cargo hold of an airplane via luggage. This matter must be investigated. Airport security is certainly responsible, but the people involved also have to be dealt with internally at Mountain Air, and it's a big deal. The Directorate General has given a death warrant. A preliminary investigation report must be produced within 24 hours and released to the public in a timely manner. So now the technical department is working with the Directorate General, the police, etc., and is conducting an investigation overnight. Thundercloud also needs to follow up on the progress of the investigation in a timely manner. How do you have time to sleep? When Lu Qingzhou saw this, she couldn't say anything more. Then you're busy. I'll leave you to it. Right, there's one more thing. Thundercloud called out to him again. Lu Qingzhou turned around. Because the police need to find each of you to make a statement. You all can't leave Spring City for the time being for the next 2 days. Lei Tingyun said. Lu Qingzhou nodded. Good. Then let's stay for the next 2 days. Just think of it as a vacation. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Hotel. A sweet living room. Lu Qingzhou rested her hands on the back of her head and looked at the crowd. So is there anything else you guys want to ask now? He just called everyone to his room. Communicated the instructions from Mr. Lei. Several people looked at each other. No one spoke up. When Lu Qingzhou saw this, she opened her mouth to shoo people away. Since there's nothing you want to ask, then don't rely on me. All go back to sleep. I'm tired for the whole day. I have to go to sleep too. Is the Fly With You variety show really not going to be filmed? Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly spoke. Lu Qingzhou blankly glanced at her and said in a bad mood, "Dare I say so much just now? You didn't listen to a single word, did you? What a pity. I was planning to use this program to debut and enter the entertainment industry. I didn't expect the program to die before I even caught fire." Zhang Xiaoyu's face was full of pity. Fang Yihan, on the other hand, said, "The program is off the air, so will Bing Bing not be able to partner with us in the future?" Nonsense. Lu Qingzhou hummed lightly. Fang Yihan immediately gloated. Alas, the goddess is gone. Someone will have to cry later. It's fine, cover the covers and cry loudly. We can't hear you. Nie Xiaoyu looked at Lu Qingzhou and said with a smile, "Look at what you guys are saying. Is there no long-distance relationship in this world?" Zhang Xiaoyu patted Lu Qingzhou's shoulder and comforted. "It's just a long-distance relationship. You can do it. Moreover, Bing Bing has deep feelings for you. She can't do anything to put a hat on you and go out of the house. But it depends on whether you can tolerate loneliness and womanize everywhere. He's a philandering carrot. If you expect him to abide by his husband's ways, you might as well expect a cat not to cheat." Fang Yihan snorted. Lu Qingzhou saw that the more they talked, the more outrageous they became. So sex directly chucked people. Rolling roll, all you know is chewing on the root of the day. I and others Bing Bing innocence very much. It doesn't matter to me if you guys are spreading rumors like this, but Bing Bing is a girl. Yo, still defending it? Zhang Xiaoyu glared. Still saying you guys don't have an affair. P.S. These 2 chapters are fixed chapters. The next will start a new plot. The next plot is still very exciting. So all of you big don't give up the author. Today 4 more. The remaining 2:12 a.m. few minutes. In the future, the daily update time is adjusted to 0:01 a.m. Chapter 192, 10 days later. 10 days later, Lu Qingzhou wore a brand new captain's uniform and followed a female staff member in her 20s. Knocked on the office of the general manager of the Eagle Air Sports Club. In the office, a stout, middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, was burying his head in the papers in his hands. This staff member wearing a white shirt and a black and gray straight skirt with a wow factor whispered, "Mr. Xia, Captain Lightboat has arrived." The middle-aged man lifted his head from the pile of papers. After seeing Lu Qingzhou, he immediately said with a smile on his face, "Yo, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Finally you kid is here." He pointed to the parlor sofa. "Have a seat. It's just like home when you're in Eagle's Landing." Without waiting for Lu Qingzhou to speak, he looked at the female staff again and said, "Don't stand there. Why don't you hurry to pour tea for Captain Lightship? Just make my packet of tea Guanyin." Having said that, he also turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhou showing off. "My bag of iron goddess of mercy is last time I went back to Min province on a business trip. Personally went to Chuanzhou City, Anxi County, Sheeping Town to watch the tea merchants picking, and then used the ancient method of frying and brought back a total of just 1 caddy. Cost me a lot of money. Usually even I can't afford to drink it. I only brew a pot when a distinguished guest arrives." Lu Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Since it's so precious, then you shouldn't bring it out. I'm a person who has no research on tea. I can't tell if it's good or bad. What's the difference between you giving me such an expensive tea and a cow chewing peony?" "Ha ha." The middle-aged man laughed brightly. "It's not for you to savor the tea, but to let you know how I feel. Lu Qingzhou could only say helplessly. Then brew less. I'll just taste the flavor. The two men made their way to the parlor and sat down. Only then did the middle-aged man ask, "Didn't Mr. Lei only give you a week's vacation? I thought you'd come to me on Monday, but I didn't expect you to arrive today. Took 3 days of sick leave." Lu Qingzhou owed a bow and continued. "So it was delayed for a few days." "Oh." The other party patted his head. "I remembered. I heard Chief Teacher Chen mention that you guys got food poisoning when you were in Dian province. What's going on? What's going on?" As soon as this matter was mentioned, Lu Qingzhou became angry. After the Flight 1167 incident, the company gave the crew owners a full 7 days of vacation. Let them get refreshed before they go to work. As a major tourist province, beautiful scenery can be found everywhere in Dian province. So don't say 7 days of vacation. Even on a 70-day vacation they couldn't shop at all. It just so happened that Chen Bingbing also took a week's vacation. So a group of people agreed not to go home. Just in Dian province group tour to forget. Jiang Xiaoyu is a native of Yushi, Dian province. The group traveled to Dali, Lijian, Lugu Lake, Zishuangbana and so on. By the 6th day, the group then went back to Yushi with Jiang Xiaoyu, planning to experience with her the next day the spontaneous feast of the people of Dian province picking up mushrooms. It just so happens that Jiang Xiaoyu's mom knows a secret base. So the next day was a hazy dawn, and the group set off. Sure enough, in just a few hours they were fully loaded. At noon that day, they had a very delicious mushroom feast at Jiang Xiaoyu's house. Don't say. The flavor of the dianthus mushrooms is just delicious, and whether the mushrooms are stir-fried or cooked in hot pot, the flavor is a fresh word. So that meal, the crowd ate contentedly, until Lu Qingzhou heard Jiang Xiaoyu's family's pet dog, Little Fishy, speaking towards him, asking him to give it a bite as well. He just realized, I seem to have been hit myself. Sure enough, when he looked at the others, it was found that the others were acting very strangely as well. Chen Bingbing hugged the stool and giggled, her mouth actually chanting her name. Wang Jie pinched his orchid fingers and danced very enchantingly. Jiang Xiaoyu and the girls were chatting to the air, so Lu Qingzhou hurriedly called the police. When we got to the hospital, it was indeed food poisoning. After listening to Lu Qingzhou's words, the middle-aged man was already laughing his ass off. The beautiful woman who was making tea also covered her mouth and snickered. So you've been at the hospital for the past few days? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. The poisoning from that lunchtime meal wasn't deep, so everyone lost a few hours of water and went back. Then what? The middle-aged man's face was full of questions. The beautiful woman also looked up at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the heart to say. After returning to Jiang Xiaoyu's house, she froze and said that the reason why she was poisoned at noon was because the mushrooms weren't cooked. Then her mom was of a similar opinion. We were stubborn but they're mother and daughter. And we also wanted to know whether it was the mushrooms that were poisonous or the mushrooms that were uncooked. So we ate another meal in the afternoon. So you saw the dog talking to you again? The middle-aged man laughed out loud. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. Not this time. I only saw a few small people with wings flying around in front of me. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged man burst out laughing again. His laugh was infectious. Lu Qingzhou, who originally had a bitter face, couldn't help but laugh out loud. A good few minutes passed. Only then did the other man stop laughing and say, "It's okay, think of it as a novel experience." Lu Qingzhou shook her head with a face full of helplessness. The two made some more small talk. Only then did Lu Qingzhou say to the middle-aged man, "Mr. Xia, since the headquarters sent me to Eagle Tang, I'm an ordinary employee under you. You can arrange any dirty work for me. Anyway, I happen to be idle lately." This middle-aged man is none other than Xia Zhiyou, the general manager of the Eagle Mountain Air Sports Club. Eagle Air Sports Club, a wholly owned subsidiary of MT. Of course the only thing that matters is the orders of the headquarters. Xia Zhiyou shook his head and laughed bitterly. "My pool here is too small. Where can I accommodate a big Buddha like you? Mr. Lei made it very clear to me earlier that you're only temporarily working for me for a few days, so you don't have to be too frustrated. You'll be back at headquarters in a month or so at most. You're Mr. Lei's beloved general. If I really gave you all the dirty work, would Mr. Lei still eat me?" Lu Qingzhou was helpless. "Which is as exaggerated as you say? How about this?" Xia Zhiyou picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, thinking before saying, "You're going to be here for a month or so anyway, so it's a good time to help me bring along a few trainees who are taking the private license test. These trainees have all finished brushing up their simulator hours and can start flying with their instructors. You're just in time to help bring them along, and after this month, they can start flying solo and taking the test." Lu Qingzhou nodded. "Good, Xiao Yuan. You first take Captain Lightboat around, then arrange a table at noon. I'll call Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang and the others to receive Captain Lightboat," Xia Zhiyou added. This young staff member hurriedly agreed. "Yes, Mr. Xia." Having said that, She twisted her head to look at Lu Qingzhou and said with a hint of a small leap, "Captain Qingzhou, then, come with me." Chapter 193, the first trainee is actually a cute girl with a beautiful voice. Huang Bo once said, "In the past, I always met all kinds of people, all kinds of caution, all kinds of what? After you went there, you couldn't settle the bill. Who cares about you? But now, became famous, surrounded by good people. Everyone is overflowing smile." Summed up in one sentence, when you are strong, the whole world will be kind to you. Lu is very young, especially young. At only 25 years old, he was indeed a milquetoast brat in the group of pilots, but the pugilistic record is available to him. Anyone with a little bit of eyesight knows how much potential he has. Yes, the civilian pilot group at Eastern University is becoming more saturated by the day. Many airlines have cut back on hiring and training programs for new pilots, but that doesn't mean there isn't a shortage of elite pilots. A skilled and experienced pilot remains a rarity, and there is a huge financial and time cost for airlines to train an elite pilot. Lu Qingzhou had already stepped into the ranks of elite pilots at a young age. Already, there are huge financial and time cost savings for Mountain Air. Take a step back. Even if Lu Qingzhou really possessed the so-called moldy bee physique, she would mess something up every now and then. Mountain Air felt for this reason that Lu Qingzhou was no longer suitable for the position of captain and wanted to sweep him out. Other airlines would surely waive their bills and invite Lu Qingzhou to join them, especially logistics companies like SF and Jingdong. More than that, they were eager to seek out elite pilots like Lu Qingzhou. Of course, Shanhang couldn't do this kind of unloading thing. Allowing Lu Qingzhou to temporarily come to Eagle Air Sports Club was also just a cold treatment to calm public pressure. A month at most, He Hu Han-san is back. Plus, Lei Tingyun never hid his admiration and love for him. Tiger Lei is known to be protective of his children. So at Mountain Air, from the group executives down to the grassroots staff, they were all very polite to Lu Qingzhou. Although Lu Qingzhou was young, but not naive. Of course he knew the world wasn't as beautiful as he saw it. Mountain Air has its own flies in the ointment and hookups, but none of that had much to do with him for the time being. The only thing on his mind right now is flying airplanes and making an hourly rate. One day when you've flown enough and earned enough, either move to an administrative position and continue to shine at Mountain Air, either quit all your jobs and travel the world. The world is so big, he'd like to check it out, too. If anything, I regret it. I think it's just that I was too old when I came to this world and had already been inducted into Yamaha. There was no longer any chance of getting into the Air Force Academy and becoming a fighter pilot. Enough flying civilian airliners. He dreamed of flying a fighter jet, especially seeing the J-20 Raptor and enemy aircraft chasing each other over the Bohai Sea some time ago. It gave Lu Qingzhou a great shock. The thought of flying an airplane that breaks through the barrier of sound and goes supersonic, soaring between this world and the earth. He just felt like his blood was on fire. LOL. Unfortunately, it was too late. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After this sumptuous reception banquet, Xia Jiao led Lu Qingzhou towards the club's office area while saying, "It just so happens that a trainee is starting to fly practical flights this afternoon. So if you're free later, would you like to help out?" "Good." Lu Qingzhou agreed in one bite. Idle is idle. Taking the rookie just passes the time. "Oh, right. Didn't you tell General Manager Lei that you have a friend who is also going to take the private license test? When is he coming?" Xia Jiao asked again. After a while, Lu Qingzhou sighed in her heart and continued, "She's quite busy during this period of time, so I guess she'll have to wait until after September." "It's fine." Xia Jiao didn't take it to heart. "Just give me a call when she comes. It's up to you to take her on your time." "Right, so just charge for the equipment then. A few tens of thousands of dollars. Sprinkles for you, chump change." Lu rushed to say, "Look at what you said. I am free as her coach. Tuition which still need me to pay? Oh, you can't make other girls pay." Xia Jiao said with a wry smile. "Besides, what's wrong with spending some money on your girlfriend? You kid can't be too stingy, haha. Chen Bingbing really isn't my girlfriend." Lu Qingzhou was even more helpless. "Alas, I really can't even wash myself by jumping into the Yellow River now." The more he talked, the angrier he became. "That bunch of grandsons on the internet create rumors every day. Malagobi. One day when I'm pissed off, I'll sue that bunch of grandsons one by one." Xia Jiao saw him getting angrier and angrier. Hurriedly, he said, Okay, no more jokes." This time, the two had arrived at the club's reception center. Xia Jiao pushed open the door of an office. Suddenly twisting his head again, he asked, "I see the internet is saying something about it. You two really didn't." He saw that Lu Qingzhou already had a stern face. Hurriedly, he swallowed back the latter words again. Clunk. He pushed the office door open smoothly. After seeing the girl sitting inside, she piled a smile on her face and said, "Little Lin is here so early today? Let me introduce to you. This light boat captain is your flight instructor. Don't look at the captain of the light boat is young. people as early as a few years ago to get the route license. It is our mountain aviation famous young talent, Captain Lightship. This is Lin Muyo. You've probably heard her voice before, because she's considered our counterpart. Working at the tower of the remote wall airport, if you usually depart from the remote wall airport, you have to obey the arrangements of others. Shaolinyo. Xiaozhiyou hadn't finished his words. The girl who had been sitting in her office playing on her cell phone had popped up. A surprised face stood in front of the two men. His eyes burned as he looked at Lu Qingzhou. Good. What a coincidence. Captain Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect that my first trainee would not only be a beautiful cute girl with a sweet voice, but also an old acquaintance. What a coincidence indeed. I didn't expect that my first trainee would actually be you. It was supposed to be someone else. He sighed inwardly. Xiaozhiyou was filled with suspicion. You two know each other? Recognize. Lin Muyao twisted her head to look at him and said, I've seen Captain Lightship several times before. It's good to know. It's good to know. Xiaozhiyou looked at Lin Muyo, who was full of joy. Somewhat meaningfully, he looked at Lu Qingzhou. Quietly, he gave him a thumbs up. Then he added, since you guys know each other, I won't bother with more words. A groundkeeper will come to this office to find you in a while, take you to do the paperwork and apply for the route. And after that you'll follow him directly to the airport to collect the airplane. I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you. Lu Qingzhou waved her hand at him. Okay, you go and get busy with your business. If there's anything I'll call you again. Okay? Xiaozhiyou made an okay gesture at him. That's what got me out the door. Yanking away. Chapter 194, The Valiant and Beautiful Pilot. After Xiaozhiyou left, Lu Qingzhou and Lin Muyo were the only two people left in this modest office. Lu Qingzhou knew, this beauty control with a sweet voice and a sweet person doesn't usually talk much, so sitting down across from her on my butt, I found a topic of conversation and said, no work marks today? Aha. Lin Muyo gently nodded and whispered back, it's a shift today. You are usually so hard. Work day and night, day and night. It is not easy to take a day off. Why not at home? Gaya lying. So hot how to come to learn to drive at noon. Having paid the money, it would be a waste of tuition not to come and learn. That's right. If you add up all the things, the tuition fee will be more than $100,000, right? Lu Qingzhou looked at Lin Muyo with some surprise. I didn't see that you are still a small rich woman with a beautiful voice. Lin Muyao's fair face was immediately smeared with a layer of redness. Hastily waved his hand and said, I am not a rich woman. These money I also saved for a long time. Just kidding with you. Lu Qingzhou saw her look like she was at a loss for words. Couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It's been 4,202 years. Women online have been waking up for so many years. I can't believe there are girls who are so easily shy. If it's Bing Bing Chen, it's not going to be such a serious answer. Instead, he patted his own small chest and looked like a rogue. Yes, sister is a small rich woman. Come to sister's bowl. Hug sister's thighs and beg for sister's adoption. If it's a more sexual Sichuan China female Tyrannosaurus, or a northeastern hottie, I'm guessing I'll just dislike them back. It's none of your business if I'm a rich woman or not. However, Lu Qingzhou wasn't exaggerating when he said that Lin Muyo was a little rich girl, because even now that the economy of Eastern University has grown, there are a lot more so-called middle class, or even high-income earners than there were a few years or a dozen years ago. But get your airplane license, especially for private and sports photos that are for personal entertainment only. It is still a very lavish expense for Eastern University. The reason is that private and sports photos have almost no commercial use, much less to get inducted into various airline companies or flying clubs, especially private photos, except for personal entertainment only. No further use. 70 to 80% of the families at the University of the East are not expected to be able to come up with over $100,000 in savings in one go, even if you can get it. Nor is it at all possible to use it for such things that have no meaning to the family or the individual. Now Lin Muya not only took it out, and by the sound of her voice, it sounded like she was still her own little goldmine. That's over 100,000, the equivalent of an entire year of her paycheck. Save up for a year without eating or drinking to learn a flying license? How is that possible? Lu Qingzhou's eyes surveyed Lin Muyao's body. The dress was slightly more ordinary. The top is a pink cartoon pattern t-shirt. The bottom is in t-shirt 100 match denim hot pants, with a pair of small white shoes. Is the most simple summer wear, but because she's fit enough, the boobs were already bulging out of the t-shirt. Straight and slender legs, combined with delicate features and a playful ponytail, turn heads wherever you go and reap the rewards of turning heads. Sure enough, being really pretty doesn't really have much to do with clothing. Lu Qingzhou withdrew her gaze. Somewhat cozily, he leaned back. Continuing, he asked, you passed your simulator test, right? That's another bull statement from him. If you don't pass the simulator test, how can people show up here? However, Lin Muyo still answered seriously. I passed the test. I passed the test last week. I thought that the instructor who taught me the simulator would be the one to lead the flight today. I didn't think it would be you. Lu Qingzhou instantly laughed. Why? Disappointed? Lin Muyao hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's not disappointment. It's celebration. Her cheeks reddened even more, just like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhou instantly did not have the heart to continue teasing her. The staff doing the paperwork is not working right now. He simply leaned back on the couch and began to close his eyes. Lin Muyo sneaked a glance at him. Seeing that he had closed his eyes slightly, opened his mouth, finally still whispered and asked, You are not food poisoning. I thought you have to rest for a long time before coming back to work. You are so powerful, and is the Mountain Air Golden Eagle flight team pilots usually so busy? I'm really happy and honored to see you just now, and to hear Mr. Xia say that you're my fly leading coach. Lu Qingzhou opened her eyes, frowning slightly. How did you know I had food poisoning? It's all spread. Lin Muyao flashed her big eyes, looking at him with a puzzled face. You guys were hospitalized for eating mushrooms in Dian province, and you were poisoned twice in a row in one day. This news has long been spread, not to mention me. Even the internet has people talking about this. Lu Qingzhou took a hand to her forehead. I'll rub it in. A lifetime of fame. It's just ruined. Jiang Xiaoyu, I'll settle the score with you when you come back. Difficult. Could it be a fake mark? Rumor? Lin Muyao hurriedly asked when she saw him gritting his teeth. Lu Qingzhou shook her head with a bitter smile. Really? It's not a rumor. Oh, Lin Muyao covered her mouth and snickered. You guys are really something. You've already been poisoned at noon. Why do you still want to eat at night? It's still not Jiang Xiaoyu. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the good sense to say. She froze and said that the reason why she was poisoned at noon was because the mushrooms were just cooked. So at night the mushrooms were returned to the pot for us to eat, and we were sent to the hospital again overnight. Giggle. Lin Muyao couldn't hold back any longer. Hilarious. Lu Qingzhou pulled a tissue and handed it over. Stop laughing. The little pearls are laughing out. Thanks. LOL. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just in time for the highest temperatures and most toxic sunshine of the day. However, because Lin Muyao usually didn't have too much time and had to brush up on the 40 hours required for the exam within a month, so the two couldn't care less about the poisonous sun. Follow the staff to the Eagle Air Sports Club's small private airport. Aircraft were handed over and routes were requested. Lu Qingzhou then officially started her teaching job. Eagle Air Sports Club is located on the south side of the Yellow River Forest Park within the North Bank Road west of Luoco, Tianqiao District. So there is lush greenery next to the airport and shade from the sun next to the tarmac. So the two came to the tarmac. It was not exposed to the direct rays of the hot sun. Lin Muyo has changed into a short-sleeved pilot's uniform, summer dress. Wear a sun hat on your head. Another pair of sunglasses. The soft and shy little girl who blushed when she didn't move just now was gone. In her place was a tall, valiant, beautiful pilot. Chapter 195. Please call me Morisei, teacher. The fact that you passed the simulator test shows that there is some theoretical and practical foundation. Lu Qingzhou gently patted this Cessna 172's single-engine fixed-wing airplane in the tarmac and continued. So later on, my teaching process will be relatively concise. So if you don't understand anything, don't be shy and ask me in time. Lin Muyao's little head was like a chicken pecking at rice as she hurriedly nodded her head. Okay, Captain Lightship. You don't have to call it so raw. Lu Qingzhou smiled and shook her head. I should be a year or two older than you. Call me Brother Lu or just call me by my name. Or call me Mr. Lu. Coach Lu is fine. Brother Lightship. Lu Qingzhou's words had only finished when Lin Muyo had already blurted out. Lu Qingzhou was slightly stunned. Twisting his head, he glanced at Lin Muyo. Lin Muyao's face turned red again. I don't know if it's from the sun or from shyness. LOL. Why is this little girl so easily shy? Yo, it's like a mimosa. However, this time Lin Muyao surprisingly did not avoid it, but met Lu Qingzhou's gaze, lightly opened her shell teeth and whispered, Is it okay if I call you Brother Qingzhou? I feel like it's a bit more affectionate. Aha! It's true that it's more intimate than Lu, Mr. Lu, Coach Lu or whatever. But, if I could be called Morisei by such a beautiful girl, it would have that flavor of a Japanese movie. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly put away her bad taste, touching his nose, said, Yeah, I'm okay with that. At the University of the East, the main aircraft used for learning private lessons are single-engine fixed-wing airplanes, such as the Diamond DA-20, the Garbo D-20, the Tektronix Blue 92, and so on. The one we're flying today is a Cessna 172S, also a very classic single-engine fixed-wing airplane. But in fact, the real airplane suitable for beginners is still our country's Primary 6. Don't see that the Primary 6 has been in service for more than 50 or 60 years, but it is still an extremely safe and very trustworthy trainer. That's why the Primary 6 is not only popular domestically, It's widely used by both the military and civilians, but it's also exported to dozens of countries abroad. We have a primary 6 at our base. I'll take you for a flight someday sometime and you'll see. How so? Even if you don't know how to do anything, as long as you let go of the airplane stick, the airplane can fly back by itself. That's how awesome it is. Lin Muyao covered her small mouth. Really? Lu Qingzhou laughed. It's slightly exaggerated, but there's no doubt about the authenticity. Lin Muyao immediately nodded her head and said, yeah, then if we have time some other day, let's fly the primary education 6. Okay, but wait until a few days later when Lin Muyao really got on the old 6. 0, the primary teacher 6. She then regretted her decision today. Lu Qingzhou really didn't lie. The primary 6 is really extremely safe and very trustworthy. And even if the airplane's engine stops, relying on its superb gliding ability, the plane can land smoothly. But the problem is that there's not the slightest bit of comfort to be found in this pussy. The primary 6, known as the air tractor, bumps around like a walking tractor. Not a single iron but can't really handle it. Of course, it's all an afterthought. Although your simulator scores are excellent, let me briefly introduce you to this airplane. Lu Qingzhou continued. Lin Muyao was like a curious baby. Stand next to him, head held high, eyes blinking at him. These are the ailerons of the plane, mainly controlling the plane to do left and right horizontal roll maneuvers. Lu Qingzhou pointed at the 2 wings of the airplane and said, the duo circled the fuselage of the plane and came to the tail position. This one on the vertical tail is called the rudder, and as the name suggests, it controls the left and right direction of the plane. The ones on the horizontal tail are called elevators and control the pitch angle of the airplane. This is the gas tank. Its flaps. It's a propeller. This Cessna 172S is simple in construction. That was why Lu Qingzhou explained it in just 3 or 2 sentences. Go on up. Now that you know the parts of the airplane, let's go to the cockpit and I'll proceed to explain it to you. Good. Light fixed-wing airplanes are very short. No need for a boarding ladder. Lu Qingzhou stepped on the fuselage and boarded the airplane. Reaching out again, he took hold of Lin Muyao's soft razor and pulled her up. After the two sat in the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou patted the operating stick in front of him. In most airplanes there are 2 operating devices. This is the joystick, which is the steering wheel of the airplane. The main role of the operating stick is to be responsible for controlling the ailerons and elevator of the airplane. You keep your head down. See those 2 pedals? Lu Qingzhou asked. Lin Muyao answered honestly. I saw it. These 2 pedals are the rudder pedals, stepping on the left if you turn left and stepping on the right if you turn right. The joystick and rudder pedals are actually linked, controlling each of the airplane's major devices via a wire on the bottom of the plane. This is the throttle valve gear lever, and during takeoff we need to push the throttle gear lever to the maximum power position so that we can get enough thrust to accelerate the airplane and get it off the ground. You should note, however, that we are a propeller airplane, and since the propeller rotates counterclockwise, increasing the throttle will result in a greater downward moment on the left side than upward moment on the right side. So you need to offset some of the right rudder appropriately to maintain direction. What does that mean? It's when we add gas, we need to gently press the right rudder pedal. Lu Qingzhou reached out and gripped the joystick. Continuing, I guess you can't remember if I say too much now, so let's just explain it as we fly. I'll fly it once, then you can try again. Oh, okay. Lin Muyao was nervous and excited. Lu Qingzhou smiled slightly, only to see him start the plane with great skill. Energized, gently feed the engine with oil, then squeezing the headset again. He spoke. Tower 08 requesting takeoff. Even smaller airports have towers, so you also need to get takeoff approval from the tower before taking off. It's just not as formal as a large airport. 08, ready for takeoff. The tower controller's voice rang out over the comm channel. After Lu Qingzhou hung up his communication link with the tower, while pushing the throttle, he said, I need to taxiway the runway first now, so I can't push the throttle gear lever all the way to the bottom for now, but ease into the fuel. The plane's spiral has started to spin, so I need to gently step on the right rudder to keep the nose of the plane facing. Release the brakes. Taxi to the runway first. Now to the runway. We can then slowly push the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom and start taxiing down the runway. As Lu Qingzhou's words fell, he had then pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom. Lin Muyao looked at him with a face full of surprise. Wait a minute, big brother, didn't you just say to push the throttle valve lever slowly? In the blink of an eye you're pushing to the bottom. You call that slow? Lu Qingzhou also seemed to realize that she was getting into the oil too fast, and said with some embarrassment, oh, I'm just getting used to it. And anyway, when it's your turn, you'll just slowly get into the oil. Oh, Lin Muyao nodded obediently. It took 2 people to finish talking. Lin Muyao then felt that the speed of the airplane was getting faster and faster, and there was a slight lift force that had already acted on the fuselage of the airplane. Whether or not the airplane can pull up the nose depends on whether or not the ground speedometer speed reaches V1 decision speed. If you exceed the V1 decision speed, you must decisively pull up the nose for takeoff, Lu Qingzhou said in a deep voice. He hadn't finished his sentence. It had then pulled backward and upward on the operating levers, gently pulling the nose of this airplane up. The engine of this Cessna 172's single-engine fixed-wing airplane roared, and the strong power drove the airplane toward the blue sky. Just the blink of an eye. The plane had then climbed rapidly to over 100 meters of airspace. P.S. The main female temporarily determined. So just write a few chapters of the interaction with the main female plot. The next climax of the plot more thrilling and exciting. I hope that you can continue to support the author of the day before yesterday. Reward amount are not more than 50. So it will be restored to the 2 more 4,000 word guaranteed. Update it. Chapter 196. This damned sense of contrast. We're at too low an altitude. Just 100 meters. Too low an altitude is actually quite dangerous for flying machines, especially manned aircraft that have to climb to a safe altitude as quickly as possible. But because there are so many types of airplanes, the safe altitude is different for different airplanes. The safe altitude for medium-sized and larger civil aircraft is in the range of 7,000 to 12,000 meters. The safe altitude for small planes is below 3,000 meters, but 100-meter airspace is ultra-low altitude airspace. So even small planes should climb above 300 meters as soon as possible. Helicopters, on the other hand, have a lift of between 4,000 and 6,000 meters. This Cessna of ours can reach a maximum cruising altitude of 4,267 meters, so you can fly with joy in airspace below 4,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou piloted the airplane to climb an altitude while patiently explaining to Lin Muya. Lin Muya was like a studious elementary school student, tight little face, trying to burn every word of Lu Qingzhou into his mind. Lu Qingzhou saw this, couldn't help but lose a laugh. You don't have to remember to be so serious. Just remember not to hover in ultra-low altitude airspace after takeoff. Climb altitude as soon as possible, but not to go up to airspace above 3,000 meters at will. Ugh, you learn private license or so serious. Our company's gang of rabbits learn business license or 3 days fish 2 days sunshine. Sometimes I can't wait to break their head open and stuff my head in there for them to use. Lin Muyao covered her mouth and snickered. It's you who are too demanding. And she was only halfway through her sentence. Lu Qingzhou was a bit strange. And what? And you're still a brat yourself. And you're so old-fashioned as to call someone else a brat. No, it's nothing. Lin Muyao smiled and shook her head. Lu Qingzhou didn't care too much, but continued. It's not that I'm demanding, but they're too wasteful and still not serious. When I taught them to fly the simulator, I clearly explained it thoroughly, but froze and couldn't understand it. Normal Lin Muyao said back. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. Normal? Yes it is. Lin Muyao nodded her head seriously, because you're using yourself as a benchmark to demand them. You think they're too useless, but is there this possibility that it's you who's too good? Lu Qingzhou was stunned, dumbfounded. He said, I'll take that as a compliment. It's not a boast. Lin Muyao seriously said, what I said can be the truth. Said, she laughed again and said, so you know why you're called Lu Yanwang, right? It's because when those little co-drivers in your company see you, it's like seeing the king of hell. She reached out, patting Lu Qingzhou's shoulder, jokingly, handsome, don't be like those old men all day long face, you are only 25 years old, you are in the prime of life, a little more affinity. Lu Qingzhou saw her smile brightly, it seems to be infected as well, with a smile on his face as well, he said, okay, listen to you, in the future I'll be more approachable when I'm teaching them. Just as the two were chatting away, the plane's altitude has climbed to about 3,000. The plane was right over the Yellow River Forest Park at this time. Looking down from an airplane, the lower part is lush and scenic, but today is not a day for sightseeing. The current altitude of 3,000 meters is a relatively safe altitude, so how about I give you a hands-on practice of the basic piloting of the plane here, then give you the access and you try it out as well? Lu Qingzhou asked. Okay. Lin Muyao hurriedly replied. She was so excited that her voice had a hint of a tremor in it. Let's get started then. When Lu Qingzhou finished speaking, she immediately gently wrenched the operating lever to the left. The left wing of the Cessna was seen to lift immediately, while the right wing sank down. The fuselage of the airplane also rolled to the left with the joystick brake. Immediately after, Lu Qingzhou wrenched the joystick to the right again, and the fuselage of the airplane began to roll to the right as well. Then he pulled backward and upward on the operating stick, bringing the nose of the airplane up and beginning to climb in altitude. After that he pressed forward on the operating stick and depressed the nose of the airplane to dive downward. The first 4 operational steps are relatively simple. That is, roll to the left and right, climb upwards and dive downwards. Lu Qingzhou explained. but if you want to change the direction of the airplane in the air, you have to use the rudder pedals. Using the rudder pedals is also very simple. To turn left you step on the left pedal and to turn right you step on the right pedal. Besides the rudder, the other thing that needs attention is the flaps. The main purpose of flaps is to provide lift to the airplane during landings and takeoffs, or at relatively low speeds. Adjusting the degree of flaps upwards is to increase lift, and downwards is the opposite. Lu Qingzhou explained while practicing. Almost 10 minutes or so. He then finished explaining and practicing the most basic driving steps. Alright, now try to fly once by yourself. Lu Qingzhou said. Okay. Lin Muyo hurriedly replied. Don't be nervous, it's very simple. Simpler than driving a car. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Lin Muyao gently bit her lip, nodding heavily towards Lu Qingzhou. I know. Her words had only just fallen. The hand was already on the throttle valve gear lever. Before Lu Qingzhou could react, Lin Muyo had then pushed the throttle valve gear lever to the bottom. The Cessna went off with a whoosh, like a wild horse out of control. Lu Qingzhou twisted her head in some shock. He was about to remind Lin Muya that she was going too fast, but when he saw this little ninny with a tough expression and a serious face, then he laughed and shook his head. Not much of a problem. The Cessna's cruising speed is just over 200 kilometers per hour anyway. It's not much faster. Let her spread her wings and fly. It was just that Lu Qingzhou was surprised that this little girl who usually blushed when she spoke, actually had such a wild side. This sense of extreme contrast. It is indeed hard not to be fascinated. It's just like those JK biker girls. Though one is average looking and has average biking skills, aside from the high rate of fatal accidents, it's actually really just plain. But why do they post videos of them cycling in JK, or some other little mini skirt, and get high airplay and likes, or even gain a large number of male fans? Are all men horny? Doubtful. It's really the sense of contrast that's at work. Once in a while, Spirit's little sister's tenderness and shyness can go to one's head. The good girl gets even more wild once in a while. It's all about the sense of contrast. Damn the sense of contrast. Therefore, Lu Qingzhou would never admit that he was mesmerized by Lin Muyao's beauty. He was just gently hit in the lake of his heart by the sudden sense of contrast. It was just a slight ripple. P.S. There is still half a chapter or a chapter of content in the duo interaction. The next is a new plot. I hope you can continue to support the author. I'm begging for a 5-star rating and a reward. I'm begging on my knees. Chapter 197, is this holding hands? When students take their private license, they are usually divided into 3 phases: theory, simulator and live flight. The theory stage is good to know. It's all about learning the theory. The role of the simulator phase is primarily to familiarize the student with the cabin environment, instrumentation, and piloting in preparation for actual flight. Aviation technology is now very advanced, so the simulator is similar to a large simulated video game. The sense of realism and atmosphere is pulled together. The live flight phase is subdivided into 3 phases: instructor-led flight, local solo flight and transfer solo flight. Currently Lin Muyo is the instructor leading the flight in the actual flight phase. This stage mainly involves the instructor starting with the most basic pre-takeoff preparations, and then teaching the student basic maneuvers such as takeoff, landing, turning, climbing, descending, etc., so that the student can fully master the basic skills of flying an airplane. Once the student is proficient in basic piloting operations, he or she can fly the airplane independently to start the home solo flight. By this stage, it is not enough for the student to master the regular driving maneuvers. Students also learn how to deal with emergencies and accidents, as well as more complex driving procedures, such as large gradient turns, stalls, slow flights, go-around point flights, emergency landing procedures, and so on. The third and final stage, it's the turnaround solo. A transient solo flight, as the name implies, is a flight from your home field to another field station. But when you say solo, you actually need an instructor to lead the flight to complete the transition training. This is because the trainees do not only have to master flying skills, but also learn to communicate with the ground, with other aircraft, as well as navigate, use weather radar, and so on. In a nutshell, it's really not easy to pass a flight license. Even the simplest private license is not something that the average person can pass. It's not just more money. Many people can't even get an automatic minivan license, C2. Let him, her get a pilot's license? It's a joke. But Lin Muya was clearly not among them. Lu Qingzhou had thought that today was her first day of actual flying. Although you have already passed the simulator test and have mastered some flying skills, but there is a fundamental difference between a simulation and a practical exercise. Like a lot of old colorful people, I've been reading a lot since I was a kid. Theoretical knowledge and jerking. Ahem. The analog knowledge is solid, but when it comes to the practical stage, aren't you still red-faced and blank? Even a few hasty strokes and it's over. So that's the difference between simulation and real flying. Lu Qingzhou tried to explain as carefully as possible so that Lin Muyo would not be too nervous and make mistakes during the test flight stage. The two of them were now more than 3,000 meters above the ground. A slight slip-up. It may be a small life. Lu Qingzhou didn't want to become a dead couple with Lin Muyo at such a young age. Although Lin Muyo was indeed quite pretty. But so what? He hasn't lived long enough. But what made Lu Qingzhou never expected? Not only did Lin Muyo learn carefully, but her comprehension was also superb. He'd only just handed over his authority to her, and she dared to make a sprint with a full tank of gas. Next, Lin Muyo again learned what Lu Qingzhou had just taught her, climbing up at times, swooping down at times, turning to the left at times, turning to the right at times, and she even started to turn on big slopes, flying at slow speeds, and so on. Then under Lu Qingzhou's guidance, piloted the airplane back to the ground. Once the plane is parked on the runway, only then did she let go of the lever she had already clenched. Turn your head. With a face full of leaps and bounds, he looked at Lu Qingzhou. Qingzhou, brother, what I just did was okay, right? It's just like an elementary school student who got a perfect score on a test and desperately wants to be praised by the teacher. Lu Qingzhou certainly did not spare any compliments. Not only can it be, it's simply perfect. You are the most talented student I have ever taught. Really? Lin Muyo looked at Lu Qingzhou. The big watery eyes flowed as if they had light. Of course it's true. Lu Qingzhou laughed. Could it be that I would lie to you? How about it? Want to fly another lap? This time it's up to you to take off in your own airplane. Lin Muyo hurriedly nodded her head and said, I want to. The Cessna slowly turned around on the runway, then ran wildly toward the front. It didn't take long. The plane was back above the blue sky. When Lin Muyo had finished spreading her joy, only then did Lu Qingzhou say, since you've mastered the basic driving skills, I'll teach you slightly more complex maneuvers. Good. Lin Muyo's face was flushed and she looked very excited. Her words had only just fallen. Lu Qingzhou had already reached out and gripped the throttle valve gear lever. Lin Muyo froze, because her right hand had been grasping the throttle stick. What Lu Qingzhou was now holding was actually not the throttle stick, but her right hand. Does that count as holding hands? Lin Muyo instantly got a deer in the headlights. However, Lu Qingzhou acted as if she didn't notice, but gently pushed the throttle stick and then matched it with the airplane gear stick, causing the plane's altitude to plummet by several meters before stabilizing. Lin Muyo was taken aback. With a face full of fear, she looked at Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou laughed. This is weightlessness. You will encounter it often in the future, so you need to get used to this feeling. Aha! Lin Muyo gently bit her lips and replied in a small voice. Again? Lu Qingzhou asked again. Lin Muyo's voice was still imperceptible. Okay. Lu Qingzhou grabbed her right hand and started the weightless operation again. Next, Lu Qingzhou did a few more complicated maneuvers. Things like somersaults, rolls, broken S's, circling, coordinated turns, large and small incline turns, etc. These maneuvers can be much more complicated than just now. Even if Lin Muyo's comprehension was even higher, it was much more laborious to learn than just now. But today was only her first day of solid flying. There will be plenty of time to study later. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the airplane's fuel tank gauge and found that there was already less than a quarter of the fuel left. Then he said, we're running low on gas. How about doing the last two maneuvers and calling it a day? Good. Lin Muyo was back to her lively self just now. I'll teach you to barrel roll first. Barrel rolling is actually somewhat similar to roll spinning in that it's all about rolling up. But a roll is an airplane turning in the air, and it's relatively easy. A barrel roll, on the other hand, is a 360-degree roll of the airplane along its own horizontal axis, which means that, in fact, a barrel roll is an upgraded version of a tumble. P.S. Originally intended to write this chapter to finish the interaction with Lin Muyo, the results accidentally wrote more, but tomorrow will certainly open the next section of the plot, because I found that as long as I write the daily, urging more and reward clunk off. Today's spirit is not very good. Early in the morning to stay up to watch the national football game, originally full of expectations. The result is a big pile of, alas, the National Football League is the same as it was before. Not a single thing has changed. Chapter 198, the airplane stalled and plunged into a death spiral. Barrel rolling used to be one of the competitions in special effects flying competitions, but it's been cancelled now, because there isn't a scoring scale for barrel rolls. It's that you can roll bigger or smaller, in a big bucket or in a small one. That sounds weird, but it's true. The judges would have a hard time determining who actually flew better than who. Lu Qingzhou said. Lin Muyo laughed softly. It's also hard to determine who rolled better than who, right? Lu Qingzhou twisted her head to look at her. Yo, learning to joke? Not bad. Right, that's why the barrel roll maneuver has been eliminated from all flying stunt competitions now. Lu Qingzhou added. Oh, Lin Muyo suddenly realized. You're so skilled. Do you usually participate in flying stunt competitions? Lu Qingzhou smiled bitterly and shook her head. There is no similar competition in the country. If you want to participate you have to go abroad. But I signed with the company with a seller's contract. The annual vacation time was not much, only 10 days and half a month. Simply cannot squeeze time to participate in the competition. And the company also has relevant regulations. We pilots are not allowed to engage in some more dangerous activities. If someone does not listen to the injury, the company not only does not care, and even will claim it. Lin Muyao nodded and said, your pilots' bodies are golden. Golden expensive my ass. Lu Qingzhou laughed and scolded. We are just machines that sell ourselves as slaves and make money for the company. Never mind. Enough of this crap. Next I'll teach you how to fly an airplane barrel roll. The barrel roll maneuver is a full positive G. With your solid theoretical knowledge, you should know the difference between a positive G and a negative G. In other words, the barrel roll maneuver is a full positive G maneuver. Lin Muyao interjected. I've watched Red Bull flying stunts before, and some pilots still hold a cup of water in their hands when they perform a barrel roll maneuver. And when the plane is inverted the water is still in the cup to drink, and it doesn't spill out at all. She looked at Lu Qingzhou with anticipation. Teacher, can you do it too? Lu Qingzhou didn't answer. Instead, he took a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it, handing it to her. He said, want to try it? Lin Muyao received the mineral water bottle with joy and took a big sip of it beautifully, then continued to look at Lu Qingzhou with anticipation. Barrel rolling has certain requirements for both height and speed. The height can't be too low. Our current height remains at 3,000 meters. The right height, Lu Qingzhou said, but the barrel roll is not going to drop in height. The reason why there is a requirement for height is mainly to prevent accidents from happening. For speed, it's usually at 120 knots, or 220 kilometers per hour. We're going faster now. Let's slow down first. When the needle on the airspeed gauge points to 120, Lu started. He is seen starting to press the bar to the right and holding that position still, because he did not step on the rudder pedals. The airplane's fuselage did not turn right, but the right wing lifted and the left wing sank. The fuselage deflects to the left at a not too fast or slow pace, almost a blink of an eye. This Cessna has then been completely inverted. Cockpit down, fuselage up. Lin Muyao stared at the mineral water bottle with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously. It was as if the water in the mineral water bottle had stood still. Literally not a single drop had dripped out. This state of the airplane didn't last long, though. The fuselage continues to be offset to the left. Soon, the right wing of the airplane kept sinking and the left wing lifted. The plane flipped over once more. Lin Muyao hurriedly looked at the altimeter, which showed that the plane's altitude remained at about 3,000 meters, surprisingly not dropping even a single meter. The height didn't fall off and the water didn't fall off. So amazing, ugh, Lin Muyao said in surprise. Lu Qingzhou said, what's so magical about this? With your talent, try it a few times and you'll know it. Again? Why did Lin Muyao nod? Good. A few minutes later, the Cessna has flipped a few more times at 3,000 meters. Airplanes are like circus stuntmen, constantly flipping over and over to please the audience. But there are times when actors get tired. That's a couple of heel flips done. The airplane's fuel tanks were depleted again. You take the last item. Lu Qingzhou handed over the authority to Lin Muyao. Ha! Lin Muyao was a bit surprised and pointed at herself. I'll do it? Yeah, you do that. Lu Qingzhou said. It's very simple. You just need to pull dead with one shot. Yes, is it? Lin Muyao looked at Lu Qingzhou with some suspicion, but out of trust in Lu Qingzhou, she still held the joystick with her left hand, and still held the mineral water bottle in her right. Really pulling a shot to death? Lin Muyao hesitated. Right. Lu Qingzhou was decisive. Lin Muyao gritted her teeth. Apply slight force with your left hand and immediately pull the operating lever backward and upward. The nose of the airplane was pulled up at once. The nose of the plane was facing almost vertically upwards, trying to fight its way up. If you don't know, thought the Cessna was attempting a Cobra maneuver. But how could this little piston propeller airplane have as much power as a third-generation fighter? So much elevation climb. The airplane engine only held out for a few seconds. Even with all its strength, the plane fought its way up just 10 meters or so. Then like a deflated ball of leather, it went down in a heap, completely weakened. Before Lin Muyao could react, the ear-piercing sound of a stall alarm had already sounded in the cockpit. Immediately after, the nose of the airplane, which had been struggling to climb, also weakened in a flash. The right wing stalled momentarily, then drove the entire airplane into a deadly stalling spiral. The storm clouds have changed. It turned Lin Muyao's face pale with fear. The water from the mineral water bottle she was holding was also ejected, spraying directly onto her chin and chest, wetting a large area. But just as Lin Muyao was panicking, Lu Qingzhou suddenly put her hand out. One grabbed her left hand, took the left hand, which was firmly clutching the joystick, into his own. This next, the plane is completely out of control and letting go. The plane was seen nose down, spinning in circles as it descended. Lin Muyao's eyes were wide open, looking at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of horror, trying to say something, but the throat seemed to be blocked by something, and again nothing could be said. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 circles. Just as the plane went completely out of control and descended several hundred meters in altitude, suddenly, something unexpected happened. P.S. This time about the airliner fire news a bit too much. Domestic and foreign have. For example, South Korea has a plane cabin fire, although there are no casualties, but the plane was almost burned out. The South China Airlines a flight baggage rack fire, but fortunately by the flight attendants and passengers together to put out. As for the United States of America, more than one aircraft or engine fires, or the cargo compartment on fire. This is all Yankee base up, so all of you in the plane when don't take a chance. The charging treasure, fire engine, these flammable and explosive items on the plane. Chapter 199, a very important mission. The Cessna, which had gone completely out of control and into a death spiral, looked like it was performing a falling leaf drift maneuver. After plummeting a few hundred meters and going around in circles, the plane miraculously resumed changing out. It was as if the propeller in the nose of the airplane had been hit with a pause button. Gradually slow down as the airplane stalls and tails until it completely weakens and stalls. But it only stalled for a few seconds. The propeller immediately became as firm once more as if it had been coated with Indian oil. Immediately after, the propeller began to rotate counterclockwise. It's getting faster and faster. It's getting faster. The 3 paddles were so fast it was as if they were standing still in the air, with a huge power boost. The Cessna, which had been caught in a death spiral trap, broke free of its death grip anew. The nose, which had been facing down nearly vertically, was also slowly pulled up, until it resumed its level flight attitude. Lu Qingzhou slowly and methodically withdrew her authority and retook over the airplane, then piloted the plane in a big circle in the sky and slowly and leisurely headed towards the airport. This time, only then did he turn his head, looking towards Lin Muyao, who was still in a state of shock. What's wrong? Being scared, right? Lu Qingzhou asked. Lin Muyao's chin and chest were wet with mineral water. Her entire body was completely wet. She couldn't care less about her wetness though. Instead, he looked at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of surprise and said, "Wasn't the plane already caught in the death spiral trap? We didn't do anything. How did the plane change out on its own?" Lu Qingzhou saw that she wasn't dumbfounded, but remained curious, just like a curious kitten. A hint of approval couldn't help but surface in his heart. To be able to remain so calm even after encountering a death spiral, I really did not misjudge you. Pilots not only have to be talented, but also have to be bold and careful, not be shocked by changes, and have extremely strong mental qualities. If you are scared to death after encountering a small matter, then it's better to say goodbye to this line of work and don't do harm to others. It's a shame you didn't take the flight tech program when you went to college and become a controller instead. Otherwise, we'd have another handsome, beautiful pilot in our line of work. However, when she said these words, Lu Qingzhou's cheeks were still slightly hot. He has the nerve to praise others for being bold and unruffled? The last time the cargo hold caught fire, it nearly scared him out of his mind. Lin Muyao had a light smile on her face. You're always praising me in different ways. Even though I know you're praising me with good reason, I'm still a little embarrassed by it. Lu Qingzhou blankly glanced at her and said in a bad mood, I'm still not as good at praising you as you are at praising yourself. No wonder your mental quality is so good. Dare I say that you never have internal conflicts? Yeah, Lin Muyao nodded honestly. I'm a very optimistic person myself. Optimism is quite good. Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up. Before continuing, stall changeout is also one of the training subjects for private licenses. What about an airplane stalling into a tailspin, also known as a death spiral? If it's a piston prop airplane, the best thing to do is to scatter and leave it alone. Like just now, when I took your hand away and let the plane fly itself. At this point the plane flies itself better than you do, so you just need to spread out and let the plane fly itself. Oh, Lin Muyao suddenly realized. Oh, in that case, I thought you just simply wanted to scare me. She was all aggrieved. It's hurting my hands. But Lu Qingzhou didn't cater to her jokes. Rather, he said seriously, when driving an airplane is not to joke freely, and even more not to scare people, because driving an airplane is the same as driving a car. The driver's state is related to the car everyone's little life. Driving an airplane is even more than ever. After all, driving a car accident is not necessarily dead, but driving an airplane accident almost cannot live. Lin Muyao saw the seriousness of his words, nodding hurriedly as well. Okay, I got it. Not all models can change out on their own when they enter a death spiral though. For example, the T-tail can't do it. Although these older models are gradually being phased out, an airplane can usually fly for several late decades, and there's still some chance we'll run into one of these models that won't change out on its own. If you encounter this type of aircraft, the first thing to do is not to panic. Panicking won't solve anything. Then it's a matter of trying to regain the airplane's power and level flight attitude and increase power to change out. Lin Muyo hurriedly pursued. What if the power is still insufficient? Relax your mind and let yourself die a more honorable death. Lu Qingzhou said. Lin Muyo was startled. So serious? Right. Lu Qingzhou returned. It's really that serious. Two people talking. The plane is already flying over this field. This time, Lu Qingzhou similarly handed over the authority and allowed Lin Muyo to pilot the airplane to land by herself. She had just been scared, but her performance was still solid now. The plane is firmly on the runway now. Then the plane came slowly to the tarmac as she maneuvered it. The plane is parked. The cockpit cover slowly opened. Crews who had been waiting on the tarmac immediately rushed over, helped the two men jump out of the plane. However, when they saw Lin Muyao's face flushed, her forehead dripping with fragrant sweat, and her chest was even wet, both froze. Then look at Lu Qingzhou with a refreshed expression. It's even more suspicious. Both of them. Did you really just fly an airplane? Not drive it? Who flies an airplane and gets their chest wet? In the old days, there was Master Fan's horse shock, but now there's Captain Lightship's machine shock? Sheesh, it's all bull. More than 20 days later, a small country in the southern foothills of the Himalayas. This was at a time when one of the worst natural disasters in the country's history had struck. At 1411 hours on August 25th, an earthquake large enough to destroy the earth and everything in it almost destroyed the small country called Nepal. The 8.1 magnitude earthquake hit not only all of Nepal, but also the country's neighbors. Dongda is one of the neighboring countries of Nepal. That's why the tremor was also felt in many parts of the Tibetan Plateau in the eastern part of the university. Even though the Tibetan Plateau is sparsely populated, the aftermath of this massive earthquake still caused a lot of damage to people and property. This is especially true for Shigatse, which is just over 100 kilometers from Nepal. It was also more seriously hurt. Mountain Air Headquarters Building. Inside the group vice president's office, Lei Tiger looked at the young captain sitting in front of him and said in a deep voice, I've heard that you've been indulging in tenderness for a while now and can't pull yourself out of it. But boy, your good days are over, and I've called you here today because I have a very important task to hand over to you. P.S. A new plot, a new beginning. The next plot is still very exciting, and will not be like a set of children to repeat the plane crash plot. So I beg you to support. Ask for 5-star reviews and rewards, especially 5-star reviews. The score is too low. Only a district 8. 3 points. So embarrassing. Chapter 200 High Plateau Route. Vice President's Office. Parlor Area. Lu Qingzhou acted as if she hadn't heard Lei Tiger's flirting. Slowly and methodically, he picked up the small kettle of water that was already boiling on the coffee table, drizzled the tea set with boiling hot water. Then he picked up a pinch of tea leaves with tweezers and put it into the teapot. Then pour the remaining boiling water into the teapot. Thundercloud saw it, couldn't help but frown slightly. This rainy day tea of mine is very expensive. You clip so much at one time. I can't afford for you to splurge so much. Lu Qingzhou pressed the button to refill the kettle, then looked up at Lei Tingyun said, Look at your face stingy like, not just drink you a few mouths of tea well. Some other day I go back to Qianzhou home, to bring you 10 pounds of 8 pounds of top Meitan Shui buds and Duyun Maojian. Having said that, he just picked up the teapot, poured the already yellowed first course of tea from the teapot into the small basin where the tea set was washed. Lei Tiger did not have the good sense to say, You have been drawing this big cake for several years, and I have not seen you really send me 10 pounds and 8 pounds of tea in any year. Not to mention the top of the line, I haven't even had a sip of the high foam. Lu Qingzhou put the teapot back again, looked up at the Lei Tiger laughed. Your old body is delicate. How can I ask you to drink high foam well? This time is really not a cake. One day really send you 10 pounds 8 pounds Qianzhou top tea too. Absolutely better than you these broken copper and iron good to drink a lot. The two chatted away. The water in the kettle boiled again. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly picked up the kettle and poured more water into the teapot. Allow the tea to steep in the boiling water for a while. He just picked up the teapot. First, he poured a small glass for Thundercloud, and then he poured one for himself as well. Put down the teapot, lifting the teacup and taking a gentle sniff. Tea is fragrant. He took a beautiful sip of tea. After putting down the teacup, only then did he say, The company is planning to fly me out to Rikaz, right? And when is that going to be? Early tomorrow morning. Lei Tingyun put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Lu Qingzhou. Voyage Tour has a tour group that was stranded in Rikaz. As you know, now all the land routes in and out of Rikaz are all destroyed, although the local area is urgently repaired. But because the disaster area is still suffering from aftershocks, so if you want to resume traffic I don't know how long you have to wait. That's why the group has decided to send a temporary flight to Rikaz to bring back this tour group. And by the way, send some of the relief supplies that were collected as well. It just so happens that you're qualified to fly high-altitude routes, and you also flew Rikaz with Captain Zhao Yunkai last year, so I'll give you a hard time this time. Lu Qingzhou didn't have any hesitation. Nodding his head in response, he said, good, though he did usually have quite a bit of bad luck, with some happening to him every other day, but now it shows where his value lies. High plateau routes are completely different from ordinary routes, and pilots who have not been professionally trained and passed a professional examination are not qualified to fly high routes. And high-altitude routes don't just have special requirements for pilots, there are requirements for airplanes as well. Lu Qingzhou has almost taken all the certificates she can in the past few years, flew almost every domestic route I could as well, so when Yamaha encountered a similar special situation, he was the first person who came to mind first. After all, on the ability to deal with crisis situations, among all the pilots in the country Lu Qingzhou ranked second. No one would dare to rank first. None other. Only the hands are ripe. Rikaz is located in the western foothills of the Tibetan Plateau, adjacent to neighboring Nepal. That's why this time, when the Nepal earthquake hit, Rikaz was also affected. And Rikaz Heping Airport, at an altitude of 3,800 meters, is a very typical high plateau airport. As of August 2024, in total, the airport operates more than 10 routes to more than 10 cities. Airlines such as Tibet Airlines, Western Airlines, China Eastern Airlines and Air China also operate from this airport. Mountain Air also briefly utilized the airport for a few months from 2022 to 2023, opening a new route from Springs via Nikko and then flying to Nikko, but because this flight is not very profitable, so Mountain Air suspended the flight. But Springs still has a flight to Shigatse, except that the flight has nothing to do with Mountain Air, but is operated by China Eastern Airlines. Last year, Lu had flown a few times with an old captain who was very experienced in piloting, but also relatively old in age, to Rikaz. Later, this Captain Zhao retired to the second line, and Mountain Air suspended the operation of this route, so it had been almost a year since Lu Qingzhou had flown to Shigatse. Qilu Air Travel International Travel Agency Company, Ltd., is a travel agency under the Shaanxi Airlines Group. This is because a tour group from the travel agency was stranded in Shigatse, but now the land route to Rikaz has been completely blocked. This has resulted in a large number of tourists being stranded in the affected areas, relying only on the Peace Airport, a Class 4C airport. I don't know how long it will take to get the stranded travelers out. Plus the Peace Airport is another dual-use airport. A large number of military planes have been rushing to Shigatse in the past 2 days to deliver relief supplies. This has led to the airport becoming even more overburdened. No way. Mountain Air had to send its own plane to pick up and drop off this tour group. This is because if any traveler is injured or killed, the company is liable for a substantial amount of compensation. Not to mention, the planes that go to pick up passengers can also carry large quantities of relief supplies. A double whammy. What's not to like? Only because Captain Zhao Yunkai has retired to the second line. Now the only captain with experience of flying through Rikaz Peace Airport is Lu Qingzhou. Although Lu Qingzhou was unlucky to be a bit unlucky, but it's still worth being assured, both in terms of skill and experience. Company executives are now placing that burden on him, not exactly soldiering on. After accounting for the business, only then did Thunder Tiger's face relax a little. Looking at Lu Qingzhou, he joked, I heard that you and the old Lin family's daughter are fighting hot these days. That little ninny I've seen once or twice. She's pretty, knows how to be polite, has a clean family background, and is gentle and soft. If the two of you make it, you'll be in good hands, I'm telling you. Lu Qingzhou looked at the other party with some surprise. You also know Lin Muyao? I've said that I've only met her once or twice, but her father and I are still on good terms, and we've been friends for many years, Thunder Tiger said. Her dad? When Lei Tingyun saw that Lu Qingzhou was a bit confused, he was surprised and said, you don't know who her father is, do you? Lu Qingzhou shook her head. I don't know. It's not like I'm craving her father's body. What do I care who her father is? P.S. 200 chapters, a new plot and a new beginning. I beg you all to continue to support the author, especially the rating. 8.3 is too low. Chapter 201, I'll wait for you at the Springs. Hey, you brat. Lei Tingyun laughed and scolded. You pick up other people's daughters, but you don't actually inquire about who their father is first? Her Lin Muyao's father, Lin Shifeng, is the deputy director of the Civil Aviation East China Bureau. May I remind you that I'm not against it if you're in a good relationship with someone, but if you're just trying to have a casual affair, you'd better stop there. Old Lin is precious to this daughter of his. If you break the heart of someone's daughter, they will have to break you as a person. Lu Qingzhou was filled with helplessness. What is all this nonsense? She is just one of my trainees at the Eagle Club. How did it come to be about falling in love? You two aren't in a relationship? Lei Tingyun was filled with curiosity. Then why is all the gossip about you two already spreading? These days, gossip on tons of clothes. Lu Qingzhou didn't have the good sense to say. Your old man is also really the vice president of Shanhang Group. Actually listen to gossip rumors too. Don't you know that rumors stop with the wise? I thought your old man was also a wise man. Lu Qingzhou shook her head and sighed. Alas, it seems that I have misjudged people. Thundercloud's old face darkened. With a stern face, he said, Scram, scram, when did I believe in gossip? I'm just reminding you out of the goodness of my heart. The little bastard dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him, and when the time comes to screw up, I'm not cleaning up anyone's mess. Lu Qingzhou spread her hands. Heaven and earth are kind. So far, Lin Muyo and I are really innocent, and since I've been at Mountain Air for so many years, when have I ever screwed up and left you to clean up the mess? She is the eldest lady of a powerful family. My ancestors have been farmers for generations. The door is not right, so you can rest assured. I have a sense of propriety. Lei Thundercloud saw him speak with such certainty. It was only then that he nodded slightly and said, It's good that you have a sense of proportion. Wait, he immediately caught the point. What do you mean so far? Dare you kid actually hit on someone else's girl? My fair lady, she is beautiful and has a good character. A man will be moved, right? Lu Qingzhou said. But being moved doesn't mean you have to act. You don't have to be presumptuous either. Lei Tingyun took a sip from his teacup before continuing. Now that it's the 21st century, which still has this drossy idea of door-to-door, you're so outstanding. If you're not just playing around, I'm still quite supportive of you. After all, that daughter of old Lin's family is superior in looks and character, and old Lin will help you in your future career development. You don't want to think I'm being realistic. Thundercloud said. Realistic? That's how realistic it is. When you're a few years older and have experienced the beatings of life, you'll know if I speak from the heart. A trace of emotion surfaced in Lu Qingzhou's heart. Old Ray really can't say enough about him. Totally treated as if he were his own son or nephew. Otherwise, wouldn't have taken the time out of his busy schedule to pull such a half-hearted rant with him. It looks like old Lei is gossipy and wants to eat the melon of Lu Qingzhou and Lin Muya. But Lu Qingzhou was as clear as a mirror in her heart. Old Lei was trying to tell him that although Lin Muya was an unsophisticated and innocent little girl, there was a big tiger squatting behind her. It's okay to fall in love with people, but if it's just to have casual fun and learn from other scumbags who cheat on their sex, then wait for revenge from that big tiger. But old Ray clearly overthought it. Although Lu Qingzhou has had a lot of flirtatious encounters over the years, he really isn't a scumbag who cheats everywhere. Generally speaking, he's usually the one who gets slagged. How? It's that both sides are only going for the kidneys, not the heart. You love me. For the most part he's still the one being teased. How can you call it scum? Moreover, he and Lin Muyao were currently only at the stage of getting along better. It's far from the last step, but even so, Lu Qingzhou was still grateful to old Lei. If people didn't really care about him and eat too much they would only remind him in such a half-joking, underhanded way. Does everyone really think everyone is a tabloid paparazzo? All like to pry into other people's privacy? Overthinking. A person of Lei Tingyun's caliber would not be interested in anyone's so-called private life if they weren't his own close sons and nephews. I'm usually too busy with my career. Lu Qingzhou silently remembered this friendship in her heart, then changed the topic and said, Leader, how about that incident last time? What was the conclusion from the police side? Lei Tingyun said, the suspect Zhang, as well as his agent, and the one who reported the false police report have been in custody for more than 20 days now. And the police are investigating the evidence for the crime of endangering public safety in a dangerous manner. So a few years of jail time for these people won't be able to get away with it. As for those two little girls, Lei Tingyun said somewhat helplessly, it is reasonable to say that the cause of the fire in the cargo hold was caused by the two of them violating the law by using their laptops to charge their cell phones. So the losses caused by the fire in the cargo hold will also have to be borne by them, and they will even have to be held accountable for other responsibilities. But if the check-in desk and the security check at Pudong Airport had been more meticulous, the accident could have been avoided completely. That means that ourselves, and Pudong Airport, are also responsible for a large part of it. So it's up to the court to decide exactly how to handle it and how to divide the responsibility. Anyway, the follow-up had little to do with you, and you handled that incident so perfectly that even the Air Force complimented you on your skill and composure. So stay out of all this, go home and get some rest, and then you'll have your hands full starting tomorrow. Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly. Good. Rest is impossible to rest. Since you've become someone sensei, you have to finish what you started. Afternoon. Lu Qingzhou drove to pick up Lin Muyo after leaving the Mountain Air headquarters building. Just head for the Hawthorne Flying Club. The Eagle Flight Club is located in downtown Quancheng, just 20 kilometers or so from the Mountain Air headquarters. So if Lin Muyo had time to brush up on her hours, Lu Qingzhou would always drive and pick her up to go with her, brush it and come back together. Both a private car and a handsome captain is Sam say. Simply 5-star service. So starting tomorrow, you won't have time to take me again for a while? Co-pilot's seat. Lin Muyao looked at Lu Qingzhou pitifully. She had just learned from Lu Qingzhou's mouth the bad news that Lu Qingzhou would be flying to Shigatsu tomorrow. Lu Qingzhou drove while explaining. It can't be helped. Right now I'm the only one in the company who has flown the Springs Rika's route, so it's only possible for me to get on, but it's only 2 or 3 days at the most to go to Shigatsu, so I'll take you to brush up on your hours when I get back. What's more, you've got the driving just completely down now. It doesn't matter if you have me or not. In a few days, you'll be perfectly capable of flying solo at home. Lin Muyao hurriedly denied. Who said that? I'm stupid and timid. I wouldn't even dare enter the cockpit without you by my side. Of course Lu Qingzhou knew that this was the lame excuse she had made, but there was no poking and prodding. Instead, he concurred. So timid stupid girl, I'm going to be gone for 2 or 3 days at most this time, so just wait for me honestly in Springs, and I'll look for you the first time I'm back. Seeing Lu Qingzhou talking so intimately, Lin Muyao's face was immediately smeared with a layer of redness. She tilted her head, looking at Lu Qingzhou and seriously said, "It is not important to find me. The important thing is that you must pay attention to safety. Rikaz is still a disaster area. Saving people can be, but must not show off. Anyway, her face reddened even more. The sound is also several degrees lower, almost in a mosquito voice. He said, I'll be waiting for you at the Springs anyway. I've been at the Springs waiting for you to come back." The voice was small, but she spoke very firmly.